solar storms, food crises, super typhoons, biochemical wars, earthquakes, tsunamis, asteroid impacts, supervolcanic eruptions, a great ice age, disasters gradually escalated. Faced with a world falling apart day by day, Shen Ziyuan, an ordinary man, could rely only on his own hands and mind to protect himself and his family. The story begins. At first, no one cared about this disaster. It was nothing more than a wildfire, a drought, the extinction of a species, the disappearance of a city. Until the disaster became tied to every single person. Hearing the familiar line spoken by the movie narrator, Shen Ziyuan, who was washing dishes, let out a sigh and quickened his movements. In the living room, his wife was watching the movie Wandering Blue Planet 3 with their son. Saturday nights at home always felt especially lazy. In romanticized movies, when humanity faces a global disaster, people always manage to unite and overcome it as the plot rises and falls. Too bad a movie is just a movie. Shen Ziyuan gave his own review while looking at the strange streaks of red light flickering in the night sky outside the window, then placed the bowls on the drying rack. As a 5 billion-year-old main sequence star, the sun, still in its prime, was nowhere near the helium flash crisis described in the movie. But the solar activity cycle had indeed reached its peak year since human records began. Frequent solar flares and coronal mass ejections were bombarding blue planet's thin atmosphere. The resulting auroras had pushed all the way south. Even in a low-latitude region like Jiangnan province in the nation of Xi, they were clearly visible. After drying his hands, Shen Ziyuan picked up his phone and found a message pushed by the local router 10 minutes ago. Backup power has been activated. So he slowly walked to the living room, casually turned off several of the brightest spotlights, and drew the curtains. Then he went around to the stairwell and headed down to the basement. Dim motion sensor lights lit up one by one beside the steps, finally illuminating a half-open blast door. After stepping into the basement, Shen Ziyuan went straight to the white equipment cabinet in the corner. This was a stacked home energy storage system weighing 200 kilograms, made up of 512-volt, 100-amp-hour lithium iron phosphate batteries and a BMS battery management system. Its total storage capacity was 25 kilowatt-hours. After inverter loss, it could continuously supply more than 22 kilowatt-hours of electricity at a household voltage of 220 volts. At that moment, the flashing information on the cabinet's LCD screen showed a remaining charge of 99, with an estimated 16 hours of power left. After confirming the backup power, Shen Ziyuan turned and went to the computer desk, then switched on screen. Although the home security system hadn't shown any alarm notifications, he still checked the surveillance feed for peace of mind. Real-time images from 8 cameras appeared on the screen. The camera facing the street from the roof showed several police officers patrolling across the street. Just this morning, at 10 o'clock on June 8th, Yinjing time, scientists observed 1 Z-class flare and 6 X-class flares erupt from sunspot active region AR3390. 20 minutes later, the first wave of high-energy, charged particle streams struck Blue Planet, directly paralyzing most communications networks, and the geomagnetic KP index shot to level 9, the red alert threshold. 8 hours later, with the arrival of the coronal ejected material, even the power grid finally gave out, just now. Looks like the next few days will all be under intense geomagnetic storm conditions. No idea when the power will come back, Shen Ziyuan muttered to himself. After checking the historical logs of the various sensors around the house, he opened a drawer, took out a flashlight, and began tonight's inspection. Shen Ziyuan's home was located in the near suburbs of Yuzhou, the provincial capital of Jiangnan province. It was a detached residence with 2 floors above ground and 1 below. From a distance, the house looked like an unremarkable gray concrete cube. Only up close would anyone notice how strange it was. From the exterior, the building had no windows at all, making it impossible to see anything inside. Other than a few ventilation openings, the house had only 1 roll-up gate on the southwest side, facing the street for vehicles to enter and exit. After entering the garage, the armored door on the right was the only entrance to Shen Ziyuan's courtyard. Only after walking into the courtyard could one see the doors and windows of the first and second floors, wrapped inside concrete walls. Although his wife, Jean Lin, hadn't liked this house Shen Ziyuan designed himself at first, he eventually convinced her by using a news report about a case called The Disappeared Couple as a negative example. After their son was born, her need for privacy and security gradually outweighed her complaints about the lack of natural light, and she stopped saying the house looked like a warehouse. When he reached the courtyard, Shen Ziyuan glanced at the husky already lying in its doghouse. Then he opened the armored door and entered the garage, took the electrician's toolbox from the workbench, and locked the armored door again behind him. After returning to the living room, he walked over to his wife and whispered a few words to her. Jean Lin nodded, then said to their son, "Daddy's going up to the roof to do some work. Moo, do you want to go up and play with him?" Sleepy just a moment ago, Shenmu instantly perked up and set down the cat in his arms. The little boy took the box from Shen Ziyuan's hand, and father and son went up to the roof together. On the south side of the roof was a solar power system made up of 24 550-watt photovoltaic panels. By design, it could generate more than 48 kilowatt hours of electricity a day. Of course, that was under ideal conditions. At the moment, the panels were covered in fine dust and dotted with bird droppings, so there was no way the efficiency could be that high. Be careful. Don't climb onto the wall. After glancing at his son, Shun Siyuan began the routine maintenance of the power system. After checking the control circuits and cables and reinforcing the metal protective covers on each component, he turned on the hose and began cleaning the photovoltaic panels. After wandering around the roof a few times, Shinmu got a little tired and sat on a stool, looking up at the sky. In the distance, police sirens sounded from time to time. On the streets, people carried flashlights or phones, trying to find a way through the darkness. More people wandered aimlessly, or gathered together in small groups, quietly talking about what they had gone through and what they feared. Dad, why is the aurora here all red? The ones on TV are all green. Shen Siyuan was scraping bird droppings off with a tool. As he scrubbed hard, he said, "Our latitude isn't high enough, so we can only see the aurora at high altitude. The higher you go in the atmosphere, the lower the oxygen concentration gets, and light can be excited at a longer wavelength, so it looks red." After finally scraping off the last hardened clump of bird droppings, Shun Siyuan, sweating all over, picked up the basin to wash the rag. When he turned around, he saw the 6-year-old boy staring at him with a face full of question marks and had fallen silent. So he thought for a moment, then patiently added, "The green aurora is hidden underneath the red aurora. We can't see it here. If you get the chance to go north when you grow up, you'll be able to see it. Of course, if Earth's magnetic field keeps weakening, and the magnetic pole keeps moving from Jiamada all the way to Liaodong province at its current trend, then maybe you'll be able to see the green aurora right here." His son nodded as if he understood, though it was obvious he had only understood the first half. After washing his hands, Shun Siyuan casually poured the dirty water from the basin into the planting box and finished the evening's work. When he arrived at the master bedroom on the second floor, Shun Siyuan poured himself a glass of water at the wet bar. The control panel of the RO reverse osmosis water purifier showed a TDS value of 8, meaning the water quality was safe to drink directly. Jean Lin set down the e-reader in her hand and said, "While you were on the roof, I already turned off all the non-essential appliances. It's getting late. Go take a shower and get ready for bed. I'll go put the child to sleep." Shun Siyuan nodded, then walked into the bathroom. An hour later, the couple fell into a deep sleep. Sunday's sunlight filtered in through the gap in the curtains. Shin Siyuan opened his eyes and stared at the familiar ceiling for a while before reluctantly climbing out of bed. He picked up his phone and checked the time. It was 7 in the morning. As expected, the power grid network still hadn't been restored. He pulled his wife's blanket up a little higher, then quietly left the room. When he opened the iron door to the rooftop, a few sparrows fluttered away in alarm. Because of the bird netting, they hadn't managed to steal any tomatoes from the planter boxes. Under the sunlight, the photovoltaic panels glimmered and the temperature had risen to 25 degrees, feeling noticeably hotter than in an ordinary year. After checking the soil moisture in the planter boxes, Shun Siyuan picked up the watering can and gave them some water. Looking out from the rooftop, the building density in this residential area was fairly low, and the houses all had a reasonably ideal amount of space between them. With no high-rise buildings blocking the view, the east-west sight line was especially open. At this moment, quite a few people had already gathered on the streets. Vehicles trying to leave the city had jammed the roads completely. In the distance, a long line had formed outside the stores, and peace officers were nearby, maintaining order. This area was called Yuanjiang Community. It had originally been an urban village. More than 10 years ago, it had been included in a demolition plan. But after the demolition was completed, the real estate bubble burst. The originally planned high-rise residential complex never even broke ground, dying before birth along with the developer's bankruptcy. After the land sat vacant for many years, City Hall divided it into small residential plots and sold them to private individuals, allowing buyers to build their own houses independently. And so, this place became a community made up of low-rise single-family homes. Back then, while he was still a senior at Yuzhou University, Shun Siyuan used the money his parents had given him to buy a house and bought a plot of land here, personally building this custom home. Beneath its low-key concrete exterior, the inside of this house contained an unusually dense amount of steel reinforcement, far beyond what an ordinary home would need. The construction workers had once joked that even if the whole building were thrown out and rolled around a few times, it still wouldn't fall apart. When he built the house, Shun Siyuan acted as the site foreman during the day and turned into a civil engineering bro pouring concrete at night. Every floor in the house had his sweat on it. As he savored those old memories, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Taking part in the construction himself wasn't just to save on labor costs. It was also because some parts of this building really weren't convenient for outsiders to know about. To avoid drawing attention, he had even deliberately changed out 2 batches of workers midway through construction. Fortunately, with a self-built house, there was no middleman taking a cut, and there were no expensive property management fees afterward. Compared with villa communities in the same area, the total cost had still been much lower. Carrying the fresh lettuce and tomatoes he had just picked, Shun Siyuan came down from the rooftop to the first-floor kitchen. He opened a drawer, took out a radio, and started tuning through the stations. Because of the frequency band it used, FM radio was relatively less affected by the solar storm and was also the most reliable source of information during a disaster, along with the crackling static. The voice from the radio gradually became clear. Shen Siyuan set the radio down and started making coffee. Citizens, please take note. This is the Yuzhou City Emergency Command Center, issuing an important notice to the entire city. Please pay close attention and take the appropriate measures. Due to the severe impact of yesterday's solar storm, our city's power grid, water supply, and communication networks have suffered varying degrees of paralysis. According to the latest observation data from our nation's Space Environment Monitoring Agency, strong solar storms are expected to continue erupting over the next few days. To ensure the safety of citizens' lives and property and maintain social stability, we hereby remind all citizens of the following. 1. Stay calm and help one another. Please remain calm and do not panic. With communications disrupted, neighbors should help each other and face these difficulties together. In particular, pay attention to the elderly, children, and those who need special care and ensure their safety. 2. Emergency communication methods. Mobile networks and the internet are temporarily unavailable. Official emergency communication procedures have already been activated. Please pay attention to broadcasts, community notices, or other non-electronic means of communication to receive the latest information and instructions from the authorities. Broadcasts will continue updating the disaster situation, rescue progress, and follow-up arrangements. 3. Safe shelter and protection. If you encounter difficulties, please go to the nearest shelter in your community and seek help from the staff there. During the evacuation process, please pay attention to personal safety and avoid secondary disasters. 4. Stock up on daily necessities. With the power grid, water supply, and communications down, the supply of goods may be affected. Please promptly prepare enough daily necessities, including drinking water, dry food, first aid medicine, and other essentials, to ensure your basic living needs are met. The authorities are doing everything possible to allocate supplies, so please do not engage in unnecessary panic buying. 5. Wait patiently and cooperate. The authorities are working at full capacity to repair the power grid and communication networks and restore normal city operations. Citizens are asked to stay at home as much as possible, avoid crowd gatherings, wait patiently, and actively cooperate with the instructions of on-site personnel. We know this period is extremely difficult for everyone, but please believe that we will always stand with our citizens, face these challenges together, and overcome these difficulties. Let's stand shoulder to shoulder and get through this together. By the time the notice had looped around for the third time, Shun Siyuan had finished making the sandwiches. He took off his apron and turned on the faucet, only to find the water flow had slowed to a thin trickle. Frowning, he barely finished washing his hands, then turned off the radio and walked into the yard. Hearing the movement, the dog stretched backward in a graceful, lazy stretch, then slowly walked over and rubbed itself against its male owner's pant leg. Shun Siyuan rubbed the dog's head, opened the 40-gene bag of dog food, and filled the iron bowl beside it, which was covered in tooth marks. Beside the doghouse stood 2 water storage tanks more than 2 meters tall and 18 meters in diameter, with pipes at the top connected to the rooftop rainwater collection system. It hadn't rained in Yuzhou City for a long time. Most of the 10 tons of water in the tanks now was tap water that had been stored there earlier. Shen Siyuan crouched down and shut off the household tap water inlet valve. After opening the valve on the storage tanks, he started the booster pump. As a light vibration began to sound, water started flowing through the pipes, passing through 3 20-inch blue filter canisters connected in series before entering the house. This filtration system used 3 different filter cartridges: a PP cotton cartridge that filtered out impurities larger than 5 microns, a UDF granular activated carbon cartridge that absorbed harmful substances, and a CTO block activated carbon cartridge that improved water quality. The label on the filter canisters showed that the last cartridge replacement had been 5 months ago. I'll have to replace all the cartridges next month. Hopefully the water supply will be restored before then. After confirming there were no leaks, Shun Siyuan stood up. When he turned around, he saw his wife leaning sideways against the glass door, smiling as she looked at him. The water is already cut off? Yeah. The people who didn't T-store water in advance are going to have a rough time starting today. TCH, say something nicer about people, will you? Jean Lin rolled her eyes. A person without long-term plans will have immediate worries. Shen Siyuan said smugly. As the two of them talked, they walked into the dining room. Sensible little Shan Mu was just setting his father's coffee cup on the table, and the plates had already been neatly arranged. Shen Siyuan picked up his son and gave him a hard kiss, and the family happily began enjoying breakfast. Ding dong. Master, someone is ringing the doorbell. After breakfast, the head of the household, who was washing dishes, paused. 2 figures in red vests appeared on the smart speaker screen. People from the Community Self-Governance Association are here. They're probably here to hand out a notice. Jean Lin reminded him. Stay here with the child. I'll go take a look. Shen Siyuan went to the garage. Knocking kept coming from the door. After putting on his mask and face shield, he pushed open the small side door attached to the rolling garage door. Cough, cough. Everyone at home tested positive recently, so we don't really have any strength left. Sorry about that. Cough, cough, cough. Shun Siyun pretended to cough weakly. The Annie from the Self-Governance Association wasn't wearing a mask and unconsciously took a few slow steps back. This is Shun Siyun's house, right? We're here to notify you that starting tomorrow, fire trucks will come deliver water. The distribution point will be at the plaza in the center park. The water supply schedule has already been posted on the park bulletin board. Before communications are restored, any other notices will also be posted there. The association won't be going door to door anymore after this. There's too much to handle, and we don't have enough people. Understood, understood. You've all had a hard to cough, cough, cough. Also, the Public Security Bureau has announced that a curfew will begin tonight, from 8 in the evening to 5 in the morning. Don't go out after dark. If anything comes up, wait until daylight. Okay, got it. The school and stadium are being turned into disaster shelters. There are emergency power trucks there that can charge devices, and supply distribution points will also be set up there. Volunteers are currently being recruited. The Annie from the Self-Governance Association glanced at Shen Siyun, who was hanging his head. Forget it. Get some good rest. The community hospital is already overflowing and is only seeing high-risk patients. Thank you, cough, cough, cough. Pipe gas can still be used for a while longer for now. Please conserve gas and don't waste it, the young man following behind the Annie added. After marking a few check marks in their notebook, the two of them, dark circles under their eyes, hurried off to the next house. After closing the door, Shun Siyun, instantly lively again, washed his hands with disinfectant gel, took off the face shield and mask, folded them up, and put them into a plastic bag. After washing his hands again, he sprayed alcohol and closed the trash can lid. Goddamn dick right for it. After finishing the disinfection routine, Shun Siyun cursed under his breath. At this time, multiple respiratory infectious diseases were spreading at the same time throughout the Sea Nation. All kinds of lung diseases and flu outbreaks kept recurring. Most people were already powerless to deal with it and had long since gotten used to it. As the weather grew hotter, fewer and fewer people kept wearing masks. Shin Siyun had always felt that the lung disease pandemic years ago, the one that changed world history, had been a biological weapons attack. Crown virus looked exactly like an upgraded version of the acute respiratory virus that had briefly circulated when he was in elementary school. Compared to the SARS virus, Crown virus had a longer incubation period, more symptoms and transmission routes, and enhanced infectivity, heat resistance, drug resistance, and mutability. Even the timing and location of the outbreak were full of signs of artificial selection. It was practically as if someone had been deliberately manipulating it. Shin Siyun happened to run into the Crown virus outbreak while he was in college. During the school lockdown, one of his roommates had secretly gone out in the middle of the night to meet his girlfriend, then came back to the dorm and even had someone else do his nucleic acid test for him. A few days later, he started running a fever, and the whole dorm ended up confirmed infected, giving Shun Siyun a harsh lesson. In collective living, the lower limit is decided by rotten people. He had struggled in agony on a bed in the Fongsang hospital for a long time, and even now, there were still some vague after effects in his body that he couldn't clearly explain. After starting work, Shin Siyun had always stayed highly alert to the endless stream of accidental leaks coming out of the Me Nation. With the support of artificial intelligence, gene editing technology was now developing at breakneck speed. The anthrax bacillus, tuberculosis bacillus, plague bacteria, smallpox virus, monkeypox virus, dengue virus, and Ebola virus in those biolabs had no telling what they had already evolved into by now. Shin Siyun would never underestimate the other side's lack of a bottom line. There was a building inside Dick Wright Fort named with the number 731. Because of that, using the excuse that the air was good there and suitable for forced wellness, he had persuaded both sets of parents to move to Tiamu Mountain, 100 kilometers away. After retirement, little positive, do you need ibuprofen? After watching the whole show through the camera, Jean Lin teased her husband. For such a small sickness, one kiss from my little fairy and I'll be fine. Shin Siyun scooped up his wife and spun her around once. EW, please don't infect me. Stay properly quarantined at home. Don't go outside and make trouble for society. I'm just not sure how mom and dad are doing. No need to worry. They all had checkups at the beginning of the year. I looked at the reports. They're healthier than I am. They don't lack anything over there. For all we know, the four of them might be playing mahjong together right now. If things get worse, we'll head up the mountain and join them. Okay. I'm gonna put on some cartoons for the kid. Put on a documentary for him. Life After People, the one from National Geographic. No. Jean Lin shoved Shin Siyun aside and turned on Tom and Jerry on the TV. Shin Siyun could only head alone to the computer in the basement. After connecting to the home NAS, he started organizing the movies and TV dramas he had downloaded in the past. As files were moved from the download drive to the storage drives, the hard disks began spinning at full speed, and the NAS chassis started making a crackling noise like beans being stir-fried. NAS, short for Network Attached Storage, is a special device that can connect to a network and is used for centralized household data storage and management. It can basically be regarded as a personal server. The NAS beside Shin Siyun had one 4-terabyte solid-state drive and 10 22-terabyte mechanical hard drives installed in it. After removing the inflated advertised capacity and redundant backup space, It could actually store more than 160 terabytes of data. The drives were packed with all kinds of resources he had collected over the years through PT, BT, cloud drives, and other channels, including books, journals, comics, music, games, animation, films, TV dramas, variety shows, and more. Shen Siyuan had applied for a public IP and had also set up internal network penetration. Under normal circumstances, even when the whole family was outside, they could still remotely access the NAS connected to the home router, basically the same as having a private website. Even though the internet was now down, the various electronic devices in the house could still read content through the local network. But a NAS that ran 24 hours a day wasn't just noisy. It was also a genuine power hog, with peak power consumption exceeding 100 watts. After organizing the database, Shen Siyuan looked up and began rummaging through the colorful hard drive storage boxes on the bookshelf. He opened one of them, took out the hard drive inside, plugged in a USB drive adapter cable, and started backing up the phone files that the NAS had already automatically backed up. In order to maximize storage space, he had not set up a RAID 1 mirror disk. That would have cut the storage space in half immediately. Enterprise-grade hard drives of the same type used in servers had excellent quality and reliability. Under normal use, they naturally wouldn't suddenly die like trash SMR drives. But in order to reduce heat during operation, high-capacity hard drives were filled with helium inside. Compared to air-filled drives, there was still a small chance of gas leakage. Once a problem appeared, you still had to be prepared to lose data. Shen Siyuan understood that hard drive data recovery was basically a kind of mystic art, and the cost required was shockingly high. After weighing it all, he chose to form the drives into a RAID's 2-disk array, using 2 hard drives as redundancy disks. That way, even if any 2 hard drives in the entire array failed at the same time, he could still recover the data on his own. At the same time, he backed up all his important personal data onto single-disk 1 TB vertical CMR hard drives and stored them as cold backups with the power cut off. After all, if online resources were lost, he could still download them again, or worst case, just not watch them. But if priceless personal data was lost, then it would truly be annihilated. By the 3rd day, things outside had become even more chaotic. For safety's sake, Shen Siyuan still chose to keep his doors shut and stay inside. After finishing up with the database, he returned to the real world and began organizing his family bunker. The basement in Shen Siyuan's home was about 100 square meters in size. It had been cast as a single reinforced concrete structure, with 2 waterproofing layers applied both inside and out, besides being equipped with a complete 3-defense air purification system. It also had a hand-cranked air pump for manual ventilation in the event of a power outage. The bunker's main entrance was located beneath the stairs on the 1st floor. There was a hidden electric hatch that could flip upward from the floor. Because it was covered with the same tiles as the surrounding floor, outsiders could barely tell there was a passage underneath when it was closed. Its concealment was extremely strong. After going down the stairs, there was another heavy blast door at the right-hand corner. Behind, it was a decontamination room fitted with a full decontamination setup. Only after passing through the decontamination room and opening another airtight door could one truly enter the bunker. To prevent the main entrance from being blocked off, Shen Siyuan had also set up a backup passage leading to the courtyard, with the exit hidden beneath the doghouse. Climb up the emergency ladder inside the bunker. Open the hatch at the top, flip over the doghouse, and an emergency evacuation could be carried out. Shen Siyuan took down the 3 escape backpacks hanging on the ladder and began sorting through the items inside. Bunkers and backpacks could be said to be the average person's first impression of survivalists. In all kinds of Hollywood apocalypse movies, there was always some cynical, half-crazy, washed-up old white guy. Before the end came, he would dig out a shelter and stockpile huge amounts of weapons, ammunition, and daily and medical supplies, only to get picked clean by the protagonist group in the end because he was too high-profile and arrogant. The term survivalist was translated from the English word survivalism. Shen Siyuan did not like this chunny-sounding label. It made people think of paranoiacs. He preferred to call himself a survivalist in the ideological sense. Survivalism first appeared in Manga during the Cold War era. Starting with the Cuban Missile Crisis, the shadow of nuclear war began to loom over the Earth. Since official shelters could not possibly hold everyone, the federal government encouraged the public to build shelters on their own. They stockpiled supplies and remained ready at all times for Judgment Day. That was how old-school survivalists came to be. Although the Red Camp later fell, survivalism had already spread widely and formed a subculture. Aside from all kinds of apocalypse films, it also gave rise to the classic Fallout series. Later, with the end of the nuclear arms race, the number of warheads in humanity's nuclear arsenal dropped from a peak of 70,000 to the current 10,000, and the possibility of nuclear war gradually declined as well. Nowadays, the old-school faction had gradually shifted toward dealing with global disasters, but its core survival philosophy was still to settle down in fortresses and hold out. The new school survivalists were born in the post-Cold War era. Because of changes in the international situation, global nuclear war had already become a distant legend. But the endless stream of terrorist attacks and natural disasters still made the younger generation feel threatened. All their preparations were meant to deal with a terrorist attack or natural disaster that might suddenly happen at some point, rather than a global crisis. Their core survival philosophy was to evacuate the moment things looked bad, grab their gear, and head for a safe zone as quickly as possible. Because of this, they would map out escape routes in advance and concentrate the needed survival supplies and tools into a backpack to carry with them at all times. This was the core equipment of that school, the survival backpack. Survival backpacks were generally divided into 3 tiers by size and weight: light EDC daily carry backpack, medium PSK bug-out backpack, and heavy BOB survival backpack. Tier 1 EDC, everyday carry, daily backpack. The main scenario it handled was the ordinary environment of daily life. In other words, the things one carried every day: keys, wallet, phone, pen, notebook, computer, water bottle, flashlight, power bank, medical kit, multi-tool, and so on. Its core purpose was to carry as many suitable personal survival items as possible while still meeting the needs of daily life, and to support the user in returning home and reuniting with family when facing emergencies or disasters. This kind of bag was daily use first and survival second, so it had no fixed form. As long as it met everyday needs, it was fine. They were generally single-shoulder or double-shoulder bags, messenger bags, and the like, with most being small backpacks in the 15 to 23-liter range. Tier 2 PSK, personal survival kit, bug-out backpack. The main scenario it handled was short-term sheltering while waiting for rescue, or logistical support and supply for the user to relocate to a safe point. This kind of pack was generally a 23 to 35-liter backpack, carrying the most basic survival supplies to make rapid movement and running easier. There were no overly high requirements for the carrying system. It was conceptually similar to a military assault pack or an outdoor summit pack. This was also the kind of bag prepared by the vast majority of new school survivalists. They also liked using the 3 letters PSK to refer to themselves, calling themselves PASIKU. Tier 3 BOB, bug-out bag, survival backpack. The main scenario it handled was surviving alone for a long period of time, or surviving in an environment where supplies were severely lacking. This kind of pack was generally a 38 to 65-liter backpack filled with items that could sustain life after leaving a fixed location. People who chose large BOB packs often had to consider the needs of family members as well, so the weight was never light. Such packs often had a usable or even excellent load-bearing system that transferred the main weight of the pack from the shoulders to the hips, reducing pressure on the shoulders. Online, whether on forums or Tieba, debates over the strengths and weaknesses of the bunker faction and the bug-out faction had dominated the trending topics for years. In Shun Cun's view, it was as laughable as the dispute between the sword sect and chi sect of the Huashan school. Kids did multiple choice questions. Adults, of course, wanted all of it. After organizing the escape backpacks, Shun Cun checked the time and returned to the first floor. After lunch, the whole family started doing housework. At this hour, the solar panels had reached peak output, enough to directly power the appliances at home. So the two of them stopped being stingy with electricity. Calculating the power consumption of different appliances, each of them got busy. I already took off all the bedding sets and washed them. If you got time, go wear out the quilts. Okay, honey. Carrying the quilts to the rooftop, Shun Cun finished up and then took out a telescope to scout the situation outside. There was still a long line in front of the nearby shop. People's faces were full of exhaustion and anxiety, and arguments kept breaking out from time to time within the crowd. Those who had already managed to buy something came out of the store with angry looks on their faces as well, seeming to curse about something. The dissatisfied voices slowly gathered together and rippled through the crowd. On the sweltering street, the smell of gunpowder in the air grew stronger and stronger. Suddenly, no one knew who had picked up a stone and smashed the display window. After a brief moment of silence, the crowd instantly erupted. People surged inside in a frenzy, scrambling over one another, with shouting and shoving rising one after another. Shun Cun saw several old geezers who had originally been lying on the ground, making a scene, suddenly spring up like carp and join the army of $0 shoppers. A few minutes later, even people in store employee uniforms came running out, pushing shopping carts loaded with bottled water. It's only the 3rd day. How did things get this chaotic already? Jean Lin, who had come upstairs after hearing the commotion, looked a little frightened. Public order in the nation of C had, in recent years, been maintained almost entirely by the omnipresent Skynet surveillance system. Once people realized criminal acts could no longer be traced and punished, those who had originally been kept in check by the instruments of violence immediately showed their true colors. Shun Cun handed over the binoculars. This is obviously just a power outage. In the past, the destructive force of solar storm really was nowhere near that of earthquakes or volcanoes. Before the electrical era, it couldn't even be considered much of a disaster. But now, this is the information age. Almost every part of society is highly dependent on electronic devices and networks. Once the power and internet go down, the result is that almost all methods of transaction fail. Just think about how long it's been since you last used cash. Even without cash, that doesn't mean people should go robbing others, right? Through the binoculars, Jean Lin watched a masked man knock down a young woman with his fist. The man snatched the shopping cart full of supplies and swaggered off. When a person is alone, he generally won't go looting stores. Even if he is tempted, he can resist that temptation pretty easily. But once he becomes part of a crowd, he realizes the strength that numbers give him. That is enough to make him entertain thoughts of plunder, and he'll immediately give in to that temptation. So you're saying human nature is inherently evil? No. A crowd can be called an amplifier of emotion. If guided properly, it wouldn't be strange for everyone to become a saint. But if bad people take advantage of it, the result will be like this. That was Shun Cun's final conclusion. After dinner, Jean Lin, having witnessed the chaos during the day, was feeling a little down. She sat on the sofa in a daze. After thinking for a moment, Shin Cun opened the living room door and let in the dog that had been lying outside. The husky immediately started sprinting around the room in delight and knocked over the trash can on the floor. The cat, which had been licking its fur, casted a disgusted glance and jumped on a cat tree. After running a few laps, the husky seemed to notice that its mistress was in a bad mood and stopped. It obediently lay down by Jean Lin's feet, its tongue hanging out as it panted heavily, drool dripping onto the floor. Looking at the dumb expression on the silly dog's face, Jean Lin couldn't help laughing. She grabbed its head and started petting it. If he had a choice, Shun Cun probably wouldn't have kept a cat, much less a dog. And if he did keep one, it would have been a breed with better obedience. He didn't like adding uncontrollable variables. Most of the time, he simply couldn't understand how a husky's brain worked. But the cat and dog in Shun Cun's home had both been kidnapped from outside by Jean Lin, so he could only silently join the ranks of poop scoopers and feeders. The female husky named Anrin had originally been bought from an unscrupulous dog dealer by one of Jean Lin's penny-pinching co-workers. She was a typical weak dog. After only a few days, she started vomiting and passing blood in her stool. After seeing the treatment quote from the pet hospital, the co-worker directly chose to abandon her. When Jean Lin found out, she carried the dog home and bought goat milk herself, mixing it with medicine as she raised her. Naming her Anrin was her way of hoping the dog would never get sick again and would stay safe and sound. As for the male, tabby, named Machio, that story was even stranger. After Jean Lin got pregnant and was in the hospital waiting to give birth, he had attached himself to them. That evening after dinner, Shin Cun had gone out walking nearby with her. When they reached a street corner where the lamp was broken, a few soft, milky cat cries came from the roadside in the darkness. The moment Jean Lin heard them, she immediately meowed back at the bushes, and then a yellow tabby cat came crawling out. Right in front of Shun Cun's dumbfounded eyes, the woman and the cat began communicating seamlessly. After reaching an agreement, the kitten lifted its tail and rubbed against Jean Lin's pant leg. Shin Cun had no choice but to get a cardboard box from a nearby small shop and watch as Machio climbed inside. From that day on, a little stray cat lived a life of putting on airs for 5 minutes and enjoying wealth and glory for the rest of his days. Oh, little Ran, you feel so nice. How are you so cute? Jean Lin gave the dog a hard kiss. Mom, I want to play with Anrin too. Shenmu put down his toy and ran over. So Shun Cun went to the kitchen, felt around, and brought back 2 sausages, stuffing them into their hands. The mother and son immediately understood and started breaking off pieces and tossing them. Anrin skillfully caught every piece one by one along the arc of the throws. Light, cheerful laughter rang out in the living room, gradually drowning out the sirens outside the house. Seeing his wife's mood improve a little, Shun Cun finally relaxed. He went alone to the garage and unplugged the charging cable from the SUV's slow charging port. This way EV was not only his family's daily means of transportation, but also the home's second backup power source. This pure electric car, with a theoretical range of more than 700 kilometers, had a lithium iron phosphate battery pack with a capacity of over 100 kilowatt hours. After turning on the VTOL mobile power station function, it could also discharge externally at a power rate of 6 kilowatts. At full charge, it could increase the household's power supply by a full 4 times. Power storage equipment was expensive to buy and replace, and it was also extremely heavy and bulky. Shin Cun's family had not achieved financial freedom. Every cent had to be spent where it mattered most. Although ternary lithium batteries had higher energy density and better low-temperature performance, they were expensive and had a cycle life of less than 3,000 times. Lithium iron phosphate batteries were not only cheaper, but also had a lifespan of more than 7,000 cycles. Because they were resistant to high temperatures, their safety was relatively better as well. During use, the electricity storage cost of lithium iron phosphate batteries was roughly 0.1 yuan per kilowatt hour. Before sodium-ion batteries matured, they were the most cost-effective storage batteries. Shin Cun climbed into the car and pressed the start button, beginning to check the vehicle's condition. No fault warning lights appeared on the dashboard. The screen showed that the current remaining battery level was 95%. The tire pressure monitoring system showed that the pressure of all 4 wheels was currently around 220 kilopascals, which was a bit low. When a vehicle sat and used for a long time, its tires would slowly leak air. That was because rubber naturally had tiny pores. On the contrary, cars that were driven often had their tire rubber compressed more tightly, so they were actually less likely to leak. So Shan Siyuan dug a foot-operated air pump out of the trunk and pumped all the tires up to around 250 kilopascals. The manufacturer's recommended tire pressure range was generally between 260 and 295 kilopascals. After the car started running and the tires heated up, the pressure would usually rise by 30 to 40 kilopascals. Considering that the weather was gradually getting warmer, he didn't put too much air into the tires. After finishing maintenance on the private car, Shan Siyuan's phone suddenly chimed once, and at the same time his smart wristband vibrated. When he opened the notification, it turned out to be a security camera alert saying someone was lingering at the door. Shan Siyuan had set it so that if anyone came within 3 meters of the front door and remained there for more than 10 seconds, it would immediately send an alert. At that moment, the surveillance footage showed a suspicious man apparently using a pen to write something on the wall by the door. After confirming that there was only one person, Shan Siyuan put on a stab-resistant vest, fastened his helmet, and took down the boar spear hanging on the mop drying rack. After taking a deep breath, he yanked open the side door and roared, "Fuck your mother. Die for me." The man saw the spear thrusting toward him and was so frightened that he turned and ran, vanishing into the night. Shan Siyuan pretended to chase after him for a few steps, then turned back and kicked away the marker pen lying on the ground. Only then did he see that a strange symbol had been drawn on his wall. After trying and failing to wipe it off with alcohol wipes, Shan Siyuan found some wall repair paint and painted over it. In the darkness, he seemed to feel the gazes of nearby residents. Windows that had originally been dark were now showing faint traces of light through the gaps in the curtains. Quite a few people had probably heard the commotion just now, and as expected, not a single one chose to come outside. "Hey, Siyuan?" Jean Lin came running over with a kitchen knife in hand. "It's fine, just a thief. I scared him off." Shan Siyuan thought for a moment, then placed the bag of medical waste he had packed earlier by the door before closing the side door. The yellow medical waste bag had a 3-lobed symbol inside a circle printed on it. From the moment it was designed, it was meant to make people uneasy. It represented a biohazard warning. There was a mark drawn by the door. If I remember right, it should mean nobody's home. I haven't gone out at all, and someone already has their eyes on me. I suspect this thief lives nearby. Shan Siyuan put the weapons and armor back where they had been. "It's good that you're okay," Jean Lin said, her voice trembling. Shan Siyuan gently took the kitchen knife from her hand. Holding hands, the two of them went back inside, while Shenmu rushed over and wrapped himself around his father's leg. After settling the child down and washing up a little, the two of them lay down. "Hey, Siyuan, this world has become so unfamiliar." Jean Lin's voice trembled slightly. Shan Siyuan gently pulled his wife into his arms and replied, "Don't be afraid. I'm here. It was my fault for rushing out without telling you first, but showing force right away can avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. You know how it is. It's not the thief stealing that scares you most, but the thief constantly thinking about you. I'm not blaming you. I was just thinking, what if more than one person came? What we do then? There's a whole bunch of Molotovs stored on the roof. If too many people come, I'll throw them down and seal off the main gate. Robbers aren't stupid. Once they sense danger and weigh the cost, they'll naturally switch to another target. So that's why a guy who doesn't even drink had a whole crate of bottles on the roof. Heh, my stronghold is solid as a fortress." By the 4th day, the electricity and water supply still hadn't been restored. Shan Siyuan went up to the roof, released a drone, and began scouting the surroundings. With the GPS signal gone, the drone's auto-return function couldn't be used, so he could only operate it carefully by sight. Through the phone screen, Shan Siyuan saw that caution tape had been strung up outside the shop that had been looted yesterday. No one was going in or out anymore. There were far fewer vehicles on the road. In the distance, a few stalled cars had been overturned onto the roadside. There wasn't a single peace officer or red vest in sight. Rows of roadside trees had been chopped down, and someone with an axe was splitting firewood. The streets were full of citizens suffering from the water shortage, carrying buckets of all kinds of colors and pushing carts back and forth as they fetched water from the river channels in the urban district. At that moment, a burst of cheering came from the distance. Someone, no one knew who, had used tools to force open a fire hydrant. The crowd scrambled to collect water in front of the gushing spray, then gradually dispersed as the flow died away. Trash was scattered all over the roads, and there were even some small animal corpses that looked like cats and dogs. Some people were even squatting openly in the roadside greenery to relieve themselves. Even standing on the rooftop, Shan Siyuan could smell that the scent of the city was starting to turn wrong. Fortunately, the weather had become muggy by then, and the clouds were gradually thickening and blocking out the sun, a sign that rain was coming soon. After flying around the area once, Shan Siyuan brought the drone back. It didn't look like law and order in the city was improving at all, so just in case, he made a few more Molotovs. In fact, most so-called flammable substances, such as alcohol, cannot burn directly in liquid form. What ignites is the vapor that evaporates into the air. It has to be in gaseous form to mix fully with oxygen and burn. The flame raises the temperature, which accelerates the liquid's evaporation, and only then can the burning continue. On one hand, this wastes a large amount of heat of vaporization. On the other, it also limits the combustion temperature. A lot of street performers know the trick where they soak their hand in alcohol, take it out, and then light it. You can see a pale blue flame burning on the hand. It looks dangerous, but there's really no mystery to it, and it won't harm the human body. They can even feel a cool sensation on their hands. As long as you have a nerve, most people can do it. Gasoline's combustion value was beyond question. But high combustion value did not mean a high burning temperature. The traditional public image of a Molotov was extremely simple: a beer bottle, gasoline, and a strip of cloth, commonly known as a Molotov cocktail. But a Molotov lit with an open flame was far too primitive, and with such a simple composition, it clearly wasn't much of a cocktail. The burn duration was also too short. So Shun Siyun began mixing drinks, adding some common ingredients into the bottles in proper proportions: white sugar to increase heat output, rubber to increase viscosity, use motor oil to add atmosphere, and so on. On top of that, he added a bit of decoration to the bottle itself, sticking a small piece of sodium metal to it with waterproof cloth. That way, he could skip the ignition step before throwing the Molotov. Once the bottle shattered, it would ignite on its own. After replenishing his thrown weapons, Shin Siyun poured some of the leftover potassium nitrate fertilizer onto the vegetables in the planter boxes and picked 2 cucumbers. After testing the grounding of the rooftop lightning rod, he closed the iron door to the roof. The radio said the emergency supply point will be set up by tomorrow, and distribution will begin the day after. The nearest supply point to us should be at the plaza in the Central Street Park. Jean Lin put down the radio in her hand. Finally, some good news. So the supplies will be provided normally now? No. Supplies will definitely be rationed according to head count, and official supply points usually only provide the most basic necessities. If you want cream rolls, then that's definitely not happening. Right? The light cream in the fridge is about to expire. Let's do some baking this afternoon. Jean Lin looked full of anticipation. So the whole family gathered around the oven and got busy, making a serious dent in their ingredients. As night fell, the city no longer had its usual dazzling lights. Only scattered flashlight beams and the occasional distant firelight swayed in the darkness, while bursts of noise and screams could be heard from afar from time to time. Suddenly, several flashes of white light flickered in the clouds. With a rumble of thunder, the dry ground finally welcomed rain. After getting an alert from the water immersion sensor, Shun Siyun walked into the yard while eating a mochi bread. He climbed up the ladder, pulled out the rainwater collection pipe, cleaned the filter screen, and then reconnected the pipe to the water storage barrel. After that, he went into the garage, took down the boar hunting spear from the mop wringer rack, and began practicing thrusts. Back in his earlier years, Shin Siyun had once been a full-on Chuyuni youth, obsessed with Tang sabers and Han swords. What he liked most was polishing blades until they gleamed like mirrors, sharp enough to shave hair and slice paper. To practice his chopping skills, he would swing at bamboo mats, hemp rope, and bones at home whenever he had nothing to do. For a while, the family ate pig trotters every single day. Even the dog would just shake its head at the sight. It wasn't until he joined full armor combat a few times and got beaten so badly by polearms that St. Shun's sword finally gave up on competing with blades and switched classes from saber to lancer. As the saying went, an extra inch of reach meant an extra inch of advantage. An extra inch less meant an extra inch more danger. For ordinary people, even blocking the chops of sabers and swords was already difficult enough. Against the thrust of a long weapon, unless you had a shield, it was almost impossible to defend against. Back during the anti-war wars, when the 8th Route Army lacked bayonets, they suffered badly in close combat against the bandits. Even when they clearly had the advantage in numbers, more of their men would still get stabbed down, to the point that they later replaced broadsabers with red-tasseled spears. Generally speaking, for attacks against the torso, with the same amount of force, a thrust was far more lethal than a slash. The reason was that a thrust was a linear attack and could injure internal organs. A slash was a horizontal attack and was very difficult to use to damage internal organs in a single blow. That was also why street thugs liked to use machetes to scare people. A few swings and the skin would split and the flesh would tear. But if they didn't hit an artery, it only looked scary. If someone had a dagger in hand and drove it in with one stab, injuring the internal organs, then that was basically a human life gone. In all kinds of street fight videos, when someone is getting slashed in a life or death moment, the rush of adrenaline often lets the victim put up a fierce fight against the attacker, sometimes even snatching the blade and counter-killing. But as for people who get stabbed in the gut and still have the strength to fight for their lives, Shun Siyun had truly seen very few of them. That was why the weapons he had carefully chosen came in 2 kinds, the Zulu Chio and the grain sampler. One long and one short, one for range and one for close combat. They could be used together as primary and secondary weapons to deal with enemies at different distances. First of all, both were ordinary agricultural tools. The materials were cheap, the structure was simple, and production was high, so the price was extremely low. They were basically maintenance-free. If one got damaged, there was no need to feel bad about it. He could keep several on hand and replace them regularly. Even if they rusted, their lethality would not decrease. If anything, they might even come with bonus magic damage called tetanus. Second, as thrusting weapons, they had a terrifying appearance and extremely strong intimidation value. Just holding them gave off the effect of convincing people with reason. The Zulu Chio, commonly called a pig hunting spear, was basically a spear. As for the grain sampler, commonly called a rice probe. It could take grain samples and also human tissue samples. It was basically a bloodletter. Lastly, as a law-abiding citizen, after thoroughly studying both martial arts and criminal law, Hiro Shun had sold off all those controlled weapons he used to own that hovered around the edge of legality. I grow vegetables at home, so using a Zulu Chio to turn the soil is perfectly reasonable, right? I like stockpiling grain, so owning a rice probe is also perfectly reasonable, right? If criminals break into my house by force, and I panic and grab one to defend myself, that's perfectly reasonable too, right? That was what innocent civilian Mr. Shun had to say. The tip of the pen lightly scraped across the paper, making a soft, rustling sound. In the basement, the man was holding a clipboard and tallying the food reserves at home. It had already been 5 days since the solar storm disaster happened, and Shun Siyuan had started taking inventory of the supplies in his house. By shelf life, the food at home could be roughly divided into 3 categories. Ordinary food that needed daily consumption and rotation, ordinary food with no expiration date, and emergency food that could be stored long-term. As a humanoid hamster, Shun Siyuan had liked hoarding all kinds of food ever since his student days, indulging in the satisfaction and sense of security that came from stuffing storage space to the brim. But while stockpiling felt great for a while, expired food turned into a landfill. When consuming near-expiration food became a task, the pain it brought was especially intense. Although many expired foods merely had worse texture and flavor and were still technically edible, unnecessary health risks still had to be avoided as much as possible. So aside from foods like salt, white sugar, honey, dried goods, and alcohol, which naturally had extremely long shelf lives when stored properly, Shun Siyuan tried to avoid stockpiling too much everyday food. As for the various emergency foods people traditionally thought of, their strengths and weaknesses were all very obvious. They could not just be bought blindly. First were all kinds of canned foods, with shelf lives ranging from 1 to 3 years. The advantage was that they were ready to eat as soon as opened, and the can itself could be heated directly, saving tableware. And since canned food relied on high-temperature sealing and vacuum preservation, it did not need extra preservatives in the first place. As long as it was stored properly and did not leak, even eating it after expiration usually only meant worse taste and texture. It was not a big problem. The disadvantage was that most canned foods were triple-high foods, high sugar, high oil, and high salt. Their texture was soft and mushy, and the flavor was heavy. Shun Siyuan's delicate stomach simply could not handle that long-term. After trying all kinds of canned food, he had also discovered that most metal cans on the market nowadays came with pull tabs for easy opening. Compared with traditional cans that used a can opener, their risk of leakage was much higher. Once one can started leaking, if it was not discovered in time, it could corrode the whole box of cans. Those small factory products marketed with so-called military branding were the hardest hit areas. Some had even spoiled before reaching their expiration date. Because of that, for metal cans, he had stored 10 tubs each of dry powdered canned goods like milk powder, cocoa powder, and instant mashed potato powder. He also had 50 cans each of classic big brand canned goods with low water content, such as luncheon meat and black bean days. As for fruit cans, he had deliberately chosen glass jars, with over 100 jars in total of things like yellow peaches and syrup, pineapple and syrup, and waxberries and syrup. This not only reduced the risk of leakage, but also allowed the glass jars to be reused repeatedly, using the new lids he had prepared in advance. Plus high-temperature sterilization with a pressure cooker, he could conveniently make homemade canned food. Next came compressed biscuits, with shelf lives ranging from 2 to 4 years. Their advantages were small size, high density, portability, easy storage, and low price. Under normal circumstances, they could also be eaten up as snacks. And because they were vacuum-packed, their actual storage life was around 10 years. The downside was that they could not be used as a staple food for the long term. They required a large amount of water to swallow, and eating too much made the stomach bloat and caused acid reflux. On top of that, compressed biscuits did not taste very good. After eating them for too long, they became as tasteless as chewing wax. So he had only stocked 5 buckets, each of number 90 compressed rations and number 13 compressed rations. As for all kinds of self-heating foods and single-soldier rations from different countries, they were huge in volume and expensive in price, basically luxury goods. Their overly short shelf life also made them completely unsuitable for large-scale stockpiling, so he gave up on them directly. After ruling all those out, Shun Siyuan ultimately chose freeze-dried emergency food as his main household food reserve. Put simply, freeze-dried food was like the vegetable packets in instant noodles. Its principle was mainly based on vacuum freeze-drying technology. The core of this technology lay in using low-temperature, vacuum, and drying to directly sublimate the water in food into water vapor, thereby preserving the food in a dried state. It could effectively extend shelf life without damaging the food's original nutrients, color, aroma, flavor, or shape. After being dried, freeze-dried food became extremely light in weight and reduced in volume, making it easy to carry and transport. When it was time to eat, all one had to do was add boiling water back in, and most of the food's original form and taste would return, even if there was no fuel available. Using cold water would not affect edibility. It would just need to soak a little longer. This trait fit emergency survival needs perfectly. After all, if there was no water, stockpiling food was meaningless. The first time Shen Siyuan came into contact with freeze-dried emergency food was when he went mountain climbing outdoors with a friend. His friend opened a bag of Mountain House curry grilled chicken rice, poured hot water into the pouch, and after 10 minutes opened it and stirred it, producing a rice bowl that tasted close to freshly made food. While eating instant noodles himself, Shen Siyuan had immediately become interested in this kind of outdoor emergency food that needed no preservatives and could still last 7 years. Then he discovered that Mountain House also sold canned versions with a shelf life of 30 years. Aside from being expensive, they were basically perfect emergency food. Freeze-dried food was widely used in foreign outdoor and survival circles because of the rich variety of dishes and diverse flavors. Quite a lot of foreigners also treated it as convenient daily food. Besides Mountain House, which focused on the outdoors, there were also ReadyWise and August farms, which focused on emergency use. Their signature large plastic buckets often appeared in all kinds of foreign survival shows. Take ReadyWise entree bucket, for example. One plastic bucket weighing 65 kilograms contained 14 kinds of entrees and side dishes, totaling 150 servings, enough to support one person's emergency needs for 2 months. With nitrogen-filled sealed storage, the shelf life reached as long as 25 years. Shen Siyuan bought 24 ReadyWise entree buckets, 12 ReadyWise breakfast buckets, 20 August Farms breakfast buckets, and 20 August Farms lunch buckets as long-term food reserves. Inside a bunker where every inch of space was precious, they only took up one large storage rack. Yet in emergency, they could provide more than 2 years of rations for a family of 3. The price was high, but it saved a lot of trouble. It could be stored long-term without rotation, basically like leaving a food bank deposit for your future self and family. It was just that these foreign freeze-dried foods, while offering dozens of different dishes, still didn't really suit Chinese tastes. Because of that, Shen Siyuan also bought some domestic freeze-dried foods as supplements, such as Shanzishu with a shelf life of 5 years and Changwo with a shelf life of 10 years. There were very few domestic freeze-dried food factories making emergency food, and the prices weren't exactly cheap. On the contrary, freeze-dried pet food came in a huge variety. All kinds of freeze-dried cat food and dog food were cheap, sold in large quantities, and filling. Shen Siyuan didn't spend much before stocking up enough food for the cats and dogs for 2 years. Including the everyday ingredients still left in the fridge and cabinets, Shen Siyuan's household currently had enough food reserves to support the whole family for about 3 years. With grain in hand, there was no panic in the heart. Ample supplies were the confidence that let the whole family stay behind closed doors. After taking stock of the food reserves, Shen Siyuan began sorting through the other daily necessities at home. If you had to ask what would run out first in Shen Siyuan's home, the answer would definitely be toilet paper. Even though it wasn't expensive, the daily consumption was astonishing. Whether facial tissues or toilet rolls, once you stocked up a few big packs, they would quickly take over the home as storage space. That was also why foreigners rushed to buy toilet paper the moment anything happened. After all, they were used to wiping everything with paper. To reduce paper use at home, Shen Siyuan installed washlet smart toilet seats on every toilet in the house, using water to replace toilet paper. And in daily life, he asked his family to use soft cotton wipes that could be rinsed and reused as much as possible, only using regular tissues when things were extremely dirty. Although this was a bit troublesome in everyday life, at least it ensured his family wouldn't end up wiping their asses with leaves during extraordinary times. It also effectively reduced the amount of garbage in the house, which was extremely important during long periods of living in the bunker without being able to go outside. By the 6th day, the solar storm's rampage had finally begun to show a trace of fatigue, but the chaos and unease it left behind still hung over the city like a dark cloud. Scattered shards of glass along both sides of the street silently told of the terrifying days before. The first ray of morning sunlight pierced through the thin fog and lit up the end of the street. Just then, a steady and forceful rhythm of footsteps broke the city as silence. People woke from their dreams, or had long since been unable to sleep, and all pricked up their ears, catching this unusual disturbance. Their hearts were full of confusion and anticipation. None of them knew what kind of change this sudden sound would bring. As the noise drew closer, people went to their windows one after another, carefully pulling back a corner of the curtain to look outside. They saw rows of army green figures marching in perfect step along the street toward the city center. When the citizens confirmed that it really was the army entering the city to maintain order, an indescribable surge of excitement welled up in their hearts. They looked at one another, their eyes shining with tears and joy. Then, it was as if the whole city had been stirred by some invisible force. Cheers and applause rose like waves, coming from every window and every street. The troops assigned to Shen Siyuan's neighborhood assembled in the Central Park. After the leading officer finished his mobilization speech, the units split up and dispersed. Some squads were responsible for clearing obstacles from the roads to ensure rescue vehicles and supplies could move through without obstruction. Some squads went to the emergency supply points to help the staff maintain order. The rest set up temporary checkpoints. checking the identities of those coming and going while deterring lawbreakers. The military swiftly filled the vacuum of order left by the disaster, and the city's chaotic situation gradually came under control. At the same time, emergency supplies transported by the military began flowing non-stop to supply points all over the area, and long lines of citizens quickly formed outside those stations. As basic order gradually returned, by the afternoon, one black market after another spontaneously formed around the supply points. These black markets were not illegal trading venues in the traditional sense, but rather a form of self-organized exchange and replenishment created by people under conditions of material scarcity and a distribution system that had not yet fully recovered. In a black market, there were no fancy stalls and no loud hawking, only cardboard signs covered with information about needs and available goods, and silent barter taking place between people. Those with skills were also earning compensation by providing services, and among them were even some heavily made-up women in the corners striking suggestive poses. No one in the black market was using paper money anymore. The new common equivalents had become cigarettes, alcohol, cola, and coffee. In the disaster, under constant psychological pressure and physical suffering, people's demand for all kinds of addictive substances had risen sharply. Anything that helped relieve stress or numb the nerves immediately became extremely sought after. At the same time, weapons, tools, and fuel were especially popular, while medicine and medical equipment were worth more than gold. In the crowd, Shun Siyuan had himself wrapped up tightly in a hat, sunglasses, and a mask with an action camera mounted on his head. He clutched the backpack strapped to his chest and searched for his trading targets. The bag was stuffed with all kinds of medicine, mainly common oral broad-spectrum antibiotics such as cephalosporins, amoxicillin, levofloxacin, oxytetracycline tablets, and so on. The rest consisted of some commonly used cold medicine, blood pressure medicine, painkillers, heart emergency pills, zhengqi water, and 3 insulin injections wrapped in ice packs. Besides medicine, the bag also held 2 portable water filtration devices known as life straws, along with several bottles of drinking water purification tablets. Most medicine only had a shelf life of 2 years. Shun Siyuan selected the near-expiration portion from the medicines his family normally kept stocked at home, packed it all up, and brought it here to make use of it. Because of the water outage, power outage, and lack of supplies, all kinds of epidemics were spreading through the city on a large scale under the terrible sanitary conditions. The medical system had already been overwhelmed to the brink of collapse, and pharmacies had been looted clean in the early days of the disaster. Under the panic, all kinds of medicine were in desperate shortage and nearly impossible to get. After several rounds of haggling and flipping goods around, the things in the black-hearted merchant Shin's bag were quickly sold off at sky-high prices. Under the furious glares of patients' family members, Shun Siyuan, shamelessly profiteering from disaster, didn't even want the bag anymore. He covered his pocket and fled the black market at top speed. The various gold ornaments in his pocket still carried the warmth of their former owners, clinking and tumbling against one another. On the way back, Shun Siyuan deliberately circled through nearby blocks a few times to avoid being followed. As expected, malls and shops everywhere were in complete disarray. Every surviving store had pulled down its rolling shutter or boarded up its display windows with wood. The glass of many homes was also shattered across the ground. A few luxury houses seemed to have suffered fires, their open gates and smoke-blackened walls like the gaping mouth of an abyss waiting to devour the living. When passing a high-end residential complex, he noticed that the residents had spontaneously organized themselves and blocked off the main entrance with debris, leaving only a small opening. Several young and middle-aged men stood guard at the entrance with both long and short weapons, watching every passerby with vigilance. After making sure no one was tailing him, Shun Siyuan ran back to his front door. He took off the clothes he was wearing and stuffed them all at once into a medical waste bag by the entrance. Before going out this time, he had specifically worn old clothes that were already meant to be thrown away. Chaos is not a pit. Chaos is a ladder. All are illusion. Only the ladder is real. Struggling to climb, it is everything. Jia. Wearing nothing but a pair of underwear, Shun Siyuan let out a villainous laugh. He dumped all the gold into the basin and poured alcohol over it to disinfect it. Stop showing off and go take a shower first. Jean Lin walked over wearing a mask and sprayed alcohol onto Shun Siyuan's hands as she spoke. Wife, come look. 2 gold bars are sitting here right now. Tell me, which one is noble and which one is filthy? Shun Siyuan said in wild delight. Please, I'm begging you, put on some pants. Jean Lin rolled her eyes and shoved Shun Siyuan toward the bathroom. After scrubbing himself clean, Shun Siyuan sat at the dining table and started checking today's spoils with an electronic scale. The heaviest items were 4 gold bracelets. Together, they weighed a full 200 grams. Besides that, there were also 2 50-gram gold bars. As for the rest, gold pendants, gold rings, gold earrings, gold necklaces, gold bracelets, and other jewelry, it all added up to more than 100 grams. Compared to what those medicines had originally cost, this trade had been extremely profitable. Oh, my precious, my treasure. Shun Siyuan picked up a gold bracelet and said, Gold is nice, but it's not really useful right now. You can't eat it, and you can't wear it as food. Jean Lin rested her chin on her hand and looked at her husband helplessly. Gold and silver are not naturally money, but money is naturally gold and silver. Once economic activity recovers, even just for risk aversion and value preservation, precious metal prices will definitely skyrocket. You mean the situation is going to improve very soon? Since the army has already entered the city, that means order will be restored soon. The solar storm only interrupted the original social connections. It didn't completely destroy the means of production. A disaster on this level is still something the world's #1 industrial nation can endure, Shun Siyuan said with certainty. On the morning of the 7th day after the disaster began, Shun Siyuan got up early and went into the yard to do his usual workout. He had only done a few stretches when he saw Anrin arching her back while standing on the feces tray, so he could only yawn while rummaging around for the poop scooping tools. After the dog finished taking a dump, she half-heartedly scraped backward the air a couple times with her hind legs, then walked away, pinching his nose. Shun Siyuan used the clipper to toss the freshly produced waste into the compost bin nearby. The compost bin in the yard could hold about 50 gene of waste. When using it, things had to be added in order. 1 layer of composting microbial bedding, 1 layer of pet feces, 1 layer of kitchen scraps. Shun Siyuan had specifically used biodegradable cat litter made from natural plant fiber. After fermenting for 1 to 2 months, the cat poop and dog poop could be turned into useful fertilizer. By the way, why didn't we install a biogas digester home? Jean Lin asked as she stretched and walked over. There are only 3 people in this house, even counting 1 cat and 1 dog. The amount of feces is still nowhere near enough to produce biogas. We do need to raise at least a few more pigs. Haha, I don't even dare imagine what the house would smell like then, Jean Lin said with a laugh. Exactly, and with biogas digesters. Gas production is high when the weather is hot, so there's oversupply. Then in winter, the gas supply becomes insufficient again. The waste inside also needs to be cleaned out regularly. It's dangerous and not very stable, so people in the village don't like using them anymore. Shun Siyuan added. Right then, a burst of high-frequency electronic screeching suddenly came from outside. Then the loudspeakers started up. Hello, hello. Oh, there is sound now. Residents of Yuanjiang Community. This is the Community Self-Governance Association. According to instructions from higher authorities, we are now beginning a registration count of residents currently staying at home. After hearing this notice, please bring your identification documents and go to the Community Service Center as soon as possible to complete registration procedures and collect your supply card. Shun Siyuan opened the surveillance system on his phone. On the screen appeared the red-vested people who had been gone for many days. They were now walking through the streets and alleys with loudspeakers in hand. Should we go register? Jean Lin asked happily. Absolutely not. We're not taking their supplies anyway. You really don't seem to like dealing with them. Good things don't just deliver themselves to your door. Martial law will probably last for a while. Supplies aren't going to be handed out for free. Just cleaning up environmental sanitation alone is going to require a huge amount of labor. Are you ready to obey orders? In troubled times, harsh laws are used. For deep-rooted illness, strong medicine is needed. Under a global catastrophe, if the authorities want to restore order in production, they definitely use iron-fisted methods to reorganize society. The first step is always a full survey. True. Then let us stay out of it. Shun Siyuan actually agreed with centralism, but only at the national level. When facing disasters and outside threats, centralism was without question far stronger than liberalism in both organization and combat capability. But at the individual level, everything became different. He disliked the feeling of handing over private rights to public power. The underlying nature of power was violence. That made him lose his sense of control and security, especially when he himself didn't hold power. A man's position was decided by where his backside sat. As an ordinary nobody, he chose to avoid it. Inside his own home, he had built a bunker that could detach from the social system at any time and operate independently, so that during chaotic times, he could maintain his family's standard of living. He had been a sci-fi fan since long ago. The story The Town Beneath the Tower from Science Fiction World magazine had been what first awakened his survivalist way of thinking. The story was set in a future town protected by a high tower, where a group of survivalists believed a world-destroying war was inevitable. They stockpiled supplies and built a high tower in the center of the refuge town. At the top of the tower was a cannon capable of firing death rays, equipped with fully automatic detection devices. It was used to protect the town from outside threats. The logic behind the tower's operation was simple. With the tower's base as the center, everything within a radius of 5 kilometers was a forbidden zone. Any outsider who entered would be killed immediately. The same went for the town's own residents if they stepped past the line between life and death. After civilization was destroyed, the town became a paradise in the long age of chaos. The townspeople escaped the brutal struggles of the outside world and the survival law of every man for himself. They lived plain pastoral lives, occasionally trading goods with the outside world across the line between life and death. There was no conquest, no plunder, no expansion, and even less killing. The mayor was little more than an unnecessary figure. The climax of the story was when a survival group, 10,000 strong, gambling with death. launched suicidal charges in an attempt to seize the town and seize the tower. And yet their purpose was only to cast off the heavy burden of survival on their shoulders and embrace an easy, beautiful life. Life is supposed to be easy and happy. Shen Siyuan finished the last bite of breakfast and glanced at the radio on the dining table. At that moment, politicians on the broadcast channel were giving mobilization speeches, chattering endlessly as they called on citizens to join the disaster relief effort. The content was hollow and empty. The wording was ornate and flashy, but they avoided the key issue of how benefits would be distributed. That reminded him of a famous saying online. If they tell you to consider the big picture, then you're definitely the one outside the picture. If they tell you not to hesitate over the cost, then you're the cost. If they encourage you to do something, that means they want you to go be cannon fodder. If they forbid you from doing something, that means they want to keep all the benefits for themselves. Master Anti-Scam Mr. Shun raised a hand, turned off the radio, and picked up the tablet at his side to play games. The tablet was packed with classic old games from the era when smartphones had just started to rise. Fruit Ninja, Plants vs. Zombies, Angry Birds, Temple Run, Monument Valley, and so on, more than 300 in total. Shen Siyuan normally didn't play online games. Whether it was fair competition or pay-to-win gacha, it all felt like cyber work to him. Since he disliked socializing, he also hated the scheming and verbal sparring in online games. Put simply, he just wanted to play games quietly, not be played by the games. But he had only played for a short while before the tablet was snatched away by his precious son. Shun Mu happily sprawled across the sofa and started slicing fruit on the screen. The helpless old father had no choice but to open the drawer, take out a 3DS handheld, boot up Monster Hunter, and start hunting. As a retro gaming enthusiast, Shen Siyuan had bought a huge number of consoles, discs, and cartridges back in his student days. He had even once wanted to try collecting every console model in history. But after he started working, all his energy went into making money and stockpiling survival supplies, so that plan was dropped halfway. After his son was born, he sold off most of his gaming hardware as well. What he hadn't expected was that there were actually a lot of people just as obsessed with retro games as he was. Old players were scrambling to collect consoles from past eras, and profiteers jumped in to hype the market. The result was that what he had thought was electronic junk all sold for high prices. Especially the few limited edition handhelds he had kept in brand new condition with complete packaging. They directly earned him a small windfall. Now, Shen Siyuan didn't have many gaming devices left, and all of them were handhelds that didn't take up space. Consoles from before the 6th generation, in other words, anything before the PS2, could all be played through phone emulators. So he paired one of his retired old phones with a telescopic game controller and inserted a 1 TB TF storage card. Then he installed the Pegasus front end and various Android emulator apps, copied in the game ROM files, and just like that, a homemade handheld loaded with as many as 8,000 games was born. As for original hardware, he kept one PSV 2000, one new 3DS, and one Switch OLED. The 3DS was a dual-screen device, and its top screen even had glasses-free 3D, so it was naturally hard to replace with emulation. Fortunately, the 3DS was also backward compatible with the previous generation NDS. Its 512 GB memory card had more than 283 DS games and more than 500 NDS games installed on it. Because the Switch library was extremely huge, and its games also took up a lot of storage space, Shen Siyuan had no choice but to give up on collecting everything. His two 1 TB storage cards held around 300 carefully selected games. Lastly, Shen Siyuan had also bought a Windows handheld to run PS3 and Xbox 360 emulators. On its 4 TB solid-state drive, he had installed more than 200 PS3 games and more than 200 Xbox 360 games. Not even counting the PC games on his computer, the number of games on just these 5 mobile devices had already broken 10,000, more than enough for the whole family to play until the end of time. After that, Shen Siyuan fished out several open-source handhelds from the corner of the drawer and started thinking about when to trade them for something at the black market. These so-called open-source handhelds were really just portable game consoles cobbled together by small domestic factories using outdated chips. The games were all retro titles run through emulators too, and there were several thousand of them. When he was slacking off at work, he would occasionally take one out and play. Anyway, they weren't expensive, and in daily life, he could also use them like electronic walnuts to fiddle with in his hands. The night was deep as ink, heavily blanketing the entire city. This was the city's 8th silent night. The aurora in the sky had already disappeared, leaving behind only a profound darkness. Without the usual brilliant light pollution, the sky had become unusually clear and deep. Under the faint moonlight, a father and son sat on the roof of their home, admiring the scattered stars. Look, that's the Big Dipper. It hangs at the edge of the sky like a ladle. No matter when, it can guide our direction. The boy followed his father's finger and looked up. Sure enough, 7 bright stars were linked together, like a lighthouse in the night sky, making him feel both amazed and reassured. He said excitedly, "It's true. It looks like a question mark." The father smiled and nodded, then continued guiding him. "Look over there. That's the Milky Way. The Milky Way galaxy where our blue star is located is like a dazzling river stretching across the entire sky. Even though it only looks like a faint band of light right now, if you look through a telescope, you'll find countless stars hidden inside it. His son listened, completely captivated. His gaze traveled through the starry sky along with his father's guidance. Suddenly, he noticed 3 especially bright stars and couldn't he help asking, Dad, were those 3 stars next to the Milky Way? Oh, that's the summer triangle. His father smiled as he explained, it's made up of Vega, Altair, and Deneb, those 3 bright stars. They stand out especially in the summer night sky. Did you know? There is also a beautiful legend about those 3 stars, called the Cowherd and the Weaver Girl. The father began telling that ancient story while the son sat beside him, his eyes shining with curiosity and longing for the unknown world. Under the starry sky, the silhouettes of Shun Siyuan and his son looked especially warm and harmonious, as if the whole universe had frozen in that moment. Just then, a faint humming sound began spreading through the air. At first it was barely noticeable, but gradually it became clearer and stronger. That was the sound of transformers starting up, and also the sign that power was about to return. After round-the-clock emergency repairs, team after team made up of power workers, technicians, and volunteers had overcome one difficulty after another in the harsh environment, finally bringing a glimmer of hope back to the city. Citizens all moved to their windows or stood on their balconies, searching with expectant eyes for the light that was about to brighten the night sky. Finally, a beam of light broke through the darkness. It was a sign that a distant substation had gone back into operation. Immediately after, more lights began turning on, one after another, like fireworks blooming in the night sky, gradually outlining the city's shape. Streetlights, the indoor lights of buildings, even the sign lights of a few distant shops, all of them woke up in this sudden burst of brightness. The nearby residents began cheering in their homes, hugging one another and sharing this hard-won joy. The children were even more excited. They ran and played between light and shadow, as if the whole world had become more beautiful because electricity had returned. As expected of a developed coastal city, the power came back fast. Shen Siyuan took Shenmu downstairs. As the power supply was restored, the city's water system also regained power. Although the flow was still somewhat weak and unstable at first, and the water was mixed with a lot of rust and sediment as time passed, by daybreak, the flow gradually became strong and clear. Residents all turned on their taps, letting that long-lost running water flow into every corner of their homes. People stood beneath their shower heads, rinsing themselves off. At the same time, they opened their mouths and drank directly, feeling that coolness and satisfaction well up from deep inside. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Shan Siyuan decided to go to the company and take a look, and also scout out the situation outside while he was at it. So he rode his bicycle to the Tech Innovation Park. The company he worked for was located on the 3rd floor of an office building there. Shen Siyuan had majored in industrial design in college. In order to start earning money earlier, he had chosen to take the graduate school entrance exam after graduation and had gone straight to work instead. After moving through 2 major companies, he had job hopped to this design firm called Beitong Innovation. The company's main business was design consulting. For years, it had been doing outsourced product design and development for tech companies. Shen Siyuan had grown along with the company, participating in the design and development of several major projects, such as surgical robots, powered exoskeletons, nursing robots, and so on. The company wasn't too large. It only had a little over 20 employees, and most of them were engineering guys just like him. He really liked the work atmosphere here. It didn't have that suffocating, bloated feeling of endless buck passing that big corporations had. The income was also quite good. He could take home $400,000 to $500,000 a year, and most importantly, his workplace was very close to home. After unlocking the glass door with his key, Shun Siyuan saw the boss, Wang Jie, lying back in a reclined ergonomic chair, snoring like thunder. Wang Jie was his senior from the same university, for years above him, and also a returned overseas master's graduate. Many years ago, he had left Design Affairs, a top European design company. After returning to the country, he had joined Zhujiang Group, served as the lead designer for multiple hit drone products, and had even received a regional leading talent award bonus. Not wanting to disturb the boss's deep sleep, Shun Siyuan went straight to his desk and turned on the computer. The network still hadn't recovered, and his phone still had no signal. After plugging in the portable hard drive, Shun Siyuan transferred the data to the computer. Before the disaster happened, the project he was responsible for had already entered its final stage. During the 1 week he had stayed at home, he had finished the closing work. After syncing the data, Shun Siyuan turned on the company's 3D printer and started printing several ABS plastic parts. Just then, Wang Jie woke up. Holy shit, Siyuan? With things this chaotic, you still came to the company? I was bored staying at home, so I came to see how the company was doing. Also borrowing the company's equipment to print a few parts. Some stuff at home needs repairs. Oh damn, life's treating you pretty well. I see you've even gained weight. If I'd known, I would have bought a villa too. Brother Jie, you've been living in the company this whole time? Ah, don't even mention it. I only escaped from the park's disaster shelter in the middle of last night. Came here to sleep for a bit first. I'll head home later. Wang Jie's home was a large flat on the 27th floor. After the power outage, he couldn't get back home even though he had one, so he had no choice but to take his wife and child into the disaster shelter. During the conversation, Shen Siyuan also learned that aside from the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled, most civilians in the shelter had to take part in high-intensity labor. Under militarized management, only by completing assigned tasks could they receive their full allotment of living supplies. I'm telling you, I've never been this miserable in my life. People crammed on top of people in there. Couldn't sleep well, and I won't even get started on how filthy and chaotic it was. The worst part was how stifling it felt. The team leader was like a prison warden, cursing you like you were his grandson, and you didn't dare talk back, because he controlled the supply distribution. Wang Jie poured out his grievances. Shen Siyuan noticed that Wang Jie's arms were covered in dense red rashes and mosquito bites, and unconsciously tightened his mask. Just then, a noise came from the innermost boss's office, and the boss's wife came out with the child. Not talking anymore. We're heading home first. Remember to lock the door before you leave. As for company matters, we'll get in touch after communications recover. After the boss's family left, Shen Siyuan began packing up his workstation. He pulled open a drawer. Inside, all kinds of EDC carry tools were neatly arranged. All of them things he had previously left at the company as backups. Among them were a Swiss Army knife, Leatherman pliers, pure titanium utensils, a white laser flashlight, a tactical pen, knuckle duster, a claw knife, a folding knife, and a titanium alloy water bottle, among other things. He had always been obsessed with these refined toys for middle-aged men. During downtime at work, he liked taking them out and fiddling with them for a bit. And in emergencies, they could actually come in handy. As the saying went, men stayed boys until death. Only the toys got more expensive. After stuffing the EDC tools into a backpack and taking the freshly printed parts, Shen Siyuan shut the doors and windows and left the company. After riding for a few minutes, Shen Siyuan arrived at his destination, Future Plaza, the supply distribution point in the Tech Innovation Park. Although it was still early, the area around the plaza was already growing lively. People moved through it, some hurried and some unhurried, each busy with their own affairs. Shen Siyuan quickly found the nearby black market. It was in a shady area under the trees in the corner by the plaza's east gate. After looking around and evaluating the position and popularity of each stall, he finally picked a spot close to the roadside, but not too conspicuous. Shen Siyuan carefully got off his bike and locked it to the nearby railing, making sure it wouldn't get in pedestrians' way, while also keeping it convenient for him to use at any time. He took out a waterproof sheet from his backpack and swiftly spread it on the ground as his temporary stall. Then he took out his treasures one by one from the bag and used them to pin down a sheet of A4 paper with the words, "Gold transactions only." After setting up the stall, Shen Siyuan didn't rush to call out to customers. He simply waited quietly. He believed that good things would naturally attract the right buyer. People came and went, and quite a few asked questions, but no one actually made a purchase. Near noon, a well-dressed middle-aged man stopped in front of his stall, his gaze drifting over the items. An outdoorsman military enthusiast? The middle-aged man asked in a lowered voice, clearly someone who knew his stuff. Shen Siyuan smiled faintly and said with deliberate mystery, "All good stuff? Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't bear to sell them." Hearing that, a flicker of interest passed through the man's eyes, and he began selecting carefully. How much of the whole lot? 100 grams of gold. 90 grams. That backpack is nice too. I want that as well. The middle-aged man pulled out 3 plastic-sealed 30-gram investment gold bars from his pocket, each stamped with a bank logo and AU 99.99. All right, deal. Seeing that the other party was so knowledgeable, Shen Siyuan stopped haggling. The two quickly completed the transaction. After packing up the goods, the middle-aged man left in satisfaction. Watching his Mystery Ranch tactical backpack disappear into the distance, Shen Siyuan couldn't help feeling a little regretful. TCH, I should have brought a cheap bag like last time. Just as he swung a leg over his bike and prepared to leave, a group of law enforcement personnel in uniform, shoulder insignia gleaming, appeared in view. Nobody move. A special operation to inspect prohibited goods is now underway. Please cooperate, a team leader loudly announced through a megaphone. At his command, the officers quickly spread into different areas and began inspecting the stalls one by one. The vendors instantly descended into chaos. Some hurriedly packed up their goods and tried to run, while others stood frozen in place, at a loss. Shen Siyuan touched the gold bars and 3D printed parts in his pocket, stepped down on the bike pedals, and quickly left the plaza area. Along the way, Shen Siyuan saw soldiers standing guard at the entrances of various bank branches, pacing back and forth with grim expressions and using walkie-talkies to contact one another from time to time. On the main road, a sanitation and disinfection vehicle slowly drove past, spraying specially treated mist to clean away the grime and foul odors that had built up because of the power and water outages. Batch after batch of volunteers in protective suits, holding cleaning tools, were drenched in sweat as they cleaned up garbage. 2 technicians were fastening safety ropes beneath a base station tower, seemingly preparing to climb up and repair the equipment. After riding into Yuanjiang community, where his home was located, Shen Siyuan headed straight for the neighborhood park. The park bulletin board was covered with all kinds of notices, and some missing person flyers were scattered across the ground. Skipping past the various public security cooperation notices, Shen Siyuan found the information he needed. Starting from the morning of Monday, June 17th, next week, the entire city would lift traffic restrictions on private vehicles. When he returned near home, he found that the mountain of trash at the garbage disposal point had already been cleared away. So he called out to Jean Lin and had her bring out all the garbage that had piled up at home, and the two of them threw it into the dumpster together. "So your bag got snatched away again?" Jean Lin asked in confusion. Ran into someone who knew his stuff. "I seriously suspect that guy bought everything else just because he wanted my bag." Shen Siyuan left. As a prepper, Shen Siyuan had no fewer than dozens of all kinds of bags at home. Backpacks were core equipment for the new school survivalist, and their importance went without saying. Choosing a backpack suited to one's own needs directly affected one's chances of survival under extreme circumstances. Survival backpacks could generally be divided into two categories: professional outdoor backpacks and military tactical backpacks. In terms of load-bearing systems, outdoor backpacks have a certain advantage when it comes to comfort. A refined carrying system is one of their main features. They usually come with wide, thick shoulder straps, waist belts, and chest straps, along with ergonomically designed back panels. By distributing pressure scientifically, they reduce the burden on the body during long periods of carrying. Tactical backpacks, on the other hand, tend to have relatively simplified carrying systems, placing more emphasis on stability so they can adapt to rapid movement and tactical environments. If compared in terms of modularity and attachment systems, military tactical backpacks clearly come out ahead. Their external modular lightweight load-carrying equipment system allows users to attach all kinds of tools, external pouches, and more, while also making them quick to access, greatly improving the backpack's expandability and flexibility. Outdoor backpacks have a much more limited external attachment system, mainly used for carrying common gear like water bottles and trekking poles. As for durability and materials, both generally use high-strength, wear-resistant, and waterproof materials such as nylon and synthetic fibers. Outdoor backpacks pay more attention to lightweight fabrics and functionality, while tactical backpacks place more focus on tear resistance and abrasion resistance to handle harsher tactical and combat environments. Good backpacks generally use waterproof and wear-resistant materials like Cordura, Gore-Tex, and TPU. These materials not only offer good waterproofing and breathability, but also durability, tear resistance, and easy cleaning, ensuring the safety of supplies in harsh environments. Take the Mystery Ranch 2-day tactical backpack Shen Siyuan had just sold, for example. It was made from 500D Cordura abrasion-resistant nylon fabric and had a capacity of 27 liters. It was equipped with an adjustable carrying system that could be modified according to the user's body shape and load-bearing needs. The outermost layer had the signature Y-shaped 3-way zipper design, allowing the bag to open wider for quick storage and retrieval of items. The backpack's tactical attachment system could also carry various tools, such as flashlights, walkie-talkies, carabiners, glow sticks, and small knives, making it very suitable as an escape backpack. Shen Siyuan put the gold bars into the safe with a satisfied look on his face. After this transaction, the physical gold in his possession now weighed more than 500 grams. That could definitely be counted as striking it rich. After discussing it with his wife, Shen Siyuan decided to set off tomorrow afternoon for his parents' place to check on how the family was doing. The Tianmu mountain range was located about 100 kilometers northwest of Yuzhou City. The range was enormous, stretching for 200 kilometers with a width of about 60 kilometers, running overall from southwest to northeast. It was like a majestic natural barrier guarding the northern region of Jiangnan province. The main peak of the mountain range, Qingliang Peak, stood at an elevation of 1,800 meters, while the average elevation of the mountainous area exceeded 900 meters. The climate here was pleasant, warm in winter and cool in summer, with fresh air, dense forests, and abundant water systems, as well as multiple national-level nature reserves. The air was also rich in negative ions, with concentrations exceeding 100,000 per cubic centimeter, and had remarkable therapeutic effects on respiratory illnesses. At this moment, Shen Siyuan was driving along the winding mountain road. The navigation software on the car's display showed that no satellite signal could currently be found, affected by the solar storm. Most satellites in orbit had malfunctioned, and many had even been scrapped outright. Fortunately, he had driven this road many times before, so he was not likely to lose his way. Shunmu and Enran were sitting in the back seat, each sticking his or her head out one side of the window, fully enjoying the forced oxygen bar. Machio, meanwhile, was lying in the cat carrier with its eyes closed, seemingly a little carsick. After a 2-hour drive, the family finally arrived at their destination for this trip, Bamboo Village. Bamboo Village, originally named Bamyushan, was located in Anji County of Huzhou City. In the 17th year of the Chongzhen reign, Chuang King Li Zicheng broke into the capital city of Yanjing, and the Zhou Ming dynasty fell. Soon after, the Manchu Qing entered through the pass, and their iron cavalry swept south all the way. 10 days of Yangzhou, 3 massacres of Jiading. Jiangnan was plunged into a storm of blood and slaughter. Because of years of war, The common people fled into the deep mountains one after another to escape the chaos of soldiers and war. According to legend, a group of women and children fleeing disaster arrived here at that time and discovered that the place was remote, rarely visited, surrounded by verdant scenery, and tranquil in environment. After discussion, the 8 mothers leading them decided to begin clearing wasteland and creating farmland, settling down here. From then on, this group of people lived a secluded life hidden in the mountains, self-sufficient and cut off from the world. More than 300 years passed, and to commemorate this history of 8 women opening up the land, later generations named the village Bamushan. It was only later, to simplify the place name, that it was changed to Bamboo Village. The village sat in a mountain hollow at an elevation of 800 meters. The nearby highest peak, Jingxian Summit, stood at over 1,000 meters, and from the top one could overlook the entire surrounding area. The car slowly drove into the village. On both sides of the road were a few scattered farmhouse restaurants and local specialty shops. Through the glass doors, it was clear that they had long since been deserted. Broken signs lay on the ground with no one maintaining them. During the bubble economy era more than 10 years ago, the village had built quite a few leisure and vacation facilities. Because it was close to a metropolitan cluster, it had once become a niche tourist destination. But as the crown virus struck, the number of visitors dropped sharply, and the once lively village returned once again to its original silence. Since all the young people had gone out to study or work, only a little over a dozen households remained in the village now, most of them elderly people. The brief prosperity of the past had left the village with fairly good infrastructure. Although the asphalt road was only 2 lanes wide, its condition was still pretty decent. After parking the car steadily by the roadside, Shun Siyuan opened the trunk and carried out bag after bag. Shenmu had already jumped out of the car impatiently, dragging and ran with him as he rushed to the courtyard gate and began pounding hard on the iron door. After a while, accompanied by the sound of footsteps, the courtyard gate slowly opened. When Shun Siyuan's mother, Wang Qin, saw the figures at the entrance, a look of surprise instantly blossomed across her face. She quickly stepped forward and pulled Shan Mu tightly in her arms, tears glimmering in her eyes as she kept saying, "You finally made it." Hearing her voice, Shen Siyuan's father Shenhai, his father-in-law Jin Shi, and his mother-in-law Yang Fan all came running out of the house as well. In that moment, all the longing and worry turned into warm embraces. After entering the house, the whole family began to get busy. Jin Shi and Yang Fan went into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Wang Qin helped tidy up the rooms, and Shen Siyuan and Shenhai, father and son, sorted out the various supplies they had brought in the car. "Your mom has been worried about you all this time. She couldn't eat well or sleep well. She kept saying she wanted to go into the city to find you. Now, she can finally stop worrying." Shenhai patted Shen Siyuan on the shoulder. During dinner, Shen Siyuan told the family about the situation in the city, while the parents shared bits and pieces of their life up in the mountains. Laughter rang out around the 12-seat round table. This house was a homestay rebuilt after tearing down an old rural home, and its original owners had been an elderly couple. Back then, not long after the homestay started operating, the crown virus broke out, and business took a sharp turn downward. The old man and old woman also fell gravely ill and passed away during the first wave of infections. Later, as tourists grew fewer and fewer, the property management company handling operations also withdrew one after another, and the couple's children, who had already emigrated overseas, put the house up for sale. Because the land ownership belonged to the village collective, what could actually be sold was only the right to use the house. What the buyer and seller actually signed was also a lease contract with a term of 20 years. Through an additional private agreement, they also stipulated that the lease would be automatically renewed after expiration. There were many such rural houses. After the elderly passed away, most of them would remain vacant for long periods. As for the children working outside, under normal circumstances they would only come back a few times a year. If the children's household registration has already been moved out of the village, then the house can't be torn down and rebuilt. It can only be reinforced and repaired. If a house is left unattended for a long time and collapses, the village collective can even take back the homestead. Because property rights weren't secure and market liquidity was poor, this kind of real estate was mostly ignored. Shen Siyuan had personally visited several villages. After looking over dozens of failed homestays, he finally chose this place for 3 reasons. First, the village sat at a high enough elevation. The climate was pleasant. Mountains surrounded it on all sides, and rivers ran around it. Aside from the basic farmland, the village also had large orchards and tea fields. The nearby forests were rich in resources as well. If they shut their doors, they could remain self-sufficient here for a long time. Second, the main structure of the house had been torn down and rebuilt, so it was relatively new. The renovation was fresh, and the furniture and appliances were fairly complete. Its location was also in the northwest corner of the entire village, secluded, with its own gate and courtyard, and no neighbors nearby. Last and most importantly, the original owner had already emigrated and settled abroad, so the chance of disputes later was very small. At the time, having predicted that housing prices were going to fall, he persuaded his newly retired parents. In the end, they sold their old, shabby, tiny commercial apartment in the city at a high price and bought this place for retirement. As domestic housing prices began a long, slow decline, his father-in-law and mother-in-law also sold their elevator apartment in the suburbs and moved here. With 4 people, they could finally make a full mahjong table. Xiao Shun, you don't need to worry about us here. Every day we drink mountain spring water piped right into the house, grow vegetables, raise chickens, work out and fish. Life couldn't be healthier. Jin Chi had drunk a little and was slightly excited. Haha, okay dad. Shin Si-Yuen raised his glass and clinked it with his father-in-law as to show his agreement. Drink less and eat more. These pine nuts were picked up in the mountains last year. Hurry and try them. Yongfen brought over another dish. Stir-fried corn with pine nuts. Mom, there's already more than enough food. Sit down and eat. Jean Lin felt bad seeing her mother so busy and pressed Yongfen back in her seat. As the night grew deeper, after eating and drinking their fill, the family all returned to their rooms to rest. Shenmu was in an unfamiliar environment and didn't dare sleep alone. So Jean Lin had no choice but to stay in the same room with their son. Shun Si-Yuen lay alone on the bed, listening to the insects chirping outside the window, and began thinking about tomorrow as planned. The next morning, after breakfast, Shun Si-Yuen gave his wife a look. Jean Lin immediately understood, then took the child and the dog out for a walk. Shun Si-Yuen called both sets of parents over. After everyone sat down, he opened a round-table meeting. Dad, Mom, you know me. With my habits, I don't ask others for help no matter what. Shun Si-Yuen began. You brat. Cut the crap. If you've got something to say, spit it out. Shen Hai scolded with a grin. Yeah, if there's anything you need us for, just say the word. Jean Chi chimed in. I'm planning to resign from the design company and switch careers into breeding. The 4 people present all showed shocked expressions when they heard Shin Si-Yuen's words. For a moment, none of them could speak. Son, what are you planning to breed? Wang Qin was the first to break the silence. Chinese giant salamanders. What are you? ISNT, that a protected national animal? Yangfen asked in surprise. I already got all the licenses a long time ago. Second generation artificially bred Wawayu can legally be farmed. They could be eaten and sold too. Shin Si-Yuen took out the aquatic wildlife domestication and breeding permit and the farm transfer contract and placed them on the table. Shun Si-Yuen, don't tell me you watched a little bit of Ji Fu Jing and thought you could make a fortune too. Take my advice, that show is all a scam. If you really try to learn from it, you'll definitely lose everything. Jin Chi got worked up. Exactly. You got a perfectly good job, but you insist on messing around in an industry you've never even touched before. The risk is too high. Starting a business is like gambling. 9 times out of 10, you lose. Yongfen also came around and voiced her opposition. Son, don't get carried away on impulse and use your own interest to challenge someone else's livelihood. Wang Qin gently held Shun Si-Yuen's hand. The atmosphere became a little awkward for a moment. Shun Si-Yuen said nothing on the surface, but inwardly he was very pleased. Not bad. Everyone in the family is very rational. Looks like I won't have to worry about them getting scammed in the future. Just then, after reading the contract, Shinhai slowly spoke up. This Hawaii you're talking about, is it raised in caves? Yeah, Hawaii like dark, cold, damp environments. They have high requirements for water quality, need constant temperature cultivation, and can't be exposed to light. I get it. You're using breeding as a cover to build a mountain shelter. Shinhai knew his son best and was the first to see through his real intention. That was hardly surprising. When Shun Si-Yuen built a house in the city, his father had contributed both money and labor. The marital home had been built like a warehouse, with a bunker underneath. There was no way he could have hidden its purpose from him. Stop acting. We're family, so don't speak like outsiders. If you want our approval, show some sincerity. Shinhai folded his arms and leaned back strategically. Sure enough, I still couldn't hide it from you. Shun Si-Yuen smiled bitterly. The other 3 were also jolted awake by that one sentence and began to think. Fine, I won't pretend anymore. I'll lay my cards on the table. I'm not actually planning to resign, so I need you all to act with me and play the part of salamander breeders. Shun Si-Yuen spread his hands. That's not hard. Where exactly is the farm? Shun Hai began evaluating the project. On a mountainside, 1 kilometer from here. There's a road leading directly to the cave entrance. Is the structure there safe? Wang Qin asked worriedly. It's a half-natural, half-man-made cave. It's already been in use for more than 10 years, so the structure is quite stable. I'll take you all there later to see it in person. Wait, is there really a need to build a shelter? Jin Chi looked a little lost. Xiao Shun, did you get wind of something? Yangfen pressed. I'm not a prophet. I can't predict when disaster will happen. Maybe it'll happen tomorrow. Maybe it'll never happen. I just want to make some preparations, so I won't regret it later. With just one line about being prepared. You want to rope people in? That's not very convincing. Shinhai narrowed his eyes. Shin Si-Yuen took a deep breath and revealed his trump card. The terrifying consequences caused by this solar storm are only going to truly show themselves next. Modern agriculture is highly dependent on electricity. The irrigation systems of crop farming, the feed processing of livestock farming, the water supply, the temperature control systems, without exception. A global blackout causing major reductions in this year's grain and meat output is already a certainty. The higher the level of agricultural modernization in a place, the greater the impact. As for aquaculture, it'll be even worse. Without electricity to circulate water and supply oxygen, total production loss can already be inferred. The same goes for high-density poultry farming. After a power outage, large numbers of birds are bound to die. In past disasters, food preservation facilities like grain depots and cold storage could still support humanity until the next round of agricultural production was completed. But this time, the timing of the major blackout is in the northern hemisphere summer. Large amounts of stored grain and reserve meat will also rot and spoil. Human society today may already have lost its ability to withstand pressure. A food crisis is very likely in the future. After hearing Shun's words, everyone present immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. Then shouldn't we be rushing to stockpile food? Why build a shelter? Jin Shi blurted out. Then his expression suddenly changed drastically. He immediately realized a terrifying possibility. Feeding everyone is hard. Eliminating some of them so the rest can be fed, that isn't hard. Shun spoke slowly, plunging everyone present into silence again. Right now, the population of C Nation is 1.3 billion, and the global population is 8.5 billion. Yeah, that really is a bit difficult. You convince me. I have no objections. Shanhai walked out into the courtyard and lit a cigarette. Son, you're right. Mom will listen to you. Wang Xin let go of the hand that had been holding Shun's. Xiao Shun, you see farther than we do. Tell Dad honestly, what else is going to happen next? Jin Shi said in a low voice. Dad, you don't need to worry too much either. The grain crops with high external dependence in CG Nation are soybeans and corn, so the main impact will be on cooking oil and meat. Hard times are definitely coming next, but we should still be able to endure them in the end. Building a shelter is mainly to guard against man-made disasters. You mean someone might take the opportunity to stir things up? Very likely, with technology having developed to the current AI age. All kinds of low-end jobs are being rapidly replaced by machines. The people at the bottom are already starting to lose even their value as targets of exploitation, reduced to the garbage population in the mouths of rich elites. The white elites promote the idea that 20% of the population creates most of the value, while the other 80% are useless trash that cannot create new value, parasites that can only barely survive on the scraps of consumption left behind by the elites. You can already see this kind of value system being pushed in all kinds of entertainment products now. Poor people are all vicious and willing to do anything, while rich people are all gentle, kind, and full of compassion. They also believe that Earth's resource and environmental problems are caused by too many useless, inferior people, and that high-tech means should be used to eliminate and weed them out. That's the so-called plan to reduce the garbage population that's been spreading all over the internet. Shen Ciyuan's shocking words once again left his father-in-law and mother-in-law silent. There's a famous stone monument in Migua. The same passage was carved on it in 8 languages, and the very first line was to maintain humanity below 500 million and live in eternal harmony with nature. Later, it was blown up. That actually sounds kind of reasonable. Yangfa nodded unconsciously. What reasonable, my ass? If you can't solve the problem, then you solve the people? What kind of bandit logic is that? Good thing got blown up. Just hearing it is enough to make your hair stand on end. Jin Chi cursed. Dad is right. To put it bluntly, the root of the problem is that the social elites occupy most of the wealth and resources, yet avoid the responsibility of leading humanity forward. So under the enormous economic losses caused by the solar storm, all the contradictions that have built up before will usher in one grand explosion. The ruling groups, already used to provoking the lower classes into harming each other, will definitely use all kinds of methods to shift the crisis. War, plague, riots, any method that can reduce the population, they'll use it. We need to prepare early. After discussing it privately with Yang Feng for a while, Jin Shi also made his decision. Xiao Shun, we don't have any objections either. After speaking, he handed over a bank card. This is the money from selling the house before. I tried giving it to Lin Lin, but she refused to take it. The password is her birthday. Take it and do what you think is right. Shun Ciyuan hesitated for a moment, but still accepted it. In the future, there would most likely be bank runs and panic. If the financial system could not hold up, the currency would sharply depreciate until it turned into waste paper. To be safe, the top priority was still to exchange the money for physical goods as soon as possible. Thank you, Dad, Mom. Don't worry. We'll treat this money as a loan to me and Jean Lin. We'll pay you back in the future, Shen Ciyuan said seriously as he stood up. Oh, come on, what payback? If Mom and Dad's money isn't for you, then who else would it be for? Yangfen laughed. After the family meeting ended, Shun Ciyuan immediately led the family to the cave to inspect the site without delay. They bumped their way upward along a simple gravel road. Dense vegetation on both sides kept brushing against the car body, making rustling sounds. In the end, the vehicle broke through the green encirclement and stopped on the spacious concrete ground in front of the cave entrance. The family got out one after another and walked toward the entrance, only to see a tightly shut iron door blocking the way. Shen Ciyuan pulled out a key from his pocket, unlocked the thick chain lock on the door, then pushed the door hard to the left. With several crisp, clattering sounds, a wave of cool air rushed at them. Shen Siyuan opened his backpack, took out several flashlights, and handed them to the people present. He himself put on a headlamp and was the first to walk into the pitch-black cave. A bright beam instantly pierced the darkness, illuminating the neatly arranged square cement breeding pools on the ground ahead. The water pipes above the pools stretched all the way into the depths of the cave. The others hurried after him, full of curiosity as they began observing the environment inside the cave. The inside of the cave had already been excavated and leveled. The ground, walls, and ceiling were all covered with a smooth layer of cement, and from time to time, water droplets dripped down from above. The space inside was wide, with a height of a little over 3 meters and a width of less than 9 meters. This cave is really deep, Jin Shi said with a sigh. Yeah, it's a little over 500 meters long. As the group kept walking inward, a fork in the passage suddenly appeared on the right wall, exposing the mountain's original yellow-brown rock. The one on the right is a natural tunnel. Just follow the main passage, okay? Don't take the wrong way. Shen Siyuan warned loudly. Where does that tunnel lead? Shanhai asked. To an underground dark river. It flows all the way down the mountain. The breeder mentioned it to me before. One time, he lost a brood fish weighing over 100 gene, and in the end, other villagers found it in a pond at the foot of the mountain. Why didn't he seal off the tunnel? He deliberately kept it for diverting water. After the shelter is finished in the future, that LL also be our water source. As Shen Siyuan explained. He also told his family about what it had been like the first time he came here. Back then, when Shen Siyuan was still checking houses in the village. He discovered this cave while using an aerial drone to survey the surrounding terrain. After asking around among the villagers, he learned that this place was an abandoned giant salamander breeding farm. So he followed the trail and found the breeder, Old Man Li, to ask about the situation inside. After Shen Siyuan expressed interest in taking it over, the old man got so excited he nearly jumped up. Without another word, the old man climbed right onto his motorcycle and brought Shen Siyuan over to look at the site, afraid this easy mark would run away. After years of breeding, giant salamanders had already seen explosive output and were no longer rare. On top of that, their taste and texture were poor. So after satisfying their curiosity with the first try, most consumers lost all interest. With the market in a slump, the price of giant salamanders had dropped all the way from more than 1,000 yuan per gene at its peak to less than 20 yuan per gene. Under massive losses, small-scale breeders all withdrew and switched to raising bullfrogs and crayfish instead. To stop the losses, Old Manly had no choice but to clear out all the giant salamanders in his hands. After that, this cave was never used again and it sat empty for a long time. After the on-site inspection, Shen Siyuan immediately made his judgment. The inside of the cave was very suitable for conversion into a shelter. In the end, after a round of bargaining, Shen Siyuan bought the place at an extremely low price. Old Manly, feeling he had scored a huge bargain, even enthusiastically ran around helping him complete all the permits and paperwork. Shen Siyuan told the village that he was going to study the giant salamander's powerful repair and regenerative abilities, extract effective substances from it, and use them for stem cell applications and limb regeneration research. He babbled on with all kinds of professional terms. Oligosaccharide peptides, active peptides, collagen glycopeptides, chondroitin sulfate, just hyping it up and bluffing wildly. In the villagers' eyes, he was just a fraud hyping up concepts to scam investors out of money. Well, damn. So this is what you've been doing behind our backs. No wonder the old village chief turns and walks away every time he sees you. So he has scared you'll sweet-talk him into some scam operation, Yangfen said, and everyone burst out laughing. As they talked, the group arrived at the very end of the cave. Shen Siyuan crouched down and lifted a metal plate, immediately revealing a small hole in the ground. There's a natural cave below this. The water vein inside dried up a long time ago. It's bottomless down there. Old Man Lee used it as a drainage outlet. I plan to install both the sewage pipe and the garbage chute down there. This really is a perfect shelter location. No wonder you bought this place so decisively. Shanhai nodded. I searched a lot of places before I found this feng shui treasure land. Shen Siyuan looked pleased with himself. So how are you going to renovate this place next? And how will the construction be kept secret? Jin Shi asked. The design drawings were finished a long time ago. For the main structure, I plan to build it with shipping containers. Sea freight containers? Jin Shi asked in surprise. Yes, a standard 40-foot shipping container. There's enough room here to place 3 side by side and 40 lengthwise, for a total of 120 containers. After assembly is complete, the interior space will be roughly 480 meters long and 7 meters wide, with an area of 3,360 square meters, exactly the size of 8 basketball courts. Why use shipping containers to build it? Second-hand containers are very cheap, and their structural strength is high enough. There are already very mature prefab housing factories in the country. The interior finishing and equipment installation can be done directly at the factory. I get it now. It's basically what people call prefab panel housing, right? Construction site dorms and quarantine cabins are mostly this kind of thing, right? After everything is customized at the factory, it can be moved into the cave and assembled modularly. Then all that's left is to seal the entrance and install a blast-proof door. Not bad. If we did on-site construction, the approval procedures would be way more complicated. Shun Haiku and T helped clapping in admiration. It's getting late. Let us head back for lunch first, Shun Siyun suggested. So the group continued discussing things as they slowly walked out of the cave. When they reached the entrance, the glaring sunlight was so harsh that none of them could keep their eyes open. Only after quite a while, once they had adjusted to the brightness outside, did everyone get in the car and leave. Back at his parents' home, Shun Mu and Amron were still playing in the yard, while Jean Lin was already cooking in the kitchen. Shun Siyun walked over and hugged his wife from behind. Caveman, you're back. MHM, thanks for taking care of the kids. Did Mom and Dad agree to your plan? They did. Your dad already handed over all the money from selling the house to me. He really needs to be more careful about scams. Jean Lin sighed. After lunch, Shun Siyun sat down with the four elders. After taking out paper and pen, they began finalizing the details of the upcoming project. First was site leveling. They needed to demolish the cement breeding pools inside the cave first, then reinforce and strengthen the cave interior to improve the shelter's overall structural integrity. Second was waterproofing. They needed to install drainage pipes and blind drains inside the cave, then put in a proper waterproof layer afterward. Last was the foundation work. Reinforced concrete pile foundations had to be poured into the ground to elevate and secure the shipping containers. After discussing it, the family decided that Shun Hai would be responsible for handling the relevant approval procedures with the local authorities, while Shun Siyun would handle coordination with the factory and equipment procurement. Once communications were restored and social production resumed, both sides would split up and act immediately. Red umbrella, white stock, eat it and you'll lie on a board. Lie on a board, sleep in a coffin, then get buried in the hills. Buried in the hills. People cry and shout, friends and family all come to eat. Eat the meal, there are umbrellas too, and everyone lies on the board together. Shun Siyun moved through the mountain forest, singing a Yunnan mountain song while searching the ground for mushrooms. May and June were peak season for wild mushrooms to grow in the first place, and with a heavy rain falling in the mountains the night before, the mushrooms in the forest had started growing like crazy. So Shun Siyun decisively got up early and took Shenmu up the nearby mountain to pick mushrooms. Dad, there are some white mushrooms here. Shenmu suddenly pointed at an area under a tree and shouted. Shun Siyun quickly walked over. Before heading up the mountain, he had specifically warned his son that whenever he found mushrooms, he had to let him confirm them first before touching anything. You can't pick this one. It's poisonous. It's called Fei Jiao by Guei-san. Shun Siyun took out a termitomyces mushroom from the basket packed full of mushrooms and began teaching his son on the spot. Mumu, look, even though both of these are white mushrooms, the termitomyces is much bigger than this one. The by Guei-san ISNT, just smaller. It also has scales on top and ridges along the edge. You absolutely can't mix them up. Okay, I remember now. Shamu said, eyes wide. Near noon, the father and son, their harvest plentiful, returned home fully satisfied. After washing the mud off his feet, Shun Siyun went into the kitchen and began counting the morning's harvest. Most of the basket was filled with termitomyces and chanterelles, along with a small amount of boletes, more than enough for the whole family to eat for several meals. Just as he was about to make a stir-fried mushroom dish, a message alert suddenly rang out from his pocket. He quickly pulled out his phone and unlocked it. The cell signal, gone for 12 days, had appeared again, and all kinds of accumulated text messages flooded in like a tidal wave. After rapidly skimming through the messages, Shun Siyun tried using his phone to connect to the internet. But whether because of the signal or because the servers still hadn't recovered, the apps kept showing that they were unable to connect to the network. Phone calls, however, did go through. So he turned on the radio, and after switching through several channels, Shun Siyun heard the answer he had been looking for. According to the latest news from the National Emergency Department, among the large-scale communications drones dispatched this time are multiple wing long-series emergency disaster relief drones. These drones carry advanced mobile public network base stations and are capable of remaining in the air for extended periods, providing stable and continuous mobile signal coverage for remote areas. They have become airborne base stations restoring communication, building bridges of information for people across various regions. As telephone service recovered, the family began constantly making calls, contacting relatives and friends in different places. While exchanging news that everyone was safe, they also took the chance to ask about the specific situations in different regions. From the information they gathered, the losses caused by this solar storm disaster were staggering. It wasn't just all kinds of economic damage. It had also caused a large number of deaths. The prolonged water and power outages had led to a global public health crisis, with epidemics of cholera, dysentery, and other diseases breaking out. Patients who had underlying illnesses before the disaster had basically all failed to survive this period. Large numbers of corpses had piled up with no way to process them, and could only be buried on the spot temporarily while waiting for follow-up handling. With crime rates soaring, many places had also seen organized violent criminal incidents. All kinds of doomsday cult organizations had sprung up like mushrooms after rain, and the number of missing people had skyrocketed. Even now, many places still had not restored water, electricity, or communications and remained out of contact. After lunch, Shin Siyuan's family began discussing what to do next. In the end, they decided that Shun Siyuan would drive back first to his home in Yuzhou. Once the financial system recovered, he would cash out the entire family's savings and wealth management products as quickly as possible and convert them into physical goods as much as he could to reduce risk. Jean Lin, meanwhile, would stay on the mountain with the children, the cats and dogs, and the rest of the family, waiting until the situation became clearer before returning home. In addition, to prevent another situation where communication interruptions caused the family to lose contact across two locations, they also needed to buy shortwave radios as soon as possible. After packing the essential items he needed to carry with him, Shun Siyuan set off once everything was ready. While driving, Shun Siyuan was also thinking that when he had time, he should go get an amateur radio operator certificate, then apply for a call sign after obtaining a radio station license. Unexpectedly, not long after getting onto the expressway, he ran into the return traffic peak. The originally broad 8-lane highway, for in each direction, was jammed solid with a dense mass of private cars. Shun Siyuan noticed that the authorities had already opened green lanes reserved for material supply support. He counted the number of trucks entering and leaving the city, guessing at the recovery status of production in the city's industrial district. From the current situation alone, the trucks leaving the city seemed to be mostly empty. By the time he slowly inched up to the toll station ahead, he finally saw the cause of the traffic jam. A checkpoint had been set up in front of the toll station. A large number of peace officers were on guard there, and they were unusually equipped with submachine guns. All civilian vehicles entering the city were undergoing security inspections. The people in the cars also had to get out one by one for identity verification and questioning. A team of peace officers was searching vehicles with police dogs, and from time to time, people had prohibited items confiscated. Long and short blades of all kinds, as well as flammable and explosive items, went without saying. Entrenching shovels, ice axes, telescopic batons, stun batons, and pepper spray were all confiscated as well. Shun Siyuan saw that beside the car in front of him, a man was citing legal statutes, trying to convince the peace officer that what he was carrying was legal. All he got in return was a cold expression. After 2 verbal warnings, the talkative lawyer shut his mouth. Good thing all the disharmonious self-defense weapons were left on the mountain, Shun Siyuan thought in relief. When it was Shun Siyuan's turn, he quickly got out of the car and opened the trunk. After a while, the peace officer, wearing a complicated expression, returned the ruler and vernier caliper that had been found on him. As a designer, carrying measuring tools around was naturally perfectly reasonable. As for why the ruler was 12 centimeters thick and the vernier caliper was a full 1 meter long, that was of course because of the needs of large-scale industrial design. These two tools were not only suitable for daily work, they also happened to be excellent for self-defense. The ruler, made from high-strength endurance board, could easily split bricks and crack stone when used to strike. It was an extremely handy blunt weapon. To prevent it from slipping out of his hand during use, a hole had even been drilled in the end, with a wrist strap threaded through it. As for the oversized vernier caliper, it looked even more intimidating. It had 4 sharp measuring jaws on the upper and lower sides combined. When swung, it was tremendously powerful, with killing force like an ancient G or G. Shun Siyuan had already tested it in practice, even during the Yuzhou Asian Games. These two tools could pass subway security without a problem and travel all the way unimpeded. After passing the checkpoint and entering the city, traffic was still heavily congested. The municipal company was organizing manpower to repair and clear sewers and other drainage facilities. What should have been a 2-hour drive took Shun Siyuan a full 6 hours before he finally reached his front door. By then, it was already completely dark. Fortunately, public order in the city had stabilized again, and the curfew had already been lifted. After getting out of the car and closing the rolling door, Shun Siyuan immediately began checking all around the house without pause. The home security monitoring system showed that during the 3 days he had been away, nothing unusual had happened at home. The footage recorded by the cameras showed that several groups of people had come and rung the doorbell. After getting no answer for a long time, they left. Shun Siyuan stared at the screen for quite a while and only recognized that a few of them seemed to be nearby neighbors. They had all come during the daytime. There did not seem to be anyone suspicious, so he did not think much of it. What he cared about more was when the banking system would resume operations and when the civilian internet would return to normal. After going to the rooftop to water and fertilize the planting boxes, Shun Siyuan yawned and cooked himself a bowl of noodles. After dinner and a simple wash-up, Shun Siyuan set an alarm and fell fast asleep. After a full night's sleep, Shun Siyuan got up the next morning and headed straight for the bank. Today was the 13th day after the disaster. All bank branches had reopened, but only for small cash withdrawals, with a daily limit of 1,000 per person. The staff explained that they could only follow offline operating procedures for the time being. Large transactions would have to wait until the network was restored, which was expected to return to normal in the next 1 or 2 days. After withdrawing cash, Shun Siyuan rode his bicycle around the city. Most businesses were still in the process of recovery, and the streets were plastered with slogans and reporting hotlines. They were all propaganda posters about cracking down severely on price gouging, strictly prohibiting hoarding and profiteering, and reporting price fraud. Under the authority's strong suppression, Supplies of basic daily necessities were sufficient, and purchases were limited by ID card. Prices had basically stayed at pre-disaster levels. But Shen Siyuan noticed that in the supermarket, quite a few goods other than daily necessities had already disappeared. The empty shelves were extremely thought-provoking. That invisible hand of the market economy was clearly not something the authorities could easily reverse through administrative means. He returned home. Shen Siyuan took some wontons out of the fridge and started boiling them. While he was eating breakfast, his phone suddenly gave a notification. External network connected. Shen Siyuan excitedly put down his spoon and opened the browser. Although the internet speed was extremely slow, the latency was absurdly high, and foreign websites were still completely inaccessible. At least some domestic websites could now be logged into normally. The traditional IPv4 root servers had been developed under the lead of the Rice Nation, with a total of 13 clusters worldwide. The Silk Nation did not directly possess any of them and could only ensure the stability and security of the internet through the deployment of root mirror servers. Fortunately, the Silk Nation had not fallen behind in the deployment of IPv6 root servers. 4 IPv6-based root servers had already been independently deployed domestically, including 1 primary root server and 3 secondary root servers, distributed across 4 major cities in the country, providing the hardware foundation for the rapid restoration of the domestic internet. At this time, the Tianyan search website could already be opened normally, so Shen Siyuan started looking up nearby prefabricated building companies and called them one by one. After dozens of calls, 5 factories ultimately said they could take the order. One of them could start work immediately, and it was located in Linhe district, only dozens of kilometers away. After finishing the calls, Shen Siyuan continued trying to use mobile apps, but unfortunately most of them still could not be used, probably because their servers had not yet come back online. There was no time to lose. He quickly finished the rest of the wontons in a few bites. He changed into a suit, took the printed materials and his laptop, and drove to Linhe district. Linhe district was an economic and technological development zone specially established in Yuzhou, home to a large number of high-end equipment manufacturing enterprises, including a batch of prefabricated building factories. Without satellite positioning signals, and relying only on the cache map on his phone to figure out the direction, Shen Siyuan drove in circles several times and still got lost. In the end, he had no choice but to call the factory receptionist and ask him to come out and guide him. Only then did he find the factory entrance. On the stone sign at the gate were the words, Sunlei Prefabricated Construction Company, Limited. By then, the factory owner was already waiting at the gate. He was a middle-aged man with dark skin and a round belly. When he saw Shen Siyuan get out of the car, he quickly walked over, smiling and showing a mouthful of white teeth. Hello, welcome to our factory. I'm the person in charge here. My surname is Lin. Just call me Lin Pongzi. Hello, Boss Lin. I'm Shen Siyuan. I came today because I want to learn about your factory's custom container housing services and pricing. All right, Boss Shen. If you're doing prefabricated construction, you've definitely come to the right person. We're one of the first factories in the country to get into this line of business. It's too hot outside. Let's talk inside. Lin Pongzi warmly ushered Shen Siyuan in. Once inside the factory area, one glance was enough to see that the huge workshops were piled with all kinds of prefabricated components for assembly, and the production lines were in perfect order. But there were no workers on the lines right now. Clearly, the factory was still shut down. The group arrived at a meeting room, where technical personnel were already waiting inside. After sitting down, Lin Pongzi got straight to the point. Boss Shen, before we begin the detailed introduction, I'd first like to understand your specific needs, such as the scale of the project, the expected order volume, and your considerations regarding payment methods. That way, we can provide you with a more precise solution. Shen Siyuan gave a slight nod, took out the project materials he had prepared in advance from his bag, and handed them to Lin Pongzi. Boss Lin, this is the preliminary design for the project. It includes the scale of the project, the expected construction timeline, and some special standards the work needs to meet. As Shen Siyuan spoke, he waved away the cigarette being offered to him. As for the order volume, the first batch of the project will probably require 120 modular units. After that, it may gradually increase depending on how the cooperation goes. To improve his bargaining position, Shen Siyuan quietly exaggerated the scale of his project. As for the payment method, I hope there could be a flexible phase payment plan so that both sides' cash flow can be arranged reasonably. After saying that, Shen Siyuan opened the bottle of mineral water in front of him and drank. Fatty Lin nodded and picked up the proposal. When he saw the cover, his pupils widened involuntarily. Written on it were the words, Feasibility Study Report for a Modular Polar Observation Station Project. After flipping through it quickly, he slowly handed the materials to the technician beside him. President Shen, I more or less understand the situation now. Our factory can definitely meet the construction standards, but the price will probably be quite a bit higher than ordinary buildings, and purchasing some specialized equipment will also take time. As for the specific quotation, our technical staff will need a bit of time to calculate it. Would you like to wait a while? All right, you go ahead and work it out. I'll take a look around nearby. We can stay in touch by phone after this. Shen Siyuan packed up his bag. The moment he heard Shen Siyuan was leaving, Fatty Lin immediately shot his assistant a look. He stood up at once, slipped over, and snatched the briefcase from Shun Cun's hand. "Ah, President Shun, you came all this way. You haven't even had a cup of tea yet. Why not sit in my office for a bit? It won't take much time. By the time the quotation is ready, we can have a meal together too." Shun Cun looked at his bag and had no choice but to follow him all the way to his office, where he watched Fatty Lin put on a performance of his tea brewing skills. The office used a typical new Chinese style for its decor. Inside were imitation rosewood furniture, jade ornaments, a gongfu tea set, and a money tree in a pot. A piece of calligraphy hung on the wall, with the 4 bold characters "Heaven rewards diligence" written in wild, sweeping strokes. Shun Cun silently mocked it in his heart. Offices of middle-aged bosses in the Silk Nation really all looked like they came from the same mold. "President Shun, let me speak frankly. If this project doesn't use containers and instead adopts prefabricated integrated buildings, it could save quite a bit on costs." Fatty Lin handed over a teacup. Containers are convenient for rapid transport, and a modular plan also makes adjustments and expansion easier. Shun Cun drank his tea without revealing anything. "I see. Let me ask, bluntly, can the design requirements for this project really withstand polar climate conditions?" Fatty Lin began fishing for information. "It's more than enough. Conditions in the Svalbard archipelago aren't as harsh as Antarctica." Shun Cun started spouting complete nonsense with a straight face. Located near the Arctic Circle, the Svalbard archipelago was one of the inhabited regions closest to the North Pole. The Silk Nation's Arctic Research Station, Day Station, was located there. Although Svalbard meant cold coast, it was favored by the North Atlantic warm current. In winter, the average temperature there ranged from -16 degrees to -12 degrees, nearly 20 degrees warmer than Damao Nation and Jiamada at the same latitude. It was the highest latitude archipelago ordinary tourists could reach. In 1920, various countries signed the Svalbard Treaty, recognizing the archipelago as being under the jurisdiction of Viking Nation. However, other countries retained the rights to trade, conduct commerce, research, and development on the islands, including the Silk Nation. Citizens of the Silk Nation could enter the region visa-free with valid travel documents and reside there long-term, engaging in legitimate study, work, production, and business operations without needing to apply for permit documents from any national or regional government. A shelter overlapped greatly with a research station in both function and structure, so Shun Cun had referred to that to a certain extent when making the design. So he very naturally used that reason to ramble with Fatty Lin. "President Shun is truly promising. So young, yet already able to get a national project." At the tea table, Fatty Lin continued probing while drinking tea, his tone full of admiration. "Ha ha ha, you're overthinking it. I'm just an ordinary person. How can national project ever fall to me?" Shun Cun smiled faintly and avoided the topic. "You're too modest. How could an ordinary person possibly land this kind of project?" Fatty Lin clearly did not believe him. "Boss Lin, some things can't be spelled out too clearly. Even if we really do cooperate, when the contract is signed, only my name will be on it." Shun gently set down his teacup. "Ha ha. Some matters aren't convenient for the officials to come forward on. Iondocent. As long as the cooperation succeeds, everything else is easy to discuss." At this point, the way Fatty Lin looked at Shun Cun had already changed. The story of the Silk Nation's first aircraft carrier, Guangyu Ningjing, could be said to be known by every household. That aircraft carrier had originally belonged to Airmao Nation, but for various reasons, it had never been completed. At a critical moment in history, a group of unsung civilian heroes, led by businessman Mr. Xiao Chun, resolutely bought the carrier and successfully brought it back to the country. This feat not only filled the people with pride, but also became a legend. In Fatty Lin's eyes, Shun Cun was just such a similar figure. He had already imagined Shun Cun as a civilian agent bearing an important mission, heading to the Arctic archipelago after the solar storm to stake out territory for the nation and carry out a special task. Although Shun Cun knew Fatty Lin had completely misunderstood, he had no intention of clearing things up. After all, the shelter needed to stay low-key. The fewer people who knew about it, the better. Besides, letting Fatty Lin keep misunderstanding things was actually more beneficial to Shun Cun's actions. So Shun Cun chose to talk across channels and let Fatty Lin's imagination run wild. After that, the business negotiations became much smoother. At Fatty Lin's suggestion, Shun Cun changed the 40-foot standard containers to 40-foot high-Q containers, with the length and width unchanged. This type of container raised the height from 2.6 meters to 2.9 meters. It not only increased the interior volume, but also effectively improved the ceiling height for living spaces. In the end, they decided to purchase 8 tank containers for storing water and liquid fuel, 2 refrigerated containers to serve as cold storage, 10 side opening containers to use as warehouses, 10 side opening containers for installing large equipment, 50 high-cube containers as work and planning areas, and 40 high-cube containers as living areas. A total of 120 containers would serve as the main structure, and, through modular modifications, they would eventually form a base capable of long-term, independent operation. Before long, an initial quotation was delivered into the office. Shen Siyuan carefully reviewed the detailed list in the quotation and found that the total price was not much different from the figure he had calculated before the solar storm broke out. He looked up and said calmly, "Boss Lin, as far as I know, the shipping industry is still paralyzed right now, and container market prices have already fallen by more than half. Shouldn't your quotation be adjusted accordingly as well?" After saying that, he lightly tossed the quotation onto the table. Hearing this, a trace of awkwardness appeared on Fatty Lin's face, but he quickly recovered his composure. He smiled and said to Shen Siyuan, "I'm really sorry. My people must be gotten lazy and directly used the old calculation formula. I'll go out right now and give him a good scolding." With that, he stood up, called over his assistant to continue entertaining Shen Siyuan, and then walked out of the office. After a while, Fatty Lin returned to the office holding a new quotation. He handed it to Shen Siyuan and explained, "There is absolutely no problem with this price now. We've already adjusted it based on the actual situation." Shen Siyuan took the quotation, checked it carefully, and nodded. This time, the quoted price had dropped by quite a bit. Seeing that Shen Siyuan approved of the quotation, Fatty Lin secretly let out a sigh of relief. He then added, "This is only a preliminary quotation. The market prices for all kinds of materials are still pretty chaotic right now. During construction, the supervisor can make further adjustments according to the actual situation." Shen Siyuan smiled, then put the quotation into his briefcase. After that, Fatty Lin brought Shen Siyuan downstairs to the banquet hall for a meal, warmly inviting him to sit and even pulling out a chair for him. Looking at the table full of lavish dishes, Shen Siyuan could not help sighing inwardly at Fatty Lin's generosity. In this year of great disaster, who knew how he managed to get his hands on these ingredients? At the table, aside from the factory staff, two seductive women had also appeared and were enthusiastically urging him to drink. They were dressed revealingly, wearing heavy makeup and looking at him with eager faces. Shen Siyuan hated this kind of scene the most. He felt a little displeased, but it wasn't easy to refuse outright. So he leaned close to Lin Pengzi's ear and whispered, "I still need to discuss the engineering details with the technicians this afternoon. Drinking will delay serious business." After hearing that, Lin Pengzi immediately showed a delighted expression and nodded in understanding. Then he waved his hand, signaling the two women to take the alcohol away. After that, he smiled and said, "President Shen is right. Work comes first. Let us eat first." As he spoke, he personally ladled Shen Siyuan a bowl of soup and placed it in front of him. Then Lin Pengzi began explaining to the others, "President Shen is a very dedicated man. He is meticulous about work. We should all learn from him." Everyone quickly chimed in and started flattering him. After the meal, Shen Siyuan opened his laptop and began finalizing the engineering details with the factory's technical staff. After an entire afternoon of revisions and improvements, the engineering plan was finally finalized and the relevant contract was also completed. After checking it several times to make sure there were no loopholes, Shen Siyuan signed the contract with Lin Pengzi. The two parties agreed that once the first batch of funds arrived, the factory would begin work immediately. "President Shen, stay for dinner too. Even if you get drunk, it's fine. We've already prepared a room for you to rest in." Before Shen Siyuan left, Lin Pengzi still tried to keep him there for the night. "Their discipline, Shen Siyuan said helplessly, naturally referring to the discipline at home. "Oh, don't worry. From here on out, I'll definitely complete the mission with guaranteed quality and quantity. I won't disgrace the country." Lin Pengzi thumped his chest. Clearly, there had been a tiny bit of deviation in how he understood that discipline. On the way home, through the car window, Shen Siyuan noticed that some of the roadside woodland and green belts were being pushed down and leveled by several large machines. The once lush trees and green grass had now vanished without a trace, replaced by bare stretches of land. As the car continued forward, he noticed more and more wasteland being opened up into neat furrows, with farmers busily planting on the newly reclaimed fields. This was undoubtedly an unusual signal, confirming Shen Siyuan's earlier guess. Watching the sun set in the west, Shen Siyuan tightened his grip on the steering wheel. June 21st, summer solstice, Friday, the 14th day of the solar storm calendar. Shen Siyuan drank coffee as he looked at the various curves and numbers on screen. Because of the prolonged power outages, investors' confidence in the market had suffered a severe blow. Combined with the reduced market transparency caused by poor information flow, panic had spread through the market exactly as expected. The first to take the hit was digital cryptocurrency, which had plunged by 94%. Hundreds of thousands of accounts had been liquidated, and the market was on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, precious metals such as gold, as traditional safe haven assets, had once again become the market's favorites. People were rushing to buy gold, hoping to use it to withstand the expected financial storm. Gold prices kept soaring, already exceeding 1,500 yuan per gram, and were still rising. Fortunately, the central bank had already raised the benchmark one-year deposit interest rate to 8% and had injected liquidity into the market by lowering the reserve requirement ratio, easing the funding pressure on financial institutions. In the news reports, every bank had made ample preparations before resuming trading. In the lobbies of bank branches, They had even deliberately stacked little mountains of cash on display to show off their cash reserves. After a whole morning of panic withdrawals, the public gradually regained confidence. And in the end, no bank run had taken shape. The stock exchange announced that trading would resume next Monday, and both stocks and bond were bound to face major turbulence. Shen Siyuan was too worried about that. No one in his family touched the stock or bond markets. Their liquid assets were all bank deposits and fixed-term wealth management products. At this point, he had already gathered all the family's funds into his own bank account. The cash deposits currently in hand were roughly 1,500,000. The bulk of the deposits was the 1,200,000 from his father-in-law and mother-in-law's home sale. Shen Siyuan's parents had used their savings to build him a house and pay for his marriage, leaving them with less than 300,000. As for the savings Shen Siyuan and his wife had accumulated after marriage, he had put all of it into a paper gold account. Paper gold was a form of book entry gold trading. The account recorded holdings in grams of gold, and purchases and sales were settled based on the current gold price. Compared with physical gold, it was more convenient and faster to trade, and the transaction costs were relatively lower. At present, the paper gold account showed more than 1,000 grams of tradable gold, most of which had been bought bit by bit over the past few years at low prices of 600 to 700 yuan per gram, adding the more than 500 grams of physical gold he had previously obtained through black market trades. The amount of gold Shen Siyuan could currently cash out had reached more than 1,500 grams, since gold prices were still surging sharply at the moment. Shen Siyuan had no plans to sell and cash out for now. After contacting Lin Ponzi by phone, he transferred the first prepayment of 1 million yuan. The average price of second-hand containers was a little over 3,000 yuan each, so 120 containers alone would cost 400,000 yuan. For the various internal equipment, renovation, and modifications, the average cost per container was also around 30,000 yuan, including the costs of sealing the entrance, supporting facilities, transportation, and installation. The total construction cost of the shelter project was estimated to exceed 5 million yuan. Originally, he had considered mortgaging the house in Yuzhou to get a loan. But judging from gold's current rise, that didn't seem necessary for the time being. To seize this brief window of opportunity, Shen Siyuan sped up the procurement process and placed phone orders for the various construction components needed for the early stage work. Just then, the sound of gongs and drums suddenly came from outside. Shen Siyuan went up to the rooftop and saw large numbers of military vehicles slowly driving out of the city. The 9-day military control had officially ended. The streets on both sides were packed with people, their faces filled with joy and gratitude. The organized civilians had formed neat rows, holding banners covered in slogans, expressing respect and thanks to the soldiers leaving the city. When passers-by saw this scene, they also stopped and joined the farewell lines. They stood by the roadside, warmly waving goodbye to the convoy, their eyes glistening with tears. As cars passed along the road, they also began honking their horns one after another, expressing respect and blessings. In their own simple way, the people were expressing gratitude to those soldiers who had silently protected their homes and defended order. By the afternoon, the various construction materials Shen Siyuan had ordered had all been loaded onto trucks one after another. The main items were more than 500 spring damping shock absorbers and the corresponding container bottom locks. The rest were building materials needed for waterproofing work. Shen Siyuan's car led the way in front, with the logistics company's trucks following closely behind, forming a temporary convoy as they headed grandly toward Bamboo Village. During the drive, Shen Siyuan turned on the car radio and listened to the news. The authorities had already announced that emergency rescue and disaster relief had achieved phase success, and that full resumption of work, production, and classes would begin next Monday. The experts and professors being interviewed were analyzing how post-disaster retaliatory consumption would produce a huge stimulating effect on the economy. They predicted that market demand would surge sharply over the coming months. The authorities would also increase investment and push post-disaster reconstruction in order to promote economic recovery. In the end, they optimistically declared that they were full of confidence in the future, believing that after this disaster, society would welcome new opportunities for development. After listening for a while, Shen Siyuan, in a bad mood, raised a hand and turned off the radio. Of course, he understood that confidence was more important than gold. He just had one question. During the Great Disaster, where were the people who had lost their income supposed to get money to spend? After 2 hours, the convoy finally arrived at the village, and Shen Siyuan immediately called his father. Shenhai and Jinshi, together with the construction crew they had found in Anji County down the mountain, started unloading the cargo. At this moment, a gasoline generator at the cave entrance was rumbling loudly. The original breeding pools inside the cave had all been dismantled, and the ground had also been leveled. The construction crew was digging the foundation pit, preparing for the next step of pouring reinforced concrete pile foundations. Each pile foundation would be fitted with a spring damping shock absorber, and then a specialized base lock would be welded on. In the future, they would only need to line up the containers and snap them into place to secure them. This method of fixation was equivalent to building an elevated layer for the work and living areas. It could effectively prevent standing water on the ground from corroding the containers and reduce indoor dampness. At the same time, it would also make the installation of water and electrical lines more convenient. With the addition of the spring damping shock absorbers, the shelter's earthquake resistance could be greatly improved. More importantly, later on, only 2 forklifts would be needed to complete the final assembly work. There would be no further need for the construction crew. I checked it together with the foreman. The cave structure is quite solid. It only needs some simple reinforcement, then we can add anti-fall netting. Before entering the cave, Shenhai placed a safety helmet on Shun Siyuen's head. That's good. I brought the waterproofing materials too. Once the concrete work is finished, we can directly do the waterproof layer. Following behind his father, Shun Siyuen began inspecting the situation inside the cave. No rush on that. Let's wait until the drainage ditch is dug first. What about sealing off the cave entrance? When will the blast door installation start? It's already been designed. That thing is huge and heavy. Even transporting it requires special permits in advance. The sealing work will start after all the containers have been moved into the cave. Okay, how's the progress on the containers? Work started yesterday. The first batch of 30 containers is mainly large equipment and storage facilities. The modifications won't take long, so they should be finished next month. The remaining 90 containers are all for living and working areas. The interior work will take more time, so it'll probably be after August. Good. I'll go talk to the foreman about something. You should head back and spend some time with Mumu first. Your son has been shouting for his dad these past 2 days. After all the materials had been stacked away, Shenhai walked over to the construction foreman and started discussing the next phase of work. When Shin Si-Yuen returned to his parents' house, the moment he pushed open the courtyard gate, he saw his son throw down the scooter in his hand and charge into his arms like a little cannonball. Dad! Dad's back! Shamu shouted loudly. Shin Si-Yuen picked up his son in one motion, hoisted him onto his shoulder, and walked into the house. Hearing the noise, Wang Qin came out of the kitchen and said with a smile, "You're back. Go wash your hands first. Dinner will be ready soon." "Okay, Mom. Where's Jean Lin?" "She and your mother-in-law are in the backyard washing the dog. This morning, Anren slipped out when we weren't paying attention. When we found her this afternoon, she was covered in mud. She was a complete mess." Shen Si-Yuen immediately took his son and joined the dog washing team. Bursts of mournful howls from the husky came from the backyard. At mealtime, the whole family sat around the table in cheerful harmony, while Anren lay on the floor on her side with a thoroughly dead-inside expression. As Shen Si-Yuen ate, he recounted how he had bluffed Fatty Lin, making the whole family burst into laughter. Looking at the smiles on their faces, he felt incomparably warm inside, and 2 lines of poetry slipped out before he could stop himself. "Wherein life is not the edge of the world, where my heart finds peace. There's my home." "Oh, Boss Shun, you can even recite poetry? Pretty artistic, huh?" Jean Lin teased. "Hey, Hith, I'm happy now that I'm home." Shin Si-Yuen placed a hand on his wife's shoulder. "That's right. Only where your family is can be called home. Otherwise, it's just a pile of bricks and cement." Shenhai said with a nod. "Ha ha. As long as the family stays united, there's nothing to be afraid of. Once the shelter is finished, no matter how chaotic the outside world gets, it won't affect us anymore," Jean Shi said with a laugh. "For the sake of secrecy, once the containers are delivered, we'll have to handle the pipeline connections and equipment debugging ourselves. You two will have to work hard again then." Shen Si-Yuen raised his glass in a toast to his father and father-in-law. "No problem. Stuff like this should have been done by ourselves in the first place. Otherwise, if something goes wrong one day, we wouldn't even know how to fix it," Jean Shi said, picking up his glass and draining it in one gulp. "I'll just follow your lead, Boss Shun. I'll treat it like coming out of retirement for rehiring." Shenhai took a sip from the drink in his cup. Before retirement, Shenhai had worked at a local construction company and had served as manager of the quality and safety department. Work related to engineering and construction was second nature to him. Jean Shi, on the other hand, came from an auto repair background and was extremely handy. If any of the household appliances at home broke down, he could usually fix them himself. Over the next day, the cave's internal renovation project progressed smoothly. A sign for Dongshi Dachi Ecological Aquaculture Company Limited was also put up at the cave entrance. This was a shell company Shun Si-Yuen had specifically registered earlier in order to take over the farm. Occasionally, some villagers would come by to ask questions, and Shenhai would deal with them by casually brushing them off under the excuse of farm renovations. After returning from the worksite, Shin Si-Yuen and Shenhai continued working through the details of the shelter, especially the choice of energy supply. "What are you planning to use for power?" Shenhai asked. "To keep the shelter running, at peak it needs about 300 kilowatt-hours of electricity per day. So the design includes 2 20-kilowatt diesel generator sets as backup for each other to increase system redundancy." Shin Si-Yuen handed over the design drawings. "That much power consumption?" Shenhai asked in surprise. "That's calculated under the most extreme conditions. The biggest power draw comes from the temperature control system and the 2 freezer containers, around 200 kilowatt-hours a day. Then there's the air filtration and circulation system, the lighting and supplemental grow lights for the planning area, and daily electricity use in the living quarters. Running everything at full power would be about another 100 kilowatt-hours. Under normal conditions, the power consumption won't be that high." "How long will the diesel reserves last?" The tank containers have a capacity of 67 cubic meters. One can hold more than 50 tons of diesel. Out of the 8 tanks, if we subtract the 5 used for storing water, we can store a maximum of more than 150 tons of diesel. 1 ton of diesel can generate about 3,600 kilowatt-hours of electricity, enough to last 5 years. Not going to increase the fuel storage a bit more? There's no point. Even with perfect sealing, diesel only has a shelf life of 3 years. With stabilizers added, 5 years is already the limit. If it's stored any longer, oxidation and deterioration will affect the engine's normal operation. If we're relying only on diesel generators, then the energy source is too single. Should we supplement power generation with solar or wind? Both of those methods are very unstable. They need a whole pile of energy storage equipment. Otherwise, the only way to balance peak loads will be pump storage. The equipment would also have to be set up outside the cave and would require frequent trips out for maintenance. Disaster resistance would be weak, and the shelter would lose its concealment. They're not suitable for use in the early stages of disaster. True enough, energy storage batteries are expensive and take up space too. Batteries also have lifespan limits. And after long use, lithium batteries can become a fire safety hazard, Shun Siyun added. Right, could we get hydropower working? Shanhai asked. There's an artificial reservoir nearby, and several small rivers too. The flow is enough, but the drop is too small. There's no suitable place to build a small hydroelectric station. The natural tunnel you mentioned before, doesn't it lead to an underground river? Would the elevation drop there be enough for power generation? Shanhai reminded him. That might work. I'll go down and take a look. After saying that, Shen Siyuan began searching through the outdoor gear he had brought earlier, preparing to go down and explore the cave. Cave exploration, also known as caving, was once one of the most dangerous extreme outdoor adventure sports in the world. It was originally an extremely niche activity, and only in recent years had it begun drawing more and more attention and admiration. This was mainly due to people's growing interest in outdoor adventure activities, as well as the influence of caving video bloggers. As time passed, commercial caving activities within the country also gradually began to rise. Quite a few travel companies started launching cave exploration tourism products to attract visitors. Although the barrier to entry for caving had dropped a lot, it was still a high-risk sport. Participants needed professional skills and a certain amount of experience, otherwise accidents could easily happen. Shun Siyuan picked out the caving gear from a large pile of outdoor equipment, mainly including a headlamp, a 5-point safety harness, carabiners, a main rope, a foot loop, ascenders, a descender, and so on. After changing into a set of sturdy clothes, he swiftly put on knee pads and elbow pads, then secured his headscarf and helmet. Caving generally used a single rope system. A caver needed to rely on one rope to ascend and descend inside the cave. After setting up the rope according to the terrain and environment, he would also need to frequently switch between various ascenders and descenders. After putting on all the gear, Shin Siyuan did not choose to enter the cave right away. Instead, he found a roadside slope and did a test first. After fixing the main rope to the highway guardrail, he connected the descender and locking gear. His left hand gripped the descender, while his right hand tightly held the section of main rope threaded out from the descender behind his hip. Then, facing the rock wall, he spread his legs at about a 70-degree angle, braced himself against the cliff face, leaned his body back, and slowly began walking downward. When he was close to the ground, he even deliberately swung hard a few times to the left and right before landing steadily. After confirming there was no problem with descending, Shun Siyuan threaded the chest ascender and hand ascender onto the main rope and began an ascent test. In principle, an ascender was basically a ratchet mechanism. The rope inside, it could only move in one direction. After connecting the foot loop to the hand ascender, Shun Siyuan stepped down hard on the foot loop to raise his body. As his body rose, the chest ascender rose with him and locked onto the main rope. Then Shun Siyuan slid the hand ascender upward and continued lifting his body with his legs, repeating this cycle over and over. With the coordination of the two ascenders, Shun Siyuan wriggled along the rope and gradually returned to the top. After checking that all the equipment was functioning properly, Shun Siyuan adjusted the heavy gear and walked toward the cave. When he arrived at the entrance to the natural tunnel, the opening was not large, but the chill seeping out from the depths made people instinctively feel awe. Shun Siyuan took a deep breath, stood at the entrance for a while to adjust to the darkness, steadied his breathing, and turned on the headlamp mounted on his helmet. The moment he stepped into the depths of the cave, Shun Siyuan was immediately surrounded by endless darkness. Aside from the faint light cast by his headlamp, everything around him was pitch black, as if he had been cast into a boundless black hole. The darkness brought an inexplicable sense of oppression that made one feel reverence. A faint trace of moisture hung in the air, and as he kept moving forward, the sound of flowing water in his ears grew louder and louder. After walking more than 50 meters, the space ahead suddenly expanded, forming a spacious chamber. At the center of the chamber was an underground lake. Around the lake were several cave openings and cracks, from which clear spring water continuously gushed out and flowed all the way into the lake. The spring water was crystal clear. Under the beam of the headlamp, it showed a deep blue-green color, dreamlike in its beauty. To keep himself from losing his sense of direction, Shan Siyuan deliberately stuck a reflective trail marker at the tunnel entrance he had come from. Then he took out a long-range, high-powered flashlight and swept it around the lakeside. Around the underground lake, many traces of artificial excavation and construction could be seen. After careful observation, he discovered that this underground lake had originally most likely been made up of multiple natural underground pools. Only later, after artificial excavation and construction, had it become what it was now. By the lakeside, he also found a discarded soft hose. It looked like the tool Old Manly from the former breeding farm had used to pump water. Clearly, this underground lake had once been an artificially modified storage reservoir, specially prepared for the giant salamander breeding farm. After walking a full circle around the reservoir, Shan Siyuan finally found the tunnel leading to the underground dark river. It was a retaining wall made of stacked stones and reinforced with cement. In front of the retaining wall, a karst cave appeared. The overflowing pool water slowly flowed down through here, forming a small waterfall. Standing beside the retaining wall, Shan Siyuan turned on the timer function of his outdoor watch and found a rock to throw down. The rock tumbled through the air, continuously colliding with the cliff wall and producing crisp, thudding sounds. Listening to the changes in the sound, Shan Siyuan quickly pressed stop the moment the rock finally fell into the water and recorded the time. Based on a preliminary estimate, the vertical drop here was about 60 meters, which secretly delighted him. Shan Siyuan realized that this really was an ideal location for hydropower generation. He quickly called his father over and told Shanhai about the situation below. Overjoyed, the two of them came together to the side of the retaining wall. After discussing it, Shan Siyuan decided to go down and investigate further. Shan Siyuan first used a hammer to knock against the rock wall and test it, searching for a solid section of bedrock. Then he took out a cordless drill and began drilling a hole. After that, he inserted an expansion bolt into the hole and hammered it hard, firmly securing it into the rock wall. After completing these steps, he used a hanger plate and an oval screw-lock carabiner to create two sturdy artificial anchor points. One of the anchor points was used as a positioning point to secure the main rope, while the other served as a backup protection point, just in case. Once everything was ready, Shan Siyuan checked once more whether there were any cracks or signs of looseness in the rock near the anchor points. After confirming there was no problem, he finally felt at ease throwing a main rope down from above. Then he handed a walkie-talkie to Shanhai. Be careful in every way. Don't stay down there too long. Shanhai patted his son on the shoulder. Don't worry. I'll be back in at most 2 hours. We'll stay in contact by walkie-talkie. Under his father, Shanhai's watchful gaze, Shan Siyuan secured the descender to the main rope and began his descent. This rock wall was not vertical. Instead, it slanted at an angle of about 80 degrees. During the descent, he would occasionally encounter several protruding rocks. Because they had been eroded by running water year after year, the rock texture was relatively fragile. And from time to time, Shan Siyuan would kick loose a few stones and send them falling below. During cave exploration, one of the greatest dangers was falling rocks. If the person above accidentally scraped loose a stone from the cliff wall, it could easily smash into a teammate below. Being struck by a rock was extremely dangerous. Even wearing a safety helmet did not necessarily guarantee safety. Because of this, when descending, participants would try as much as possible to keep their bodies close to the cliff wall, reducing the risk of being hit by falling rocks. Of course, sometimes the danger also came from a teammate above accidentally dropping a backpack or other item. So when time allowed, caving team members would often choose to descend one by one, avoiding becoming ants tied to the same rope as their teammates. Since there was no unlucky teammate below, Shan Siyuan could move quickly without any scruples. It did not take long for him to reach the bottom of the cliff. Below, under the impact of the flowing water, a small pool had also formed. After getting off the rope, Shan Siyuan turned around to observe the surroundings. Under the illumination of his headlamp, the scene before his eyes left him utterly stunned. The cave passage ahead had a complex and ever-changing structure. Stalagmites, draperies, cave flowers, and other limestone formations were arranged in scattered harmony, like a natural underground palace. Some of these formations looked like jade pillars, some like coral, some like mushrooms. Each had a different shape, vivid and lifelike. Most cave attractions in the country were lit a little too gaudily, making them feel more like one light show after another. Under all the dazzling multicolored lights, it was almost impossible to see what the cave system originally looked like, and the crowded, noisy tourists made it impossible to quietly settle down and appreciate it. But here, in this cave, untouched by artificial decoration, it was as if the Earth's billions of years of history and change were being told in silence. Only in this kind of undeveloped natural karst cave could one quietly admire these geological wonders shaped by the blending of rock and flowing water, and truly feel the weight brought by the passage of countless ages. Shan Siyuan couldn't help but let out a sound of amazement, immersed in this magnificent underground world as he took in nature's miraculous craftsmanship. He carefully moved around those fragile natural wonders, while also making sure to mark the path ahead with reflective markers so he could return safely. For the next stretch of time, Shen Siyuan did not run into another huge drop waterfall like the one before. As he continued deeper underground along the subterranean river, the tunnel gradually became narrower and narrower. Continuing forward, the cave's internal space alternated between wide and tight. Whenever he ran into a cavity that only allowed a single person through, he would take off his backpack and shove it through first. Within his limited field of vision, there was nothing but endless darkness. In the cramped space, Shen Siyuan could hear only his own hurried breathing. He felt the icy touch of the stone, as if he were inside the esophagus of some giant beast, being slowly squeezed down into its belly. After even his backpack got stuck, Shen Siyuan used the walkie-talkie to contact his father and decided to turn back. He glanced at his watch. By now, 1.5 hours had already passed since he entered the cave. The barometer on his watch showed that his current elevation was 220 meters, about 400 meters lower than when he started. On the way back, with more than a dozen jean hanging off his body and having to climb upward without stopping for even a moment, Shen Siyuan felt so exhausted he was on the verge of collapsing. Every time he reached out to grab a rock, his arms felt as limp as if the bones had been pulled out of them. He couldn't muster even a bit of strength. He gasped for air in great mouthfuls, yet it still wasn't enough to meet his body's need for oxygen. During the final waterfall climbing stage, his arms were already close to their limit. Shen Siyuan simply stopped in midair, hung from the main rope, closed his eyes, and rested for a short while. Only after his body got a brief moment of relaxation did he recover a little strength. Then he gritted his teeth and continued climbing upward. After one final burst, Shen Siyuan finally climbed onto the edge of the reservoir. Shen Hai, who had still been anxiously waiting above, immediately stepped forward and hauled him up when he saw him climb out. Shen Siyuan panted heavily and lay on the ground, resting for quite a while before finally getting back to his feet. Go back and rest for a bit first. Shen Hai picked up the backpack, helped Shen Siyuan sort out his gear, and the father and son returned home together. After taking a shower and changing clothes, Shen Siyuan drew a rough map of the underground cave terrain and handed it to his father. There's no way to reach the end down there at all. The path farther in gets too narrow. I was afraid I might get stuck down there if I wasn't too careful, so I gave up. Going down alone. You can't take too big a risk. Shen Hai nodded. There should only be this one waterfall with such a big drop. Farther down, it's all cave tunnels. But the air is flowing down there, so it probably really does connect all the way to the foot of the mountain. The waterfall drop is 60 meters. At a generating efficiency of 50%, to reach a power output of 15 kilowatts, we need a water flow of about 50 liters per second. Shen Hai quickly began calculating on the paper with a pen. Assuming a flow speed of 2 meters per second, a water pipe with a diameter of 20 centimeters should be enough to drive the hydro turbine generator at full speed. Shen Hai opened the laptop on the table and began looking for a suitable hydro turbine generator on the procurement platform. Hydro turbine generators, depending on the arrangement of their main shaft, were mainly divided into two types, horizontal and vertical. Based on working principle, they were also divided into impulse type and reaction type. Horizontal hydro turbine generators were commonly used in small hydropower stations. Their requirements for the water flow environment were relatively lower. Maintenance and repair were relatively convenient, and they were suitable for scenarios where operational stability was not an especially high priority. Vertical hydro turbine generators, on the other hand, were commonly used in medium and large hydropower stations. They had higher requirements for installation location and needed conditions such as sufficient water volume, clean water quality, and stable water flow. Because of their compact structure, they were much harder to repair, but their operational stability was better. Impulse turbines were mainly suitable for hydropower stations with high drop and low flow. Their working principle was that the water struck the runner in free fall to generate power. Generally, they required a water head of more than 40 meters. Their advantage was that their power generation was less affected by fluctuations in water volume, allowing them to maintain high-efficiency operation across a relatively wide flow range. Reaction turbines, on the other hand, were suitable for hydropower stations with low drop and high flow. Their defining feature was that the water struck the runner along a direction forming a certain angle with the plane of the runner. Their advantage was that they had lower requirements for water head, but because their efficiency was relatively lower, power generation would fluctuate much more with changes in water volume. Given the underground cave hydropower conditions of the shelter, a horizontal impulse turbine was obviously the most suitable choice. In addition, impulse turbines had another hidden advantage. If they ran into a severe drought period, then even without water, an impulse turbine could be driven by a diesel engine to make the turbine generate electricity, giving the shelter's power supply system an extra backup option. I checked. A horizontal impulse hydro turbine generator with a power output of 15 kilowatts costs roughly around 40,000 yuan. Including the automatic voltage stabilization control box and the other auxiliary equipment, it should all come in at under 50,000 yuan. Shen Hai turned the computer screen towards Shen Siyuan. It looks like the construction feasibility is pretty high, and I'll just place the order directly. Shen Siyuan took the laptop and began entering his account and password. I think this motor factory looks decent. They mainly do power systems for mining development and scenic areas, and their reviews and reputation seem pretty good too. Shenhai pointed at the screen. All right, then this one. By the way, how much water does the generator use per day? Shun Siyuan asked. At full load power generation, the daily water consumption would exceed 4,300 tons. From what I can tell, that reservoir down below could last at most 2 hours. TCH, with that level of water consumption, relying only on the natural spring water flowing into the cave would be nothing more than a drop in the bucket. Shen Siyuan closed the laptop. No way around it. We can only think about diverting water from outside. Let's go take a look nearby and see if there is a suitable intake point. Shenhai suggested. The two of them didn't waste a word. They immediately drove to the viewing platform on a nearby mountaintop. Shen Siyuan took out a drone and placed it on the ground, then plugged his phone into the controller. As Shen Siyuan gently pushed the control stick, the drone gave a low hum, lifted into the air, quickly climbed to high altitude, and began its survey mission. Flying all the way upstream. Not far from Bamboo Village, there was a natural canyon with a total length of 8 kilometers. Several cliff faces stood inside the canyon like they had been carved by blades, while spring water poured down from mountaintops over 1,000 meters above sea level. Shen Siyuan carefully analyzed the river's location and direction, and used the drone's built-in altimeter to measure them one by one, marking several potential water diversion points on the map. These spots are all pretty good. They're all in the upstream area of the shelter. If we can build diversion channels beside them and pair them with water pipes, we can achieve full gravity-fed flow the whole way, Shun Siyuan said excitedly. No, an open diversion canal is too big a target. It's too easy to expose. Shun Hai shook his head. Do you have any better ideas? Shun Siyuan asked as he put away the drone. We can bury the water pipeline directly beneath the riverbed. Then build a circular intake pool with reinforced concrete in the middle of the channel, slightly higher than the riverbed. That way, as long as the river doesn't run dry, the water can keep flowing in continuously. And with a metal mesh added, sand and gravel won't clog the pipe so easily. Good idea. That's much better hidden than a diversion canal. It'll be entering the dog days soon. Once the river flow drops by then, we can immediately find people to start construction. Shun Siyuan nodded repeatedly. I think these water intake points are all pretty far apart. The cost of laying the pipeline 1 TB low, so you'd better be mentally prepared. There's no helping it. I can only hope the gold in my hands goes up a bit more. Shun Siyuan gave a bitter smile. After the two of them continued discussing the details for a while, they headed to the riverside for an on-site survey. After ruling out locations where the geological conditions didn't meet construction requirements, they finalized a preliminary water diversion plan on the map. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was Sunday afternoon the next day. In the room, Shun Siyuan and his wife packed their luggage. Both of them had received phone calls informing them that normal work would resume starting next Monday, since both husband and wife had to go back to work. They also needed an adult to help take care of the child. So Shun Siyuan asked his mother, Wang Qin, to ride back with them to Yuzhou City, while the other three stayed behind in Bamboo Village to continue pushing forward with the shelter project. June 24th, the 17th day after the solar storm erupted, Silk Nation became the first country in the world to announce a full return to normal production and daily life. At this time, most countries were still struggling painfully to restore social order. With the international trade system completely cut off, the much-talked-about internal economic circulation had finally been fully put into practice. Over the period that followed, under the authorities' leadership, the country began a full economic transformation, having lost almost all sources of imports. Silk Nation consumed its strategic reserves while also beginning domestic substitution production. As a vast continental-scale country, Silk Nation had always been extremely rich in all kinds of resources. In the past, the reason it imported large amounts of raw material resources was to reduce costs and maintain the price advantage of its goods. In reality, most of those imported resources were processed into industrial products and exported for foreign exchange, basically amounting to processing supplied materials. If it was only a matter of maintaining the resource consumption of its own people, it was in fact fully capable of self-sufficiency. Not to mention that under the current special circumstances, it could develop domestic resources regardless of cost. Silk Nation had originally been the country with the fourth largest iron ore reserves. It was only because the quality of its iron ore was too low, making steel production costly and highly polluting, that it had imported large amounts of ore from Kangaroo Nation and Samba Nation. By comparison, the Mi Nation was a typical iron-poor country. Even after using the most advanced exploration technology to search everywhere, it still hadn't found much in the way of mineral reserves. Its large-scale oil imports were also because the prices offered by oil-producing countries were far lower than the domestic cost of extraction. Its own domestic oil reserves and output were already enough to supply industrial production needs. In fact, as electric vehicles gradually replaced traditional fuel vehicles, Silk Nation's demand for oil had already been declining year by year. As for non-ferrous metals, Silk Nation was already a major producer and also the largest exporter of various rare metals. It could be said that in terms of resources, Silk Nation was a fairly balanced country. It basically had every type of resource, and its reserves of certain niche resources were especially abundant. At the State Council press conference, the authorities began releasing all kinds of news to boost market confidence. The Minister of Industry announced that the country would massively mine domestic iron ore, fully activate its backup coal-to-oil plants, subsidize shale oil and shale gas extraction, and continue expanding new energy power generation facilities in the western regions. The Minister of Agriculture then added that, near the new energy power generation bases, 10,000-ton grade artificial starch synthesis plants using carbon dioxide would be launched at the same time. Stimulated by all the favorable news, the financial market, after a brief heavy plunge, went through repeated fluctuations and finally maintained stability. As social production resumed across various regions, commodity supply and the logistics system finally recovered in full. Shinseiyuan's shelter project also progressed smoothly, and the civil engineering work inside the cave was basically complete. A falling protection net had been installed on the cave ceiling, a complete drainage and waterproofing system had been finished inside, and all the reinforced concrete pile foundations on the ground had been fully poured. The workers from the construction team had already moved outside the shelter and started burying the water pipelines. By June 30th, the first batch of 30 equipment storage containers had completed modification ahead of the rest. As the project supervisor, Shanghai rushed to the prefabricated construction factory at the first opportunity to inspect and accept this batch of modified containers. After confirming there were no issues, he hired 10 transport trucks and had the containers shipped to Bamboo Village in 3 batches. After the convoy arrived at the cave entrance, Shanghai and Jinqi worked together, driving the 2 heavy forklifts they had rented in advance to unload the containers one by one and move them into the interior of the shelter. The forklifts carried the containers and slowly lowered them into place, aligning them with the locking slots on the pile foundations. Very soon, the first batch of 10 heaviest side-opening containers had been secured. Besides the standard rear doors that ordinary containers had, side-opening containers also had several additional side doors installed in the middle section. Once opened, they made it convenient to maintain and service the various large-scale installed equipment. The equipment included 2 sets of 20-kilowatt diesel generators, 1 generator waste heat recovery heating system, 1 large central air conditioning system, 1 NBC air filtration unit, 2 central water purification and softening units, 1 wastewater recycling and reuse system, and 1 emergency power generation system. Among them, for the power generation, water supply, and air purification systems, operating just 1 set of equipment was enough to maintain the shelter's normal operation. The extra set remained on standby as backup. The heating system and the air conditioning system served as backups for each other, regulating indoor temperature separately through water and air. During operation, a diesel generator usually converted only 30 to 45% of the fuel's heat energy into useful work, while the remaining heat was discharged in the form of exhaust gas and cooling water through the heat exchanger in the waste heat recovery system. That waste heat could be collected and used to provide hot water and heating. Considering that wastewater treatment equipment consumed large amounts of expendable materials during operation, Shinseiyuan's plan was to use it only when the outside environment became extremely short of water. Under normal circumstances, it would remain shut down. As for the emergency power generation system, it was a brand new, unopened hybrid wind-solar power generation system. It consisted of 5 1,000-watt vertical-axis wind turbines, 3,550-watt photovoltaic panels, and 212-volt 100-amp-hour lead-acid batteries, enough to store 240 kilowatt-hours of electricity. The matching lead-acid batteries had specifically not been filled with electrolyte and were being stored in a dry state. The battery bodies and the electrolyte were nitrogen-sealed together in special containers. As long as the batteries remained well-sealed and the internal plates did not oxidize, they could be stored for a long time. The electrolyte, meanwhile, was mainly made by mixing sulfuric acid and pure water in a certain proportion. It was highly stable and unlikely to change even after long-term storage. Therefore, as long as it remained unopened, this set of equipment could be stored for long-term standby use. It was the shelter's final backup energy option after both hydropower and diesel power failed. The second batch of arriving containers consisted of 8 tank containers and 2 refrigerated containers. Each tank container had a volume of 67 cubic meters. 5 of them were used to store water, for a total storage capacity of 335 tons of fresh water. After the tanks were installed in place, Jinqi connected the pump and began filling them with natural water from the reservoir. The reservoir had a capacity of about 300 cubic meters. The shelter's total freshwater storage could reach more than 600 tons. The other 3 tanks were for storing diesel, and each could be filled with 50 tons of number 0, -10, and -20 diesel respectively. Different grades represented different freezing points. When the temperature dropped below the rated grade, the diesel would become viscous and eventually solidify, affecting its normal flow and combustion. The third batch of 10 side-opening containers was the lightest, so installation was completed very quickly. Inside, only storage racks were installed. In the future, They would serve as the shelter-s warehouse for storing all kinds of supplies. After shutting off the forklift, Shun Hai called Shun Siyuan. The first batch of containers is done. That fatty Lin is asking when the second payment will arrive. I'll transfer it to him tomorrow. The construction schedule can't stop. Tell him to start first. All right. You should also hurry and start purchasing supplies. Diesel prices have been soaring lately. I already found a distributor and signed a wholesale contract in advance. Tomorrow, I'll have them send tanker trucks over. How are prices in the city now? Other than stocks, almost everything is going up. Luckily, none of it is rising as crazily as gold. In prosperous times, antiques. In chaotic times, gold. The ancients truly did not deceive me. Gold is almost at its peak. Next, the things with real value will be supplies and grain. After hanging up with his father, Shun Siyuan placed online orders for 2 electric threshers, 2 flour mills, and 2 large vacuum packaging machines, preparing for the grain purchases to come. At 9 o'clock on the morning of July 1st, the domestic price of gold hit a record high, reaching the astonishing level of more than 2,000 yuan per gram. Because gold prices had surged so sharply, all paper gold trading accounts at the banks had already banned buying. A bank manager even called and threatened Shun Siyuan, saying he had to forcibly liquidate his position. Left with no choice, Shun Siyuan sold all of the more than 1,000 grams of paper gold in his account, exchanging it for more than 2 million yuan. After that, he directly transferred 1,400,000 yuan of it into the diesel distributor's account. At this point, the wholesale delivery price of number 0 diesel in Jiangnan province had already reached 9,000 yuan per ton. The prices of -10 and -20 diesel were another 500 yuan and 1,000 yuan higher per ton on that basis. Thanks to the post-disaster production recovery incentive policies pushed by the authorities, all approval procedures related to agricultural production were placed on a green channel. Using the power generation needs of a mountain breeding farm under Dongqi Dachi Ecological Breeding Company, Limited as his reason, Shun Siyuan went through the simplified process and successfully purchased the diesel he needed. Because it was a bulk order, the distributor agreed to Shun Siyuan's additional request and would add various stabilizers into the diesel before loading and delivering it. By adding antioxidants, water inhibitors, pour point depressants, stabilizers, cetane improvers, and other additives, the storage life of this batch of diesel could be greatly extended. As the payment arrived, several tanker trucks drove out of the refinery and began transporting diesel to Bamboo Village in batches. Shun Siyuan then opened his mobile banking app. After calculating the funds he had left, he transferred 1 million yuan to Fatty Lin for the renovation cost of the second batch of containers. At that point, there was only a little over 100,000 left in his bank account. Fortunately, he still had more than 500 grams of gold from his earlier black market exchange, so he was not at the end of his rope yet. Shun Siyuan secretly felt relieved. He put down his phone and glanced around. At this moment, the company employees were each sitting at their desks, quietly enjoying their time, slacking off. The only sound left in the office was Boss Wang, Jiet constantly talking on the phone, and it sounded like he was pressing someone for the final payment on a contract. After work resumed, market wait-and-see sentiment was still heavy. After the design company, where Shun Siyuan worked, finished the orders it had received before the Great Blackout, it had not gotten any new business since. Without drawing attention, Shun Siyuan walked into the bathroom, closed a stall door, and started calling several agricultural cooperatives in Anji County, which Bamboo Village belonged to. Just as expected, the state had tightened policies related to grain purchasing and storage. At present, only government organs and institutions designated by the authorities were allowed to purchase and sell grain. Companies were not allowed to buy grain directly from farmers. Fortunately, this rule only restricted corporate purchasing behavior and did not explicitly ban individual purchases, which gave Shun Siyuan a loophole to exploit. Although most agricultural cooperatives directly rejected Shun Siyuan after he proposed payment in physical gold, one cooperative chairman still hinted that he could help make connections, so Shun Siyuan could buy small amounts of household grain reserves from farmers. After asking his boss for leave at noon, Shun Siyuan hired 2 trucks, loaded up the threshers, flour mills, and vacuum packaging machines that had already arrived, and headed to the grain-producing area of Anji County. After paying 2 50-gram gold bars, Shun Siyuan bought 10 tons each of high-quality paddy rice and whole wheat kept for household use by the cooperative as farmers. Before the solar storm disaster, purchase prices for paddy rice and whole wheat generally range from 2,500 yuan to 3,500 yuan per ton, depending on grade. Based on the current gold price, the average price of this batch of grain had reached an astonishing more than 10,000 yuan per ton. The real grain price on the market had quietly risen to more than triple the official purchase price. But if calculated using the pre-disaster gold price, this batch of grain cost only 3,000 yuan per ton, which was actually quite fair. Shun Siyuan understood that the authorities had long been using various compulsory means to suppress domestic grain prices, so as to maintain competitiveness against international grain prices and raise the self-sufficiency rate of staple grains. But after the great disaster, in the foreseeable future, low grain prices were clearly impossible to maintain, so he did not haggle too much with the farmers. He only had one main requirement: The grain had to be fresh grain from the current season, and it had to be properly dried and cleaned of impurities. So-called paddy rice was rice that had not yet been husked, while whole wheat was wheat that had not yet been husked. Before storing paddy rice and whole wheat, farmers would sun-dry them for a long time, reducing the grain's moisture content to below 13.5%. Then, after removing impurities such as debris, shriveled grains, insects, and cracked kernels, they would place it into storage. The drier and cleaner the grain was processed, the longer it could be stored. When the purity of paddy rice and whole wheat was above 99%, as long as proper drying and sealing were done, they could generally be stored for about 3 years without insects or mold developing during that period. As for husked rice, its storage life would be greatly shortened. Even with vacuum packaging, its shelf life was only a pitiful 1 year. By contrast, after unhusked grain was vacuum packed and stored away from light in an environment of around 20 degrees, it could easily be preserved for more than 10 years. Even after 10 years, as long as the seal did not leak, continued storage would not affect its edibility. It was just that the taste would gradually worsen, and some nutrients would be lost, such as the gradual oxidation and decomposition of fatty acids and vitamins inside the grain. Under Shun Cun's supervision, the villagers used hand carts to move the grain out from the warehouse. After being weighed on an electronic scale, it was packed into woven bags and sealed, then stacked horizontally on the truck's cargo rack. Boss Shun, don't worry. This batch is all winter wheat harvested only at the end of May this year. It's the portion specially picked out and kept before the grain merchants came to buy. I guarantee it tastes good. Seeing Shun Cun standing by the cart, scooping up wheat and smelling it nonstop, old Leon too, the cooperative head beside him, could not help but reassure him. The kernels are full, the color is even, and the smell is fragrant. They really are good wheat. Shin Cun put down the wheat in his hand and patted off his hands. And the rice I gave you is also the last batch of late rice harvested in autumn last year. Plus, it all came from ecological paddies. It tastes much better than early rice. Late rice is good. The rice grains are firm, highly resistant to pressure, and produce less broken rice during processing. So the yield is higher. It also tastes more delicate and softer. To avoid getting ripped off, Shin Cun had done plenty of homework before coming. Of course, we originally kept all this for the village's own consumption. Last year's harvest was especially good, and we just happened to have extra. Since you were willing to pay with real gold and silver, I was willing to sell it to you. Oh right, President Liang. This batch of early rice in the fields will ripen next month. How do you expect the harvest to turn out? Don't even mention it. The grain filling period happened to run into a major blackout. We couldn't get the water in, so everything's been left to heaven. The pesticides and fertilizer didn't keep up either, and the crops are growing badly. If another typhoon comes, then the yield will probably be in jeopardy. After loading was finished, old Liang saw that there was still some empty space on the truck, so he gave Shin Cun another dozen or so bags of grain to fill the racks. They were all core staples like corn and sweet potatoes. After saying goodbye to the villagers, Shin Cun gave Shunhai a call. Then he drove ahead to lead the way, bringing the 2 trucks loaded with grain toward Tianmu Mountain. 1 hour later, amid the roar of the forklift, all the grain and machinery were moved into the storage containers inside the cave. Standing at the cave entrance and watching the trucks leave, Jin Shi locked the iron gate. Shin Cun said, "Then I'm heading back to Yuzhou first. Drive safe. Keep in touch." Shinhai nodded. "All right." The vacuum packaging machine comes with 1,050 gene vacuum bags, more than enough to pack up these 40,000 gene of grain. Shin Cun gave a mischievous grin. "You brat, making the 2 of us do heavy labor again." Shinhai laughed and cursed as he threw out a fist. Seeing that, Shin Cun turned and ran. By the time he got home, it was already 7 in the evening. The other 3 people in the house had already finished dinner and gone out for a walk. On the way back, Shin Cun had specifically called Jean Lin and the others and told them not to wait for him. After heating up a pizza in the microwave, Shin Cun turned on his tablet, connected to the NAS, and started playing a TV show stored on the hard drive, Rebuilding Human Society. It was a survival-themed reality show filmed by Discovery Channel, with the English name The Colony. The title Rebuilding Human Society, as translated by Wan, was actually pretty spot on. It highlighted the show's theme very well. Unlike magical translations like Ghostly Voyage for Pirates of the Caribbean or Excitement 1995 for The Shawshank Redemption, which left people completely baffled, the show simulated a post-apocalyptic environment, isolating 10 volunteers from different industries in a real stretch of urban ruins. Without electricity, running water, or communication facilities, the participants had to rely on their own skills and whatever tools and supplies they could find nearby to survive. Over the course of 2 months, they had to team up, build a settlement suitable for human survival, and ultimately find a way to escape alive. Throughout the show, the participants not only had to face the challenges of survival, but also deal with internal team conflicts and disagreements, while resisting the external bandit forces sent in by the production crew. Even though this wasn't the first time Shin Cun had watched the show, every rewatch still fascinated him, and each time he gained new insights about survival from it. because of its extremely high level of realism. Rebuilding Human Society had excellent ratings while it aired, yet in the end it only released 2 seasons for a total of 20 episodes, with nothing after that. The official reason was never announced, but according to insiders, an accident occurred during the filming of the 3rd season, resulting in the death of one participant. That also reflected, from another angle, just how brutally real the show was. If someone entered a post-apocalyptic environment without any preparation, it would actually be abnormal if no one died. After finishing dinner while watching the video, Shun Si-Yuen went to the basement and opened an iron box. Inside was the gold he had previously obtained through black market trades. Now there were only 3 30-gram investment gold bars left, along with a pile of gold jewelry. Shun Si-Yuen set the gold bars aside and took out all the jewelry. Altogether, it weighed more than 300 grams. He now had less than 100,000 yuan in cash left. For future trades, he could only rely on this batch of gold, not to mention that gold jewelry came in all kinds of styles and weights, making it inconvenient for transactions. Even just pulling it out of his pocket would make it look like it came from shady source. To make it easier to carry in the future, and to avoid making later transactions look like he was fencing stolen goods, he planned to go to a gold shop and exchange all the jewelry for gold bars. He packed up the jewelry, stuffed it into a backpack, and drove out. After leaving the parking lot, Shun Si-Yuen headed straight for the large mall where the Yuzhou Shuaibei gold wholesale market was located. On the first floor of the mall, more than a dozen gold shops stood in rows. All kinds of gold products were displayed in the windows, gleaming under the lights with an enticing brilliance. Even though the mall had air conditioning, under the countless spotlights, it still made his skin feel hot. A distinctive metallic scent hung in the air, as if even breathing let him feel the heavy weight of wealth. Shun Si-Yuen did not linger. He stepped onto the escalator and went straight to a gold recycling shop on the 2nd floor. After entering, Shun Si-Yuen explained his purpose to a female clerk. The clerk immediately led him to a secluded corner and skillfully turned on the recording equipment. Then she took out specialized testing tools and began checking the purity and weight of the jewelry one by one. After a while, the clerk picked up a gold pendant and said to Shun Si-Yuen, "Sir, this pendant of yours is pure gold, but the chain on it is silver with gold plating. I'll remove it for you. All right, do whatever you think is best." After another round of inspection, the clerk also picked out 2 pieces of 18-karat gold jewelry. Fortunately, both were earrings, so they were very light. So-called K-gold refers to an alloy made by fusing gold with other metals. Compared to pure gold, K-gold contains other metals, so it is harder, more wear-resistant, and better suited for making more complex craftsmanship and designs. Depending on gold content, K-gold can be divided into 24-karat, 22-karat, 18-karat, 9-karat, and so on. 1 carat contains about 4.166% gold, while pure gold is 24-karat. On the market, the most common K-gold jewelry is 18-karat gold, which has a gold content of 75%. Shun Si-Yuen secretly felt lucky that in the black market before, the people he traded with had all been older. Most of the jewelry he got had simple, old-fashioned designs without too much elaborate craftsmanship. At the time, he had been worried about getting fakes, so he had deliberately refused those gold ornaments with complicated designs and flashy colors. "Sir, I've given everything here a preliminary inspection. The gold weighs 302 grams. Before the formal transaction, we still need to do destructive testing. Take a look. If you're sure you want to exchange everything into gold bars, then I'll cut all the jewelry apart. If I exchange everything into 10-gram gold bars, how much will the processing fee be? For this, the processing fee is 10 yuan per gram. For your total, that comes to 3,020 yuan. The clerk took out a calculator and started tapping away at it. The current gold recycling price is 1,994 yuan per gram. The extra 2 grams of gold are worth 3,988 yuan. If you let her shop by them back, we can still give you 968 yuan. When can I pick up the gold bars? Our craftsman is already off work for today. They'll all be melted and cast for you by tomorrow morning. I want bank investment gold bars with anti-counterfeit sealed packaging. Let the extra 968 count as the service fee. Is that okay? Please wait a moment. I'll call the boss and ask." The clerk hesitated for a moment, then took out her phone and made the call. After a while, a well-dressed, middle-aged man walked over. "It's you?" Shun Si-Yuen recognized him at a glance. Not long ago, the very man standing in front of him had traded gold bars for his EDC outdoor tools, and even taken his backpack along with him. "Ha, what a coincidence. Let me introduce myself. I'm the boss here, Qianyu." The man walked over and extended his right hand. Pleasure. If I may ask, where did these pieces of jewelry come from?" After the handshake, Qianyu got straight to the point. "A while back, I traded supplies and people for them on the black market. I don't have purchase certificates, but I can guarantee the source is clean. I even recorded the trading process on video at the time." Shun Si-Yuen pulled an action camera out of his bag and handed it over. Of course I believe you." Qianyu said he believed him, but his hands never stopped moving as he opened the playback function. He watched with great interest as Shun Si-Yuen traded medicine for gold jewelry, fast-forwarding all the way to the end at 16 times speed in one go. When he saw the iconic scene of Shun Si-Yuen ditching his backpack and fleeing from the angry crowd, he burst out laughing. "No problem with the goods. Shout, Jean. Bring out the recycling contract for our guest to sign. The clerk quickly pulled a contract out from under the counter. After filling in the information, she handed it to Shun Cun. Shun Cun checked the contract, left his phone number on it, and signed his name. We don't keep investment gold bars in the shop. Let us go somewhere else to get them, Mr. Shun. Qianyu glanced at the contract, then gestured invitingly. So Shun Cun followed him past one storefront after another on the second floor of the mall and arrived at an elevator. Along the way, Shun Cun noticed that every mall staff member they met nodded and greeted Qianyu. This man clearly had quite the background. After entering the elevator, Qianyu used his phone to scan the NFC panel, and the elevator began rising at high speed. The floor numbers kept jumping until they finally turned into the letter T. The elevator doors slowly opened, and a fresh breeze, carrying a faint floral fragrance, greeted them head-on. Shun Cun looked up and saw a meticulously maintained rooftop garden spread out before him, as if he had stepped from the mall into another world entirely. Qianyu smiled and signaled for Shun Cun to follow. The two of them passed through a maze-like path woven from dense hedges. The hedges were over 2 meters tall, trimmed with perfect neatness, blocking out the view from outside. At the end of the maze, a French-style manor suddenly appeared before them, like a noble estate straight out of an old European painting. The building's outer walls were wrapped in soft lighting. The golden carvings and exquisite window frames looked even more luxurious in the night. Once inside, the lavish interior was enough to leave anyone dumbfounded. In the spacious hall, crystal chandeliers blazed brilliantly, lighting every inch of space as bright as day. When they reached a reception room, Qianyu had Shun Cun sit down, then started operating the coffee machine. Mr. Shun, what do you think of this place? Shun Cun cursed inwardly. What a damned, filthy, rich show-off. But outwardly, he remained polite. Boss Qian, honestly, if you just filmed a random video here, it'd be dream material for a lot of people. It only looks good. It's not that useful. There used to be a lot of pomegranate flowers and carnations in the garden, but after the big blackout, most of them withered. That's a real shame. Even so, it's still more than impressive. No one would ever imagine there'd be a paradise like this on top of them all. Have some coffee and rest for a bit. I'll go get the gold bars from the safe. As he spoke, Qianyu set the coffee on the table and left the reception room. Shun Cun looked around at the room before him. The walls were covered with exquisite oil paintings, enough to dazzle the eyes. The furniture was full of elaborate carvings and smooth lines, clearly worth a fortune. Among all the European-style decor, one old wooden plaque looked somewhat out of place. On it were 4 large characters, Xiaoshu Jiafeng. The brushwork was elegant and forceful, and at the end was written, M.O.C.U.N.'s humble inscription. Shun Cun immediately took out his phone and searched it. As expected, the one who had written it was no ordinary person. It was the famous writer Qian Matsuan, whose representative work, New Unofficial History of the Scholars, held an important place in modern literary history, and had even been selected from middle school textbooks in the Nation of Silk. Xiaoshu Jiafeng came from the family precepts of the Qian clan of Wu Yue. It was a code of conduct left to later generations by Qian Lu, the founding ruler of the Wu Yue kingdom 1,000 years ago. The Wu Yue kingdom was one of the 10 kingdoms during the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period, founded by Qian Lu after the collapse of the realm in the late Tang. Its capital was set in Yuzhou, and its territory was roughly what was now Jiangnan province. After establishing his regime, Qian Lu adopted a policy of resting the troops and easing the burden on the people. He honored the Central Plains dynasty as the legitimate orthodoxy and accepted its investiture. Later, because of his merit in suppressing rebellions, the last emperor of Tang even granted him a golden book and iron certificate, which had been passed down to this day. Most of the troops under his command were used to defend the land and protect the people, rarely taking part in outside campaigns. Under his rule, water conservancy was greatly promoted and agriculture and sericulture were encouraged. In that age of chaos, he sheltered the local people from catastrophe and laid the foundation for the 1,000 years of prosperity Jiangnan province would enjoy in the future. When a new dynasty re-established order and ended the chaotic age, the later ruler of the Wu Yue kingdom followed the ancestral teachings and surrendered the territory, creating a famous historical tale of seeing the bigger picture. From then on, the Qian clan became one of Jiangnan's great noble families, spreading and flourishing down to the present day. Among its descendants, nearly 100 have been made marquises, appointed chancellors, or entered the cabinet. As the saying went, Zhao, Qian, Sun Li, Zhou Wu, Zheng Wang, and 100 family surnames, written in the early northern song, the surname Qian ranked second. In modern times, the Qian clan had produced even more outstanding figures, great literary masters, scientific giants, and hundreds of descendants who became academicians at home and abroad. Because of this, the Qian family was publicly recognized as a noble clan of 1,000 years, the #1 great family of Jiangnan. Even now, King Qian Temple and King Qian Mausoleum still stood in the bustling heart of Yuzhou, having become famous local landmarks. At this point, Shun Cun was already certain that this Qianyu had to be one of the descendants of the Qian family. Not long after, Qianyu walked back and carrying a bag. Mr. Shun, These are 30 10-gram gold bars, all produced by the Bank of the Nation of Silk with anti-counterfeit plastic seals. Check them. Thanks. No need to check. The Qian family has great wealth and influence. You wouldn't stoop to tricking me over this little bit of gold. Shun Siyuan took the gold and weighed it a few times in his hand. Ha ha. Looks like you've already guessed my background. Your Qian family's ancestors brought blessings to the region and were revered by countless households. How could someone living here not know? My ancestors encountered troubled times, preserved the family line, and stabilized one region. In a way, that does carry a bit of a survivalist flavor. Qian took a sip of coffee, his eyes drifting toward Shun Siyuan. In the late Tang, with the realm in chaos, King Qian rose through the salt trade, pacified bandits, defended the land, and protected the people. Looking at it now, King Qian really does seem a lot like the protagonist of an apocalypse novel. Huang Chao was also a salt smuggler, and he slaughtered the great noble clans under heaven too. Doesn't that make him even more like a protagonist? Qian Yu asked in return. Huang Chao was defeated and killed. His entire clan was wiped out. In the historical records, he was even portrayed as a man-eating demon. In troubled times, only the ones who survive to the end are qualified to write history and educate later generations. Drinking his coffee, Shun Siyuan commented on the heroes of the late Tang. Haha, well said. There's a line in my family teachings that I've always liked. Only by cutting a path through where flowers bloom thick and willows grow dense can one see true capability. Only by standing firm when wind rages and rain crashes down can one know where one's footing lies. Order and chaos cycle, again and again. History always moves forward through reincarnation. Every era may seem different, yet they all run along similar tracks. For your Qian family to flourish for 1,000 years, you naturally must have your own successful philosophy of survival. After chatting for a while, Shun Siyuan checked the time and was just about to get up and leave. At that moment, the phone in Qian Yu's hand suddenly rang. He picked it up and looked at it for a moment, then suddenly broke into a crooked smile. Mr. Shun, let us not beat around the bush. Seeing how you lived like a fish in water during the last major blackout, I couldn't help getting a little curious, so I did a bit of digging on you just now. I'm in business, after all. Background checks on potential partners are a must. If I offended you, please forgive me. Qian Yu handed over his phone. The spreadsheet on the screen showed some basic information on Shun Siyuan. There was also an aerial photo of Shun Siyuan's house, apparently taken just now. Geez, it's just a background check. Did you really need to use a drone to photograph someone else's house? Shun Siyuan frowned, clearly displeased. He already understood the other party's intentions. My sincerest apologies, but please believe me, I mean no harm. I just want to make a friend. Forget the friend part. I'm not someone who can climb up to a wealthy family like yours. I'm guessing you've taken a liking to my house. Hearing Shun Siyuan's sarcasm, a trace of awkwardness appeared on Qian Yu's face. Ever since that major blackout, I've been looking for survivalists like you. But everyone I've run into has been the kind of dangerous element that's impossible to work with. How should I put it? They seem to be extremely eager for the apocalypse to arrive. There are plenty of people always ready to show off their skills in the post-apocalypse. Last month's solar storm naturally brought them all crawling out. Too bad order was restored so quickly. Now, they're all struggling to survive in prison. If things had kept getting worse back then, rich people like Boss Qian probably would been hanging from streetlights. That's true. This disaster made me see a lot of things clearly, too. That's why I'm sincerely looking for a partner. Qian, you seem to recall some unpleasant memories. Boss Qian, if you're that rich, why not just find someone to build you a shelter yourself? Shun Siyuan could not help smiling. A person like me has eyes on me at all times. Building a shelter in the city would cause too much commotion. There's no way to keep it secret. Qian Yu looked helpless. That's true. We just went through a major disaster. If some billionaire suddenly started construction on a bunker project in the city right now, the intention would be way too obvious. I want to hide it from you. My own apocalypse shelter is already under construction, just not inside Yuzhou City. So you still need a ready-made shelter in the city? Building a shelter takes far too long. It costs time and effort. If Brother Shun is willing to part with it, I, Qian, will naturally reward you handsomely. Shun Siyuan started calculating in his heart. At this point, he only had 100,000 in cash left and less than 400 grams of gold. Added together, that was only about 900,000 yuan. The follow-up cost of the Bamboo Village shelter project would still require over 2 million yuan. He had originally planned to make up the gap by mortgaging the house for a loan. Now that a rich man was willing to take it off his hands at a high price, it was like someone delivering a pillow right when he was getting sleepy. So Shun Siyuan quickly made up his mind. He was going to cast a long line to catch a big fish and ruthlessly fleece this rich man for a huge sum. Boss Qian, we're both smart people. Money is great, but without a reliable shelter, I'm afraid you want to live long enough to spend in chaotic times. I'm a businessman. I believe there is no such thing as absolute persistence. It only depends on whether the stakes are high enough. As he spoke, he took out a checkbook from his pocket, signaling for Shun Siyuan to name his price. I don't accept stakes made of paper. Shun Siyuan picked up the gold beside him and gave it a shake. Haha, every gold shop downstairs belongs to me. I've got plenty of gold. Just name your price. I want 5 kilograms of gold bars, Shun Siyuan said, opening his mouth like a lion. Brother Shun, you need to understand. At the current gold price, that's 10 million. Qian Yu frowned. At last month's gold price, it's only 3 million. That is a very fair price. I need to think about whether this house of yours is worth that much to me. I also need to discuss it with my family. Whether it's worth moving for that amount of gold. The two fell silent at the same time. After a while, Shun Siyuan spoke again. How about this? At 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, come see the house in person before deciding whether to make the deal. All right, this is my number. I'll contact you then. Qian Yu handed over a gilded business card. By the time Shun Siyuan got home, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Wang Xin and Shun Mu had both gone to sleep in their own rooms. Jean Lin, meanwhile, was lying on a master bedroom bed, reading a novel on her phone. Boss Shun, coming back this late? Where do you go fooling around? Ran into an old acquaintance and chatted for a while. Shun Siyuan wore a mischievous grin. HM, an old acquaintance? And chatting? Jean Lin tossed her phone aside and pinned Shun Siyuan down on the bed in one move. Come on, confess honestly. Where exactly did you go? Straddling him, Jean Lin began hammering at his armpits. It tickles, ha, stop scratching. Ah, the gold bars? The gold bars fell on the floor. Shun Siyuan begged for mercy. Jean Lin did not stop. She went straight to frisking him and pulled a business card from his pocket. Qian Yu? Who is this? Shun Siyuan picked up the bag that had fallen to the floor and told his wife everything that had happened tonight. So it's him. But if we sell the house, where are we going to live? By September, Mumu will be starting elementary school. No one knows what the future situation will really be like, but I still want to give our child as normal a childhood as possible. The Yuanjiang Elementary School here is just the old urban village school from before the demolition. The facilities are way too outdated. We already needed to find him a school district apartment anyway. That is true. The new school they originally planned was never built. The residents here have kept reporting it upward, but the authorities can't even scrape together the money to renovate the old school. Once the shelter in the mountains is finished, there'll be no need for us to keep living in a concrete box. If anything feels wrong, we could just head straight for the mountain. It's less than 100 kilometers away. By car, we can get there in 2 hours. Great. I know the elementary school in the neighboring Jinjiang community is really good, and there is also a residential complex there with river views. Jean Lin suddenly brightened up. Then take a day off tomorrow afternoon too. I'll stay here to sell the house, and you can go look at places. Just pick whatever you like. Work has been kind of busy lately. I'll see if I can sneak out when their essay break. Jean Lin's face was full of anticipation. Jean Lin was also a designer. She worked at Yuzhou Garden Landscape Art Engineering Company, an organization specializing in garden landscape design, construction, maintenance, and related services. Recently, the company had taken on a lot of ecological, farm-style courtyard renovation projects. Rich people were converting their old garden courtyards into smart greenhouses and vertical farms. By the afternoon, Wang Xin took Shenmu to a nearby amusement park, while Shun Siyuan stayed home and started tidying up the house. Not long after, a black G-Class stopped by the roadside, and Qian Yu got out and rang the doorbell. Welcome, Boss Qian, to grace us with your guidance. Shun Siyuan opened the door with a smile. An hour later, Qian Yu climbed out into the yard through the bunker's emergency ladder, panting as he gave a thumbs up. Brother Shin, why don't you switch careers and go into engineering? Build a few more safe houses like this, and I'll introduce you to clients. You definitely have trouble selling them. So what have you decided? 5 kilograms of gold bars? No problem. I also want all the equipment in the house. Add another 500,000 in cash after depreciation. How about that? Qian Yu said with satisfaction. Boss Qian, you're straightforward. Over the next stretch of time, Shun Siyuan used moving as an excuse to ask his boss for 7 days of annual leave. After discussing it with Jean Lin, the two decided to try renting first. After looking around, they chose their new home in Baxian Residential Complex in Jinjiang Community. Because of the previous major blackout, the high-rise owners, still shaken, had begun moving out in waves. Housing prices in high-rise communities had dropped to unbelievably low levels, and rents had crashed along with them. As a result, Jean Lin managed to rent the elevator-access luxury flat she had always dreamed of. It was over 300 square meters, open from north to south, and the living room had an unobstructed river view. The apartment was on the 12th floor. Shun Siyuan insisted on not going any higher, because he knew that the working height of a standard domestic fire truck's aerial ladder was only 50 meters, which was about the height of a 14-story building. Although some high-reach fire trucks had aerial ladders that could reach 88 meters and access the height of a 30-story building, those were rare and uncommon. Shun Siyuan didn't dare bet that when a fire broke out, the nearby firefighters who rushed over would definitely have that kind of specialized equipment. A few days later, Shun Siyuan stood at his front door, quietly watching the moving company staff go in and out. Box after box was loaded onto the truck, filled with the private belongings of him and his family, each one bearing witness to the bits and pieces of life they had lived here. Looking at the scene before him, a complicated feeling welled up in Shun Siyuan's heart. He recalled the 7 years he had spent here, every wonderful moment shared with his family, and couldn't help feeling a little dazed. A shout broke his train of thought as several movers worked together to carry out a heavy wooden crate. Inside the crate was a brand new hard drive cabinet. Shen Siyuan had transferred all the data from the old NAS into this new device. Taking this opportunity, he had also expanded the number of hard drives, increasing the storage space from 160 TB to 200 TB. After wiping and overwriting the personal data on the original NAS, he only left Qianyu the various online resources he had previously collected. Not long after the moving company's truck drove away, Qianyu came over to officially take possession of the house. Shen Siyuan handed over a ring of keys, then took Qianyu's phone and bound the administrator accounts of all the smart devices in the house to it one by one. Boss Qian, the house has already been cleaned by a cleaning company according to your requirements. The home textiles, bedding, and everything in the rooms have all been replaced with brand new ones too. You can move in with just your bags. Now you're the owner of this safe house. Thank you. Happy working with you. As for how to use the various devices, I've already written up a manual and saved it in the NAS. You can check it on your phone. I suggest you also buy an electric vehicle with a mobile power station function. That way, the emergency power storage will be enough. Shen Siyuan glanced at the black G-Class by the door and couldn't help offering a few reminders. All right, thanks for the advice. Qianyu reached out and shook hands with Shen Siyuan. Yesterday morning, the two sides had signed a sales contract and gone to the service hall to complete the transfer procedures. After a round of financial maneuvering, Qianyu registered the house under his father's name. Shen Siyuan had also smoothly received his gold bars, a pile of bars in different weights and sizes. All of them were bank-issued investment gold bars, with a total weight of exactly 5 kilograms. And the cash balance in his account had also increased by 500,000 yuan. After saying goodbye to Qianyu, Shen Siyuan went to a nearby 4S store and paid in full to order a new car. Jean Lin's birthday would be coming up before long, and he planned to give his wife a surprise. Then Shen Siyuan set out for Chozhou City in the south, with the goal of purchasing the daily necessities needed for the shelter. After getting off the highway, he drove straight to Chozhou International Trade City. That place had the largest small commodities market in the nation of silk, and it was also the largest distribution hub for small commodities in the world. It was made up of 5 market clusters, covered 1 square kilometer, had tens of thousands of shops, hundreds of thousands of suppliers, and supplied millions of kinds of goods. To his shock, Shen Siyuan saw that there was actually a plaque for a 4A tourist attraction hanging at the entrance to the trade city, and he couldn't help laughing. Because international trade routes had been cut off, the market now looked a bit bleak. Only a sparse handful of merchants by the roadside were calling out to customers. Shen Siyuan didn't stop. Following his phone navigation, he headed straight for the sales company he had contacted in advance. After the solar storm, there was no hope of satellite navigation signals recovering in the short term. Fortunately, the navigation based on the city's mobile base station signals was still barely usable. Before coming to Chozhou, Shen Siyuan had already finished making inquiries online. This trip was just to compare the prices and quality of different merchants on site and choose the products with the best cost-performance ratio. The merchants here were a mixed bag, and the variety of goods was vast as the hairs on an ox. He needed to conduct the transactions in person before he could feel at ease. And when it came to buying large quantities of supplies, if he had no legitimate reason and still foolishly used the banking system for large transfers, it would be very easy to trigger the authorities' monitoring system. That was also an important reason why Shen Siyuan chose to conduct the transactions on site using gold bars. After selling the house, the wealth in Shen Siyuan's hands was more abundant than ever before, and he could finally let loose and start purchasing supplies in earnest. After comparing prices, he purchased enough general goods to fill 3 40-foot containers, including all kinds of household items, kitchenware, cleaning supplies, personal care products, textiles, toys and stationery, electronic products, small appliances, hardware tools, instruments and equipment, packaging materials, and more. There were so many goods that it was enough to open a large supermarket, covering almost every category of daily consumer products. After the goods were released from storage, he found a logistics company to containerize and pack them, then shipped them to Bamboo Village, while he himself drove back to Yuzhou to continue purchasing supplies. Considering that the shelter on the mountain had plenty of space, there was no need to pay extra costs just to save room. So Shen Siyuan changed his approach and directly found a local freeze-dried food factory in Yuzhou to place a large bulk order. After the finished products were packed in vacuum bags and shipped out of the factory, they were sent straight to a packaging plant to be bucket, nitrogen-filled, and sealed. As truckload after truckload of freeze-dried food was transported up the mountain, the emergency food warehouse in the shelter began to fill rapidly with all kinds of freeze-dried meat, freeze-dried seafood, freeze-dried vegetables, freeze-dried rice, freeze-dried fruit, and freeze-dried seasonings. At the same time, the various supplementary food items Shen Siyuan had ordered from food distributors gradually arrived as well, all of them foods that naturally had extremely long shelf lives, such as salt, baking soda, alcoholic beverages, honey oats, ham, cheese, nuts, dried mushrooms, and so on. These supplementary foods could serve as additions to staple foods and provide more energy and nutrition. At the same time, they could also be used to make various dishes and desserts, increasing the variety and texture of the food. As for canned foods, he continued with his previous line of thinking. Shen Siyuan purchased large quantities of powdered canned goods, in addition to common ones like milk powder, tea powder, coffee powder. and cocoa powder. He also added reserves of fish powder, lotus root powder, protein powder, salted egg yolk powder, and mashed potato powder. As for the other common canned foods on the market, such as canned meat, canned fish, canned vegetables, and canned fruit, supply was currently tight, and there was demand but no stock, so Sun Siyuan could only buy a small amount. Ever since the Great Blackout, the authorities had maintained purchase restrictions on staple livelihood materials such as rice, flour, sugar, and oil, prohibiting individuals and businesses from buying and stockpiling them in large quantities. The prices of all kinds of shelf-stable foods on the market had also remained high. Fortunately, Sun Siyuan had gold to clear the way. Under the offensive of his gold bars, he still managed to secretly buy over 100 barrels of various edible oils through different channels. Edible oil had a wide range of uses. Even if it expired and could no longer be eaten, it could still be used to make homemade soap and biomass diesel, making it very suitable for large-scale storage. Sugar, on the other hand, was rather special. It was one of the strategic materials officially designated by the nation of silk, on the same level as cotton, grain, and fuel. It had been placed under complete control immediately after the disaster. Sun Siyuan had not seen large bags of white granulated sugar on the market for a long time, so he settled for the next best thing and bought a batch of corn syrup as a substitute. As a high-energy, pure carbohydrate, sugar intake could replenish the energy the human body needed in the shortest possible time. Every 100 grams of sugar contained 400 kilocalories, 3 times that of the same weight of rice. White sugar had a long storage life and did not spoil easily. If stored properly, sugar basically had no real concept of an expiration date, and white sugar had a wide range of uses. It was a primary raw material for producing ethanol, and also an important raw material for making foods such as canned goods and candy. It also had certain military uses. When mixed with other chemical substances, it could be used to make deflagration agents or rocket propellant fuel. So even in peacetime, suddenly buying large amounts of white sugar could easily trigger the sheriff's surveillance network. Fortunately, Sun Siyuan had started stockpiling white sugar long ago. In peacetime, sugar was very cheap. After years of accumulation, the amount of sugar he had stored had already exceeded 1 ton. At this point, it had already been handed over to the moving company and was being transported to Bamboo Village together with the rest of the supplies. As all kinds of materials arrived one after another, the only things in the shelter that still had not been put into use were the 2 refrigerated containers serving as cold storage. Sun Siyuan planned to wait until the Shelter-S water diversion project was finished and the hydropower system was officially up and running before continuing to purchase frozen food to fill out the stockpile. After the procurement work came to a temporary end, and while his annual leave had not yet ended, Sun Siyuan hurried to take the amateur radio exam. Amateur radio communication enthusiasts were usually called hams. The word amateur did not mean their technical level was amateurish. It meant they engaged in radio activities purely out of personal interest rather than professional need. In fact, many amateur radio enthusiasts possessed deep knowledge and superb skills in fields such as radio technology, electronic engineering, and communication theory. This group numbered about 6 million worldwide. With more than 200,000 in the nation of C, they had to study the relevant knowledge and pass the exams in their own country before they could obtain an amateur radio license, and then apply for a government-assigned amateur radio call sign. An amateur radio call sign was the primary identifier of a radio enthusiast. This identifier was unique worldwide, and it was also a point of honor. Amateur radio operator certificates were divided into 3 grades, A, B, and C. The main differences between the 3 were the usable frequencies and maximum power limits. One had to first obtain the lowest level A certificate, then wait 6 months before applying for the B certificate. After obtaining the B certificate, one had to set up a short-wave station and wait 18 months before applying for the C certificate. With an A certificate, one could legally use a mobile radio station below 25 watts. But only after obtaining the C certificate could one use a high-power fixed radio station. The exam was fairly simple. As long as one seriously drilled the question bank, passing was easy. The exam question banks were all public. The A certificate had 361 questions, the B certificate had 685 questions, and the C certificate had 1,061 questions. Once one had an amateur radio operator certificate, it meant the holder could conduct radio operations on officially permitted frequencies. But because he had not yet obtained a call sign at this time, he could only use someone else's existing call sign and radio equipment to carry out transmission operations. After obtaining the amateur radio operator certificate, he could then prepare to purchase radio communication equipment that met the requirements. Compliant radio equipment would come with a model approval certificate. With that approval certificate, one could begin applying for a call sign and station license. Once the application was approved and one obtained both the call sign and station license, the 2 certificates together would make one a ham with his own call sign, and he could legally use a radio station to contact the outside world. During the previous major procurement, Sun Siyuan had already bought a 200-watt fixed-base shortwave station and a 25-watt vehicle-mounted mobile station, making preparations for the next step of applying for a call sign. According to the laws of the nation of C, one must not set up or use radio stations without authorization occupy radio frequencies, or interfere with the normal operation of communications. If illegal use of a radio station was discovered, the equipment would be confiscated and a fine imposed. If serious consequences were caused, imprisonment could also follow. After coming out of the exam hall, Shun Siyuan saw explosive news on his phone. Nuclear war had broken out abroad. As communications gradually recovered, information from the outside web began flowing into the country one after another. Although the exact situation was still unclear from the information currently circulating, it seemed that not long after the solar storm, some countries had already begun military adventurism. Before the disaster, the world situation had already been extremely tense. Some people had even believed that the Third Blue Planet War had already begun. In the Uyuoba region, the trench warfare between the Bear and Ermao had already lasted for many years, remaining deadlocked the whole time. In Xinyuewodi, the Sixth Jinan War between the Zibalai people and the Alabia people had also not yet ended, and countless civilians in Jianandi were still struggling bitterly amid the siege warfare. And this solar storm completely shattered the balance of the situation, drastically changing the international geopolitical landscape. Because the global satellite system had been completely destroyed, the technological advantages advanced nations held in reconnaissance, positioning, communications, and navigation were greatly leveled out. In a short time, most countries' conventional military power had regressed to the level of World War II or even World War I. The combat effectiveness of the Mi-style equipment system, which relied heavily on cutting-edge technology, dropped sharply. Meanwhile, the Bear's military system, which had originally been designed for the terrible electromagnetic environment of a nuclear war, achieved a comeback by relying on its rough but durable characteristics. Ermao and Umi, however, fell into trouble. Without the support of precise navigation and satellite communications, their advanced weapons systems became nearly unusable. The drones, precision-guided weapons, and cyber warfare capabilities they had once been proud of all became useless in this great blackout. After the solar storm, the Bear quickly initiated a state of emergency. Then, 10 days later, it took advantage of the situation to begin a strategic general mobilization, seizing the strategic window and launching a new round of attacks against Ermao. Without enemy satellite reconnaissance and drone strike interference, the Bear's military relied on ground reconnaissance and traditional tactical planning to advance rapidly. On the plains, tanks and armored vehicles recreated the large-scale, deep pincer offensives their predecessors had once unleashed on the battlefields of World War II. They advanced with unstoppable force, as if entering uninhabited territory. Without the support of modern communication and navigation systems, Ermao's military found it difficult to organize effective resistance and could only watch helplessly as the Bear's forces captured cities and seized territory. Amid the chaotic fighting, Ermao's defensive forces, cut off from the rear, collapsed with astonishing speed. The Bear's offensive surged like a rising tide. They occupied all the land east of the Dainaibiwa River. According to the latest news, the front line seemed to have already advanced to the outskirts of Chihuahua City, Ermao's capital. At the same time, the Alabia people also believed the time had come to completely resolve the Jinan issue, so they quickly formed a coalition army and launched a full-scale attack on the Zibalai nation. The Zibalai people likewise fell into the predicament of severe paralysis in their advanced weapons systems, unable to make use of the air superiority they had once prided themselves on. The small but elite Zibalai defense force was swiftly submerged in the tide-like assault of the Alabia coalition. The Alabia people within the Zibalai-occupied territories also took the opportunity to sound the tide of resistance, bearing countless national and family hatreds. They launched bloody acts of revenge against Zibalai settlements. Under the conditions of the global blackout, the Alabia people, with their absolute advantage in numbers, seemed to have finally reclaimed the imperial glory of 1,000 years ago. With no strategic depth whatsoever, the Zibalai nation, having completely lost outside aid, retreated defeat after defeat. In just a little over 10 days, the entire front collapsed, riding the momentum of their great victory. The Alabia armies retook the Golan Heights and pushed all the way into the heartland of the Zibalai nation. At the very moment their nation stood on the brink of destruction, the Zibalai leadership immediately used the trump card in its hand. After receiving orders, a submarine cruising the Mediterranean launched 3 missiles carrying tactical nuclear warheads. As 3 mushroom clouds rose, what disappeared together with the coalition forces were also countless ordinary civilians. Because the battlefields were all thousands of miles away from the nation of C, and because these 2 regional conflicts had already continued for many years, they did not trigger too much public panic at home. But after several decades, a nuclear mushroom cloud rose over Blue Star once again. This was undoubtedly an extraordinary signal, declaring that humanity had entered a new stage of history. Struggles between nations were often like this. Once the bottom line was broken, there would be no lower limit ever again. On the morning of July 10th, after his annual leave ended, Shun Siyuan returned to the company to continue work. There were still no new design assignments in the office, and his co-workers were all slacking off at their own desks. Meanwhile, the boss, Wang Jia, sat in his spacious yet empty office, staring at the gray and gloomy sky outside the window. After the great disaster, Every industry had fallen into decline. His desk was piled with unpaid bills and proposal after proposal that had been returned. 2 weeks had already passed since work and production resumed, yet he still had not received a single new order. Ever since its founding, the company had always been one of the best in the industry. With its innovative designs and outstanding service, it had stood at the forefront of the field and earned the trust of countless clients. However, the worsening economic situation was like a sudden storm sweeping through the entire industry. With orders plummeting, the company's prospects had become bleak. Wang Jie took a deep breath and decided to call the design team into a meeting. He knew that if the company wanted to survive this economic winter in the end, it had to make changes. Inside the meeting room, the designers sat around the table, their faces full of unease and anxiety. Wang Jie cleared his throat and broke the silence. I know everyone is worried about the company's future right now. His voice sounded tired. We're facing challenges unlike anything we've seen before. If we keep failing to get new orders, the company's current cash flow will only last for half a year. To get through the current difficulty, the company has to make adjustments. He paused and swept his gaze across everyone present. The company wouldn't have made it this far without every one of you. We've spent several years working together before finally becoming such an efficient team. Unless I have absolutely no other choice, I want to choose layoffs. But the company also needs to cut expenses. That may mean some difficult decisions, including suspending bonuses. I know this won't be easy for anyone, so I hope you can understand. A wave of low discussion rose in the meeting room, but no one voiced opposition. Beitong Innovation was a typical light asset company. Its biggest regular expense was staff salaries, especially the designers' high wages and bonuses. Rent and utilities were basically negligible by comparison. Starting this month, until we receive new orders, the design team will only be paid a monthly base salary of $8,000. As compensation, the company will launch a flexible work schedule from here on out. You can arrange your own working hours. Staying home to rest is fine. Taking side jobs is fine too. We just need to survive this post-disaster economic cycle first. If anyone wants to look for another way out, you can also choose to take N+1 severance compensation. After the meeting, Shen Siyuan thought in silence for a moment, but in the end he did not choose to resign. Although $8,000 a month was a clear drop from his previous monthly income of more than $30,000, it was still basically free money he could earn while sleeping. It would also keep his social insurance from being interrupted, and he would have more time to spend with his family. He had only worked here for a little over 3 years. Even if he took severance pay, it would amount to less than $100,000 at most. After thinking it through, he decisively chose flexible work hours. At this time, the shelter had not yet been completed, so this was a good chance to free up time to work on that. At noon, Shen Siyuan left the company and drove home. On the way back, he habitually drove into Yuanjiang community. It was only halfway in that he remembered the old apartment had already been sold. He could not help but let out a bitter laugh and made a U-turn at the intersection. The large flat they were now renting was in Jinjiang community to the south. Because there were several high-rise residential complexes there, the population density was very high. Compared with Yuanjiang community, it was much livelier and more prosperous. The surrounding facilities were complete, and the commercial atmosphere was strong. In peaceful times, the quality of daily life there was obviously much higher. After parking the car in the underground garage, Shen Siyuan took the elevator home and saw his mother, Wang Qin, tidying up the place. Since they had just moved, the apartment was a little messy, with odds and ends everywhere. Son, why are you home so early today? The company's business is bad. We can't get any orders, so starting this month, I'm basically on a long break. Is your company going bankrupt? What are we going to do? Hearing the bad news, Wang Qin immediately grew anxious. Not to that point yet. Even if I don't go into the office, they'll still pay the base salary every month. See, I told you long ago to take the civil service exam, but you just wouldn't listen. People of Shen Siyuan's mother's generation had lived through the wave of layoffs, so they were instinctively afraid of losing a job. Shen Siyuan gently held his mother's hand and comforted her. It's fine, Mom. This is just a normal economic cycle adjustment. If a crisis really breaks out like I suspect, then no matter what job you have, it won't mean anything. Hearing that, Wang Qin seemed to suddenly think of something and pulled out her phone to scroll through it. Son, maybe you were really right. In this morning's news, a large batch of government officials were announced to have been arrested. More than half of them were from the grain system. Taking the phone, Shen Siyuan indeed saw reports after reports about officials of all ranks being brought down. Most of them had committed dereliction of duty or criminal acts during the disaster. The specifics of the cases had not yet been officially released because the investigations were still ongoing. So Shen Siyuan opened the chat app on his phone and searched through several evidence verification groups he had joined. From some of the information he found, the losses suffered by material reserve depots across various regions during this solar storm disaster had been extremely severe. If it had only been normal disaster relief and response, the total amount of supplies consumed actually would not have been that large. The real problem was man-made disaster. During the massive blackout, communications had been cut off and order had collapsed. All kinds of criminal organizations and cult groups seized the opportunity to absorb large numbers of violent elements. And after growing stronger, they quickly launched large-scale chaos. While ordinary people were still lining up outside stores, those groups had already moved first and attacked logistics parks and material reserve depots. After driving off or killing the security personnel, they set up strongholds on the spot, formed bandit militias, and started acting like petty kings in troubled times. Once the military suppression operations began, they directly set fire to the warehouses before fleeing, trying to destroy the evidence. In that process, the grain depots suffered the heaviest losses. Some especially ferocious bandit leaders were still roaming free even now and had yet to be captured. Putting down the phone, Shin Siyun looked up at his mother's worried face, smiled, and pulled her over to the safe. From a pile of gold inside, he took out two 50-gram gold bars. Mom, look at all this gold I have. You've suffered your whole life and don't even have any decent gold jewelry. Let me take you to have 2 gold bracelets made. Where did you get so much gold? Wang Qin asked in shock. More than 5,000 grams. I got it from selling the house this time. That ugly, stuffy, self-built house of yours was worth that much? Which sucker did you sell it to? When they moved this time, Wang Qin did not know the exact details. She only felt very satisfied with the new place her daughter-in-law had rented, and had even wanted Shin Siyun to buy it outright. Don't worry about that. Anyway, I sold it for that price. With this gold, it's more than enough to keep our whole family living without worry. After reassuring his mother, Shin Siyun took her to a nearby goldsmith shop. He had Wang Qin choose 2 antique and exquisite styles, then had the gold bars made into new bracelets. After putting the bracelets on his mother, it was also time to get off work. The two of them drove to pick up his son and Jean Lin, then went straight to a nearby specialty restaurant. Because food prices had soared, restaurant prices had been outrageously high lately. But Shin Siyun did not care. If it had not eaten now, then if the day came when they could no longer eat this kind of food at all, that would be the real regret. The next morning, Shin Siyun, enjoying the rare chance to sleep in without having to go to work, was awakened by the ringing of his phone. Hello, Dad, what is it? The water diversion pipeline has already been laid. If you've got time, come back and settle the labor payment. The contractor has been pressing me. All right, I'll head over now. After breakfast, Shin Siyun dug out 3 seal boxes he had prepared long ago from the storage room. After loading them onto a handcart, he entered the elevator. The contents of the seal boxes were all the same. 1 bucket of freeze-dried instant fried rice, 1 bucket of number 13 compressed rations, 1 magnesium fire starter, 2 PSK survival packs, 10 fuel cans, and 20 bags of drinking water. Among them, the fuel cans were filled with solid alcohol fuel, and each one could burn for more than 40 minutes. Because they used can sealing, they were naturally waterproof and moisture-resistant, greatly extending their storage life. And when used, they were also far safer and more portable than common bag solid fuel. As for the bagged water, it was the same emergency drinking water standard issued in lifeboats, packaged in aluminum foil pouches. Each bag contained 500 milliliters of purified water, with an official shelf life of 3 years. In reality, under proper storage conditions, water, being an inorganic substance, does not rot or spoil like organic matter. It does not really have a so-called shelf life. The shelf life marked on ordinary bottled water actually refers to the shelf life of the container. As the seal cap ages, the bottle's airtightness declines year by year. Air and microorganisms then enter the bottle, causing the water quality to deteriorate. If bottled water in transparent packaging is exposed to extreme temperatures or left in sunlight for long periods, that will also promote microbial growth and further affect water quality. And even if stored away from light, as time passes, chemical substances will still leach from the plastic bottle into the water, causing chemical contamination. That was why emergency drinking water generally used aluminum foil packaging. Aluminum foil blocks light and is chemically stable. If stored properly, it can be kept practically forever, although it only stated a 3-year shelf life. That was merely to comply with the national CCS ship inspection standards and prevent crew members from going too long without checking or replacing it. After moving the 3 sealed boxes into the car, Shin Siyun set off for Bama Village. This time, he planned to set up 3 hidden supply points along the only route he would have to take, in case extreme conditions made driving impossible and forced him to travel on foot to the shelter. After leaving the city, Shin Siyun parked by a mountain road near a highway ramp. This was the first buried supply point he had chosen. After confirming there was no one nearby, he took the entrenching shovel and the sealed box and began searching for a burial spot in the area. After observing the surroundings, he finally chose a rather conspicuous large tree and started digging a pit beneath it. After laying a layer of waterproof cloth at the bottom of the pit, he placed the sealed box inside. Then he covered it with another layer of waterproof cloth and carefully filled the soil back in, making sure not to leave any overly obvious signs of digging. After filling the pit, he tamped the soil down with his feet and poured a little water over it. Once the soil hardened, he covered the top with leaves and dead branches, making it blend into the surrounding environment. After finishing all that, he stepped back a few paces and looked around, confirming that he had not left behind any traces that might attract attention. Next, he took out a map from his pocket, marked the location on it with a pen, and used his phone to take a photo as a guide record. After that, he repeated the process and buried the remaining 2 supply boxes along his escape route, placing one every 25 kilometers along the main traffic artery. For an ordinary person hiking with a backpack and not carrying overly heavy equipment, depending on physical strength and endurance, the maximum daily walking distance usually range from 15 to 25 kilometers. If choosing a bicycle, then most of the burden of carrying weight could be ignored, and the maximum daily riding distance could increase to 60 to 100 kilometers. But considering that he had his whole family with him, and that it was impossible to predict the actual road conditions in advance when disaster struck, Shen Siyuan still used the worst-case scenario of fleeing on foot as the standard and preset the supply boxes. It had to be known that even for experienced hikers or professional trekking athletes, carrying weight would significantly affect travel speed and physical stamina. When a person was in a fatigue state, their judgment and reaction speed in the face of danger would also sharply decline. And during heavily loaded trekking, water, food, and fuel often accounted for more than 2/3 of a backpack as total weight. By burying supply boxes in advance, Shen Siyuan could achieve light load travel on foot. During the escape, if he encountered dangerous thugs, he could also decisively abandon the supplies on him to draw their attention, greatly increasing his family's chances of survival. Shen Siyuan had read many post-apocalyptic novels. In those novels, the protagonists could often rely on stealing and robbing along the way to obtain the supplies they needed right from the early stages of the disaster. They shouted, "The neighbors stockpile grain, I stockpile guns. The neighbors are my granary." And in the apocalypse, they killed decisively and rampaged against heaven and earth. In his view, that was quite laughable, leaving aside the brain-dead behavior of treating other people like mindless NPCs to farm under terrible medical and sanitary conditions. Even the slightest injury could be fatal, and robbery itself carried extremely high risks. Besides, anyone only needed to look at history to know this. The ancient nomadic tribes, as professional bandits, faced their greatest problem every time they raided south. It was very hard to seize the things they actually needed. So much so that fights within the gang would often break out over a single iron pot. There were no spatial rings in the real world. After looters robbed others, they themselves would immediately become the most obvious robbery targets. Since ancient times, there had always been extremely high death rates between looting gangs and within looting gangs themselves. He who rashly resorts to the blade will surely die by the blade. Under the law of the jungle, there were always victors, but no one was always the victor. In the dark forest of the apocalypse, everyone was a hunter with a gun. Exposing your own existence was fatal. Only by hiding yourself, well, could you survive to the very end. After arriving at the shelter construction site, Shen Siyuan inspected the water diversion project, then settled the construction payment with the contractor. The work crew then left Bamboo Village for other job sites. Only the entrance ceiling work remained for the shelter's civil construction, and that could only begin after all the containers had been installed. Shen Siyuan entered the cave, and the roaring of the diesel generator came to his ears in waves. Although the equipment container had been soundproofed, it still could not eliminate the noise completely. Fortunately, by design, the power generation equipment was located near the cave entrance, and there was also a work area between it and the living area at the deepest part, providing enough sound insulation distance. Tunnel lights had already been installed on the ceiling, and the light stretched all the way into the depths of the cave. The ceiling and walls were covered with all kinds of cables and ventilation exhaust ducts, already giving the place the initial feel of a shelter. The water diversion pipeline was fixed openly along the ground, making it convenient to inspect for leaks at any time. Shen Siyuan and his father-in-law, Jin Qi, followed the pipeline all the way to the side of the underground reservoir. A fiberglass safety ladder had already been installed beside the underground waterfall. It extended downward along the rock wall side by side with the water pipe and cables. And a protective cage had also been arranged around the outside of the ladder to improve safety. After climbing down, Shen Siyuan saw that the construction crew had already leveled the bottom area. The original small pool had been filled in, and the generator had already been installed in place on the concrete base. Under the direction of his father-in-law Jin Qi, Shen Siyuan slowly turned the pipeline valve, and water immediately came pouring out. Jin Qi at once opened the control box and pulled down the breaker switch. Amid a burst of flickering lights, the various indicator lights inside the control box lit up, and the electrical system automatically switched from the diesel generator to the hydroelectric generator. Jin Qi took out the walkie-talkie. "Calling in-law, try starting the refrigerated containers." "Over." "Received. Starting them now." "Over." Shanghai replied from above. As the high-power refrigeration units started up, the water flow began to surge, and the generator output gradually entered a stable power range. After the three of them continued turning on high-power equipment like the air conditioners for stress testing, the hydropower system was successfully put into operation. The shelter's energy supply was basically declared complete. On the morning of July 12th, the news was, as always, reporting one piece of bad news after another. Coups had broken out in multiple countries across the Afiliga continent. Abyssinia, Zaire, and Karenam had even descended in a civil war, with the trigger being food shortages caused by population explosion. Since grain-producing nations had successively announced a halt to grain exports, these countries had in fact already entered a state of famine. On the Ojo side, the bear officially announced its occupation of Chihuahua City. The Ermau government had retreated to the western city of Lunbage. At this time, it seemed that a severe plague was erupting within Ermau. On the television screen, the Bear's president was accusing the American nation of blowing up more than 10 biological laboratories it had set up inside Ermau, calling it an anti-human act of deliberately spreading biological weapons among civilians. Worried, Shun Siyuan finished breakfast and once again came to the shelter construction site. There was no record of the diesel generator being restarted, proving that the hydropower system was operating stably. Since the air conditioners had run all night, the humidity inside the cave had dropped a lot, making it feel much more comfortable. When he arrived in front of the refrigerated containers, the gauges showed that the internal temperatures of both containers had already come down. Since they were running empty, the refrigeration load inside the containers was not high at the moment. In Shun Siyuan's plan, the refrigerated containers would mainly store food that could not be self-produced, such as beef, mutton, pork, and seafood, as well as various frozen foods and convenience meal packs. As for fresh agricultural products, they would be produced inside the shelter through artificial lighting and vertical cultivation. Most vegetables could actually be grown indoors, such as common chives, lettuce, spinach, celery, bok choy, water spinach, romaine lettuce, cucumbers, bean sprouts, eggplants, cherry tomatoes, scallions, cilantro, chili peppers, and so on. Because these vegetables had short growth cycles and strong adaptability to the environment, they could all be grown indoors through hydroponics. Hydroponics is a method of growing plants without soil, instead using mineral nutrient solutions dissolved in water. It has many advantages, such as saving water, high yield, taking up little space, having fewer pests and diseases, and allowing year-round production. Its disadvantages were that it was highly dependent on technical equipment, requiring support from devices such as circulation pumps and temperature control systems, and also needed more manual management. If the roots were not managed properly, rot could easily occur. As for the source of fresh protein, Shin Siyuan planned to raise some highly adaptable animals with fast reproduction rates, such as fish, chickens, and rabbits. These animals could not only provide a long-term and stable supply of meat and eggs, but their manure could also provide organic fertilizer for the planting area, forming a small ecosystem within the shelter. Feeling that the world situation was becoming more and more chaotic, Shun Siyuan, unable to sit still, went straight to the factory and stepped up his urging of the container conversion project. The second batch of 50 containers was designed as the shelter's work area, divided by function into 4 sections: processing, medical, planting, and breeding. The processing area would be equipped with necessary mechanical equipment, various tools, and 3D printers. It would be able to carry out simple item repair and manufacturing, ensuring that the equipment inside the shelter could operate normally. The medical area was designed as a small medical center, equipped with some basic medical equipment to deal with possible health issues among the members. Before retiring, Shin Siyuan's mother, Wang Qin, had worked for many years in a hospital pharmacy and was a licensed pharmacist. She knew a bit of basic medical treatment, and filling in as a family doctor would be more than enough. The planting area was the shelter's main food source. It was equipped with a full-spectrum lighting system, a hydroponic growing system, soil planting boxes, and professional breeding equipment, allowing limited space to be used as efficiently as possible to produce fresh crops. The breeding area was more complicated, divided into a poultry breeding zone, a rabbit breeding zone, and a freshwater fish breeding zone. The common equipment in these zones included independent temperature control systems, humidity control systems, ventilation systems, lighting control systems, feed processing equipment, automated manure removal equipment, disinfection equipment, and so on. The poultry breeding zone was specially equipped with breeding cages, breeding boxes, brooder boxes, egg-laying boxes, fattening boxes, feed troughs, water troughs, feeders, drinkers, and other equipment. The rabbit breeding zone had rabbit cages, feeding and watering systems, rabbit breeding boxes, and so on. The freshwater fish breeding zone contained breeding tanks, water filtration systems, oxygenation equipment, automatic feeders, water temperature control systems, and so on. Inside the modular construction factory, the workers were busily converting the containers, installing and securing insulation materials, various equipment, cables, and pipes. There were no other production tasks on the line right now. Everything was focused on converting containers. President Shun, don't worry. We'll definitely finish the second batch by the end of July, Fatty Lin said, patting his chest in assurance. We have to speed things up. Changes in the world situation are happening even faster than expected. Every minute and every second is crucial, Shun Siyuan said. President Shun, the workers in the factory are already working in 3 shifts, day and night. The production line keeps running even when people rotate off. It's already at full load, 24 hours a day. Then let us start the conversion of the third batch as well, the 40 containers for the living area. At the same time, Boss Lin, you definitely know other factories. Since it's just residential-style renovation work with low technical difficulty, outsource it directly. Just make sure the construction quality is guaranteed. Prices are rising hard right now. If we outsource it, then I'll 1T really have any profit left on this order. Fatty Lin looked troubled. I want to let you take a loss. I can settle the payment for the second batch of containers with you right now. Shen Siyuan paused, then continued, based on the current gold price, paid in gold. Fatty Lin showed a face full of shock. He knew gold's price had risen astonishingly and was still continuing to skyrocket, with the market environment still in a wait-and-see state. It could easily buy many things that paper currency could not. Under the offensive of gold bullets, Fatty Lin readily agreed to the outsourcing plan and guaranteed that the remaining 2 batches, a total of 90 containers, would all be completed by early August. After leaving the modular construction factory, Shen Siyuan took out his laptop in the car and revised the shelter project progress chart he had made. Then he headed straight to a civil air defense equipment manufacturing factory. Quite a lot of equipment needed to be custom-made for the shelter entrance S blast doors. Since the container conversion timeline had been moved up, the entrance ceiling project also had to be moved up. The shelter S main gate was far more than just a single gate. It was made up of an entire complex protection system, including sealing facilities, decontamination facilities, and poison filtering ventilation facilities, among others. Using the underground civil air defense garage of a residential complex as reference, Shen Siyuan designed a matching full set of civil air defense facilities, with a protection rating reaching Class A engineering standard, enough to withstand attacks from nuclear, biological, and chemical weapons, as well as conventional weapons. After handing the design drawings to the technical staff at the equipment factory and spending several hours revising and refining them, the final plan was completed. After carefully checking every clause, Shen Siyuan signed his name on the contract. At the end of a busy day on the way back, Shen Siyuan received a call from the 4S dealership. The license plate and insurance for the new car he had ordered for his wife had already been completed, and he could go pick up the car directly. Shen Siyuan had ordered the latest Chu DMI Super Hybrid. It was equipped with an 18 kilowatt-hour lithium iron phosphate blade battery. Its pure electric range was 125 kilometers, and its fuel consumption when running low on charge was 4 liters of gasoline per 100 kilometers. With a full tank and full charge, its combined range was around 1,200 kilometers. Since it also came with a mobile power station function, it could be used outdoors like a gasoline generator to supply power externally. Earlier, Shen Siyuan had asked his wife what kind of car she liked. Jean Lin said the family already had a silver pure electric SUV, so if they were buying a second car, she wanted a sedan in a brighter color, preferably with an intelligent assisted driving system. So Shen Siyuan picked the top trim of this model for her, and even chose her favorite color, purple. He checked the time. It was just past 5 in the afternoon, so he drove straight to pick Jean Lin up from work. After driving into the gate of the landscaping company where Jean Lin worked, Shen Siyuan called his wife. "Hello, what is it? Are you off work yet?" 10 more minutes, and I'm off." "What is up?" "Nothing. I'm here to pick you up. The car is already downstairs, so take your time." While waiting, Shen Siyuan noticed that the sky this evening was unusually vivid. The sky, the clouds, and the horizon were all a frightening shade of red. After a while, Jean Lin pushed open the door and sat in the front passenger seat, her face carrying the fatigue of a full day's work. As Shen Siyuan held the steering wheel, he chatted with his wife about the shelter construction project, the corner of his mouth carrying a faint smile that was hard to notice. Jean Lin sat in the passenger seat, flipping through her phone from time to time and occasionally looking up at the road. After a while, Jean Lin finally noticed the route was different. "Did you take the wrong road?" "This isn't the way home." Shen Siyuan smiled mysteriously and said, "Not the wrong road. I'm taking you somewhere special today." Jean Lin looked at Shen Siyuan in confusion, but seeing how confident he was, she did not press further. She knew Shen Siyuan always liked preparing surprises for her, or scares, so she decided to quietly wait for the answer to be revealed. The car passed through the busy city center and gradually headed toward a nearby 4S shop. When Jean Lin saw the sign for the 4S shop, her eyes lit up, but she still did not dare jump to conclusions. "You're not actually," before Jean Lin could finish. Shen Siyuan had already parked the car at the entrance of the 4S shop. Shen Siyuan got out, walked around to the passenger side, and gentlemanly opened the door for Jean Lin. Holding her hand, he quietly led her into the store. The sales staff had clearly been waiting for a long time. They came up with smiles and led them toward showroom. It had already been carefully set up as a car pickup scene. A purple sedan was surrounded by ribbons and balloons, and a huge birthday cake had been placed on the hood. The saleswomen were holding a long banner that read, "Happy birthday, Ms. Jean Lin, and congratulations on your new car." Jean Lin happily covered her mouth. Shen Siyuan walked over and opened the trunk, took out a bouquet the sales staff had already prepared along with the car keys, and placed them into his wife's hands. "Happy birthday, honey," Shen Siyuan said softly. After that, Shen Siyuan got into the new car together with Jean Lin, and this time he obediently sat in the front passenger seat. Jean Lin pressed the start button, and a birthday greeting popped up on the screen inside the car. At the same time, a video Shen Siyuan had prepared in advance began to play. It recorded some of the beautiful moments they had spent together, and even the background music had been specially chosen as her favorite song. Jean Lin turned her head and said with a smile, "Thanks. Pretty thoughtful, young man. Of course, today is your birthday, and it's also our 7th wedding anniversary. Naturally, we have to celebrate properly. under the guidance of Shun Cun and the sales staff. Jean Lin quickly got familiar with how to operate the car and drove it out of the 4S shop by herself, while Shin Cun followed behind in the other car. The two cars drove one after the other and returned together to Bashiyuan residential complex. When the cars entered the complex gate, he saw pedestrians on the road, all holding up their phones to photograph the sky. By then, the sky had already turned pink. Shin Cun noticed the rapidly moving mare S-tail clouds overhead and suddenly realized something. He slowly pressed the brakes, circled the complex once, and then drove back out through the main gate. Shin Cun pressed the call button on the steering wheel and used the car's Bluetooth system to call Jean Lin's phone number. You go home first. I'm going to buy a few things. So sudden? All right then. Be careful on the road. After hanging up, Shin Cun went to the supermarket nearby and bought all kinds of fresh vegetables and fruit, a case of milk, various snacks and instant noodles, an outdoor cassette stove, a case of propane canisters, and several large rolls of heavy-duty tape. By the time Shin Cun returned home, carrying large and small bags, Wang Qin and Shun Mu had already put candles into the cake. Jean Lin, meanwhile, was standing by the living room window admiring the river view outside. By then, the sky outside had already turned purple. Why did you buy so much stuff? Prices are so high now. What if we can't finish it? Wang Qin asked in confusion. The weather outside isn't right. A typhoon might be coming. Huh? But the news hasn't issued any typhoon warning. Wang Qin was puzzled. The weather satellites were all destroyed in the last solar storm. Ground-based weather radar is limited by the Earth's curvature and atmosphere conditions, so its monitoring range and accuracy are both far from enough. They'll probably only realize it once the typhoon gets close to the coastal areas, Shun Cun explained. Before a typhoon arrives, the needle-shaped cirrus clouds on the outer edges at high altitude spread outward at high speed and quickly cover the sky over nearby areas. The large amount of moisture they bring increases the particles in the atmosphere, which changes the optical properties of the air. When the afterglow of the setting sun passes through an atmosphere rich in moisture, warm-colored light with longer wavelengths, like yellow and red, is more easily scattered and refracted, while other shorter wavelength light is either absorbed or scattered less. So during the blue hour after sunset, the dark blue background of the sky overlaps with the scattered red and other warm-colored light, which can create a purplish-pink effect. Although this kind of weather phenomenon isn't exclusive to the outer edges of a typhoon, and other high-altitude cirrus cloud can also produce it. When the sky turns this absurdly red, it's usually caused by a typhoon. Better safe than sorry. It's already July, which is typhoon season anyway. It's only right to make more preparations. Let us eat first, Shin Cun said in a low voice. Don't tell Jean Lin yet. It's not often she gets to enjoy her birthday. Don't ruin the mood over something like this. After the two finished their quiet conversation, they went to the dining table and lit the candles. After singing the birthday song, making a wish, and blowing out the candles, Jean Lin smilingly handed the first slice of cake she cut to little Shun Mu, who had long since been unable to wait. Let all the troubles say bye-bye. Let all the happiness say hi-hi. After dinner, Shun Cun hummed a song and went downstairs carrying a bag of trash. After throwing out the garbage, he headed straight for the underground parking garage of the residential complex, the two car keys in his pocket clinking together with a crisp sound. After getting into his SUV, Shun Cun drove out of the complex, then drove the car into a nearby multi-level parking garage. It was a 5-story parking structure, and cars could drive all the way to the rooftop. Since it was still not yet 7 in the evening, there were not many cars in the garage, and empty spaces could be seen everywhere. After driving around the parking garage once, Shun Cun parked the car in a spot near the middle of the 4th floor. Then he walked downstairs, got on a shared bicycle, returned to the residential complex once more, and then moved Jean Lin's new car over as well. Based on the celestial signs this evening, Shin Cun estimated that the typhoon would arrive within the next 2 days. Today was July 12th on the Gregorian calendar, and the 12th day of the 6th lunar month. The timing was very close to the astronomical spring tide, around the 15th day of the 6th lunar month. Yuzhou was located in the watery south of the Yangtze region, with low-lying terrain and a dense river network. Under this kind of geographical condition, once the area faced the extreme weather combination of wind, rain, and tide hitting at the same time, waterlogging could easily occur. Once the municipal drainage system went beyond capacity, the underground parking garage would definitely be the first to flood. To keep the family's 2 private cars from turning into water-damaged vehicles, Shin Cun naturally started preparing in advance. After taking the elevator back home, Shin Cun dug out 5 portable outdoor water storage bags from a storage room and brought them to the RO reverse osmosis purifier to start filling them. These bags were made of food-grade PE plastic. Their downside was that they were not heat-resistant, but their advantage was that they were foldable and did not take up space at home during normal times. Each water storage bag could hold 20 liters of drinking water. Once filled and bulging, it would turn into a cube with a handle on top and a faucet attached. When used, it could be laid on its side, and water would come out once the faucet facing downward was twisted open. An adult needed to drink about 3 to 4 liters of fresh water a day. 100 liters of stored water was enough for the family to drink for 7 days. After lining up the 5 water cubes on the kitchen floor, Shin Si-yuen went to the bathroom of an empty guest room and started filling the bathtub. Compared to drinking water, the amount of domestic water used was much higher. Usually, an ordinary household used between 200 and 400 liters of water per day. This range covered all kinds of daily water use, such as bathing, laundry, cooking, cleaning, flushing the toilet, and so on. If the water supply was cut off and cleanliness was neglected, the home environment would quickly deteriorate, which would then lead to health problems. So no matter how much one tried to save on domestic water, the necessary daily consumption was fixed. 4 down-to-earth residents living in standalone houses. The problem of storing water was very easy to solve. They only needed to buy a large-capacity water bladder, like the kind used at construction sites, and place on the first floor or in the yard. For just a few hundred yuan, one could easily buy a large knife-scraped fabric water bladder capable of storing several tons of water. Made of wear-resistant and pressure-resistant PVC. It was widely used in farmland, ranches, and construction sites. Whether left in place or transported by vehicle, it was no problem at all. But for residents living in high-rise buildings, the first thing they had to worry about was whether their floor slabs could bear the weight. In the Silk Nation, according to the code for structural loads of buildings, the standard live load value for the floor of an ordinary residence was usually 2 kilonewtons per square meter. 1 kilonewton was roughly equal to 100 kilograms, which meant that in theory, each square meter of floor slab could bear 200 kilograms. In actual construction, the load-bearing capacity of a floor slab might be a bit higher because building designs usually included a certain safety factor, but would not exceed the standard by too much. Only spaces with special purposes had higher live load standards to accommodate the storage of more items. For example, the floor of a gym had to bear 4 kilonewtons per square meter to ensure it could handle the weight of fitness equipment and people. The standard live load value for an ordinary library stack area was 5 kilonewtons per square meter, while a dense stack library was 12 kilonewtons per square meter. Overall, the floor slabs of ordinary residential buildings were designed with daily use in mind and left with a certain safety margin. However, if especially heavy items needed to be placed on the floor, such as large fitness equipment, large fish tanks, or large quantities of books, one should consult a professional structural engineer or architect to ensure safety. In many hoarding-style apocalypse novels, the most unreasonable plot point was that the protagonist could stockpile huge amounts of supplies and water inside a high-rise apartment, using an ordinary residence as a warehouse would. At worst, directly crush the floor slab. After finishing all that, Shun Si-yuen returned to the master bedroom, took a long, thorough shower, then lay down and said to Jean Lin, "Looks like it's going to pour outside. This weekend, let us just stay home and not go out, okay? Work has been hell this week. Even if the weather were nice, I wouldn't really want to go out," Jean Lin complained as she set down her phone. Just then, both of their phones rang at the same time. Shin Si-yuen picked up his phone and saw that it was an official notification text. Jiangnan Province Flood Control, Typhoon Prevention and Drought Relief Command. Typhoon warning. According to the latest forecast from the Meteorological Department, the super typhoon Milan will make landfall along the coastal area of our province from tomorrow evening to nighttime. It is expected to bring strong winds, torrential rain, and storm surge. The public is requested to closely follow typhoon updates, take preventive measures in advance, avoid going out whenever possible, and ensure the safety of life and property. Please inspect and reinforce doors and windows, and prepare emergency supplies such as flashlights, food, drinking water, and so on. In case of emergency, please promptly call rescue hotlines for assistance. The two of them immediately got up. In the living room, Wang Qin had already turned on the TV, and the news was broadcasting updates related to the typhoon. Because of the lack of satellite cloud imagery, the predicted path of the typhoon varied wildly. But it was basically certain that it would make landfall along the coastal region of Jiangnan Province within 2 days. "Son, you really called it. A typhoon S really making landfall. They say it's above Category 17. Dad, the typhoon S coming. Can you take me out to see it?" Shen Mu asked excitedly from his side, his face full of anticipation. "Mom, take Mumu back to his room and get him to sleep first. Jean Lin and I need to make some preparations." Shin Si-yuen rubbed his son's head and gave his mother a look. After watching Wang Qin drag away their deeply unwilling son, Shin Si-yuen turned to Jean Lin and said, "Don't worry about your new car. When I went downstairs to throw out the trash earlier, I already moved both cars into the multi-level parking garage." "Wow, who would have guessed? Shun, the half-immortal. You really can tell fortunes. You can even predict a typhoon now." Jean Lin laughed. "Come on, with the sky like that this evening. Anyone who knew a bit about meteorology probably could have seen it. So, what do we need to prepare next? Nothing too serious. I've already handled most of the prep work. We just need to store a little more water." Next, the couple dug out all kinds of idle containers from around the house, such as vases, buckets, kettles, wash basins, foot-soaking tubs, and all kinds of pots, bowls, ladles, and basins. After filling them with water, they placed them evenly in the corners along the walls for backup use. Only after making several phone calls to the family in Bamboo Village to remind them about safety precautions did the two finally lie down to rest. By Saturday morning of the next day, after waking up, Shun Si-yuen looked at the weather outside through the window. Outside, the wind was calm and the waves were still. Sunlight still slipped through the clouds from time to time. There was absolutely no sign that a typhoon was coming. Clearly, this was still the calm before the storm. After finishing the housework, he finally had some free time and went into the study. He opened a drawer, took out a battery storage box, and began pulling out various rechargeable batteries to charge them. Shen Siyuan rarely used disposable batteries. This was not only for environmental reasons. In terms of long-term cost, rechargeable batteries were also more than 10 times cheaper than disposable ones. For the most common AA and AAA batteries, he had bought 12 Antelope nickel metal hydride batteries of each type produced by the Wan Nation. Each battery could be recharged up to 2,100 times. These batteries had low self-discharge characteristics and did not lose charge easily. After being fully charged, they could still retain over 90% of their power after 1 year, and still have 70% after 5 years. They were extremely suitable for home backup use. Because of their outstanding performance and refined workmanship, they were deeply loved by domestic battery enthusiasts and were jokingly nicknamed Love Wife batteries, to the point that a copycat domestic brand called Enalong had even appeared. After snapping the nickel metal hydride batteries into the charger, Shen Siyuan took out several larger batteries from the box. There were 8 cells of 18650 batteries and 8 cells of 21700 batteries. These are the two most common types of cylindrical lithium-ion batteries, their names coming from their size specifications. They were widely used in power banks, portable appliances, electric vehicles, and other fields. An 18650 battery had a diameter of 18 millimeters and a height of 65 millimeters. Unlike ordinary AA batteries with voltages of 12 to 15 volts, lithium-ion batteries had an operating voltage of 37 to 42 volts. Thanks to their higher voltage and larger volume, their energy density was also higher. Taking the Songzhang 18650 power cells Shen Siyuan bought as an example, their capacity reached as high as 3,500 milliamp hours, and they supported high current discharge of 10 amps. As for the 21700 battery, its dimensions were a diameter of 21 millimeters and a length of 70 millimeters. Compared with the 18650 battery, the 21700 struck a better balance between size and capacity, so its energy density saw another significant improvement. The domestically made Li Xin batteries Shen Siyuan selected had a single cell capacity of 5,000 milliamp hours and also supported high current discharge of 15 amps. These 16 batteries have been specially prepared by Shen Siyuan for his various flashlights. The voltage stability and energy output of the batteries directly affected the power supply to the flashlight LEDs. If the battery performance was poor, it would lead to reduced runtime and brightness. After using a smart charger to test the battery's internal resistance and voltage, he pulled out flashlights from his PSK Escape backpack and began actual testing. As a survivalist with a wide range of hobbies, he naturally wouldn't overlook toys like flashlights. Shen Siyuan had become a flashlight enthusiast long ago, and during college he had spent a long time hanging around flashlight forums. He had bought no fewer than 50 flashlights. LED flashlights, HID xenon flashlights, laser flashlights. He had used them all in real outdoor situations. After trying all kinds of high-end brand-name flashlights and cheap DIY flashlights on the market, he no longer simply chased brightness specs. What he valued more now was a flashlight's long-term stability. During prolonged use, the light-emitting unit generated a large amount of heat. If the temperature got too high, lumen depreciation would occur. If a flashlight's heat dissipation design was poor, it would lead to brightness drop-off and a shortened lifespan. Most ultra-high lumen tactical flashlights on the market were only 10-second real men. Their highest brightness was just a gimmick. It wouldn't last long before the brightness automatically stepped down. Otherwise, the body would get so hot it couldn't be held. But to improve heat dissipation, the surface area had to be increased, and that conflicted with portability. After returning to basics, Shen Siyuan abandoned electronic switches with complex functions but lower reliability and used only mechanical switches, keeping only those flashlights with simple structures that were sturdy and reliable. Most of those flashlights had already been transported to the shelter, so there were not many left at home now. There were 2 AA slim flashlights for portable emergency scenarios, 2 18650 medium straight-body flashlights for close-range floodlighting, 1 18650 right-angle flashlight to serve as a chest light or headlamp and free up his hands, and 2 21700 large-head flashlights for long-range illumination. After putting the flashlights in the sink for a quick waterproof test, Shen Siyuan placed them in different areas around the house and also charged the power banks. There was only one ordinary polymer battery power bank at home, specially kept for flying through airport security. What Shen Siyuan normally used were DIY detachable mobile power cases. Once he opened the lid and loaded in 4 18650 or 21700 batteries, they could be used directly. The mobile power case supported the PD fast charging protocol. It could serve as both a charger and a power bank for external output. This not only improved the battery's versatility, but also allowed him to replace a single faulty cell himself, saving him the trouble of disassembly, repair, and soldering. Compared with polymer batteries, cylindrical lithium-ion batteries not only had better compatibility, but also came with pressure relief valves, so there was no issue of swelling. Their safety was obviously higher. Time quickly came to Sunday, July 14th. With the typhoon about to make landfall, Shun Siyuan shut and locked every window in the house. After checking the seal on all the windows, he took out the heavy-duty tape he had bought earlier. He began taping each window pane in a rice character pattern. Doing this could increase the glass's toughness and reduce the risk of it shattering under the typhoon's impact. Through the windows, Shun Siyuan saw that the other homeowners in the residential complex were also making typhoon preparations, and private cars were continuously entering and leaving the compound. After finishing the preparations, Shun Siyuan picked up his phone and glanced at the homeowners group chat. More than 100 messages had already piled up in the chat log. The property management company, the community self-governance committee, and the cybersecurity officer were constantly posting safety reminders. The authorities had already issued a red typhoon warning and activated a level 1 emergency response for flood and wind prevention. At 6 in the afternoon, the Category 17 Super Typhoon Milan made landfall in Mingzhou, becoming the strongest typhoon ever to hit the Dajiang Delta region. Because the Delta region's terrain was extremely flat, crisscrossed with rivers and lakes, and had gone through sustained high temperatures earlier, a great deal of heat had accumulated on land and water. After landfall, the typhoon's intensity weakened extremely slowly. At this time, the minimum central pressure of the typhoon remained at 890 hectopascals, and the maximum wind speed near the center had reached over 60 meters per second. As the typhoon's center continued moving westward, Mulan was like a mad giant beast, beginning to tear at every corner of Yuzhou City. Howling winds swept in, and torrential rain poured down. As the wind force kept increasing, trees on the streets were uprooted, and billboards and streetlights swayed in the storm as if they could snap at any moment. By Shi Lake, the usual crowds of visitors had long disappeared. The lake's surface had been whipped into monstrous waves by the gale, crashing against the shore one after another. The lake water overflowed, and some low-lying areas had already begun to flood. Urban traffic was basically paralyzed. The subway and bus systems had already been suspended, and the airport and train station had shut down all flights and trains. In the live feeds from outdoor cameras, the bustling crowds that usually filled the streets had long vanished without a trace. In their place were trash, branches, and all kinds of debris swept up by the violent wind, flying wildly through the air. Only rescue workers and a small number of reporters remained on the streets, pushing forward against the wind and rain. News reports showed that the roofs of many factory buildings had been blown clean off, sheet metal panels flying through the air like pieces of paper. In residential areas, rooftop solar water heaters were also being blown down by the wind. Shen Siyuan went to the balcony to check for leaks. Even though the windows had already been completely shut, the violent wind still drove rainwater in through the gaps. The casement windows could still maintain a certain degree of sealing, but the sliding windows on the balcony were naturally poor at sealing, and water had already started collecting in the tracks. Just as Shun Siyuan hurried to stuff a few more towels into the window frame tracks, the wind suddenly intensified. Bursts of wild wind let out shrill, whistling screams, and even the entire window frame began to shake. The terrifying wind pressure pushed the entire floor-to-ceiling window outward and inward over and over, making for a chilling sight. Shun Siyuan hurriedly shut the balcony door. At a time like this, staying by the floor-to-ceiling window had already become extremely dangerous. In that split second, just after pulling the glass door shut, he saw an entire window from a unit in the residential building across from him get blown out, smashing into a nearby outdoor air conditioning unit along with it. The air conditioning unit instantly tore free from its bracket and, dragged by the connected piping, floated into the air like a kite, battering against the side of the building in the raging wind. As the pipe connections came loose, refrigerant began leaking out as well. Before long, the air conditioning unit, trailing white vapor, fell to the ground below. After a loud bang, the alarms of all kinds of vehicles downstairs started blaring in unison. Looking through the glass, Shen Siyuan discovered that the family across from them seemed to have previously torn out the original window and barrier wall in order to expand their indoor space. They had enclosed the equipment platform on 3 sides with self-installed glass windows, while the outdoor AC unit was hung on the outer wall beside it with brackets. That kind of renovation was obviously far too fragile in the face of a typhoon. Very quickly, the owners' group chat became even livelier. Several groups of people rapidly started arguing over the act of enclosing the equipment platform. Shen Siyuan moved to the dining room on the leeward side and poured himself a glass of water. When he raised his head to drink, he noticed that the chandelier above the dining area was swaying back and forth. High-rise buildings were usually designed with wind loads in mind, using flexible structural design to adapt to swaying caused by strong winds. This kind of design allowed a building to sway safely in heavy winds without suffering structural damage. But it would obviously give the people living inside a strong sense of dizziness. Shen Siyuan's home was on the 12th floor, and he could already clearly feel the building constantly shaking. For residents living on even higher floors, the extent of the swaying they felt was probably already close to earthquake level. Judging from the chat records in the owners group, some residents from the upper floors had already been frightened enough to hide in the underground parking garage. Shen Siyuan quickly moved his family into the storage room in the middle of the apartment. There were no windows there, making it the safest place in the whole home. Wang Qin's complexion looked a little bad, almost like seasickness. Shen Siyuan took out a moisture-proof mat and laid out a makeshift bed for her, letting her lie down and rest. Beside her, Shenmu was no longer clamoring to go out and watch the typhoon. He sat quietly in a chair, playing on his tablet. Should we also go down to the parking garage and take shelter for a while? Jean Lin asked. No, it's too dangerous. With this much rain outside, there's a very high chance of flooding. Jinjiang community is right next to the Qiantang River. Once the river backflows, a low-lying place like the underground garage will be submerged in an instant. So that's how it is. No wonder you chose to build the house in Yuanjiang community back then. I'm starting to miss that concrete box now, Jean Lin said with emotion. I actually regret not taking you all back up the mountain overnight to avoid the disaster. But it's fine. It's just a typhoon. A few come through every year anyway. Shen Siyuan waved his hand. By 10 o'clock that night, the wind outside had weakened slightly, and the sharp howling gradually disappeared. Shen Siyuan walked out of the storage room and inspected the condition of the apartment, although there was seepage in quite a few places. Thanks to all the preparations he had made in advance, there were no cases of windows coming loose or shattering. Since the power system had just undergone full repair work after the previous solar storm disaster, there had still been no power outage so far. All of a sudden, the surroundings became quiet. The rainfall gradually lessened until it stopped completely. Only the standing water and debris strewn everywhere still reminded people that the violent wind and rain just now had not been an illusion. Feeling the discomfort in his eardrums, Shen Siyuan realized that the eye of the typhoon was passing through, and the air pressure had dropped noticeably. Returning to the window, he saw some residents going downstairs to move their cars. Ignoring the attempts of the property management staff to stop them, they moved aside the sandbags blocking the entrance to the underground parking garage so they could move their beloved cars from the surface level down below. In the owner's group chat, someone began explaining the eye of the typhoon and reminding residents not to go outside. Shen Siyuan took advantage of the time to clear away the pooled water and reinforce the windows once more. Under the streetlights, he saw that the water level in the river channel not far away had already risen noticeably. The riverside walkway had been completely submerged, and municipal workers were reinforcing the sandbags along the embankment. The brief calm lasted for less than 1 hour. Then even fiercer winds and rain returned. Just as he was about to lie down and sleep, Shen Siyuan saw the property management send out a notice in the owner's group chat. All residents, we have received the latest notice. Due to the torrential rain causing the river to surge, all owners are requested to be ready at any time to go to the underground garage and move their vehicles. Car owners with valuables placed inside their vehicles, please transfer those items out. Thank you for your cooperation. Baxian residential community quickly descended into chaos. There were simply too many people trying to move their cars, and a long line formed in front of the underground garage exit. Vehicles stretched out and packed the internal roads, and countless taillights dyed the entire residential complex a blood-red color. Car horns rose and fell without end. At the same time, the community lost power, though fortunately mobile network communication had not yet been cut off. In the owner's group chat, the property management continued posting notices. All residents, the elevator's independent emergency power supply only has 30 minutes of runtime. All residents, please leave the elevators as soon as possible to avoid being trapped inside. At this time, the accumulated rainfall recorded by multiple weather stations in Yuzhou had already exceeded 500 millimeters, and it was continuing to break historical records. Because of the surging river water, the municipal drainage system had begun to exceed capacity severely. As time passed, the astronomical tide arrived right on schedule, and together with the upstream floodwaters, it completely blocked the drainage outlet. The authorities immediately pushed out an emergency text message. Yuzhou Flood Control and Typhoon Response Command. Emergency notice. The river water has exceeded the warning level and is about to overflow the embankment. Dangerous conditions may occur in riverside areas of our city. All personnel are requested to evacuate low-lying areas immediately and move to higher ground to avoid danger. Please also pay attention to the latest official guidance. The first to evacuate the underground garage were the upper floor residents who had gone down there to take shelter. With the drainage system failing, the standing water on the ground had already risen past their ankles. After receiving the official message, they immediately followed the illuminated safety exit signs into the stairwell and returned upstairs. Most of the car owners, however, were still worried about their vehicles being flooded and kept trying to drive them out of the garage, further worsening the congestion. When the water level continued to rise to knee height, some of the car owners who sensed that something was wrong came to their senses. Grabbing the final window to escape, they decisively abandoned their cars and ran. Just as the remaining car owners were still hesitating, river water from the breached embankment surged into the residential complex, carrying mud and sand with it, then rushed straight toward the garage at the lowest elevation. In outdoor circles, there was an iron rule: better to underestimate the mountain than underestimate the water. Without a reliable rope, if you encountered stream water above knee level, you had to give up on crossing. Once it exceeded that depth, human strength could no longer resist the current. Now, the car owners still remaining in the garage were about to experience firsthand just how terrifying moving water could be. Seeing the raging flood, the property management staff and the community took out loudspeakers and started shouting at the top of their lungs, "The flood's here. Run for your lives." The scene instantly dissolved into chaos. The car owners still stuck on the exit ramp were so frightened that they all jumped out and fled. As the surging floodwater poured downward, some vehicles that had neither been turned off nor had their handbrakes engaged began sliding backward, completely blocking the road behind them. After learning that danger had broken out in the community, Shun Siyuan gave his family a few quick instructions, then went downstairs with a flashlight to check the situation. Just after coming down from the stairwell to the first floor, Shun Siyuan saw two drenched men dragging an unconscious woman as they swam up from the lower stairs. Shun Siyuan immediately went over to help. Working together, they moved her into the corridor. After briefly clearing the mud, sand, and foam from the woman's mouth and nose, he discovered that she was no longer breathing, so he immediately began CPR. In such an emergency, there was no time to worry about much else. After unfastening the woman's clothing, Shun Siyuan began performing CPR to the rhythm of 2 rescue breaths after every 30 chest compressions. After a while, the woman finally began coughing violently. Seeing this, Shun Siyuan immediately turned her over and kept her on her side, letting her continue to spit out the water. On this late night of July 14th, many people were destined to remember it for the rest of their lives. The entire Yuzhou had fallen into a state of severe rescue shortage because of the typhoon. On one side were emergency calls pouring in from all directions. On the other were traffic obstructions caused by flooding, making movement painfully slow. Under the severe waterlogging, large numbers of people were trapped all over the region. Even with rescue personnel working around the clock for 24 hours straight, there were still many pleas for help they could not respond to in time. At around 2 in the morning on the second day, several firefighters paddled inflatable boats into the residential compound through the rain. Because the floodwater had completely submerged the ground level of the compound, the underground garage was already filled with muddy water. The rescue team only managed to save a few people near the garage exit. The families of the trapped victims were still desperately begging the rescuers. Half an hour earlier, they'd still been able to contact their relatives in the garage. There were still living people down there. The rescue team could only explain helplessly that their equipment did not meet the conditions required for underground garage rescue. With the garage completely submerged, the only ways to enter it and save people were drainage or diving. The floodwater contained a huge amount of silt, and visibility was extremely low. On top of that, the structure of the underground garage was fairly complicated, requiring extremely high-level diving skills. The rescuers had to rely on guide ropes to approach their targets, placing very high demands on both equipment and ability. A woman knelt on the ground and clutched a rescuer's leg, crying that her husband was still down there, that her child could not grow up without a father. A phone lying on the ground kept replaying the same video. In the footage, a man surrounded by floodwater stood on top of a car and said in a trembling voice, "Honey, the water's getting higher and higher. I can't get out. Hurry and find someone to save me." When she saw the rescuers remain silent, the woman fell into despair, and her cries became even more shrill. Shin Siyuan could never stand scenes like this. He quietly left the scene and returned home. In the face of natural disaster, human life was as worthless as grass. He knew that under these circumstances, the people in the underground garage were most likely doomed. By 4 in the morning, the rain was still falling, and more rescue teams arrived at the compound one after another. They began using pumps to drain water and clear mud, but because the pumps were not very powerful, there was no visible sign that the water level in the compound was dropping at all. They waited until daybreak before the rain finally mostly stopped. At the same time, a drainage engineering team from Yuzhou also rushed to the scene, bringing more water extraction equipment. After using several of the largest dragon suction hoses to pump for 2 hours, the water level in the underground garage finally dropped a little. The space above was just enough for an inflatable boat to enter. After putting on respirators, the team members entered the garage. Because there was a large amount of debris inside and the environment was complicated, the rescue was extremely difficult. The team members could only adjust little by little, probing for a while, resting for a while, and repeating this many times before they were able to go deeper. No miracle happened. About 10 hours after the underground garage rescue began, the body of the first victim was found. Soon after, more bodies were carried out of the garage. This underground garage disaster ultimately caused the deaths of 14 residents before the floodwaters had fully receded. The rescue team sealed off the site and left the compound for the next disaster zone. The typhoon had already moved north, and its intensity was weakening. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Shun Siyuan called his father, Shun Hai. "Hello, Dad. Are things okay over there? The roof's leaking a little, but otherwise we're fine. How's the shelter? I just went over to check. Everything's normal. What about your side? Everyone at home's fine. It's just that the city flooded. The underground garage and the compound got submerged, and more than a dozen people died. That's serious? Then you really need to stay home. If the car gets soaked, then it gets soaked. Don't worry. Before the typhoon came, I already moved the car to higher ground." "That's good. Life's getting harder and harder. We need to hurry up with the shelter project. After hanging up, Shun Siyuan saw that the sun had come out. So he opened the windows to air out the apartment. The compound was still without electricity. As the temperature rose, the home started to feel stuffy and hot. Because high-rise buildings above the 6th floor required secondary pressure boosting for water supply, tap water had still not been restored either. Fortunately, the family had made ample preparations. So normal life would not be affected in the short term. The floodwaters did not finally recede until Tuesday morning. Wearing a mask, Shen Siyuan walked along the roads inside the compound. As far as the eye could see, silt had piled into little mounds. When the breeze blew, it stirred the muddy slurry in the fountain pool. A thin layer of dust floated in the air, its particles sharply visible under the sunlight. Property management staff were cleaning the ground while spraying disinfectant everywhere. There were quite a few residents standing by the roadside, but they all remained silent and rarely spoke. A strange stillness hung over the compound. The only sound were cicadas chirping, tow trucks rumbling, and the splash of brooms brushing through muddy puddles. When he arrived at the entrance to the underground garage, the area around the scene had been cordoned off. Shen Siyuan saw a tow truck dragging out a private car that had already been mangled beyond recognition. It was caked in mud, looking as if it had just been salvaged from a swamp. From the shattered window glass and the twisted frame, one could infer just how great the force of the current had been that night. A TV station reporter standing near the entrance was filming a news segment, and an expert at the scene was also giving explanations about the cause of the disaster. From him, Shun Siyuan learned that river overtopping was an extremely dangerous situation. It could cause a sudden change in the moisture content of the embankment soil, which in turn affected its shear strength. When the soil moisture increased or became saturated, its shear strength would drop significantly. At that point, if the embankment was subjected to reverse seepage pressure or external impact, it could collapse very quickly. According to the real estate aesthetic standards that had prevailed for many years in the cities of the nation of sea, being near water was usually an excellent selling point, representing backing onto mountains and facing water, tranquility amid bustle. River views and sea views had almost become standard features of luxury homes. Bauscher Garden Compound was no exception. The easternmost building was less than 50 meters from the river channel. The entrance to the compound's underground garage was also extremely close to the riverbed. The parking problem in high-density residential areas had never truly been solved, and when combined with a once-in-a-century flood, it led to the tragedy of that night. Under the night sky of July 17th, Yazhou Aerospace Launch Site blazed with lights. A carrier rocket rose into the sky under the gaze of countless people. The flames blasting from its tail were like dazzling fireworks, lighting up the entire night. The Long March 5 rocket carried 2 meteorological satellites of the Fengyun 6 series as it pierced the heavens and successfully entered its designated orbit. More than a month after the solar storm disaster, the nation of sea, on behalf of humanity, took the first step in rebuilding the satellite system, while also displaying its own hard power. After all, most carrier rockets were modified from ballistic missiles, and the two followed extremely similar technical paths. At this time, after pushing deep inland, Typhoon Mulan had finally exhausted its strength, turning into nourishing rain that brought long-awaited coolness and moisture to the inland regions suffering from sustained heat and drought. In the news reports, casualties numbering in the hundreds and economic losses amounting to hundreds of millions were heartbreaking. The follow-up compensation and accountability work weighed on both the authorities and the public like a massive boulder, and it was expected to continue for a long time. At the request of a nation of sea, the Blue Planet Meteorological Organization, WMO, Typhoon Committee announced, in accordance with usual practice, that Mulan would be permanently removed from the typhoon naming list. The typhoon's impact gradually faded, and the subtropical high returned once more. The middle and lower reaches of the Great River were once again shrouded in the blazing heat of summer. The following afternoon, Shen Siyuan drove a light, refrigerated transport truck through the scorching streets, heading toward the joint meat processing plant. Over the past half-month, meat prices in the Silk Nation had begun a sustained round of increases. The authorities had already announced the release of 8 batches of reserve frozen pork across the country, with a total listed volume of 200,000 tons. But because the supply of meat had clearly dropped, it still failed to stop this wave of price hikes. Shen Siyuan had a feeling the authorities did not have much reserve left in hand. On top of that, the shelter S cold storage had already been running steadily for a week. So he immediately contacted several meat processing plants in the surrounding area and tried to bulk purchase a batch of fresh meat. The plant he was heading to now had told him over the phone that it had just finished slaughtering a batch of free-range cattle and sheep yesterday. So he immediately placed the order. After entering the factory, the air was filled with a faint smell of meat and blood. Shen Siyuan pulled a mask out of his pocket, put it on, and walked into the factory office building. After signing the purchase contract and making payment in the factory finance office, Shen Siyuan could not help feeling a little pain when he looked at the high unit price on it. Fortunately, the gold in his hands had fully displayed its anti-inflation properties. That morning, when he exchanged gold for cash, the gold price had already risen to 2,700 yuan per gram. After paying, Shun Siyuan backed the truck into the loading dock of the freezing workshop. It was a light refrigerated truck with a blue plate. Its total mass was less than 4.5 tons, and its rated cargo capacity was less than 1.5 tons. Although this truck did not carry much, it only required a C1 Driver S license to operate, making it very flexible and convenient to use. After handing the delivery slip to the workshop manager, Shun Siyuan stood by and watched as the workers began sorting, boxing, and packing the already processed pork, beef, and lamb. There were all kinds of shoulder cuts, ribs, loins, brisket, belly cuts, rump cuts, shank meat, short ribs, and organs. It was dazzling to look at, as the loaders began stacking box after box of processed meat onto pallet racks. The loading machine roared as it pushed the racks into the refrigerated cargo compartment. Generally speaking, under cold storage conditions of minus 30 degrees and a relative humidity of 95 to 100%, the shelf life of beef, lamb, and pork could reach about 24 months. Shun Siyuan had specifically asked the plant to cut all the meat into small pieces, vacuum pack it, and then quick freeze it below minus 25 degrees. That way, it could quickly pass through the ice crystal formation zone, reducing the damage ice crystals cause to muscle cells, thereby greatly extending the shelf life of the meat. An average adult consumes about 50 to 100 grams of meat per day, including all types of meat. For Shun Siyuan's family of 7, their yearly meat consumption was about 130 to 260 kilograms. This trip, Shun Siyuan bought about 3,000 kilograms of large animal meat, enough for the whole family to eat their fill for 10 years. He planned to make most of it into cured meat, salted meat, and air-dried meat when he had time to further extend its storage life. As the last box of lamb was loaded onto the truck, Shun Siyuan locked the rear doors and drove away from the factory. After many days, he returned to the mountain village again. After picking up his father, Shun Hai, he headed straight for the mountain cave. Working together, the two used a forklift to move the goods into the frozen container. After stacking everything neatly, they left the cave. The authorities just announced the third delay to the reopening of the border crossings. The situation overseas is probably pretty bad. Shun Hai stretched his hand out the window and flicked away some ash. People on the foreign internet are saying that Ermau refugees spread whatever leaked out of a Migwa biological lab across the entire Audiobook region. It scared the local illegal immigrants so badly they all rushed back home. The epidemic is now spreading from Chihuahua City across the entire old continent. Shun Siyuan frowned. Do you think our country can hold this epidemic back this time? Shun Hai turned his head. Hard to say. Migwa has set up more than 300 biological labs in 30 countries around the world. Around the Silk Nation alone, Laos, Siam, Khmer, Jiaoji, Luzon, Johor, and Nambang all have them. It's impossible to guard against everything. Shin Kun sighed. After the refrigerated truck returned to the village, Shun Hai got out and was just about to head back home when Shun Siyuan called out to stop him. Wait a second. I brought you some cigarettes. They're in the back. You can take them with you now. Remember to turn on the dehumidifier when you store them. Shun Hai turned back for a look and found a huge cardboard box sitting on the back seat. Haha, good boy. At least you still remember your old man. Didn't he raise you for nothing? Take it easy on them. Standard cigarettes have already started going out of stock on the black market. These 50 cartons of Huazi were all traded for with gold bars. After they're gone, there probably won't be any more. Shun Hai ignored his son's warning. Hugging the giant box weighing more than 30 Gene, he happily hummed a tune and ran back into the house in a flash. Shun Siyuan shook his head helplessly and drove down the mountain, preparing to return to the city. His father did not really have any other hobbies. He was just heavily addicted to smoking. Back in the early years, Shun Siyuan and his mother had both tried to help him quit, but they always ended in failure. After Shun Hai declared that he would rather live 10 years less than quit smoking, mother and son gave up. Maybe for his father, not having cigarettes to smoke was the same as the end of the world. Because the Silk Nation enforced a domestic tobacco monopoly system, the country's military spending had long remained equal to its tobacco taxes and fees. Saying that all smokers together were supporting the entire army was no exaggeration. Under the monopoly law, there were limits on the amount of tobacco products a person could carry. For cigarettes, the maximum amount per trip was 10,000 sticks, or 50 cartons. Carrying cigarettes within that limit did not require a transport certificate. If a person carried more cigarettes than that without a legal transport certificate or shipping permit, it would be considered an illegal act. According to past cases, once discovered, they would be directly confiscated by the Monopoly Bureau. As a law-abiding exemplary citizen, well-versed in laws and regulations, Shun Siyuan naturally would not make such a low-level mistake. The next morning, Shun Siyuan pulled a document pouch out of a package he had received. The sender shown on the shipping label was the amateur radio branch of the Silk Nation Radio Association. After opening it, it was indeed his amateur radio operator certificate. After sorting out the vehicle-mounted radio set he had long since prepared and bringing the application materials he had already gotten ready, he headed to the address of the Yuzhou City Radio Administration Bureau. After submitting a pile of application documents, the staff told Shun Siyuan to go back and wait for the approval process. They would notify him of the result within 30 working days. If nothing unexpected happened, Shen Siyuan would then finally get the radio station license he had been longing for and be assigned his own call sign. On the way back, Shen Siyuan stopped by a supermarket and bought some food and daily necessities. The moment he got home, hot enough to feel like he was about to start smoking, he was just about to open the refrigerator and grab a bottle of ice-cold cola. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket let out a strange alarm sound. Before he could even pull out his phone to check, a strange tremor from the ground immediately interrupted him. At first, Shen Siyuan thought it was just his imagination. But very quickly, the shaking began to grow stronger, and the whole room started swaying. Realizing an earthquake had struck, he immediately moved away from the refrigerator and hid under the dining table. Shen Siyuan pulled out his phone. At this moment, the earthquake warning function on it had already activated automatically. The warning screen showed, the earthquake SS wave has reached Yuzhou City. Distance from epicenter to you, 1,256 kilometers. Epicenter location, the sea area off Kyushu Island. Wogwa, estimated magnitude, 9.1. Estimated intensity, 9. Strong tremor. Because he was far from the epicenter, the impact of this earthquake on Yuzhou was not particularly great. But it lasted an unusually long time. The shaking continued for a full 4 minutes. After the earthquake stopped, Shen Siyuan immediately called his family. Only after confirming that everyone was safe and sound did he slowly walk downstairs through the stairwell. Downstairs, terrified citizens were everywhere. Most of them were crowded around the green plaza in the center of the residential complex. Shen Siyuan found a corner and opened a live TV news app. By then, the news channels were already reporting on the related event. According to the Silk Nation Seismic Network at 10:23 a. July 19th, Yinjing time, 11:23 a.m., July 19th, local time, a magnitude 9.1 earthquake occurred in the southeastern waters off Kyushu Island of the Wan Nation. The focal depth was 30 kilometers. The epicenter was located at 31.70 degrees north latitude and 131.80 degrees east longitude. Shen Siyuan opened a map app and entered the coordinates. The point landed in the Huguenot waters of the Nankai Trough, south of the Wan Nation. The Nankai Trough stretched 700 kilometers in total. It was a massive trench subduction system formed by the compression and collision of continental and oceanic plates. When the continental plate was dragged downward and deformed to a certain extent, it would suddenly rebound, triggering a massive trench-type reverse fault earthquake. Since seismic records began, many major earthquakes had occurred in the Nankai Trough region. In the past 700 years alone, there had been 6 major earthquakes related to it. The seismic cycle here was roughly 80 to 150 years, and the last major earthquakes in the Nankai Trough had happened in 1944 and 1946. Starting several years ago, various small and medium earthquakes had kept occurring in this region. The Wan Nation Meteorological Agency had repeatedly issued major earthquake advisories and continuously raised the probability of a major quake. So while today's earthquake had come suddenly, it was still something people had expected. Shen Siyuan switched back to the live news and continued watching the official updates. The Tsunami Warning Center has issued a tsunami level alert, red based on preliminary seismic parameters. The earthquake may trigger a localized tsunami around the source area, which may have disastrous effects on parts of Jiangbei, Jiangnan, and Modu in our country. The tsunami is expected to reach our coastal regions in 6 to 10 hours, with wave heights of 1 to 3 meters. After confirming that the earthquake would not have much follow-up impact on Yuzhou, Shen Siyuan took the elevator back home with peace of mind. Since a major earthquake had already happened, the crustal stress should have been mostly released. On top of that, the epicenter was so far away, so there was no point wasting time staying downstairs. As the saying went, there was no need to run from a small quake, and no way to run from a big one. Life still had to go on. At dinner time, the family sat around the table, listening to all kinds of media outlets and experts on TV analyzing and reporting on the earthquake. This earthquake has already caused at least 200,000 casualties in the Wan Nation, with a large number of people still unaccounted for. Direct economic losses have exceeded 80 trillion yuan. As rescue operations continue, the casualty figures are expected to rise further. Since the earthquake struck during the daytime, casualties were reduced to a certain extent. Less than 5 minutes after the quake ended, the Wan Nation's coast was hit by the first tsunami wave, reaching a terrifying height of 40 meters. Large coastal areas of Kyushu Island, Shikoku Island, and Honshu Island were heavily flooded. The entire western Wan Nation has suffered a devastating blow. The Kansai metropolitan area has been struck catastrophically, and losses in the Kanto region have already exceeded those of the March 11th earthquake of that year. The Wan Nation government has issued an international request for disaster relief, and multiple foreign rescue teams have already set out to aid Wa. 6 hours after the earthquake, the eastern coast of our country was struck by a 2 to 3 meter tsunami. Thanks to timely evacuation, no casualties were reported. The Yellow Sea and East Sea possess extremely broad continental shelves, and the shallower waters greatly weakened the tsunami's impact on our country. After passing through the Ryukyu Islands, the tsunami has separately reached eastern Luzon, southern Nambang, northern Sanfoki, northern Papua, the nations of the South Pacific, and Tanshan Mountain. All of the above regions were struck by transoceanic tsunami waves ranging from 5 to 10 meters. Listening to the news, Shun Siyun felt a little irritated. He could not care less what kind of days those Little Wa people would be living next. But he very much wanted to know what state the Wan Nation's nuclear power plants were in now. There were 12 nuclear reactors built on Kyushu Island and Shikoku Island. If an accident happened, it would be another environmental disaster. The discharge of contaminated water from Fudao had been going on for years. Every time Shun Siyun thought of it, his teeth itched with hatred. Someone on social media said there'll be another earthquake tonight. I saw quite a few tents set up on the lawn downstairs. Do you think we should flee to the shelter on the mountain? Wang Qin said, looking up from her phone. Mom, what weird chat group did you join again? It's just a rumor. If I'm supposed to believe those internet gurus, I might as well believe on Qin Shi Huang. Shin Siyun snatched his mother's phone and immediately pulled off the classic triple combo: report, block, and leave group. Still, more and more of the high-rise owners in the neighborhood really are moving out. Well, I got off work today. I ran into at least 3 moving crews in the complex, Jean Lin said, putting down her chopsticks as well. I asked casually, and one family was even planning to move straight inland to another city. If you're worried about earthquakes, then I really think there's no need. Jiangnan province happens to avoid the world's 2 major earthquake belts, and its geological structure is quite stable. The biggest earthquake in its history was only magnitude 5.5, and it's also the only province that has experienced a destructive strong quake in the past 60 years. If there were really a risk of a major earthquake, I would have picked a shelter site around here, Shun Siyun reassured them. No major fault zone ran through Jiangnan province, and the dozens of regional fault zones within the province were also very weak in activity. For the past 100,000 years, they had remained inactive, making the possibility of a harmful earthquake extremely low. Looking at the whole country, Jiangnan province ranked very low in both earthquake intensity and frequency. Although its location often caused it to be affected by earthquakes from surrounding areas, in the past 20 years, none of the earthquakes here had caused any deaths. In the time that followed, the Wan Nation's July 19th major earthquake once again ignited panic among the people of the Silk Nation, and all kinds of rumors ran rampant. People frantically shared all sorts of news about earthquakes and nuclear leaks on social platforms, while every kind of internet charlatan predicted even greater disasters to come. Amid the public panic, residents in coastal areas began panic buying daily necessities again, making already strained supplies even scarcer. Cult groups and criminal organizations also re-emerged, and public order deteriorated sharply. Against this backdrop, the authorities decided to take strong measures to restore social order. After the government's top officials finished their meeting, a document titled Decision on Severely Cracking Down on Major Criminal Activities in Accordance with Law began to be issued down through every level. Over the next week, the entire national apparatus of force was mobilized, since the Tianwang surveillance system had been fully restored, with the support of big data analysis and artificial intelligence. A large number of fugitives were swiftly captured. All those arrested were processed through fast-track judicial procedures and dealt with severely and promptly at the earliest opportunity. The various criminal gangs and cult organizations that had become active after the solar storm disaster finally met total destruction. In various regions, peace officers rescued large numbers of missing persons from destroyed hideouts. Most of them had been taken under control during the chaos after the solar storm disaster. As investigations went deeper, one horrifying case after another was exposed. Among them were plenty of cases where people, under the pretense of surviving the apocalypse, lured young women into bunkers, imprisoned them, and sexually assaulted them. Most of the victims had been trapped for more than a month, and under the criminals' manipulation and deception, they had already developed severe Stockholm Syndrome. During the rescue operations, some of them even did everything they could to help the criminals resist the peace officers. Only after being brought back above ground did they gradually accept the fact that the end of the world had never happened. Using this as an opportunity, the authorities passed a series of bills at the National Assembly. They tightened online data supervision and expanded the enforcement powers of grassroots law officers. Most worth noting was that when cracking down on hoarding and price manipulation, the industry regulatory authorities now had the power to directly confiscate goods. This new regulation did not only target business operators, it also applied to consumers. Shun Siyun noticed that in the new bill, there was no clear distinction between hoarding and normal stockpiling. As long as someone bought large quantities of daily necessities, causing market supply to tighten and prices to fluctuate abnormally, it would be deemed illegal. He could not help but feel glad that he had already finished stockpiling supplies ahead of time. From here on, he only needed to manage consumption and rotation. By the end of the month, the next 2 batches of containers gradually began to be completed. As the modified containers were shipped into the cave batch by batch, Shunhai and Jinxi's workload sharply increased. So Shun Siyun also stayed on the mountain and took on the work of pipeline connections and equipment debugging, with the assembly experience from the first batch of containers. This installation process went quite smoothly, but the latter 2 batches contained a full 90 containers. On top of that, the work area and living area required a huge number of water, electricity, ventilation, and air conditioning lines. The actual workload was far more than just triple. Fortunately, the container modification plan had used a modular design from the very beginning. After fixing the containers in place, they only needed to complete the pipeline connections. Since some of the lines had been set underneath, Shun Siyuan even bought several mechanic-esque creepers to improve efficiency. Every day, like an auto repair worker, he lay flat and slid back and forth under the containers. The three of them started living a life of leaving early and returning late. Aside from going home to sleep, they spent almost the entire day working inside the cave. Because of the irregular routine, combined with the heavy work pressure, the older Shun Hai and Jin Shi both ended up constipated. Shun Siyuan calculated that it was only the end of July. The persimmons, apples, pears, and peaches in the village orchards would not ripen until autumn, while the tea garden would not be ready for harvest until next spring. Since he had no time to go down the mountain to buy fresh fruit, he turned his attention to the pine trees on the mountain. July happened to be when pine needles were at their most tender, so while waiting for container shipments, Shun Siyuan started picking pine needles on the nearby hills. It was only after reading memoirs from the volunteer army from those years that Shun Siyuan learned pine needles could be brewed into tea. Back when the Korean battlefield entered positional warfare, the volunteer army soldiers fought while digging tunnels, battling the coalition forces of 18 nations in bloody combat. Because they stayed in the tunnels for long periods, the underground conditions were dark and damp, and they rarely saw sunlight. As a result, many soldiers lacked vitamin A and developed night blindness. The local people then provided folk remedies for treating night blindness. One of the most effective was boiling pine needle tea. Pine needles contain many kinds of vitamins, such as vitamin C, vitamin E, and carotene. In particular, their vitamin C content is 3 times that of lemons. Besides that, they also contain chlorophyll, carotene, dietary fiber, and other nutrients beneficial to the human body. These components gave pine needles many health benefits, such as antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, and antibacterial effects, regulating blood lipids, regulating blood pressure, improving complexion, relieving constipation, strengthening immunity, and improving sleep. Pine trees are widely distributed around the world and are one of the easiest sources of vitamins to obtain during outdoor activities. Because of their reputation as an apocalypse drink, they were also a frequent guest on all kinds of wilderness survival shows. However, pine trees also come in different species. Among them, American ponderosa pine and Australian pine are toxic, so they need to be carefully distinguished. Fortunately, most native pine trees in the nation of silk were non-toxic Korean pine and Masan pine, so they could be consumed without worry. When Shun Siyuan used to join outdoor activities, whenever he got constipated, he would always drag his friends along to try pine needle tea. As for the effect, it can only be described as extremely fierce. Because pine needles contain a lot of pine oil, if they were not properly cleaned before being brewed into tea, they could cause headaches. So after gaining experience, Shun Siyuan would first make a basin of alkaline water with baking soda. Then soak the freshly picked pine needles to remove the oil. Only after they were thoroughly cleaned and cut short would he put them into a cup and boil them. It was Shun Hai and Jin Shi's first time trying this novel thing. The moment it entered their mouths, a sour and astringent taste shot straight to their heads. Only after swallowing did they slowly begin to feel a faint pine fragrance in their throats. Hey, after a few sips, this stuff really does hit pretty hard. Jin Shi gave his evaluation while gulping it down. I think the flavor is a bit too harsh when it's boiled directly. You could probably process it with tea fry methods. Dry it first, then stir-fry it in an iron wok twice to fix the leaves, and then steep it in water. It should taste a lot better that way. Shun Hai carefully analyzed it. Today I just picked some pine needles at random to let you test the waters. Some other day, when I've got time, I'll pick a taller old tree and climb up to pluck the tenderest shoot tips for you to try. Shun Siyuan said smugly. Break time ended, and just as they were about to get up and continue working, they had only walked a few steps when all 3 of them clutched their stomachs at the same time. Then, like jet-propelled warriors, they sprinted out of the cave and dashed into the forest. Time passed like a white colt flashing by crack, and in the blink of an eye, it was July 30th. The sunlight still poured down over the earth with scorching heat, as if it wanted to roast everything in the world. As the last container was steadily transported into the cave, all 120 containers that made up the internal structure of the shelter were finally in place. After 2 months of container modification and transportation work, the project was officially declared a complete success at this moment. After fiercely praising Fatty Lin over the phone, Shun Siyuan transferred the final portion of the payment through mobile banking according to the current gold price. As for the remaining unfinished drainage pipes, Shun Siyuan planned to push that forward slowly afterward. Slow work yields fine craftsmanship. He did not want to end up working as a pipe repairman inside the shelter every day in the future. Right now, the most urgent priority was to race against time and complete the shelter's entrance ceiling project. This was not something as simple as installing a single gate and calling it done. In truth, it was an extremely complex systems project involving many parts. It included blast resistance, ventilation, dust removal, toxic filtration, and many other functions. according to the contact person at the Civil Air Defense Equipment Manufacturing Factory. The factory's orders were already completely full, and the production lines were operating under overload. Because the factory was continuously expanding production capacity, it no longer had much spare space left for storing inventory. After large-scale special equipment came off the production line, it had to be transported away as soon as possible. Otherwise, a hefty storage fee had to be paid every day. After receiving the news, Shun Siyuan hurried, without stopping, to a construction company qualified to carry out civil air defense engineering work, according to his original plan. After an intense round of negotiations and communication, the two sides quickly signed a relevant contract. Not long after, a temporarily assembled engineering team arrived at Bama Village at lightning speed. At the same time, several massive special transport trucks also pulled up in front of the cave entrance. These vehicles were fully loaded with the various subsystem components of the Shelter's protective gate, waiting to become part of the Shelter's defensive facilities. As the construction equipment arrived in place, the workers began operating cranes to unload the various equipment from the trucks, including protective doors, airtight valves, blast-proof floor drains, blast wave gate valves, toxic filters, large fans, and more. According to the design drawing Shin Si-Yuen had prepared, the construction team recast two entrances, one large and one small, and built protective structures above both of them to prevent fallen rocks or collapsing earth and stone from blocking the entrances. The main entrance was set at the location of the original cave opening, large enough for vehicles to enter and exit directly. Installed, there were two massive, reinforced concrete, blast-proof, airtight doors that opened outward. Behind the inner door was an independent garage. As for the secondary entrance and exit, it had been newly excavated 10 meters away from the original opening, then turned a 90-degree right angle before reconnecting to the inside of the cave. This area was not only used for personnel access, but also served as the shelter's ventilation inlet. In addition to two small blast-proof doors, there was also a swing-type blast wave valve. Under normal conditions, the swing-type blast wave valve remained open, allowing normal ventilation and exhaust. Air entered the structure through the gap between the swing plate and the base plate, as well as the openings on the base plate, meeting daily ventilation needs. When shockwave arrived, the air pressure at the front end of the valve plate would suddenly increase, and the blast wave valve would automatically close under the pressure. Once the swing plate blocked the ventilation opening, it could prevent the shockwave from entering the interior of the shelter. The two entrances and the internal area of the shelter were not directly connected. Instead, concrete retaining walls and roofing were installed in between, dividing the space into several independent sealed compartments. These included an anti-toxic passage, a sealed passage, a diffusion chamber, a dust removal chamber, a toxin filtration chamber, a fresh air equipment room, a decontamination room, and a chemical protection equipment room, among others. Fresh air from outside the shelter would pass through the swing-type blast wave valve, then enter the diffusion chamber for wave dissipation treatment to eliminate shock waves. Next, the air would enter the dust removal chamber for dust removal, then proceed into the toxin filtration chamber for thorough filtration. Only after that would the air be driven by the supply fan in the fresh air equipment room and sent into the shelter as clean air. To deal with high dust scenarios under extreme conditions such as volcanic eruptions, an additional water tank was installed inside the dust removal chamber. The outlet of the dust removal air duct extended all the way into the water tank, using the adsorption effect of water to filter dust from the air. This allowed for more efficient dust removal while also greatly extending the lifespan of the air filter core. A pedal power drive system was also installed in the fresh air equipment room, allowing ventilation inside the shelter to be maintained by human-powered fan operation during a power outage. From the outside, this human-powered device looked like a multi-person bicycle, capable of letting up to 6 people pedal at the same time for a workout. Once the entire system was completed, the shelter possessed a full NBC defense capability, nuclear, chemical, and biological protection. Under disaster conditions, when people returned to the shelter from outside, they also had to follow a complete standard cleaning process. First, they had to enter the anti-toxic passage. After the main door was closed, they would enter the decontamination room for disinfection and scrubbing. After completing decontamination, they would proceed into the chemical protection equipment room to remove their protective suits. Only then could they enter the shelter. Construction lasted for more than half a month. After completing the entrance ceiling project, Shen Siyuan additionally had the construction team build a small single-story building on the road leading to the platform at the cave entrance. The building had only 2 large rolling doors, one in front and one in back, allowing large vehicles to pass through. It looked like a city gate standing before the shelter, stretched across the only road leading to the entrance. This was not only the shelter's first line of defense, but could also effectively block outsiders from peering at the shelter. The sign for Dongqi Dachi Ecological Aquaculture Company Limited was rehung here, and Shen Siyuan also made a warning sign that read, "Fierce dogs inside. No entry," and nailed it to the wall. After the shelter entrance ceiling project was completed, it would no longer be so easy for him to keep using the giant salamander farm as a cover for his true intentions. If people could easily reach the blast-proof doors of the cave entrance, the shelter's secrecy would vanish completely. After all, no one could accept that the cave entrance of a breeding farm would need civil air defense facilities of such an outrageous grade. The entire entrance ceiling project cost Shun Siyuan more than 1 million yuan, quite a bit higher than the original budget. Most of the overrun came from labor costs. For the sake of secrecy, Shun Siyuan had specifically hired a construction company from neighboring Jiangbei province. And the members of the work crew had also been deliberately selected from remote areas. Because of that, he spent quite a bit more money. On the flat ground near the platform of the cave entrance, under Shunhai's direction, the construction team also poured an additional batch of cement pile foundations. These were reserved installation bases for a backup wind-solar hybrid power generation system, enough to install 5 1,000-watt vertical axis wind turbines and 30 photovoltaic panels. At this point, the civil construction work on the shelter was finally completely finished. After Shin Siyuan settled the construction team's payment, the workers, under the foreman's direction, began packing up all kinds of construction equipment and loading it into vehicles, then left Bama village. By August 16th, Shun Siyuan finally received a call from the Yuzhou Radio Administration Bureau. The radio station license and radio call sign had already been approved, and he could go pick them up directly. So after staying in the mountain cave for half a month, he finally got a chance to go back and rest for a while. On the drive back to the city, Shun Siyuan turned on the car radio as usual and listened to the latest news bulletin. The 719 mega earthquake in the Wan Nation had already caused more than 300,000 casualties, with several million left homeless. The Wan Nation government called on the international community to increase humanitarian aid. In response, the Silk Nation government, in line with the principle of openness and transparency, urged the Wan Nation authorities to release relevant data on nuclear facilities in the disaster-stricken area as soon as possible. Multiple cities in Zibalai had suffered radiological bomb attacks. The Jinan Resistance Organization claimed responsibility for the attacks and stated that this was retaliation for Zibalai's brazen use of nuclear weapons. Global hunger levels had surged once again. Famine had broken out in multiple countries across Euphilia continent. And the Blue Star Food Program of the United Nations called on all countries to lift grain export bans as soon as possible. The International Health Organization officially announced that the unknown virus that had broken out in Ermao Nation and swept across all of O was a single-stranded positive-sense RNA virus. Based on genome sequencing, it was found to contain genetic information from multiple different parent viruses with obvious traces of gene editing. The preliminary judgment was that it belonged to an artificially manufactured, genetically engineered recombinant virus. The United Nations Virus Classification Committee had officially named its seed cell V, Chimera SARS-like virus, with the Chinese name Qinha virus. This virus possessed characteristics such as broad transmissibility, high pathogenicity, and high mutability. The Silk Nation Health Bureau had already issued relevant epidemic prevention and control reminders. Listening to all this, Shin Siyuan felt that the situation on Blue Star was developing more and more toward the worst possible direction. Chimera virus? Looks like the virus that popped up this time is the ultimate stitched-together abomination, Shin Siyuan muttered to himself. In his view, there were actually only 2 core reasons behind humanity's global crisis. First, technological development had stagnated. Second, resource distribution had become rigid. The wealth gap in every country in the world had already exploded past all limits. This was completely beyond the scope of what an economic crisis could relieve. And it was not something that could be solved by just a few countries collapsing. Historically, to solve similar problems, either technological progress was needed, the so-called making the cake bigger, or all-out war, the so-called redistribution of social resources. In the decades since the end of World War II, because of the deterrent pressure of nuclear bombs, war between major powers had never been able to break out. During several severe crises, both camps restrained the urge to act at the very last moment. During the Cold War that followed, only some small-scale proxy wars took place. In fact, the power of nuclear weapons had long been seriously overestimated, far from enough to exterminate humanity. Shockwaves had quite limited destructive power against reinforced concrete, and nuclear radiation was also far less harmful than leakage from nuclear power plants. Big Brother had once used nuclear bombs to put out natural gas fires, and had even blasted out a reservoir with a nuclear bomb. The true deterrent power of nuclear weapons lies in the fact that beneath a nuclear bomb, all lives are equal. When war breaks out, before the cannon fodder on the front lines have even died in battle, the big shots in the rear have already all been nuke flat. That is something no ruling group can accept. Dragged out to the very end, even the rulers of the Red Camp S Big Brother would rather let the nation disintegrate than launch a world war. A method of redistribution that had once worked so well throughout history completely lost its function. If human nature is set aside and one speaks objectively, war has always been a powerful force driving the development of human society. Rulers are born liking stability. No one does not want his descendants to smoothly inherit his wealth and power. War, however, is the cruelest struggle for survival between nations. It forces all rulers to concede wealth and power to the lower classes. A nation where the capable rise to the top will inevitably swallow a hereditary nation, and the incompetent will inevitably be eliminated by the enemy's butcher knife. Technology is not only the primary productive force, but also the primary combat force. War also forces the ruling class to pour as many resources as possible into technological research and development. And after every great war, the civilian application of military technology brings a huge wave of economic dividends. If technology can keep advancing, then the economic pie can keep growing. Ordinary people may become poorer relative to the rich, but as long as their income keeps rising, they will still have money to keep consuming. With consumer demand, the market can maintain production and the economy can enter a positive cycle. Many problems can then continue to be postponed, with hope placed in the wisdom of future generations. The most recent information technology revolution relied on foundational internet technology whose origins can also be traced back to military networks developed during the Cold War standoff. Several decades have passed since the information technology revolution. As the major internet companies finished carving up the territory, the economic dividends have been completely exhausted. The new technology it gave birth to, AI, after being hyped up by countless capital interests, has also gone from its initial frenzy to the tasteless thing it is now. AI has not brought new growth points. It has even triggered a massive wave of unemployment among the lower classes. Meanwhile, key fundamental physics has fallen into long-term stagnation, causing every industry to lack any revolutionary technological breakthrough. After the economic pie stopped expanding, the income growth of ordinary people could no longer keep up with the rate of wealth dilution. It went from 20% of the people holding 80% of the wealth to 10% of the people holding 120% of the wealth, while 90% of the people were in debt. This is the deeper reason behind the decline of many economies. Consumption levels are shrinking, corporate profits are falling, and capital is no longer willing to expand investment. Capital can accept companies burning money in RD. Burning for 10 years is fine too. But the premise is that there must be expectations for the future to support it. Now that the outlook is bleak, everyone only wants to make quick money with short-term results. No one is willing to develop at a loss anymore. Consumers are out of money. No matter how good the things companies produce are, whether physical or virtual, they cannot be sold. And so Blue Star's economy gradually worsened, with overcapacity dragging it into a death spiral. 100 years ago, none of this would have been a problem. War could solve it. Use war to consume one's own excess production capacity, while also destroying the enemy's excess production capacity. Use post-war reconstruction to create demand, redistribute wealth a little, and start the cycle again. That is what the so-called dynastic cycle is. However, nuclear weapons changed everything. Local wars cannot solve the problem, while fear of nuclear war prevents total war. Faced with a situation that has never appeared in history, humanity still has absolutely no experience in dealing with it. As for how it will ultimately be resolved, only those who survive through the turmoil will know. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, Sun Si-Yuen drove home. After entering, he set the electric drill he was carrying onto the floor. Ever since moving into this high-rise residential complex, he had often been feeling a vague sense of unease. Every time he looked out from the balcony, that unease would only grow stronger, and the fire reports that appeared from time to time in the news only worsened his worries. Since he was home this time, he planned to install 2 escape devices for the house. The delivery boxes had arrived several days ago. Inside were 2 high-rise emergency descent devices. Opening the heavy carrying case, Sun Si-Yuen took out 4 safety anchor points and 12 expansion bolts. After looking around the house for suitable positions, he marked the walls in the master bedroom, the second bedroom, and the 2 balconies on the south and north sides. He then drilled holes into the wall above the windows and fixed the safety anchor points in place with the expansion bolts. This kind of safety equipment, the descent device, works by using internal mechanical gears and friction units to achieve a slow descent. In essence, it is not all that different from outdoor rappelling, except the difficulty and entry barrier are greatly reduced. When living in a high-rise building, the most dangerous situation is when a fire breaks out and the flames and thick smoke block the escape routes. At that time, the descent device becomes another escape option at a critical moment. The way to use the descent device is quite simple. One only needs to use the safety hook to hang the device onto the anchor point. Then throw the steel cable out the window. After that, as long as one keeps the body balanced and avoids obstacles, one can slowly descend to the ground. But the descent devices commonly found on the market are often equipped with only a thin flat strap, worn under the armpits and across the chest during use. Such a crude method of securing the body can easily come loose, causing the user to fall to his death. In Sun Si-Yuen's view, using that kind of thing to secure the body was no different for suicide. That was why he had specially bought a descent device equipped with a standard 5-point safety harness, with a maximum load of 150 kilograms. It could also be used reciprocally. At a descent height of 100 meters, it could be used continuously around 30 times. Sun Si-Yuen's home was on the 12th floor, So he bought an aviation-grade steel cable 50 meters long, capable of withstanding a pulling force of more than 15 tons. Although the steel cable was extremely heavy, it could endure temperatures of 500 degrees for more than 30 minutes and was also extremely wear-resistant. After finishing with the descent devices, Shun Siyuan started making dinner. Just as he was stir-frying the last dish, the sound of the door opening came from the house. "Dad's back." Shenmu dashed into the kitchen and hugged his father's leg. "Ha. While Dad was away, was little Mu behaving at home?" Shin Siyuan turned off the gas, wiped his hands, and smilingly picked up his son in one go. "Of course I was. If you don't believe me, ask Grandma." Shenmu immediately turned his head toward Wang Qin behind him. "You were gone for half a month." Mumu asked every day where Dad had gone. "We video called you and you didn't answer either," Wang Qin said helplessly. There was no signal in the cave, and when I got back to sleep, it was too late, so I didn't reply to you. Dad, while you were gone, I was bored to death." Shenmu started shaking hard. All right. Tomorrow's the weekend. Dad will take you rock climbing, and we'll have a good full day of fun." "Really? Yay." Shenmu happily threw both hands into the air. Shin Siyuan knew that although the descent devices could help his family safely descend from a high rise to the ground in an emergency, if they were not familiar with how to use them, they might panic and fumble at the crucial moment. It was almost September. As soon as summer vacation ended, Shenmu would start first grade in elementary school. There was not much free time left, so he decided to take the whole family to a climbing gym. He planned to use a fun and educational approach to let his family learn and personally experience how to use safety harnesses and descent devices. This could also be counted as a kind of prepper-style family entertainment. The next day, Shin Siyuan brought the whole family to a local indoor rock climbing gym in Yuzhou. The moment he walked in, Shunmu was instantly drawn to the towering rock walls and the colorful climbing routes in front of him. There were many people in the gym today, but the atmosphere was still lively. Quite a few parents had brought their kids here to experience the fun of climbing. Under the coach's guidance, Shun Siyuan's family put on all the proper protective gear, including 5-point safety harnesses, climbing shoes, and helmets. Before the actual climb, the coach first explained the basic techniques and precautions of rock climbing to them, from how to properly grip the holds and shift their center of gravity using body strength, to how to maintain balance and stability during the climb. Every detail was crucial. In particular, they had to follow a whole set of safety regulations. Before climbing, they had to repeatedly check whether their safety carabiners were properly secured. Once the preparations were done, Shun Siyuan decided to let his son try first. With the coach's help, Shinmu put on his harness and stood in front of the climbing wall, looking both excited and a little nervous. Shin Siyuan kept encouraging his son to be bold and give it a try. With his family cheering him on, Shinmu gradually found his rhythm and successfully climbed up the low-difficulty section of the wall. Next, Jinlin and Wang Qin also took turns trying to climb. As she kept going higher, Jinlin gradually got the hang of it too and started enjoying the fun that climbing brought. Wang Qin was older, so after trying it a few times, she came down to rest. But that wasn't important. The real focus of Shun Siyuan's trip was to teach his family the correct descending posture. While everyone was still in high spirits, Shin Siyuan went back to the car and carried out the emergency descent device he had bought. After stuffing 2 packs of Huazi into the coach's hands, the coach agreed to let Shun Siyuan conduct a fire escape training drill for his family here. The premise was that they had to stay attached to a safety rope to ensure the training was safe. After briefly explaining his intentions to his family, Shin Siyuan had the coach lead them up the stairs to the top of an unused climbing area. This spot was 12 meters above the ground, roughly the height of a 4-story building. With the coach cooperating, Shun Siyuan explained the entire method of using the descent device from start to finish. After fastening the safety hook to the anchor point, he let the steel cable hang straight down along the wall, then went first as the vanguard to demonstrate. He gripped the steel cable tightly, leaned his body back, braced both feet against the wall, and slowly slid down the climbing wall. The whole process was smooth and steady, and he landed on the ground without issue. Next, Jinlin and Wang Qin also took turns trying the descent device. Although they were a little nervous at first, under the coach's guidance, they gradually mastered the technique and successfully completed the descent. Finally, it was little Shinmu's turn. He seemed a bit afraid of heights and didn't dare go down. The coach noticed his expression and began encouraging him, telling him to try looking upward as much as possible. With the coach and his family cheering him on, he also completed the descent smoothly. After going down several times in a row, the family finally became fully desensitized to rappelling. Shinmu even started to like the feeling a little and kept clamoring to do it a few more times. Fear comes from the unknown. Once something loses its mystery, it is no longer worth fearing. September 1st. The early autumn sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, scattering mottled patches of light across the playground of Jinjiang Elementary School. Today was the school's opening day, and the entrance was already packed shoulder to shoulder. The chatter of children and the conversations of parents mixed together, creating an exceptionally lively scene. Shun Siyuan and Jinlin stood in the crowd, tightly holding the little hand of their 6-year-old son, Shunmu. Shinmu was wearing a brand new school uniform, and carrying a small backpack his mother had carefully picked out for him. His eyes shone with excitement and curiosity. This was an important milestone in his life, his first time stepping through the gates of elementary school. Mumu, starting today, you're a first-grade student. You have to listen to your teacher and study hard, okay? Jinlin bent down and gently stroked her son's head. Shen Siyuan lightly patted Shun Mu on the shoulder from the side. Son, be a little braver at school. Mom and Dad believe in you. Right then, a sudden commotion broke out in the crowd, followed by several terrified screams. Shen Siyuan saw a tall man in ragged clothes charge into the crowd with a gleaming long blade in his hand. His eyes were vicious. He slashed at whoever he saw, and it was obvious that the edge of his blade was aimed at the children gathered at the school gate. Ah, help, help, my child, my child. The parents panicked and hurried to shield their children, trying to flee from the terrifying man. Crying and screaming tangled together, throwing the entire school entrance into chaos. After hearing the disturbance, the security guard in the gatehouse quickly pressed the alarm button and ran out carrying an anti-riot steel fork. At the same time the alarm sounded, the electric gate at the school entrance automatically began to close. Another guard on duty at the gate had already engaged the long blade man in combat with an anti-riot shield and a baton in hand. Seeing this, Shun Siyuan immediately shielded Jinlin and Shun Mu behind him while rapidly scanning the surroundings for a way out. Go now, Shun Siyuan shouted. He scooped up the still frozen Shen Mu in one arm, grabbed his wife, and started running. Earlier, barriers had been set up in a ring near the school gate to maintain queue order, but at this moment, they seriously obstructed the crowd's escape. Very quickly, people began falling to the ground in panic, which triggered an even more serious stampede and trapped Shen Siyuan's family at the scene. The two security guards had the knife-wielding man boxed in from the left and right with their equipment, and it looked like they were about to subdue him. At that moment, Shun Siyuan saw a skinny man in the crowd pull a dagger from his clothes. Before Shen Siyuan could even shout a warning, the dagger man stabbed the fork-wielding guard in the neck from behind. The situation reversed in an instant. The guard side went from 2 against 1 to 1 against 2. The dagger man tied up the shield-wielding guard after he turned around, while the long blade man resumed hacking at the children and parents nearby. Seeing that it would be hard to escape the scene in a short time, Shun Siyuan knew that if he didn't risk his life now, his family would be in mortal danger. He immediately shoved Shenmu into Jinlin's arms and took off his belt to use as a weapon. Jinlin tightly held Shenmu's head, pressing his face against her to cover his eyes. The long blade man walked toward Shen Siyuan with a savage grin. The ground was already littered with victims. Blood dripped down from the chipped edge of the machete, flashing with a chilling gleam in the sunlight. Shen Siyuan had no time to hesitate. He immediately began working every muscle in his body. He started swaying in place, rocking forward, backward, left, and right, while letting out a hoarse, bizarre howl. Illo, Yayawa. Shen Siyuan looked like he had suddenly gone insane, shrieking wildly as he whipped the belt in his hand. His features twisted, ferocity showing on his face. His movements were bizarre and awkward, as if rabies had flared up in him. The long blade man was startled by the sudden strange screaming and obviously froze for a moment. Shen Siyuan seized the opportunity and smashed the steel buckle at the end of the belt hard into the man's knee. The long blade man cried out in pain and involuntarily staggered back 2 steps. What looked like a sudden fit of madness was actually the signature move of Yuzhou's famous martial arts master, Chen Hagao, Mad Dog Fist. Chen Hagao, founder of unrestricted special combat martial arts, had once served as a combat instructor for the Anti-Terror Special Operations Unit of the Jiangnan Province WJ Corps, as well as a police skills instructor for a certain prison's riot control brigade. Several decades ago, during the most chaotic years of public security in the Sea Nation, highway robbers and road tyrants ran rampant, and all kinds of thugs in Yuzhou made street brawls a common sight. Back then, when Chen Hagao fought someone one-on-one at Yuzhou Wuling Plaza, he opened with a groin kick and an eye gouge, instantly taking away the other side's ability to fight and becoming famous in one shot. He founded his own modern martial arts school, took in disciples far and wide, and drew mixed praise and criticism. If unrestricted special combat martial arts were placed in a wuxia world, it would absolutely be considered heretical doctrine, practically no different from a demonic sect. Yet he upheld the belief of hating evil as one hates an enemy and eliminating harm for the people, winning over countless followers. Some saw him as a true great hero, a grandmaster who acted for the nation and the people. Others saw him as a heretic, believing his martial arts philosophy and techniques were far too despicable. No matter how people judged him, after Chen Hagao founded the Yuzhou Tianlong Martial Arts Hall, he often encouraged his disciples to stand up for justice and taught them that before learning martial arts, they must first learn the law. He made sure every act of drawing a blade to help others counted as legitimate self-defense. It was the only martial sect after the founding of the nation with a confirmed kill record. In 2005, his disciple Luo Shengui was riding a bus when he encountered 3 armed criminals with nothing but a pair of scissors. He achieved the glorious record of 1 dead and 2 seriously injured. relying on the martial arts and criminal law he had learned in the sect, along with a mnemonic. I was scared to death at the time. He was not only ruled to have acted in legitimate self-defense, but was even awarded a bravery citation. Shen Siyuan had once carefully read through the divine book written by Chun Hagao, extremely powerful and practical unrestricted fighting techniques. The book was full of underhanded, vicious, low-class moves that had absolutely no regard for martial virtue, yet they held immense practical combat value and completely overturned Shen Siyuan's view of martial arts. The strong in combat were the winners. In order to fight criminals and obtain victory, all methods could be used. So-called first courage, second strength, third skill, without courage. No matter how much strength or technique one had, none of it could be brought out. In moments of extreme danger, shouting loudly could boost one's courage and stimulate the adrenaline within the body. In close quarters life and death combat, only madness could suppress the stress response caused by panic. Shouting could not only disrupt a criminal's thoughts and judgment, but also greatly increase one's movement speed and striking power. As for shaking the body wildly, that was to warm up on the spot, speed up blood circulation, and quickly awaken the muscle cells in the body. It also made it harder for the opponent to lock onto one's position, making it easier to dodge attacks. The long blade man angrily dodged the belt Shun Siyuan, whipped at him again, and was just about to bring his blade down in a chop. Shun Siyuan moved his body in close, then spat out a thick mouthful of phlegm that hit the man right in the eye. Shun Siyuan had been building up that old wad of spit ever since he took off his belt. It was dense and plentiful, instantly blurring the long blade man's vision. Dodging the slashing blade, Shun Siyuan seized the chance and used all his strength, viciously kicking his right foot up into the long blade man's groin. The pointed leather shoe turned into a blasting projectile. One kick double impact, instantly shattering the man's most vulnerable organ. The long blade man was in so much pain that his left hand clutched his crotch while his right still held the blade, using the back of his hand to wipe his eye. Taking advantage of the fact that the man couldn't open his eyes, Shen Siyuan grabbed his right hand with both hands, then bit down on his thumb and tore at it violently. With a clang, the long blade fell to the ground. Shen Siyuan reacted fast and immediately picked up the blade, then without hesitation slashed at the man's neck. The strike landed right on a vital spot, the carotid artery. The long blade man clutched his neck and fell to the ground. Looking at the spurting blood, Shen Siyuan knew this man was finished. With that amount of blood loss, even if he were teleported onto an operating table at the hospital right now, he still couldn't be saved. Seeing the long blade man lying on the ground without moving, Shen Siyuan immediately stopped attacking, turned, and charged toward the dagger man who was still dealing with the security guard on the other side. When the dagger man saw Shen Siyuan rushing at him with strange cries, he began backing away and slowly lowered the hand holding the knife. Seeing that reaction, Shen Siyuan quickly restrained the urge to hack him. The laws of the Sea Nation stipulated that the right of unlimited self-defense could only be used while the act of aggression was taking place. If the criminal's act of aggression had already ended, then any revenge or injuring behavior could constitute intentional assault or even intentional homicide. The other party was no longer directly threatening his life. He could no longer exercise unlimited self-defense. After the two sides faced off for a while, police sirens finally sounded on the street. When Shun Siyuan saw the peace officers coming up with pistols drawn, he quickly threw down the long blade in his hand and raised both hands, worried that he might be shot by mistake. The other surviving parents nearby immediately shouted, "The one in the suit is a parent who is helping. Hurry and grab the one with the dagger." Hearing that, the lead peace officer immediately aimed his gun at the dagger man. "Drop what's in your hand right now, or I'll open fire." The dagger man heard this, revealed a strange smile, and directly threw the knife onto the ground. Then the peace officers swarmed in, pinned him to the ground, and cuffed him. As he was being shoved into the police car, he turned back arrogantly and said to Shun Siyuan, "I could have killed a few more. Too bad, I ran into a lunatic like you. Shut up and behave." A peace officer kicked him into the car. There were many dead and wounded at the scene, and the medical workers coming down from the ambulances were rescuing the injured on site. After exchanging a few words with the surviving security guard, the peace officers got a general understanding of what had happened. Command center calling on-site coordinator. "Please report the situation on scene. Acknowledge upon receipt." A voice came through the radio. "Received. This is on-site coordination. One suspect is dead on the spot. One suspect has been brought under control. Understood. Continue maintaining security." Shen Siyuan bent down and picked up his belt. Looking at the blood all over himself, he knew the new suit he had just bought was completely ruined. After wiping his face with his jacket, he anxiously began searching for Jean Lin and Shun Mu. Jean Lin had twisted her ankle during the incident just now and was still sitting on the ground with their son, shaken out of their wits. Shen Siyuan walked over, dropped to his knees, and hugged the two of them. Shen Mu let out a loud wail, while Jean Lin tightly grabbed Shen Siyuan's back and also began crying softly. While holding his family, Shen Siyuan immediately took out his phone and called Yongfun. "Mom, come back to Yuzhou with Dad. Ever since we moved, you two still haven't come to visit, and it's been a long time since we got together. Yeah, Jean Lin and Moo miss you both. Hurry up. No matter what, you have to come today. Right. There is something very important we need to discuss. Shen Siyuan knew that with what happened today, his son had probably had his eyes covered and might not have seen anything clearly. But Jean Lin had definitely witnessed the entire process of the murderer killing someone, as well as Shen Siyuan counter-killing him. Right now, he was extremely worried that his wife might develop post-traumatic stress disorder. In the worst case, she might even be left with some psychological trauma. He had just killed a murderer in counterattack, and in a little while, he would definitely have to go give a statement. So the first thing he did was call his father-in-law and mother-in-law back from the mountain. What Jean Lin needed most right now was her parents' company. Then Shen Siyuan called his mother Wang Qin as well. After briefly explaining a few things, he hung up. He went back to comforting his wife and son. It's okay now. Everything is okay now. We're going home. Shen Siyuan helped his wife to her feet. But suddenly his legs went weak, and the two of them almost dropped back to the ground. The rush from the adrenaline had already passed, and Shen Siyuan now felt weak in both arms and legs. The peace officer who had been waiting nearby immediately stepped forward and caught the two of them. Sir, we'll need you to come back to the station later and cooperate with us in making a statement. Don't worry, it's just procedure. Don't take my dad away. Wah. Hearing that, Shenmu immediately shouted and started crying again. Shen Siyuan crouched down and tightly held his son's hands. Mumu, a bad guy is about to receive punishment from the law. Dad has to go give testimony to the peace officer uncles. I'll be right back. Can you promise Dad you won't cry? Well, really? You'll come back right away? Don't lie to me. Man, really? Dad promises I'll be right back. Look, your mom hurt her foot. Can you promise Dad that before I come back, you'll stay by Mom's side and keep her company? Okay. You have to keep your word. Shenmu stopped crying. Shen Siyuan stood up again and said to the peace officer, my wife twisted her ankle, and she was also a little frightened. My mother is on her way here. Later, I may have to trouble you to help send them to the hospital. No problem. We'll arrange for someone to take them over shortly. We'll also arrange psychological counseling for everyone at the scene afterward. Not long after, Wang Qin hurried over anxiously. Don't worry, none of you are hurt. Mom, stay with Jean Lin for a bit. I'm going to make a statement. After saying that, Shen Siyuan followed the peace officer into a car. The bystanders on the roadside learned from the surviving parents that this was the parent who had counter-killed the assailant, and they all began applauding. Since there were still many dead and injured at the scene, the peace officer raised his hand to signal for quiet. The statement-taking and evidence collection were completed very quickly. There were several cameras at the entrance of the elementary school, clearly recording the entire course of the incident. Shen Siyuan was soon determined to have acted in legitimate self-defense, and the Public Security Bureau issued a certificate of innocence, making it clear that no criminal responsibility would be pursued. That very night, Shen Siyuan returned home from the Public Security Bureau. Before he left, a district leader in charge of political legal work had even come over specially to praise him a few times and told him that they were already applying for a certificate honoring his righteous act. In the end, this vicious case caused a grave outcome of 4 deaths and 8 injuries, aside from one assailant who was counter-killed on the spot. The security guard with the fork, 1 parent, and 2 students all failed to be saved, and the dagger man who was arrested quickly confessed to the crime. The motive he gave was shockingly simple. He just didn't want to live anymore. The investigation results released by the Public Security Bureau showed that the dagger man had been unemployed for a long time and lived alone. Before the incident, he was already burdened with enormous debt. After that, he developed a disgust for life, feeling he had lived enough. He tried to jump into a river to kill himself, but feared the pain and hesitated for a long time. Then, on the bridge, he happened to run into the Longblade Man, who was fleeing after committing a robbery and murder during the solar storm period. Facing the Public Security Bureau's harsh crackdown, and with no way out, the Longblade Man planned to take revenge on society one last time before getting caught. So the Longblade Man persuaded the Dagger Man to join him in carrying out an attack. His reason for persuading him was that most death sentences now used injection, allowing for a painless euthanasia. Since the time was close to the start of the school term, the two of them set their target on a school, and the location they chose was Jinjiang Elementary School. In the days that followed, watching the news reports on the TV screen, Shen Siyuan fell into deep, lingering fear. If those two had used something other than knives, something even more dangerous, then he and his family probably would not have escaped disaster. He had still somewhat underestimated just how sharp social tensions had become after the solar storm. The current public security situation had already spread to his own side. If not for the child's education and childhood, he would have wanted to take his family and hide in the shelter right now without ever coming out. After the incident, Jean Lin's company specially gave her half a month off, and she quickly walked out of the psychological shadow. Instead, it was Shen Siyuan who started having nightmares after returning home. He would always involuntarily replay the scene in his mind, thinking about what could have been handled better at the time. Even if it had been self-defense, someone had still died directly at his hands for the first time. It was impossible for his heart to remain completely unmoved. Fortunately, with his family by his side, his attention was soon diverted by other matters. What troubled him more now was his son, Shenmu. After going through this incident, although Shenmu had become much stronger, the brat had started pestering him all day. Wanted to learn Mad Dog Fist. Considering that a child's mind was still completely immature, Shun Siyuan flatly refused his son's request. He only told him to exercise more and train more, laying a good foundation for the future. After school started again, his son's nickname at school was now Son of the Battle Roar. As for the reason, that had to go to the news program called 1717 Silver Eye. After Shun Siyuan received the certificate confirming his righteous act, the honorary certificate, and the reward money, he was immediately arranged for a media interview. In the past, C-Nation had been extremely strict in recognizing legitimate self-defense. If your methods were not restrained enough, or your attitude not proper enough, it was very easy to be judged as excessive defense. Even if you were finally released without charge during the process of determination, you still might spend several days in jail. Fortunately, things were now in the middle of a harsh crackdown, and this kind of forcing people into impossible standards had already begun to change. On top of that, this time it had been a vicious school attack, and Shun Siyuan's intervention had greatly reduced the final number of casualties. So not only was he not given a hard time, he was released that very night, then quickly turned into a model for positive publicity. Facing the camera, law-abiding citizen Mr. Shun naturally did not forget his sect inheritance and hurriedly put on an official-style performance. At the time, I was terrified. I was so scared I even screamed. The assailant was slashing at me like crazy, and I barely managed to dodge. Later we started struggling, and somehow he dropped the knife on the ground. I hurried and picked it up, then chopped over with my eyes closed. Who knew it would just happen to hit his head? This caused me very severe psychological trauma. After that, the TV image switched to the surveillance angle. Although the surveillance footage had been censored, it was still possible to clearly see the full process of Shun Siyuan using a smooth combo to counterkill the assailant. Because the camera had a microphone installed, Shun Siyuan's strange cries at the scene were also played in full. The moment those words came out, they instantly drew widespread attention from all kinds of netizens. An anonymous netizen commented, "Whether he was scared or not, I don't know. But the assailant was probably scared out of his mind." Shun Clan Ballmaster commented, opening with a howl, "Eye smear. Kick to the crotch, clearly a direct disciple of the unrestricted combat school." Outlaw Zhang San commented, "One strike, instant kill, no extra stab." This man must be deeply versed in both martial arts and criminal law. The famous 5-star reviewer and part-time General MacArthur Culler also gave his evaluation on this. "If I met him on the battlefield, I'd definitely prepare my own iron crotch guard in advance." The large-scale documentary The Madman, whose eggs flew and shattered, continues for you. After that, Shun Siyuan also received notice from the school, inviting him to give a speech as a parent representative at the next parent meeting. After exhausting himself with words and finally declining the thankless job, Shun Siyuan weakly put down his phone. As a survivalist, the best defensive method was to hide well among the crowd. If you wanted to live long in troubled times, then you had to stay low-key at all times and try not to attract other people's attention. Shun Siyuan had never liked being in the spotlight, especially in the current online environment. The higher people praised you, the harder you fell. The people praising you today might become the people cursing you tomorrow. One fan could be worth 10 haters. Low-level praise could become high-level sabotage. Being in the vortex of public opinion and being carried along by it was absolutely not a good thing. So he quickly hid the content of all his social media accounts to avoid people digging too deeply into his information. And what upset Shun Siyuan the most was the court record of the Dagger Man. In court, the Knife Man's parents produced a psychiatric diagnosis report. They insisted that their son was mentally ill, should not bear criminal responsibility, and could not be sentenced to death. The Public Security Bureau presented the judicial appraisal results in court. First, mental state at the time of the crime, no mental illness. Second, criminal responsibility assessment at the time of the crime, full criminal responsibility. After hearing the prosecutor recommend a death sentence, the Knife Man actually burst out laughing in court and clamored for the judge to hurry up and sentence him to death. Judging from the current trial process, the Knife Man would most likely be sentenced to death, then receive lethal injection after approval by the Supreme Court. That kind of painless euthanasia was exactly what he wanted. Meanwhile, the families of the victims killed because of that piece of trash had lost their loved ones forever and fallen into endless pain. The survivors who had been injured were left with scars on both body and mind that were nearly impossible to heal, and they would carry them for the rest of their lives. Neither of the two murderers had any assets worth recovering. The victims and their families would receive no financial compensation at all. They could not even get a single apology. After the incident, the Knife Man's parents had never once contacted the victims' families, nor had they ever expressed any willingness to apologize or compensate them, as if they had never done anything wrong. Watching the families cry their grievances in front of the camera, Shun Siyuan was so furious that his vision blurred and his blood pressure shot up. The later developments went exactly as Shun Siyuan had expected. The focus of public opinion shifted to how anyone could truly punish an invincible bastard like the Knife Man. The internet exploded into arguments. Quite a few keyboard warriors even jumped out and accused Shen Siyuan of being soft-hearted back then, saying he should not have let the knife man off. If it had been them, they said they would have thrown heavy punches long ago, hacked him to death on the spot, or, at the very least, let the knife man experience what it felt like to have his balls smashed to pieces. Fortunately, Shen Siyuan had already positioned himself in advance. His line back then, "I was terrified," sounded fake, but it was enough to leave him in an unbeatable position in the online flame war. If Shen Siyuan had chosen earlier to show off everywhere and smugly flaunt how brave and badass he was, then the storm of public opinion would have started biting back at him now. When Shen Siyuan left the courtroom as a witness, he accepted a reporter's interview for the last time. Throughout the interview, he did not mention himself at all. Instead, he did everything he could to call on all sectors of society to keep paying attention to the victims of this incident, and he donated his reward for righteous action on the spot. After that, Shen Siyuan disappeared from the public eye and completely returned to the original track of his life. It was already mid-September, and the weather was still hot. The civil construction work and pipeline connections for the shelter had all been completed, but it was still some distance away from being ready for official use. After returning to the mountain from the city, Shen Siyuan continued the follow-up work of improving the shelter. A large amount of supporting equipment still needed to be installed and activated. The work in his hands seemed endless. Inside the shelter, he arranged 20 surveillance cameras, installing them in important areas such as the diesel generator, hydraulic generator, power transformation system, ventilation system, planting area, and breeding area to monitor internal conditions. For the exterior surveillance, he used specially made explosion-proof cameras embedded inside the walls or the mountain body. Protective covers were installed on the outside, covered with a layer of high-strength bulletproof glass 10 millimeters thick. These cameras were mainly arranged around the buildings in front of the shelter and the blast door area at the entrance. There were 12 in total, allowing observation of the outside situation with no blind spots. A total of 32 cameras were connected by cables to a computer host in the shelter's central control room. 8 40-inch monitors hung on the wall of the control room, forming a surveillance wall. Each monitor displayed 4 split-screen feeds, monitoring real-time footage from different places. At the same time, the host was equipped with 4 8-terabyte surveillance storage hard drives. Using a 30-day cycle period, it automatically recorded the surveillance footage. After the surveillance system was up and running smoothly, Shen Siyuan came to the shelter garage. There was a common rural electric 3-wheeler parked there, the new ride he had bought to make it easier to transport things around the village. On the ground lay a 6-meter radio signal mast. Beside it were communication devices such as a vertical antenna, a horizontal antenna, and a Yagi antenna. After loading these things together with the installation tools onto the vehicle, Shen Siyuan drove out of the shelter. The 3-wheeler jolted along the mountain road and finally arrived at a small platform above the shelter. The terrain here was relatively open, and there were no large metal objects or buildings blocking the area, effectively increasing the receiving and transmitting range of radio signals. After Shen Siyuan mounted the various antennas and accessories onto the signal mast, he fixed 2 steel guy wires to the ground. Then he used a pulling tool to draw the 3rd guy wire. As the pulley block turned, the signal mast slowly rose upright. After tightening all the guy wires, Shen Siyuan checked all the connection points to make sure nothing had loosened. The wind on the mountaintop was strong. For long-term installation, he had to ensure that the antenna and all accessories were safely secured. After using an antenna analyzer to test the standing wave ratio, he climbed up a ladder and made slight adjustments to the antenna's position and angle. Then he pulled a feeder line out from the underground conduit that had already been laid and connected it to the signal mast. As for how far the communication distance of the shortwave radio station could actually reach, he would still need to return to the shelter and conduct an actual communication test. After testing the lightning rod with a test pin and confirming that the grounding status was fine, Shen Siyuan left the mountaintop and returned to his parents' house. After dinner, Shen Siyuan came into the yard to enjoy the evening cool. He looked up at the clear sky outside, then went straight back into the shelter. On a table in the corner of the central control room sat a fixed-base short-wave radio station with a power output of 200 watts. He sat down, turned on the power, and began adjusting the receiving frequency. Various crackling and hissing noises began to come from a speaker. As Shen Siyuan turned the knob, the numbers on the radio screen reached 1418403. The static gradually turned into clear, human voices. CQ, this is BG5QWE. Calling any ham on frequency. Good evening, anyone there? BG5QWE, this is BG5XYZ. I hear you. Signal 59. Good evening. Shen Siyuan took out a notebook and wrote down the 2 call signs. A radio station call sign usually consisted of 4 parts: national prefix, operator class identifier, district number, and suffix letters. The first letter, B, represented C Nation. The second letter indicated the level of the operator certificate. A represented a first-class operator certificate, D represented a second-class operator certificate, and G represented a third-class or fourth-class operator certificate. The third position number was the district number. 5 represented the 5th amateur radio district of Zhonghua, where Jiangnan province was located. The last 3 letters were the unique call signs of each ham operator. The radio signals of these 2 hams were very clear, so they were obviously not far from Shin Si-yuen's location. BG5XYZ, glad to hear your voice again. Your signal is also 5-9. How's the weather tonight? Taizhou's weather is pretty good. The stars are clear, the sky is cloudless, perfect for getting on the bands. How about your side? Mingzhou is the same. The night sky is beautiful. Have you upgraded your equipment recently? I added a new antenna. The results are pretty good. What about you? Ever since we last met at the radio club, I haven't heard any news from you for a long time. Picked up any new gear? I've been looking into digital modes lately, like RTTY and PSK31. They seem pretty interesting. Oh, that really is interesting. I'm still using traditional CW, Morse code. When I have time, I'll give digital modes a try too. I do recommend it. They're pretty intuitive to operate. By the way, did you join a recent radio contest? I did. Last week, SCQWW. My results were average, but I really enjoyed the process. The CQ World Wide DX Contest, also known as the International Amateur Radio Contest, is hosted by CQ Magazine of the Beautiful Nation. This contest has the greatest influence in amateur radio circles, and it also has the largest number of participants. Due to the impact of Solar Storm, this year's contest was scheduled for 0000 hours UTC on September 7th to 2400 hours UTC on September 8th. That is, from 8 in the morning on September 7th to 8 in the morning on September 9th, Yinjing time, lasting 48 hours. In a short amount of time, contestants need to make contact with as many stations as possible to earn more points. This contest is not only a test of skill, antennas, and equipment performance, but also a great opportunity for signal chasers to hunt rare stations. Through this contest, participants can contact amateur radio enthusiasts from all over the world and improve their own skills and experience. I'm so jealous of you. I happened to be on a business trip those 2 days, so I couldn't take part. How far did you DX this time? Piranha, in South America. That far? Damn, that's awesome. I'm still working on increasing my DXCC country count. Keep it up. Let us encourage each other. By the way, have you heard about the latest regulation changes? Yes. The new measures for the administration of amateur radio stations have been issued. The permitted power for Class B licenses has been greatly restricted, and it's become a lot harder for newcomers to get into the hobby. Totally agree. All right, it's getting late. I need to get some rest. I'm really glad I got to chat with you tonight. Same here, BG5XYZ. Have a wonderful night, 73. BG5QWE. Let us chat again next time. In amateur radio communication, 73 stands for the blessing best regards. By now, it has already become a common sign-off used by amateur radio enthusiasts at the end of contact, expressing good wishes to the other party. Shin Si-yuen had only listened silently the whole time and did not join the conversation. First, this was to keep himself hidden. As a survivalist, when gathering information, he naturally wanted to conceal himself as much as possible. Unless absolutely necessary, he did not want to expose his existence so easily. Second, he currently only had a Class A Operator S certificate, and a station license he had obtained only applied to low-power equipment. Under normal circumstances, he would have to wait until he passed the Class C Operator S certificate exam before he could legally use high-power equipment. If he transmitted signals now and occupied radio channels, then if he got caught, he would have to bear the legal consequences. As for this large radio setup in the shelter, he would most likely keep it under radio silence for a long time. By the time he truly had to use it, there probably would no longer be anyone left to hold him accountable. After turning on the automatic recording function of the station recorder, Shin Si-yuen ended tonight's work. Early the next morning, Shin Si-yuen loaded 6 large plastic barrels onto the electric cargo tricycle and drove toward the forest park near the village. He drove all the way into the depths of the forest. After quite a bit of effort, he finally found his target, the artificial beehive. From the outside, it looked like a large cylinder fixed to a tree, wrapped in a layer of heat-insulating material. Shin Si-yuen stepped forward and untied the foam pad, revealing the cylinder's true appearance. 2 large 30-liter plastic barrels had been stacked and connected in series through a rotating joint. Through the transparent plastic shell, he could clearly see the neatly staggered honeycomb structures inside and the densely packed bees. He gently twisted the plastic barrels, separating the 2 large containers. After removing the upper barrel, he could see that there were not many bees inside. Most of the worker bees were staying in the lower barrel. Shin Si-yuen gave it a slight shake, and a few bees flew out, leaving behind honeycombs filled with honey. After placing this old barrel onto the vehicle, he connected a new barrel beneath the other plastic barrel. Once the 2 plastic barrels were secured again, he put the light shield and the insulated pad back over them, then headed for the next artificial hive. This serial barrel beekeeping method was also called the non-contact beekeeping method. It was first created and recommended across the internet by a Great Bear Nation video blogger named Yegorov, and it was a very low-difficulty, non-commercial beekeeping method. 3 years ago, Shin Si-yuen had accidentally come across the tutorial video he posted online and had been utterly amazed. He immediately began putting it into practice on the mountain. As for why plastic barrels were used instead of traditional wooden hives, that had to start with the life cycle of a bee. First, the queen lays eggs in the cells and the eggs turn into larvae. Then the larvae are fed by worker bees until they become pupae, and finally the pupae emerge as adult bees. That adult bee will immediately clean its own cell, but some leftover cocoon fragments will still remain in the cell forever. And when the next bee hatches from that same cell, its development space will be a little smaller, and its body will be slightly smaller than the previous BS. Therefore, after each hatching cycle, all the cells gradually become smaller and darker. When the bees keep filling the entire hive with honey, the queen will still lay eggs in cells that do not contain honey. So each new generation of bees becomes smaller and smaller, and the bees continue to degenerate. In the end, the colony will perish, leaving behind only a tree hollow filled with honey. All of this happens because bees cannot renovate their nests. Without human intervention, every colony is ultimately destined to degenerate and die in the natural environment. But with the help of beekeepers, a colony can practically survive forever. The serial barrel beekeeping method can ensure that the hive is renewed in time, because bees always store honey in the hive from top to bottom. When the upper plastic barrel is completely filled with honey, most of the bees will move into the lower barrel on their own. At that point, the beekeeper can take away the upper barrel for consumption, then add a new barrel underneath to expand the hive. This forces the bees to use the aging cells to store honey, while using the cells in the new barrel to hatch eggs. That way, timely renewal of the hive is ensured, preventing the degeneration of the entire colony. Throughout the entire process, there is absolutely no need to open the hive and remove frames. So the bees are not disturbed. In essence, this method is equivalent to providing the bees with an infinitely deep tree hollow. Although the serial barrel beekeeping method cannot achieve the high honey yields of commercial beekeeping, it has incomparable advantages. This method of operation is extremely simple. It does not require in-depth study of professional beekeeping knowledge, and it takes very little time and labor. Most importantly, the cost is low and the risk is extremely small. It is nothing more than a few plastic containers, some worker bees, plus an initial queen cell, and then placing the queen inside. It requires almost no upfront investment, greatly lowering the barrier to beekeeping. And what it produces is high-quality honey that is pure, natural, and pollution-free. In fact, the honey currently sold in stores all has extremely serious food safety issues. Because of parasitic bee mites, the number of wild bees has been slowly decreasing. To protect their own bee colonies, professional beekeepers widely use the pesticide amitraz, also known as the mite killer. Amitraz carries a certain level of toxicity. Long-term intake can lead to endocrine disorders and damage to the human nervous system. At the same time, in order to increase yield, professional beekeepers always transport large beehives to areas near crop production zones. The nectar bees collect there will inevitably be contaminated by pesticides, growth promoters, and other harmful chemical substances. The place where Shun Siyun set down the hives was more than 5 kilometers away from Bamboo Village, deep within the primeval forest. Far from agricultural production zones, meant far from all kinds of chemical pollution sources. The plastic barrels used for beekeeping were cheap, but they had all been carefully designed, with a ventilation opening at the top. The bottom was joined through punched holes and hot melt glue, with a total of 3 bottle openings installed. Aside from the main passage for the bees to go in and out, there was also an extra drainage outlet and a trash outlet. There was no need to install traditional hive frames inside. Just fixing a few wooden chopsticks in place as attachment points was enough. And after that, the bees could handle the rest themselves. The wooden hive frames and wooden beehives used by professional beekeepers were extremely prone to mold. This was because a bee colony evaporated dozens of liters of water every day. Once the wood became damp, fungi and mold would immediately begin to grow. Since bees would crawl over the mold spores would then contaminate the honey and bee pollen. But in plastic bottles without frames, although the same amount of condensation would still appear, the water would not be absorbed by the plastic. Instead, it would run down the inner walls of the bottle and flow out through the drainage outlet at the bottom. The 1 centimeter thick polyethylene foam pad wrapped around the outside of the plastic barrel had an insulation effect equivalent to a 10 centimeter thick wooden board. It could keep the hive warm and shaded and could also effectively prevent moisture condensation during low temperatures. The natural circulating ventilation created by the vertical structure of the barrel could keep the temperature and humidity inside the hive steadily within the bee's comfort range. In winter, when the temperature was extremely low, the bees would also use propolis to seal the upper ventilation opening on their own to survive the winter, then bite it open again when spring came the next year. In such an environment, the bee mites that fell off the bees would also slide down through the smooth, funnel-shaped bottle opening, preventing other bees from being infected again. Bees that died from illness would also fall out through the trash outlet at the bottom, so the hive would not get clogged. Basically, the entire process required almost no human intervention. It was only necessary to replace the bee colony's plastic barrels at regular intervals. In this way, humans harvested free and healthy honey, while the bee colonies gained constantly renewed hives. This change in beekeeping methods could allow the number of wild bee colonies to grow steadily. It would keep nature's pollinators from going extinct, prevent the pollination ecosystem chain from declining, and thereby reduce humanity's hunger index. There was a famous saying in the scientific community: Human survival does not depend on honey, but if there are no bees in the world, humanity will surely go hungry. After returning home, Shen Siyuan cut open the plastic barrels and took out the honeycombs inside. Then he put them into a manual honey press and began separating the honey from the beeswax. Although the centrifugal honey extractors used for commercial honey were highly efficient, the honey produced by traditional pressing extractors contained more pollen particles. As a result, the taste was richer and it also had greater nutritional value. From 6 plastic barrels, Shen Siyuan harvested more than 200 kilograms of honey, along with various amounts of beeswax, propolis, bee milk, royal jelly, and bee pollen. After finishing the packaging, he put all of it into the shelter for storage. At the thought that many areas of the forest park still had not been put to use, Shen Siyuan had already begun planning to expand production. His next step was to split the current 6 hives again in order to increase honey output. On September 16th, the more than 4-month-long marine fishing ban in Sea Nation came to an end, but the coastal regions did not hold the usual opening fishing festival. Aside from some nearshore fishing boats going out to sea, all offshore fishing vessels remained in the fishing ports without exception. This was because modern fisheries depended heavily on satellite navigation systems, and satellite failure meant offshore fishing vessels could no longer accurately determine their position and heading. Modern fishermen no longer knew how to use traditional methods like sextants, radio navigation, nautical charts, and dead reckoning. Going out to sea now was like a headless fly. Even if they forced themselves to head out, the safety issue still could not be solved. Communication between sea and land also depended heavily on satellite systems. Reporting position, calling for rescue, and getting weather information all required satellite communication. Without it, going out to sea was basically the same as losing contact. Although global fishery resources had continued to decline after entering the 21st century, seafood was still one of humanity's most important food sources. Marine fisheries played an important role in the world's protein supply chain, providing a major source of nutrition for a vast global population. Global marine fisheries directly provided nearly 100 million tons of protein for humanity every year. This accounted for 15% of the animal protein supply and 6% of the total protein supply. In Sea Nation, these proportions were even higher, reaching 22% and 9% respectively. In the short term, it was simply impossible to find enough substitutes to make up for the supply gap. The destruction caused by the solar storm was still continuously lowering the quality of life for the people of Sea Nation as time passed. Blowing in the salty, damp sea breeze, Shen Siyuan looked toward the empty Zhoushan International Aquatic Product City and fell into thought. As the shelter became more and more complete, he had carefully inventoried all the supplies inside during this period. After entering the finished list, he discovered there was no seafood stockpile. So Shen Siyuan rented a refrigerated truck and came to Zhoushan, famous nationwide for its abundant seafood, planning to purchase a batch of marine products. He himself did not have any particular craving for seafood. He had come this trip to buy ingredients for his family. Shen Siyuan's father-in-law and mother-in-law were both from Mingzhou. As residents of a coastal region, what they normally liked best was seafood. In a normal year, once the fishing ban ended, it would be the season when large amounts of seafood hit the market. The two of them would always take advantage of this time to buy a lot and stuff the refrigerator full. It was not that they had a hoarding habit like Shen Siyuan. Rather, in recent years, the prices of all kinds of seafood have been rising nonstop. Things like sea melon seeds and red lionhead shrimp, which used to be eaten as snacks, had long since become high-end seafood that ordinary people could no longer afford. And the closer it got to the new year, the more expensive seafood became. Quite a few marine products could easily break into triple-digit market prices per gene, so they could only stock up a bit more when prices were low. They had already finished last year's remaining stock before last month. At the thought that when the shelter was being built, his father-in-law and mother-in-law had even handed over the money from selling their house to him. Shen Siyuan's heart was filled with guilt. Now was the time to repay them. He did not want to return empty-handed. After discovering there was no wild seafood available to buy, he thought it over and ultimately set his sights on fish farmers instead. As an outdoor sports enthusiast, Shen Siyuan had gone sea fishing a few times before, but this activity was quite difficult for participants, requiring a certain ability to judge changes in currents and tides. The weather at sea changed unpredictably, and every time Shen Siyuan's group went out, the odds of coming back empty-handed were extremely high. Because the cost of renting a boat was enormous when faced with dejected fishing enthusiasts in order to avoid losing customers. The boat captain would always take the initiative to help them cheat a little. On the way back to port, he would deliberately make a detour and take them to offshore aquaculture net pens to let them have some fun. For every large yellow croaker they reeled in, the fish farmer would charge 40 yuan per gene. And just like that, the fish farmer made money and the fishing guys recovered their dignity. In fact, the wild large yellow croaker population in the Donghai region had already gone extinct more than 10 years ago. The so-called wild large yellow croakers occasionally caught by fishermen or anglers in the news were basically all escapees from aquaculture sea cages that had gone feral again. Yellow croakers raised in sea cages lived in conditions not much different from those in the wild. Fishermen could only judge whether they were farmed fish by the fatness or leanness of certain parts of their bodies. Back then, Shen Siyuan had already noticed that sea-based aquaculture cages didn't need to rely on oxygen supply and circulation systems like freshwater farming did. Other than monitoring equipment, there was basically no other electricity demand. Feeding also didn't depend on processed feed. Farmers could just grind up small fish and shrimp hauled in from nearshore nets with machines and feed them directly. Now that he thought about it, these offshore sea cages had a very high chance of surviving this solar storm unscathed. Without delay, Shen Siyuan immediately contacted the ship boss and asked him to help find out where he could still buy farmed yellow croaker in bulk. At this time, the Mid-Autumn Festival had just passed and National Day was approaching. It was exactly the season when farmed large yellow croaker hit the market. After a few phone calls, he quickly got in touch with a professional offshore aquaculture cooperative. Judging from the conversation, high-end seafood had not been included on the list of essential livelihood supplies. The authorities weren't particularly interested in imposing purchase restrictions on these expensive items. So, using employee benefits as an excuse, he told President Yu of the cooperative that he wanted to buy a batch of seafood. After some bargaining, he paid 400 grams of gold bars and bought 1,000 jin of farmed large yellow croaker of various sizes at an average price of a little over 1,000 yuan per jin. The bigger the large yellow croaker, the higher the price. Most of what Shen Siyuan bought were big fish over 1.5 jin, and among them were quite a few fish kings weighing over 3 jin each. To raise large yellow croaker to that size, the farming period would last as long as 7 years. Their quality would also come very close to wild large yellow croaker, and the price would double again. In the past, people in Modu liked to use underworld slang and call gold bars yellow croaker. A 1 liang gold bar was called a small yellow croaker, and a 10 liang gold bar was called a large yellow croaker. Looking at things now, it really did feel like a prophecy come true. Although this batch of yellow croaker was extremely expensive and could be called an edible luxury, as a gift for his father-in-law and mother-in-law, nothing could be more fitting. Taking this opportunity, Shen Siyuan spent another 100 grams of gold bars and also bought 1,000 jin of other farmed seafood from the cooperative, including mullet, mussels, filefish, black grouper, and more. After vacuum sealing all the fish individually, he packed them into boxes and stuffed them into the refrigerated truck. Seeing that there was still a bit of space left in the cargo compartment, he filled the rest with all kinds of dried seafood. Laver, kelp, dried, tiny shrimp, fish maw, dried fish, fish fillets, dried abalone, dried shrimp, dried squid, and more. By the time he got back up the mountain, it was already dark. Shen Siyuan called over his father, Shun Hai, and they hurried to stuff all the seafood from the truck into the frozen container. With vacuum packaging and a temperature of minus 30 degrees, this batch of sea fish could be stored for around 2 years, while the dried seafood would last even longer. Watching from the side, Jinshi and Yangfen complained out loud that their son-in-law was wasting money, but the corners of their mouths couldn't help lifting up. After unloading everything, Shen Siyuan, reeking of fish, recorded today gains on the supplies list. The autumn breeze drifted in, and the village in late September was dyed in a faint golden hue. It looked as if nature had used a gentle brushstroke to add a touch of harvest color to this tranquil painting. Shen Siyuan walked along a path damp with morning dew, making his way through the orchard. The original hillsides had all been manually leveled into terraces, and they were covered with fruit trees. Apple trees and pear trees stood interwoven together, their branches heavy with fruit. Red apples and yellow pears swayed gently in the wind, giving off an enticing sweet fragrance. Even though the dog days of summer had already passed, the autumn heat still ruled the entire middle and lower reaches of the Great River. The temperature was bitterly chilly in the mornings and evenings, but scorching and unbearable by afternoon. Within a single day, the temperature difference could reach more than 10 degrees. Right now was the season when fruit ripened, and also the busiest time of the year in the orchard. People crowded beneath the trees. Besides buyers from all over, there were also some city folk who had come to pick fruit on site. By observing what each person was wearing, Shen Siyuan could easily tell who was from the mountains and who was from outside. It was a matter of whether the clothes were new or old, or expensive or cheap. It was that people who didn't often come up the mountain always dressed like it was summer during the season. They were either in t-shirts and shorts or in skirts and sandals. While spraying all kinds of liquids on themselves, they trudged slowly through the muddy ground, stumbling every step of the way. Even at the hottest time in June and July, whenever Shen Siyuan entered the mountains, he always brought a long-sleeved shell jacket, waterproof pants, and hiking boots. If it got unbearably hot, he would temporarily take off the outer layer and tie it around his waist. Mountain weather changed far more often than weather on the plains, especially on windward slopes where orographic rain happened often. And before rain fell, there was often no warning at all. When the temperature difference was extreme, sometimes even deadly freezing rain would fall. Without enough waterproof and insulating clothing, it was very easy to develop hypothermia in the wild and die as a result. When going out, one should always keep a heart of awe and remember the warning left by those before. It's not that you conquered nature. It's that nature let you go. And in the wild, exposing bare skin was definitely not a wise move. At this time of year, horseflies were at their worst, swarming livestock and humans in groups. Though both were blood-sucking insects, horseflies were far more vicious than mosquitoes. At most, a mosquito pierced the skin with a needle to suck blood, and the wound it caused was relatively small. Horseflies, which look more like flies, use scissor-like mouthparts to cut open human skin, then suck blood while secreting anticoagulants. The wounds they caused were not only large, but extremely painful. In mild cases, they left wounds and swollen lumps. In severe cases, they could even lead to secondary infection. But the large temperature difference between day and night was a good thing for fruit growing. When there was ample daylight and higher temperatures during the day, but lower temperatures at night, it helped maintain the balance between plant photosynthesis and respiration. That increased sugar accumulation in the fruit and made it sweeter. After walking through the orchard for a while, Shun Siyuan finally found Old Han, the fruit farmer here. Old Han wore a faded blue work jacket. The cuffs and collar had already been worn pale, but it was still neat and clean. He wore durable work pants below, with the pant legs tied into a pair of worn rubber boots, wrapping himself up tightly from head to toe. At the moment, he was standing on a ladder, using a tool to pick apples from a tree. The ground was full of bamboo baskets, and the workers were busy sorting, packing, and boxing the fruit. Morning, Hanji. Is the batch of fruit I ordered packed up yet? Shun Siyuan stepped forward and greeted him. I'm picking it right now. It'll be ready soon. Try one first. Before the words had even finished, an apple was tossed down from above. After catching it, Shun Siyuan took the water bottle from his belt, washed it off, and took a bite. They're all from old trees. The diameter is all at least 85 millimeters, and the sweetness is over 14 degrees. Really nice. Then I'll come by later to haul the goods. Chewing on the apple, Shun Siyuan admired the beautiful scene of the autumn harvest. 3 months ago, Shun Siyuan had come here and reserved this very batch of fruit, spending 100 grams of gold bars. He chose all storage-resistant fruits: apples, pears, tangerines, oranges, and pomelos. Among them, apples were the most durable. In an ordinary cold storage kept at 1 to -1 degrees Celsius, they could be stored for about 3 to 6 months. But if controlled atmosphere cold storage was used, the storage period could last as long as 18 months. The working principles of controlled atmosphere cold storage mainly included temperature control, reduced oxygen content, humidity control, and airflow regulation. By lowering the oxygen concentration in the storage environment and appropriately increasing the concentration of nitrogen and carbon dioxide, it could effectively suppress the respiration of fruits and vegetables, delay their ripening and aging, and achieve the purpose of extending storage time. One of the refrigerated containers in the shelter was a controlled atmosphere refrigerated container. It was expensive, but fully equipped. It was also fitted with ethylene removal equipment, which could remove the ethylene gas produced by fruit and effectively slow down the ripening of fruits and vegetables. As for fruits like pears, tangerines, oranges, and pomelos, although they were not as storage-resistant as apples, they could still be kept for 6 to 8 months in controlled atmosphere cold storage. This time, Shun Siyuan bought a total of 6,000 gene of apples, 3,000 gene of pears, 3,000 gene of oranges, and 3,000 gene of pomelos. According to the World Health Organization and nutrition guidelines from various countries, adults are generally advised to consume at least 200 to 300 grams of fruit per day. For Shun Siyuan's family of 7, their yearly fruit consumption was around 1,500 gene. The reason for buying so much extra fruit was not because Shun Siyuan had gotten carried away and wanted to eat one and throw away 2. It was because he planned to turn all the surplus fruit into canned goods. By now, canned products had completely disappeared from the market. Fortunately, after multiple rounds of previous purchasing, the shelter warehouse had already stocked up on a large amount of white sugar and glass canning jars. Now that the orchards in the mountains were having a bumper harvest, Shun Siyuan finally had the chance to make canned fruit himself. With the corn syrup he had on hand, he could also turn the extra fruit into jam, dried fruit, and fruit candy. That way, not only could he greatly extend the storage life, but he could also provide the shelter with a richer food supply. In hard times, it would also boost the whole family's morale and raise their SAN value. Now all kinds of snacks were also out of stock on the market. Even with money, they were hard to buy, making them a scarce luxury. As crates of fruit were moved into the shelter, the 2 refrigerated containers were finally stuffed completely full. Just looking at them gave a strong sense of satisfaction. But there was still one regret. It was that Shun Siyuan could not buy the coconuts he had been longing for. Coconuts could be stored in cold storage for as long as 12 months, second only to apples, and every part of them was valuable. Coconut water was rich in moisture, protein, vitamins, and trace elements such as potassium and magnesium. It could effectively rehydrate and help restore physical strength. The coconut flesh could be eaten directly, and it could also be used to press oil and make coconut milk, desiccated coconut, shredded coconut, and other good things. It was both food and seasoning. Coconut oil was a versatile edible oil that could be used for cooking, baking, skincare, and many other purposes. Coconut shells were hard in texture and could be used to make various tools. They could also be processed into activated carbon for purifying air and water, and were also a main raw material for making sterile soil. A single coconut grove could meet almost all of humanity's daily needs. It could absolutely be called the number one all-purpose holy fruit of the apocalypse. After closing the sealed door, Shan Siyuan wrote down several numbers in the fruit section of the supplies list. The shelter's food stockpiling work had finally been completely declared finished. In the shelter's planting zone, Shan Siyuan wore protective goggles and a mask as he focused on stirring some kind of liquid. All around him were piled all kinds of chemical reagents and containers, and a faint chemical smell drifted through the air. He was preparing the concentrated stock solution needed for soilless cultivation. In the field of soilless cultivation, this kind of liquid was also called the mother solution. After being heavily diluted, it would become the working nutrient solution for cultivation, and only then could it be directly used to grow crops. There were a great many chemical components in the nutrient solution, and not all compounds could be dissolved together. After concentration, the ionic product of some ions would exceed their solubility product constant, causing precipitates to form. So the various compounds in the formula had to be sorted into categories, with compounds that would not produce precipitation with each other dissolved together. Because of this, the various compounds in the nutrient solution formula had to be divided into 3 categories. And the concentrated solutions prepared from them were respectively called Mother Solution A, Mother Solution B, and Mother Solution C. Mother Solution A, centered on calcium salts, including calcium nitrate and potassium nitrate, with a concentration ratio of 100 to 200 times. Mother Solution B, centered on phosphates, including diammonium hydrogen phosphate, monopotassium phosphate, magnesium sulfate, manganese sulfate, copper sulfate, zinc sulfate, borax, and sodium molybdate, with a concentration ratio of 100 to 200 times. Mother Solution C, centered on iron and trace elements, including ferrous sulfate, heptahydrate, and disodium EDTA, with a concentration ratio of 1,000 to 3,000 times. When preparing the various mother solutions, the concentration ratio could not be too high, otherwise the compounds might become oversaturated and precipitate out. When the concentration ratio was too high, the dissolution speed would also slow down. After stirring the various solutions evenly, Shan Siyuan slowly poured them into plastic barrels. Afterward, he poured the prepared mother solutions into the mother solution tanks. Beside them were acid tanks, alkali tanks, and clean water tanks lined up side by side. This was a nutrient solution circulation system capable of adjusting the pH of the mother solution in real time. The entire system consisted of cultivation beds, a nutrient solution pool, supply pipelines, and return pipelines. At this moment, under the control of electromagnetic valves, the mother solution was being driven by pumps and slowly flowing into the nutrient solution pool. The planting zone in Shan Siyuan's shelter was made up of 27 container sections, 108 meters long and 7 meters wide. The area was not large, only 756 square meters in total, but technologically it was extremely advanced. All facilities were highly automated, mechanized, and informatized. It was a typical smart greenhouse plus vertical farm. From the ground to the ceiling, the planting zone was filled with crisscrossing PVC plastic pipes. They almost filled the interior space completely, leaving only some aisles for people to operate and harvest. All kinds of vegetables and fruits could conveniently be planted in openings above the pipes, fixed in place with net pots or cultivation substrate. This allowed the plant's roots to freely spread through the nutrient solution and continuously absorb nutrients. This method of vertical planting increased the actual plantable area by at least more than 3 times compared to flat ground planting. Besides the full spectrum lighting at the top, different kinds of supplemental grow lights and violet lights were also installed below to support the plant's photosynthesis. Shan Siyuan glanced at the industrial control computer. All kinds of parameter data were constantly jumping across the display screen. The green curves indicated that all conditions in the planting zone were within the normal range. The round-the-clock real-time monitoring system consisted of a detection pool, ion-selective electrodes, conductivity electrodes, and temperature sensors. It monitored in real time key parameters in the nutrient solution, such as ion concentration, pH value, EC value, and dissolved oxygen value, requiring almost no manual operation. A single industrial control computer controlled all the valves and heating rods, and with the support of the control software, the system analyzed sensor data. After processing, it generated and output control signals according to the control algorithm, achieving automatic regulation of the nutrient solution. The environmental conditions in the planting zone, including temperature, humidity, carbon dioxide concentration, ventilation, and lighting, were also all automatically regulated by the industrial control computer. If a problem occurred, it would also automatically sound an alarm and push the message to a phone through the shelter's internal Wi-Fi signal. Shan Siyuan had already set up 48 ceiling-mounted APs, access points, throughout the entire shelter, installing them on the ceilings of every area. Right now, above the planting zone where he was standing, there were 4 white disc-shaped APs blinking as they worked. By enabling Fit AP mode, they could provide wireless network access for all kinds of devices. These APs were connected by Ethernet cables to 6-post switches and through a full gigabit core switch. They were linked to the AC access controller. The AC controller was the device used to centrally manage and control all APs. It was responsible for configuring, monitoring, managing, and optimizing the performance of the wireless network. It could place all AP devices under the same wireless network, achieving full network coverage. With the AC Controller-S seamless roaming technology, when mobile devices moved within the coverage range of multiple APs, they could automatically switch from one AP to another. And the switching time could be controlled down to the millisecond level, ensuring the continuity and stability of the network connection would not be affected. Through the main router, the AC controller was also connected to the surveillance host and NAS setup in the central control room. This way, no matter where they were in the shelter, Shin Siyuen's family could use their phones to check the situation inside the shelter and receive all kinds of information alerts. They could also use the NAS S-Docker software to pull all kinds of entertainment resources from the hard drive database, with the help of a local network. They could also continue using their phones to stay in touch with each other at any time. At this moment, the planting area still was not very large, but it already looked lush and green, full of thriving vitality and vigorous growth. Large patches of lettuce had already sprouted. Leaf lettuce was the most common hydroponic crop. It required little nutrition and had strong vitality. Its growth cycle was short, it liked sunlight, and in just 1 month, it could be harvested in large quantities. Keep the nutrient solution as pH value between 5.5 and 6.5 and control the temperature between 15 and 25 degrees Celsius. After that, the lettuce could take care of itself. It was the simplest and also the highest yield hydroponic vegetable. Other vegetables growing well included water spinach, celery, bok choy, and cabbage. These were all relatively easy hydroponic crops to grow. Their root systems were short, and their tolerance for environmental error was high. As long as the lighting was maintained and they were given some nutrients, they could still grow vigorously even if left alone. They were basically impossible to kill, and all of them were rich in a variety of nutrients, making them highly beneficial to human health. Since the entire hydroponic planting system had only just begun operating, Shin Siyuen did not plan to start out by growing delicate and difficult melons, fruits, or vegetable varieties. On one hand, there were too many things in the shelter that needed attention, and he did not have that much energy for now. On the other hand, he also wanted to test the hydroponic planting system first and avoid unnecessary waste. It was a trial run in preparation for possible long-term sealed, independent operation in the future. Once the system was running stably, Shan Siyuen planned to gradually transition to an integrated chicken-fish-vegetable symbiotic system and completely achieve self-sufficiency. On October 3rd, Shan Siyuen drove back to the urban district of Yuzhou, even though it was clearly the National Day holiday. There was no sign of any celebration at all on the streets. Even the flag decorations that would definitely have been hung on the lampposts in previous years were nowhere to be seen. This time, when he came back, he felt that the situation in the city looked even more desolate. On both sides of the street, the shops that had once been bustling with people now had their doors tightly shut. Their windows were covered with transfer or rental notices. The papers swaying gently in the wind and making a rustling sound. The streets that had once been packed with traffic now had only a few scattered pedestrians. The northwesterly wind carried a biting chill as it swept through the empty streets, stirring up all kinds of trash and plastic bags. There was a reason the city had become so deserted. 3 days earlier, on September 30th, the Health Bureau of C Nation had officially announced that the Chimera virus had entered C Nation. The virus was highly transmissible and highly pathogenic, with an incubation period that could last up to 1 month. Combined with the seasonal factors of autumn and winter, the public health situation was severe and complicated, and the risk of further spread was continuing to rise. Because of this, celebration and commemorative events in all regions have been forced to be canceled. According to official reports, the virus had been caused by multiple unrelated overseas imported sources. The starting point of transmission was Nanzhou province, involving multiple border cities, and several transmission chains had already been identified. As of yesterday, a total of 1,833 infected cases had been reported, affecting 9 provinces. The early symptoms in infected individuals resembled the flu, but in the later stages of infection, the condition would rapidly worsen into breathing difficulties and multiple organ failure, with an extremely high fatality rate. Although accurate infection numbers were lacking because of the refugee tide from Ulyuoba, according to the preliminary estimate of the World Health Organization, this virus had already infected at least more than 40 million people across Blue Star, with the death toll exceeding 2 million. Since the solar storm disaster, because of tensions across Blue Star, C Nation had comprehensively tightened its entry and exit management policies. 4 non-essential and non-urgent reasons for leaving the country. The issuance of ordinary passports and other entry-exit documents have been suspended. All border checkpoints had also been fully closed for months, and even now they still had not reopened. Under these circumstances, infection cases still appeared in border cities, naturally triggering panic among the domestic population. People began speculating that the Chimera virus could spread through some kind of animal, which was how it had crossed the national border and entered C Nation. Bats, pangolins, and civet cats were once again caught in the crossfire and became targets of frenzied blame. However, according to insider gossip Shun Siyuan got from the Keyboard Warrior Evidence Group, Workers had found a drone of unknown origin in the Nankin Border Industrial Park. Near the crashed drone, several rat corpses had also been found. Although the authorities had not confirmed this news, the Nankin Border Industrial Park was indeed one of the trace source locations in the transmission chain, and it had already been completely sealed off by the Border Defense Forces. Right now, C-Nation's medical system was facing unprecedented pressure, and cities where infection cases had been found were forced to implement a certain degree of travel restrictions. The authorities did not launch universal testing and silent lockdowns like they had during the last crown virus outbreak. They only issued disease control reminders, advising residents to go out less and avoid crowded gatherings. The normal rhythm of citizens' daily lives had not been disrupted either, and a nationwide scene of everyone throwing themselves into epidemic control did not happen again. After going through the previous solar storm disaster, in order to restore production and order, both the Administrative Council and the local governments had already exhausted their financial resources. C-Nation had already been in an economic downturn to begin with. Fiscal revenue had been falling year after year, while deficits kept widening. Under conditions of material shortages and extremely high unemployment, if they imposed lockdown controls again, there would be a risk of the front line completely losing control, thanks to certain disgraced government officials obsessed with grand achievements. Many regions could practically be described as drowning in debt. At this point, even if they wanted to do something, they no longer had the strength to push it through. In quite a few places, the salaries of local government workers had already been in arrears for several months. Now, the only ones whose income could still be guaranteed were Administrative Council control personnel, such as tax officials and peace officers. And in the past few months, for reasons unknown, the Administrative Council had suspended most funding. This caused control at the grassroots level to rapidly weaken. All kinds of civilian organizations had begun becoming highly active, although there had been a nationwide operation last month, and on the surface it looked like the spark had been completely stamped out. The deeper problems had not eased much at all. Contradictions were piling up by the day. The continuous supply shortages of addictive goods like cigarettes, alcohol, sugar, tea, and coffee over the past few months had made many people increasingly irritable and short-tempered. With their pent-up emotions having nowhere to go, religious venues were packed to the brim, and underground churches were expanding recklessly. Beneath the surface calm, undercurrents were already surging. Everything was rapidly approaching a critical point. All it would take was a single spark for it to explode. After returning home to Boshiyuan residential complex, Shun Siyuan began sorting through his family's belongings. Just this morning, infected cases had also been discovered within Yuzhou City. Sensing that something was seriously wrong, this trip home was meant to bring his family with him and get them into a shelter as soon as possible. Shun Siyuan dug a standard PSK escape backpack out of the storage room and placed it by the entryway wardrobe. After that, he began going through the wardrobe as well. He had prepared a full set of professional outdoor clothing for every person in the family. That way, if an emergency evacuation became necessary, his family would have the protection they needed. Good outdoor clothing could prevent rain and snowmelt from seeping in, keep the body dry, and prevent hypothermia caused by cold dampness. It also needed to quickly vent sweat and moisture produced by the body, reducing the buildup of dampness inside the clothing and preventing that chilling sensation caused by sweat evaporating and absorbing heat. It had to be both breathable and waterproof. It sounded impossible, but it was actually achievable. There were plenty of textile materials on the market with those properties, such as Gore-Tex, Event, TPU, Polartec Neo Shell, and Pertex Shield. Take the most well-known Gore-Tex fabric, for example. At its core was an extremely thin expanded polytetrafluoroethylene, or EPTFE, membrane densely covered with micropores. This membrane had more than 9 billion micropores per square inch. These pores were 20,000 times smaller than water droplets, yet 700 times larger than water vapor molecules. That structure made it impossible for water droplets to penetrate, while allowing water vapor molecules to pass through freely. As a result, it could stay waterproof while still letting sweat vapor escape. It also had windproof capability. Its air permeability was lower than 5 liters per square meter per second, effectively blocking cold wind from getting in. The outermost layer was coated with DWR, durable water repellent, which also gave the clothing a hydrophobic effect. Moisture would bead up and roll right off like water on a lotus leaf instead of soaking the surface. The standard evacuation outfit Shin Si-Yuen had prepared for his family consisted of a quick-dry t-shirt, a fleece mid-layer, a Gore-Tex hardshell jacket, a pair of Gore-Tex hardshell pants, and a pair of Gore-Tex hiking boots. That was basically enough to handle all kinds of climates and environments, as well as various sudden emergencies. While he was packing, Shin Si-Yuen's phone suddenly rang. "Hello, Brother Jia." The caller was his boss, Wang Jia. "Hey Si-Yuen, do you have time to come back to the company?" The voice on the other end sounded extremely tired and hoarse. Shin Si-Yuen checked the time. It was 10:12 in the morning. "I happen to be nearby. How about I come over now?" "Okay." Wang Jia did not say much more and hung up directly. A bad feeling rose in Shin Si-Yuen's heart. He probably wasn't getting his post-sleep wages after all. Still, the monthly base salary of 8,000 had already become next to meaningless to him. Recently, The purchasing power of paper currency on the market was already close to that of the gold yuan notes. Some key supplies and scarce goods could not be bought even with gold. Fortunately, he had already stockpiled every supply he could get his hands on. After buying a batch of machinery and chemical materials, he only had one gold bar left. He planned to keep that 10-gram gold bar and pass it on to his son as a family heirloom in the future. This trip back to the company, he would just treat it as saying goodbye to his old senior. After letting his family know, Shun Siyuan left home. He drove all the way to the company building and noticed that the parking lot in the Tech Innovation Park was almost empty. Aside from a few zombie cars that never seemed to move, he only saw Wang Jie's old Qian. Putting on a mask, he pushed open the familiar front door. He saw Wang Jie standing alone in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, smoking a cigarette and staring blankly at the distant sky. "Brother Jie, you call me back. Did the company get an order?" Wang Jie flicked the cigarette but to the floor and crushed it under his foot, scorching a black mark into the carpet. "No, the company has already been dissolved. There won't ever be any more orders." Hearing that answer, Shun Siyuan did not know what to say for a moment. The atmosphere instantly turned awkward. "Hey, don't go quiet on me. You're a fierce guy who killed a thug barehanded in a counterattack. Why are you acting shy now?" Wang Jie laughed and patted Shun Siyuan on the shoulder. "Come on, I didn't have a choice if I wanted to protect my wife and kid. If I could have run, I would have run a long time ago." Shun Siyuan waved his hand. "You know we're university alumni, right?" Wang Jie suddenly changed the subject. "Yeah, why bring that up, senior?" Shun Siyuan asked in confusion. "Then do you know our kids are alumni too?" Wang Jie said with a smile. Shun Siyuan immediately thought it over. Wang Jie's child looked about 5th or 6th grade. Wang Jie's large flat was in Rieo City, near Bashiyuan, a high-end residential development. They were most likely in the same school district. He seemed to have guessed why his boss had suddenly called him back to the company. "Your son was there too?" "Yeah, he was in the crowd right next to you. Looks like the kid is fine then. Now he worships you. He calls you the Monster Cry hero. Seeing something like that at his age isn't exactly a good thing. Don't say that. If you hadn't stepped in, he might not have survived that attack." After saying that, Wang Jie reached out with both hands and clasped Shun Siyuan's right hand. "Some debts are too great for words. My son owes you his life." "Not really. I was only saving my own life." Shun Siyuan shook his head. "I wanted to contact you earlier, but I ran into some matters and took a trip to Basha province. I only got back today. I've already paid everyone else's severance. You're the last person I informed, because I wanted to thank you in person. You're not mad, are you?" "No. As a boss, you've already done more than enough. There's no money left in the company accounts. For your severance, I plan to trade you a piece of information instead. You won't lose out." "What information?" "Take your family and go to the inland western provinces immediately. Don't tell anyone." The moment he heard that, a storm surged through Shun Siyuan's heart. "Is something going to happen?" Wang Jie said nothing. He only raised a hand and pointed at the sky. "How long do we have?" Shun Siyuan asked. "No idea, but it definitely isn't far off." After saying that, he picked up a box and walked to the door. "If you want anything that's left in the company, take it all." After leaving those words behind, Wang Jie walked out of the company. Shun Siyuan had no time to think further. He immediately ran over to the company's display wall. The medals, certificates, and trophies that had originally been displayed there, all belonging to Wang Jie and the company, had already disappeared. This trip back, Wang Jie had probably come just to take those away. They were proof of all the struggle and effort of the first half of his life. As a well-known industrial designer in the country and a officially certified leading talent, it wasn't too surprising that he could get insider news in advance. At the very end of the display wall, there were also physical exhibits of products Wang Jie and the company had participated in designing over the years. There was a powered mechanical exoskeleton there. Shun Siyuan walked up and skillfully put on. A mechanical exoskeleton was a wearable piece of equipment that worked through the coordinated operation of a sensing system, control system, energy system, drive components, and actuators. It was a human-machine integrated device that could enhance strength, reduce load, and save stamina. It was already widely used in the military, industrial, and medical fields. The one Shun Siyuan put on was a full-body enhanced exoskeleton made from lightweight, high-strength materials such as titanium alloy and carbon fiber. Its own weight was 24 kilograms. Its maximum load was 91 kilograms. It had 22 degrees of freedom. A single arm could bear up to 50 kilograms. And its maximum sprint speed could reach 16 kilometers per hour. After installing a 10-kilogram high-energy lithium battery, it could operate continuously for 8 hours in the most extreme state. In the past, the company often needed to give demonstrations to visiting clients, so this exoskeleton had remained plugged in year-round, always kept in a ready-to-use state. Putting on this exoskeleton was equivalent to putting on a power multiplier. There was no time to hesitate. Shun Siyuan quickly began collecting useful supplies from the company. As a top-tier design company, Beitong Innovation had participated in designing quite a few cutting-edge domestic tech products. Among the most valuable were various mechanical exoskeletons, surgical robots, and maintenance robots. Shun Siyuan went to the equipment testing room, where prototypes and sample machines of various products were placed. He quickly picked out the machines in the best condition, disassembled them, packed them into boxes, and then moved them down to the car. He didn't spare the damaged equipment either. All the valuable universal parts and key components on them were removed by him. In the future, even using them as modification parts or repair spares would be extremely valuable. Anything usable, even testing tools and auxiliary consumables, was completely swept clean by him. With the support of the powered exoskeleton, no matter how heavy something was, he could easily move it all by himself. Shin Siyuan folded down all the rear seats of the SUV and loaded all kinds of equipment into it until it was stuffed full. To free up more space for more things, he directly threw away the spare tire beneath the trunk. The bulkiest surgical robots and maintenance robots were packed into foam boxes and tied to the roof rack with rope. Even so, Shun Siyuan still felt unsatisfied, as if something was missing. So he went back into the company and started rummaging through the warehouse. Sure enough, he found several drones inside, including one large agricultural plant protection drone. These were all products Wang Jie had designed during his time at Dajiang Group. He had kept them as souvenirs, and now Shun Siyuan accepted all of them with a smile. Finally, Shun Siyuan opened up all the computer cases and took all the hard drives, motherboards, memory sticks, CPUs, and graphics cards from inside. Before leaving, he even removed the nozzles from several 3D printers and carried them downstairs together with the printing materials, completely stuffing the remaining gaps in the car. After gathering the supplies, Shun Siyuan drove the car out of the Technology Innovation Park. Because the vehicle was loaded with excessively heavy items, it was already seriously overloaded and had become somewhat difficult to control. By the time he drove to the entrance of the residential complex, Jean Lin's purple sedan was already waiting by the roadside. "Why is your car loaded with so much stuff?" Jean Lin walked over to the window and looked at the huge foam boxes on the roof with a shocked expression. The company went bankrupt. The bastard boss ran off. "I'm taking equipment as wage compensation. Everything for $20. For real?" Jean Lin laughed out loud. Her husband was never serious in front of her. "No time to explain. Get in the car. Hurry up. We're in the middle of a drill. Not joking around." Shun Siyuan pressed the horn and urged her, so Jean Lin had no choice but to return to her own car. Originally, they had only planned to go back up the mountain for a vacation, but after Shun Siyuan made a trip to the company, he suddenly called her. He told her to bring all the important things with her, as if they would never come back. When she asked why, he only answered that it was to make the drill more realistic. At first she thought something had happened and had been a little nervous. But after seeing that Shun Siyuan was still joking with her, she relaxed again. But because of that, the number of things they had to take away suddenly increased a lot. The trunk of the sedan was already crammed full. She had originally wanted to put a large suitcase into the SUV. She just hadn't expected that by the time Shin Siyuan came back from the company, he had already filled the car to the brim. So she had no choice but to put the suitcase on the rear seat of the sedan. After the two cars met up, they began heading west along the city roads, then entered the Ring Expressway. While driving, Shun Siyuan called his father. "Hello, Dad. If you have time, move all the important things at home into the cave, especially those chickens, fish fry, mealworms, and stuff in the yard. Move them all into the breeding area of the shelter." "What happened?" "Not sure. Just treat it like we're doing this drill thoroughly." "All right. We were going to move them sooner or later anyway. I'll go call your father-in-law and the others right now." After hanging up, Shun Siyuan, who was driving the SUV behind the sedan, sank into deep thought. Although Wang Jie hadn't said it outright, it was obvious he meant that something was going to fall from the sky. Something descending from the heavens that could cause a massive disaster. Then it could only be an asteroid impact. Shun Siyuan carefully recalled what Wang Jie had said. He had advised him to head immediately for an inland province, which meant this impact would likely trigger a massive tsunami. Wang Jie had just come back from Bashu province, which was the strategic hinterland construction zone established by the Nation of Sea. The severely inadequate material supply, the fiscal transfer funds that had disappeared for several months, the civil air defense facility factories running at full production while still expanding capacity. It seemed all the clues had connected together. Wang Jie's warning had an extremely high level of credibility. Bastard boss. He just refuses to say things clearly. What I hate most in this life is riddlers. What kind of engineering guy acts like some damn mystic? Shun Siyuan slammed the steering wheel hard. But Shun Siyuan didn't panic either. The fact that Wang Jie had been allowed to return to Yuzhou to retrieve things meant there was still some time before the asteroid impact occurred. Since he had gone to Bashu province instead of Shiyu province, which was deeper inland, that meant the impact point was not in East Asia. Besides, he had long since considered the possibility of an asteroid impact. Bamboo Village sat at an altitude of over 600 meters, surrounded by mountains ranging from 800 to 1,000 meters in elevation. As long as the asteroid's impact zone was not in the surrounding area, the shelter he had built with complete facilities would most likely be able to withstand the shockwave and tsunami. After returning to the mountain, the two cars drove directly into the shelter garage. As the shelter doors closed, the family held their first family meeting inside the shelter. Aside from little Shenmu, who was so happy he was practically flying around and exploring the shelter everywhere, everyone else sat at the conference table waiting to hear Shun Siyuan's explanation. After he explained what had happened, everyone began discussing it. Is your boss reliable or not? Shenhai was the first to speak. Haiqing specialist, industrial design leader, leading talent in emerging industries. He talks in such a vague way. Could he have been fooled into joining some doomsday cult? Those highly educated people are actually pretty disconnected from society. Yang Fan also spoke up. Leave right after giving a warning? What kind of cult does that? Wang Qin objected. I have no problem with leaving the city and hiding in the mountains from the virus, but an asteroid hitting Earth? I SNT that a bit, you know? Jin Shi was the first to speak. Like worrying the sky might fall? Jean Lin added. Exactly. Worrying the sky might fall. After talking it over for a long time, they still got nowhere. Everyone in the family was tired, so they each went back to their rooms to rest. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Shen Siyun woke up in bed and turned off the smart wristband that kept vibrating. After rubbing his eyes, he looked at the wristband again. The time displayed on the screen was 8 o'clock a.m. The bedroom was very dimly lit. Only a small night lamp in the corner gave off a faint yellow glow. Shen Siyun stared at the unfamiliar ceiling for a few seconds. Only when he saw the red ribbon fluttering on the air vent did he realize he was in a shelter. Turning his head and seeing that his wife was still asleep, he carefully got out of bed. The motion sensor light strip under the bed switched on automatically, lighting up the floor. After closing the bedroom door, Shen Siyun walked into the living room. He pressed the switch on the wall, and several spotlights came on. The room instantly brightened. The main light sources in the shelter's rest area all used a color temperature of 3,500 K, giving them a visually warm yellow tone. That made people more likely to feel sleepy and helped improve sleep quality. The floor was laid with wood grain tiles, and together with the various natural wood-colored furniture, it added a touch of warmth to the interior. Shen Siyun had not used wooden flooring. On one hand, the construction schedule had been tight and the budget limited. On the other hand, the shelter had poor ventilation, so sources of formaldehyde had to be reduced as much as possible. Although wooden flooring had better texture and felt better underfoot, and was also gentler on the knees, it was simply too delicate. Floor tiles had incomparable advantages in waterproofing and durability, and were far easier to maintain than wooden flooring. In addition, underfloor heating pipes had been laid throughout the living area, and using floor tiles also gave better heating efficiency. After pouring himself a cup of hot water at the wet bar, Shen Siyun sat on the sofa and checked his phone. All the shelter's operating parameters were stable. After confirming that nothing unusual had happened, he went into the bathroom. After going over the surveillance footage while sitting on the toilet, he changed clothes and walked out of the room. Outside was a corridor. Along the wall on the left stood various large storage cabinets, all packed with commonly used daily supplies. The things that had previously been stored in the safe house bunker had also all been moved here. In the middle was also a conspicuous red fire safety box, containing a fire hydrant and fire extinguishers. The room Shen Siyun lived in was located at the deepest part of the shelter, and in an emergency, he was responsible for opening the protective airtight door at the end of the corridor. Behind that door was an underground cavern being used as the sewage drainage channel. Although the water veins there had dried up, the air still circulated. After several long cave explorations, Shen Siyun had finally found an exit leading down the mountain. The emergency escape passage was hidden beneath a blast-proof manhole cover on the other side of the sewage outlet. On the right side of the corridor were 6 room doors, and each room inside was made from 2 parallel container units. The width was 4.5 meters, the length was 12 meters, and the area was 55 square meters. The interior layout and decoration had been designed differently according to each family member's requests. Take Shen Siyun and Jean Lin's room, for example. Inside, it was divided into a bedroom, a living room, a study, a bathroom, and a walk-in closet. Shen Siyun's parents' room, on the other hand, had no study and was designed as 2 separate bedrooms. The reason was that Shen Hai was a heavy smoker, and Wang Qin did not want to smell secondhand smoke. Jean Lin's parents' room had more or less the same structure. Jean Shi did not smoke, but once asleep, his snoring was truly astonishing, like a cow bawling. Yang Fan had specifically asked for the living room to be set between the 2 bedrooms so he would not disturb her at night. Little Shen Mu's room was a standard children's room. The living room had been turned into a toy room, and the study had been turned into a study room for learning. The remaining 2 rooms were being kept empty for the time being as spare rooms. A total of 18 container units, covering a combined area of 504 square meters, made up the rest area. After walking through the long corridor, Shen Siyun arrived at the recreation area. This place was obviously much more spacious, formed by opening up 9 container units into one whole. There were almost no partitions, and not much had been placed here. The whole point was to create a sense of openness in the space. It was 36 meters long, 7 meters wide, and covered an area of 252 square meters. The walls here had also been painted white, with bright decorative accents of yellow, emerald green, and sky blue. Keeping the visual atmosphere bright and lively could, to a certain extent, reduce the oppressive feeling caused by enclosed spaces. This area had been fitted with a complete daylight algorithm lighting system that could simulate the natural changes of sunrise and sunset. It automatically adjusted brightness, color temperature, and angle according to the time, helping the family maintain a normal daily routine and avoid disrupting their biological clocks. 30 full-spectrum skylight lamps had been installed on the ceiling, each able to emit 2,600 lumens of light. These lights were made based on the Rayleigh scattering effect. Through the lenses and optical honeycomb refraction grids installed inside them, they could simulate the effect of natural light. Standing beneath them and looking up felt almost like seeing a clear blue sky. After getting used to modern heating and cooling systems, most people actually underestimated their own ability to adapt to temperature. At the same time, they greatly overestimated their ability to adapt to a lack of sunlight. Without enough light, people became extremely prone to feeling sluggish and drowsy. If that went on for too long, psychological and mental problems could start to appear. The 3 Nordic countries ranked near the top on many lists of the happiest nations. They had flattened social structures and comprehensive welfare systems. Yet their suicide rates were out of proportion with that. The biggest reason was that their territories were located in high-latitude regions. Their long winters and extremely short daylight hours affected serotonin and melatonin metabolism in the human body, which in turn led to emotional instability and symptoms of depression. Because of that, Shen Siyuan had specially designed a space in the recreation area and placed 4 recliners there. Several large light therapy lamps had been installed on the nearby wall, each capable of emitting an intense illumination of 10,000 lux. These lamps were widely used in Nordic regions to treat seasonal depression, and they also had some therapeutic effect on other forms of depression. When staying inside the shelter for long periods, all they had to do was switch on the light therapy lamps and lie beside them to simulate sunbathing. Since the recreation area was the brightest place in the entire shelter, the floor tiles there had also been changed to light-colored matte tiles with low reflectivity to prevent glare. Farther ahead was the area for entertainment equipment. On a long table were placed 2 e-readers, 2 tablets, 2 desktop computers, and 2 laptops. 6 ergonomic chairs were tucked beneath the table, and besides some books, the bookcase against the wall also held various board games and handheld consoles. There were also several sofas nearby. In the middle stood a television, and beneath the TV cabinet were game consoles, VR equipment, and various controllers. Continuing onward, there was a large bar counter. Besides wine bottles and glasses, it was also equipped with a drink machine, an ice cream machine, a coffee machine, an ice maker, a milk frother, a blender, a refrigerated cabinet, and various other devices. Besides mixing drinks, it could also make milk tea, coffee, cold drinks, and all kinds of other beverages. Between the different sections, a large amount of greenery was used as natural dividers. It gave people the illusion of being in an indoor garden, adding life to the interior space. At the very end was a shared restroom. Inside were 3 stalls. One had a toilet, one was a squat toilet. The remaining one was a smoking room. The only man in the whole family who smoked could enjoy his moment of relaxation there alone. Across from the restroom was a pet area enclosed with glass doors. Anrin's dog crate and Machio's cat bed were both placed there. On the floor were feeders, water dispensers, litter boxes, waste trays, and other pet equipment. Beside the cat tree was also a stainless steel pet bathing tub. His mother-in-law, Yang Fun, was inside bathing the dog Anrin, scrubbing while singing, washi clean, washi clean. Shen Siyuan felt that going in at this moment would be awkward, so he decisively walked away and went to the next area. Passing through the leisure area, Shen Siyuan arrived at the dining area and housekeeping area. This section was made up of 3 containers, 12 meters long and 7 meters wide, with an area of 84 square meters. A large round table with seating for 9 was placed in the middle. There were already some pickled mustard tuber, fermented bean curd, meat floss, and peanuts on the table. Clearly, someone had already gotten up to make breakfast. At the back left of the dining room was an open Western kitchen. An island counter had also been designed between the Western kitchen and the dining room. The workflow had been arranged according to the cooking process. From back to front, it was equipped in sequence with a refrigerator, storage cabinets, sink, prep counter, and plating counter. The oven, steam oven, microwave, dishwasher, and sterilization cabinet were all installed here as well. At the front left of the dining room was a closed Chinese kitchen separated off with a sealed stainless steel door. On one hand, this was for fire safety. On the other, it was also to prevent cooking fumes from spreading. Inside was a large commercial range hood, an integrated fume extraction and purification unit with an airflow capacity of 2,500 cubic meters per hour and a purification rate of 99%. Below the hood, aside from a double-burner induction stove, there was also a high-power diesel wok burner. The lights were on inside. Shen Siyuan pushed the door open and saw his mother, Wang Qin, frying eggs. "Mom, you're up this early? It's already past 8. And you call that early?" Wang Qin rolled her eyes. Hiv. Shen Siyuan immediately felt embarrassed. "There's kanji in the rice cooker. I really can't get the heat right on this induction stove. You can eat the burnt eggs yourself." "Okay." Shen Siyuan nodded and walked out of the Chinese kitchen. From behind him came a rapid-fire, high-speed reading voice. Wang Qin seemed to be listening to a novel at triple speed. Back in the dining room, the sliding door on the right was open. Inside was the housekeeping area. Near the laundry counter were 2 washing machines and 2 dryers. Above them was a lift-down drying rack, with clothes washed last night hanging from it. Beneath the entire row of wall cabinets was also a work counter for ironing and folding clothes. 2 sinks and a mop basin were arranged in the corner. Brooms, dustpans, mops, vacuum cleaners, floor scrubbers, and other cleaning tools were all neatly hung on the wall. Shun Siyuan continued walking toward the outer edge of the shelter. He planned to make a full round before going back for breakfast. The next area was the fitness and activity zone. This section was also made up of 3 containers, 12 meters long and 7 meters wide, with an area of 84 square meters. The first things that came into view were all kinds of fitness equipment, treadmills, ellipticals, rowing machines, spin bikes, strength training machines, and punching bags. The floor had been fully covered with a layer of soundproof, shock-absorbing mats. Yoga mats, yoga balls, dumbbells, and other equipment were placed around. Several tables had also been placed in the fitness area, including a pool table, a ping-pong table, and a foosball table for sports and recreation. The fourth table was an automatic mahjong table. Since it was pretty noisy when running, it had also been placed here, and it barely counted as a piece of fitness equipment. Against the wall was a ball pit, a small slide, and a small climbing wall. That was little Shin Mu's play area. Shin Siyuan opened the next door again and entered the bathing area. The floor tiles had also changed to non-slip tiles. This section was made up of 3 containers, 12 meters long and 7 meters wide, with an area of 84 square meters. Besides the usual facilities like changing rooms, shower rooms, a sauna room, and a massage bathtub, there was also a white raised platform much higher than the ground. This was an endless pool, 6 meters long, 2.2 meters wide, and 1.4 meters high. Through a special hydraulic propulsion system, it could create a directed current. The design principle was similar to a treadmill. The swimmer swam against the current in the pool to achieve the effect of swimming exercise. The water flow speed was adjustable, and the endless pool's current speed was the swimmer's swimming speed. It also combined the functions of a 4-season constant temperature pool and a hydrotherapy pool in one. So swimming would not be affected by changes in air temperature. When the water temperature was heated to 34 to 40 degrees Celsius, the endless pool could also be used as a hydrotherapy pool. Compared to a traditional swimming pool, the one-time construction cost of an endless pool was more economical. It could make full use of water circulation, significantly reducing the pool's footprint and daily water consumption. That greatly lowered the threshold for use and the daily maintenance cost. To reduce weight, this kind of endless pool would use integrated acrylic construction, which was usually quite expensive. The machine in front of him had originally been custom ordered by a rich man living near Bashuan residential complex, who had planned to put it in the backyard of his villa. But before it could be delivered, a flood caused by a typhoon hit. The original owner later listed the house for sale and also put this uninstalled pool up online along with it. After Shun Siyuan saw it, he swung his dragon-slaying saber in bargaining and picked it up for a bargain in the end. The shelter's original design and configuration had actually been much simpler than the final result now in place. It was only because he had obtained a large amount of gold midway, coupled with the soaring gold price, that it had gradually become so luxurious. Leaving the bathing area, Shin Siyuan arrived at the outermost layer of the living area. The next 3 containers had been divided into 4 rooms. First was the huge central control room, the command and control hub of the entire shelter. The console in front of the monitoring wall controlled all the equipment in the shelter. Shin Siyuan walked to the shortwave radio equipment placed at the side and put on the headphones to listen to the broadcast station for a moment. As usual, the station was broadcasting some domestic and international news. For the time being, there was nothing unusual. After putting down the monitoring headphones, Shun Siyuan stood up again. There was a door on each side of the central control room. The large door on the left led directly to the power distribution room. After going inside and opening the electrical control cabinet, he could operate the circuits throughout the shelter. The one on the right was the door to the equipment room. The main router, core switch, AC controller, NAS host, drive cabinet, and other low-voltage systems were all placed there. Going farther ahead to the 4th room, it was the armory. A dehumidifier inside was currently running. If this were Freedom Maligian, this place should probably be filled with all kinds of guns, heavy weapons, and ammunition. Right now, there were only some cold weapons, defensive gear, and auxiliary equipment placed on the storage racks. For example, a Zulu hoe, grain sampler, recurve bow, compound bow, hunting arrows, night vision device, and so on. The exoskeletons, drones, and maintenance robots previously scavenged from the company were also stored here. Besides that, there were bulletproof vests, bulletproof helmets, and bulletproof shields. These 39 containers together formed the main part of the shelter's living area. The last container section in the living area was a corridor leading to the work area. As a buffer zone, it connected to the garbage processing point inside the work area. This place was made up of 2 container sections arranged parallel to the corridor. To make daily cleaning and thorough disinfection easier, the garbage processing point had been designed as a fully enclosed area. Through the glass on the sealed door, the inside could be seen clearly. Aside from some garbage washing and disinfection equipment and classified trash bins, there were also several garbage processing facilities inside. There were 3 machines in total, all specialized equipment for shredding and compressing various kinds of waste. One was a single-shaft medium-speed shredder with a single cutter roller structure, rotating at 90 revolutions per minute. It was suitable for wood, paper, plastic, and brittle materials, and could crush lower-strength waste into small particles measuring 20 to 40 millimeters. One was a dual-shaft low-speed shredder with a double-cutter roller structure, rotating at 24 revolutions per minute. Because its torque was very high, it could crush stronger materials such as metal, stone, and rubber products. Between the two shredders was a garbage compression baler. The shredded material falling from the shredders would drop into the baler's mold and be compressed into square blocks that were convenient for transport. In the end, they would be manually thrown into the underground cave that served as both the sewage discharge point and the garbage storage site, where they would wait for possible reuse. 20 ultraviolet ozone lamps have been installed on the ceiling of the garbage processing area, maximizing the elimination of bacteria and microorganisms. Most of the things Shun Cun had stockpiled were sealed in plastic packaging, and modern industrial products were even more excessively packaged, making them extremely unfriendly to the environment. Taking into account the expansion ratio of all kinds of packaging, on average, every 100 cubic meters of consumed supplies would produce about 5 cubic meters of garbage. Because of this, the shelter generated a large amount of garbage every day. Without proper garbage treatment facilities, the living environment inside the shelter would be seriously affected. After passing the garbage processing point, he officially entered the shelter's work area. The first place he reached was the processing area. This was the key to keeping the shelter's equipment running over the long term. It was made up of 6 container sections, 24 meters long and 7 meters wide, for a total of 168 square meters. Raw material processing, repairing damaged parts, modifying equipment, and mechanical manufacturing would all be carried out here. The first things that came into view were the lathe and milling machine placed in the center. The lathe could be used to rotate workpieces and perform turning operations. The milling machine was used for milling and could process flat surfaces, grooves, and gears. Looking to the left, there was a drilling machine used for drilling and tapping. On the right was a planer, used to plane the surface of workpieces, and several metal plates for testing had been placed on its operating table. Continuing forward were the 2 aces of metalworking, the saw machine and the plate shearing machine. The 2 of them were responsible for cutting large pieces of metal into the required shapes and sizes, providing basic pre-processed material for the shelter's repairs and construction. Beside them were a punch press and a bending machine. Metal sheets could be stamped, bent, and stretched here into the required shapes. Further ahead were 2 electric threshing machines, 2 flour mills, and 2 vacuum packaging machines. These machines made up the shelter's food processing area. The entire left side along the wall was occupied by tool racks and tool cabinets, with all kinds of tools stored by category. Power tools such as electric drills, angle grinders, electric saws, electric planers, heat guns, and soldering irons were all stored inside. The hand tools were hung on large pegboards, with wrenches of various sizes, screwdrivers, hammers, pliers, files, saws, chisels, drill bits, and pry bars neatly arranged by size and specification. Below the pegboards were 4 workbenches in total. Along the wall on the right side, there were also 10 connected storage shelves. Each shelf held 30 stacked parts and material storage bins. The bins were made of polypropylene, PP, plastic, and came in 3 colors: red, yellow, and blue for distinction. They were filled with parts and consumables of all sizes and specifications, including screws, nuts, bolts, fasteners, washers, sealing rings, rivets, pins, bearings, ball bearings, springs, wires, resistors, capacitors, pipe fittings, connectors, lubricating oil, glue, pistons, valves, and more. It looked like the miscellaneous shelving of a hardware store. To make things easier to find, every bin had a label on it. When looking for something, after searching the list file, he could quickly retrieve it by following the number on the label. In one corner of the room stood a laser cutting machine. Although its power was not high, it had high-precision cutting capability, allowing some complex design blueprints to be turned into reality. A cloth was still draped over it now, waiting to be started. To avoid dust, several 3-dimensional printers were also placed nearby inside a glass partition, waiting to be used. In the opposite corner, a separate room had been partitioned off. Inside were a welding workbench and various supporting equipment. A welding fume purification system had been installed in the room to collect and purify the smoke and harmful gases produced during welding. After passing through the restroom and cleaning room in the processing area, Shun Cun arrived at the shelter's medical area. The medical area was made up of 3 container sections. Its 84 square meters have been divided into 2 parts. Because it had been designed more as an isolation ward for epidemic outbreaks, there was not much medical equipment. A large portion of the space was occupied by the isolation ward. If a family member might have been infected by an epidemic, the potential infected person would put on full-body protective clothing before entering the isolation ward. The isolation ward had 2 passageways in total. One of them was the entrance, which had 2 doors. The doors on both sides could not be opened at the same time, and the space inside was a buffer area. Both the patient and the caregiver entered the contaminated area from here. The contaminated area was where the patient lived and received treatment, and it had independent sanitary facilities inside. Its drainage pipeline ran independently, and even the septic tank was separate. After leaving the contaminated ward, one could not return by the original route and instead had to use another exit. The exit was a square space divided into the shape of the character Tion, and a total of 5 sealed doors had to be passed through. None of the doors could be opened at the same time. Starting from the lower left corner of the Tion-shaped layout, the caregiver moved counterclockwise, closing one door before opening the next. After pushing open the first door, hand hygiene had to be performed first using alcohol-free disinfectant gel, and alcohol disinfectant had to be sprayed. Then the second door was pushed open. This was the first removal room. After hand hygiene, the protective face shield, protective suit, outer boot covers, and outer gloves were removed in order and thrown into the medical waste bin. Then the third door was pushed open. This was the second removal room. After hand hygiene, the inner shoe covers, inner gloves, disposable cap, and mask were removed in order and thrown into the medical waste bin. These 3 areas belong to the potentially contaminated zone. Then the fourth door was pushed open to enter the buffer zone. After hand hygiene, a mask had to be put on again. Only after finally pushing open the 5th door could one return to the clean area. The ventilation ducts of the contaminated area operated independently. When activated, they could keep the room in a negative pressure state. The airflow moved in the order of clean area, buffer zone, potentially contaminated zone, and contaminated zone. The contaminated air would also pass through a 3-stage filtration system of primary, medium, and sub-high efficiency filters before finally being discharged outdoors. The place Shun Cun was currently passing through was the outer section of the clean area. 2 movable nursing beds had been placed here. On a diagnostic table beside them were a stethoscope, thermometer, blood glucose meter, and pulse oximeter. Along the wall were also an equipment cabinet, a medicine cabinet, and a refrigerator. Shin Si-Yuen had always had a habit of stockpiling all kinds of commonly used medicine. Throwing out expired meds was better than getting sick and having nothing to take, so he never felt bad about it. Through the cabinet glass, the disinfectant, sterile cotton swabs, bandages, and dressings inside could be seen. Beside them were wound treatment tools such as tweezers, scissors, suture needles, and thread. Hanging on the wall were 2 emergency medical kits and 1 automated external defibrillator, AED, making them easy to grab in an emergency. The most expensive thing in the entire medical area was none other than the surgical robot that had been moved in yesterday. Surgical robots had already been used clinically for more than 20 years. In C-Nation alone, the number of installed units had already exceeded 300. The total number of surgeries performed had now surpassed 300,000, and in some regions, they had even been included in medical insurance coverage. The precision of the robotic arms was extremely high, allowing them to carry out highly delicate surgical operations and greatly reduce errors during procedures. Not only could they significantly improve the success rate and safety of surgery, they could also perform minimally invasive procedures. Patients suffered less trauma and recovered faster after surgery. Equipped with a high-resolution 3-dimensional camera, it could provide a clear, magnified surgical view with a level of detail far beyond the human eye. Surgeons could also perform remote surgery over the network. Originally, during surgery, robots had long only played a supporting role. The actual operation was still performed by doctors manipulating the robotic arms. The robots themselves could not perform surgery on their own. However, with the rapid iterative development of AI, a few years ago, Stanford University in Me-Nation developed a program called the Surgical Robot Transformer. Through long-term imitation learning of doctors' surgical tasks, it drastically improved the stability and accuracy of surgical robots performing operations automatically. From then on, the medical world entered the era of cyber miracle doctors. The one in Shun Si-Yuen's hands was a domestically produced fully automatic surgical robot developed by a domestic team based on the same approach. And it was a prototype of the mass production version. For testing purposes, his colleague's computer still had its version 10 artificial intelligence model stored inside. And the hard drive from that computer was now in his hands too. After closing the door to the medical area, Shun Si-Yuen arrived at the planning area. Shenhai was taking a stroll inside while playing music on his phone. Dad, did you eat breakfast? Finished a long time ago. Your planting baskets are top-heavy. If the vegetables grow any taller, they won't stay stable. As he spoke, Shenhai pulled up a long stalk of water spinach. That's easy. Stuff some ceramsite or volcanic stone into the planting basket, and it'll stabilize the center of gravity. It can also secure the plant roots. Shun Si-Yuen crouched down and dragged out a burlap sack from the ground beneath the cultivation trough. It was packed full of all kinds of small stones, ceramsite, little pebbles, and volcanic gravel. Nearby, there were also piles of bacterial balls, filter material, and various other consumables. So that's it. Go on then. I get it. Shenhai waved his hand, then continued walking, looking like he was exercising and farming step count. Although inside the shelter, they could connect through Wi-Fi to the NAS and access all kinds of locally stored entertainment resources, there was no internet connection. And there was no phone signal in the cave either. Suddenly living cut off from the world still took time to get used to. This was only the first day, and both his parents were already showing a bit of internet withdrawal. The straight line distance from here to the village was over 1 kilometer, and it was even farther to the nearest broadband access box. There was no way the carrier would run fiber just for a single user like him. The process was far too troublesome, and even if the carrier were willing, Shun Si-Yuen himself would never agree. Exposing the shelter's location just to get online would be a complete joke. The maximum transmission distance of a network cable was usually only 100 meters. So pulling a cable over from the village himself was also not feasible. That was because when twisted pair cable transmitted network signals, it was affected by resistance and capacitance, causing signal attenuation and distortion. Once the attenuation or distortion reached a certain level, it would affect the effective and stable transmission of the signal. The wireless network equipment inside the shelter relied on network switches as relay devices to extend the transmission distance. So if he wanted to connect to the outside internet, the only solution was to install fiber optic transceivers himself. They would convert electrical signals into optical signals and transmit them through fiber, then convert them back into electrical signals inside the shelter. The transmission distance supported by fiber was far beyond that of copper cable. Multimode fiber could support 550 meters, while single-mode fiber could even support long-distance transmission of over 30 kilometers. Burying it underground was too expensive. If he set it up outside, there would be too much equipment, and it would be far too conspicuous. Shen Siyuan did not have much time to agonize over it, so he directly gave up on the plan. After passing through the planting area, which stretched for a full 108 meters, he finally arrived at the breeding area. This place was made up of 12 shipping containers, 48 meters long and 7 meters wide, with a total area of 336 square meters. The moment he walked in, he could smell all kinds of animals. His father-in-law, Jin Shi, was sitting on a small stool, staring blankly at the freshwater fish in the aquaculture tank. No need to say it, another disappointed elderly internet addict. When he saw Shen Siyuan walk over, he looked up and asked, "How long until these fish can be fished? Eaten?" Jifu tilapia. They grow the fastest out of all the fish here. In 4 months, they can grow to over 1 gene. In half a year, they can grow to as much as 2 gene. Does this stuff taste good? The meat is fresh and tasty, has few bones, and is high in protein. People even call it white meat salmon, but it's still freshwater fish. Is the muddy taste strong? The better the water quality, the less geosmin there is, and the lighter the earthy fishy taste will be. That's really nice. Grows fast and tastes good. Then is it easy to raise? It's pretty adaptable to the environment and doesn't require much dissolved oxygen. It can still grow and reproduce normally even in water with a large amount of organic matter. It's also omnivorous. It can even eat chicken shit. Oh. A rooster suddenly let out a crow, startling Shen Siyuan so badly his whole body jerked. In an enclosed indoor space, a chicken's crow was absolutely ear-splitting. As if he had been waiting for that for a long time, Jin Shi burst into loud laughter. TCH. Shen Siyuan shook his head and walked over to a breeding cage. Inside the chicken cage were 1 rooster and 1 hen. The iron mesh inside the cage had a certain slope to it, and the outermost side even had an egg tray attached. After the hen laid eggs, the eggs would automatically roll to the outside of the cage. This not only made collecting eggs more convenient, but also prevented the chickens from pecking at them. Hens had an instinct. When the number of eggs in the nest reached a certain amount, they would start brooding. By keeping the number of eggs in the nest low, it could encourage the hen to keep laying. But if someone reached directly inside to collect eggs, the hen would become aggressive in order to protect her eggs. That made it easy for people to get hurt, and easy for the chickens to get frightened too. If the stress response became too severe, they would start pecking and eating their own eggs, reducing laying efficiency. At this moment, there were already 2 eggs on the tray. Shen Siyuan placed the 2 suspected fertilized eggs into the incubator. This kind of equipment could simulate a natural hatching environment and help poultry eggs hatch by controlling conditions such as temperature, humidity, and egg turning. Inside the box were several white rollers, and the eggs were placed in the gaps between them. The rollers rotated on a fixed schedule, allowing for fully automatic egg turning with no blind spots. This lets every hatching egg inside receive heat evenly, and it also has automatic water replenishment and automatic temperature control functions. Next, Shen Siyuan lifted the rooster out. The rooster immediately started struggling violently. Once the population grows, let us see if I don't stew you. Shen Siyuan viciously tossed it into another cage. The little hen, who had originally been enjoying her solitary life, fearfully hid in the corner of the cage. After a rooster mates with a hen, the sperm can remain capable of fertilization inside the hen's reproductive tract for about 30 days. Only starting from the 12th day after mating will the proportion of fertilized eggs laid by the hen gradually begin to decline. As long as he regularly arranged for the rooster and hen to mate, that would be enough to maintain population renewal. Just after closing the cage, another rooster started crowing again. A rooster's crowing is a biological clock phenomenon, usually related to the light cycle. Although the indoor artificial lighting here had already simulated the outside environmental light according to sunrise and sunset times and would automatically adjust its brightness, it still wasn't natural sunlight after all, so the rooster's crowing pattern was still somewhat affected. At present, there were a total of 2 breeding roosters in the shelter, while the other 10 were all hens. In a farm, the male-to-female ratio is generally kept between 1 to 10 and 1 to 12. Raising chickens was mainly for obtaining eggs, a long-term and stable source of fresh protein. As for the hens that worked hard laying eggs, Shun Siyuan was reluctant to slaughter them casually. So the lucky ones chosen to become meat chickens in daily life would naturally be these roosters being used as breeding tools. In fact, hens also crowed, just not as loud and ringing as roosters. A hen's calls were usually softer. They might make clucking sounds, especially after laying eggs. This kind of sound was sometimes called an egg-laying song, an expression of satisfaction and pride after producing an egg. In addition, hens would also make sounds when searching for food or calling their chicks. As long as you raised chickens, all kinds of noises and smells were completely unavoidable. This was also one of the reasons Shan Siyuan placed the breeding area on the outer side of the shelter, far from the living area. Continuing forward, Shan Siyuan finally arrived at the last container area, the equipment and storage area. This place was made up of 10 equipment containers and 20 storage containers, with a total area of 840 square meters. Among them, the storage containers were further divided into 2 refrigerated containers, 8 tank containers, and 10 storage containers. The 10 storage containers served as both passageways and storage space. Along the wall on the left, detachable shelves had been installed. Right now, the shelves were packed with all kinds of supplies Shen Siyuan had purchased over the past few months, so many that they were stacked all the way to the ceiling. Opening the side door on the right would lead into the neighboring equipment container, where all kinds of large-scale equipment required for the Shelter-S operation had been installed. This included diesel power generation, backup power supply, water supply, air purification, temperature and humidity regulation, and other systems. To the right of the equipment containers were 2 refrigerated containers and 8 tank containers. Among the 8 tank containers, each one had a capacity of 67 cubic meters. 5 of them were used to store water, with a total storage capacity of 335 tons of fresh water. The other 3 were fuel tanks, filled with number 0, -10, and -20 diesel, 50 tons each. The 2 refrigerated containers were already filled with meat, seafood, frozen meal packs, prepared food packs, fruit, and other foods that required refrigeration or freezing. After coming out of the last storage container, Shun Siyuan left the container area and entered the Civil Air Defense Engineering area. On his right-hand side, he could still see the entrance to the cold storage. The doors of the 2 refrigerated containers were both located at the very outer edge of all the containers, making it convenient to move frozen goods into storage. At this point, Shun Siyuan had inspected the entire container area, a total of 120 containers, with a total length of 480 meters and a width of 7 meters, for a total area of 3,360 square meters, exactly the size of 8 basketball courts. It was just extremely long and narrow, a bit like the Doomsday Train in a movie called Snowpiercer. The difference was that the Doomsday Train in the movie ran endlessly across the frozen earth for no clear reason. Shun Siyuan's survival train, however, lay quietly hidden inside the mountain cave. Inside the Civil Air Defense Engineering area, the architectural atmosphere was completely different from the container area. This was a world of reinforced concrete. As far as the eye could see, aside from cement walls, there were rows of metal doors. The main structure of the Civil Air Defense Project used Sun 130 ultra-high-strength concrete, with a compressive strength of more than 150 megapascals. Its strength surpassed granite and was more than 3 times that of ordinary concrete. After pulling open a blast door by the side, Shun Siyuan stepped over the threshold. He took a flashlight out of his pocket, and a beam of light illuminated the anti-fall net fixed to the cave body. It could be seen that the containers were about 1 meter away from the cave wall. This was the Shelter-S usual maintenance passageway. There was one on each side, left and right, and most of the pipelines had been arranged within these 2 corridor areas. Only the ventilation ducts were at the top, where they could only be seen by climbing up with a ladder. After making a simple sweep around a few times and confirming there were no obvious leaks, he gently closed the blast door. Then Shun Siyuan continued forward to the doorway of the chemical defense equipment room and opened the airtight door. 6 stainless steel lockers were placed against the wall here. Inside the lockers was all kinds of protective equipment, including protective suits, chemical protective suits, firefighting suits, isolation suits, gas masks, oxygen masks, and so on. Some clothing for going outside was also stored here, including stab-resistant clothing, camouflage uniforms, ghillie suits, and tactical vests. Among them, the camouflage uniforms were divided into jungle camouflage, desert camouflage, urban camouflage, and ocean camouflage. There were also several ghillie suits in 4 color styles: dry grass, green grass, woodland, and snowfield. Continuing forward was an electric airtight door. Shun Siyuan pressed the switch by the door. With a hiss, the door slid left, and air blew in from behind Shun Siyuan. This was the decontamination room, the place used to deal with chemical, radioactive, and biological contaminants clinging to protective suits. From the floor to the walls, everything was covered in glossy white tiles, and there were a total of 3 washing areas. In order, they were the scrubbing, rinsing, and disinfecting shower rooms. Personnel returning from outside while wearing protective suits had to enter them one by one and undergo 360-degree full coverage spraying. After the person left, the spray facilities on the ceiling and walls would automatically begin comprehensive cleaning and disinfection, followed by drying the room. During this period, the doors would temporarily lock shut, making entry and exit impossible. The floor here had been specially designed with a 2-degree slope, and at the end was a full-length stainless steel floor drain, so there was basically no standing water. After pressing the switch on the wall, the airtight door behind him automatically closed, and only then did the airtight door in front slowly open. Shun Siyun no longer knew how many thresholds he had stepped over. He only knew that he had entered the anti-toxic passage. This place was similar to the buffer zone in the medical area, but the direction of the ventilation facilities was exactly the opposite. When activated, the overpressure exhaust system would make the indoor air pressure greater than the outdoor air pressure. This would block the intrusion of outside toxic agents or radioactive dust. Walking out of the anti-toxic passage, the space before his eyes suddenly opened up. Not only did the horizontal space become wider, even the ceiling height had been raised somewhat. This was the shelter-esque garage, and the ground material was a layer of gray epoxy flooring. Under the illumination of the garage lights, it reflected bright light. The parking spaces on the ground had already been marked out with white lines, and all the family vehicles were parked here. Looking up, the vehicles lined up in order were Shun Siyun S Pure Electric SUV, Jean Lin S Gasoline Electric Hybrid Sedan, Shun Hai S Off-Road Jeep, and Jean Shi S Diesel Pickup. Besides those, there was also a farm-use electric tricycle parked in the corner. 2 charging piles and 1 diesel fueling machine were installed on the wall nearby. At the outermost side of the garage was the Shelter S main entrance and exit. It was made up of 2 large outward-opening protective airtight doors, and the locking mechanism had already been secured. To open them, one first had to turn the 2 hand wheels on the inside. Only by driving the worm gear through traction could the lock be released. Then someone inside had to push outward with force and slowly move the 2 massive doors, each a full 200 millimeters thick. The locking mechanism was designed so that there was basically nothing exposed on the outside of the doors. For unrelated people outside, trying to open the doors while they were locked was practically impossible. The doors had a double-layer steel structure inside and out, with reinforced concrete filling the interior. What would make any enemy even more despairing was that there were 2 such protective airtight doors in total. The area between the 2 doors had been planned by Shin Si-yuen as a car washing zone. Even if someone broke through the first protective gate, all he would see would be the spray gun and car washing tools hanging on the wall. Shin Si-yuen had no intention of taking the main passage. That would be a bit too much of a workout. He turned right and walked to the secondary entrance, which was used for personnel access. At the same time, it was also where the Shelter S ventilation outlet and supporting equipment were located. The diffusion chamber, dust removal chamber, toxin filtration chamber, and fresh air machine room were all independently separated nearby. Shin Si-yuen went straight to a small protective airtight door. Its material and structure were no different from the main passage doors, only much smaller in size. The secondary entrance also had 2 large doors, with 2 meters of space between them. Only after quite a bit of effort did Shun Si-yuen manage to open them all. Passing the swing-type anti-blast wave valve beside it and turning a right-angle corner, Shun Si-yuen finally walked out of the shelter. The weather outside was nice today. Everything was calm and bright, the air fresh and cool, carrying the fragrance of leaves. In the azure sky were scattered some stratified clouds, signaling that cold air from the north was drawing near. Coming out from the secondary entrance, Shin Si-yuen stepped on the fallen leaves on the ground and walked to the open area in front of the cave entrance. The original concrete surface had already been replaced with grass pavers, and some weeds had already started growing through the circular holes. Grass pavers had strong compressive resistance and were made using 6-sided high-frequency vibration technology. The aggregate was evenly distributed, and the exterior was fairly rough, so the surface layer was not easily worn down. When laid on the ground, they had excellent stability and could withstand vehicle pressure without being damaged. They were widely used in parking lots, parking spaces, vehicle passageways, and similar areas. Their wear resistance and impact resistance were both quite good, and they also had strong resistance to high temperatures and freeze-thaw cycles. Durable and long-lasting, their service life could exceed 20 years. Because grass pavers were small in size, their flexural strength was very high, and they were also highly adaptable to uneven foundation settlement. Most importantly, they were much easier to maintain than concrete. Just dig one out and replace it. Compared to concrete paving, they also had better water permeability and water retention. Once the grass grew in, they would also improve concealment. The exterior facade of the Shelter S civil air defense structure and the protective doors had been painted with facade paint into an earthy yellow matching the mountain. A layer of anti-aerial photography camouflage netting had also been spread over them for concealment. These camouflage nets were widely used on certain outdoor structures, mainly for shade and decoration. Sometimes they were also used to deal with environmental inspections, covering illegal buildings, industrial plants, and things like that. Because the materials were simple and production volume was huge, the price was extremely cheap. Much like ghillie suits, Shun Si-yuen had also prepared 4 color variants of camouflage netting for the shelter. Grassland camouflage, woodland camouflage, desert camouflage. and snowfield camouflage. They could be swapped out according to changes in the outside environment. Following the gravel road downward, Shun Siyuan arrived in front of a single-story flat-roofed house. This was the narrowest part of the road leading to the shelter, with steep mountain walls on both sides. The house blocked the road like an ancient pass. Its structure was also similar to a city gate. There was a single window, only industrial sectional doors at the front and rear. The door panels were made of steel material 40 millimeters thick, lined inside with PU foam filling. This kind of lifting door was widely used in passageways of all kinds of factory workshops. Naturally, its strength was far inferior to a protective airtight door. But its advantages were low cost and extremely fast opening and closing speed. Opening the control box, Shun Siyuan pressed the power button, then held down the up button. As the motor sounded, the gate rose. The interior clear height of the flat house was 5 meters. A flat ramp ran along the wall, bending upward toward the roof. Shun Siyuan followed the ramp to the rooftop. The concrete parapet on the roof had firing ports that were wide inside and narrow outside, and there were quite a few stones and bricks scattered across the ground. The small pieces of construction debris left over from the Civil Air Defense Project had all been piled up there in preparation for use as thrown weapons. As for Molotov cocktails, smoke bombs, and the like, they were stored in the stainless steel utility cabinet below. He looked at the road outside, and after confirming there was no one nearby and nothing unusual, Shun Siyuan went back down and opened the outer lifting door. After walking outside, he took down a company nameplate and the "Beware of Dog" sign that had been hanging there before. Then he felt around in the corner and pulled out another 3 metal signs, nailing them up in their place. One warning sign with white text on a blue background read: "Affected by geological disasters. Dangerous mountain landslide area. Do not approach." One warning sign with black text on a yellow background read: "Dangerous road section under geological disaster control. Beware of falling rocks. Watch out for mudslides." One warning sign with red text on a white background read: "Mountain collapse. Beware of ground subsidence. Pedestrians and vehicles are prohibited from lingering or parking." There are also all kinds of warning symbols drawn on the signs, making them look extremely creepy. After changing the signs, Shun Siyuan shut the gate properly and started back the way he came. Before walking into the secondary entrance, he glanced at the sky. Same shit, different day. We're all dead men walking. After saying that, he closed the blast door. He had just returned to the shelter when, after connecting to Wi-Fi, he saw a message Jean Lin had sent in the family chat group. "The aroma diffuser we brought from home seems to be broken. After breakfast, I'll come over and see if I can fix it." Shun Siyuan immediately replied in the group. After leaving the dining room, Shun Siyuan picked up the aroma diffuser on the table and took it to the processing area. After finding a workbench, he used tools to take the machine apart. After checking it, he found that because the machine had gone unused for too long, the aroma liquid had become more viscous and clogged the pipes. After injecting clean water with a syringe to dilute it, the motor returned to normal. Shun Siyuan noticed that there was no sealing strip at all at the seams of the machine. Being kept for so long in a damp place like the bathroom had caused the motor to already start rusting, even if the pipes had not clogged. Sooner or later, it would have broken down because of the rusted motor. After thoroughly scraping and polishing it with rust remover, Shun Siyuan cut a properly sized sealing strip and stuck it on, then reassembled the machine. Compared to the past, all kinds of industrial manufactured goods nowadays had lifespans that were shorter by far. The exact reasons were naturally very complicated, but planned obsolescence was clearly an important factor. The history of planned obsolescence goes back to the early 20th century, and the most famous case was the Phoebus cartel. During Christmas in 1924, the world's top light bulb manufacturers gathered in Vienna and formed a monopoly group called Phoebus. The purpose of this group was to artificially control the lifespan of light bulbs, keeping it at around 1,000 hours, even though bulbs at the time could last up to 2,500 hours. Because the patents for light bulb technology were in the hands of these giants, they were able to force the vast majority of bulb companies to follow the plan. The Monopoly Alliance required each manufacturer to regularly send bulb samples to a central testing laboratory in Switzerland to check whether they met the required lifespan and other standards. Once a product failed to meet the standards, the factory had to pay a fine. From that year on, the cartel sold an extra 100 million light bulbs worldwide every year. It was not until 1942, after media exposure, that the Phoebus Group was finally taken to court. Although the agreement was nominally terminated, those companies did not provide any compensation, and the 1,000-hour standard for ordinary light bulbs continued to this day. After that, the idea of planned obsolescence came to be widely used across all industries. Products were deliberately designed with reduced lifespans to force consumers to buy the newest models. Capital artificially created demand, thereby increasing sales. For example, the counting chip in a printer would automatically lock it once it hit a certain number. Or the low-temperature soldering process used in laptops, it would definitely fail once the warranty expired. Shun Siyuan had always hated this kind of behavior with a passion. Whenever he talked with his designer friends about planned obsolescence, he would fiercely praise a certain coarse grain brand. The plastic part inside the induction cooker's knob switch had been deliberately shaved down by one cut, making it too weak and guaranteed to snap after long use. The sensor panel on the automatic soak dispenser had no waterproof rubber seal installed, so after enough time, the sensing head would rust out and rot. For a survivalist like Shun Si-yuen, planned obsolescence was practically another word for nightmare. But he did not have any good solution either. He could only avoid certain well-known products as much as possible. At the same time, he practiced his repair skills hard and stockpiled large quantities as backups. October 7th, the last day of the long holiday. It was also the 5th day since Shun Si-yuen's family had entered the shelter. Over the past 4 days, everything outside had remained calm. The radio station was only broadcasting ordinary daily news. On the side of the Silk Nation, the inflation CPI index had not been released for a long time, and the number of chimera virus infections was still rising. The licensed officer had gone on a Western inspection tour and delivered a speech calling for faster construction of the Western Strategic Rear Area. Starting from the 3rd day, under his parents' strong insistence, Shun Si-yuen finally agreed to let the family take turns going back to the village. The condition was that they had to bring walkie-talkies to stay in contact with him, and they had to wear masks and avoid contact with outsiders. The reason on the surface was that if they disappeared for too long, the villagers would become suspicious. But Shun Si-yuen knew that what they really wanted more was to get out for some fresh air, soak up the sun, and most importantly, get online and use their phones. Still, that was fine too. If the whole family suddenly lost contact and vanished, and the villagers thought some kind of family annihilation case had happened and called the police, that would be troublesome. During the following days, Shun Si-yuen became the old gatekeeper. He moved over a chair, set up an outdoor umbrella, and sat on the city wall standing watch. Every now and then, he would take a few cans of beer or soft drinks out of the cooler. On the ground beside him were his duty tools, a boar hunting spear and a black case. Inside the case was a compound bow and a matching set of hunting arrows. Just as Shun Si-yuen finished a round of gaming and was changing the batteries in his handheld console, the walkie-talkie on his chest suddenly crackled to life. "We're back. Open the door for us in a bit. Over." Hearing Shun Hai's voice, Shun Si-yuen glanced at his wristband. It was a little past 2 in the afternoon. Received. "Why are you back so early today?" Over. "Just listen to the news and you'll know. Your boss really didn't lie to you." Over. After returning to the shelter, Shun Si-yuen sorted through the news reports from every side and finally pieced together the full story. Just this morning, the president of the Great Bear Nation and military representatives of Yuzi Nation issued a joint statement. They announced that, in light of the coming asteroid impact event, and in order to jointly respond to the global crisis, Yuzi Nation would from this day forward be incorporated into the Great Bear Nation Federation, and would fully hand over the Baikinu Earth Space Center and its surrounding areas. Because of the Yuzi Nation issue, the Great Bear Nation's representative to the National Union, who had been criticized by all sides for days, suddenly went on the offensive instead. He began fiercely accusing governments around the world of openly deceiving their people and deliberately concealing the truth. This explosive piece of news instantly caused an uproar across the global media. Under enormous pressure from public opinion, governments around the world were forced to confirm that there was indeed a risk of an asteroid striking Blue Star. Asteroid 99942, codename Apophis, also known as the God-destroying star. The name Apophis came from Apep, the ancient Egyptian god of darkness, chaos, and destruction. This near-Earth asteroid was discovered in 2004. Its orbital period around the Sun was approximately 323 days. Whenever it approached and moved away from the Sun, its orbit would intersect with Blue Star's orbit. When it was first observed, astronomers had calculated the probability of it colliding with Blue Star. At its highest, the odds had once reached 1 in 37, already reaching level 4 yellow on the Torino hazard scale. But after follow-up observations, the possibility of it striking Blue Star had been ruled out again. As an irregular celestial body, the God-destroying star had a diameter of about 400 meters and an estimated mass of around 4 million tons. At a speed of at least more than 20 kilometers per second, if it were to collide with Blue Star, the energy released would be equivalent to 1.5 billion tons of TNT, with destructive power equal to 100,000 Hiroshima atomic bombs. Although that was far less than the Chicxulub impactor that caused the extinction of the dinosaurs back then, whose diameter exceeded 10 kilometers. The destructive power of the God-destroying star was still enough to cause extremely severe consequences on Blue Star. If the impact point were on land, nearby cities would be destroyed in an instant. Violent shockwaves would spread in all directions, wiping out all buildings and life, while great fires would spread and devour everything around them. If the impact point were in the ocean, it could trigger tsunamis hundreds of meters high, destroying everything in coastal regions. The impact would produce a massive amount of dust and debris. These materials would block out the sky and sun and remain in the atmosphere for several years, severely affecting Blue Star's climate system and causing global temperatures to fall. This would deal enormous damage to Blue Star's ecosystem, affecting crop growth and human survival. Shun Si-yuen had always paid extremely close attention to this celestial body. After all, it ranked first on the danger list of asteroids. As far as he knew, in previous predictions, this asteroid would skim past the eastern hemisphere in the early hours of April 14th next year. At that time, It would brush past Blue Star at an altitude of 30,000 kilometers. That distance was even closer than the altitude of geostationary communication satellites. It would even be visible to the naked eye from the ground. Although it was extremely close, it had still been a near miss. However, after its last close flyby of Blue Star, this asteroid would only appear in the daytime sky. As a result, astronomers had been unable to observe it after that, and it had disappeared from humanity's sight for a full 6 years. It was only rediscovered last year, and the probability of impact had risen once again. Since the solar storm on June 8th, humanity briefly lost its ability to conduct space observation. By the time observation capabilities were restored, the orbit of the God-destroying star had undergone a drastic change. The exact reason could no longer be verified. It might have collided with another small celestial body, or it might have been affected by some kind of gravitational disturbance. But its speed was indeed much faster than previously observed, and it was still accelerating. According to data just released by astronomical agencies around the world, its expected arrival at perihelion would be moved up to November 4th of this year. Based on calculations of its current orbital data, the preliminary predicted impact point was near Point Nemo, with a probability of impact as high as 2/3. Point Nemo lies in the middle of the South Pacific Ocean. It is 2,700 kilometers away from the nearest 3 coastlines. Because of its extreme isolation and desolation, it is known as the loneliest place on Blue Star. There are almost no signs of life there, and it is one of the hardest places to reach on Blue Star, known as the oceanic pole of inaccessibility. To avoid panic, governments around the world had issued gag orders regarding this news. They had secretly advanced shelter plans and maintained a tacit silence, until the Great Bear flipped the table. That move quickly triggered political turmoil in various countries. The House of Representatives of the Rice Nation immediately launched impeachment proceedings against the president, while parliamentary countries also began votes of no confidence against their cabinets and prime ministers. Just moments ago, Rice Nation President Wansi gave a live speech and officially disclosed information related to Apophis during his address. In the speech, he explained to all citizens that the impact point was sparsely populated and far from the Rice Nation. The federal government had chosen to delay the announcement in order to avoid public panic. He guaranteed that the federal government had already been secretly advancing official shelter construction, and the official shelters would absolutely not accept any illegal immigrants. Any attempt to force entry would authorize the National Guard to shoot on sight. In the news footage, the crowd at the scene raised MAGA flags and cheered, while the sound of YMCA blasted throughout the venue. As for domestic news, when answering reporters' questions that afternoon, the executive yuan of the Silk Nation had already announced that the Xi officer would deliver a nationwide address later tomorrow. At this point, after war, plague, and famine, the final horseman of the apocalypse, representing death, had officially taken the stage. On the afternoon of October 8th, a conference was underway. Compatriots, at this moment, we stand at a critical juncture in history. Our Blue Star, our shared home, is facing an unprecedented crisis. The coming impact of asteroid Apophis is a major threat to our survival and an enormous test of the will and unity of all humanity. The Xi officer paused and swept his gaze across the venue. In the face of such a crisis, such a historical moment, the Silk Nation, as a responsible major country, will respond to this disaster together with all nations of the world. 3 months ago, we already launched the NUWA, Mends the Heavens plan. This is a global defense and response mechanism aimed at protecting our planet and our people. The Xi officer continued, "We will go all out and use the most advanced technological means to try to alter Apophis' orbit and avoid the collision. Our scientists and engineers are racing against time to develop and deploy a series of space missions, including nuclear explosive devices and kinetic impactors, in the hope of changing the asteroid's trajectory at the final moment. Here, I call upon all nations of the world to join this great undertaking that concerns all humanity. The Silk Nation will uphold an attitude of transparency, openness, cooperation, and mutual benefit, and will disclose all scientific data and technological achievements to every participating nation." The Xi officer spoke slowly, but his voice began to grow firmer. "However, we must also prepare for the worst-case scenario. The Arc Tinder Plan will ensure that our key cultural heritage, knowledge bases, and biological samples are preserved. We will activate and construct shelter facilities nationwide to protect the lives of all citizens when disaster strikes." Finally, the Xi officer concluded in a firm tone, "Compatriots, no matter what the future holds, we must believe that human wisdom and courage can overcome every difficulty. Today we stand here not only for ourselves, but also for our children and grandchildren. Let us unite and face this challenge together, for humanity's future, for Blue Star's tomorrow." As the speech ended, waves of warm applause erupted throughout the venue. Then the Xi officer closed his speech draft. After the live broadcast ended, Shun Siwen's family, gathered around the radio, immediately began talking all at once. "Isn't there's still that virus going around? If infected people want to enter the shelters, then what? There should be quarantine facilities inside, right? By the way, Can the shelters really hold everyone? They say the asteroid would hit deep in the Pacific? I think as long as they evacuate the coastal areas, it should be enough to modify ordinary civil defense facilities inland. Exactly. Maybe if they're lucky, the interception will succeed and Apophis will break apart midway. Mom, that person just now talks so slowly. I was almost falling asleep listening to him. Mumu, be good. Go play by yourself over there. Shun Siyuan silently left the noisy room and went alone to the planting area. He needed a quiet place to think about the current situation. There was only about 1 month left until the possible asteroid impact. While the authorities had received the news 3 months earlier, the manufacturing and assembly of one large rocket generally required 4 to 5 months. Considering that the whole nation's strength was being mobilized, there should still be enough time. So what needed to be judged next was whether the interception operation could really succeed. As far as he knew, NASA had once carried out a DART, double asteroid redirection test. A small spacecraft had successfully struck the asteroid Dimorphos, and it had indeed caused a clear change in the orbit of that asteroid, which had a diameter of about 160 meters. This had technically verified the feasibility of using kinetic impact technology to alter an asteroid's orbit. And the most ideal outcome would be for the interception plan to succeed, the asteroid's orbit to be deflected, and the crisis to be resolved. The worst outcome would be for the asteroid not to be broken apart by blue star-esque gravity and to fall intact near Point Nemo in the Pacific Ocean, triggering a world-shaking tsunami. Coastal regions would be severely affected, and the global marine ecosystem would suffer enormous damage. Still, that would already be a blessing in misfortune. Because of its remoteness and lack of human presence, Point Nemo was often used as a crash point for spacecraft. It could be called the graveyard of spacecraft wreckage. Since the beginning of the space age, more than 260 spacecraft had already come to rest there. To some extent, there was no impact point left on Blue Star with less potential harm than that. If the asteroid fell into the middle of the ocean, the dust and debris produced would be far less than if it struck land, and the impact on the global climate would also be lighter. After thinking it through, Shun Siyuan gradually relaxed. On October 9th, the Silk Nation officially announced its overall evacuation and shelter plan, following the coastline and terrain maps. The authorities drew a total of 2 curved boundary lines. Areas outside the red line were designated mandatory evacuation zones, basically including all coastal plain regions and most islands. The area between the yellow line and the red line was designated as a first-level shelter zone. Most of the Central Plain provinces and part of the eastern mountainous regions fell within this range. Civilians within the yellow line zone who had not been evacuated would be uniformly arranged by their local jurisdictions to take shelter in class as civil defense projects. The area outside the yellow line was designated as the secondary shelter zone, basically covering the western provinces and the mountainous regions of the central area. People outside the yellow line were not required to evacuate. They only needed to head to the nearest standard civil air defense shelter before the impact. And so, a massive evacuation operation officially began. The coastal developed regions, where the economy was most prosperous, industry most advanced, and wealth most concentrated, suddenly became dangerous zones everyone was desperate to flee from. Meanwhile, the central and western regions, which had long suffered population outflow and lagged behind in development, suddenly became scorching hot because the number of people involved was measured in the hundreds of millions. Only the red line zone would undergo mandatory, full evacuation after military control was imposed. As for evacuation and sheltering in the yellow line zone, both would follow the principle of voluntariness. The authorities encouraged those with the means to choose on their own to relocate to the secondary shelter zone. Those without the means to evacuate would also be assigned corresponding shelter facilities based on their location. Bamu Village, where Shun Siyuan was from, lay on the western foothills of Tiamu Mountain, right on the edge of the yellow line zone. When the staff came to conduct visits and fill out forms, Shun Siyuan, who had already returned to the village, did not hesitate to write down voluntary evacuation on the form. Of course, whether that meant evacuating to the inland region or evacuating into a cave 1 kilometer away was naturally up to him. When a person leaves his homeland, he becomes cheap. When goods leave their place of origin, they become expensive. Leaving one's home was absolutely nothing like going out on a trip. This was true fleeing, true disaster migration. No one knew how many people this evacuation would ruin overnight, nor how many wealth myths it would create in the central and western regions. Those who got the news in advance could practically harvest everything from those who learned too late, as wealth was brutally washed out and reshuffled in this process. How many tragedies and disasters would it cause? He didn't even dare think too deeply about it, and he had no time to care. All he could do was give everything he had to make sure the plot of the movie 1942 would never happen to his family. Since the impact point was near Point Nemo, this shelter of his would be enough to withstand the coming shockwave and tsunami. Once he understood that, he had already made up his mind. Even if he, Shun Siyuan, starved to death, died inside the shelter, or jumped down the underground waterfall, he would never leave this place. All the wealth of his family of 7, spanning 3 generations, had been poured into building this shelter. The value of all the supplies and equipment inside would have been no small sum even in peacetime. In a year of great disaster, many of those things would already be impossible to obtain again in the short term. There was even less need to mention the living standard, huge activity space, abundant entertainment facilities, and ample food supplies. Every member of his family was talented, and they all spoke nicely. He super loved staying inside. The official shelters might be safer, but the level of crowding, hardship, and suffocation in collective living would absolutely exceed imagination. Of course, that was also perfectly reasonable. When an asteroid was crashing in a blue star, who would still have the time to care about individual needs? If you wanted to shout about human rights and embrace freedom, you were welcome to go outside and raise your middle finger at the sky. The degree of freedom a citizen had depended entirely on the degree of self-sufficiency he had. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Since you enjoyed public services, you would inevitably have to give up some personal rights. Independence and self-reliance were extremely important to both a nation and an individual. The first founding license-holding executive officer of modern Silk Nation had borne enormous costs and ignored economic efficiency. Even so, he still insisted on building an industrial system of his own, all for the sake of independence and dignity. But since he had chosen not to rely on the authorities, then the shelter's security had to be his own responsibility as well. Before and after the asteroid's fall, the Yellow Line Zone would without question become a chaotic area beyond anyone's control. Shun Siyuan understood that the plan to improve the shelter's armed defenses had to be put on the agenda. At the moment, the fastest thing that could increase his family's combat strength was undoubtedly the bow and arrow. In Silk Nation, non-mechanical archery equipment did not require any procedure for manufacturing, sale, purchase, possession, or use. As a type of sporting equipment, as long as bows and arrows were not brought into public places, individuals could legally own and use them. Crossbows with mechanical locking structures, however, were of a completely different nature. They were strictly controlled items, and illegal possession or use would be punished by law. There were 4 kinds of bows: longbow-style draw bows, traditional bows, recurve bows, and compound bows. The straight draw bow generally appeared in various tourist attractions. Since it basically only had entertainment value, it had in fact already withdrawn from the stage of history. Traditional bows often represented a region or a period, so they were generally classified by bow shape. Each country had its own, such as Tang Changshao, Ming Xiaoxiao, Qing Bao, Japanese Yumi, Mongolian Bao, and English longbow. Because they had few accessories and relied almost entirely on the person to master the skill, their cultural value far outweighed their practical value. So after entering the modern era, mainstream archery was left with only 2 types, recurve and compound. Among modern bows, recurve bows had the largest number of users and the greatest ownership. They could also be subdivided into Olympic recurve, bear bow, and American hunting bow, as a universally recognized general-purpose bow type. Most of the bows ordinary people tried at archery ranges belonged to this category. It had a mature system and mature coaching, making it more suitable as an entry-level choice. The threshold was also quite low. A cheap one could be bought for 300 to 500 yuan, and in terms of weight, it was also more suitable for beginners. But if you wanted to shoot accurately, that was not easy. It required a huge amount of time spent practicing. Once you mastered it, however, it could produce remarkable results in hunting. Its faster knocking speed, more portable weight, and lower noise while shooting made it extremely suitable for stealth attacks. Compound bows, on the other hand, were deadly tools developed by modern technology, with great power and high draw weight. At the same draw weight, their arrow speed was also the highest among all bow types. They were divided into compound hunting bows and compound target bows, and possessed a unique let-off advantage. Take a 50-pound compound bow with a 90% let-off as an example. After drawing the bow with 50 pounds of force, you only needed to use 5 pounds of force to maintain the drawn position and aim. And after drawing, there was a fixed stopping point which better ensured consistency in the archer's movements, something other bow types did not have. Compound bows were usually equipped with sights and other auxiliary gear, such as stabilizers and dampers. These devices could help improve shooting accuracy and consistency. Once fully equipped, not only was the accuracy extremely high, but the difficulty could also be greatly reduced. Compound bows were usually much heavier than other bow types, with complex structures and extremely high maintenance requirements. The strings and cables had shorter lifespans than the limbs, so special bowstring wax had to be applied regularly to extend their service life, and the metal moving parts also needed cleaning, rust prevention, and lubrication. A complex mechanical structure inevitably brought a higher failure rate. If not used and maintained properly, a compound bow could experience issues such as the bowstring slipping off the cams, creating safety hazards. Because archery depended quite a bit on talent, Shin Siyuan planned to let his family try it themselves first before deciding on the next step in the armament plan. Outside the shelter, the square electrician's canvas bag was stuffed full of long nylon fiber strands, with target paper fixed to the surface using self-adhesive nylon mesh. Archery targets were generally divided into two types according to their arrow stopping principles. One type stopped arrows by using the material to compress the arrow shaft. The deeper the arrow went in, the denser the material became, thereby stopping the arrow. For example, targets made of EVA, XPE, and similar materials. This kind of target isn't likely to damage arrows, but because it stops them through friction, pulling the arrows back out takes a lot more effort. Another method uses durable fibers to tug on the arrow shaft and hinder its movement. Since this method doesn't create much friction on the shaft, pulling the arrow out becomes very easy. You can pull it out with just 2 fingers. The homemade target Shinseyuan made belonged to this type, and fiber targets didn't need frequent maintenance and had a very long service life. The only consumable part was the target face. Usually, after tens of thousands of shots, once the face was worn through, you could just replace it yourself. Most importantly, this kind of homemade fiber target was very cheap. In his view, finished fiber targets were basically synonymous with outrageous profit margins. Waste thread that cost 1,000 yuan per ton could be made into a 20-kilogram target and then sold for several hundred yuan. Walking back to the shooting line, Shinseyuan picked up a practice recurve bow and began teaching his family. First, remember this, absolutely no dry firing. That transfers all the force that should have gone into the arrow onto the limbs and the string. In the worst-case scenario, the bow limbs can explode on the spot. After putting on his arm guard and finger tab, he set his stance. Keep your feet shoulder-width apart. Distribute your body weight evenly between both feet. Lean your body slightly forward. Remember my posture. Stand sideways, facing the target. Keep your knees and waist straight. Lightly tighten your butt, open your chest, and keep your neck and head upright. Then he took an arrow from the quiver, set it on the arrow rest with the index feather facing inward, and snapped the knock onto the bowstring. For hooking the string, I used the Mediterranean draw. The index finger goes above the knock, and the middle finger and ring finger go below it. The thumb and pinky don't take part in the draw. When hooking the string, use the first joint of the middle finger. The index finger and ring finger should use the pads of the fingers. Don't pinch the arrow with your fingers, or it can easily cause a false dry fire. Next, Shinseyuan began demonstrating the process of pushing the bow and drawing it. Don't grip the bow tightly. Use the web between your thumb and index finger to push the bow. That is the only way to keep it stable. As he spoke, Shinseyuan drew the string to a fixed point at his jaw. When anchoring, your right hand should rest against your jaw, and the string should touch the tip of your nose. Along one side of the bowstring, his right eye the sight, and the center of the target gradually lined up into a straight line. When releasing, let the index finger, middle finger, and ring finger relax in sequence so the string slides smoothly off your fingers. Keep your arm in the same position. Don't move it. With a crisp snap, the arrow struck the target. You'll never learn just by watching from the side. Come on, all of you, try it yourselves. Shinseyuan began letting each family member try archery one by one. 2 hours later, he sat down on the ground helplessly. It seemed his family didn't have any hidden archery geniuses among them. He demonstrated the correct posture and release technique again and again, hoping they could at least grasp the basics. But forget hitting the target. It was already pretty good if his parents could even shoot the arrow out. The arrows looked more like they were dancing through the air than flying toward the bullseye. After a few attempts, they all gave up with a laugh, saying they probably had no talent for archery and swiftly completed the entire journey from getting into the hobby to quitting it. Jean Lin did a little better, but even her best shot only managed to clip the edge of the target. Fortunately, she seemed to really like the sport and had the potential to keep developing in it. After wiping down the bow with a dry towel, Shinseyuan applied another layer of bowstring wax, removed the string, and placed the bow into a moisture-proof storage case. Then, while thinking about whether he should modify a few crossbows, he sorted through the arrows. There were many kinds of arrows. By function, they could be divided into competition arrows, practice arrows, and hunting arrows. There are also many arrowhead models to choose from, such as willow leaf, armor-piercing, spiral, blood groove, triangular, jade, fishing hunting, swallowtail, and so on. By material, they could also be divided into carbon arrows, aluminum arrows, carbon blend arrows, aluminum carbon arrows, and fiberglass arrows. Most of the arrows in Shinseyuan's hands were carbon arrows and aluminum arrows. These were two common types of arrows. Carbon arrows were made of carbon fiber and had the characteristics of high strength, light weight, and good rigidity. They were suitable for all kinds of archery activities, including competition and hunting, and could provide excellent flight performance and accuracy. Because the material was relatively expensive, a decent mid to upper grade pure carbon arrow cost around 40 yuan each. Aluminum arrows had fairly good durability and impact resistance, but were heavier than carbon arrows. Their prices were usually much more affordable, with an aluminum arrow costing around 10 yuan each. Carbon blend arrows and aluminum carbon arrows combine carbon and alloy materials, providing higher durability and impact resistance while still maintaining a certain degree of lightness and rigidity. Since there were many brands and models, the prices varied greatly. Among all these kinds of arrows, however, fiberglass arrows were the only ones Shinseyuan flatly refused to use. They were made of glass fiber and were very cheap. but their quality was terrible, and they were extremely easy to damage. In the long run, the cost might actually end up even higher. But that wasn't even the most serious problem. Notorious fiberglass was an extremely dangerous material. It often appeared openly in many household products and toys. For example, tent support poles, mosquito net poles, fishing rods, kite rods, umbrellas, cat teaser wands, alloy chopsticks, fitness resistance bars, and so on. Its advantages were good insulation, strong heat resistance, good corrosion resistance, high mechanical strength, and the one manufacturers liked most of all, it was cheap. Carbon fiber materials could easily cost hundreds or even thousands. But if you lowered your spending standards and chose fiberglass instead, a few dozen yuan was enough to cover the cost, with a price gap of 10 times over. Who would call it high quality for a low price? So what was the cost? This material was extremely brittle and had terrible wear resistance. The raw material for making fiberglass was silica sand. After being mixed with other materials, it was made through processes such as high-temperature melting and fiber drawing. The diameter of a single glass fiber filament was only a few to a little over 20 microns, equivalent to 1/5 to 1/20th the thickness of a strand of hair. Each fiber was composed of hundreds or thousands of filaments. Precisely because it was both thin and brittle, once it pierced the skin, it was very difficult to remove. It could irritate the skin, causing roughness, redness, and similar symptoms. In severe cases, it could lead to contact dermatitis, resulting in erythema, mild swelling, and blisters. After the blisters burst, it could even lead to skin necrosis and ulcers. If it got into the eyes, it could likewise cause eye irritation and pain. Tiny fiberglass particles could enter the lungs through breathing, irritating lung tissue and causing fibrous encapsulation, nodules, pneumoconiosis, bronchitis, asthma, and other respiratory illnesses. If someone accidentally came into contact with fiberglass, there are not many remedies available, other than immediately washing the affected area with warm water and soap. The only thing left was using tape to remove any remaining fibers from the skin. Because of that, whenever Shen Cun bought anything, he always made sure to avoid products containing fiberglass. After the Nuwa sky patching plan was announced, the international community gave it high praise one after another. But although most countries made it sound nice, once all the long speeches were compressed down, the meaning was basically just one thing. They would provide every kind of support except actual help. Among the countries around the Pacific, only the ASEAN and Central South American nations collectively announced their participation in the plan. As for the Wan nation, it was too busy dealing with its earthquakes, so it was set aside for the moment. As for the developed countries like the Min Nation, Jamada, the Kangaroo Nation, and the Maori Nation, not a single one announced that it would join, while the Nambang Nation declared that it would only join the plan as an observer state. As the countries potentially facing the greatest impact, the Kangaroo Nation and the Maori Nation had not joined the asteroid interception operation. It was truly shocking. Among the countries not on the Pacific coast, those that announced participation were also all developing countries. In the end, among the nations that joined the plan and actually possessed spaceflight capabilities, there were really only the Great Mao Nation and ASEAN Nation. The Great Mao Nation had originally been a country facing relatively limited direct impact, with only its far east coastal region falling within the disaster zone. Those places had already been sparsely populated to begin with, making evacuation easier. But because of its high latitude and cold climate, once the impact triggered a global temperature plunge, the Great Mao Nation would become one of the countries suffering the greatest losses. That was why they were especially invested in the interception operation, not to mention the enormous benefits they had gained by using this as a reason to annex Yuzi Nation. As for ASEAN Nation, it was obviously here to freeload off the technological results. With their Brownian motion level space technology, everyone should thank the heavens if they managed not to cause trouble. In the end, the only ones truly trying to intercept the asteroid for all humanity were the Sea Nation and the Great Mao Nation. Inside the shelter, Shen Cun's whole family was playing mahjong, using beef cubes as the stakes. You think those American guys aren't joining our country's plan? And they're not taking the lead to launch an interception operation either. Are they planning to just lie flat? Wang Qin asked as she turned a mahjong tile in her hand. Didn't they say their national debt has exploded? Maybe the government is out of money. Yang Fun threw out an 8 bamboo. Pong. With how they are right now, they probably don't even have time to manufacture an interception device. Jin Shi smiled as he glanced at his hand. Their population is smaller. Maybe taking shelter is easier for them than for us. After saying that, Shen Hai drew a tile, and his eyes immediately lit up. Ha! Finally got the red center. Who? Big 3 dragons. At once, laughter and groans rang out together. Off to the side, Shen Cun was working out on the rowing machine, but he had a different take on what his family was talking about. In reality, the most crucial reason here also involved politics. According to American law, next month, on November 5th, would be voting day. However, the asteroid impact was set for November 4th, the day before voting day. For the mega faction of the Gongha Party, this was the ultimate punchline. The 3 states on America's west coast were all ironclad vote banks for the Minju Party. Then right before the vote, an asteroid falls from the sky. A tsunami sweeps across the west coast. What a wonderful scene. This is destiny favoring our Manga. This is God's will. As for how many people would die, that was your state government's business. What did it have to do with the federal government? And if the disaster got bad enough that America entered a state of emergency and the vote couldn't be held, letting the current federal government stay in power long term, that would be even more wonderful. No country is ever truly united inside. Most of the time, one person's joy and sorrow are not shared by another. After finishing his workout, Shun Si-Yun stood up. While doing some cool-down stretches, he walked toward the workshop area. The laser cutter had already stopped running, and the cut metal plates lay quietly on the table. Shun Si-Yun removed the clamps, picked up the steel plate, and took off the machine parts. These parts were for the crossbow he had designed. The bolt groove, front sight, and rear sight. The shapes looked a little strange, different from the common designs, and clearly still needed further modification and polishing. The reason was simple. Before leaving the factory, laser cutters all had unavoidable restriction measures built into their systems. Those special shapes written into the criminal code could not be cut at all. Some high-powered laser cutters even had to stay connected to the internet before they could be used. If you machined some weird irregular parts, the local sheriffs would quickly come kicking down your door. Shun Si-Yun's plan was to use a compound bow directly as the basis for modification, solving the problems of the bow body and bowstring for the crossbow. The other parts, meanwhile, would be made by hand using the equipment and shelter. For that, he still needed to make the prod, stock, stirrup, and other components, then assemble all the modified parts together. So Shun Si-Yun still had a lot of work left before he could finish a handmade crossbow. However, the shelter's long-range defensive methods were no longer limited to bows and arrows. There were now 7 javelins on the storage rack behind him, clearly made not long ago. The grip area was still wrapped with badminton racket overgrip tape, making them look a bit rough. Yesterday, while practicing archery, Shun Si-Yun had still been trying to train Jean Lin a little. Meanwhile, the 4 elders, who had never quite gotten the hang of it and had already given up on themselves, started playing pitch-pot with the arrows off to the side. The result was that his father-in-law, Jin Shi, suddenly put on a show for everyone with an ultra-long-distance thrown arrow, instantly stunning the whole group. Then he started bragging nonstop, saying that when he was young, he had been a javelin athlete at school, and that back then, who knew how many girls had secretly had a crush on him. Although his strength had declined now, his feel and accuracy were still there. Feeling like he had found a treasure, Shun Si-Yun immediately ran to the workshop area and used the lathe to hand-make a javelin on the spot. Back outside in the open area, Jin Shi took the javelin and started warming up. After getting familiar with the movement, he began the throwing test. He inhaled, ran up, leaned forward, then arched back, all in one smooth motion. With a fierce forward swing of his arm, the javelin tore through the air and planted itself steadily in the center of the ground target with a dull impact. As an ancient throwing weapon, the javelin had been widely used throughout history in war and hunting. Its design was simple, it was easy to manufacture, and it had long range and great power. Under the right conditions, it was a very effective weapon. Compared with bows and arrows, though, the javelin had a slower rate of fire and placed certain demands on the user's physical condition. Simply put, it was a bit exhausting. Its accuracy also wasn't that great, making it suitable only for attacking stationary targets. Still, this gave Shun Si-Yun a new idea. The gravel road leading to the shelter was narrow. It seemed he ought to dig more pits along the route. After all, this place of his was a geological disaster site. If there were a few pits in the middle of the road and a lot of gravel piles by the roadside, that would be perfectly reasonable, right? On October 15th, the work team specifically responsible for the evacuation of Bama Village moved into the village. Although the village had fewer than 100 permanent residents in total, and most of them were elderly, the evacuation work still progressed with extreme difficulty and slowness. Most of the elderly stubbornly insisted on not leaving. Even if they had to die, they wanted to die in their own homes. A few of them even believed the staff were liars who had come to seize the village's land. Crying and shouting and cursing blended together, and the whole village was in complete chaos. Around the same time, similar things were happening all over the place. A speck of dust in space becomes a world-shattering collision when it falls onto Blue Star. If even things are like this, how can people endure it? A grain of sand from the age, falling onto a single person's head, becomes the crushing weight of Mount Tai. Since Shun Si-Yun's family had already chosen independent evacuation, the work team did not come to the door to do ideological persuasion. They simply had Shun Si-Yun's family sign the confirmation form, then left. Before going, they also reminded them of the final evacuation deadline. A shelter migration project of this scale had never existed before in history. Time was short, and the task was heavy. The staff had no energy to verify each person's true destination one by one. As long as the form was signed, and they had something to report upward, that counted as fulfilling their responsibility. The evacuation work lasted a full 5 days. After the staff repeatedly guaranteed that everyone would be able to return to the village after the disaster, all the villagers were finally put onto buses for the official shelter site, half persuaded and half forced, carrying big and small bags with them. The next morning, Shun Si-Yun flew a drone around the village a few times. after confirming the village had already become an empty village. He called his father and father-in-law to head out together and loot the remaining useful supplies in the village. The most valuable things were obviously the wind-solar hybrid streetlights along the main road. These streetlights were treasure from top to bottom, practically a must-strip artifact of the apocalypse. From them, they could dismantle vertical axis wind turbines, solar photovoltaic panels with built-in brackets, power controllers with inverters, storage batteries, LED light sources, and all kinds of cables. The streetlight poles themselves were made of galvanized steel, stainless steel, aluminum alloy, and other materials. Perfect raw materials for processing. The three men of Shun Cun's family brought down more than 30 streetlight poles on the village roads in one go. Aside from a few that were damaged and still unrepaired, most of them were still fully functional. Don't you think what we're doing is a little too unethical? Shun Hai asked with a frown. Once the shockwave comes, this stuff will all turn into scrap metal anyway. Better for us to take advantage of it. If the villagers ever come back in the future, they'll probably just assume this stuff somehow disappeared. Jinshi said as he removed the bolts, fixing the streetlight to the ground. Wearing his powered mechanical exoskeleton, Shun Cun stepped forward and skillfully used his survival man as uproot the streetlight move. With a boom, the more than 8-meter-long streetlight slowly crashed onto a discarded mattress. This is the last one. Once we haul it back, today's work is done. The three of them worked together to load the streetlight pole onto the farm tricycle, then left the village. For this looting run, Shun Cun had attached a trailer behind the tricycle, greatly increasing its transport capacity. By the next day, the three-man squad went out farming again. As the archer, Jin Lin was responsible for practicing archery near the village entrance while also guarding the tower. As support personnel, Wang Qin and Yang Fen were in charge of washing clothes, cooking, cleaning, organizing, and other work inside the shelter. As for the village homes, Shun Cun and the others naturally were not going in to loot them. First, doing that was just too unethical. They were all fellow villagers, and they couldn't get over it psychologically. Second, anything valuable in ordinary homes had definitely already been moved away. Whatever couldn't be moved, the villagers would have buried or hidden in some unknown corner or cellar. Finally, before evacuating, the villagers had already sealed their houses up tight. The most extreme households had even bricked up all their doors and windows with cement and bricks. The farmers of the Silk Nation had suffered countless natural and man-made disasters throughout history and had fought wits against every kind of soldiers, bandits, and robbers. That experience had been passed down generation after generation. They were not so easy to loot. Rather than waste time and energy on that, they might as well pull down a few more streetlight poles. Still, a lot of abandoned materials in the countryside were quite valuable, and Shun Cun naturally would not give them up. For example, right now, he was wandering around a pig farm in the village, occasionally climbing up and down to inspect the pig farm's roof. The pig farm was completely deserted, and even the main gate was unlocked. Shun Cun swaggered straight inside. He had come here to look for a set of anti-drone equipment. As for why a pig farm would have anti-drone equipment, that was an extremely cyberpunk story. In 2018, an outbreak of African swine fever suddenly erupted in the Silk Nation. To stop the spread of the disease, the authorities had no choice but to cull all pigs in infected areas. For a time, the supply of live pigs became tight and pork prices skyrocketed. Some unscrupulous merchants saw an opportunity to make a fortune and formed pig speculation groups. They transported live pigs from provinces where pork prices were low to other provinces. Not only that, some pig speculation groups also used even more despicable methods, throwing dead pigs near pig farms. At the same time, they tossed suspicious objects into the farms and spread rumors about swine fever, making the breeders panic. They forced the breeders to sell live pigs to them at low prices so they could profit from it. After pig farms began strengthening security and vigilance, things gradually turned surreal. Pig speculation groups that already had large numbers of live pigs on hand, in order to keep pork prices rising, started spreading swine fever deliberately. To avoid the staff on duty, they cut pork infected with the swine fever virus into small pieces, carried it in with drones, and dropped it inside pig farms. Pigs were omnivores and would eat basically anything, so naturally they would eat the infected pork too. Soon after, swine fever would break out in the pig farm, causing devastating losses. Faced with such vicious tactics, pig farms, aside from sealing off their facilities as much as possible and strengthening security, did one more thing. Some simply installed GPS satellite navigation signal jamming devices. And then civil aviation got royally screwed. As long as planes flew past the pig farms, flights would frequently lose GPS satellite navigation signals. There could even be ADSB system failures, seriously affecting flight safety. For a time, the civil aviation authorities treated it like a major threat and immediately reported it to the industrial authorities, requesting an investigation into radio interference. After countless monitoring vehicles carried out carpet-style inspections, investigators entered one pig farm after another with dark expressions. They had all thought they were about to catch a group of enemy agents and earn a huge merit. In the end, it turned out the pig farmers had done it. After paying fines and removing the jamming equipment and antennas, the pig farmers also reflected deeply. What they had done really had affected other innocent people. And any drone pilot with even a little skill could operate a drone without GPS anyway. So the defensive effect was terrible. So next, the pig farmers started upgrading their technical equipment. Low-altitude security active phased array radar. Nice. The moment a drone comes, it sounds the alarm and we catch the guy. Install it. Omnidirectional drone communication link jammer. Even better. The drone loses contact immediately. Install it. Drone capture net. Anti-drone gun. Make sure those bastards never come back once they arrive. Install them. And so, an electronic warfare confrontation between attack and defense under a complex electromagnetic environment unfolded in full force over the pig farm skies. On the roof of the pig farm, Shen Siyuan finally found what he wanted. Carrying the low-altitude radar and jammer, he happily left the pig farm. After calling the other 2 farming teammates over the walkie-talkie, he got on the electric tricycle and returned to the shelter. On October 23rd, the village had completely lost power, and the communications base station had shut down along with it. The now abandoned Bama village was completely cut off from the outside world. Jean Lin moved forward to the village entrance and established a lookout post above the village cultural hall. She carried a drone and binoculars with her. If anyone entered the village, she would call the others over the walkie-talkie at once. Jean Lin checked the time. It was already 9 o'clock in the morning, the agreed time for contact, so she picked up the walkie-talkie. Calling farming squad. Everything is normal at the village entrance. No suspicious targets detected. Over. Received. Archer. Continue maintaining vigilance. Over. Shen Siyuan replied from the other end over the walkie-talkie. The walkie-talkies both sides were using were digital walkie-talkies. Compared with analog walkie-talkies, they had better anti-interference and anti-noise capabilities. Most importantly, digital walkie-talkies had DMR digital encryption technology. They could use the Advanced Encryption Standard, or AES, algorithm to protect the confidentiality of communications. The receiver had to possess the same key in order to decode the transmitted voice. This could effectively prevent the conversations over the walkie-talkies from being easily intercepted by others. If they were using analog walkie-talkies, they would have to prepare a codebook themselves and speak in code. Just thinking about it was enough to give someone a headache. The 3 scavengers from Shen Siyuan's family continued searching through the village, transporting the last batch of useful supplies. Right now, they were in the equipment room of the mobile communications base station, dismantling anything valuable. There were also plenty of things in a communications base station that could be recycled and reused, and Shen Siyuan naturally wouldn't let any of it go. To ensure communication equipment could operate steadily, carriers generally required macro base stations to store enough backup power for 3 to 4 hours. The power consumption of the 5G base stations widely promoted in C Nation was significantly higher than that of 4G base stations. At full load, it was close to 3,800 watts, 35 times that of a 4G station. Because of that, 5G base stations needed battery packs with much larger capacity to meet backup power requirements. In the past, the typical backup power capacity of a single 4G base station was 112 kilowatt hours, while for a 5G base station, it had been expanded to 212 kilowatt hours, nearly double the capacity. Because Jiangnan province had previously issued a policy document requiring 100% 5G signal coverage for all administrative villages. Even Bamu village deep in the mountains had a 5G mobile communications signal base station. We struck it rich. The power cabinet is full of high-capacity lithium iron phosphate batteries. Jean Qi said in wild delight. If we switch to a wind-solar hybrid power system now, we won't have to worry about power storage anymore. Shanghai nodded repeatedly. Let us take the air conditioning equipment here too. If we leave it behind, it'll just get destroyed in the end. What a waste, Shen Siyuan suggested. All right, let's strip it now. As they spoke, the 3 of them cleaned out the equipment room like ghouls. Under normal circumstances, damaging mobile communication equipment was a serious crime and would lead to extremely severe legal consequences. Base stations were also equipped with complete surveillance systems directly linked to the constable's alarm network, so basically no one dared target them. But with the apocalypse at hand, this place had already become an abandoned facility. If the antennas and feeder lines on a mobile communications base station tower hadn't been completely different in design and function from shortwave radio station antennas, Shen Siyuan would have even wanted to tear those down and haul them away too. After finishing the morning-ass transport work, Shen Siyuan set his sights on the outdoor transformers in the village. I'm telling you, let us take these transformers too. They're so heavy. Is there really any use in hauling them back? Shen Hai asked in confusion. Oh, they're extremely useful. Then Jean Qi started giving Shen Hai a little science lesson. Aside from providing more redundancy and backup for the substation equipment in the shelter, transformers themselves were full of treasure. Transformers were made of large amounts of metal, including iron and copper. All of those metals could be recycled and reused. In the resource-starved environment of the apocalypse, those metal materials could be used to make tools, weapons, or other useful items. Transformers also contained a large amount of insulating oil, which could be recovered for other purposes, such as being used as lubricant or fuel. So the three of them spent another afternoon moving away all the transformers. At that point, the only remaining infrastructure in the village was the electrical wiring suspended high overhead. Because dismantling and transporting it would be far too troublesome, the scavenger squad ultimately gave it up after discussing it together. After fully making use of all the infrastructure, Shin Si-yuen and the other two shifted their scavenging area to the agricultural zone. Late October was rice harvest season, and rice had also been planted in the basic farmland of Bamu village. But before the evacuation, all the rice had already been harvested in a rush and transported along with the evacuees to the shelter facilities. In addition, thanks to the natural environment of the Tianmu Mountain region and its distinctive semi-sandy, slightly alkaline, selenium-rich soil, it was also a premium growing area for little fragrant sweet potatoes. Quite a few had originally been planted on the hillside fields, and it was now harvest season for them as well. They were famous for their soft, powdery, sweet texture and fine flesh without fibers. Shin Si-yuen's whole family liked them a lot, but they too had already been fully harvested. Shin Si-yuen only found a small amount of seed potatoes in the fields. After giving them a simple wash, he took those small seed potatoes with him as well. The biggest gain came from the mushroom house in the village. Inside, Jinshi found several dozen abandoned mushroom grow bags left behind by the villagers. He immediately called the other two over on the walkie-talkie. A mushroom grow bag was a container used for cultivating edible fungi. It was usually packaged in plastic bags or cardboard boxes with a substrate inside suitable for fungal growth. The substrate could also be homemade. It generally included broadleaf sawdust, cottonseed hulls, corn cobs, carbendazim, white sugar, magnesium sulfate, monopotassium phosphate, gypsum, calcium carbonate, and the like. A spray bottle had to be used to control the moisture content at around 65. After the substrate was prepared, it had to be packed into plastic bags and then sterilized. Sterilization was usually done with high-pressure steam to ensure both the substrate and container were sterile. Next, under sterile conditions, the fungal strain had to be introduced into the substrate. The whole process had to be strictly disinfected to prevent contamination. Shin Si-yuen had once tried making his own mushroom grow bags with plastic bottles, but the cost of small-scale personal production was extremely high, and it was time-consuming and labor-intensive. On top of that, the failure rate was very high. Every stage could easily get contaminated with stray fungi. The final yield was also very low, far inferior to finished commercial grow bags. The grow bags abandoned in the mushroom house were quite a complete assortment. Judging from the packaging, they seemed to be common mushrooms like oyster mushrooms, shiitake mushrooms, enoki mushrooms, and white beech mushrooms. Once mushrooms grew to a suitable size, they needed to be harvested in time. After harvesting, the grow bags would continue producing new mushrooms. Although the yield would gradually decline, until the nutrients in the substrate were exhausted, they could basically be harvested for several flushes. Mushroom growth required controlled conditions such as temperature, humidity, lighting, and ventilation. Taking oyster mushrooms as an example, their suitable growing temperature was 20 to 30 degrees Celsius, with a humidity requirement of 60 to 65. And they also needed a dark environment to grow. That kind of environment wasn't too hard to find in the shelter, and Shin Si-yuen already had a plan in mind. He had already decided to build a dark room in the breeding area and use it as a mushroom house to cultivate this batch of grow bags. With these several dozen large agricultural mushroom grow bags, the shelter would basically have mushroom freedom for a very long time. They could even try adding more substrate into the grow bags to achieve a long-term supply of fresh mushrooms. On October 28th, outside the shelter's city gate, two men were sweating profusely as they dug into the earth with tools. Ever since they had finished stripping the village of useful supplies, Shin Si-yuen had immediately launched the pit-digging operation. This work had already gone on for many days. Deep pits of all sizes, along with heaps of dirt and piles of rocks, had torn the road into a complete mess. What had once been a road wide enough for vehicles now only had a crooked little path left, barely enough for one person to squeeze through. You know, if we dig up the road like this, aren't we trapping ourselves in here too? Jinshi put down his shovel and sat on the ground to rest. There's nothing left worth scavenging in the village anyway. For a long time from here on out, we'll be staying in the shelter and not going outside. This is pretty good. Huh. Shinhai also set down his pickaxe and lit himself a cigarette. This kind of pitted, uneven terrain could greatly restrict the enemy's room to maneuver and movement speed, lowering the difficulty for their side's ranged weapons to hit. If the enemy tried to hide in the pits, that would be even better. Their side held the high ground, and every thrown Molotov would hit true. But the main reason they chose to tear up the road was still to prevent enemy vehicles from charging straight up to the city gate. The industrial lift door was not easy to force open with manpower alone, but could not withstand vehicle impact. For that reason, starting from 500 meters away from the shelter's city gate, Shin Si-yuen had shallowly buried a layer of caltrops all along the road. Caltrops are a type of scattered obstacle made of iron spikes. Their earliest use can be traced back to the Warring States period. They were already being used in city defense battles back then to ward off enemies, and they continued to appear throughout human warfare for a long time afterward. Their shape has 4 protruding iron spikes, each a few inches long. thanks to their specially designed structure, no matter how a caltrip is thrown. One spike will always point upward. That is also how they got their name. Because the spikes are extremely sharp, whether a person steps on one or a horse does. Neither will have a good time. Even now, they're still highly effective against tires. Once scattered in large numbers across the ground, unless the enemy has tracked transport vehicles, their movement speed will be greatly slowed. Shen Siyuan had already moved the 3 geological disaster warning signs that had originally been nailed beside the city gate to the starting point of the road leading to the shelter. If anyone insisted on ignoring the warning and forcing his way toward the shelter, then he would have to bear the consequences himself. But at a time like this, anyone still wandering outside instead of going to an official shelter facility could basically be regarded as a desperado. If someone really approached the shelter, Shen Siyuan would most likely skip the communication phase and go straight into combat. Because caltrips were extremely cheap and a highly cost-effective defensive tool, Shen Siyuan bought several crates of them. After finishing the digging work, he planned to scatter some of these little beauties both inside and outside the pits as well. At this moment, he was wearing a powered mechanical exoskeleton and silently moving the large chunks of broken rock he had dug out. He stepped onto the steel plates and crossed over the moat beneath the city gate. Since he did not have an excavator on hand and could not dig through the rock layer below, the trench was not very deep. Shen Siyuan slowly placed the rocks into one iron cage after another behind the moat. These iron cages had all just been welded recently, and all the basic materials used to make them came from streetlight poles. Once filled with stones, these iron cages would form a stone wall and become the Yangma Wall beneath the city gate. The Yangma Wall, also called Yangma City or Yangma Rampart, was an important part of ancient city defense systems. There are various explanations for the origin of its name, but 2 are the mainstream ones. One says that during wartime, commoners outside the city would drive livestock, such as sheep and horses, into the city to seek refuge. To prevent disease outbreaks inside the city, those animals would be placed between the city walls and moats, hence the name. The other explanation is that its defensive role was similar to an extension of the city wall, like an extra wall, which is why it was called a Yangma Wall. It was usually located outside the main city wall and inside the moat, a ring-like fortification built outside the city for defense against enemies. If enemy troops charged into the area inside the Yangma Wall, the narrow space between the Yangma Wall and the main city wall would prevent them from fully spreading out. The defenders could use this to launch a pincer attack from both the Yangma Wall and the main city wall, putting the enemy in the disadvantageous position of attacking the city from one side while being attacked from 3 sides. But in Shen Siyuan's case, the Yangma Wall mainly served as a roadblock. With the Yangma Wall in the way, anyone trying to enter the industrial lift gate now had to take a big detour from the side just to reach the entrance. The area inside the city gate was now piled full of miscellaneous items. The most numerous were naturally those streetlight poles, along with some large pieces of metal material. Other easily damaged items had already all been moved into the shelter. Once the asteroid interception operation failed, the shockwaves and tsunami caused by the impact would be extremely violent. To prevent the industrial lift gate from being damaged, the gate would need to be removed and stored away when the time came. The main reason for going through so much trouble to set up defensive facilities in front of the city gate was also because he did not want to put on an empty city stratagem. The construction of the permanent defensive fortifications around the shelter would have to continue only after the impact was over. By the time they finished, the sky was nearly dark. After closing the city gate, the family returned to the interior of the shelter. After dinner, Shen Siyuan went to the processing area to continue improving the handmade crossbow. This hand crossbow had already taken basic shape. It only needed some further polishing of the details and improved shooting accuracy before it could be put into use. The rack storing weapons now also had quite a few new toys on it. Smoke grenades were the most numerous, with more than 30 of them. Pull ring M18 smoke generators were legal items. They were widely used in film and television crews, firefighting drills, and celebration events. So Shen Siyuan directly bought finished products as backup. There were now only 6 homemade flashbangs left. Their bodies were made from short sections of PVC water pipe, and the main raw materials came from aluminum rods, magnesium rods, and firecrackers. A fuse line stuck out from the wax seal on the outside, making them look a bit crude. Shen Siyuan had previously made a total of 8 flashbangs. The first 2 had been tested separately, once outdoors and once indoors. Judging from the results, the effect was not very ideal in a broad daylight outdoor environment. But in a dim indoor environment, both the brightness and the noise were fairly astonishing. Even Shen Siyuan, wearing protective goggles, had to take quite a while to recover. They were the kind of item that could produce miraculous effects and change the course of battle in specific environments and situations. As for the even more powerful stuff, because it was a mixture of cotton, white sugar, and fertilizer, it was far too dangerous, so Shen Siyuan had arranged it around the outer perimeter of the shelter. Its specific location was in a small room somewhere in the Civil Air Defense Engineering area. It was the final trump card to be used only if the shelter encountered the most dangerous situation. October 29th, Yanjing time, 12:40 a.m. The night hung low. Stars scattered across the sky. Inside Yazhou Space Launch Site in the nation of Silk and Biner Space Center in Great Mound Nation, lights blazed brightly. In a race-against-time atmosphere filled every corner. Two tense, yet orderly spacecraft launch operations were being carried out simultaneously, all to seize the final launch window. This was a joint operation launched by the nation of Silk and Great Mound Nation to intercept the asteroid Apophis that was about to strike Blue Star. At Yazhou Space Launch Site, a Yuanjing 5B rocket stood on the launch pad like a gigantic silver tower. Printed on the rocket's exterior was the pattern of the Nuwa Patches, the Heavens Project. A blue line drawing depicting an Eastern goddess raising both hands to hold up a stone. At a total length of 537 meters. The Yuanjing 5B was the nation of Silk's most powerful space launch rocket. With a liftoff mass of 850 tons and a low Earth orbit payload capacity of 25 tons. The area around the launch site was silent. Because it lay within the red line zone, the residents of the entire Cheongzhou Island had already been evacuated. On the island now, aside from aerospace workers and soldiers, only some peripheral logistics support personnel remained. As launch time drew near, aerospace engineers in the control room nervously monitored various streams of data. Their eyes were fixed on the screens, and their fingers flew rapidly across the keyboards, making the final parameter adjustments according to the high-altitude wind field above the launch area provided by the meteorological department. The countdown had entered the 1-hour preparation stage. The command center issued the command phrase in a unified manner to the launch site, the tracking and control stations in various regions, the ocean-going measurement fleet, and the relevant departments. After receiving the command phrase, all departments and units, according to the unified clock provided by the Unified Time Service System, entered the pre-launch work procedure. Then came 30-minute preparation, 15-minute preparation, 5-minute preparation, 1-minute preparation. As launch time arrived, the commander's voice rang clearly across the entire launch site through the loudspeakers. The countdown begins. 10, 9, 8. The commander's voice echoed through the air, and everyone's breathing quickened with it. 3, 2, 1. Ignition. With the final command given, the engines at the base of the Long March 5B rocket blasted out dazzling flames, and the immense thrust slowly lifted the rocket upward. The fire and smoke on the ground formed a spectacular scene against the night sky as the rocket tore through the clouds with unstoppable force and shot straight into the heavens. Inside the payload bay of the Yuanjing 5B was a kinetic impactor named Wutsai Stone. It was roughly cube-shaped, about the size of a large truck. Wutsai Stone was not equipped with the usual scientific analysis instruments. Its main piece of equipment was only an optical reconnaissance and navigation camera, and its structure was almost completely solid. Inside, it was fitted with a complex guidance, navigation, and control system, allowing Wutsai Stone to navigate autonomously and strike its target with precision without any human intervention. Wutsai Stone had been designed to operate at an extremely high speed, reaching over 250,000 kilometers per hour. Its purpose was to alter the asteroid's orbit through kinetic transfer, and it was also equipped with a nuclear bomb with an explosive yield of 300,000 tons of TNT, which would be detonated at the moment of impact. With the successful launch of the Long March 5B, the Wutsai Stone kinetic impactor entered its designated orbit. Cheers broke out in the control room, and a live broadcast spread across the world. Under the crushing weight of a survival crisis, human society finally seemed about to welcome a glimmer of dawn. Then, in the news, the chief engineer announced that after orbiting Earth several times, Wutsai Stone would use the planet's gravitational slingshot effect to continuously accelerate before finally flying toward the asteroid Apophis, which was rapidly approaching Blue Star. Through impact and nuclear detonation, it would alter its current orbit and make it brush past Blue Star. The news footage then shifted to the Banal Space Center. After 4 months of preparation, another towering rocket stood silently on a massive launch pad. A red number 5 was painted on the rocket's outer shell in mouse script, with the flag of the Great Mound Nation drawn beside it. The white surface of the rocket reflected the lights, making it especially dazzling. The Angara A5 was the Great Mound Nation's newest heavy-lift launch vehicle, with a launch mass close to 800 tons, using liquid oxygen and kerosene as propellant. It could send about 24 tons of payload into low Earth orbit. The Great Mound Nation had also chosen a similar technical path. Its kinetic impactor was named Purin. The name came from the thunder god in ancient Slavic mythology, a figure similar to the more well-known Norse thunder god Thor. In myth, he was regarded as the ruler of the mortal world and heaven, protecting humanity from the harm of the god of chaos. To increase the success rate of the asteroid interception mission, Purin would serve as a backup plan, following behind Wutsai Stone as the second object to crash into Apophis. By design, Purin's impact speed was slightly slower than Wutsai Stone's, but the nuclear warhead it carried was more powerful, reaching an explosive yield of 500,000 tons of TNT. As the ignition command was issued, the live broadcast footage shook violently in an instant. A surging force erupted from beneath the spacecraft. The orange-red flames were like an enraged dragon, tearing through the night sky and devouring the darkness. accompanied by deafening roars. The spacecraft slowly rose, gaining speed as it began to break free from Earth's gravitational pull. Just as everyone held their breath and prayed for a successful launch, an ominous light tore across the night sky. A missile came speeding in from the distant horizon, aimed directly at the rocket that was ascending. The alarm in the control room suddenly went off. The faces of the great Mao engineers turned deathly pale as they witnessed that fatal moment through the monitoring system. Suckably, an officer from the great Mao nation, cursed on the spot. With a thunderous explosion, the missile hit the rocket. The fireball blossomed in the night sky like a suddenly blooming flower of death. Under the massive impact, the rocket disintegrated. Fragments and unburned fuel scattered through the air, streaking across the entire sky. The wreckage of the rocket fell back to the ground like fiery meteors, and the launch site was engulfed in flames and thick smoke. The fire burned all night. In the footage released the next day, all that could be seen were firefighters in protective suits futilely spraying streams of water to cool the site. The explosion did not detonate the nuclear warhead, but it did damage it and cause a radioactive leak. In the news reports, multiple terrorist organizations and cult groups claimed responsibility for the incident. One doomsday cult leader stepped forward and declared that the interception mission was a blasphemy against God's will of apocalypse and had to be stopped. A resistance organization from the Mao nation also issued a statement, calling it an act of revenge against the great Mao nation. But based on the slogans left at the missile launch site, it could basically be confirmed that the attack had been planned by the Yuezhi Nation Resistance Army. The great Mao nation's greedy desire for land had once again backfired on itself, as expected, and it cast a huge shadow over humanity's asteroid interception mission. On October 30th, the kinetic impactor Wutzai stone reached second cosmic velocity and broke free from Earth's gravitational pull. Then the impactor activated its chemical thrusters and began multiple stages of orbital maneuver adjustments to ensure it would encounter Apophis along its upcoming trajectory. Media outlets around the world also began round-the-clock coverage of the mission. Experts from all sides gave live analyses on television and the internet, explaining the scientific principles and possible outcomes of the Nuwa patching the heavens plan. On social media, people in the secondary shelter zones were either sharing their hopes for the future or expressing their fear of the unknown. At present, the most discussed topic on the foreign internet was, don't let masks run. Just today, the Manga aerospace company Spacey launched multiple Starship rockets in succession. They carried a Mars migration spacecraft along with a large amount of supplies. And the company's spokesperson announced that the spacecraft would carry 7 astronauts and arrive on Mars in 9 months. After that, they would establish a permanent base on Mars called Mars Base Alpha. Launching a Mars ship at this particular moment made the intent to flee painfully obvious. Although mass social media accounts were still being updated, insiders revealed that he himself had most likely already boarded the Mars spacecraft. In the first-level shelter zones of the nation of Silk, most of the population had already entered official shelter sites. The transfer of supplies was still ongoing, while important facilities that could not be moved were reinforced and sealed in place, waiting to be restarted during post-disaster reconstruction. But in some remote areas, a small number of people still chose to refuse evacuation into the shelters for all kinds of reasons. They seemed to believe that with their own luck and ability, they could survive this disaster. Compared to possible death, they cared more about their freedom in the present. Of course, among these people were also some doomsday preppers like Shun Cun who had private shelters. Meanwhile, the interior of the mandatory evacuation zones had practically become a lawless land. Because if the interception mission failed, this area would be struck by intense shockwaves and tsunamis. The authorities had completely withdrawn from the region. As the saying went, imperial authority does not extend into the countryside. In chaotic times, every tuft of grass can crown a king. Once the evacuation work was completed, the Red Line Zone immediately turned into a paradise for all kinds of bold figures and fringe elements to gather. There were conspiracy groups convinced that the asteroid impact was a hoax and who refused to evacuate. There were also doomsday cults who believed the asteroid impact was the will of God, staying behind with their followers to throw orgies while waiting to ascend to heaven. Even more numerous were fugitives carrying all kinds of criminal records and hiding from pursuit. There were even thrill-seekers who could not stand being left out and came over on purpose to explore and chase excitement. Because the factions involved were too mixed and complicated, these groups had already started playing a real-life battle royale inside the Red Line Zone. Quite a few nations had also entered similar states of chaos. Government institutions were collapsing, and society was becoming more disorderly by the day. At this time, the asteroid Apophis was hurtling toward Blue Star at a speed of 100,000 kilometers per hour. Across all kinds of observation equipment, its images were becoming clearer and clearer. The latest detection results showed that this was an irregularly shaped asteroid. It looked like a fat peanut, with a maximum length of 500 meters and a minimum length of 320 meters. Its volume was much larger than previously predicted. The asteroid's surface was full of pits and craters. There was also a massive impact crater that had only recently formed, seemingly one of the reasons it had suddenly rushed toward Blue Star. according to spectral analysis of the reflected light from its surface. Apophis was mainly composed of a nickel-iron metal mixture and silicate rock, with more metal content than rock content. This caused its material density to greatly exceed initial estimates. Scientists had revised its originally estimated mass of 4 million tons to somewhere between 21 million and 40 million tons. This meant the kinetic impactor's final effect might be greatly reduced, and the consequences of its collision with Blue Star would also need to be reassessed. The Aerospace Department of the Nation of C immediately activated an emergency plan and modified the impact scheme based on the latest data. As the command was sent out, the kinetic impactor, 5-colored stone, once again carried out orbital maneuvers to change its impact angle. However, this unexpected adjustment increased thruster fuel consumption, causing its final impact speed to drop to 20,000 kilometers per hour. In the early hours of November 3rd, Eastern Hemisphere time, at a distance of 2 million kilometers from Blue Star, 5-colored stone approached the asteroid Apophis. After making the final adjustment to the impactor's attitude, the aerospace technicians of the Nation of C issued the final collision command. In a vacuum, the speed of light is about 300,000 kilometers per second. At a distance of 2 million kilometers, communication delay reached about 7 seconds. Factoring in the round-trip communication time, the total delay was close to 14 seconds. Therefore, during the final operation stage, the computer carried on board the impactor would navigate autonomously and strike the predetermined location. On the ground, dozens of astronomical observation devices were aimed at the Orion region of the sky, where the impactor and asteroid would collide. Countless humans prayed for the interception to succeed. Everyone was waiting for the final result of the interception. At the summit of Yinshan in Rihe City, at the National Astronomical Observatory of the Nation of C, the Zhejiang officer stood in front of the Guo-Shoujing telescope, LaMost, waiting for the observation results. This was the domestic telescope with the highest spectrum acquisition rate. The collision countdown on the wall had already ended, yet the observation feed showed no change at all. Suddenly, the asteroid's brightness increased dozens of times in an instant. This indicated that the 5-colored stone impactor had successfully hit the asteroid Apophis. The news spread across the world immediately, triggering cheers from countless people. The expressions of the Zhejiang officer and the aerospace experts did not change in the slightest. A hit was only the first step of the plan. As for the final outcome, further observation was still needed. 30 seconds after the collision occurred, a plume burst out, then expanded outward. The impact kinetic energy of the impactor, along with the nuclear explosion, threw the asteroid's surface material outward. A spray tail hundreds of kilometers long formed behind it and continued to lengthen as the asteroid moved. Under the effect of solar radiation pressure, it formed a tail similar to a comet's. Astronomers were rapidly calculating the orbital change of the asteroid Apophis. Half an hour later, the observatory director came over with a report in hand. The calculation results were very poor. The orbital change rate was lower than expected. Most of the energy had been wasted on the ejected material, and only a very small portion of the energy had gone toward changing the orbit. When will the final result be available? We still need continued observation to obtain more precise data. Judging from the current calculations, the probability of no collision is only 1 in 4,500. Copy the preliminary report to all ministries. The Arc Tinder plan is entering the second phase. After saying that, the Zhejiang officer walked out of the room. News of the failed interception spread across the world. The impact of the asteroid Apophis with Blue Star had become unavoidable. The authorities of the Nation of C swiftly launched the final stage shelter operation and entered first-level combat readiness. All hidden passages inside the official shelters were fully opened, and the intricate underground tunnel networks were linked into one whole. Long-vanished platforms on subway lines and underground facilities that had never been marked on maps appeared before the public for the first time since the founding of the nation. In order to maintain independence and self-reliance, the Nation of C had long faced nuclear threats from two major camps. The first-generation Zhejiang officer, taking dig deep tunnels, store grain everywhere, and never seek hegemony as the basic policy, had constructed sturdy underground air raid fortifications all across the country, especially in inland regions. The Great Third Front construction project had also been launched, establishing the nation's strategic rear bases. Even after entering the period of peaceful development, the underground Great Wall project of the Strategic Rocket Force had never stopped being built. These facilities became the main body of all official shelter infrastructure, saving a huge amount of precious time for the progress of the evacuation work. The leader of steel was gone, but the steel of the leader was still protecting his people. Shen Siyuan looked at the time on his wristband. It was 7:30 in the morning, Yanjing time, November 3rd. He took an electronic display screen off the shelf and hung it inside the shelter's central control room. A countdown was displayed on it. There were only 18 hours left before the asteroid Apophis fell into the South Pacific. After listening to all kinds of news and official announcements, Shen Siyuan switched the receiving frequency to the HF band. Noisy sounds came from the shortwave radio station. Civilian communication frequencies were almost completely jammed full. Calls, responses, nonstop. with barely any room to cut in. Brothers, see you in another world. To hell with another world. I'm going to transmigrate back to the past. Reborn on Blue Star, picking up meteorites. The Doomsday sign-in system has been activated. Leave the shelter to claim it. With spatial storage in hand and billions in supplies. What is there to fear in the apocalypse? I've reached the western regions, getting ready to enjoy the sunset one last time. This is humanity's sunset. The sun will still rise as usual. CQ, this is BGYZ. Can anyone hear me? Hello, hello. Do whatever you want, do whatever you want. A few absurd weirdos had taken over the communication channel. With his head aching from listening, Shun Siyuan shut off the shortwave radio and checked the monitoring screens. The shelter surveillance system was equipped with intelligent video monitoring technology and had motion detection functions, along with matching video analysis software. After the motion detection function was turned on, the surveillance footage would record only scenes containing moving objects, while ignoring still scenes. This meant that if there was no change in the monitored area, the surveillance equipment would automatically stop recording, thereby saving storage space and improving retrieval efficiency. The video analysis software could then analyze the recorded footage and automatically detect moving objects in the frame. It would also mark them out, helping users quickly locate scenes where changes had occurred. It could also automatically analyze and extract key information from the video source. When changes involving people, vehicles, and similar events were detected, it would immediately push danger alert notifications. This not only improved surveillance efficiency, but also helped quickly retrieve and respond to potential security incidents. Shun Siyuan checked through the security logs. Over this period of time, most of the moving objects flagged by the video analysis software had been small animals. No people had come near the shelter, so he put on the powered mechanical exoskeleton, went outside to the small platform on the outer side of the shelter, and started dismantling the signal pole. The fragile signal pole would not be able to withstand the coming impact. It had to be moved into the shelter in advance. The others at home were busy reinforcing all kinds of equipment inside the shelter, especially the various shelves. All the heavy items placed up high had been taken down and placed on the ground, and furniture and objects that were top-heavy had also been laid flat. Fragile items, flammable items, and explosive items had all been moved to designated locations. The fire extinguishers had also all been placed in visible spots. After Shin Siyuan put the signal pole down on the garage floor, he picked out 2 special model fire extinguishers from the garage storage cabinet filled with extinguishers. Then he walked into the passage area of the civil defense structure, where the lithium iron phosphate batteries they had just picked up from the communications base station were placed. Jinchi and Shun Hai were connecting the power cabinet into the shelter's electrical system. The base station's power cabinet came with its own battery management system, BMS, making it very convenient to use as the shelter's emergency power supply. The fire extinguishers, I put them here. Shin Siyuan set the fire extinguishers down on the nearby ground. Lithium batteries were extremely dangerous equipment. Once they caught fire, they were almost impossible to put out. Ordinary extinguishing agents were basically useless against them. Most of the time, all you could do was wait for the battery to burn itself out. That was also the main reason Shin Siyuan had not equipped the shelter with a lithium battery pack in the beginning. The 2 extinguishers on the ground were both special fire extinguishers for lithium batteries, originally prepared for the 2 electric cars in the garage. To deal with the possibility of a vehicle fire, Shun Siyuan had prepared 2 kinds of lithium battery fire extinguishers. A perfluorohexanone fire extinguisher. It performed excellently in suppressing thermal runaway and extinguishing fires in lithium battery energy storage systems, with advantages such as being environmentally friendly, highly efficient, residue-free, and non-conductive. It could rapidly absorb heat, match the process of lithium battery thermal runaway, suppress the battery's temperature, and prevent it from reaching the critical point of thermal runaway. A composite, high-stability, fine foam fire extinguisher. It had features such as being environmentally friendly and non-toxic, highly effective at cooling, reducing smoke and dust, and absorbing high-risk gases. In a short time, it could rapidly spray a large amount of foam to cover the burning lithium battery, cut off oxygen, stop the fire from spreading, and achieve rapid extinguishing. These 2 kinds of fire extinguishers could not only effectively control smoke and flames, but also lower the temperature of the lithium batteries through the heat absorption function of their agents, thereby reducing the possibility of reignition. By comparison, lead-acid batteries were much safer. The lead-acid batteries obtained from the streetlight poles had already been moved by Shun Siyuan to the power distribution room in the container area. On a separate line, they had become the emergency power source for the central control room. But everything had its pros and cons. The relatively safer lead-acid batteries had a shorter cycle life and required regular maintenance and replenishment with distilled water. There was also a considerable gap between them and lithium batteries in terms of energy density. By volume, the energy density of lithium batteries was about 2 to 3 times that of lead-acid batteries. By weight, it was more than 3 to 6 times higher. When the asteroid impact occurred, it would trigger a violent earthquake to avoid damage to the generators and other equipment. Most of the facilities in the shelter would be shut down at that time. The power supply would also switch to the battery packs, leaving only the minimum necessary equipment running. At 1 o'clock in the morning, November 4th, Yenjing time, there were only 30 minutes left before impact. The asteroid Apophis was 50,000 kilometers away from Blue Star, about to approach the height of geostationary orbit. Its brightness in the night sky was gradually increasing, becoming visible to the naked eye. After the personnel stationed on the outer perimeter of official shelters around various regions withdrew inside, the gates began to close, and the shelters entered the final stage of preparation for the impact. The dangerous zones outside the shelters became even more chaotic. Those who had not entered shelter facilities began their final madness. Shen Siyuan was repeatedly checking the shelter's 2 entrances. Even though he knew there was no problem with the locking and sealing of the doors, his hand still could not help tightening the hand wheels again and again. With 10 minutes left before impact, Shen Siyuan closed the valve on the water pipeline, and the hydroelectric generator gradually came to a stop. The power supply has been switched to the battery pack. Over. Jin Qi's voice came through the intercom. Received. Shut down the fans in 5 minutes. Over. Shen Siyuan replied according to the plan. After the fans were shut down, Shen Siyuan began making his way back to the central control room. The white lights normally used in the shelter had all gone out, replaced by emergency lights emitting red light. There was a scientific reason for choosing red light for the emergency lights. In darkness, human eyes needed time to adapt to a low-light environment, and red light would not ruin the eye's night vision. So when switching from emergency lighting to complete darkness, human eyes could adapt more quickly. And unlike white light, red light would not cause glare. In emergency lighting, it could reduce visual interference and help the eyes see the surrounding environment more clearly. Red light had a longer wavelength and stronger penetration. Under low-light conditions, human eyes were also relatively more sensitive to red light. So even in very dim conditions, human eyes could still see red light fairly well, enough for it to serve as a guide. And in smoke or dust, red light could also travel farther, which was especially important in the event of a fire or other emergency. When he returned to the central control room, all his family members were already sitting in chairs, nervously staring at the surveillance screens. On the screen, under the infrared surveillance cameras, everything outside the shelter looked very calm. There was not even any sign of trees swaying in the wind. There were 6 safety helmets on the table. Shin Mu was wearing a fully enclosed children's electric scooter helmet on his head and making incomprehensible movements. No one knew which anime character he was acting as. Don't be scared. It's still early. Shin Siyuan scooped his son up in one arm. There are less than 5 minutes left until impact. Yang Fan answered. The Nemo point is more than 10,000 kilometers away from us. Even the fastest P-wave in the seismic waves would still need about half an hour to reach here. The shockwave travels close to the speed of sound, so it would take 8 hours to get here. The first tsunami will probably only appear around then too. Then why are we shutting down the generator so early in the preparation plan? Jean Lin asked in confusion, just to be safe and leave a little extra margin. Besides, no one can guarantee exactly where the asteroid will land. If the final impact point ends up being closer, then we'd be screwed. Shen Siyuan put his son down, but still helped him take off the helmet. That's right. Scientists on the news radio said that before impact, Apophis is very likely to be torn apart by Earth's gravity and split into several pieces. We really do need to leave some buffer. Shun Hai stood up and walked toward the smoking room. Do you think a complete asteroid impact is more dangerous or one that breaks into several pieces? Jin Qi asked. If the asteroid hits intact, the energy will be released in a concentrated burst. The intensity of the earthquake and tsunami will be greater, and the amount of ejected dust and debris may also be larger. If it breaks apart, then multiple impact craters will appear one after another, and multiple shockwaves will interact with each other, expanding the affected area quite a bit. As for which is actually more dangerous, that's really hard to say. As they spoke, the time on the countdown sign reached 0, then began counting upward. Shen Siyuan planned to use the timer to calculate how far the impact point was from his location when the seismic waves arrived. He noticed that in several surveillance feeds that could see the sky, the brightness was gradually increasing, and the clouds in the sky were becoming clearer and clearer. The impact 10,000 kilometers away had already happened. Jean Lin suggested playing cards for a while to kill time before the seismic waves arrived. But everyone was under a lot of psychological pressure, and no one was really in the mood to play cards. They still just sat there and waited. Seeing the family in that state, Jean Lin went out and carried Ma Huan in, and Ran also darted into the central control room right behind her. After everyone petted him for a while, Ma Huan began to let out contented purrs. When a cat's vocal cords vibrate, resonance in the throat produces a sound between 25 and 150 hertz, usually used to express that it feels safe and at ease. This kind of purring was not only beneficial to the cat itself, but also had a positive effect on the humans nearby. It could make people feel better, lower stress levels, ease anxiety and depression symptoms, and had powerful healing effects on emotional and spiritual level. By comparison, a certain husky was a bit annoying. It was circling around the console with Shan Mu, one person and one dog going round and round. Suddenly, Ran stopped. Its body stiffened in place and began to tremble slightly. Changes also appeared in the surveillance feeds. Countless birds took flight. Since most birds did not have night vision, They began flying around aimlessly. Machio suddenly leaped out of Jean Lin's arms, frantically clawed at the floor tiles, then hid in the corner. And Ram, meanwhile, started hopping back and forth in place and even let out a rare barking sound. Shen Siyuan knew this was a sign that the seismic waves were about to arrive, and began directing everyone to put on their safety helmets. The family spread out through the room and gripped the handrails on the walls tightly, ready at any moment to deal with the seismic waves. Shen Siyuan and Jean Lin each held one of Shen Mu's small hands tightly. 5 minutes later, the ground began to shake lightly, like the rumble of a heavy truck passing by. Shen Siyuan looked up and noted the number on the timer, 27 minutes and 16 seconds. A few seconds later, the ground began to shake violently, as if some monster underground had started rolling over. The earthquake lasted a long time. Shen Siyuan felt as if several hours had passed, but the timer told him that less than 10 minutes had gone by. When the timer changed to 36 minutes and 29 seconds, the shaking slowly began to stop. Shen Siyuan immediately went to the screens to check the situation in every area of the shelter. Fortunately, they had prepared well. The smoke alarms had not gone off. Several water ingress alarms had turned red. There were probably leaks in some of the pipes. Beside him, Wang Qin was already clutching a trash can and vomiting. Shen Siyuan himself also felt waves of dizziness, nausea, and panic. This was not just because of psychological tension and loss of balance. When an earthquake occurs, the fracturing of crustal rock layers and the undulation of the ground can generate infrasound. The shelter was located inside the mountain, and the infrasound produced by the mountain's shaking was especially intense. Infrasound had a long wavelength and a frequency below 20 Hz. It could easily bend around obstacles, so even if they had put in earplugs in advance, it would still have been difficult to block effectively. The central control room was located in the center of the shelter, with thick soundproof protective materials installed all around it. Even so, it was still hard to completely block the harm caused by infrasound. The surveillance feeds outside the shelter had turned blurry, and massive clouds of dust shrouded the entire mountain. Shen Siyuan knew this was only the first wave of impact. This great disaster had only just begun, before they had even had time to catch their breath. An even greater tremor struck, and a teeth-grating sound of rocks scraping reached their ears. The S-wave is here. Hold on to the handrails, Shen Siyuan shouted. Seismic waves were mainly divided into two types: longitudinal waves, or P waves, and transverse waves, or S waves. In Blue Star's crust, P waves traveled at about 5 to 7 kilometers per second, while S waves traveled at about 3 to 4 kilometers per second. Although slower in terms of destructive power, S waves were far more powerful than P waves. The amplitude of S waves was more dispersed, and their destructive force on the surface was extremely strong. They were also more likely to cause buildings to sway laterally, making them more vulnerable to damage. In the shelter's container area, a large number of spring damping shock absorbers had been installed at the bottom from the very beginning of construction. When the containers were subjected to external force, the springs would deform first and absorb part of the energy. Afterward, that energy would be transferred through the dampers to other components. By using the resistance generated during damping by the viscous liquid sealed inside, and consuming vibrational energy through the liquid's internal viscosity, hindering motion, the vibrational energy would be converted into heat energy, achieving the effect of shock absorption. Even so, the shaking inside the shelter was still extremely violent. It was hard to imagine what kind of scene was unfolding outside. Suddenly, Shen Siyuan felt a sense of pressure in his eardrums and chest cavity. The air pressure was also changing, and he found it a little hard to breathe. The expressions on the faces of the family around him were also extremely pained. Wang Qin was sitting on the floor and was almost about to pass out. A severe resonance phenomenon had appeared inside the shelter. The mountain cavity resonance had amplified the power of the infrasound once again, and the overwhelming discomfort tormented every person present. Shen Siyuan could still vaguely hear rumbling sounds, as if a landslide had happened nearby. More than 10 minutes later, the earthquake gradually began to stop. As the earthquake stopped, Jean Lin, pale-faced, was the first to speak. There should still be several more tremors. An asteroid hitting Blue Star is a bit like striking a bell. The seismic waves will oscillate back and forth inside Blue Star multiple times. In the worst case, it could trigger a chain reaction. Shen Siyuan sat on the floor, patting Shenmu's back as he comforted his trembling son. A chain reaction meaning? Large-scale volcanic eruptions and super earthquakes. Don't worry about that for now. Get ready for the coming shockwave. Shen Siyuan called over Shen Hai, who could still move, and the two of them cleaned up the central control room, which was in complete disarray. After settling the other family members, he put on a headlamp and headed for several leaking spots. After some effort, he found a repair toolbox in the processing area. The processing area, which had originally been neat and orderly, was now almost impossible to walk through. To deal with the earthquake, everything that had originally been hanging on the walls had been laid flat on the ground. When he arrived in the breeding area, the floor was covered in standing water. Because of the violent shaking, some water had splashed out of the freshwater fish tanks. Under the dim red light, the bubbles rising inside the tanks showed that the oxygen pumps were still working normally. After briefly cleaning up the pooled water, Shun Siyuan continued forward. He opened the blast-proof door and entered the maintenance corridor. A thick layer of dust was floating inside the cavern outside the containers, under the beam of his headlamp. The suspended particles became extremely obvious. Shun Siyuan quickly retreated, then went to the protective equipment room and put on a gas mask. After returning to the maintenance corridor, he began inspecting the surrounding environment. There were no cracks in the cave walls. After a visual inspection, even a minor surface spalling had all been caught by the anti-fall netting. The shelter had successfully withstood the impact of the first wave of the earthquake. Shin Siyuan then began the pipe repair work, finding and shutting off the valves at several leaking points. He used a dedicated pipe cutter to remove the leaking section, then wiped the pipe fitting clean with a rag. The shelter's water supply lines were the common PPR type, and installation was fairly convenient. Shin Siyuan took down the maintenance power strip hanging on the wall and plugged in the PPR heat fusion tool. Once the temperature came up, he inserted a section of new pipe and a connector into the heating sleeve and heating head of the fusion tool respectively. When the pipe and fitting reached a molten state, he quickly removed them from the heat fusion tool. Then he joined them together so the melted parts could fully fuse. After holding them in place for a while and letting the connection cool and solidify, the replacement was completed smoothly. This method was also the main way water pipes were installed, and it wasn't very difficult. Most repair work was the same. As long as you knew how to install something, repairing it became exceptionally simple. But if you relied entirely on workers to do these things, the moment something went wrong, you'd be completely lost. The nation of Silk had built itself on manufacturing, and its division of labor had been refined to the extreme. Labor costs had been suppressed at an ultra-low level for years. This not only led to weak consumer spending, but also caused most people's hands-on ability and practical labor skills to deteriorate to a dangerous degree, making them extremely dependent on the functioning of society's systems. High housing prices and high-density living patterns only magnified the problem again. By contrast, in developed countries where labor costs were extremely high, most people were forced to know at least some repair skills. Nearly every household had a workbench and a full set of repair tools, whether in the garage or the basement. Quite a few foreigners could do more than just renovations. Some even built their houses entirely by hand themselves. That was unimaginable in the nation of Silk. After finishing the repair work, Plumber Master Shun returned to the central control room. Judging by the arrival time of the earthquake SP waves, the final impact point should be around 9,600 kilometers away from us. The shockwave and tsunami won't get here until after 9 in the morning. Go back to your rooms and get some sleep first. Shun Siyuan picked up the puffed-up macho from the corner and placed it in Jean Lin's hands. All right, me and you will stay on duty here. Everyone else, withdraw first. Shun Hai brought over 2 camp beds from elsewhere, and the 2 of them laid down on the spot to rest. The others dragged Ran's collar and left the central control room. Because of the intense earthquake, both father and son were now suffering from a bit of neurological dysfunction. Although they felt extremely exhausted, they still had trouble falling asleep. Over the next stretch of time, aftershocks continued to occur from time to time, further affecting the quality of their sleep. They lay there in a daze until morning. Yangfen carried in 2 bowls of wontons and woke them up. Shin Siyuan was both tired and hungry, yet had no appetite at all. He could only endure the urge to vomit and force himself to swallow his breakfast. Shin Hai beside him was in much the same state, with no appetite whatsoever. Lin and the others also can't really eat anything. We're not infected with the Chimera virus, are we? Yangfen asked worriedly. No, it's just from the earthquake. The central nervous system got stimulated, so the gastrointestinal system is in disorder. That's all. It'll get better after a while. Shun Siyuan comforted her. Shun Siyuan returned to the monitoring screens. Through the outdoor surveillance cameras, he could see that the distant mountains had changed drastically. Quite a few trees had either been snapped in half or uprooted entirely. The boulders that had rolled down had left scar after scar across the mountainside. It was already 9 in the morning, but the light outside was still very dim. One blazing fireball after another was rapidly streaking overhead through the sky. This was the light produced by impact debris re-entering the atmosphere and burning across the upper air. It seemed to be raining heavily outside, but when it hit the ground, it didn't melt away. Instead, it piled up. Only after zooming in did Shun Siyuan realize this wasn't rain at all, but countless impact glass beads. When an asteroid impact occurred, molten rock and soil would form high-temperature molten material and be blasted into the air. After rapidly cooling and solidifying at high altitude, those things would turn glassy and fall back to the ground. This meant the shockwave was already about to reach the shelter. Sure enough, not long after, there came a thunderous boom, and the mountain shook once again. Even while gripping the handrail, both Shin Siyuan and Shun Hai felt a powerful force shoving at their backs. The monitoring screens shook violently. In the footage, the huge rocks that had rolled down from the mountain started moving again like billiard balls. The mountain opposite turned bald in an instant, and the trees floated into the sky like dandelion fluff. The shelter was located on the mountainside and surrounded by mountain ranges. Yet even here it was like this. What had happened in the places that faced the shockwave head-on was already beyond imagination. At this moment, the sky turned dark red, and all kinds of shattered stones came crashing down like hail. Under the intense air convection, a massive thunderstorm was raging inside the black cloud layer. Then black raindrops began to fall outside, thick like splatters of mud, and the outdoor camera footage started becoming blurred and unclear. Several more hours passed. Feeling that the shaking had stopped for quite a while, Shen Siyuan went to the power distribution room and started the diesel generator. The hydropower system still couldn't be used for the time being. He needed to wait until the water delivery pipelines and generator had been fully inspected before starting it. Turning it on rashly could easily damage the turbine unit. After power was restored, Shen Siyuan pulled several breakers. The red emergency lights went out, and white lights came on. The shelter switched back to normal lighting mode. Soon after, the fans restarted, and fresh air once more poured out from the vents that had been shut down for a full day. Even after passing through layer upon layer of the air purification system, Shen Siyuan could still smell a trace of something like gunpowder in the air. The incoming air from outside was also quite hot, and the vents felt like they were blowing warm air. Shen Siyuan had no choice but to turn on the air conditioning system to cool the rooms down. After finishing all that, Shen Siyuan checked the shelter's internal surveillance footage. After sweeping his gaze across it once, he noticed that one chicken in the breeding area seemed to have stopped moving. So he immediately went to the breeding area to check on the situation. The chickens in the coop all looked somewhat listless. The earthquake and shockwave had clearly affected them as well. One hen had already closed its eyes and was lying on its side inside the cage. To figure out the cause of death, Shen Siyuan carried it to the work table. After cutting open the dead chicken's belly, he found 2 broken eggs inside. Obviously, the chicken had died from difficult labor as well as last night's infrasound attack. A dead chicken couldn't be bled, so the meat would be rough in texture and have an extremely strong, gamey smell. Eating it could also lead to health risks such as food poisoning. So Shen Siyuan had no intention of eating it himself. He gave the dead chicken some simple processing, chopped up the innards, mixed them together with the feathers and claws, and threw everything into the insect rearing box. It was densely packed with mealworms crawling all over inside. Mealworms, whose scientific name was yellow mealworms, were widely used as animal feed because of the high protein content of their larvae. Their growth cycle was about 4 months, and they were holometabolous insects with 4 stages: egg, larva, pupa, and adult. During the larval stage, mealworms would eat almost anything, serving as decomposers inside the shelter. Chicken droppings, fish waste, food scraps, rotten meat, decayed vegetables, and fruit, as long as it was organic matter, it could be fed to them. Once raised to full size, mealworms could in turn be used as high-quality feed for chickens and fish. If a person was allergic to insects, mealworms could also be eaten directly by humans. Crunchy, tastes like chicken, rich in protein, fat, and all kinds of vitamins. For people who needed extra nutrition, it was a pretty good choice in the apocalypse. As for the rest of the chicken meat, Shen Siyuan ran it through the grinder together with aquatic plants, mashed it up, rolled it into balls, and then tossed them into the freshwater fish breeding tank. Pellet-shaped feed was more stable than powder feed and less likely to scatter apart, so the fish had more time to eat. At the same time, it was also easier to control the feeding amount, which reduced feed waste and helped prevent water pollution. The tilapia were all in pretty good condition. The moment they saw the chicken meatballs, they all became lively and started fighting over them. Today, they were getting a real feast. Usually, what Shen Siyuan fed them was basically chicken shitballs made by grinding chicken droppings, mealworms, and aquatic plants into powder and mixing them together. While the fish were all gathered at the feeding point, Shen Siyuan also took the chance to cut some aquatic plants. The aquatic plants growing at the bottom of the freshwater fish breeding tank were mainly submerged plants like eelgrass and Brazilian waterweed. They were also part of the ecological circulation system. They were used to absorb excess nutrients in the water, control the levels of ammonia, nitrogen, and nitrite, and maintain the balance of water quality. Then Shen Siyuan put all the remaining eggshells and chicken bones into the special dryer used in the breeding area. If chickens lacked calcium, they would develop rickets, which would lead to soft-shelled or thin-shelled eggs. Of course, he would not waste these precious calcium sources he had on hand. After drying them, he would grind them into powder with the pulverizer and mix them into the feed to supplement the chickens with calcium. The feed these chickens were eating now was all mixed by Shen Siyuan himself, mainly made of rice bran and wheat bran left over after hulling. With aquatic plants, vegetables, salt, calcium powder, and mealworms added in, it could be called rich in flavor and comprehensive in nutrition. Just as Shen Siyuan finished his work and was about to wash his hands, a faint stir came from the incubator. He gently opened the lid of the incubator, and a wave of warm, humid air rushed toward him. To his delight, he found that several fluffy little chicks had already hatched. Their bodies were still wet, and their eyes were still closed, but they were already able to wobble around inside the box. Shen Siyuan immediately transferred them into the brooder and turned on the heat lamp. For the first few days after hatching, chicks needed a warm environment. During the first week, the temperature needed to be kept at around 35 degrees Celsius, then lowered by about 3 degrees Celsius each week until it was close to room temperature. After that, Shen Siyuan also put in the filled feeder and waterer. The arrival of new life diluted the shadow of disaster and brought more vitality into the shelter. The world outside the shelter was the same. Even though it was a complete mess right now, as long as enough time was given, life would always find its own way out. The morning of November 5th, the second day after the asteroid struck Blue Star, Shen Siyuan had just jolted awake from a heart-pounding nightmare, his forehead covered in fine beads of sweat, his heartbeat echoing in his chest like drumbeats. He turned his head, only to find his son, Shun Mu, curled up in the middle of the bed, his little body pressed tightly against him. Even in his sleep, his teeth were still grinding unconsciously, making obvious chattering sounds. Shen Siyuan realized that this was exactly why he had the nightmare. In the middle of the night, Shen Mu's teeth grinding had become a symbol of fear in his subconscious, dragging him into that chaotic dreamscape. Before going to sleep last night, his son, who had gone through a terrifying earthquake during the day, had not dared to sleep alone. Clutching a pillow, he had knocked on the door of this room. Then, without saying a word, crawled into the spot between him and Jean Lin and kept trembling under the blanket. He and Jean Lin had taken turns comforting him for a long while before Shun Mu finally fell asleep. Shen Siyuan let out a soft sigh, a complicated emotion rising in his heart. On one hand, he felt some concern for his son's condition. Children under emotional strain or anxiety were more likely to grind their teeth. The disaster shock from yesterday must have left him with a very deep childhood scar. But on the other hand, he also felt a trace of warmth. Because in this disaster-ridden world, their whole family was still able to stay safely inside their private shelter. And their standard of living had not seriously declined either. It had basically stayed at the level from before the disaster. That sense of security and contentment was hard to put into words. Shen Siyuan gently stroked Shun Mu's forehead, trying to soothe his unease with a tender touch. In his sleep, Shen Mu seemed to sense his father's presence. The grinding of his teeth gradually stopped, replaced by calm, even breathing. Then Shen Siyuan carefully got out of bed, making sure not to disturb his sleeping wife and son. He quietly closed the bedroom door, then went into the bathroom and took a shower, washing away the lingering fear from the nightmare. After getting dressed, he silently swore to himself. No matter how difficult the future became, he would protect this family and keep the people he loved safe. The time on his phone showed 7:30 in the morning. No warning alerts had appeared last night. This was probably the safest stretch of time around the shelter. The violent earthquake and shockwaves had swept everything clean off the surface. After such a horrifying global disaster, there would likely be no signs of human activity outside for quite some time. In the apocalypse, strangers were far more terrifying than natural disasters. As long as no one came knocking, he had nothing much to worry about. As Shen Siyuan's footsteps rang out, the motion sensor lights lit up one after another, guiding him to the leisure area. The blue sky lamp in the leisure area had already turned on automatically on schedule. The artificially simulated fake blue sky was probably much more pleasant to look at than the real sky outside right now. When he arrived at the central control room, Shen Siyuan began observing the surveillance screens. He was the first one up. His parents were already old, and after going through yesterday's torment, they would probably need a long time to recover. A torrential rain was falling outside the shelter, and it had not stopped since yesterday. When an asteroid struck Earth, it released enormous energy. That energy rapidly heated and vaporized the seawater and rocks in the impact zone, creating an immense amount of water vapor. If it also triggered eruptions of underground magma, the amount of water vapor in the atmosphere would increase even further. The extreme heat from the impact would also cause the water vapor in the atmosphere to undergo chemical reactions with other gases, such as oxygen and nitrogen, forming new compounds and further changing the composition of the atmosphere. These compounds became countless cloud condensation nuclei or ice nuclei, forming cloud layers more than a dozen kilometers thick. On top of that, the dust and debris produced by the impact blocked out sunlight, lowering blue star surface temperature and leading to prolonged torrential rain. This impact event not only left an indelible mark on the geological level, but would also profoundly change blue stars' atmospheric circulation and ocean current systems. Because sunlight was blocked, photosynthesis in surface plants would nearly come to a halt. This would lead to mass deaths among plants and algae, severely damaging ecosystems and biodiversity. Although the shelter was at a relatively high altitude, and the mountains had blocked the direct impact of the tsunami, the coastal plain regions were completely different. Right now, they should all be submerged in seawater. This seawater contained high concentrations of salt, and after the water receded, the salt would remain in the soil. The salt content in the soil would rise, causing the land to harden and become salinized. During post-disaster reconstruction, it would take huge amounts of fresh water to wash the soil and lower the salt concentration. Or salt-tolerant plants could be grown to help improve the soil structure. No matter which soil improvement technology was used, it would cost a huge amount of time, manpower, and material resources. And in the inland regions that hadn't been hit by the tsunami, the land would still be heavily polluted. The rocks and dust thrown into the atmosphere contained sulfur and other chemical substances. When they reacted with water vapor in the air, They would form sulfuric acid and other acidic substances, leading to acid rain. Once the soil became acidified, it would accelerate the weathering of primary and secondary aluminum-containing minerals in the soil, releasing large amounts of aluminum ions. Those would form aluminum compounds in a form plants could absorb, causing poisoning and even death in plants. The acidic substances in acid rain would also react with nutrient elements in the soil, such as potassium, sodium, calcium, and magnesium, causing those elements to be lost. Long-term acid rain would cause a large amount of nutrients in the soil to leach away, leaving it severely deficient and gradually turning it barren. For plants, acid rain would damage the waxy protective layer and epidermal tissue on leaf surfaces, directly harming their growth and development and inhibiting seed germination. The acidification of river and lake water would likewise drive many acid-sensitive aquatic species to extinction and cause lakes to lose their ecological functions. Every single one of these factors was fatal to agricultural production. Shin Si-yuen had already begun thinking about how the people who survived this disaster would deal with the coming food shortage. Just then, Jin-shi walked in. How is the situation outside right now? It's been acid rain the whole time. From here on, the spring water in the underground reservoir can't be used directly anymore. Shin Si-yuen pointed at the numbers on the screen. At that moment, the water quality monitor placed in the natural tunnel showed that even after being filtered through the mountain, the water flowing into the reservoir still had a pH of 3.7. That was far below the normal range of 5.6 to 5.7, showing obvious strong acidity. Would the shelter's water supply be affected? No. There is still more than 300 tons of fresh water in the storage tanks. That's enough to last for quite a while. Then aren't we just eating through our savings? Jin-shi joked. It's time to start the sewage treatment equipment. Shin Si-yuen stood up and stretched. When they arrived at the equipment area, Shin Si-yuen and Jin-shi opened the door of a container. This was a mobile, containerized, integrated sewage treatment unit, and it hadn't been modified much. It had originally been designed in container form to make transport and installation easier. It could be rapidly deployed in all kinds of locations and was suitable for various temporary or mobile sewage treatment needs. It was widely used for sewage treatment and reuse at temporary camps, scenic areas, oil fields, mining zones, and construction sites. It was already a very mature domestic solution. Compared with traditional sewage treatment systems, this unit was extremely compact. It only took up the size of one standard 40-foot container, making it suitable for places with limited space. After Shin Si-yuen switched the sewage pipeline valve over, wastewater began flowing into the regulating tank. Once the lift pump inside the regulating tank detected the sewage, it automatically started pumping it up into the treatment equipment. The first piece of equipment was the grill. Sewage often contained a large amount of debris, so to ensure the system could operate normally, larger solid particles had to be intercepted outside the system first. The second piece of equipment was the anoxic tank. Its role was to break down large molecule substances into smaller, more easily degradable substances, while also achieving nitrogen removal through denitrification. The third was the core technology of the sewage treatment system, the membrane bioreactor. MBR technology provided a solid liquid separation effect far better than traditional sedimentation tanks. The effluent water quality was excellent, and the suspended solids and turbidity in the output water were close to zero, allowing it to be reused directly. The membrane's highly efficient interception effect meant microorganisms were completely retained inside the bioreactor, fully separating the reactor's hydraulic retention time from sludge age and making operation control flexible and stable. It also combined the traditional aeration tank and secondary sedimentation tank into one, completely replacing all the process facilities of tertiary treatment, thereby reducing the floor area by more than half. It had many advantages, including fully automatic operation, no need for personnel on duty, low sludge output, and easy maintenance. This system doesn't need chemical agents added into the water? Jin-shi asked in confusion. No, there are only two tasks that need manual handling: throwing the filtered residue and sludge into the trash can and replenishing the cleaning chemicals. The machine comes with its own chemical cleaning system. Once a week, it automatically uses chemicals to clean the MBR membrane sheets. As he spoke, Shin Si-yuen opened a bottle of sodium hypochlorite solution and poured it into the machine. That's simple. Then can the membrane sheets keep being used forever? The replacement cycle for MBR membrane sheets is around 5 years. There's still several spare sets, so using them for 20 years won't be a problem. Once the water is purified, can it be used directly? There is still one final disinfection post-treatment step. After that, it can be pumped into the storage tanks. Then it goes through the same water purification process as the mountain spring water we used before, and it becomes domestic water. Nice. Then this whatever membrane, can it purify acid rain? That's beyond its capabilities. By design, it's only meant to deal with conventional pollutants in sewage. To treat the acidic substances in acid rain, you need methods like chemical precipitation or ion exchange. Shin Si-yuen laughed. Before leaving, Shin Si-yuen also turned on the fan and the ultraviolet lamp inside the container. Once the sewage treatment and recovery system started up, the smell here would soon become subtle. When they arrived at the dining area, Yang Fun had already prepared breakfast and called the two of them over to eat. After breakfast, Shen Siyuan made a few rounds through the planning area and the breeding area. After finishing some daily work, he wrapped up the morning's tasks. Feeling a bit tired, he lay down on the sofa in the living area to rest. After thinking for a while, he pulled out a pair of smart AR glasses from under the TV cabinet and plugged the cable into the smart terminal. After turning on the electrochromic adjustment function, the lenses began turning dark, making it look as though the glasses had suddenly become sunglasses. The image at 400 nits of brightness instantly looked much brighter. With two 0.55-inch micro-OLED displays, wearing them gave an experience equivalent to viewing a gigantic 120-inch screen right in front of his eyes. The 4K resolution plus a 120Hz refresh rate also made the viewing experience extremely clear. Shen Siyuan used the smart terminal to connect to the NAS, then picked a classic Quinn movie and started watching. The dual speakers on the glasses arms also began playing. The shelter did not have a home theater room. It wasn't because there wasn't enough space, but because Shen Siyuan had given up on the idea from the very beginning. Leaving aside how single-purpose a home theater was, there was also the suffocating feeling brought by a dark, enclosed space. For people with huge age gaps and completely different tastes, there were already very few family-friendly movies they could all enjoy together, and most of those were comedies. Whenever Shen Siyuan imagined himself watching certain films with a violent aesthetic together with his parents, he would be so embarrassed he could practically dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. Watching videos was such a private thing that doing alone was much more comfortable. Besides, quite a few TV dramas these days were unbelievably slow-paced. If he couldn't watch them at multiple speed and drag the progress bar around, Shen Siyuan simply couldn't sit through them. Using smart AR glasses was also much more convenient in that regard. If he needed to go to the bathroom or grab something midway through, he didn't have to keep taking them off again and again like with VR equipment. He only needed to switch the lenses back to transparent, and it wouldn't affect his ability to see the outside world. At only a few dozen grams, they felt about the same as wearing ordinary glasses. Unlike a VR headset that was stuffy, hot, and pressed against the face, a tiny little gadget perfectly replaced those bulky display and playback devices. It was a classic example of technology changing lives. Just as Shen Siyuan was sprawled on the sofa, too lazy to get up, Shen Hai walked over. The rain has gotten heavier again. A mountain flood has broken out outside, and the drainage ditch outside the shelter has already been blocked by rocks and mud. Hearing that, Shen Siyuan quickly took off his glasses and climbed to his feet. When he arrived at the central control room, the surveillance screen indeed showed streams of yellow muddy water converging outside the shelter's main gate. The protective door is waterproof, but the ventilation swing door isn't. I'd better go out and clear it. After saying that, Shen Siyuan headed straight for the chemical protection equipment room and took out the highest-grade, airtight, full-body protective suit from the cabinet. With Shen Hai's help, Shen Siyuan struggled for quite a while before finally getting the suit on. The two of them carefully checked the suit's seal, making sure there wasn't the slightest gap for contaminants to get through. This fully enclosed one-piece suit was made of chloroprene rubber. It was corrosion-resistant against many different chemicals and could be reused. When he reached the secondary entrance, Shen Siyuan picked up his tools and then pushed open the protective door. Once outside, the rain splattered against the transparent face shield, and his vision started to blur a little. Shen Siyuan moved forward slowly, his chemical protection boots making repeated splashing sounds as they stepped on the ground. He carefully walked to the drainage ditch and saw that a pile of rocks and mud had stacked up like a mountain, completely blocking it. He started moving the stones away one by one with his bare hands, then used a shovel to dig out the silt. Sweat slid down his face, and his body started itching, but because he was wearing the protective suit, Shen Siyuan could only forcibly suppress the urge to scratch. Finally, when the last stone was removed, the accumulated water, carrying mud and sand with it, rushed into the ditch and surged all the way down the mountain. After clearing the blocked drainage ditch, Shen Siyuan wandered around nearby. Since he was already out here, he wanted to take the chance to assess the situation around the shelter as well. Because the shelter entrance faced southwest and was on the leeward side of this impact, the damage it suffered was relatively lighter. Neither of the shelter's two entrances had been blocked by falling rocks, and that was also because some special designs had been used during construction of the Civil Defense Project. Above the main passage was a ring of outward projecting protective structure, similar to an open-cut tunnel shed, used to protect the safety of the slope beside the entrance and the stability of the uphill slope. Under normal conditions, it could divert surface runoff away. During disasters, it could also prevent collapsed earth and rock from blocking the passage. The secondary passage had a right-angle bend, which not only reduced the direct effect of blast shock waves on the door, but also theoretically eliminated the possibility of debris blocking the blast door. On the ground, muddy water mixed with gravel and impact glass beads, making it look like a pot of boba pearl milk tea. From time to time, the corpses of various small animals drifted past with the current. He continued scouting forward until he reached the city gate. Shen Siyuan stared in shock at the earthen mound in front of him. Countless rocks, mud, sand, and trees had buried the entire structure underneath. The original entrance was no longer visible at all, so he had no choice but to follow the slope of the small hill all the way up to above the city gate. The other side of the city gate looked relatively normal. The main structure of the building was still intact. Although it was daytime, the light outside was still extremely dim because of the heavy cloud cover. The outer defensive fortifications he had spent several days setting up earlier had already been completely erased without a trace. In the distance, several enormous cracks had split open the ground, completely severing the original roads. Before the might of nature, human construction was essentially as fragile as an anthill. By the flashes of lightning streaking through the clouds from time to time, he could see that the surrounding mountains were all shattered and broken, and the few trees left in the valley below looked completely stripped bare. Amid the deafening thunder, an ominous sign appeared. A massive boulder on the slope loosened under the washing rainwater. Accompanied by a rumbling sound, it slowly began sliding downward, dragging the loose soil and broken rocks around it with it. This caused the surface layer of the entire slope to start breaking apart, as if the skin of the earth were being mercilessly torn open. Part of the mountainside began to slide under the pull of gravity. Massive amounts of mud, rocks, and trees were swept into it, forming a huge mudslide. As the mudslide advanced, the mountain was eroded further, and rocks and soil kept collapsing. Its volume and speed also continued to increase. Like an out-of-control giant dragon, it raced wildly down along the valley line and charged toward the location of Bama Village. Sensing that things were going bad, Shen Siyuan immediately returned to the shelter. After closing both the front and rear protective doors, he glanced at the radiation detector hanging on the wall, which was letting out constant beeping sounds. Before going out, he had specifically turned on the Geiger counter to detect the level of nuclear radiation. TSK. Once the Geiger starts beeping, your parents raise you for nothing. Shen Siyuan stepped forward to check the data. The number currently displayed on the screen was 617 USVH, meaning a nuclear radiation dose of 617 microsieverts per hour. Under normal circumstances, the environmental background radiation should be 0.05 to 0.2 microsieverts per hour. This value was already more than 30 times above the normal level. The Geiger counter's alarm threshold could be manually set. Under default settings, it would issue a warning if the reading exceeded 1 microsievert per hour. Sievert, symbol SV, is the international system of units measurement used for radiation dose equivalent. It can be used to calculate the biological effects of radiation on the human body, meaning the extent of radiation damage to human tissue. 1 sievert, SV, equals 1,000 millisieverts, MSV, and 1 millisievert, MSV, equals 1,000 microsieverts, USV. Blue Star naturally already had radiation to begin with. Some came from outside the atmosphere, while some came from naturally occurring radioactive nuclides in soil and ore. There was also naturally occurring radioactive radon gas in the air and water. Even the human body itself contained a natural radioactive nuclide potassium-40. Therefore, human life would always involve receiving some amount of radiation. The radiation dose from one banana was about 0.08 microsieverts. The radiation dose from a 2,000-kilometer plane trip was about 10 microsieverts. The radiation dose from one X-ray examination was about 20 microsieverts. For workers in radioactive occupations, the annual upper limit of accumulated whole-body occupational exposure was 20 millisieverts. If the human body receives more than 250 millisieverts of radiation at one time, it will suffer invisible harm. If it exceeds 2 sieverts, there is a possibility of death. If it exceeds 6 sieverts and proper medical treatment is not received, the mortality rate is 100%. To put it simply, based on the number displayed by the Geiger counter, less than or equal to 1 microsievert per hour, suitable for long-term residents. 1 to 10 microsieverts per hour, suitable for short-term residents. 10 to 100 microsieverts per hour, you can stay for a few hours. At 1 millisievert per hour, only brief exposure is possible. Absolutely do not stop moving. At 10 millisieverts per hour, you must leave the current environment as quickly as possible. At 100 millisieverts per hour or above, after leaving, go to a hospital for treatment as soon as possible. At present, staying outside the shelter for 1 hour meant absorbing the equivalent radiation of eating like crazy through 80 bananas. While it would not be directly fatal, staying too long would significantly increase the risk of developing cancer. According to medical research, for every additional 100 millisieverts of radiation dose, the risk of malignant hematologic cancer in adults would rise by 96%, while for children and adolescents, the risk would increase by 1.96 times. Even at a low dose of 10 to 15 millisieverts, it still increases the risk of non-Hodgkin lymphoma and mature B-cell tumors. Therefore, even in daily life, CT scans should be minimized as much as possible, especially for children and teenagers. Every additional CT scan raises the overall risk of hematologic malignancies by 43. Shen Siyuan walked through the decontamination passage and entered the washroom. The airlock door shut with a sharp click. After pressing the switch, the white light went out and the red light came on. The first washing procedure started automatically, and water began spraying from the ceiling and walls. Shun Siyuan stepped forward, raised both hands high, and started turning in place. The powerful streams of water struck the hazmat suit and produced bursts of strange noise. Then he moved forward, completing the rinsing and disinfection procedures before returning to the chemical protection equipment room. Shanhai was already waiting there. As usual, the two of them worked together to take off the hazmat suit. How's it looking outside? The drainage ditch has been cleared. There shouldn't be any problems for a while. The bungalow at the entrance got buried in the dirt and is completely blocked. The road down the mountain has cracked too. Then if we want to go back to the village, wouldn't we have to lay the road again? We probably won't be able to go back to the village. The mudslide came down the mountain. All the low-lying areas are going to be buried. Shanhai fell silent. He had moved to Bamboo Village many years ago, so he still had some feelings for the place. Shun Siyuan, meanwhile, began putting away the hazmat suit. Although the outer layer had already been cleaned, the inside had been contaminated with sweat, so it needed to be manually cleaned, disinfected, thoroughly dried, and then stored. Because the ground surface outside had been severely damaged, forget getting near the shelter now. Even Bamboo Village might already be inaccessible. For the time being, Shun Siyuan's family was trapped inside the shelter. But in an apocalyptic environment, that might not be a bad thing. If he couldn't get out, then others couldn't get in either. At least for a short time, there was no need to worry about security and defense issues. The family gradually adapted to life in the shelter and spent a fairly comfortable stretch of time there. As life settled down day by day, the thing troubling the family most now became little Shun Mu's education. Sooner or later, everything in the shelter would be used up or break down. Only scientific knowledge was true wealth that could be passed on. The surviving humans would also rebuild their nation and restart civilization sooner or later. It was just an asteroid. In history, humanity had faced challenges far worse than this. 930,000 years ago, Earth had once entered a harsh ice age. During the following 1.17 million years, humanity went through a long and severe bottleneck period. According to molecular biology research, in a very short period of time, the original population of over 100,000 dropped by 987. The number of fertile individuals had once fallen to only around 1,000, putting humanity on the brink of extinction. And yet, humans living back then in the form of small tribal groups still endured the Great Ice Age and multiplied again to more than 8 billion. Although in Shun Mu's future life, there most likely would not be any more pressure from school advancement. His family could not possibly let him spend his whole life as an illiterate. The people of the Silk Nation had always valued education since ancient times. Even the post-apocalyptic era, knowledge could still change one's fate. Since Shun Siyuan was usually busy handling the main work inside the shelter, and both sets of grandparents were already old, the task of educating the child fell onto Jean Lin. As everyone knew, the fastest way to destroy the parent-child relationship was nothing other than tutoring your child with homework. Even a mother as patient as Jean Lin would still be driven nearly mad when she explained things over and over and still couldn't teach her son. How many times have I told you already? How are you still getting it wrong? Were you even listening at all? Hearing Jean Lin's criticism of Shun Mu escalating bit by bit from the side, Shun Siyuan, who had just finished farm work and was lying under the light therapy lamp resting, could no longer stay put. He felt that if this kept going, the relationship between mother and son would break sooner or later. He had to do something. Hey, stop. Let's take a break between classes. Shun Siyuan clapped his hands as he walked over. Shun Mu felt as if he had been granted amnesty. He stuck out his tongue and ran off. Don't go anywhere else. Stay under the light therapy lamp and play. Shun Siyuan called after his son. Got it. Shun Mu picked up the unfinished Lego bricks and ran under the light therapy lamp. The intensity of outdoor light was closely related to myopia. Increasing time spent outdoors, especially under strong light intensity, had a positive effect on preventing and controlling myopia. Some studies have found that adding 20 minutes of outdoor activity a day could reduce the incidence of myopia by 48. More than 11 hours of outdoor activity per week would produce a clear protective effect against myopia. Therefore, if you wanted your child to avoid nearsightedness, the most effective method was to increase outdoor activity time and expose them to more strong light stimulation. Since they were inside the shelter and unable to go out, Shun Siyuan had no choice but to force his son to stay under the light therapy lamp for a set amount of time every day. It was fine if his studies were a little worse. Nearsightedness, though, should still be avoided as much as possible. If you spoil him like this, I'm afraid he'll never develop study habits. Jean Lin looked full of grievance. Don't rush. He is still young. Take a break first, and I'll put in some effort too. After saying that, Shun Siyuan picked up the teaching materials and started looking through them. Shun Siyuan flipped through the textbook and took a look. This textbook had no logic at all, slanted crookedly across every page were the 4 words quality education. No matter how he read it, it didn't make sense. After looking carefully for quite a while, he finally managed to read between the lines. The whole book was filled with just 3 words: prevent self-study. What garbage teaching materials. The knowledge points are incomplete. The beginning and end don't connect. And they're more nonsense than actual content. Schools are using this crap now to mislead students? Tell me about it. What the textbook teaches and what the exercises test are completely different things. I basically have to teach it slowly myself while looking at the questions. My back, Jean Lin wailed in pain. Shen Siyuan put down the language textbook and picked up the math textbook instead. Good lord, it's a math textbook, and it doesn't even list formulas. It's all pictures and thought-provoking content. What? Are they trying to raise Euler? Or Gauss? Have kids reinvent mathematical theorems from hundreds of years ago? Exactly. The textbooks, when we were little, weren't like this. Jean Lin finally came around after hearing that. This textbook was definitely altered on purpose. Throw out all the useless stuff. I'll look for the old textbooks in my computer. Shen Siyuan turned on the computer, connected to the NAS, and began searching through the database. When he was in school, although there were times when exams went beyond the syllabus, it had never been as ridiculous as it was now, where the book taught things like the meaning of repairing a car, the function of repairing a car, reflections on repairing a car, and then the exercise book suddenly asked you to assemble a car. Damn it, I thought our son was dumb. Turns out it's the textbooks. They don't teach proper knowledge points at all. It's all brain teaser type, crap, tormenting people, and wasting time. Shen Siyuan dug out the old Type A textbooks from the 80s and 90s and flipped through them on the computer screen. Now this feels much better. The knowledge points are clear and organized, and the notes answer questions and clear up confusion. As long as you're willing to study seriously, you can still teach yourself, even without a teacher. After saying that, he imported the old textbooks into the ebook reader. Why do you think it was perfectly fine before? But now it's become like this? Jean Lin asked in confusion. Nothing strange about it. It's just information disparity. Shen Siyuan angrily started explaining it to Jean Lin. During the Cold War, the two major camps were competing for supremacy. Both sides urgently needed large numbers of scientific and technical talent. So they poured a great deal of effort into their teaching materials. Mao-style teaching materials are more focused and in-depth, with a high information density. But the barrier to entry may be relatively high for self-learners. They emphasize efficiency and pragmatism, stressing the systematic nature and rigor of theoretical knowledge. In terms of style, they're closer to reference books. Once you learn them, you can pull them out and use them directly in your future work. Me-style teaching materials cover a broader range of content, with relatively lower information density, but the barrier to entry is low, making them suitable for self-study. They emphasize thinking and a spirit of logic, stressing practical application and the cultivation of innovation. In terms of style, they are closer to storybooks, full of fun to read and likely to inspire students to think independently. After the end of the Cold War, the intensity of international competition dropped sharply, and every country's demand for talent decreased significantly. All countries lost the meaning and value of cultivating large numbers of talented people, and the ruling groups began to artificially create an educational divide, blocking off the upward path of the lower classes. In this process, quality-oriented education and happy education flourished, and repeatedly revising outdated textbooks naturally became justified. In the shelter's breeding area, the air was filled with the smell of hay and poultry. A father and son were sitting on small stools, fiddling with the incubator in front of them. Shen Siyuan picked one egg out of the pile, then shone a flashlight beam on one end of it. "Son, look here," Shen Siyuan said softly. Shenmu leaned in, his eyes wide, trying to see the secret inside the egg clearly. The beam passed through the shell, lighting up the inside of the egg. Inside this fertilized egg, a tiny life could already be seen quietly developing. The yolk was no longer alone. A distinct, dark little spot had appeared on it. That was the developing embryo. A chick develops from the blastoderm on the yolk. The yolk we usually eat only serves to provide the nutrients necessary for the embryo's development, Shen Siyuan explained. Around the dark little spot, the clear egg white was covered with tiny blood vessels, forming a complex network. These web-like blood vessels were part of the embryo's circulatory system. They were responsible for delivering oxygen and nutrients to the embryo while carrying away waste. Why is the other end of the egg empty? Shenmu pointed at the cavity at the wider end of the egg. That's called the air cell. It's where the chick breathes during hatching. As the chick grows, water evaporates from the egg, and the air cell gradually expands as well, preparing the necessary air before the chick breaks through the shell. So that's how it is. No wonder one end of a boiled egg caves in, Shenmu said, finally understanding. There are a lot of tiny holes on the eggshell that our eyes can't see. Air enters the egg through them too. I get it. That's why Mom doesn't let me wash dirty eggs, because water might get in, right? That's right. When the hen lays an egg, she leaves a protective film on the surface of the shell. If it's washed off, water and bacteria can get in easily, and the egg will go bad. I understand. Shenmu nodded his little head. Shen Siyuan handed the flashlight to his son and had him start picking out the eggs that had failed to be fertilized. There were many reasons an egg might fail to hatch. It could be an unfertilized egg, or it could be that a fertilized egg developed a crack in the shell during incubation, leading to bacterial infection. Sometimes there were also dead embryo eggs. In general, that happened because of poor sanitation or improper control of temperature and humidity. In general, eggs laid for the first time by a hen that had only just matured were not worth incubating. Because the fertilization rate was low, it would just waste eggs. Once the hen grew a bit more, the eggs she laid would also be larger, and the hatch rate would be higher. The best storage time for hatching eggs was only 7 days, with 15 days being the maximum. The optimal storage temperature was 15 degrees. The longer they were stored, the lower the hatch rate of the hatching eggs would be. And there were also requirements for storage conditions. The large end needed to face upward, and they had to be kept in a place away from light. The eggs also could not be shaken hard, because that would cause them to become bubble eggs. That was also why hatching eggs bought online needed to be left to rest for a period of time. Smaller bubbles would dissipate on their own after sitting still. If the bubbles were very large, then there was no need to waste time incubating them. Before incubation, the surface of the eggs also had to be disinfected. In general, chemical methods such as potassium permanganate, iodine solution, and bleaching powder were used. To save supplies, Sun Cun used ultraviolet disinfection. He used a 40-watt ultraviolet tube lamp at a distance of about 40 centimeters from the hatching eggs, shining each side for 20 minutes to achieve thorough disinfection. And after each batch of eggs finished incubating, the incubator also needed a thorough cleaning and disinfection. A temperature of around 38 degrees was already extremely suitable for bacterial growth. If sanitation and disinfection were not handled properly, the hatch rate of the next batch would drop sharply. When many people incubated eggs for the first time, because the incubator was new, even if they skipped the disinfection step, the success rate was still very high. Then they would feel this work was simple, ignore some of the detailed steps, and, as a result, the second incubation would fail. The incubator's default factory setting was generally 385 degrees. There was often a certain amount of error, so the user needed to figure out the best setting through practice. Humidity was also crucial to incubation. In the early stage, the humidity needed to be kept at around 55. In the later stage, it had to be gradually increased to between 65 and 70 to help the chicks break the shell. The incubation period for chicken eggs was 21 days. If the incubation temperature was higher, development would speed up, causing them to hatch early. Conversely, if hatching was late, that meant the incubation temperature was too low. It was best for the incubator to maintain a constant temperature. The optimal temperature was between 375 degrees and 378 degrees. If the temperature was too high or too low, it would affect both the hatch rate and the quality of the chicks. The incubator also needed good airflow to ensure that the embryos could get enough oxygen and expel carbon dioxide. In the early stage of incubation, the eggs needed to be turned regularly to prevent the embryo from sticking to the shell. Usually, the eggs were turned once every 2 to 4 hours. The incubator Sun Cun bought had an automatic egg-turning function, which saved him from that work. During incubation, the first candling of the chicken embryos took place 5 to 6 days after incubation began. Its main purpose was to check the fertilization rate of the hatching eggs and the development of the embryos. Under candling light, a normally developing embryo could be faintly seen floating upward, and a network of blood vessels on the yolk sac would spread outward like a spiderweb. The blood vessels of a weak embryo were thin, and the area of expansion was small. An unfertilized egg would be transparent inside, with only the faint shadow of the yolk visible. A dead fertilized egg would show blood streaks or a blood ring, and sometimes a little black spot stuck to the shell could also be seen. Once problematic eggs were discovered, they had to be removed immediately to prevent contamination of the healthy eggs nearby. After Shen Mu finished checking through the eggs once, Sun Cun inspected his work, then closed the lid of the incubator again. The father and son cracked the picked out eggs and fed them to the mealworms, while the eggshells were washed and put into the dryer. After that, Sun Cun taught Shen Mu by hand how to make chicken feed, explaining one by one what nutrients the different ingredients could provide. Very soon, Shen Mu had refilled all the feeders and waters in the chicken coop. After finishing the labor practice, he happily went off to play with the first batch of hatched chicks. Compared to the dull study of textbooks, he clearly liked this kind of labor experience much more. What comes from books always feels shallow. To truly understand something, you must practice it yourself. Taking part in productive labor is in itself a very efficient way of learning. It belongs to a form of experiential learning or practical learning. It can cultivate a learner's sense of responsibility and self-management ability. Experiencing it firsthand can also make learning more enjoyable and increase learning motivation. Sun Cun had always believed that education had to be combined with productive labor. Only through labor could a person establish the right values and worldview. In the kitchen, Sun Cun had already been busy for more than an hour. During this period, the shelter had been using induction cookers for cooking. After a while, the family started complaining that the dishes didn't taste good and lacked that real wok-fired flavor. So he planned to put the diesel stove into use as soon as possible and use fierce heat to add some wok hay to the food. A diesel stove had much stronger firepower than a gas stove and was suitable for cooking situations that require high heat. Its structure was usually simple, and it was highly durable, making it suitable for use in harsh environments. Since diesel generally cost less than natural gas or liquefied petroleum gas, it could reduce cooking costs, which was why it was commonly seen in restaurants or large kitchens. Its downside was that the exhaust produced by burning diesel contained more pollutants, which were harmful to both the environment and human health. It was also more complicated to operate, and it made a lot of noise while running. But diesel was the Shelter's main fuel anyway, so there was really no other choice. Since this was the Shelter's first time using a diesel stove, there was a lot of preparation to do, so Shen Siyuan had come over early in the morning right after getting up to start getting things ready. There were 2 iron woks specially made for the diesel stove, both brand new and unused, so they couldn't be used right away. They first had to go through the seasoning process. Shen Siyuan first used dish soap and a scrubbing sponge to thoroughly wash the inside and outside surfaces of the wok to remove dust and anti-rust oil. After washing the 2 large iron woks, he carefully dried the inside and outside with a clean rag, making sure no moisture remained. As the power switch of the integrated oil fume purifier was pressed, a huge roaring sound rang out. After putting on his mask, Shen Siyuan started the diesel stove below and began preheating the range. Diesel was a light petroleum product and belonged to a complex hydrocarbon mixture. If combustion was incomplete in the initial ignition stage, it would produce thick black smoke, which could irritate the skin and respiratory mucosa. Long-term inhalation of diesel black smoke could cause acute renal failure, and prolonged exposure in a high-density environment could easily lead to cancer. Therefore, when using a diesel stove, a mask had to be worn and ventilation had to be properly maintained. After more than 20 minutes of preheating, the temperature inside the diesel stove gradually rose to 220 degrees, close to diesel's ignition point. Shen Siyuan turned the diesel valve, and fierce orange flames shot straight up. He adjusted the air damper again and lowered the heat to medium. Then he placed the iron wok on top to heat it. As time passed, the wok slowly began to dry out over the fire. After pouring in a little vegetable oil, he used a spatula to push a kitchen paper towel and slowly wipe the entire wok. Then he turned off the heat, used a rag for insulation to remove the iron wok, washed it once more with clean water, and dried it again. After heating the wok a second time, Shen Siyuan turned the heat to low and used fatty meat to wipe the entire wok in circular motions, allowing the grease to spread evenly and form a protective layer. As the temperature of the iron wok rose, the oil smeared inside gradually began to break down and form an oil film. The color of the bottom of the wok also began to change, taking on a blue-gray sheen. After turning off the heat, Shen Siyuan set the wok aside and waited for it to cool naturally. Once the iron wok cooled down, it still needed to be gently wiped inside with kitchen paper towels to remove excess grease, and then coated again with a layer of vegetable oil. That counted as finishing the seasoning process. The anti-rust oil and impurities on the surface of the iron wok had all been cleaned off. A layer of oil film would form on the inner surface of the wok, which could both prevent the iron wok from rusting and increase its non-stick properties. If an iron wok was used before forming a protective oil film, it was more likely to rust from erosion caused by moisture and food residue. An unseasoned iron wok was also harder to clean after cooking, because food residue and grease would easily stick to the inside and become difficult to remove. Because food stuck to the wok, cooking also required a higher temperature to free the food from the bottom, which would lead to even more oil fumes and harm the cook's health. Therefore, to ensure the iron wok's service life, cooking performance, and the safety and healthiness of the food, it should always be seasoned before first use, so as to form a protective oil film and reduce the risk of sticking and rusting. By evening, his mother-in-law, Yang Fun, suggested that she would handle dinner and said she wanted to make a few of her signature Mingzhou dishes. After carrying the prepared ingredients into the Chinese kitchen, and with a bit of demonstration and guidance from Shen Siyuan, she quickly learned how to handle the fierce heat diesel stove. By dinner time, the table was soon filled with a lavish spread: snow vegetable and large yellow croaker soup, huizhong chicken, beef, taikai roasted pork squares, scallion oil mussels, braised mullet, roasted vegetables with rice cakes, stir-fried water spinach, stir-fried mushrooms, and yuzanzi. The aroma was overwhelming, and the sight was dazzling. "Mom, what day is it today? Why is the food so good?" Jinlin walked in, following the smell. "A few days ago was your dad's birthday. We got tossed around badly by the earthquake. Didn't we? We didn't even have the energy to celebrate. Now that we've recovered a bit, we're making up for it with a good meal. Right? I completely forgot. I'll call them over for dinner." Jinlin picked up her phone and sent a message in the family group chat. Jin Shi liked drinking, so Shen Siyuan specifically opened a bottle of high-end baijiu for him. Once everyone had arrived, the family happily started eating amid the sound of toasts. Suddenly, a burst of urgent coughing shattered the warm atmosphere. Shen Mu's face instantly turned bright red. His eyes went wide, one hand clutching tightly at his throat while the other weakly slapped at the table. Shen Siyuan immediately realized what had happened. His son's airway had been blocked by food. Shen Mu's breathing became more and more difficult. His coughing turned hoarse, and his face started to turn purple. Before Shen Siyuan could even stand up, Wang Qin, who was closest to Shen Mu, had already moved. She helped Shen Mu up from his chair and had him lean slightly forward, then wrapped one arm tightly around his waist. Wang Qin clenched her other hand into a fist and placed it against Shen Mu's abdomen, slightly above the navel and below the breastbone. She grabbed the fist with her other hand, then thrust forcefully and quickly inward and upward. Once, twice, 3 times. Every thrust Wang Qin made was powerful. Her eyes stayed fixed on her grandson's face, searching for any sign of relief. Cough. Shenmu suddenly let out a loud cough, and a piece of fish flew out of his mouth and landed on the floor. Shenmu began gasping for air in great gulps, and his complexion gradually returned to normal. Grandma. Shenmu's voice was still trembling a little, but relief had already appeared on his face. Wang Qin hugged her grandson tightly and comforted him softly. It's okay now, Mumu. It's okay. Remember, when you eat in the future, take it slowly. Don't rush. At last, everyone's tense hearts finally relaxed. What Wang Qin had used was the standard Heimlich maneuver, also known as the abdominal thrust method. This was an emergency rescue technique used to remove foreign body airway obstruction and was suitable for conscious patients. It was invented in 1974 by the American Dr. Henry Heimlich and was recommended by the World Health Organization, WHO, as the best method for choking first aid. Mom, thank goodness you were here. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know what to do. After what had just happened, Jean Lin had nearly been scared to tears. When you have time in the future, all of you should learn the Heimlich maneuver too. It can save lives at a critical moment, Wang Qin said flatly. At noon on November 30th, 4 weeks had passed since the asteroid struck Earth. In the kitchen, Shan Siyuan was making fruit preserves together with his family. Cardboard boxes taken out of the refrigerated container were stacked neatly on the floor, filled with apples and pears. Because they had been preserved well, they still retained their fresh color and fragrance. In front of the stainless steel work table, the family stood in a circle, forming a production line. Wang Qin was in charge of washing the surface of the fruit in the sink, while Yang Fen handled the peeler. Shen Siyuan held a sharp kitchen knife, coring and cutting the fruit into chunks. The cut fruit was placed in buckets filled with lightly salted water to soak, preventing oxidation and discoloration. This could also improve the sweetness and texture while serving as a disinfecting step. The syrup ratio was 1 liter of water to 150 grams of sugar, heated until the sugar completely dissolved. At this ratio, the sweetness of the syrup was moderate and could bring out the fruit's natural flavor very well. It could also be adjusted according to personal taste. If the fruit was very sour, they could increase the amount of sugar. On the stove, sugar and water gradually blended together under the licking flames, giving off a sweet aroma. Jin Shi placed the cut fruit into the syrup and simmered it over medium heat until it softened. Then, while it was still hot, poured it into glass jars that had already been sterilized. To prevent the jars from bursting, he deliberately left a little space inside each one. Wearing heat-resistant gloves, Shanhai moved the glass jars filled with fruit and syrup onto the steaming rack one by one. Beside him, Shenmu stood on a small stool and was responsible for pressing the lids onto the mouths of the jars. At this point, the lids did not need to be tightened yet. The jars still needed to be steamed in the pot for 15 minutes to complete sterilization. After sterilization was finished, the lids were tightened while still hot. Then the jars were placed upside down. Once they had completely cooled, they would be turned upright again. At that point, a batch of homemade fruit preserves was fully finished. As long as the finished jars were stored in a cool, ventilated place, they could be kept for a long time. Why are we only making apple and pear preserves? Don't we still have tangerines and oranges too? During a break in the work, Wang Qin voiced her question. For citrus fruits, you also need to remove the pith and membrane. Otherwise, they'll taste very bitter. Shen Siyuan explained it to the family. Hiss. Don't tell me we have to peel all that by hand. That'd be way too much trouble, right? Not that exaggerated. An acid-base treatment is enough. Shen Siyuan started explaining to his family. The so-called acid-base treatment was a common processing method used in canning factories. First, the tangerine segments were soaked in a food-grade hydrochloric acid solution with a concentration of 0.7 for 30 minutes, dissolving the pectin between the membrane and the juice sacs. After taking them out, they were rinsed with clean water, then soaked in a food-grade sodium hydroxide solution with a concentration of 0.3 for 15 minutes, causing the membrane to dissolve and peel away. Finally, they were rinsed several times with clean water to remove any remaining solution. After that, the following steps were the same as for other fruit preserves. Just listening to that sounds exhausting. Let us just work hard and eat all the tangerines instead. Shenmu's words immediately made everyone present laugh. Just then, the ground beneath their feet shook again, and the atmosphere in the kitchen instantly turned tense. Shan Siyuan directed everyone to stop what they were doing at once and shut off the fire immediately. After returning to the central control room, he shut down the diesel generator, and the shelter switched back to emergency power mode. The surveillance screen showed sleet falling outside. Aside from a slight trembling in the image, nothing unusual appeared. A few minutes later, the earthquake stopped. This one wasn't very strong, much weaker than the day of the impact. Was that an aftershock? Shanhai asked. It's already been this long. That doesn't make much sense. Shen Siyuan also could not make sense of the current situation. Forget it. It's about time we put the antenna back up. Not being able to get any outside news at all is too frustrating. Shen Siyuan pulled his father. Shanhai, after putting on protective suits, the two worked together to open the secondary entrance. A gust of cold wind blew in, and the thermometer on the wall showed that the temperature had already dropped below freezing. The Geiger counter once again let out a beeping alarm. The number gradually rose and stopped at 539 USVH. The radiation level outside was slowly declining. The two took their tools and went outside the shelter. A thin layer of ice had formed on the ground, cracking repeatedly under their feet. The sky seemed to have grown even darker. Even though it was clearly 12:40 at noon, the light looked more like the sun had just set. Yellow-brown, acidic snow drifted down onto the ground, mixing with black ash and forming all kinds of slushy ice water patches in the low-lying areas. Together, the two climbed to the platform above and began cleaning the antenna base. Wash the ground first. Be careful not to slip. Shanhai raised his voice. Through 2 layers of protective suits, his voice sounded a little muffled. Shun Siyuan nodded, indicating that he had heard the warning. Once the base had been cleaned, the two opened the metal cover below and pulled the feeder cable back out. After checking the surrounding area and seeing no signs of human activity, they returned to the shelter. They then opened the main passage door and carried the antenna out. After finishing the reinstallation, Shun Siyuan went beneath the entrance camera and waved both hands. After a while, the camera began moving up and down. In the central control room, Jin Shi sent the signal that the radio connection had been restored, and Shun Siyuan then closed the heavy blast door again together with his father. If the temperature keeps dropping, the snow will start piling up. We'll need to clear snow regularly from now on. In the protective equipment room, Shanhai said this while taking off his clothes. I remember there's a matching front snowplow attachment for the vehicle in the garage. We can mount it on the pickup. Shun Siyuan already had a plan in mind. He sent a message in the family group chat on his phone and called over his father-in-law, Jin Shi. The three changed into lower-grade, ordinary protective clothing, returned to the garage, and began the modification work. There were 2 installation methods for a front snowplow blade, hinged and hooked. A hinged snowplow blade could adapt more flexibly to uneven ground, reducing friction between the blade and the ground and lowering resistance while pushing snow. In terms of efficiency, it was better than a hooked snowplow. Its downside was that installation was more complicated. It required more mechanical parts and connection points, increasing the complexity and cost of maintenance and upkeep. The risk of malfunction was also higher. The connecting rods and joints were prone to loosening, wearing down, or even breaking. The hooked snowplow blade Shin Siyuan had prepared was much simpler to install. It could easily be mounted or removed whenever needed without complicated tools or specialized skills. Its downside was that the vehicle could not be driven too fast. If there were obstacles under the snow-covered road, such as rocks or wood, the blade edge and equipment could easily be damaged, affecting the vehicle's safety and stability. After finishing the snowplow modification work, the three returned to the central control room. After sitting down, Shun Siyuan started the shortwave radio station. The machine let out a low hum, and, as the knob turned, all kinds of static came from the speaker. Shun Siyuan began searching for signals across the various bands, his fingers lightly turning the dial. The civilian bands were completely silent, without any activity at all. Shun Siyuan adjusted the frequency to 98 MHz. That was the national emergency broadcast frequency, yet he still failed to hear any valid transmission. When a number on the screen reached 12 MHz, a familiar broadcast voice finally appeared. Central People's Radio Station, Central Broadcasting Radio Station, now broadcasting the national emergency announcement to all regions. The voice on the radio gradually became clear. The nation has suffered a major disaster. Infrastructure has been severely damaged, and some state agencies have lost their original capabilities. Congress has authorized a full national mobilization, calling on the broad masses to carry out self-rescue and mutual aid. The licensed official pointed out that shelters in all regions must actively organize post-disaster reconstruction, unite all forces that can be united as much as possible, and form a united front for post-disaster rebuilding. Having gone so long without any news from the outside world, everyone was instantly excited. I used to get annoyed hearing this stuff. Never thought there'd be a day when it sounded this pleasant. Exactly. That familiar official tone, so authentic. The country is still functioning. Feels like the next second we're going to hear, today's news broadcast is now over. Thank you for listening. No. That flavor is way too strong. I can't take it. Several people burst out laughing. But as they kept listening, the family gradually stopped smiling. One bombshell after another was reported. On the day of the asteroid impact, it triggered a chain reaction along the volcanic and seismic belt of the Pacific Rim. The Taupo volcano in Maoli Nation erupted, producing at least 50 cubic kilometers of pyroclastic material. As for the Wan Nation, the entire island has been hit by massive earthquakes. Mount Aso, Mount Isima, Sakurajima, and Mount Shimode have all entered active eruptive states. In some areas, volcanic ash has already accumulated to a thickness of 8 meters. Mount Fuji, the largest active volcano, has spewed massive amounts of lava from its mountainside. More than 3,000 square kilometers of land near the mountain have already been covered by magma. And just at noon today, a magnitude 100 earthquake occurred in the North America region. The epicenter was located at 44.43 degrees north latitude and 110.67 degrees west longitude. That location is the famous Yellowstone National Park. It's over. Yellowstone erupted, Shun Cun said in horror. Wasn't that in me nation? It's so far from us. What is there to be scared of? Yang Fen took a bite of the apple in her hand. Yellowstone is different. This is a supervolcano. Its impact is global, Shun Cun explained. The largest volcanic eruption in recorded human history, if I remember right, was the eruption of Mount Tambora more than 200 years ago. Back then, the volume of magma it spewed was about 150 cubic kilometers. It directly caused the following year to become the year without a summer. But compared to Yellowstone, that was just a drop in the bucket. How big is Yellowstone? It has 2 magma chambers. The shallow one is 10,000 cubic kilometers, and the deep one is 450,000 cubic kilometers. Together, that's more than 1,000 times the storage capacity of the Three Gorges Reservoir. It's basically the biggest powder keg on Blue Star. What if it was just an earthquake? Maybe it didn't erupt, Wang Qin said, trying to comfort everyone. The last eruption was 640,000 years ago. Based on eruption interval of once every 600,000 years, it was already on the verge of erupting. Shen Cun said, shaking his head. Just as everyone fell silent, the news broadcast changed. We interrupt with a special bulletin. According to the Associated Press, it has now been officially confirmed that Yellowstone has undergone a large-scale eruption. The lava column it produced has reached a height of over 80,000 meters. A massive mushroom cloud has formed at the scene, and 1/3 of Nation's territory is currently out of contact. Shen Cun sat down in front of a computer and played a documentary for his family. As the world's largest and most powerful volcano, the Yellowstone supervolcano had always drawn enormous attention. In the documentary, scientists used computer models for research, and the conclusion they reached was that if this supervolcano erupted on a large scale, the most direct impact would be volcanic ash. A huge amount of volcanic ash would bury 3/4 of Nation's land area, and could even spread to New York in the eastern part of Nation. No one within 1,000 kilometers would be spared. Most of them would die from inhaling volcanic ash. The volcanic ash and gases released by the eruption would enter the atmosphere, then spread globally through atmospheric circulation after 1 month, creating a worldwide volcanic winter and lowering Blue Star's average temperature by more than 10 degrees. Blue Star's current average temperature was about 15 degrees Celsius. That meant only areas near the equator would remain above freezing year-round. Most other regions would be covered in thick ice and snow, and temperatures in high-latitude areas would drop by more than 20 degrees Celsius. Blue Star would directly enter an ice age. This ice age would last for 6 to 10 years, until the volcanic ash gradually dispersed, and only then would temperatures slowly return to normal. After the asteroid impact, now it's an ice age next? This is just too damn hopeless, Shenhai said as he pulled a cigarette pack from his pocket and walked out of the central control room. Everyone else sat together and started discussing what to do next. The Tiamu Mountain area has an average annual temperature of 14 degrees. Temperature drops by 0.6 degrees for every 100 meters of elevation gain. That means the average annual temperature here is only a little over 10 degrees. After an overall drop of 10 degrees, only summer will stay around 0 degrees. In winter, the coldest temperatures will go below -30 degrees. Shen Cun took out paper and a pen and began calculating rapidly. If even the south turns into this, then the north won't be livable at all if this keeps going, Jean Lin sighed. No time to worry about other people. Let's take care of ourselves first, Jean Shi said, waving her hand. That's right. Next, heating consumption is going to increase by a lot. We need to find a way to reduce the shelter's heat loss, and we also need to find a way to increase the energy supply, Shen Cun said, deep in thought. With temperatures crashing, all the water will freeze. Hydropower is basically completely useless. We can only rely on solar and wind power. There is too little sunlight outside right now. Under low temperature conditions, the encapsulation material of photovoltaic panels also loses elasticity and becomes easy to crack. The snow is going to last a long time too. If solar panels get buried under snow, they can easily be crushed. For now, they're not suitable to install. Then let us wait until the snowfall lightens up before dealing with that. Wind power equipment is tall enough that it won't easily get buried. Before the temperature drops too sharply, we need to hurry up and get it installed. After Shenhai came back, the whole family decided to install the wind power equipment as soon as possible and strengthened the shelter's insulation. December 3rd, outside the shelter, a pickup truck was roaring with the sound of its engine. Jean Shi operated the vehicle, constantly moving forward and backward, using the snowplow mounted in front to push mud and debris down the slope. Shen Cun, Shenhai, and Jean Lin used tools to clean the ground, and the buried concrete foundation was gradually cleared out. After finishing the cleanup work, Jean Shi drove the pickup back to the garage. Then she drove an electric three-wheeler loaded with steel pipes, wooden planks, and fasteners back outside. Caution, reversing. Caution, reversing. The three-wheeler's horn sounded, and then the materials were dumped onto the ground. After unloading the construction materials, the four of them began erecting scaffolding from the bottom up. One vertical pole after another and one horizontal pole after another were connected together with ring-lock joints, forming a stable frame. Around the outermost, first concrete foundation, it formed a U-shaped structure. Wooden planks were laid flat on top as the scaffold decking. After it was built, Shenhai climbed up and gave it a hard shake to confirm the scaffolding stability. It's fine, pretty stable. It's just missing toe boards and safety netting, so it doesn't meet construction safety standards. At a time like this, where are we supposed to find any safety inspector? We'll just make do for now, Shen Siyuan said with a laugh. The four returned to the garage, dragged the chain, and used a chain hoist to lift the heavy vertical axis wind turbine. They moved it into the bed of the pickup and fixed it in place with brackets. At this point, aside from the blades not being installed yet, the rest of the vertical axis wind turbine's main body had already been fully assembled. From the outside, it didn't look much different from a streetlight pole. Its base color was white to begin with, so against the backdrop of heavy snow, it wasn't very eye-catching. To further increase concealment, Shen Siyuan imitated snow camouflage and sprayed another layer of matte paint over it, reducing light reflectivity while also covering some of the commercial markings on it. The pickup moved slowly, aligning the base of the wind turbine with the concrete foundation. Everyone worked together, dragging the thick silicone rubber cable out through the pipe at the bottom, plugging it into the V-shaped slot beneath the wind turbine, and locking it in place by twisting the circular fixing bracket. Then the four split up and began the formal installation work. Taking advantage of the gap, while Jinshi and Shunhai were installing the securing ropes, Shen Siyuan put on the powered mechanical exoskeleton. Shunhai was responsible for pulling the main steel cable. Jinshi controlled the guy ropes to maintain stability. Shen Siyuan lifted the wind turbine from directly below, and Jinlin was in charge of observation. Working together, they slowly raised the wind turbine, and the locking base at the bottom gradually slid into the concrete foundation. Hold it a second. I'm checking the vertical alignment. Jinlin called for a pause. Then, following procedure, she switched on the laser level, and a green line appeared on the outer wall of the wind turbine. Okay, keep pulling. Jinlin adjusted the metal shims and directed everyone to continue lifting. In the end, the wind turbine stood firmly on the ground, and Shen Siyuan picked up his tools and fastened it with 8 bolts. The final step left was attaching the blades. There were 5 in total, all made of high-strength brushed aluminum. Shen Siyuan climbed onto the scaffolding and used flange connections to secure the blades and the assisted wind rotor in place. After filling the gaps with lubricating oil and grease, Shen Siyuan gave it a push with his hand, and the blades began turning smoothly. In shape, the rotor looked like an H. Once it started spinning, it looked a bit like the Prism Tower from Red Alert 2. The rotor design only required a startup wind speed of 2 meters per second, with a maximum safe wind speed of 35 meters per second. It could generate electricity in a level 2 wind, withstand up to a level 12 gale, and produced very little noise. Its maximum power output was 1 kilowatt, and its operating temperature range was wide enough for normal operation between minus 30 degrees and 60 degrees. Compared to the windmill-like horizontal axis wind turbines, vertical axis wind turbines could receive wind from any direction. They didn't need to face the wind, which greatly simplified the structural design and improved reliability. It also meant that during rotation, the blades of a vertical axis rotor were under much better stress conditions than those of a horizontal axis one. The directions of inertial force and gravity remained constant throughout, so the load was steady, giving it a much longer fatigue life than a horizontal axis rotor. Because the generator and gearbox were installed inside the bottom column, maintenance and repair also avoided the trouble and risk of high-altitude work. Its small footprint also made dense installation possible, without easily causing interference between units. The downside was that the blades all operated within the same circular path and did not produce torque, resulting in lower wind energy conversion efficiency and making large-scale designs difficult. The reason wind farms mostly use horizontal axis turbines was also because of their higher power generation efficiency and suitability for large-scale equipment. But for shelter, horizontal axis turbines had several fatal drawbacks, enough to make them not worth choosing. Installation required a crane, maintenance demands were high, repairs were difficult, the appearance was conspicuous. The noise was relatively high, the size was enormous, and dense installation was impossible. Any one of those, in an apocalypse, will be impossible to solve and might even bring unnecessary risk. Over the next few days, everyone continued following the same process and erected the remaining 4 vertical axis wind turbines. After Shen Siyuan finished covering the shelter's protective door and the city gate with snow-colored camouflage netting, there was still quite a bit of material left. So he used iron wire to fasten the remaining snow-colored camouflage netting onto the turbine columns as well, further increasing concealment. That way, from a distance, aside from the rotor at the top being a little noticeable, they basically looked no different from trees. At that point, the shelter's installed wind power capacity had reached 5 kilowatts, enough to satisfy part of its electricity needs. But Shen Siyuan obviously wouldn't be satisfied with just that. He still had the vertical axis wind turbines dismantled from the wind-solar hybrid streetlights. Although each one only generated 300 watts, there were a lot of them. With more than 30 small turbines added together, the total output could also exceed 10 kilowatts. With all the turbines generating at full load, it would be almost enough to fill the power gap left behind after the hydroelectric system collapsed. Because the streetlight poles were still buried under rubble and mud inside the city gate, Shun Siyuan had no choice but to begin the cleanup work. This job had already been delayed for a long time, and the weather was gradually turning colder. If it didn't clear it out soon, the muck would turn into frozen ground, and once that happened, it wouldn't be something manpower could dig through anymore. Frozen ground was usually far stronger than thawed soil, sometimes even reaching 10 to 20 times the strength. It had extremely high shear strength and compressive strength, requiring professional equipment to break and excavate. After another full day of work, Shun Siyuan and the others finally finished clearing the dirt pile before everything froze solid. Inside the city gate, the utility poles, industrial overhead door, and all kinds of metal debris all looked like excavated relics. Fortunately, those things were sturdy enough that cleaning and rust removal wouldn't affect their use. Dong dong dong. Inside the city gate, in front of a shelter, Shun Hai was tapping the wall with a rebound hammer, testing the concrete strength. Because this building had suffered enormous impact and damage during the previous asteroid collision event, in order to eliminate hidden risks, he was carrying out a structural safety assessment. Multiple cracks had appeared on the inner walls of this single-story small house, with the largest one extending all the way from the roof to the ground. Part of the wall's concrete panel had been struck by flying rocks, leaving dents and cracks. Because the waterproof layer had been damaged, water was constantly seeping down. The plaster layer on the roof had also been shaken loose, exposing the concrete structure inside. Its surface looked rough and was covered with gravel and mud. The exact result will need a flaw detector to confirm, but the crack widths aren't very large, and there's no obvious leaning in the walls. The main structure most likely wasn't damaged. At worst, it's probably just a B-grade dangerous building. Shun Hai gave his judgment. As long as it's not dangerous. We're not living here anyway, so that saves us the trouble of reinforcing the building. Wearing the powered mechanical exoskeleton, Shun Siyuan was straining as he dragged the door panel on the ground, trying to flip it over. The drive motor for the overhead door is soaked rotten. Looks like it can't be repaired anymore. After checking the wiring, Jin Shi walked over carrying the electrician's toolbox. All right, the door frame and rails are fine, right? No major problems. The circuit works too. Put the door panel back first. I'll go to the warehouse and find a new motor to replace it with. After an entire afternoon of busy work, the gate repairs were finally finished, and Shun Siyuan reconnected the power. The industrial overhead door started operating again, making a strange, creaking noise. This was probably because slight deformation at the joints had increased the tolerance. Over the next few days, Shun Siyuan led his family in reusing the streetlight poles. They used grinding wheels to polish the rusted areas, restoring the smoothness of the galvanized steel pipe surfaces, and then applied a fresh coat of anti-rust paint. Doing so protected the base material from corrosion and extended its service life. While waiting for the anti-rust paint to dry, no one sat idle. They dried the wood fragments collected during the cleanup of the surrounding area and set them aside for later use. Once the anti-rust treatment on the streetlight poles was finished, they used cutting tools to shorten all of them. The vertical axis wind turbines on hybrid solar wind streetlights were generally installed on the upper middle or top section of the pole, while the space below the pole was used to store lead-acid batteries. The power output of these streetlights was usually quite small, and this setup ensured that when the wind wheel spun, the generator could effectively convert wind energy into electrical energy, reducing the loss of mechanical energy. But because of that, routine maintenance on the turbines became very troublesome. So Shun Siyuan had no intention of restoring them to their original state and standing them back up. Instead, he chose to cut off the turbine section at the top separately, then fix it onto the roof above the city gate. Through the city gate's electrical conduit shaft, the power could be transmitted into the shelter. It could be considered making full use of everything. The rooftop's concrete parapet had been built in a bunker-style design, with a height of 1.5 meters. The streetlight vertical axis turbines were about the same height, so after installation they would not be very conspicuous. After the work was done, Shun Siyuan brought several family members onto the rooftop to inspect the newly built small wind farm. 36 300-watt vertical axis wind generators were neatly arranged across the roof in a 6x6 layout. From the front, it really looks flawless. But if someone uses a drone to scout from above, wouldn't that expose us? Jean Lin voiced her concern. It's time to make use of the pig farmer strength. Shun Siyuan revealed a strange smile, while Jean Lin became even more confused. The low-altitude active phased array security radar that Shun Siyuan had dismantled from the pig farm had a power rating of 55 watts. Its omnidirectional detection range was from 100 meters to 5,000 meters, and the larger the target drone, the farther away it could be detected. Its positioning accuracy was less than 10 meters, and it could simultaneously detect and track 50 low-altitude targets. The other matching device was a drone communication link jammer, with a maximum power output of 800 watts. Once activated, it could use radio interference to suppress a drone's image transmission, flight control link, and navigation signals. Its directional countermeasure range was from 3 meters to 5,000 meters, while its omnidirectional countermeasure range could reach up to 2,000 meters. To avoid interfering with short-wave radio communications, Shun Siyuan installed the radar and jammer separately on top of the inner side of the wall at the city gate. The low-altitude radar had an IP68 protection rating, making it waterproof and dustproof, with a minimum operating temperature of -40 degrees. So it needed no extra protection and could be installed directly in the open air for all-weather operation. The jammer had an IP67 protection rating. Although it was also waterproof and moisture-resistant, its rating was slightly lower than the radar's, and its minimum operating temperature was only -20 degrees. So Shen Siyuan installed a separate protective cover for it and added an electric heating rod and temperature sensor inside, ensuring it would automatically heat up when the temperature got too low. After all this work, the shelter's air defense capability had improved by a large margin. Its energy supply structure had also become much safer. At last, it was no longer completely dependent on diesel generators. The electricity produced by the wind power equipment would first be stabilized through batteries, then fed into the shelter's electrical system. Based on the strength of the wind power, the power control system would automatically adjust the load on the diesel generators, thereby achieving the goal of saving diesel. As the temperature kept dropping, the nighttime temperature on the mountain gradually fell to -10 degrees, and now the shelter's biggest problem had become de-icing. The temperature inside the shelter was maintained at around 20 degrees Celsius, so when the warm air discharged from the vents met the cold outdoor air, it would immediately produce condensation. This condensation would rapidly freeze in the low temperatures. The result was that the swing door vent openings used as air outlets kept freezing shut, seriously affecting ventilation efficiency. Over the past few nights, Shen Siyuan had already received multiple warning notifications from the shelter's monitoring sensors and had no choice but to get up in the middle of the night to smash the ice with a hammer. This problem was not only extremely tormenting, it also caused heat and moisture loss inside the shelter. After repeated discussions, Shen Siyuan and Jin Shi decided to modify and make use of the air conditioning equipment they had salvaged from the communications base station. At the end of the exhaust outlet, they added dehumidification equipment and heat exchange equipment. The residual heat and moisture in the exhaust gas would be recovered, and the condensed water would flow directly through the drainage pipes into the sewage treatment pool. The recovered heat would then be routed through pipes into the diesel generator waste heat recovery system and used together for the shelter's internal heating pipes. This way, the discharged waste gas would have both lower temperature and lower humidity, reducing icing. The shelter's heat retention and water circulation capabilities were also improved. It could be said to kill several birds with one stone. December 20th. As the year gradually approached its end, the outside of the shelter had already been completely covered in heavy snow. In the planting area, Shen Siyuan was leading his son in harvesting the first batch of ripe tomatoes. Shen Mu accidentally dropped a fresh tomato onto the ground, leaving a splatter of tomato pulp on the floor. "Dad, sorry. It's fine. Here, have one and try to taste first." Shen Siyuan picked up the tomato, rinsed it off, peeled away the damaged part, and handed it to his son. Shen Mu took a bite, and juice burst across his mouth. "Dad, this tomato is so good. It's as sweet as fruit. Of course, this is an old variety of soft tomato. It's completely different from the kind sold in supermarkets." Shen Siyuan smiled proudly. When lunchtime came, Shen Siyuan brought a plate of washed fresh tomatoes straight to the dining table. Then, under the puzzled gazes of the family, he and his son started eating them raw. "You don't have to eat them just like that, do you? At least cut them up and mix in some white sugar." Shen Hai teased. "No need. You should all try them too. They're really delicious." Seeing how happily Shen Siyuan and his son were eating, the others also curiously gave them a try. "Wow, these tomatoes. This is the taste from childhood." Jin Chi cried out in surprise. "Thin skin, soft flesh, sweet and tart. These really are top quality." Wang Qin kept nodding, as the family started praising Shen Siyuan's planting skills all at once. He began telling them a story about tomatoes. As the fruit of a plant, a tomato exists for the purpose of spreading its seeds to the next generation. In a natural environment, when a tomato ripens, it falls from the branch and hits the ground with a bang, bursting open. The splattering juice carries the seeds as far away as possible to expand its growing space. So soft, mushy skin and a flesh full of juice are actually what tomatoes were originally like, and also the source of their deliciousness. But for producers and sellers, that was a bad trait. Before the 1990s, traditional soft fruit tomatoes had a shelf life of at most 2 to 3 days. Tomatoes produced in agricultural growing regions even once had to be transported to cities by air freight. It was not until hard fruit tomatoes were invented that the global tomato market was changed forever. To solve the drawbacks of tomatoes having too short a shelf life, skins that cracked easily, and being inconvenient to transport, agricultural companies operated like this. They crossed normal tomatoes with a tomato that could not ripen because of a genetic defect. In the end, they cultivated a new variety with a greatly extended shelf life, one that had many advantages such as firm flesh, less juice, and resistance to rot. Traditional soft fruit tomatoes would rot within 1 week of harvest and become unsellable. Within 2 weeks, they would develop severe mold problems and become completely inedible. As a result, at various stages every year, as much as 40% of tomatoes ended up being wasted. The loss rate was astonishing. But the sellable period of hardfruit tomatoes could easily exceed 25 days. Thus, hardfruit tomatoes completely defeated softfruit tomatoes and became a market mainstream. The shelf life of tomatoes sold in stores also went from 3 days to 3 weeks. With added advantages like storage and transport resistance, disease resistance, and high yield. The planting cost and transportation cost of tomatoes dropped sharply, and the loss rate across the entire process also fell to 20%. Seed companies and agricultural giants made a killing overnight. From then on, softfruit tomatoes basically became a local vegetable that could only be eaten around farming areas. And most of the time they were grown and eaten by farmers themselves. Only occasionally would city residents visiting the area get to taste them and be utterly amazed. By now, most people have already mistaken hardfruit tomatoes for what tomatoes were originally supposed to be. So what was the price? Shin Si-yuen picked up another tomato and took a bite. I probably don't even need to say it, right? They got nasty, obviously. Yongfen waved her hand. That's right. Hardfruit tomatoes have less sugar, lower sweetness, and worse texture. They can even develop a hard core in the middle. During the breeding process, some of the gene loci that control tomato flavor were lost, causing the content of 13 flavor compounds to drop significantly. No wonder the tomatoes sold in supermarkets barely have any taste. Chewing them feels like chewing a slipper. Yongfen suddenly understood. Grandma, you've eaten slippers before? Shamu looked horrified. When adults are talking, kids shouldn't interrupt. Yongfen rolled her eyes. Actually, it's not just that they taste worse. Compared to before, the nutritional value of hardfruit tomatoes has also dropped badly. Their resistance to rotting basically means their nutrients are harder to obtain. That is seriously immoral. Jin Shi said indignantly. Shin Si-yuen tapped his phone and played a documentary clip for his family. Most delicious flavors come from key nutrients the human body needs. Testing reports from third-party laboratories show that 5 nutrients found in hardfruit tomatoes are all lower in content compared to traditional tomatoes. Calcium is lower by 63%. Magnesium is lower by 29%. Vitamin C is lower by 72%. Lycopene is lower by 58%. And polyphenol are lower by 56%. So that's why modern agricultural products all taste so awful. I thought I was just getting older and becoming picky. Turns out it wasn't my imagination at all. The varieties changed. Shanghai sighed as well. That's right. Tomatoes are just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the food industry tech and tricks. While the yields of all kinds of agricultural products have skyrocketed, their nutrient content has kept dropping. The iron content in corn, potatoes, cauliflower, and green peas has all dropped by around 40% over the past 100 years. With artificial breeding and chemical fertilizers, these high-yield vegetables and fruits are basically force-fed into a fake kind of obesity. Wang Xin couldn't help commenting. That's true. These problems have also been passed on to humans. When the body doesn't get enough of the nutrients it needs, it drives people to eat more food and consume excessive carbohydrates. That is also one of the reasons why poor people are more likely to get fat, while rich people who eat organic food all have good figures. What about meat? Is there a bunch of tech and tricks in that too? Jean Lin picked up a slice of pork. The nutritional content of what animals eat is even worse. Most livestock feed is made from discarded secondary agricultural products. When people then eat the meat of those animals, the problem naturally gets worse. Same with the taste. The native black pigs of the Silk Nation have also been replaced by white-skinned pigs that grow meat faster, so twice-cooked pork doesn't taste nearly as good as before. Then what about the things we grow and raise ourselves? Could they have the same problem too? No. The crop seeds in the shelter were all carefully reselected. All the commercial seeds sold by seed companies were thrown out. Those high-yield seeds are basically eunuchs. They can only be planted once. When I was procuring supplies, I specifically bought a batch of high-quality organic crop seeds. The yield is low and they grow slowly, but when it comes to nutrition and flavor, they're way stronger. Shin Si-yuen sounded pleased with himself. December 31st, New Year's Eve. The catastrophic impact still seemed vividly close. 2 months had already slipped by in silence. And Blue Star was about to enter a new year. On the radio broadcast, a New Year's address was being delivered. As the new year approaches, we stand at this special moment in history, looking back on the past and looking ahead to the future. On November 4th, our Blue Star experienced an unprecedented trial. The asteroid impact brought enormous challenges. Over these past 2 months, we have gone through grief, hardship, and the struggle of rebuilding together. But we have also witnessed unity, courage, and an unyielding spirit. The past year was an extraordinary one, faced with the massive disaster brought by the asteroid impact. The people of the Silk Nation displayed unprecedented unity and resilience. We acted quickly, responded together, and did everything in our power to protect the lives and property of the people and reduce the losses caused by the disaster. In this catastrophe, we lost much, but we gained even more. We gained the power of unity, the spirit of mutual aid, and the determination to rebuild our homeland. Here, I especially want to pay tribute to those warriors who stepped forward in the disaster and gave of themselves selflessly. You are the loveliest people of this era. It is you who use your actions to embody humanity's unyielding spirit. At the same time, I also want to express my deepest condolences to all those who lost family and friends in the disaster. We stand with you and share this grief together. Compatriots, friends, the new year is about to arrive. Let us join hands and move toward a brighter future with even firmer steps. Let us wish together that in the new year, there will be peace in the world, health for humanity, and may our blue star home. The family was busy with all kinds of chores and shelter, preparing to celebrate New Year's Eve. Shin Si-yuen stayed by the shortwave radio, listening to the broadcast, feeling drowsier and drowsier. From a certain point onward, official speeches had always become like this, almost like the empty philosophical talk of the Wei, Jin, and Northern and Southern dynasties. And yet he had no choice but to listen. With outside information now extremely scarce, he could only piece together changes in the current situation from scattered fragments of news. Jean Lin walked in carrying a plate of sliced fruit. Any good news? Same as always. Just the same old recycled nonsense. This speech even sounds like a recording. Just as he was about to turn off the radio and go to bed early, things changed. Suddenly, a burst of harsh static rang out from the broadcast. A low voice cut into the same frequency, and the equipment's transmission power was obviously huge, almost completely overriding the official signal. Compatriots, friends, we must face a cruel reality. The corruption and injustice of power have already seeped into every corner of our society. The asteroid impact was not only a natural disaster, but also a test of the existing state. We have seen the abuse of power. We have seen the unequal distribution of resources. We have seen those high and mighty big shots turn a blind eye to the suffering of the people. For those who lost everything in the disaster, for the children shivering in the cold, for the elderly struggling in hunger, we must rise and do something. We are not terrorists. We are reformers. The people demand justice, demand transparency, and demand that the voices of the grassroots be heard. We will not use violence. We will not destroy. We will only use our voices, use our actions, to awaken those sleeping souls. Compatriots, let us build together a world without oppression, without injustice, without fear. Let us move forward hand in hand for our future, for our children, for, at that moment, an even stronger surge of electrical noise erupted. The broadcast frequency was left with nothing but white noise. It seemed some kind of radio jamming device had been activated. Shin Si-yuen and Jean Lin exchanged a glance and began processing the massive amount of information. What just happened? It sounded like some kind of rebellion or a revolution. So what happens next? Will there be a war? I don't know whether there will be a war. But at this point, neither side can possibly be the final winner. Why? Jean Lin looked completely baffled. There are 4 people in a house, a king, a priest, a merchant, and a sellsword holding a sharp sword. The other 3 each order the sellsword to kill the other 2 besides himself. Who do you think the sellsword will kill? Shin Si-yuen threw out a classic question, a strange expression appearing on his face. You mean the final winner will be the sellsword? This is a riddle with no answer. Power resides where people believe it resides. No more, no less. What do you mean? Jean Lin grew even more confused. Power does not come from the one who holds authority. It is granted by everyone who acknowledges that authority. Political power grows out of the barrel of a gun. The more violence you possess, the greater the power you hold, even though the sellsword doesn't have any lofty title. In this scene, he is the one with the greatest real power. And any king who needs to verbally emphasize that he is the king has already lost his power. But the power structure of a modern state isn't the same as in ancient times. Jean Lin argued, after a disaster happens, the original social order has already collapsed in practice. Violence gives birth to a new order, and the new order produces new power. What is order? Order is when someone must go die when death is required. When people must go hungry, they must go hungry. Order is when someone must farm. Order is when someone must weave clothes. Order is when someone must fight wars. Order means humanity must establish division of labor. Order needs to be maintained, and that creates power. Order is neither good nor evil, neither public nor private. The only purpose of order's existence is to let the collective survive. That's also why ruling groups will do everything they can to avoid a nuclear war. In a sealed shelter, the person with the greatest power will only be the military. Shin Si-yuen's tone was calm, but his words were especially sharp. Now you understand why I don't like dealing with them, right? This has nothing to do with any political leaning. It's just a simple matter of survival. Jean Lin fell silent. Just then, the New Year's bells rang. As the lights above the shelter garage came on, Shin Si-yuen walked over to the pickup. The heavy snow that had been falling for months had finally stopped today. Taking advantage of the break in snowfall, he planned to go outside and clear the surrounding snow. Shin Si-yuen didn't start the vehicle right away. Instead, he first plugged the parking heater into the wall. Because of the extreme low temperatures in winter, it was very difficult to restart a vehicle after the engine had been shut off. Because of that, in the cold northern regions, some residents would even choose not to turn off their car engines at all during the winter months. That way, the engine would keep running and avoid starting difficulties caused by the cold. Although this method could effectively prevent the engine from freezing because of the cold, it also led to massive fuel consumption. By comparison, another solution was far more environmentally friendly. That was the parking heater. This kind of device was generally divided into fuel-powered heaters and electric heaters. A fuel-powered heater connected to the car's fuel system and used the heat generated by burning fuel to warm the coolant and engine oil, achieving the preheating effect. An electric heater, on the other hand, used an external power source and resistance wires for heating, routing the circulation pump for the coolant and engine oil into the heat exchanger inside the heater, and using electrical energy to heat the coolant and engine oil. Both kinds of heaters could reduce the damage caused to the engine by a cold start, while also improving the engine's output power during the initial stage of starting. Even though Shen Siyuan had already switched the pickup over to -20 grade diesel, and had also replaced the antifreeze with -45 grade antifreeze, he still needed preheating to avoid problems caused by low temperatures, such as diesel thickening, poor atomization, and insufficient compression ratio. And after the heater transferred heat to the oil pan, it could also improve the lubrication effect of the engine oil. That reduced mechanical wear caused by poor lubrication and lowered the engine's failure rate. While waiting for the pickup to preheat, Shen Siyuan opened the main passage door. The biting cold wind swept snowflakes in, and a layer of white mist quickly condensed on the walls. The clouds outside were still thick and heavy. The sky was gray and dim, with barely any sunlight. The Geiger counter showed that the radiation level outside had dropped to around 4 microsieverts per hour. Along with it, the temperature had dropped as well. Even though it was daytime, the temperature was only around -29 degrees. When he got back in the truck and pressed the start button, the pickup gave no response at all. Only the faint lights on the dashboard flickered. After remaining in a low-temperature environment for so long, the voltage of the lead-acid battery had already dropped too low. The optimal discharge temperature range for a lead-acid battery was around 25 degrees Celsius. When the temperature was low, the degree of ionization of hydrogen ions in sulfuric acid dropped significantly, and the reaction rate of the sulfuric acid electrolyte with the active materials on the positive and negative plates also decreased. When the chemical reaction rate of discharge slowed down, the amount of capacity released in the same period of time became smaller. The direct result was that the battery voltage dropped and the battery became less durable. To put it specifically, when the temperature fell below 5 degrees Celsius, the lead-acid battery of an electric vehicle could only maintain 60% of its original capacity, reducing its range by 40%. That was equivalent to the capacity decreasing by 2% for every drop of 1 degree Celsius. Shen Siyuan had no choice but to get out and take out the emergency jump starter from the trunk. He opened the hood and clipped the red and black clamps onto the battery's positive and negative terminals respectively. Standing outside the truck, he reached in and pressed the start button. At last, the engine roared to life. After tidying up his things, Shen Siyuan returned to the cab. Since the radiator had already been preheated, the warm air in the cabin quickly drove away the chill in his body. After turning on the window defogging function, Shen Siyuan picked up the snow shovel and began clearing the snow piled up outside. Even near the entrance and exit, where it had already been cleared several times before, the snow was still as thick as 1 meter. In places that had never been cleared, the snow had already reached around 5 meters deep. Judging by the timing, the daily snowfall over the past 2 months had all exceeded 10 millimeters. During the clearing process, it was obvious that the accumulated snow showed clear color stratification, a bit like a mille-feuille cake. The very bottom layer was brown acidic snow, and as the height increased, the color gradually turned yellow. Higher up, the color began changing again, becoming almost black. These snow grains were completely covered by volcanic ash. They were no longer light snowflakes, but more like heavy mud. The topmost layer of snow showed a faint gray color, a sign that volcanic ash had begun merging with the snow. Beneath the accumulated snow was also a layer of hard ice formed by acid rain. Even with snow tires, slipping could still happen. The so-called snow tires commonly found on the market could at best only be considered winter tires. They merely had a certain amount of silica added to the rubber material, allowing them to remain soft under low temperature conditions and increasing the contact area with the road surface, thereby providing greater friction and grip. Then, in the tread pattern, cross-shaped Z-groove siping technology was used to improve braking performance on snow and increase a certain amount of friction and traction. In extreme conditions, however, their performance wasn't that much better than ordinary tires. Generally, they needed to be used together with metal anti-skid chains to obtain sufficient grip. Not only did those need to be installed before driving, they could also cause major wear to the tires and rims, seriously shortening the tire's service life. Because of that, Shen Siyuan directly discarded this conventional solution. The studded tires mounted on this pickup now were the real special-purpose tires designed specifically for icy and snowy roads. The tire surface was covered in metal studs, and the length of the studs extending outward could automatically adjust according to the depth of the snow. These metal studs could dig into ice and snow-covered roads to increase friction and traction. They were especially suitable for areas with deep snow or extremely poor grip on ice, providing outstanding anti-skid performance in extreme snow and ice conditions, and were widely used in high-latitude countries. because snow-studded tires could cause severe damage to ordinary roads. Their use was strictly prohibited on urban roads in the Silk Nation. If caught by the Road Administration Department, one would be fined a huge amount. That was why they were rarely seen, and many people did not even know such a thing existed. After clearing out a path leading to the city gate, Shin Si-yuen got out of the vehicle and picked up a shovel from the truck bed. Recent record from the power system showed that the output of the wind power equipment had dropped significantly, which meant it was time for maintenance and clearing. When he reached the rooftop, sure enough, part of the wind turbines had already been buried in snow and had stopped turning. Shin Si-yuen began manually digging and clearing them out. The surface of the turbine blades was coated with a polyurethane anti-icing paint for blades. It had excellent anti-icing performance, effectively delaying ice buildup and reducing the adhesion strength of the ice layer. Shin Si-yuen gave him a few simple sweeps with a cleaning tool, and the ice coating on the blades fell away one after another. The wind farm soon returned to normal. Before going downstairs, he cleared the low-altitude radar and jammer out of the snow as well, then returned to the shelter. Back inside the shelter, Shin Si-yuen suddenly felt an unprecedented wave of exhaustion. Even when he sped up his breathing and gasped frantically, he still could not ease the discomfort of tightness in his chest. Along with it came sore, weak muscles, as if his whole body had no strength. He raised his hand and checked his wristband. His heart rate was as high as around 180 beats per minute, clearly in an abnormal range. So Shin Si-yuen turned on the blood oxygen saturation detection function on the wristband. The detection light on the back of the wristband began flashing for a while, and after 1 minute, the number came out. His blood oxygen saturation was only 87, already at the level of mild hypoxia. Shin Si-yuen immediately realized the reason. The oxygen content in the outside air had changed. That was why, after intense physical labor, he had developed symptoms of oxygen deprivation. Fighting off the overwhelming drowsiness, he immediately headed to the medical area, dug out an oxygen concentrator from a cabinet, and turned it on. This was a portable medical oxygen concentrator weighing only 2 kilograms, using pressure swing adsorption technology. With UOP dual canister molecular sieves, it could selectively let oxygen pass through based on differences in gas molecule size or properties. In this way, it separated oxygen from the air and continuously supplied high-purity oxygen with a concentration as high as 93. Because it was battery-powered, it could be worn on the body while moving around freely, and a single battery could last from 2 to 4 hours. Shin Si-yuen put on the nasal cannula and lay down on the hospital bed. The machine beside him began making a series of pulsed noises to improve oxygen utilization. The concentrator would automatically detect the user's breathing frequency and only release oxygen when it sensed inhalation. After lying there and breathing oxygen for a while, Shin Si-yuen finally felt himself recover. After catching his breath, he stood up and looked at himself in the mirror. His complexion was much rosier than when he had first come in. After slinging the oxygen concentrator's shoulder strap diagonally across his body, Shin Si-yuen began searching through the shelter for a 4-in-1 gas detector and a carbon dioxide gas detector. Returning to the garage, he turned on the 2 pump suction air detection instruments, set them on the hood, and pressed the power buttons. A few minutes later, just as expected, both detectors started sounding alarms. The difference was that the 4-in-1 gas detector gave a low concentration alarm, while the carbon dioxide gas detector gave a high concentration alarm. At this moment, the screen of the 4-in-1 gas detector showed combustible gas, 0 LEL carbon monoxide, 2 ppm hydrogen sulfide, 0 ppm oxygen, 19.4 VOL. The screen of the carbon dioxide gas detector showed CO2, 1,283 ppm was the abbreviation for parts per million, meaning 1 part in a million. It was a unit used to represent concentration or ratio, describing the content of one component in a mixture. Specifically, 1 ppm meant that out of 1 million units, 1 unit was the target component. Before the disaster, the average concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere was about 420 ppm, meaning that out of every million air molecules, about 420 were carbon dioxide molecules, accounting for about 0.04% of the air. During the period since the disaster began, the concentration of carbon dioxide in the air had quietly risen to more than 3 times that level, and the concentration of carbon monoxide had doubled along with it. At the same time, the oxygen content in the atmosphere had dropped from 20.95 before the disaster to 19.4. This was undoubtedly a danger signal. The supervolcano's eruption was continuously producing massive amounts of carbon dioxide and changing the proportion of atmospheric components. An increase in the concentration of carbon dioxide in the air would have a significant impact on the human body. When the concentration of carbon dioxide was between 350 and 450 ppm, the air was considered fresh and relatively comfortable for the human body. At 450 to 1000 ppm, breathing could still remain smooth and the environment was harmless to the human body. At 1000 to 2000 ppm, people would start to feel that the air was stuffy and begin to grow drowsy. At 2000 to 5000 ppm, people would feel obvious discomfort and develop symptoms such as headaches, drowsiness, sluggishness, inability to concentrate, accelerated heartbeat, and mild nausea. When it exceeded 5000 ppm, It could lead to severe oxygen deprivation, permanent brain damage, coma, or even death. The earlier asteroid impact at Nemo Point had severely damaged the marine environment. The seawater acidification caused by continuous acid rain was an even more devastating disaster for algae. The ocean played an extremely important role in Blue Star's oxygen production. More authoritative data stated that over 70% of the oxygen in the atmosphere came from algae in the ocean, and in some research reports, that number was as high as 88%. These tiny life forms were not only the foundation for the survival of all life in the marine ecosystem, but also the most important source of oxygen for the entire Blue Star. Because clouds and smoke blocked out the sunlight, living organisms could not carry out photosynthesis. With multiple factors stacked together, the upward trend in carbon dioxide concentration was clearly impossible to reverse in the short term. Realizing something was wrong, Shen Siyuan quickly called over Shun Hai and Jin Qi and told them about the current situation. No wonder I've been feeling groggy all the time lately. So even the composition of the air has changed. Shen Hai said with lingering fear. I actually had thought about that possibility. I just didn't expect the changes to come so fast. Jin Qi sighed. Gases follow the rule of thermal expansion and contraction. When the temperature drops, gas volume shrinks and density increases. The temperature inside the shelter is higher, so the oxygen density in the warm air will only be even lower. If the plants in the planting area had not been constantly supplying oxygen, we probably would have noticed this even earlier. How about planting more crops to increase the oxygen supply? The 700 square meter multi-layer vertical planting area is equivalent to about 2,000 square meters of farmland. If it's only supplying breathing needs for people and the animals in the breeding area, that's more than enough. Then why don't we modify the ventilation system and change it to an internal air circulation system? Jin Qi suggested. No, it's not enough to meet the diesel generator's oxygen demand. If the oxygen content in the atmosphere keeps dropping, the generator's efficiency will get lower and lower until it starts malfunctioning. Shun Siyuan shook his head. Stop playing coy. You definitely came prepared. Shen Hai was starting to get impatient. Haha, the solution is actually in that 5 kilowatt vertical axis wind power generation system. Besides the batteries, it also came with a hydrogen production unit for electrolysis. I get it. Electrolyzing water can produce hydrogen and oxygen at the same time. That really kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Over the next week, the 3 of them began modifying the ventilation system. The hydrogen production unit used a perfluorosulfonic polymer membrane sheet as its electrolyte. This technology replaced the traditional alkaline electrolyte. It had the advantages of low energy consumption, high efficiency, safety, reliability, and high oxygen purity, and it was also one of the main oxygen generation methods used by submarines while operating underwater. This material could become a good ionic conductor in water, and hydrated hydrogen ions could migrate across the membrane under the effect of an electric field. As a result, solid-state electrolyte technology did not require a strongly alkaline solution, avoiding the problem of severe liquid corrosion, and the gases produced could be used without repeated washing. The maximum service life of perfluorosulfonic polymer membranes could reach as high as 60,000 hours, allowing continuous use for as long as 7 years. After another round of modifications, the shelter's wind power was no longer connected to the battery system, but was instead used directly for water electrolysis to produce hydrogen and oxygen. The oxygen generated at the anode entered the ventilation system, increasing the oxygen content inside the shelter. The hydrogen generated at the cathode was mixed back with outside air and burned off directly. The heat produced was fed into the heating system through a heat exchanger, while the water regenerated in the process returned to the electrolytic cell to continue the cycle. At this point, the shelter's oxygen crisis was finally resolved. February 9th, the 27th day of the 12th lunar month. To welcome the Lunar New Year, Shun Siyuan's whole family carried out a major cleaning. It carried their hope of sweeping away the bad luck of the old year and welcoming good fortune in the new one. While sorting through odds and ends, Shen Siyuan also took the opportunity to check the consumption of all kinds of stored supplies. The fastest consumed items were, unsurprisingly, all kinds of toilet paper. Even though they had stocked a large amount, the actual consumption still far exceeded the original usage plan. To make up for the gap, Shen Siyuan quickly set his sights on the garbage dump. There were quite a few broken, compressed waste paper blocks piled there now, mainly made up of various kinds of scrap paper, packaging cartons, cardboard, paper bags, and Shinmu's textbooks. These things were excellent raw materials for making recycled paper. As long as they went through a few simple processing steps, the waste could be put to use again. Once he decided, he immediately got to work. Shen Siyuan found a large plastic bin to use as a pulping vat for paper making and soaked the waste paper blocks in water to soften them. Then he used a large soy milk maker to beat the paper scraps into a mushy fiber slurry with no visible clumps. Once the fully separated paper pulp was ready, it was time to add the paper agent. The paper agent could be called the soul juice of papermaking. It was often ignored in many transmigration novels. It had 2 main functions. The first was to increase the paper's toughness and smoothness, improving the success rate of sheet formation and sheet removal. The second was to act as a dispersant, allowing the pulp fibers to remain suspended in the water like a colloid and preventing sedimentation. After adding the paper agent, it became much easier to produce perfectly even sheets during the papermaking process. In ancient times, people usually made paper agent from plants that could release mucilage when soaked, such as litchi leaves and kiwi vines. Sometimes elm powder was also used. In modern times, paper mills generally used fiber dispersants such as polyethylene oxide, which worked far better than natural materials. Unfortunately, Shun Siyuan had not prepared any of those single-purpose materials in advance, so he chose to use aloe juice and cactus juice as substitutes. There was a large amount of both in the shelter. They had originally been potted plants used to improve air quality, and now they happened to have an extra use. Without those, ingredients like cornstarch or tapioca flour could actually achieve a similar effect, but in an apocalypse, that would be a bit too extravagant. Then came the sheet forming process. The first step was making a papermaking screen. He needed 2 wooden frames of identical size, with nylon mesh stretched tightly across one of them. For this step, Shun Siyuan directly repurposed an old window screen that had been removed from an old house in the village and used it as his papermaking screen. Next, he found some worn-out curtain fabric and cut into pieces the same size as the screen to serve as absorbent sheets for papermaking. The cloth could act as a fixed surface when pressing the paper, while also absorbing some of the moisture. Once all the preparations were complete, Shun Siyuan officially began the recycled paper production process. He stacked the 2 wooden frames together, inserted them diagonally into the water, leveled them out, and then slowly shook them. After the surface of the water calmed, he lifted them out vertically. After draining off the excess water, the screen surface had evenly filtered out a thin layer of pulp. After carefully removing the upper screen frame, he flipped the wet sheet of paper over onto the cloth, then began pressing hard with a sponge and wiping the back of the mesh, continuously soaking up the excess water. As long as the papermaking screen was held in place and not allowed to move during this step, the paper was very unlikely to be damaged. However, one thing still had to be noted. He had to make sure the paper had fully adhered to the cloth before lifting the screen, to avoid leaving bubbles that would make the finished paper uneven and pitted. Once that was done, he laid down a fresh piece of cloth, added new pulp to the vat, and repeated the above steps to keep making paper. If thicker paper was needed, he increased the amount of pulp in the water. If thinner paper was needed, he reduced it. After the sheet forming work was complete, the cloth could be hung up to dry. If there was plenty of time, it could be left to air dry naturally in the shade. Human intervention could also be used to dry the cloth by heat and speed up production. Once both the cloth and the paper were completely dry, the paper could be peeled off and separated. When first removed, the paper would naturally curl up, but it only needed to be pressed under a heavy object for half a day to flatten again. After this step, the hemp paper was considered finished. In appearance, it looked a bit like old-style straw paper. Since the surface retained the texture of the cloth, it also felt rather rough to the touch. Although it could barely be written on, in practical use it was really just a thicker kind of toilet paper. But Shun Siyuan's purpose in making recycled paper was only to make use of waste materials. As a kind of sanitary paper, hemp paper was already more than sufficient for cleaning purposes. If he wanted to further improve the quality of the paper, he would need to switch to finer wool felt for water absorption. He would also need to use a hydraulic press or flattening machine to press the fibers flat while the paper was still wet. The paper produced that way would be thinner, and its toughness would also become much stronger, with a quality basically close to the yellow paper used in temples. After trimming the edges neatly with a paper cutter, it could become office paper smooth enough to write on easily. Because the steps were much more complicated, however, the success rate and output were also lower. Shun Siyuan had no such need, so he did not make things harder for himself. By New Year's Eve, 2 days later, after the family had simply decorated the walls with spring festival couplets and paper-cut window decorations, the inside of the shelter gradually took on a bit of a holiday atmosphere. Amid the busyness, Jean Lin also used clippers to give the men in the family New Year haircuts. Because she worked quickly and had good technique, she won unanimous praise from the family. It was that Jean Lin had some hobby of being a barber. It was just the circumstances forcing her to do it. As everyone knows, in Yuzhou, you don't get haircuts. In Mingzhou, you don't buy cars. In Jiaozhou, you don't eat shrimp. In Yazhou, you don't go diving. Every city in the Sea Nation has its own set of rule-based urban legends, just like all the taboos during the New Year. If you fail to follow these sayings passed down by word of mouth, you will pay a terrible price. After living in Yuzhou for so many years, Shun Siyuan had long since forgotten what the local barbershops even looked like inside. If he had known, he probably would have gone bankrupt before the shelter was even completed. After finishing the ancestor worship and the kitchen god ritual, the family sat down and started eating their New Year's Eve dinner. It was the first spring festival after the disaster, and amid the clinking of glasses, everyone at home was in high spirits. Jinshi even dragged Shun Siyuan into drinking 2 bottles of red wine with him. Under the table, Yang Fun and Jean Lin kept kicking their respective husbands with their feet, making it very clear that the 2 of them should drink less. Only Shanhai looked a little gloomy. As a chain smoker who didn't drink a single drop, He had been out of supplies for weeks. Since the 50 cartons of cigarettes Shun Siyuan had previously given him had already run out, all he could do lately was get a bit of nicotine from e-cigarettes. Every day, the first thing he said when he saw Shun Siyuan was always, "Really no cigarettes left? You didn't stash some extra away?" Seeing his father looking this pitiful, Shun Siyuan felt a little sorry for him. After whispering a few words to his mother, Wang Qin finally nodded. "Dad, go take a look in the smoking room." The moment Shenhai heard that, he bolted out of the dining room. "Holy shit, wait for me." Shun Siyuan immediately chased after him. He followed his father into the smoking room. Compared to before, there was now quite a bit more equipment in there. Sitting on the table was the New Year gift Shun Siyuan had prepared for his father. Shenhai was fiddling with a hand-operated cigarette rolling machine. Beside it were 3 transparent plastic boxes stuffed full of blank white cigarette tubes with filters in different sizes. They were the 55mm slim type, the 65mm medium type, and the 80mm thick type. Altogether, there were several thousand of them. A large number of storage boxes were also piled up on the floor nearby, all filled with empty paper tubes and tobacco leaves. Shun Siyuan opened one of the storage boxes, took out a vacuum-sealed bag of golden tobacco leaves, and handed it to his father. "They should be all been pile fermented before I got them. I'm not sure how long they were aged exactly. There was too much choice on the black market, so just make do with them. No matter what, it's better than e-cigarettes. I could just shred it up and stuff in directly." Shenhai snatched the tobacco leaves over and tore open the vacuum bag. "Don't rush. The moisture content in the leaves is a little high right now. You need to rebake them in the oven first." Shun Siyuan pulled open the small oven and took out the tray inside. While waiting for the baking to finish, Shenhai paced back and forth, peering into the oven from time to time. "Dad, come pick the flavor first." Shun Siyuan took out several black bottles with spray nozzle from the storage box. Labels on them read, Huazi flavor, Likun flavor, Yushi flavor, Nanjing flavor, Furongwang flavor. "What is this stuff?" Shenhai looked puzzled. "Tobacco flavoring. Manufactured cigarettes use this stuff for seasoning too. Every 10 milliliters can be sprayed over 500 grams of shredded tobacco. Remember to shake it before use." "Haha, good boy. You've really done your research. Want a couple puffs too?" Shenhai laughed. No. I originally planned to keep these for bartering goods in the future. But since transportation is cut off now, I might as well use them to show some filial respect to you." As Shun Siyuan spoke, he dug another item out of the storage box and handed his father a leather cigarette case. "Use this to carry cigarettes from now on. It holds exactly 20. Very attentive service, Boss Shun." Shenhai took it and played with it in his hands. With a ding, the oven sounded. Under Shun Siyuan's guidance, Shenhai removed the stems and other impurities from the rebaked tobacco leaves, then fed them into a hand-crank shredder. As the handle turned, the tobacco leaves were evenly cut into 0.7mm shreds. The shredded tobacco was placed into the chamber of the hand-operated rolling machine. After inserting an empty paper tube and pulling the handle once, a homemade cigarette was finished. Shenhai couldn't wait to light it and have a taste, only to discover that the lighter was out of gas and simply wouldn't ignite. Shun Siyuan quickly stopped his father from running to the kitchen stove to borrow a flame and hurriedly found a canister of propane for him. He opened the cap, aimed the nozzle at the refill port on the bottom of the lighter, and inserted it. Finally, the liquid inside the lighter was filled up again. As a plume of smoke rose, Shenhai's gaze gradually turned dazed. "How is it?" "Not bad. The first drag has a bit of a horse dung taste. Next time I'll try spraying on some flavoring. After you spray the tobacco shreds with flavoring, you can't smoke it right away. You have to let it air out for 3 days. Got it. Now scram. Let me stay here by myself for a while." Shun Siyuan could only leave the smoking room resentfully. Behind him came Shenhai's sigh of satisfaction. Life finally feels like it's got something to look forward to again. Tobacco was extremely demanding when it came to cultivation requirements, and it was basically impossible to meet them indoors. In the Sea Nation, growing tobacco also required a monopoly license. So Shun Siyuan had never planned to grow it himself. Before the disaster, he had only purchased a batch of finished tobacco leaves as backup. There was, however, a certain green immortal herb that had gradually become legal overseas and was very suitable for indoor cultivation. It was just a bit too criminal. He didn't want his father smoking himself stupid. Back in the central control room, the camera showed that outside was still a barren world of ice and snow. From space, Blue Star now would probably look more like an ash gray and white planet. Thick layers of snow and ice mixed with volcanic ash covered the northern hemisphere and stretched all the way into the tropical regions. The oceans had not frozen, but the heavy cloud cover almost completely hid the blue of the sea. Fortunately, because of the massive increase in carbon dioxide concentration, a greenhouse effect had formed. Blue Star's temperature had stopped dropping and stabilized at its current level. A few years from now, when the volcanic ash and sulfate aerosols in the stratosphere that blocked out the sunlight had fully dissipated, this ice age, which would last about 10 years, would gradually come to an end. Blue Star's average temperature would also rise above pre-disaster levels. Marine algae would flourish once again, restoring the oxygen content in the air to its previous concentration. If humanity had not gone extinct, Perhaps this period would be called the mudball event in the geological history of the future. Shen Siyuan walked over to the shortwave radio and put on his headphones. Even on New Year's Eve, the communication bands were still extremely noisy. The surviving humans were now hiding in their respective shelters, barely clinging to life. Yet they still would not stop fighting among themselves. Because road traffic had been completely severed under such brutal survival conditions, shelter facilities across various regions had become isolated islands, where internal order was beginning to be reshuffled once more amid despair. After the New Year crossing event, the officials began maintaining a prolonged silence. After that, the shortwave channels suddenly became much livelier. All sides started cursing each other from afar, accusing one another of being illegitimate. Although their self-proclaimed titles were each more grandiose than the last, in essence they could still be divided into three factions: left, center, and right. At present, the left wing had the loudest voice, led by idealists and former social activists. They leaned toward collective distribution, advocated unity and mutual aid, and promoted working together against the challenges of the external environment, trying to seek fairness within limited resources. Shun Siyu and Dinti really liked listening to their stations, because they provided the least useful information. Most of the time, left-wing radio stations just repeatedly recited Marxist doctrine, quoted sayings, and reminisced about the glories of the past. And they didn't really like uniting with other forces. Their own internal splits were happening rapidly as well. All day long, they debated and clashed over tiny ideological details, busy stripping each other of leftist identity. The moderates had the weakest voice. They were usually led by former government officials, businessmen, and technical personnel, and leaned toward pragmatism and conservatism. They cared more about order and stability and had always been trying to preserve the old order. A certain degree of private property and trade was allowed inside their shelters, but at the same time, they also emphasized the importance of law and order. They promoted themselves as working to build a management system that could both guarantee basic survival and support stable internal development. Most of the time, moderate radio stations were calling for the reconstruction of transportation systems in various places and the launch of material trade. The right wing, meanwhile, leaned toward strongman rule and individualism, and was often controlled by military personnel. They maintained order through force or threats. Resource distribution was extremely unequal. The strong possessed more power and resources, while the weak lived on the margins. Right-wing radio stations preached that only through competition and elimination could humanity's elite, best suited for the apocalypse, be selected, leaving behind the sparks to rebuild civilization. They had become increasingly fascist. These three forces were each carrying out their own experiments within their respective shelters, influencing the distribution of resources, the making of decisions, and even the direction of culture. The current situation was a bit like the military governors at the end of the Tang dynasty, each surviving and developing based on its own survival needs and regional characteristics. A little after 7 in the morning, in the planting area, Shun Siyuan opened a small refrigerator. There was a label on the door that reads seed active storage, and the temperature shown on the display was 4 degrees Celsius, the most suitable temperature for short-term seed storage. Inside the shelter, the seeds of every species had been divided into 2 portions, stored separately in a backup storage and an active storage. The former was for permanent preservation, while the latter was for daily use and germination experiments. This backup preservation strategy increased redundancy in safe seed storage. The seeds in the backup storage were kept in a separately operated small freezer equipped with an emergency power supply. The temperature was kept below -18 degrees Celsius for the long term, significantly lowering seed metabolism and slowing the aging process. Before storage, the seeds were dried to ensure their moisture content dropped to between 5 and 7%. This put them into dormancy and reduced seed respiration and microbial activity. After that, they were sealed inside vacuum packaging bags to isolate oxygen and minimize metabolic activity as much as possible. The preservation method of the backup storage was modeled after the famous Svalbard Global Seed Vault. Located near the Arctic Circle on the Svalbard archipelago, it was a place with barely any human presence, where there were more polar bears than people, because it used the natural conditions of permafrost to preserve more than 1.3 million varieties and hundreds of millions of seed samples. It was also known as the plant Noah's Arkansas built to ensure a diverse gene pool for future generations. It served as a secure backup for the world's crop diversity. There, seeds of major crops such as wheat, barley, and peas could be preserved for up to 1,000 years. Among them, the one with the longest preservation time was sorghum, which could be stored for about 1.95 million years. After the disaster, that place was most likely now buried beneath thick ice and snow, waiting for this round of catastrophe to pass and becoming a key link in humanity's restart of agricultural production. Compared with the doomsday seed vaults built by global public welfare organizations, the types and scale of seeds in Shun Siyuan's hands were far smaller. He only had several hundred varieties of high-quality organic crop seeds, with 500 seeds of each kind. The storage life of these crop seeds ranged from several decades on the short end to several hundred years on the long end, which was already enough for the shelter's long-term use. On the other side, the seeds in the active storage remained in a viable state, so they could be taken out for daily use at any time. Under refrigerated conditions of 4 degrees Celsius, they could be stored for at most about 3 years. Shin Siyuan skillfully took out a storage box filled with transparent plastic sealed bags. Each bag had a label on it with the seed's name and purchase date. The fresher the seed, the higher its germination rate. With each additional year of storage, the germination rate would be cut in half. Through the bags, it was easy to clearly see how many seeds were left. Seeds came in all kinds of shapes. There were spindle-shaped lettuce seeds and spinach seeds, as well as spherical onion and celery seeds. Most crop seeds were extremely tiny, the kind that would disappear the moment they fell on the ground. Generally speaking, the larger the seed, the easier seedling cultivation was. So when beginners got into it, they could simply raise the difficulty step by step in order from large seeds to small ones. Take water spinach, one of the easiest crops to grow. Its seeds were very large, and because they contained relatively abundant nutrients, their initial germination and growth speed was very fast. Even if too much water was used during seedling cultivation, they could still grow fairly well. Because of that, as the variety of crops in the planting area kept increasing, Shin Siyuan no longer specifically grew water spinach. Instead, he used it to fill planting spots where other crops had failed to develop. More than half a year had already passed, and recently quite a bit of the shelter's seasonings had been used up. Shin Siyuan took out basil, cilantro, and thyme seeds and began germination stimulation and seed cultivation. He first found a shallow, flat-bottomed container, lined it with a layer of highly absorbent paper towels, and poured in a small amount of water to dampen it, creating a moist environment. Then he placed some seeds inside and covered it with a layer of plastic wrap. Germination usually required waiting 1 to 2 days, and during that time, heat retention had to be maintained. In the seedling tray beside Shin Siyuan, some vegetable seeds had already finished germinating. Once the seeds began to sprout, they entered the so-called white tip stage. After removing the seeds that had failed to germinate, it was time to move on to the next transplanting step. After making an eye-shaped slit in the middle of an ordinary black sponge, it became what was called a planting sponge. Once the white tip seeds were fixed inside it and placed in the seedling tray, the seeds would continue to grow. The seedling tray had a 2-layer structure. The upper layer was a hollow grid of square openings, while the lower layer was a water basin. The seeds would send their roots through the square gaps at the bottom to absorb water. This step did not have high requirements. If there was no dedicated equipment, a rice washing basin or a bean sprout tray could also be used as a substitute. Once the seedlings grew a bit more, the planting sponge needed to be transferred into a net cup to be secured. The net cup was a hollow cup-shaped basket made of PP plastic and came in different sizes depending on the size of the plant. At this stage, the plant's branches and leaves had already split out, but the roots were still not long enough to reach the nutrient solution level in the planting slot. That was because the final planting slot left a small gap to prevent the roots from rotting. So the plant still needed to continue growing for a while in a transition tray. The structure of the transition tray was similar to the seedling tray. The only difference was that the upper layer was changed to a perforated plate with hole diameters matching the size of the net cups. And the basin below used nutrient solution instead of water. Once the roots were developed enough, the plants could be transplanted into the final pipe planting slots to await harvest. Because the seedling cultivation process was quite tedious and complicated, Shin Siyuan had already reduced the low-efficiency harvesting method of collecting whole plants in order to lessen the workload. In fact, most vegetables did not need to be consumed all at once. Aside from chives, which could be cut again and keep growing, large leaf vegetables like lettuce could also be eaten simply by picking the leaves directly. It was just that he had found that after enough time passed. The stalk in the middle of the lettuce would grow taller and taller until it became woody, turning into an old stalk, then flowering and bearing fruit. Lettuce fruit was of the achene type, long, oval in shape. Once mature, it would split lengthwise along the center line and release its seeds. In commercial production, to ensure the leaf growth and quality of lettuce, measures are usually taken to prevent it from flowering, because flowering consumes the plant's nutrients. But unless the temperature is kept at around 20 degrees the whole time to delay flowering, normal lettuce will still flower and bear fruit once it reaches a certain temperature. Aside from the lettuce, quite a few little white flowers and little yellow flowers had also bloomed in the planting area. The strawberries and cucumbers planted some time ago had also entered the flowering and fruit-setting stage. Shin Siyuan carefully used a pollen brush for artificial pollination, evenly transferring the pollen onto the stigma of the pistil. The best time for artificial pollination was early morning or dusk when the flowers were open. At those times, the pistil was at its softest and most moist state, which was more favorable for the pollen to combine with it. After entering the fruit-setting stage, in order to concentrate nutrients and promote rapid fruit expansion, it was also necessary to cut off excess small fruits and useless flower buds, and promptly remove old leaves, side branches, and runners. Keeping 5 to 6 healthy leaves was enough. Flowers and fruits were both extremely fragile things. They absolutely could not be touched directly by hand, or the crop would fail to bear fruit and wither away instead. After the failure of the first batch of cucumbers, Shen Siyuan had even specially pasted several warning signs on the walls of the planting area, warning his family not to touch them out of idle curiosity. Compared with the steadily operating hydroponic planting system, the situation in the soil planting boxes was much worse. What Shen Siyuan used in his planting boxes was cocoa core soil. Compared with common formulated nutrient soil, it was more suitable for the indoor planting environment, because most formulated nutrient soils had excessively high organic matter content. And on top of that were insufficiently fermented, root burn could easily occur when growing crops that did not like heavy fertilization. After being used for a period of time, formulated nutrient soil would also show declining soil fertility and mild compaction. If the substrate was sticky garden soil, the situation would be even more obvious. The strange smell, insect eggs, bacteria, and mold problems of humus nutrient soil were all difficult issues to solve in an indoor environment. To make sterile soil, Shen Siyuan had even seen people fill the soil with water and then stick in an immersion heater for high-temperature sterilization and pest killing. It was honestly way too exaggerated, a huge effort for little reward. So when building a shelter, he had already abandoned traditional soil. The main component of cocoa core soil was a cocoa core planting substrate made by crushing, desalinating, and compressing coconut husks. Its pH value was around 6 to 6.5, slightly acidic, suitable for the growth of most plants. Its main component was plant fiber, and before use it only needed to be soaked in water to expand. 1 kilogram of relatively good quality cocoa brick could be soaked into 10 to 15 liters of cocoa core. Its texture was light, and both its water permeability and air permeability were excellent. At the same time, because coconut husk fiber was very hard to decompose, its stability was also extremely good, and there would be no problems even with long-term use. Cocoa core substrate contained no impurities and no nutrients. It was basically sterile. There would be no problems with odors, insect eggs, or insect pests, so it was especially suitable for use in an indoor environment. As for the drawback of evaporating too quickly outdoors because of its overly strong water and air permeability, that was basically not much of a problem for an indoor shelter. It could simply be treated as a medium saturated with complex water-soluble nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium fertilizer solution for planting tuber crops that could not be grown hydroponically. Recently, Shen Siyuan had been trying to grow potatoes and little sweet potatoes inside the shelter. Although he had indeed managed to grow them successfully, the yield was truly poor. In many post-apocalyptic novels, the protagonist treated potatoes as the best apocalypse ration. Scientifically speaking, potatoes really were a food with rich nutritional value. They were easier to grow than staple grains, and their yield was also very high. They were high in carbohydrates, and also contained small amounts of protein and fat. Aside from lacking vitamin D3, they basically had every other nutrient. Theoretically, a person could survive on potatoes alone. But the premise for all of this was planting potatoes outdoors on broad open land and using modern agricultural root-tip tissue culture detoxification technology. The space and depth in the shelter-s planting boxes were limited. Once the planting density became too high, the potatoes often failed to grow large. And potatoes could not be produced continuously. Long-term use of the tuber planting method would accumulate viruses, leading to disease and reduced yield. When growing potatoes, the flowers generally had to be picked off in advance. If the potatoes flowered and fruited, they would compete for nutrients and cause the tubers to become smaller. If the flowers were not removed, they would produce little fruits that looked like small tomatoes. Although the seeds inside could be used for planting, traditional potatoes were tetraploid plants. The traits of the next generation would segregate severely, and the quality would become very poor. All kinds of colors and sizes would appear, gradually turning into bizarrely shaped tubers. And then the yield would crash. The direct cause of the famous Great Famine of Ireland was potato late blight caused by an oomycete. Potatoes grown through the tuber planting method had a single genetic makeup, which quickly led to large-scale rot and crop failure. And potatoes just so happened to be the main food source of the Ireland people at the time. This disaster dealt a heavy blow to the livelihoods of poor farmers, causing more than 1 million people to starve to death. The local population dropped by nearly 1/4, profoundly changing the history of Oluoba. Therefore, crops like potatoes and sweet potatoes were actually far less stable as staple foods than rice, wheat, and millet. It was only because their cultivation cycles could often be staggered from mainstream grain crops, and because they could make use of land that mainstream grain crops could not use, that they were used as supplementary crops. So in most regions, and most of the time, potatoes could only exist as a secondary crop. Their main role was as an everyday side food, and in years of disaster they were used as famine relief reserve grain. Following the planting requirements, Shen Siyuan cut an entire large potato along the sprouting parts into 7 or 8 pieces, coated them with plant ash, and planted them. Even then, he often only got some very small potatoes, and sometimes the harvest was even less than the amount he had planted. It was a straight-up losing business. After using up all the traditional potatoes, he had now given up on the tuber planting method and switched to the seed planting method with the domestic issue number 1. This was the first-generation high homozygosity diploid potato cultivated by the Agricultural Academy of the Nation of C, the ultimate achievement of the Yushu project. Although the yield of Yushu number 1 was only 60% of traditional potato varieties, with a maximum yield of around 3,000 kilograms per mu, it was not grown from tubers but from seeds and had an extremely high input-output ratio. Planting 1 mu only required 2 grams of seeds, while the traditional tuber planting method required as much as 200 kilograms of potatoes per mu. Its hybrid breeding method also gave this kind of potato extremely high disease resistance. The characteristics of a diploid plant ensured the stability of its offspring as traits, making long-term cultivation and stable yields possible. It was a great revolution in promoting potatoes as a staple food, yet it remained unknown on the internet. By comparison, the carbon dioxide to starch synthesis technology, hyped to the skies on the internet, actually required the consumption of large amounts of biological enzyme catalysts. And enzymes themselves came from biosynthesis, which also consumed massive amounts of energy during production. The cost was extremely high, making large-scale commercial use impossible. As for the little sweet potatoes collected from the village fields, after many attempts, Shun Cun had finally found the most efficient planting method as well. That was aeroponics, which, like hydroponics, belonged to soilless cultivation technology, also called mist cultivation or spray cultivation. It worked by atomizing the nutrient solution and intermittently spraying it onto the plant roots, providing the roots with the water and nutrients they needed. When transporting the little sweet potatoes, Shun Cun had not picked them directly. Instead, he packed up the entire plants together with the soil and brought them back to the shelter hole. He used 3 plastic boards to build a special A-shaped planting trough as the frame. After opening transplant holes on the surface, he used net pots to suspend and secure the little sweet potatoes in midair. At the end of the hydroponic nutrient supply system, he added a set of spray nozzles that atomized the nutrient solution into fine mist and sprayed it toward the planting trough. Any excess nutrient solution that fell back to the bottom would be collected again and reused for spraying. The advantage of this planting method was that it solved the problem of oxygen supply to the roots very well. There's almost no chance of poor growth caused by root hypoxia. The downside was that it consumed an extreme amount of electricity. The nozzles were prone to clogging after long-term use, and because the tubers were suspended in the air, they could not grow very large. But it was precisely because they were grown suspended in the air, with abundant nutrients, that dense planting became possible. The yield per unit area was actually higher, and space utilization was more than 3 times better than traditional flat cultivation. And harvesting was extremely convenient, since there was no need to dig through soil. After harvesting, the plants would not be damaged either, allowing for long-term cultivation. After successfully solving the future staple food problem for the shelter, Shun Cun was no longer satisfied with simply growing potatoes. He also began trying to grow all kinds of radishes, and the food supply inside the shelter became more and more abundant. In the blink of an eye, nearly a year had passed. Shun Cun's family still lived a pastoral underground life inside their private shelter. After finishing the farm work, Shun Cun sat in front of the shortwave radio and listened for signals. Recently, the radio channels had grown much quieter. All kinds of vigorous political propaganda had finally died down. Judging from the messages broadcast over the radio, quite a few shelters had already made it through the initial chaos of the disaster. The bad news was that after a round of order restructuring, the population had dropped sharply. As for the causes of death, shelters everywhere avoided the subject like the plague. But it was obvious enough. The weapon of criticism could not replace the criticism of weapons. The gun barrel had effortlessly defeated the pen and the money bag. The good news was that the chimera virus had finally been completely eradicated. Though the left, center, and right factions all had different positions, they were surprisingly unanimous when it came to dealing with the infected. The only differences were in the methods: isolate them and wait for them to die, forcibly exile them, or eliminate them outright. And during the purification process, the victors seemed to have labeled all their opponents as suspected infected and cleaned them out along with everyone else. In Shun Cun's view, this probably was not any kind of ideological struggle at all. It was simply a ruthless slaughter carried out for the sake of fighting over survival resources. All the various justifications being preached were nothing more than self-comfort invented by the winners to ease their guilt. The destruction caused by this disaster had far exceeded expectations, and with post-disaster reconstruction still nowhere in sight, the population had exceeded what the available supplies could support from the very beginning. If things kept dragging on, the final consequences would only become even more severe. Using the butcher's knife for optimization could be considered one of humanity's recurring programs throughout the history of disasters. It looked like tangled grudges, national hatred, and family vengeance, but as long as supply and demand for resources could not be balanced, the death race would never stop. Lose your humanity, and you lose much. Lose your beast nature, and you lose everything. In the apocalypse, white lotuses were a luxury no one could afford. The sooner one realized that in the face of life and death, the higher the chance of survival. This is shelter number 3415-2-1-001. The soldiers here have gone mad. They're killing people everywhere. Someone, please save us. A woman's desperate voice came through the radio. Over the past year, Shun Siyuan had received many distress signals like this. He had several gigabytes of them saved in his recording folders. At first, he would still sigh over how hard the world had become. But after hearing so many, he had gone completely numb. He was only a witness to history, powerless to intervene in other people's fates. Shun Siyuan skillfully pulled out a map and began looking for the location of the shelter while continuing to listen to the woman's tearful accusations. This was extremely critical information. In the future, it could be used to judge the danger level of shelters in different regions. The numbering system for civil air defense projects was formulated by the Civil Air Defense Department of C Nation and followed certain rules and formatting to ensure each number was unique and recognizable. The first 4 digits represented the administrative division code of the location of the Civil Air Defense Project. 34 was the code for one province, and 3415 indicated that this Civil Air Defense Project was located in Luan City, one province. The second digit in the numbered sequence, 2, represented the project type. 1 meant a command project, 2 meant a protective project, and 3 meant a medical rescue project. The third digit represented the Civil Air Defense Project grade. 1 was first grade, 2 was second grade, and 3 was third grade. The fourth digit represented the serial number of the Civil Air Defense Project, meaning this shelter was the first grade protective project to begin construction in that region. Very quickly, Shun Siyuan found the shelter on the map. It was located on the northern foothills of Yubi Mountain, and right at that moment, amid a grating metallic cutting sound that made one's teeth ache, the woman let out her final curse of despair. You beasts! You want to die a good death. As gunshots rang out, the radio fell into a deathly silence. Shun Siyuan circled the shelter with a red pen and added a note beside it. Hearing the noise, Jean Lin walked in from outside. What happened? What a shame. Another shelter's communications room got destroyed by the people with guns, Shun Siyuan said lightly. Critical equipment, like communications devices, often had their own separate protective measures, so they always became the last fortress to fall. Those who lost power would often send out their final cries before death from there. As for communication equipment being destroyed, that was actually one of the lighter kinds of losses. Shun Siyuan had even heard over the radio about the managers of one shelter throwing highly toxic substances into the water source before dying, dragging everyone down with them in a mass burial. Back during the solar storm, the military wasn't like this. A profession is only a division of labor in society. There are only noble people. There is no such thing as a noble profession. If someone tries to sanctify a certain profession, then in my opinion, there is only one possibility. They're trying to use moral shackles to increase war pressure. To put it bluntly, they want free labor. But soldiers are different. They should have a sense of honor. Jean Lin sounded a little unconvinced. The citizen soldier army of the first 30 years was a one-of-a-kind existence in the several thousand-year history of human civilization. And you may never have seen just how overbearing and tyrannical a military that could do business becomes. The military's image only improved because of repeated disaster relief actions during flood control and earthquake relief. And the prerequisite for that was better treatment and security brought by economic growth. Seeing Jean Lin fall silent again, Shun Siyuan stood up and gently hugged his wife. Don't indulge in unrealistic fantasies. Only when the granaries are full do people learn propriety. Only when clothing and food are sufficient do people know honor and shame. We only happen to live through a rare stretch of peaceful years before. Historically speaking, that was never the norm. It was never something people were naturally entitled to enjoy. Then how will humans in the future look at this period of history? Jean Lin asked. Baseness is the passport of the base, and nobility is the epitaph of the noble. But guess who carves the tombstone? These recordings you've kept. You're not planning to release them publicly in the future, are you? Not really. Even if they were made public, most people would probably ignore them outright. When it comes to the Wenchuan earthquake, all our generation can remember is unity and standing together through hardship. But aside from those who actually lived through it, how many people still clearly know about the horrifying thefts, robberies, assaults, and murders that happened in the disaster area after the quake? True, even if they were made public, it probably wouldn't matter. Humans instinctively avoid bad memories. Jean Lin nodded. When the avalanche comes, every single snowflake is bravely charging into the world. Shun Siyuan laughed. Just then, a dull rumble broke the silence inside the shelter. The sound grew louder and louder, closer and closer, as if thousands of troops and horses were charging forward. The surveillance cameras outside the shelter began to shake, and the image gradually blurred. Snowflakes danced in front of the lens, growing denser and denser, until the view was filled with a sheet of white in an instant. What happened? Shun Siyuan was momentarily stunned. Prophet, did your mouth get blessed or something? Jean Lin was also written all over with shock. This is bad. We're all buried in snow. Shun Siyuan went to the control console and started shutting down unnecessary power-consuming equipment. The ventilation shaft was now completely blocked by snow. To prevent exhaust gas from flowing back, the diesel generator had to be shut down immediately. As the power switched to the battery bank, the diesel generator stopped running. After seeing the red emergency lights come on, the rest of the family also arrived one after another in the central control room. Everything was fine. How did an avalanche suddenly happen? Jin-Shi stared at the whiteout surveillance feed and said, "The snowfall outside has basically stopped during this period, but the wind has been getting stronger. Maybe the snow layers sheared and broke, causing the avalanche." Shun Siyuan tried to analyze the reason. The mountain above the shelter is about 200 meters high, with a slope of 30 degrees. The main passage is 9 meters wide. Assuming the avalanche brought in 6 meters of snow, the amount that needs clearing is about 9,300 cubic meters. Nearby, Shanhai had already taken out paper and pen and started calculating. So much? Can the snow shovel on the pickup still clear it? Yang Fan asked. It's buried now. There's no way it can push through. Jin-Shi frowned. Let us go check the secondary passage first and scout the situation outside. At the very least, we need to restore the vent. The main entrance is completely blocked by snow and can't be opened. On the other side, the entrance to the secondary passage had an L-shaped right-angle turn. So the snow stopped at the corner and didn't T-seal off the outward opening door. After putting on portable oxygen concentrators, Shun Siyuan, Shunhai, and Jin-Shi opened the explosion-proof door. It's packed solid. Let us dig out a path people can walk through first. Shun Siyuan patted the snow wall in front of him. Jin-Shi dug out some slope mats from a corner and placed them on the threshold of the explosion-proof door. Then Shun Siyuan put on the powered exoskeleton and started digging the snow with a shovel, while the other two took turns hauling it into the garage with a small cart for temporary storage. After digging for more than an hour, there still wasn't the slightest sign of the snow pile shrinking. Damn, the snow is way too deep. How much you dig away, that much collapses back in. What kind of sand tomb is this? Shin Mister, who'd been shoveling like a laborer, threw in the towel. It's not just that the snow can't be cleared. There are also a lot of rocks mixed in. This is a solid stone tomb, too. Shanhai also laughed. A sand tomb was a burial structure used in ancient China to prevent tomb robbing by filling the grave chamber with sand and soil. This type of tomb was popular from the Warring States period to the early Western Han, and its anti-theft principle was based on the fluidity of sand and soil. When building tomb chambers, the ancients deliberately did not refill them with the excavated soil, but instead used fine sand that had been dried by stir-frying. When grave robbers dug a tunnel into the tomb, the sand would flow in from all sides and block the tunnel, making the robbery extremely difficult. Besides sand, they would also mix in rocks. These rocks would fall because of the flowing sand, injuring grave robbers or even killing them. Shin Siyuan and the other situation was a bit like being buried in a sand tomb. Only the sand had been replaced by loose snow after the avalanche. Let us pull out all the scaffolding first. We can dig while building a tunnel at the same time. Shanhai patted Shin Siyuan on the shoulder. You're way too professional. The more I hear it, the more it sounds like digging a grave robbing tunnel. Dad, when you were doing engineering work before, you weren't really into tomb robbing, were you? Should we light a candle in the southeast corner first? Shun Siyuan laughed. Cut the nonsense. If we drag this out any longer, our whole family is really going to turn into Zongzi. Jin-Shi cut in, urging the two of them to get back to work. Over the next stretch of time, the three of them worked together. While digging out the snow tunnel, they also built scaffolding and reinforced the sides with wooden planks to block collapses caused by the shifting snow. A stair-step slanted tunnel was dug out. After boring upward for about 5 meters, they finally broke through the snow layer. We're out at last. It's shallower than expected. Shin Siyuan climbed out of the opening and looked around. If it had been any deeper, the planks would started running short. Shanhai followed right after him. Although the impact event had already been over for a long time, the eruption of Yellowstone volcano had been added on top of it, and the thick cloud cover looked no different from a year ago. Right now, it was 2 in the afternoon, but the light outside was only as bright as an ordinary dusk. The two of them moved forward with great difficulty, crawling through the loose snow with hands and feet. The radio mast and the 5 wind turbines were still standing, but the turbine blades had all suffered varying degrees of damage and had already stopped turning. The city gate in the distance was buried again. Fortunately, the snow there wasn't very deep, and the roof was still exposed. Let us head back first. We can wait until the snow freezes hard before coming out to clear it. In this situation, even walking is difficult. Shun Siyuan suggested. Fine. Anyway, it doesn't affect the ventilation anymore. Shanhai agreed with his son's judgment. After returning to the shelter through the tunnel, Shun Siyuan restarted the diesel power system, and normal operation inside the shelter resumed. After a brief rest, the 3 men and the family drank hot coffee and discussed the situation. I'll start with the situation outside. To get things back to normal travel conditions, we still need to clear at least tens of thousands of cubic meters of snow. Shen Siyuan spoke first. Then why don't we clear the snow from the secondary entrance first? Jin-Shi offered his opinion. Yeah, as long as the ventilation is guaranteed. That's enough. The workload for clearing the main passage is too large. Shanhai also agreed. Manual labor is too inefficient. Even clearing the secondary passage would take a long time. Besides, the wind turbines need the snow cleared first before they can be repaired and restarted. Shun Siyuan shook his head. Then what if we clear a section of slope in the main passage by hand first, and then use the pickup S snow shovel to clear it? Shen Hai stroked his chin and thought. No, the tires would definitely sink into the snow. In this situation, we need a track vehicle. Jin Qi shook his head. You prepared so thoroughly, so why didn't you buy an all-terrain vehicle? Shen Hai complained at Shun Siyuan. The all-terrain vehicles you can buy are all small-wheeled ones. Tracked all-terrain vehicles are expensive, and in the country they're hard to buy through normal channels. They're basically all retired forestry fire trucks, and they're not practical at all. But don't worry, I've got a backup plan. After saying that, Shen Siyuan took the other two to rummage through the warehouse. 4 large boxes printed with the Rubitrax logo appeared before everyone. After Shen Siyuan directed his father and father-in-law to carry them onto a cart, they were taken to the off-road Jeep in the garage. Dad, now it's your car's turn to make its debut. Shen Siyuan opened the box, revealing 4-wheel tracks. Damn, they even have this kind of accessory? Jin Shi looked like he'd just seen a giant toy and got excited. Made in Canada, specially fitted for off-road vehicles on the market. When it comes to dealing with snow, aside from the Russians, they're the most professional at it. The installation process was quite simple. The 3 of them used a jack to lift the body and remove the tires. Then they mounted the 4 triangular tracks, each weighing 80 kilograms, and secured them with flange plates. The upper drive wheel was about the same size as the car hub, and the lower part had 8 small load-bearing wheels. After that, Shen Siyuan installed anti-roll limit chains on each set of tracks. Once all 4 sets of tracks had been fitted, he preheated the engine. Then he got in, turned off the Jeep's ABS braking system, and pressed the start button. After driving it around in a few simple circles to test it, a brand new snow off-road vehicle was born. For the next stretch of time, Shun Siyuan threw all his energy into clearing the snow. As long as he could open up a passage for the snow Jeep to get in and out, he could say goodbye to manual labor and hand the rest of the work over to machinery. But the actual workload far exceeded his expectations. After digging for a full 5 days, he finally cleared out a slope leading to the main passage. After using a drone to scout the nearby area and confirming there were no signs of human activity, Shen Siyuan called his father and father-in-law over the radio. As the blast-proof gate was opened once more, Jin Shi slowly drove the Jeep, already fitted with a snowplow, out of the garage. The Jeep's newly modified wheel track system pressed against the ground, producing crisp metallic scraping sounds that echoed continuously around the shelter entrance, along with the roar of the accelerator. The vehicle slowly drove up the slope, the snow letting out dull crunching sounds under the pressure. The tracks carved 2 deep ruts into the snow, yet there was no sign of slipping or sinking at all, even though the tracks were much heavier than tires. The massively increased contact area greatly reduced the pressure the vehicle exerted on the ground. Heh, seriously, this thing runs pretty damn steady, Jin Shi praised. He had never imagined that one day his off-road Jeep would be able to drive so easily over thick snow. Yeah, with this, clearing things out will be way easier from here on. Let me take it for a spin later too. Shun Hai chimed in with a cigarette hanging from his mouth, his face full of eager anticipation. You two take your time and have fun. I'm heading back to rest first. Shen Siyuan rubbed his shoulder, carried his shovel, and returned to the shelter. He planned to get some proper rest. These past few days, he had been heading out early and coming back late, busy digging like his life depended on it. He had even been dreaming about survival digging at night. If not for the powered mechanical exoskeleton, he might not have been able to hold on. As for the rest of the work, he planned to hand it all over to the 2 old men and his family. The 2 of them had been cooped up inside the shelter all day before this, and they rarely had the chance to get out for some air. They were probably already about to suffocate from boredom. In this apocalyptic environment, driving a snow vehicle could count as a rare form of entertainment. 3 days later, the snow vehicle had not only efficiently cleared a road leading to the city gate, but it also opened up an empty area large enough to park vehicles and stack miscellaneous supplies. Repairs on the wind power generator unit also got underway. The 3 of them rebuilt the scaffolding and inspected and repaired the damaged blades one by one. Taking advantage of the opportunity, they reinforced the radio signal pole again and replaced several outdoor cameras that had developed display issues. The various damaged camouflage nets were also fully repaired. As night fell, the clearing and repair work outside the shelter finally came to a complete end. Only, Shun Hai and Jin Shi seemed to still want more of the fun of driving the snow vehicle. The 2 of them gathered together, apparently discussing something. During dinner, everything they said, directly or indirectly, was about wanting to go out for a drive. One said he wanted to go back to the village and take a look. The other said he wanted to patrol the surrounding area. Shen Siyuan really couldn't win against the combined stubbornness of his 2 dads, so, in the end, he could only reluctantly agree to let them go out and tear around in the vehicle. Judging from the drone footage from before, at least within several dozen kilometers, the area could be confirmed to be uninhabited, so the safety issue wasn't that serious. The next morning, Shen Siyuan fussed over them with endless reminders like an old mother seeing her grown child off on a journey. even though track vehicles have strong off-road capability. Don't drive into dangerous areas. If it's a place where you can get stuck, you'll still get stuck, and there's no rescue now. Both oxygen generators are equipped with 3 batteries each. Once they run out, remember to plug them into the car charger right away. And after switching to tracks, the fuel consumption doubled. The remaining range shown on the car system isn't accurate anymore, so absolutely do not drive too far. All right, we got it. We're just going to drive around nearby. Nothing dangerous is going to happen. As Shun Hai spoke, he stuffed 2 small barrels of diesel into the trunk. Shen Siyuan rolled his eyes. The way these 2 old guys looked now, they seemed more like they were preparing for a long trip. He was starting to regret that he had lazily thrown the work at them in the first place, only to stir up their desire to head outside. Luckily, the weather outside was pretty good, and the strong winds from before had already stopped. If the vehicle had a problem, they could still barely walk back. At worst, they'd just have to make things a little harder on the husky in the shelter. After testing the walkie-talkie, Shen Siyuan watched the snow vehicle drive out through the city gate. He needed to stay behind and guard home. Jin Shi drove the vehicle to where Bamyukin used to be. Even after straining his eyes, all he could see was a vast white land, truly clean and empty. There's no going back to the village anymore. So what now? Head back directly or keep going? It's still early. Rare chance to come out. Let us go north, down the mountain, and take a look around the county town. We want to run into anyone inside the red line zone anyway. Shen Hai glanced at his watch. It wasn't even 9 in the morning yet. The snow vehicle sped through the mountains. The scene of the Ice Age apocalypse was desolate beyond compare. The original roads had completely vanished without a trace. The entire world was covered by a thick layer of ice and snow, as if even time itself had frozen here. By the time they reached the foot of the mountain, some huge sculptures seemingly carved by ice and snow suddenly appeared across the flat snowfield. Look over there. What's going on with those ships? Shen Hai pointed ahead. A strange sight appeared in their view. Giant vessels scattered in an orderly disorder across the vast white world. Some were half buried in the snow, exposing only their weathered hulls. Others leaned at an angle, as if they could collapse at any moment, yet somehow maintained a delicate balance. They were probably pushed inland from the coast by the earlier mega tsunami. After the seawater receded, they got stranded here. Jin Shi stepped on the brake when he saw the scene. With so many ships, how much good stuff do you think is inside? Want to go in and loot them? Shen Hai took out a pair of binoculars and began observing. What if there are survivors inside the ships? If we go in, wouldn't we just be delivering ourselves to them? Let us send up a drone and check first. Shen Hai turned around and pulled a folding drone out of the backpack on the back seat. He skillfully unfolded the drone's arms and started the device. With a soft buzzing sound, the drone slowly rose from the hood and flew toward the ships covered in ice and snow. The 2 men stared intently at the footage coming back from the drone, watching as the outlines of the ships gradually became clearer on the screen. Shen Hai controlled the drone, carefully weaving between the various vessels. From the footage, they could see that most of the ships were large bulk carriers, along with a small number of fishing boats. What a shame. No container ships, the most valuable kind. Shen sighed. A little more to the left. What's that huge thing leaning over there? Jin Shi pointed to the upper left corner of the screen. At that, Shen Hai moved the control stick, and a massive object with its hull covered in thick ice and snow appeared before them. It should be a large cruise ship. Judging by the look of it, it's at least over 100,000 tons. As the drone descended toward the stern, several English letters appeared on the screen. Adora Magic City. Ida Mofa Do Sure How? I've heard of this one too. The Silk Nation's first domestically built large cruise ship. It even made the news back then, saying it had taken down some number of the industrial crown-s jewels. Shen Hai recalled it. Doesn't matter whether it's a jewel or not. There should be plenty of good stuff inside. Jin Shi grinned, showing a row of white teeth. The drone circled the cruise ship a few times, but a layer of ice and snow had frozen over the portholes, making the interior impossible to see clearly. There were no signs of disturbance near the ventilation openings. It looked like no one was up there. Shen Hai let out a breath of relief and flew the drone back. Let us go over and see if we can find a way to climb up. Jin Shi nodded. The 2 parked the car in a hidden corner, pulled the handbrake, left the engine running and got out. Even with thick cold weather gear on, they still couldn't block the biting wind. The warm breath they exhaled through their masks turned into white mist in the freezing air. They walked through the snow, looking as tiny as 2 ants before that giant beast of a cruise ship. The ship was over 300 meters long and 37 meters wide. Looking up, one could see it had a full 15 decks, with a total height of more than 70 meters. Just the draft alone was over 8 meters. And with those towering gunnels, boarding the ship in its grounded state was clearly no easy task. There was nothing easy to climb on the smooth hull. When a cruise ship was normally docked, both passengers and supplies relied on special boarding ramps. Fortunately, one side of the ship had been pushed against the mountainside by the tsunami, forming a relatively gentle slope. After discussing it, Shen Hai and Jin Shi decided to use the mountainside as a springboard to get inside the ship. After smashing a glass window with an ice axe, the 2 entered the side corridor on the 3rd deck. After some searching, they finally found a huge open area. This was the boarding security checkpoint. as well as the lobby reception area. It also connected to the atrium bar and the stage plaza. Tables, chairs, and sofas were scattered all over the floor, and the interior was covered in ice and snow, dim and lifeless. Only under the beam of their headlamps could they barely make out the once luxurious high-end decor. Shanhai went to the guest service counter and found a tourist guide. According to the guide, decks 3 to 5 were the dining and shopping area. Decks 6 to 9 were the passenger living quarters, and decks 10 to 15 were for leisure and entertainment. There were more than 2,000 guest cabins in total, able to carry over 5,000 passengers, with an internal area of more than 40,000 square meters. It was a proper floating city. There were more than 10 restaurants and bars on the ship, along with plenty of duty-free stores. Let us search there first. Shanhai handed one guide to Jin Shi. This ship is way too big. We might get lost, Jin Shi said, looking at the dense route map. Let us just take a quick look around. We'll leave before the oxygen machine batteries run out. Shanhai headed straight for the shopping area on the 4th deck. The duty-free shops spanned 2 decks, located on the cruise ship's 4th and 5th floors, covering nearly 2,000 square meters. From the various signs, it seemed basically every top luxury brand from home and abroad was represented. Inside was a complete mess. It looked like it had already been looted once before the disaster. Still, the two of them dug out plenty of good things from the corners and crannies, stuffing them into the expensive luxury bags. Can these cosmetics and skincare products still be used? Jin Shi asked. The label says the shelf life is 3 years. After thawing, they should still be usable. Let us take them back first. All right, they're basically free anyway, and not heavy. Jin Lin should like them. The price tags are all absurd. Do people really buy these things for this much? Jin Shi counted the zeros on the tags. It's just a tool for class separation. For rich people, it's basically the same as daily necessities. If it were really cheap, they wouldn't even want to buy it. The two searched through the counters, but still couldn't find the cigarettes and fine liquor they wanted most. All they found were expensive perfumes, jewelry, luxury watches, and toy handicrafts, just fancy little useless things. After temporarily stacking the items aside, they split up and entered the nearby bar and cafe. Inside the cabinets beneath the counter, they finally found some unbroken stragglers: gin, champagne, rum, whiskey, vodka, and other spirits used for making cocktails. Jin Shi tore down a few decorative curtains, carefully wrapped the bottles, and put them into a suitcase. After that, Shanhai found some unopened coffee beans, tea bags, and various beverage concentrates in the cafe. They packed everything up and placed it near the staircase. The medical room is near the gym center on the 12th deck. Let us go find some useful supplies there. After climbing the stairs for a while, the two entered the medical room according to the map's directions. The cruise ship's clinic was quite large, with a full range of medical equipment, and even an operating room. The pharmacy shelves held a small quantity of medicine, but the variety was astonishing, well over 1,000 kinds. Shanhai quickly sorted through them, tossing the seasickness medicine, anti-allergy medicine, and expired drugs he had no use for off to the side. He swept the painkillers, cold medicine, digestive medicine, antiviral drugs, antibiotics, anti-inflammatory medicine, anesthetics, and topical ointments into the bag. The large red bag used to hold the items had just been taken from the Santa Claus mannequin at the entrance of a clothing store. Should we take these disinfectants? Jin Shi asked, picking up a bottle. Too heavy. We'll do it later if we get the chance. Everything above Deck 13 was an open-air amusement park, water park, and mini golf course. There was no need to search there. Carrying the bag, the two continued exploring the new area, preparing to go down from the other staircase. In the darkness, a little light appeared ahead. It shone in through a cracked skylight at the top, illuminating the courtyard spa below. Then they saw a shocking scene. Around the spa pool, a ring of bodies lay scattered across the floor. The pool had already dried up. In the center sat a chair, and a man in white was lying crookedly on it. Jin Shi walked closer and saw a pistol fallen on the floor. The cause of death was obviously a bullet through the head. The other dead also wore the same white tracksuits, and there were banners hanging on the surrounding walls, covered in religious symbols and fanatical slogans. An apocalypse cult? Looks like we know who the first looters were. Shanhai rummaged through the scattered supplies on the floor, found a box of cigars, pulled off the nasal tube from his oxygen machine, took out a lighter, and sat on the sofa to smoke. Jin Shi picked up the pistol from the floor, examined it for a moment, then switched off the safety. A large number of paper cups were scattered on the floor. The victims' expressions were twisted in agony, and it wasn't hard to guess the cause of death. On the table beside the bucket sat an open seal bottle, filled with white crystalline powder. Most likely it was potassium cyanide, the kind often seen in all sorts of mystery stories. Only a tiny dose was enough to quickly cause respiratory failure. It was basically one of the most violent and fastest-acting poisons known to man. A person who accidentally ingested 100 milligrams could die. Because of its intense toxicity and rapid lethality, it was often used by some cults in mass suicide incidents. The poison usually showed extremely painful expressions because they had difficulty breathing. This stuff itself had no specific smell, but it would react with human tissue in the victim's mouth, producing a bitter almond-like odor. In all kinds of movies and TV shows, Those detectives with physiques different from ordinary people would always fearlessly lean in to take a sniff, then analyze the cause of death for everyone present. Huh, this foreign stuff sucks. After taking a few puffs, Shanhai stubbed the cigar out on the coffee table and stood up. He was just about to toss it on the ground, but after hesitating for a moment, he put it back in the box and stuffed it into his pocket. The two of them continued searching the surrounding area. This time, they finally found quite a lot of unopened foreign cigarettes and alcohol. It looked like all of it had been moved over from a duty-free shop. No wonder I couldn't find any cigarettes. So they were all here. Shanhai happily sorted through carton after carton of cigarettes, all foreign brands he couldn't name. Jin Shi, meanwhile, found a locked black case. He took a fire axe from the fire equipment box and smashed the lock open. Damn, now this is a huge score. Inside the case were 2 standard-issue rifles and a large amount of ammunition. Holy shit, if that brat Shin Siyun sees this, he'll be over the moon. Shanhai came over and got excited too. Exactly. If the two of us hadn't insisted on coming out for a look around, how could we have run into something this good? While they were talking, the oxygen generator at their waist let out a faint series of beeps. After replacing the backup batteries, the two of them found a luggage trolley and hurriedly started transporting everything. But when they ran into stairs, they still had to carry things by hand. By the time they had gathered everything in the 3rd floor hall, they were so tired they could barely straighten their backs. Jin Shi dropped down a rope ladder. After climbing down, he drove the vehicle directly beneath the cruise ship. Shanhai lowered the goods to the ground with ropes. Once loading and unloading was finished, the two of them drove back to the shelter. They loudly called for Shun Siyun to bring a handcart, then hauled all the supplies inside. This trip's haul could be called astonishing. The most valuable items were the 3 firearms. 1 Type 92 pistol and 2 Type 95 automatic rifles, all standard police equipment. There were also some unopened cardboard boxes in the weapon case, along with some loose rounds. The yellow box was labeled DBP Type 95, 5.8mm standard rounds, 30 rounds. The white box was labeled DAP Type 92, 9mm standard rounds, 50 rounds. At the workbench in the processing area, Shun Siyun checked the rounds already loaded in the magazines. In total, there were 255.8mm rifle rounds left, along with 69mm pistol rounds. The last time I touched a gun was back during high school military training. I remember I only got to fire 5 rounds, and I missed every shot. As he spoke, Shin Siyun pulled the bolt and ejected the chambered round. This gun is way too ugly. It's much shorter than the Type 56 semi-auto carbine I used back when I was in the militia. Shanhai fiddled with the other rifle. You two be careful. Watch the muzzle. Don't point it at people. Jin Shi gave a cautious reminder. Meanwhile, over in the lounge area, the 3 women were frantically picking through the bags and jars spread all over the table and floor. Jean Lin was explaining the uses of the different products to her mother and mother-in-law, as if reciting family treasures. Little brown bottle, little black bottle, little light bulb. Big red bottle, green treasure bottle, golden double bottle, plus things like gold capsules, silver capsules, V-Face essence, anti-gravity essence. One stream of jargon after another left the 2 women across from her completely dazed. I've never seen Jean Lin willing to spend money on this stuff before. How does she know so much? Wang Qin asked in confusion. She has always liked researching this stuff. She even freeloaded quite a few sample sizes before. It's just a hobby. Let her have fun. Yang Fen laughed. The 2 mothers looked at the excited Jean Lin and revealed loving maternal smiles. Seeing that her sales pitch was useless, Jean Lin turned to fiddling with the various handbags and jewelry instead. They were all expensive things like Donkey Brand, Ancient Pool, AI Nyosher, Chanel, and the like. On this freebie trip, she was probably the biggest winner. Shin Mu, meanwhile, sat under a phototherapy lamp, happily putting together the Lego model they had just brought back. On the front of the box were the words, Ida Magic City Cruise Ship. 2 days later, after the 2 old men had recovered their bags, Shun Siyun once again gathered the scavenging squad to discuss the next transport plan. From her description, everything above the 3rd deck should already have been searched. There is actually still a lot of good stuff. There's still plenty of clothes, shoes, and socks in the clothing store that we didn't take, Jin Shi added. Got it. Shun Siyun wrote it down in his notebook, then picked up the cruise ship model he had snatched from little Shun Mu's hands. From a model, the bottom deck is the machinery and engine room. The maintenance workshop and tool room are there too. The 2nd deck is the crew rest area and the public service area. Next, that be the key area for our supply collection. Every time a cruise ship sets sail, it needs a huge amount of supply stock, like food, consumables, cleaning supplies, and so on. Those materials are usually stored in warehouses on the lower decks, Shanhai agreed, to keep passengers from entering the work areas. The doors will most likely be locked. We should bring pry bars on the next trip. We might even have to pry open a key cabinet. After making thorough preparations, they set out once more for the cruise ship to loot supplies. As expected, the doors to the work areas were tightly locked. After some searching, Shin Siyun found the key to the 2nd floor work area in the security department's duty room. Then he pried open the office door of the engineering maintenance department and finally found all the backup keys. After unlocking all the areas, The three of them successfully located large quantities of supplies in the various storerooms by following the fire evacuation maps on the walls. Although the ingredients in the large cold storage room next to the central kitchen were now frozen solid, they looked no longer fit for consumption. Fortunately, the food warehouse held a large amount of cooking oil, dried food ingredients, and canned food. There was also every kind of bottled water and soft drink one could want. The cleaning supplies warehouse was scattered with large amounts of cleaning products, such as detergent, cleaning solution, disinfectant, and so on. The daily necessities warehouse was also stacked with toilet paper, towels, personal care products, and all kinds of disposable items, besides crew members' personal supplies and work uniforms. The crew supplies warehouse also held a lot of life-saving equipment and emergency gear. The parts warehouse was filled with repair replacement parts of all sizes. Faced with one mountain of treasure after another, the biggest problem now had become how to transport it all back. After some discussion, the three decided to use inflatable life rafts to load the cargo, then tow them back to the shelter with the tracked vehicle. There were 20 large lifeboats mounted outside the cruise ship, and they were very conspicuous. Since they were all hardshell boats, they obviously didn't meet the requirements. However, after some investigation, the three found white cylindrical inflatable life rafts on the outer side of the fourth deck. After checking the fixing devices at the bottom, Shen Siyuan discovered that the hydrostatic release units were all still in perfect condition, and that there was a rope connected to each of the front and rear ends of the cylinder. Inside the hydrostatic release unit was a sealed chamber, with a blade held in place at the center by a dual-spring mechanical structure. When the life raft reached a depth of 15 to 4 meters underwater, water pressure would trigger the mechanism's threshold, causing the blade to spring out, cut the rear rope, and release the life raft. The life raft would then automatically float upward while pulling the 40-meter front rope. When the front rope was pulled all the way taut, it would activate the internal gas cylinder, releasing a mixed gas made of carbon dioxide and nitrogen to inflate the life raft, and the white cylinder would split into two halves. Once the raft body inflated, its buoyancy would increase greatly. At that point, the weak link connector on the other end of the front rope would be pulled apart. The inflatable life raft would then completely break free from its connection to the deck and float up to the surface. After that, people in the water could board it and wait for rescue. The entire process required no human intervention at all, following the illustrated instructions on the outside of the casing. Shen Siyuan began operating it by hand. He undid the securing straps around the raft body, then removed the safety pin from the release device and tossed the life raft down. After that, he kept pulling the lanyard by hand, and an orange-red circular flower bloomed open on the snow. Back on the ground, Shen Siyuan packed up the fully inflated life raft. Aside from the thick inflatable base at the bottom, the life raft also had a canopy on top. The inside was lined with an aluminum foil insulation layer that could block out the cold and had excellent heat retention. It could basically be seen as a large tent that deployed fully automatically. Its interior space was roomy and could hold up to 6 people. Whether on land or at sea, it made for a pretty good temporary shelter. Shen Siyuan climbed into the life raft and switched on the light fixed to the canopy. He then saw 2 paddles and a large supply bag secured inside. After pulling open the zipper on the supply bag, he found it stuffed full of survival supplies. Using the equipment checklist, he began taking inventory of the items inside. The smaller items included 1 emergency medical kit, 1 waterproof flashlight for AA batteries, 1 baler, 1 survival knife, 1 whistle, 1 inflatable radar reflector, 1 daylight signaling mirror, 1 drinking cup, 6 sanitary bags, 1 manual air pump, 1 spare rope, 1 spare sea anchor, 40 seasickness pills, 1 marine survival manual, 1 record logbook, and 1 waterproof pen. The larger items were the distress signaling system, a tool bucket, thermal gear, as well as food and water. The distress signaling system consisted of red parachute flare launchers, handheld flare sticks, and orange smoke canisters. The red parachute flare launcher contained 2 rocket tubes. Tear open the moisture-proof paper and pull the ring, and it could launch a flare vertically to a height of over 300 meters, where it would keep burning for over 40 seconds. There were 6 handheld flare sticks. Once activated, each would keep burning for 1 minute and could be waved by someone signaling for help. If the stand on the casing was opened, they could also be placed on the ground as a kind of guide signal. When used, they gave off a strong red light, enough to illuminate an area several dozen meters around. Because the atmosphere they created was so intense, they often showed up in all kinds of disaster or horror movies. There were also 2 orange smoke signal canisters. Once opened, they could release a large amount of smoke for more than 10 minutes. Besides glue, plugs, a brush, and a scraper for repairing the raft, the tool bucket also contained a full set of fishing hooks, line, and lure spoons for fishing. The thermal gear bag contained 2 cold weather suits, with a waterproof outer layer and an aluminum foil inner layer, making them waterproof and moisture resistant. In addition, there were 10 packs of emergency compressed biscuits and 20 foil packs of emergency drinking water, the same kind as the supplies Shen Siyuan had previously buried along the retreat route. Even the white cylindrical outer casing, once split into 2 halves, could be used as a container for storing water or supplies. All in all, for residents of coastal regions, The inflatable life rafts carried on ships were practically post-apocalyptic treasure chests. They had food, drink, and tools. When disaster struck, opening just one was enough to live comfortably for quite a while. After briefly organizing the inside of the life raft, Shun Siyuan climbed back out. There was a ring of rope along both the outside and inside of the raft for climbing and securing items. And there were also 2 ropes at the bottom for fastening the sea anchor. A sea anchor, also called a drift anchor, looked like a conical sheet of plastic fabric. Its main purpose was to keep the life raft stable and prevent the round raft from spinning in place. It could also reduce the raft's drift speed and keep wind and waves from turning it broadside and capsizing it. At this moment, it saved Shun Siyuan quite a bit of work. After shortening the 2 ropes, he tied them directly to the tow hook at the rear of the SUV. After that, the 3 of them used the same method to open another 4 life rafts. After loading all kinds of scavenged supplies into them, they secured everything in place with ropes. With the snow vehicle pulling in front and 5 life rafts being dragged behind, the whole thing looked like a game of Snake from the outside. Each life raft could hold 800 kilograms of supplies. With the snow vehicle's own cargo capacity added in, they could haul around 5 tons of goods in a single trip. Over the following days, Shin Siyuan and the other 2 began transporting supplies at a pace of 1 trip per day. To improve efficiency, they studied the lifeboat launching equipment installed on the 3rd deck of the cruise ship and modified it into a temporary crane for cargo handling. There were 20 large lifeboats, and each one could carry over 300 passengers. Naturally, the emergency supplies inside far exceeded those in the life rafts, and the scavenger squad happily took them all. Under the strain of high-intensity towing, some of the life rafts quickly became damaged. Since there were still plenty of life rafts left on the ship, the 3 of them did not hesitate to trade the old for the new and keep opening lids for prizes. As their transport techniques became more and more practiced, the snowfield snake train grew longer and longer, with the number of life rafts reaching as many as 7. On the 19th day after the transport work began, Shin Siyuan sat in the captain's cabin flipping through the voyage log. This cruise ship used Modu as its home port, and mainly ran medium to long-distance tourist routes to Wugwa and Nanbang. It completed 7 to 8 voyages each month, and the refueling frequency was about once or twice a month. Its last return to port had been at 6 o'clock in the morning on June 8th of last year, after which it was affected by the solar storm and stopped sailing. Judging by the refueling schedule, the fuel left on board should be less than 1/5. When the cruise ship was cruising at high speed, it mainly used heavy fuel oil, which was of little significance to the shelter. But in order to reduce vibration and noise and improve comfort, the ship also used a diesel engine and electric drive system for medium and low-speed sailing and assisted docking. Recently, because they had been frequently using the gas-guzzling snow vehicle to haul cargo, diesel consumption had risen sharply. So Shin Siyuan set his sights on the cruise ship's fuel tanks. If we find the diesel, how are we supposed to get it out? In the pitch-black diesel engine room, Shun Hai snapped a glow stick and tossed it at a corner as a marker. Marine engines usually have a fuel inspection port or a tank drain port. Once we find it, we just open it, and the diesel should flow out on its own. Using his headlamp to light up the work manual in his hand, Jin Shi searched through the dense maze of pipelines and valves. Behind him, Shin Siyuan wore a powered mechanical exoskeleton and pushed a transport cart. On the cart were 6 stainless steel beer kegs to use as containers for transporting diesel, each of which could hold 100 liters of liquid. These kegs had all been found in a craft beer shop. There had been more than a dozen in total, and all of them had good sealing and corrosion resistance. Containers used for diesel not only had to be sturdy enough, but also had to prevent static sparks from being generated. Because of that, wooden barrels, plastic containers, and glass containers were all unsuitable for storing diesel. Found the drain port. After a round of searching, Jin Shi called the other 2 over. But after opening the valve, no fuel flowed out. This ship uses DMX marine gas oil, about the same as -10 diesel. It's probably frozen, Shun Siyuan explained. No other way, then. We'll have to start the engine room's emergency power supply and use the low-temperature assist start device to heat the fuel tank. Jin Shi flipped through the work manual and came up with a solution. After coming down from the cruise ship, Shin Siyuan returned to the snow vehicle and used a siphon to draw out 1 barrel of diesel from the vehicle's fuel tank. In an outside environment of more than 30 degrees below zero, the wax components in low-grade diesel would rapidly begin to crystallize. A waxy layer would form on the surface, and after a while, it would lose its flowability until it completely solidified. Then it would clog the fuel supply system and affect the engine's normal operation. The diesel grade only referred to its condensation point. In actual use, the cold filter plugging point also had to be considered. The cold filter plugging point was generally 4 to 6 degrees Celsius higher than the condensation point. When the diesel temperature dropped to the cold filter plugging point, its flow performance had already started to decline. Because of that, the engine would fail to start. So the actual suitable temperature range for -10 diesel was from 4 degrees Celsius to -5 degrees Celsius. By the same logic, -20 diesel was suitable from -5 degrees Celsius to -14 degrees Celsius. -35 diesel was suitable from -14 degrees Celsius to -29 degrees Celsius. and minus 50 diesel was suitable from minus 29 degrees Celsius to minus 44 degrees Celsius. If the temperature dropped any lower, pour point depressants and heating insulation measures would be needed. The cost of living and the difficulty of survival in frigid regions were reflected in every aspect of life. Carrying a large barrel of diesel, Shun Siyuan returned to the cruise ship's engine room. Then he used the butane canister stove from the restaurant to heat the iron bucket of diesel in a pot with a water bath. Water bath heating was a safe heating method that could effectively avoid the fire risk that direct heating might cause. The flash point of diesel was generally around 55 degrees Celsius. As long as the heating temperature was controlled at around 50 degrees, there was basically no danger. After a while, Shun Siyuan took off his gloves and touched it. Once he felt the temperature was about right, he poured the diesel into the emergency generator set in the engine room. Then he found a starter rope and began pulling hard. Each pull was accompanied by the spinning sound of the flywheel and the clicking of the starter by his ear. Whoosh clack, whoosh clack. The rhythmic mechanical noise kept ringing out, echoing through the quiet engine room. On Shun Siyuan's 10th pull, the generator suddenly let out a rumbling roar, like a sleeping beast being awakened. Its vibrations spread through the entire machine room. The exhaust pipe followed with put-put-put bursts, and the distinct smell of diesel spread through the air. As the lights on the control box lit up, Jin Shi pressed several switches according to the manual. The lights in the engine room turned on, and the industrial control computer restarted as well. The operation screen was a sea of red, filled with all kinds of fault codes and error codes. But Shin Siyuan and the others had no plans to restart the cruise ship. There was far too much work to do, and it was far too difficult. With only the strength of 3 people, it was an impossible task. Luckily, after studying it for a while, Jin Shi got the automatic low-temperature auxiliary starting device running normally. After a while, the indicator lights for the oil temperature control heater and the fuel preheater lit up. The machine has already started working. We'll probably have to wait a while. Jin Shi shouted. It's too noisy here. Let us go out and gather supplies first. Shun Siyuan yelled at the top of his lungs. Is this bit of diesel enough? Shun Hai roared into Shun Siyuan's ear. There was already diesel in the tank to begin with. 1 barrel of hot diesel, and it all melted open. It's definitely enough, Shun Siyuan shouted back. The 3 left the engine room on the bottom deck. On the way up, they also opened several portholes in the second floor work area above to increase airflow. Then they got to work packing up all kinds of repair tools, parts, and spare components from the maintenance workshop and tool room. They also unexpectedly found some security equipment, such as police spray, stun batons, expandable batons, riot control forks, riot shields, and stab-resistant vests. An hour later, the 3 returned to the engine room. The industrial control computer showed that the diesel temperature had risen, so its flowability should have recovered. After placing a stainless steel wine barrel beneath the oil tank's drain outlet, Jin Shi turned the valve above once more. This time liquid came out, but it was all thick black fluid. Damn, this is way too filthy. Jin Shi shut the valve again. Let us find some trash cans and drain out the sludge first. After we dump some, the rest should be clean. Shun Siyuan went up and found some large trash bins, then carried them down. After filling 7 large bins, the black diesel gradually began to lighten. Under normal circumstances, this was because the diesel had failed to burn completely inside the engine, causing some carbon particles to enter the fuel tank. That turned the diesel in the tank black, and together with various impurities, it settled at the very bottom. There could be many specific causes. Injector failure, too much engine oil, engine aging, or a clogged air filter could all be responsible. Therefore, when maintaining an engine, sludge had to be drained first, and the fuel tank and fuel lines had to be cleaned. When they saw that the diesel had returned to its normal light yellow color, Shanghai hurriedly moved over the stainless steel wine barrel to collect it. After all 6 large wine barrels were filled, Shun Siyuan, wearing the powered mechanical exoskeleton, started on the heavy labor. 100 liters of diesel weighed about 83 kilograms. 12 barrels together came to nearly 1 ton. From then on, every supply transport trip Shun Siyuan and the others made would consistently haul away that amount, using an explosion-proof diesel filling machine. They pumped the diesel into the shelter's only previously opened fuel storage tank. At the same time, they did not forget to keep refueling the emergency generator, maintaining the fuel preheater in continuous working condition. Judging from the gauges, there were still more than 90 tons of diesel left in the cruise ship. For Shen Siyuan and the others, it was practically impossible to use it all up. Even after refilling the shelter's fuel tank to the brim, it still had not reached the bottom. However, this diesel had already been stored for more than 1 year. And unlike when Shun Siyuan had bought fuel himself, no additives had been mixed into it to extend its shelf life, such as antioxidants, water dispersants, pour point depressants, stabilizers, and cetane improvers. The fuel quality had already declined noticeably. It could only be used as a supplement, so storing too much of it had no meaning. After high-intensity hauling, in just a little over 2 months, every kind of supply in the cruise ship's warehouse had been completely moved out. More than 400 tons of supplies packed the entire shelter to the brim. Even the once spacious city gate area was now piled full of things. all neatly arranged on shelves. Clearly, those shelves had also been dismantled from the cruise ship and then reassembled by the scavenging squad. The three men of Shun Siyun's family were full of a sense of accomplishment, but sadly, age spared no one, and their bodies really could not take it anymore. After such a long period of running around outdoors, they had truly had their fill of the wind and snow outside. They unanimously decided that next, they would stay properly holed up in the shelter for the winter and recuperate. On the second day after the cruise ship transport operation ended, Shen Siyun woke up in bed. He checked his smart wristband. It was now 9:30 in the morning. At some point, Jean Lin had already gotten up. He was the only one left in the room. The reason he was sleeping in was naturally because after fighting nonstop for more than 2 months, his body was indeed exhausted. On the other hand, it was because the soft, warm bed was like a cozy nest with some kind of magical pull, making him sink into it and unable to break free. The double bed Shen Siyun was lying on now had already been upgraded and reinforced in every possible way. The mattress was a Hasens imported from Sweden. As a century-old brand that supplied royal families around the world, it was famous for its comfortable sleeping experience. The materials used included horsehair, alpaca wool, cotton, and other all-natural materials. It was handmade, and its price exceeded 6 figures. The pillows and bedding were a full set from Italian fret, made with 100-count Egyptian long staple cotton, exquisitely crafted, smooth in color like silk, with outstanding texture. All these luxury items had been moved out by Shun Siyun from the cruise ship as panoramic presidential suite. So there was nothing to complain about when it came to luxury and comfort. After lying under the covers and watching a documentary on his phone for a while, then rolling around for half an hour, Shun Siyun finally decided to get up and grab something to eat first. He walked straight to the bathroom and took care of his bodily needs. Then he gently undid the buttons on the Wadani silk pajamas he was wearing, took them off, and tossed them into the dirty laundry basket. He stepped into the shower. Even the toiletries inside had been replaced with Acqua di Parma, the luxury brand known as an Italian fragrance house. Warm water poured down, and a fresh, pleasant scent gradually spread through the air. After washing himself clean, Shen Siyun used a soft towel to dry off the droplets on his body, then pulled on a double-layer velvet bathrobe. This bathrobe was also from the famous Italian brand Fret. It felt unbelievably soft and comfortable, wrapping around his body as lightly as a cloud. After finishing up in the bathroom, Shen Siyun strolled over to the wet bar and skillfully started up an exquisite Nespresso coffee machine. Along with the faint hum of the machine, a rich cup of capsule coffee was brewed in no time. He lifted the cup and took a sip. The mellow coffee flavor instantly filled his mouth, making his spirits rise. After that, he flopped down onto the Minotti sofa in the living room. The sofa's elasticity was just right, and his whole body sank into it. He couldn't help letting out a satisfied groan. This foreign stuff really is beautiful. Rich people really know how to enjoy life. These brands were things Shun Siyun had only heard about before in some urban web novels. He had never seen the real items with his own eyes. Although moving all this stuff back had taken a lot of effort, judging from the result, it had definitely been worth it. He was already getting a little addicted to $0 shopping. Last night, even in his dreams, he had been moving things. He checked the surveillance feed on his phone. Everything in his shelter was normal. His family all seemed to be awake already, each busy sorting out different items. After changing clothes, Shun Siyun carried the dirty laundry basket out of the room. In the leisure area, all the furniture had been replaced, and the walls were covered with various artistic paintings. Jean Lin was standing in front of a mirror, trying to match jewelry and handbags with her new clothes and new shoes. "Hey, what are you doing?" Shen Siyun walked over and greeted her. "Husband, do I look good?" Jean Lin turned around and smiled brightly. You look so good I want to wear it myself." As soon as he said that, he wrapped his arms around her, and the two of them burst into giggles. As the saying went, clothes made the man just as gold adorned the Buddha. At this moment, Jean Lin's elegant, luxurious, radiant outfit truly made Shen Siyun's eyes light up. In the past, he had usually scoffed at this kind of lavish clothing and jewelry. He had even viewed it as completely unnecessary spending, nothing more than a way for merchants to fleece consumers with an intelligence tax. However, when he saw with his own eyes the charming grace Jean Lin showed while wearing this outfit, along with the joy rising naturally from the bottom of her heart, his thinking began to change subtly. Thinking about it, if these things could make a woman bloom with a smile and feel happiness and joy, then that alone already gave them value. Off to the side, Shun Mu was sitting at the table, playing with a full set of Hasbro Transformers toys. The three of them had previously packed up an entire toy store. Before his son grew up, there would be enough there for him to play with something different every year. Shen Siyun kept walking forward and saw Jin Shi sitting at the bar, tasting liquor, with more than a dozen bottles laid out in front of him. "Dad, why are you drinking this early in the morning?" Looking at his father-in-law, taking up a wine glass and lightly sipping from it, complicated emotions rose in Shun Siyun's heart. It really was a mixed feeling. Jin Shi smiled faintly, gently set down the glass in his hand, and said, "Don't make such a fuss. I haven't had that much. I just want to taste it a little. Look, this foreign liquor really tastes pretty good. Why don't you come try some too?" As he spoke, he reached out and picked up a bottle of Remy Martin Louis XIII. The exquisite bottle was made of crystal, and under the light, it shone with dazzling silver brilliance like a radiant pearl, impossible not to notice. However, Shun Siyuan quickly waved his hands and politely refused. No, I'm still hungry right now. I haven't even had breakfast yet. With that, he turned and hurried toward the dining room, afraid he might get stopped and pressed into drinking. As he passed the smoking room, he looked through the glass door and saw that the inside was thick with smoke, almost like an immortal realm. He could barely make out a person sitting in a chair, and the face was completely impossible to see clearly. Turn on the exhaust fan. Don't suffocate yourself in there. Shen Siyuan knocked hard on the glass. You brat, cursing your old man again. Shen Hai's angry voice came from inside. Hearing that his dad sounded full of energy, Shen Siyuan felt relieved and walked into the housekeeping area, tossing the dirty clothes into the washing machine. The lift-up drying rack was covered with all kinds of clothes waiting to be ironed. When he arrived at the dining room, the porridge in the rice cooker was still on warm. Shen Siyuan served himself a bowl and sat down to eat. He was shocked to discover that the side dishes on the table had turned into canned caviar, slices of Iberian ham, and crab floss. Because they had moved so many things, he had completely forgotten when exactly these items had appeared. After finishing breakfast in great satisfaction, he carried his bowl and chopsticks into the kitchen. Wang Xin was standing in front of the induction stove, stewing who knew what. Mom, what are you cooking? The one on the left is bird's nest soup, and the one on the right is shark fin soup. That's way too nourishing. Won't I get nosebleed from eating that? Shen Siyuan frowned. Come on, we've been living in here for over a year already. The food we eat has only been the same few things. It's rare that we can change up the flavor, so say less. All right then. Dad and Jinlin's dad have been working so hard outside lately, so they really should get some proper nourishment. Make sure to finish it all at lunch. Stop being so petty. Tonight there's ginseng chicken soup, and Kin Buddha jumps over the wall too. Eat freely. Faced with his mother's boldness, he was instantly speechless, seeing that his family members were all busy enjoying themselves in their own ways. Shen Siyuan could only head silently to the planting area to finish the daily farm work. There was now an additional large fish tank in the planting area, along with a coupled water circulation system. Shen Siyuan had already finished building the shelter's first integrated chicken-fish-vegetable symbiotic circulation system. Although the raw material reserves for hydroponic nutrient solution were extremely abundant, enough to last for 10 years with room to spare, they were still ultimately living off stored supplies. Shen Siyuan still hoped to challenge himself and achieve self-sufficiency through ecological circulation. The chicken-fish-vegetable symbiotic circulation system was a model of ecological circular agriculture. Through scientific design, it achieved ecological balance where fish could be raised without changing the water and vegetables could be grown without applying fertilizer. It had advantages such as saving water and land, reducing pests and disease, and maintaining ecological circulation. In terms of principle, this symbiotic circulation system was actually very simple, following the principle of material recycling and regeneration. That is, elements such as carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, phosphorus, and sulfur that make up living organisms continuously cycle from the inorganic environment to biological communities, and then from biological communities back to the inorganic environment. This system was mainly composed of 4 parts: an aquaculture pond, poultry breeding cages, insect breeding boxes, and a vegetable hydroponic setup. The aquaculture pond was used to raise fish and provide aquatic products. A trap water zone was set above the pond. After wastewater from the bottom of the fish tank entered the trap water zone, it would undergo filtration and separation. Then, bacteria in the bacterial packs and bacterial balls would decompose and convert nitrogen-containing harmful substances such as fish waste and insect waste into nitrates that plants could absorb and use. Water containing nutrients such as nitrates enters the vegetable hydroponic unit and stays there. After the plants absorb the nutrients, it can become clean water again. The treated clean water is then sterilized by UV lamp and can be used to supply water for the poultry breeding unit. The remaining sterilized water flows back into the fish tank again, where it is further purified by the aquatic plants inside, while an oxygen pump also provides the fish with enough oxygen. The aquaculture pond and the vegetable hydroponic unit form a one-way, closed-loop water circulation system. All the water in the system is driven by water pumps to maintain one-way flow. The water cycles over and over, endlessly. The vegetables and aquatic plants grown in the system are mixed with feed and used together to feed the chickens. Insect breeding equipment is installed beneath the chicken coop, and the chicken droppings fall into it. The mealworms inside can eat chicken droppings, vegetables, and aquatic plants. Once raised, the mealworms are used to feed both the chickens and the fish. Through scientific ecological design, fish, insects, chickens, microorganisms, and plants achieve a harmonious symbiotic balance within the water cycle. This creates a symbiotic relationship where fish can be raised without changing the water and still have no worries about water quality, while vegetables can grow vigorously without fertilizer. The energy in this system comes from the light of the grow lamps, with chicken feed providing material supplementation. while lost moisture is replenished by condensed water at the ventilation outlets. It sounded simple in principle, but actually keeping this system running stably for a long time was quite difficult. Up to now, Shun Siyuan had only dared to try it on a small scale. During the previous year of practice, he had already failed many times. Either the concentration of the hydroponic solution was too low and the plants grew poorly, or the fish tank water became eutrophic, causing the fish to die. Basically, only low-demand vegetables like water spinach and lettuce could survive. Fortunately, what Shun Siyuan raised were hardy tilapia. Other delicate freshwater fish with high water quality requirements would basically have no chance of surviving in this kind of water. During this period, the symbiotic system also went through multiple algae blooms. To deal with the algae, he had even put some field snails into it. These field snails had originally been kept in reserve for cleaning the fish tank. Once grown, people could eat them, chickens could eat them too, and their shells could even be crushed into calcium powder and mixed into feed as a calcium supplement. But after the field snails reproduced in large numbers, the baby snails clogged the pipes, causing severe leaks in the system and leaving him in an extremely sorry state for a while. A symbiotic system was a miniature version of an ecosystem. In Blue Star's real biosphere, resources such as atmosphere, water, microorganisms, and plants corresponding to all kinds of living things were extremely abundant. There was also a very high degree of spatial and energy redundancy, giving it great resilience against all kinds of sudden situations. Life would also gradually evolve, adapt to the environment, transform the environment, and eventually achieve balance. Even in the aftermath of asteroid impacts or supervolcanic eruptions, there would always be places on Blue Star that left behind sparks of life, lying dormant and waiting to flourish again in the future. But small ecosystems were extremely fragile. Even the slightest change in the content of a certain element could cause the entire system to collapse rapidly. In 1991, in order to explore the possibility of future space colonization, the United States simulated Blue Star's biosphere and built a closed ecological system. Because the project referred to Blue Star itself as Biosphere 1, it was named the Biosphere 2 project. Within an internal area of 130,000 square meters, a large number of different species were introduced to simulate multiple natural ecosystems, including ocean, desert, tropical rainforest, grassland, and swamp ecosystems, for men and for women. A total of 8 researchers entered Biosphere 2 for the first time and stayed for a total of 21 months. The experiment ultimately ended in failure, unable to achieve a long-term, self-sustaining ecological cycle. The publicly stated reason was that the oxygen level inside Biosphere 2 dropped while the carbon dioxide level rose. This was mainly because bacteria consumed large amounts of oxygen while decomposing organic matter in the soil. At the same time, the carbon dioxide released was absorbed by the concrete structure, resulting in oxygen levels too low to sustain the researchers' lives. But more than 10 years after the experiment, personnel withdrew. When people returned to explore the inside of Biosphere 2, they were surprised to discover that, without interference from human activity, the plants and insects sealed inside had restored balance on their own. Although many plants failed to survive, and the plants and crops that relied on insect pollination were completely wiped out, all the other plants grew vigorously, while cockroaches, crickets, and ants also survived. This experiment had actually already proven that a small ecosystem could achieve self-circulation on the condition that it did not have to support large animals like humans. The environment of the mountain shelter was far inferior to that of the Biosphere 2 project. That was also an important reason why Shun Siyuan had not tried to challenge internal circulation in his shelter design from the very beginning. The difficulty was too great. There was no possibility of long-term stable operation. After finishing the farm work, Shun Siyuan returned to the leisure area. The cat and the dog had already been let out to move around. Machio had a donkey brand bell hanging around its neck, and the sound was very crisp. Yongfun was holding Anren's Anyushi collar with a rope, stopping it from licking the truffle chocolate that Shun Mu had accidentally dropped on the ground. Theobromine and caffeine, the two components contained in chocolate, were both stimulants of the nervous system and highly toxic to dogs. They could cause cardiovascular system failure and endocrine system disorder, thereby damaging internal organs. To dogs, it was a dangerous substance. Seeing how lively the home was, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Shun Siyuan's mouth. Just then his wristband began to vibrate. When Shun Siyuan saw the warning message that had been pushed to him, he suddenly rushed toward the central control room. The warning notification pushed to the wristband came from the video surveillance system. The outdoor cameras had motion detection enabled. When a moving object was detected in the frame, the video analysis software would immediately start up. The video analysis software automatically extracted and analyzed key information from the video source, then immediately pushed danger alerts of different levels. According to the potential threat level, emergency status, and proximity of the intruding object, the warning signals were divided into 4 levels: blue, yellow, orange, and red. This system had been operating stably for nearly 2 years. In the beginning, because there was a lot of vegetation and many animals, there had been some false alarms. Ever since the heavy snow sealed off the mountain, the image had become abnormally clean and simple, and there had never been another false alarm. After that, the surveillance system would at most trigger a level 4 alert, while occasional falling rocks would be recorded in the system log. What Shen Siyuan had just received was a level 1 red alert. The video analysis identified it as an unknown large object approaching. That meant that at the very least, something about the size of a human or a vehicle was approaching the city gate. After rushing into the central control room, he immediately began operating the surveillance console. Once the feed switched to the alarm camera, he was stunned to discover a herd of deer slowly approaching the Shelter S city gate. At that moment, Shen Hai and Jin Shi also hurried in, heading straight into the armory to grab equipment. To see more clearly, Shen Siyuan immediately adjusted the camera angle. He quickly zoomed in on the image and carefully observed these uninvited guests. As the image enlarged, he was shocked to discover that these deer were not wild animals, but a herd of reindeer. They were huge in size, and their gray-brown fur and massive antlers stood out especially clearly in the snow. Moreover, all of these reindeer had green tags attached to their ears, clearly marks of human domestication. Shen Siyuan's brows were tightly furrowed as he rapidly thought through why these reindeer had appeared here. Had someone been herding them nearby? Or had they escaped their original owner and gone wild again? Shen Siyuan knew he had to make a decision as soon as possible, because the appearance of these reindeer might signal an even greater crisis. What kind of people came over? Shen Hai walked over while putting on a bulletproof vest. Didn't he see anyone? It's a herd of reindeer. Shen Siyuan shook his head, switched cameras, changed angles, and kept observing. Reindeer? Then doesn't that mean Santa Claus is here knocking on the door? After slinging his gun strap over his shoulder, Jin Shi began watching the surveillance feed. At this time, everyone else in the house also ran in. Doesn't matter. Follow the emergency plan we drilled before. First, go to the city gate and stand guard. I'm going too. Mom, you two stay here with Mumu. Jean Lin walked into the armory and took out a compound bow. After the personnel going outside for defense put on bulletproof vests and ballistic helmets, they each grabbed their equipment and assembled. After putting on the powered mechanical exoskeleton, Shen Siyuan picked up the heaviest ammo box and shield and led his family out of the shelter. After climbing up to the city gate, Shen Siyuan discovered that the herd of reindeer had already arrived below it and had started chewing on the camouflage net laid over it. I know why the reindeer came here. They mistook the snow camouflage net for moss or lichen. Jin Shi lay on the wall and looked around with binoculars, but found no trace of humans. The low-altitude security radar did not detect any drones within a range of 5 kilometers, so the jammer was not activated either. Shen Hai hurriedly launched a drone and began pushing the control stick to gain altitude. For a civilian aerial photography drone, if not cracked, the maximum flight altitude was 500 meters. Without interference or obstruction, the maximum effective signal range was about 20 kilometers. Once the flight altitude exceeded 100 meters, people on the ground could no longer hear the rotor noise. And because it was very small, it was also hard to spot with the naked eye, making it an extremely covert reconnaissance method. After searching for more than 10 minutes, Shen Hai finally found a suspicious target at the original location of Bamboo Village. Look at this. What is it? Everyone present gathered around. On the screen appeared a cone-shaped shelter. It looked like it had been built with some slender wooden poles as a frame, with canvas wrapped around the outside. Is this a yurt? Jean Lin asked doubtfully. Doesn't he look like one? It's too pointed and too tall, and a lot rougher too. After lowering the drone, Shen Hai switched the aerial camera to the telephoto lens. Once the image enlarged, they could see a man chopping firewood near the shelter, while a woman beside him was helping gather it. My God, did we run into nomads? Looks like it. Search around nearby a bit more and see exactly how many people came. The drone began circling nearby and carefully searching the area. Before the battery reached the return limit, they still did not see anyone else in the surroundings. However, from the smoke rising out of the ventilation hole at the top of the shelter, it could be judged that there were still people inside. After confirming that there was no immediate danger, everyone finally let out a temporary sigh of relief. As the tension gradually faded, they immediately began discussing what to do next. What we do now? Just drive the reindeer away? Jean Lin asked first. They don't have many people, and they haven't noticed the shelter's existence. How about we just leave it at that? Jin Shi agreed with his daughter's view. No, from how things look now, they're planning to stay here for a while and let the reindeer forage nearby. Sooner or later, they'll find this place. Shen Hai frowned. If you ask me, we should strike first and drive them off. Shen Siyuan spoke up. He understood that the shelter's most important defensive method was concealment. In the apocalypse, once a shelter was exposed, the risk of it being breached would skyrocket. Now that they had firearms, under a surprise attack, they had an extremely high chance of eliminating them without taking losses. At this moment, he had already developed killing intent. Shen Siyuan and I will take the guns and go over to negotiate. You two stay here and guard the place. We'll stay in contact over the walkie-talkies. Shen Hai sensed his son's intentions and immediately began playing along. Before Jin Shi and his daughter could even react, Shen Siyuan and Shen Hai went straight down from the city gate. The two put on snow ghillie suits, picked up their rifles, and opened the industrial lift door. When the reindeer herd at the entrance saw the gate rising, they were not afraid. They curiously sized up the humans who appeared. Human and deer stared at each other with wide eyes. Everyone stood still without moving. Shen Siyuan glanced at the camouflage net that had been chewed bare side and rushed straight out. A white reindeer at the front started running, and the whole herd began moving with it. The two then advanced all the way forward, carefully approaching the location of the shelter. After Shen Siyuan made a hand signal, they moved in from left and right to surround it. Before the operation began, father and son silently turned off their walkie-talkies. Obviously, neither of them wanted the rest of the family to know what was about to happen next. Just as they were slowly moving closer and about to reach the shelter, a dog suddenly dashed out from nearby and started barking. Realizing they had been exposed, the two immediately ran over and pointed their guns at the man and woman who had been chopping wood. "Kneel down now, or I'll shoot," Shen Siyuan shouted. When the woman saw two snowmen suddenly rush out holding guns, she was so frightened that she collapsed onto the ground. The man had just tried to resist when Shen Siyuan immediately fired. The bullet grazed past the man's head. In truth, Shen Siyuan had aimed at his head. It was only because the man's body swayed that the shot just happened to miss. The man threw down the axe in his hand, clasped his hands over his head, and knelt in the snow. Don't shoot, don't shoot. I surrender." Seeing that the situation was hopeless, he began pleading. "How many people are still in the tent?" Shen Siyuan immediately walked over and pressed his gun against the back of the man's head. "Just one. That is my daughter. Please, I'm begging you, spare us." The man spoke with a strong Dongbei accent. The dog rushed over, trying to protect its owner. Shen Hai kicked the dog hard in the belly. After it limped away, he pressed his gun against the woman's back. Just then, a pitch-black gun barrel slowly extended out from the shelter. "Get down." Shen Siyuan quickly dropped flat into the snow while continuing to keep his gun pressed against a man in front of him. Then he saw a little girl who looked less than 10 years old walk out, holding a double-barreled shotgun almost as long as she was tall. "Daughter, hurry and put the gun down. There are two of them over there. Don't throw your life away." The man cried out in despair. "Little girl, listen to your father. Put the gun down." Shen Hai's tone was icy. At this moment, he had his gun braced over the woman's shoulder, using the girl's mother as a shield. "No, if this goes on, we'll all die," the girl shouted firmly. "If we want to kill people, your parents would already be corpses by now. Listen to your uncle and put the gun down." Shen Siyuan tried to persuade her. "Shut up, shut up," the girl roared, her hands trembling. For the next few minutes, both sides fell into silence. Just as Shen Siyuan was about to go for the kill, Jin Shi suddenly rushed over from behind. With one move, he snatched the shotgun out of the girl's hands and ended the standoff. Shen Siyuan walked into the shelter and found that there really was no one else inside. After Jin Shi and Shen Hai exchanged information about the situation, Jin Shi used the walkie-talkie to let Jin Lin know they were safe. "I only came over after I heard the gunshots. Why did you suddenly turn off the walkie-talkie?" "I was worried it might suddenly go off and expose our position." Shen Siyuan made up a lie. After that, the three of them pulled the hands of the family of three behind their backs, tied them up with plastic zip ties, and dragged them all into the shelter. The little girl dropped to the ground in a daze, her eyes filled with despair. Next, Shen Siyuan began questioning the man. In the end, he learned that the other party was a Wenki, originally living in the mountain region of Daxingyanling. The Wenki were divided into three branches: Swallowin, Tungus, and Reindeer Wenki, engaged respectively in farming, nomadism, and hunting. The Reindeer Wenki also had another name, Yakuda, but the reindeer branch of the Wenki deeply disliked that term. Because the Yakuda were not a Wenki, it was only because they had once lived mixed together that the Mauzi mistakenly referred to them as Luoxia Yakuda. They were the only ethnic group within the borders of the Silk Nation that raised reindeer and preserved reindeer culture, with a cultural history of nearly 3,000 years. Even into the 50s, they had completely preserved their unique way of life, living in traditional Qualozi. They made a living by raising reindeer and traditional hunting, living a self-sufficient life in the mountain forests. Later, with the development of the times, most of them gradually began living settled lives as well. This family was one of the few groups still living in a hunter settlement, though that place had already transformed into a tourism industry for receiving visitors. After the disaster struck, they couldn't bear to give up their reindeer herd, and they also felt that going into a shelter would be too stifling. So they did not enter the official disaster refuge point, but instead returned to the state of ancestral hunting and migration. Fortunately, at the beginning, the area where they were located was within the relatively safe yellow line zone, so after enduring many hardships, they ultimately survived. As temperatures in the north dropped sharply, the living environment worsened. They led the reindeer herd south as well, stopping and going along the way until they recently arrived in the Tiamu mountain area. Reindeer were indispensable companions to the reindeer Iwenki. They were not only livestock raised in the open, but also inseparable friends. For a very long time in the past, reindeer have been the main means of transportation for the reindeer Iwenki, used to carry prey and people, an important part of their production and daily life. The reindeer Iwenki had built deep feelings with the reindeer, treating them like their own children. Not only did they give them pleasant names, they also cared for them in every possible way. To solve the reindeer's feeding problem, the reindeer Iwenki had to migrate frequently. Reindeer like to eat moss and lichen, so they needed to move through the mountain forest year-round. They had also long grown used to and become dependent on the Awenki's migration and herding environment, and would not casually run off. After confirming that the other side held no ill intent, Shen Siyuan found himself in a difficult spot. This time, he had played the villain from start to finish. If the man hadn't been lucky, his head would already have been blown off by him. Still, if he ran into the same situation next time, he would most likely do the same thing again. Better to be the villain than a dead man. In the apocalyptic world, he would rather regret it himself than let his family weep. Looking around, the interior of the Qualozi was far more spacious than it looked from outside. Other than the family's daily necessities, there were only a small amount of salt blocks and bean cakes for feeding the reindeer, leaving Jin Shi behind to guard them. Shen Siyuan and Shun Hai walked out of the shelter and began discussing things. So what do we do now? We can't just let them go like this. Can we? Shen Siyuan said. We've already torn our faces apart. Even if we let them go, we have to let them cool off first. The way that little girl was pushed just now, she'll probably come after us for revenge if she gets the chance. MHM, that little girl is not bad. At such a young age, she has got brains and guts. Way better than my son. Oh, you almost shot her father just now. And now you've already got your eye on her? Shen Hai teased Shen Siyuan. No way. Mumu lacks experience interacting with kids his own age. If this keeps going on, that's not a solution. This is a rare opportunity. Shen Siyuan let out a sigh. What followed was a rather awkward scene. The attackers kept apologizing, while the attacked side frantically responded with thanks. The people holding the guns said they wanted to host the other party for a bit. As a small gesture of goodwill, the people whose guns had been taken away said they were deeply moved and didn't dare move at all. After a round of hypocritical pleasantries, the family of three was temporarily invited inside the city gate and kept under watch. Gu Aya carefully examined the huge single-story house in front of her, thinking over possible escape routes. This building had only 2 lifting gates, one in front and one in back, and not a single window. Inside, it was packed with shelves and miscellaneous items, and the shelves were neatly stacked with countless boxes. For the moment, she still couldn't tell what was inside, only that the stockpile of supplies here was astonishing. The 2 men who had just attacked her parents were now cleaning up a room. Can the duty room fit 3 people? Shanghai asked. Only the 2 adults will stay there. The little girl goes with us into the shelter as a hostage. Shun Siyuan answered. Hearing that, Gu Aya's brows knit tightly. She couldn't understand it. The other side clearly possessed so many supplies, yet they still wanted to kidnap her family, who had nothing besides the reindeer. Right now, they already held the power of life and death. Even though her hands had been untied, it was useless. At the moment, the other side still had guns on them, and the knife on her body had already been taken. In this situation, she could only try not to provoke them for now, then wait for a chance to escape. The man who had taken the hunting rifle seemed to be outside right now with her parents, gathering in the reindeer herd, while an unfamiliar woman was asking after her with concern. After seeing that there was a woman in the other party's group who could move around freely, she finally let out a breath of relief. From the conversation, she could also tell that the other side was likely family-centered. That slightly eased the panic in her heart. At least she hadn't fallen into the hands of some dangerous gang. What a cute little girl. What's your name? The woman in front of her took a can of drink off the wood stove and handed it to her, seeing that it was sealed food from before the disaster. She opened the pull tab without hesitation and drank it down. The warm, sweet liquid entered her stomach, instantly lifting her spirits, and a healthy flush gradually rose on her pale little face. Just call me Aya. Gu Aya's full name was Gudlin Ayana, and she came from Aeluia, a Winky township in Gunna City. Ayana meant good and kind. Aeluia meant a place where poplar woods flourished. Iwenki meant the people who live in the great mountain forests. The reindeer Iwenki of the Aeluia region were divided into 4 major tribes. They were Bulachuoshan, Gudlin, Suliogong, and Ka Erdikan, corresponding respectively to the Han surnames Bu, Gu, Suaw, and Gu or he. The Iwenki only had their own spoken language and did not have their own writing system. Historically, the Iwenki had once learned to use Manwen, and in modern times some also used Maowen. Now, the Iwenki within the Silk Nation commonly used Mongolian script and Hanwen in the pastoral regions, while in agricultural and forest regions, they commonly used Hanwen and Maowen. Aya's appearance had the typical traits of a yellow-white mixed heritage. Her hair was chestnut-colored, and her nose was straight and delicate. It seemed she had inherited that from her father. Her father's white features were even more obvious. If not for that authentic northeastern accent, he would have looked almost like a Mausi, while her mother had a typical Mongolian look. Big sis, please let us go. We were just passing through here, Aya pleaded. Oh my, this little girl really has a sweet mouth, calling me big sis. Here, eat a little more. Jean Lin smiled and stuffed over a can of candy. Just then, the sound of knocking on wooden boards came from outside the city gate, and her father's calls as he drove the reindeer also carried in. Then she saw her mother walk in with a wooden pole across her back, with a huge salt brick tied to it. As one reindeer after another came in, the copper bells rang into a chorus. The copper bells hanging around the reindeers' necks were called kioerin in the Awenki language. Whenever the reindeer ran through the forest, the bells would ring through the mountains and woods, making it easier for the Awenki people to find any reindeer that had strayed from the herd. The village dog named Ao also ran in, baring his teeth at the man who had kicked him earlier. Aya put down the candy and ran over to hug her mother. She and Whoopie-Kate Wanjalini. Mom, are you all okay? By Whoopie-Kate Wan, Nguyen Mitadij Derpu. We're fine. They should let us leave. Among Aya's tribespeople, only a small number of older elders could still speak Awenki fluently. And even then, their speech was mixed with a large number of Mao language words. By Aya's generation, most of them could only communicate in Chinese. She herself had only learned a little simple Awenki. Her mother Bunala's spoken level was about the same as hers, maybe even worse, and she could probably speak Mongolian a bit better. Bunala's full name was Bulachuoshanala, and her name meant gentleness or beauty. Under Shun Siyuan's direction, her father Gu Sarin unloaded everything strapped to the reindeers' backs. After that, he drove all the reindeer behind the second gate. Gu Sarin's full name was Gyudlin Sarin, and his name meant moon or brightness. After settling the herd, both sides sat down face to face at a table. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. For a moment, no one knew how to begin. Shun Siyuan was the first to break the silence. Hello, my name is Shun Siyuan. I'm truly sorry for detaining you. We only did this because we were afraid your herd might attract other dangers. Aya showed a look of disdain. Clearly, that man himself was the most dangerous thing here. Yet he acted as if he cared about their safety. She had seen it clearly. Of the two men across from them, one had fired at her father without hesitation, and the other had directly used her mother as a human shield. How could that be something good people would do? For nearly 2 years of migration, her family had been cautious the whole time, avoiding places with people whenever possible. They had thought this deserted mountain was safe. Who would have expected the whole family to end up tied up in this strange place? Luckily, no one was hurt, and now the misunderstanding has been cleared up. Don't worry, we'll provide supplies as compensation for the conflict just now, Shun Siyuan continued. We don't need supplies. Can you just let us go? Gu Sarin asked. No, you're migrating with a reindeer herd. The target is too big. We need to make sure no one followed you here, Shun Siyuan replied. Nuemi Tupukate Wandel Jetarapu. Dad, they just said they want to take me away as a hostage. Aya immediately passed the important information to her father. Gu Sarin frowned at once and responded. What if we don't agree? Beside him, Banala pulled her daughter into a tight hug, as if afraid she would be snatched away. Mr. Gu, please understand. You care about your family's safety, and so do we. After hearing that, Gu Sarin's family turned their heads away in disgust, wearing expressions that said they would rather die than be humiliated. It was about 5:30, and no one had eaten dinner yet. Let's eat first, then talk about the rest afterward. Seeing how tense the atmosphere was, Jean Lin picked up the walkie-talkie and contacted her mother in the shelter. A while later, Yang Fen pushed in a small cart. Come help me, Yang Fen called out. Following behind her was a large group of reindeer. They had all been attracted by the leafy greens and all kinds of mushrooms on the cart, and were fighting to nibble at them. Sarin immediately stood up and drove the herd back. Turning around, he said, See, this is all your fault. You brought the deer back too early today. Every one of them's still got an empty belly. None of them's eaten their fill yet. He looked back at the cart, then said in shock, Good Lord, where'd all these vegetables come from? Were these just dug straight out of the furrows or what? Why they look so fresh and juicy? Sarin clearly had the look of a mousy, with deep-set eyes, a high nose, and thin lips, but the moment he opened his mouth, out came rapid and fluent Dongbei dialect like beans pouring out of a bamboo tube. It was so funny that the Shun family burst into laughter, greatly easing the tense atmosphere. Shun Siyuan found a portable gas stove, fuel canisters, pots, bowls, and utensils from shelves, and set up 2 hot pots on the table. After pouring hot pot base and bottled water into the pots right in front of them, everyone filled the table with all kinds of vegetables, sliced meat, dipping sauces, and oil dishes. This table had been discarded from the shelter. The dining area had already been replaced with Roche Beaubois dining tables imported from cruise ships. There isn't anything a meal of hot pot can't solve, and if there is, then 2 meals will do it. Shun Siyuan raised his wine glass in greeting. At first, everyone was still a little reserved, but Gu Sarin's family ultimately couldn't resist the temptation of the food and finally fell. There was no helping it. It smelled way too good, and the 3 of them were indeed starving. The 3 of them gradually relaxed and started eating and drinking like crazy. As the meal grew lively, Sarin and Jean Chi started drinking baijiu together. I can no longer remember the last time she had eaten fresh vegetables. Under the table, she kept kicking her father like mad with her foot while constantly dumping potato slices into the hot pot. When the disaster had first struck, Aya's family had taken the reindeer herd and hidden in a small underground shelter at a forest farm, getting through the most dangerous early phase. That underground shelter had been built decades ago. It had originally been meant for forest farm workers and their families to take refuge in during large-scale forest fires. Later, as demand for timber resources declined, and the state also began closing mountains for reforestation in order to protect the environment, the forest farm workers withdrew. After that, The place was abandoned, and the shelter facilities were sealed and stored on site. There were many such shelters scattered throughout the forest region. All of them were equipped with complete air purification systems, large amounts of fireproof and anti-toxic gear, and underground water extraction devices. The reason such facilities had been built was because forest fires could break out at any time. Take the famous 5/6 Great Xing'anling catastrophic forest fire, for example. That shocking disaster happened in 1987. The wildfire burned for a full 28 days. More than 50,000 people lost their homes, 266 people were burned, and 211 people were buried in the sea of flames. The total burned area across the forest region reached 1.01 million hectares, about 1/5 of the total area of the Great Xing'anling region, and the ecosystem suffered severe damage. At the time, the state mobilized more than 580,000 people, with the military, police, and civilians joining together into a massive firefighting force. Only after they had entered more than 170,000 square kilometers of fireground was the blaze finally extinguished. That disaster also gave rise to the famous song Mo Ballroom. In the ballroom, a musician saw an elderly man dancing alone. After talking with him, he learned that the old man's wife had died in that great fire. For more than 30 years afterward, the old man never remarried and had no children. He'd dance alone to commemorate his late wife, who had loved dancing while she was alive. Moved by the story, the musician wrote a song in the old man's first-person voice, creating a classic. At first, Aya's family had still been able to survive on the food stockpiled earlier at the hunter's camp. After that, they kept moving with the reindeer herd between the mountains and abandoned forest farms. The prey they could obtain became less and less, so they could only eat the reindeer that had died. As the weather in the north grew colder and colder, the family kept moving south, searching for supplies along the way in different mountain regions and city ruins. By the time they reached Tiamu Mountain, the deer herd had dwindled from the original 30-odd to just over a dozen. As for this whole southward migration, the dangers they faced and the twists along the way were enough to talk about for 3 days and 3 nights. Amid the clinking of cups and crisscrossing toasts, Yang Fun, who had already finished eating, got up from the table and headed to the central control room to take over the watch. After a while, Wang Qin came in carrying shark fin soup and bird's nest porridge, with little Shun Mu trailing behind her. Let me introduce him. This is my son, Shun Mu. Shun Siyuan smiled and pointed at his son. Hello, uncle. Hello, Andy. Shun Mu gave a shy greeting. Saren and Nala exchanged a glance, and both saw a trace of delight in each other's eyes. Oh my, this kid is way too polite. Have you eaten yet? Come on, sit down and eat with us. Uncle, can I ride a reindeer? No problem, absolutely. Tomorrow, Uncle will take you to play with the reindeer, all right? Only then did Saren finally put his heart completely at ease. As the saying went, put yourself in the other person's shoes. The other side had a child too, and he was about the same age as his own daughter, especially since this boy looked like the silly son of a rich landlord family at first glance. One look, and you could tell he had been very well protected. If that was the case, then this family's moral bottom line couldn't possibly be low. Shenmu sat down in a chair and curiously started sizing up Aya across from him. Aya, meanwhile, didn't care at all. She kept pouring mango pomelo sago in her cup, then gulped it down in big mouthfuls. This meal lasted for over 2 hours. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, and after getting Nala's consent, Jean Lin took Aya away. Shen Siyuan handed Nala a walkie-talkie, which could stay in contact with Aya at any time through the relay equipment inside the city gate. Nala stayed behind in the duty room inside the city gate to look after Saren, who had already drunk himself into a deep snoring sleep. The facilities here were complete, equipped with a diesel heater and matching ventilation equipment. Just in case, Shen Siyuan also left them 2 oxygen concentrators. The Awanki people are seriously fierce. We had to take a few pulls from the oxygen every now and then while eating, but I don't think Saren used the oxygen concentrator even once from start to finish. On the way back, Shen Hai lit a cigarette. They live in Ginha City. The altitude there is very high. Although it's farther south than Mo City, the winters are even colder. The coldest place in C Nation is there, with a national historical record low of -58 degrees Celsius. Shen Siyuan tossed the leftover vegetables and mushrooms to the reindeer. Actually, it's not just that. I've run into -60 degrees plenty of times. Aya sounded completely unconcerned. Your ancestors were the famous Swallowing soldiers, warriors who fought tigers and wolves in lands of extreme cold. In the middle and late period of the Manching dynasty, the 8 Qi had become completely rotten. Their foreign wars and expansion relied almost entirely on the Swallowing soldiers. They were the ones who carved out the western frontier region back then. There is actually something like that? Jin Qi said in surprise, while Aya proudly lifted her chin. During the Qianlong era, in the counterattack campaign against the Gurkhas, the Swallowing soldiers set out from the northeast, crossed the entire Qingzhong Plateau, then even climbed over the West Malaya Mountains. After that, they launched a long-distance raid, defeated the enemy all the way through, and retook Zhongnan. Shen Siyuan began telling a historical story. My God, what kind of superhuman special forces is that? That is way too insane. Sure enough, the physical constitution of people really can't be judged by the same standard. Jin Chi sighed in admiration. However, that was a good thing, because they were constantly conscripted into all kinds of wars. The population of the various Awenki tribes dropped sharply from over 40,000 to just over 3,000 in barely 200 years. Even until a few years ago, they still hadn't recovered to the level they had at the beginning of the Qing. Shen Siyuan glanced at Aya. The little girl lowered her head again in sadness. Aya stepped over the threshold of the blast door and watched Shen Siyuan shut the heavy blast door and tighten the hand wheel. She gripped the walkie-talkie in her hand and uneasily observed the inside of the shelter. Taking quick little steps, she followed behind the Shun family. They passed through the garage and entered the anti-toxic passage. Then they went through the decontamination room, the chemical protection equipment room, the equipment zone, the storage zone, the breeding zone, and the planning zone. The various facilities left her dazzled. Since she was still young, she had no idea what many of the things were for. But she still recognized the vegetables and fruits, the fish ponds, and the chicken cages. The material conditions in this shelter were far beyond what she had originally imagined. At first, she had thought Shen Siyuan throwing precious vegetables and mushrooms to the reindeer was just putting on a show, done to win her favor. Now it looked like she had simply been overthinking it. There were so many vegetables inside, they practically looked ready to burst through the ceiling. From a distance, many of the leaves were obviously already overgrown. Only 8 words remained in her mind. Can't finish them. There's no way to finish them. The temperature and humidity in the planning zone were both very high. She was still wearing thick winter clothes, and by now she was already starting to sweat a little. When they arrived at the medical zone, Shun Siyuan gave Jin Lin a look. Then he slowly left with the others, while Wang Qin skillfully opened a wardrobe and changed into a white coat. Jin Lin crouched down and looked into Aya's eyes with a smile. Aya, this is the clinic. For the sake of your health, Dr. Andy needs to give you a physical examination first. Don't be afraid. Big sister will stay with you. Okay, thank you, big sister. While Wang Qin performed the examination, she asked several questions. Aya lay on the examination bed and cooperated with the movements. Does it hurt here? No. What about here? It didn't hurt before, but now it really hurts because you're pressing on it, doctor. After half an hour of fussing around, Wang Qin took off her medical gloves. Mom, how is she? Delayed development, underweight, brittle nails. That is malnutrition and mild anemia. Slight bleeding in the gums and nasal mucosa. Dry hair, flaky skin. That means insufficient vitamin intake. The child says she had watery diarrhea accompanied by cramping abdominal pain, so I suspect cryptosporidium infection. Other than that, there's mild frostbite on the fingers and a cavity in one of her lateral incisors, but those aren't serious. At her age, she'll be losing teeth soon anyway. She just needs to be nourished back to health. Wang Qin took out a medical record book and spoke while writing. Is that serious? Jin Lin held the girl's little hand with heartache. She has been living out in the wild for nearly 2 years, barely getting enough to eat from one meal to the next. If it were an average child, she would be already broken down and developed psychological problems. You should be praising her for having a strong body and a tough personality. Haha, Aya is amazing. Jin Lin rubbed Aya's head. The room temperature in the medical zone was over 20 degrees. Aya had eaten her fill, and now she was getting a little drowsy, so she just let them do as they pleased. I'm not worried about the little girl at all. It's her mother's condition that doesn't look very good to me. She seemed to have a very poor appetite. Dr. Annie, please help my mom. Aya immediately sat up the moment she heard that. Her mother's physical condition had started getting very bad half a year ago, and she had been forcing herself to hold on ever since. Both Aya and her father have been deeply worried about it. Don't worry. We have plenty of medicine here. Tomorrow I'll go over and examine her. Aya, look, this is a surgical robot. Your Uncle Shun Siyuan designed it himself. Even if it's an illness that requires surgery, we still have a way to treat it here. Jin Lin pointed at a large box placed in the corner. Aya's gaze gradually grew fervent, and a trace of respect rose in her heart for a certain cold-blooded man. Next, I'll prescribe her some nitazoxanide, allicin, and vitamin tablets. Then you give her a bath. Just don't wash for too long, or she might catch a cold. Leave it to me. Jin Lin happily patted her chest. I can wash myself. Aya's face filled with horror. Aya was pushed by Jin Lin into the isolation ward. The living facilities inside were complete, and naturally, there was also a shower room. After a while, Shen Siyuan also brought over some clothes for a little girl from the storage area, along with toiletries and other daily necessities, and handed them all to Jin Lin. Aya, I'll put your change of clothes by the door, Jin Lin said, knocking on it. Okay, thank you, big sister. Aya was a little nervous. There was no lock installed on the bathroom door, and she was afraid Jin Lin might just pull it open and walk in. She looked around. Steam drifted through the warm, yellow light. It had been a long time since she had a hot shower. At the same time last night, she had still been sleeping in the Kualawozi. Now she felt a little dazed. As the hot water poured over her head, a smell like hot pot soup base wafted out. She remembered Wang Qin's reminder and quickly started rubbing shampoo into her hair. After showering and brushing her teeth, Aya cracked the door open and took a peek. When she saw that Jin Lin was still outside, She panicked and quickly reached out to grab her clean clothes. Wow, this really suits you so well. The moment Jean Lin saw the little girl in blue Cinnamoroll pajamas, she immediately hugged her. Aya only felt that this outfit was way too flashy. The big floppy ears on the hood behind her were especially annoying. Your hair is still wet. Come on, I'll blow dry it for you. No need. Even though she knew it was useless, Aya still made a weak attempt to resist. Jean Lin found a hairdryer and pressed the girl down into a chair. You know, big sister always wanted a daughter. But back then, Moo was too big, so I had to have a C-section. If I wanted a second child, I'd have had to wait another 3 years. One thing led to another, it got delayed away. Ah, forget it. Let us not talk about that. After drying her hair, Jean Lin even tied Aya's hair up into a bun before finally stopping in satisfaction. If you need anything, press the call button by the bed. I'll get a notification. Jean Lin waved the phone in her hand. Okay, big sister. After seeing the door close, Aya finally let out a sigh of relief. She immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and called her mother. The mother and daughter began speaking in a Winky. On the other side, Shun Siyuan, who was sitting in the central control room, found himself at a loss. What are they saying? I can't understand a single sentence. He had no choice but to zoom in on the surveillance footage and try to guess the content of the conversation from their tone and expressions. Fortunately, both the mother and daughter sounded very calm. At least it didn't sound like they were cursing anyone. There wasn't any refined language like Akaina, Saisahai, Sukabli, or anything like that. You picked yourself a fine daughter-in-law. Comes with her own built-in encryption system. Stupid now, aren't you? Shanhai sneered. Daughter-in-law is going too far. We don't advocate arranged marriage. I just want to find my son a classmate or a playmate. He seriously lacks social activities and interpersonal interaction. Shun Siyuan shook his head. Girls mature earlier than boys to begin with, and this little girl is especially obvious. Or rather, her living environment forced her to mature early. Her level is way above your son's. Still, she really is an excellent whetstone. Shanhai comforted him. Exactly. Once the apocalypse is over, the children of this generation who survive will all be goo kings who crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. In a new era, with Moo the way he is now, he did get eaten clean and still help the other side count the money. Shen Siyuan only had one son, and there was a high probability he would not have any more descendants in the future. In an apocalyptic environment, he could not use cruel natural selection to temper his son. He couldn't gamble, and he couldn't afford to lose. This was the dilemma, or curse, of being an only child. Just then, Jean Lin walked in. I like Aya so much. She is like a little doll. So fun to play with. It'd be great if we had another daughter. Shen Siyuan switched off the camera feed with one tap and shut down the listening speaker as well. In any case, the back end was continuously recording, so it could be reviewed at any time. It was enough for him and his father to bear the dark things themselves. He did not want the rest of the family to dirty their hands, especially his wife, Jean Lin. As long as you like her, raise her well, and if she marries your son in the future, she'll become half your daughter. Shanhai teased. I guess that is not impossible, but it feels kind of hard. Compared to Aya, our son is really just a little kid. Jean Lin thought about it for a moment, then laughed. I don't think so. After one dinner, I can already tell that little girl is probably a foodie. We can focus more on developing Moo-Moo's cooking skills. That's enough from you too. They're both 10-year-old kids, and you're already setting up a child marriage. They're people, not animals for breeding. Shun Siyuan waved his hand. All right, I'll stop. I'll go call everyone else over. Let us have a family meeting and discuss what to do next. Shanhai walked out of the room. Once the whole family had gathered, Shun Siyuan analyzed the current situation. I've already cut the power to the 2 doors over by the city gate. The power can only be restored by entering the electrical room. The 2 outermost doors in the quarantine ward are in a locked state and can only be unlocked from the outside. If someone tries to open them from the inside, it'll trigger a warning and send a notification to the phone. Want that feel like being in prison? Jean Lin asked. I think this is pretty good. At least we can sleep well at night. Yangfen spoke up. Son, Yushu Tia brought their family back. The risk is too high. Now they know where the shelter is. So what are we supposed to do now? Wang Qin was a little unhappy. I admit I didn't think that through enough. It was just that when I saw that little girl holding a gun and try to protect her parents, it stirred my compassion. Here, Shun Siyuan told a lie. In truth, from the very beginning, he had gone there with killing in mind. After his first shot missed and Saren surrendered, he hadn't fired a finishing shot only because he wasn't sure what the situation inside the tent was. He had wanted to keep him as a hostage. After Aya came out holding the gun and entered his standoff, he had also been waiting for the moment when the little girl's arms gave out and she could no longer hold it up. When Jinshi stepped in and snatched away Aya's hunting rifle, only then did he lose the chance to silence them on the spot. Judging from the outcome, it was Aya's own firm that had saved her entire family's lives. At the time, Jinshi had strongly insisted on personally escorting Saren and Nara back to drive the reindeer herd over. Clearly, he had also noticed the truth. It was he who blocked the final chance for Shun Siyuan and his father to make a move. Afterward, when reviewing the surveillance footage, Shun Siyuan realized that his father-in-law was anything but simple. From the very beginning, he had been quietly following behind them. That was also why he'd been able to appear behind the Qualozi so quickly. That line, "I heard the gunshot and came over. Why did you suddenly turn off the walkie-talkie?" Translated, it meant, "I was right behind you. I know what you were trying to do." If it had only been him and his father, then naturally they could have made up the whole process however they liked. After all, history is written by the living. Even if someone had taken 8 bullets in the back, they could still say it was suicide. But if something like slaughtering innocents were put out in the open for the rest of the family to know, then he clearly would not be able to bear that psychological pressure. As for Saren's family, from the moment their reindeer herd arrived at the shelter entrance, in Shun Siwon's eyes, only 2 options remained: silence them forever or bring them into the fold. The option of letting them go had never existed from start. He could not take that kind of risk. Since Jin Shi had already forcefully made his position clear through his actions, Shun Siyuan could only respect his opinion and start playing the role of the good man. His father-in-law did not want his son-in-law stained with too much blood and sin. No matter how you looked at it, that was out of good intentions. He could not expose it. He could only play dumb. Shanhai was the same. Things have already turned out this way. We still have to look forward and think about what to do next. Jin Shi crossed his arms over his chest. What else can we do? Just feed them well and take care of them. We've got plenty of supplies anyway. It's only 3 extra mouths. Wang Qin's words carried a faint trace of sarcasm. How is it just 3 mouths? There are more than a dozen reindeer too. At this moment, Yang Fen had taken Wang Qin's side. Reindeer are actually pretty useful. They can provide antlers, deer blood, and deer milk. Even though the Awenki people normally wouldn't slaughter reindeer lightly, venison and deerskin are also very valuable, Shun Siyuan said in consolation. Wasn't it because food wasn't enough that they had to keep moving around as nomads? Are they supposed to keep feeding them vegetables the whole time? Wang Qin asked. There are pasture grass seeds in the seed bank. Barley grass, oat grass, ryegrass, all that stuff. It grows really fast. So that part isn't too worrying. Shun Siyuan glanced at Jin Shi. Then isn't that perfect? The next problem just got way easier to solve. Jin Shi laughed out loud. Her mother does seem to be in poor condition. Next, I'll use the excuse of treating her illness to persuade them to stay. Wang Qin said with a sigh. Then let us keep things like this for now. Aya can stay in the shelter and live with us. Mumu also doesn't have peers her age, so the 2 of them can study, learn, and interact together, Jean Lin said happily. As for the 2 adults, let them stay inside the city gate. Next we can renovate the duty room a bit and improve the living conditions. With their daughter in our hands, they won't dare do anything irrational. Shanhai nodded. Everything has pros and cons, Dad. Mom, the 4 of you are all getting older too, and the shelter really is short on manpower. We'll just treat it like hiring employees. They don't even need the oxygen machine. Just in terms of physical fitness, this family is the real deal. End of the world certified tough bloodline. A family of 3, simple family structure. And we were the ones who brought them in. That makes them easier to keep an eye on too. But we can't treat them too well either. I'm afraid of raising gratitude into resentment. They can't just take supplies for free. Let them trade with reindeer products. If they don't have any, then sell us reindeer instead. We don't eat venison anyway, it'd just be a name. In any case, we can't give things away for free. Watching his family discuss it all at once, Shun Siyuan fell into thought. Historically, in order to preserve the combat strength of the Soloan soldiers, the Qin court had forcibly required them to maintain a fishing and hunting lifestyle over the long term. They were strictly forbidden from contacting Han people, forbidden from reading books in Chinese characters, and even more forbidden from farming, all to prevent them from being assimilated into Han culture. When they went on campaigns, they weren't even allowed to camp near the 8 Banners and Green Standard Army. Ethnic separation was deliberately created by human design. After entering the modern era, it was not until 2003 that the Awenki people were forced to hand in their hunting guns. But judging from a hunting rifle he had taken from Aya, the actual situation was nowhere near as thorough as the news reports had made it sound. Saren's marksmanship was probably far beyond that of people like them who had only just gotten their hands on guns. From here on, he absolutely had to block off any chance of them taking the firearms back. The economic base determined the superstructure. He needed to fully amplify the benefits of settling down, and use that to change the other side as original mode of production and way of life as hunters. As for the specific methods, how had the 8 Banners rotted and degenerated back then? The history books seem to have written quite a lot about that. Thinking of this, Shun Siyuan revealed a faintly wicked smile. In the study, Shun Siyuan stayed up all night flipping through a book titled A New History of Humanity. Combining the latest archaeological evidence from recent years, this book painted an ancient society completely different from the traditional view of history. Mainstream anthropology and history held that, at a certain point, humans replaced hunting and gathering with agriculture. And to develop agriculture, fixed-point cultivation was necessary. For example, irrigation works appeared in the Two Rivers Basin. And in the Silk Nation, there was Great Yu controlling the floods. All of these required a centralized authority to uniformly organize a large laboring population. And under those circumstances, the state happened to be born at just the right time. After the state was born, a class society of unequal wealth and unequal power naturally appeared. This view made people feel that settlement and the formation of the state were the inevitable result of the agricultural revolution. However, according to the latest archaeological evidence, the truth was exactly the opposite. The agricultural revolution might not even have existed. Humans began to show signs of settled life 12,000 years ago. Only 4,000 years after settlement did the first relatively mature agricultural technology appear. Then another 3,000 years passed before the first true early city-state emerged. These archaeological discoveries had in fact overturned the theory that the state originated from agriculture and irrigation technology. Agriculture had already existed 3,000 years before the birth of the state. So during that blank stretch of 3,000 years, what exactly were humans busy doing? As early as the Paleolithic age, humans had already developed complex culture. In tombs from that era, large numbers of exquisitely crafted grave goods were often found. Those ornaments, polished and made from mammoth ivory and fox teeth, required at least 10,000 labor hours to create. Archaeologists speculated that at one point, the ancestors had experienced a period of material abundance, called the original affluent society. After collectively hunting mammoths and obtaining enough food, they would break apart into scattered roaming groups. At such times, humans would have nothing much to do, each seeking out personal hobbies and freely enjoying life. There was a very high probability that the first crops were cultivated and domesticated by the ancestors out of personal interest. Otherwise, it was hard to imagine that in ancient times, when wild animal resources were extremely abundant, those terrifying upright apes standing at the top of the food chain would spend enormous time and energy pulling weeds and catching bugs for that pitiful little yield of foxtail grass. Then painstakingly cultivate it into millet. Ancient megalithic structures like Stonehenge were spread all over the world, which also indirectly proved how abundant the food supply had been at the time, as well as how much excess energy the ancestors had with nowhere else to spend it. Therefore, the state was not the result of primitive agriculture, but the cause of the beginning of modern agriculture. All the ancient, early civilized nations were founded on agriculture because once a centralized state was established, taxation became inevitable. Only farmers fixed to the land could possibly be taxed. For mobile hunting tribes, taxation was almost an impossible task. The territories of ancient Rome and the Zhou dynasty were both based on the grain line. The Romans believed barbarians were just a bunch of people who didn't understand farming and only knew how to eat meat and drink milk. Civilized Romans mainly ate grain and didn't eat much meat. This was broadly similar to the Zhou dynasty-esque cultural tradition of not allowing people to eat cattle and sheep. People could only eat a little meat during sacrifices. The cultural promotion of grain as superior to meat and milk had, at its ideological root, the purpose of using agriculture to bind the population to the land, making it easier for rulers to centralize power and exploit them. And the free people in the mountains and forests naturally became, in their mouths, the uncivilized and backward wild people beyond civilization, or even cannibal savages. Historically, the extremely backward Yuan nation, after learning the Tang dynasty's system, quickly issued a ban on meat consumption in order to force more people toward farming and expand its tax base. The state was never the result of an agricultural revolution. It was rulers using agricultural technology to build the state. Historically, because they could no longer endure oppression, it was extremely common for people to shift from farming to nomadism or hunting. Even in modern times, the Silk Nation government invested massive sums to build high-standard settlements for the Awenki people. Even so, quite a few still returned to hunter camps because it was inconvenient to take care of reindeer there. After figuring this out, Shen Siyuan now had a rough theoretical foundation and line of thought for how to absorb and assimilate a hunting family like Aya's. First, because of the glacial apocalypse, the prey and plants obtainable in the wild had already sharply decreased, and the difficulty of hunting had increased significantly. That naturally gave Shen Siyuan plenty of reason to persuade them to change their mode of production. Second, as the basic means of transportation in hunting life, the reindeer, Shen Siyuan had to find some way to control their numbers, so the other side would lose the ability to migrate independently, especially to make the next generation of reindeer lose the ability to forage on their own and completely turn into penned livestock. Shen Siyuan refused to believe that after getting used to eating the fresh, tender, highly nutritious hydroponic pasture grass he grew himself, those animals would still be willing to dig through the snow for food. The final step was to completely change the other party's way of production and life, pushing them to transition into agricultural production. And he would strongly emphasize the dangers of long-term meat consumption, especially issues like germs and parasites carried by wild animals. At the same time, he would talk more about the importance of grains, vegetables, and fruits, and change their dietary habits. Judging from the current situation, at least for the still young foodie little girl Aya, this did not seem difficult. As for the two adults, the mother Nala's poor physical condition was an excellent breakthrough point. Wang Qin, as a licensed pharmacist, could use medical advice during treatment to persuade her. And as for the father, Saren, from a way he had almost gotten shot yesterday, yet still managed to drink himself into that state. He should be quite easy to lure into indulgence. His face practically had corrupt me with a comfortable life written all over it. What the shelter lacked least was long-lasting supplies, and alcohol was one of them. After making an initial work plan, Shun Siyuan called over the family members one by one, except for Jean Lin, and informed them of his arrangements overnight. He persuaded them to cooperate with him in carrying out the transformation and integration work. As for Jean Lin, she only needed to use love to influence Aya. The next day, Wang Qin brought her medical kit to the city gate as agreed to examine Nala. Aya stood nervously to the side, listening as her mother described the symptoms. She gripped the hem of her clothes tightly, and her brand-new down jacket kept making rustling sounds. Saren also stood nearby with a tense expression, one hand resting on his daughter's shoulder. Shun Siyuan deliberately wore a pair of loose pants, his right hand in his pocket gripping the pistol inside. Pain and a dragging sensation on one side of the lower abdomen, soreness in the lumbosacral area, frequent urination, urgent urination, constipation, accompanied by nausea and vomiting. Looks like it may be an ovarian cyst. Judging from the pain, I can't rule out the possibility that it has already ruptured or undergone torsion of the pedicle. Wang Qin recorded it in the medical notebook and came to her judgment. Doctor, can you treat this? Saren asked nervously. We need an ultrasound to confirm the specific situation. If the diameter is greater than 10 centimeters, I recommend surgical removal. If the cyst has already ruptured or the pedicle has twisted, then surgery must be performed immediately. Insufficient blood supply to the ovary will cause irreversible damage to its function. Wang Qin answered calmly. What are we supposed to do now? Saren froze on the spot. To him, it sounded like his wife had to be sent to a professional hospital to be saved, and under the current circumstances, that was already impossible. Dad, Uncle Shun Siyuan has a surgical robot. It can save Mom. IS brain worked at high speed. She quickly recalled the big box Jean Lin had pointed out to her yesterday. That's right. I designed it myself. As long as it's not an organ transplant. Ordinary surgeries are no problem. In reality, Shun Siyuan had only been one of the project participants, but that did not stop him from showing off. Saren grabbed Aya's hand and dropped to his knees in front of Shun Siyuan. Brother Shun, I'm begging you here. You have to save my wife. The child is still so young. She can't lose her mother. I want to stand by and watch someone die. But I need you to agree to a few conditions. Just say it. As long as it's something I can do, it's no problem. Saren had a bad feeling and unconsciously tightened his grip on his daughter's hand. First, your hunting gun and bullets must all be handed over to me. No problem. The gun had long since fallen into the other party's hands anyway, and keeping the bullets was useless. Saren agreed readily. Second, I can freely buy the reindeer in your hands. I set the price, and you may not refuse. You only have the right to choose the trade supplies. This. Saren hesitated for a moment. I'll allow you to keep at most 2 pairs of reindeer. In addition, I'll provide all the feed for the entire herd. How about that? Shun Siyuan added. Okay, this condition was exceedingly generous. Saren was already starting to fail to understand the other party's intentions. Lastly, Aya will become Shun Mu's no. She's still too young. I can't do that. Saren suddenly shot to his feet. I know you're in a hurry, but don't hurry just yet. Shun Siyuan raised his left hand to signal him not to get agitated. Aya will become Shun Mu's classmate and study with him in shelter. That's it? Saren was even more confused. This was not making demands at all. This was clearly handing out benefits. Completing compulsory education is every citizen's responsibility. During her studies, Aya's food and lodging will be provided by us. If her grades are excellent, there will also be scholarships that can be exchanged for supplies. If her grades are poor, she can also earn work-study rewards through labor, Shun Siyuan said with a serious face. Saren and Aya exchanged a look. The two of them felt as if they were seeing a poverty alleviation official or a rural schoolteacher standing in front of them. They were both starting to suspect that the cold-blooded killer from yesterday was Shun Siyuan's twin brother from a different father and mother. Okay, I request the right to contact and visit her regularly. Fine. Aya already has a walkie-talkie in her hand. Other than class hours, you can talk anytime. When did that happen? Saren turned and asked Aya. You were drunk yesterday. Mom, I talked with them, and you never even woke up? Aya gave her father a look of disdain. Saren had seen it from the start. The other party's real objective had always stopped at Aya alone. He and his wife, along with the reindeer herd, were basically just extras attached to the deal. Yesterday, up until Shun Mu showed up, he had suspected Shun Siyuan was some kind of pervert with a special fetish. Otherwise, why would he keep staring at a little girl? After discovering that the man had a son around the same age, he had relaxed, and then accidentally drank too much. Especially because this son had a kind of clear stupidity in his eyes. He had walked right up and dared ask a stranger to take him riding reindeer. Saren did not believe his daughter wouldn't be able to handle a little boy like that. Since they could stay in contact at any time, there really was not much for him to worry about in the short term. Oh, that's real good then. Saren scratched the back of his head and nodded. Then it's settled. I'll go assemble the ultrasound machine right now. We'll do the scan first and then determine the surgical plan. Aya and Saren felt as if they were hearing a blue robotic raccoon talking again. They were already beginning to suspect that this shelter was some official facility that had been seized. The ultrasound machine had naturally been moved over from the cruise ship's medical room. After Shen Siyuan brought the machine out again, he handed it to Wang Qin. Shenhai found a wheelchair and pushed Nala into the interior of the shelter. Aya accompanied her mother. Saren stayed behind to take care of the reindeer herd. Before the pasture grass finished growing, Shen Siyuan had him feed them with the remaining soybean cake, mixed with surplus vegetables from the shelter. After returning to the medical area, Wang Qin pulled the privacy curtain above the examination bed, opened a bottle of coupling gel, and began moving the ultrasound probe. Jean Lin stood nearby as the recorder, noting down images and data according to Wang Qin's instructions. The results are out. Ovarian cyst with pedicle torsion. It must be surgically stripped immediately. I don't even know how she endured it. If this drags on any longer and the ovary becomes necrotic, the whole thing will have to be removed. Wang Qin said to Shen Siyuan, who was adjusting the surgical robot. Got it. I'll hurry. At this moment, Shen Siyuan moved over a computer and installed the key hard drive he had removed from the company computer. Inside, it was a complete artificial intelligence model called Surgical Robot Neural Network version 10. During the earlier testing phase, this large model had been fed a massive amount of surgical operation videos and all kinds of technical materials. Through long-term imitation learning of doctor surgical tasks, it greatly improved the stability and accuracy of the surgical robot's autonomous execution. Although it had already passed all kinds of animal experiments during the testing phase, and its functions could basically be confirmed to have no issues, it was still only a prototype before mass production. It had never actually been used on a human body. The mass-produced machines that hospitals would use later were all connected to the network in real time, and before the disaster happened, the large model had long since accumulated data and iterated all the way to version 21, unless he had absolutely no other choice. Shen Siyuan would never dare let his own family take the risk of using a machine like this for surgery. But faced with this emergency, the other side had no choice. Naturally, Shen Siyuan would not say anything that would only add to the patient and her family's worries. A person's emotions could often determine the outcome of treatment. He could also use this chance to test whether this machine was actually reliable. Next, everyone began cleaning out the treatment room, preparing to set up a temporary operating room. After a thorough cleaning and disinfection, they used an air isolation cover to enclose both the hospital bed and the surgical robot inside. The surgical robot had also completed disinfection and been fitted with all kinds of consumables. The robot's mechanical arms were equipped with high-resolution three-dimensional cameras, able to provide a clear, magnified surgical field of view with a level of detail far beyond the human eye. Because it came with built-in lighting, there was no need for the bulky shadowless lamp equipment. The mechanical arms were extremely precise and could perform highly delicate surgical operations. Compared to human hands, they could greatly reduce errors during the procedure. Not only could they significantly improve the surgery success rate and safety, they could also perform minimally invasive surgery. Originally, before surgery, a full physical examination would be required, including a complete blood count, liver and kidney function, coagulation function, and so on, to assess whether the body could withstand the operation. But there were no conditions here for that level of rigor. After asking Aya to discuss it with her father over the walkie-talkie, Shen Siyuan got only one response for both of them. Please. Nara had already lost her appetite because of the pain before this, which conveniently spared her from having to fast from food and water. After several trips to the bathroom and a simple cleanup, she entered the temporary operating room. Jean Lin and Wang Qin worked together to insert a urinary catheter for Nara, while Shen Siyuan was busy on the other side entering the relevant data into the operation interface. All three of them were now wearing the interlayer isolation gowns, originally used for infectious disease prevention, now serving as surgical gowns. Abdominal surgery normally required general anesthesia, but the shelter did not have the conditions for that, so they could only use epidural anesthesia. Watching as all four mechanical arms moved into position, Shen Siyuan pressed the start button. There were 3 holes in total for the minimally invasive procedure, 1 at the navel and 2 in the lower left abdomen. The process required no manual intervention. They only needed to keep control of the anesthesia dosage. More than 2 hours later, the surgery ended smoothly. After the operation was completed, Shen Siyuan and the others pushed Nara on a nursing bed into the isolation ward. Aya stood to the side, hardly daring to breathe, afraid she might affect her mother. Seeing the little girl's nervous look, with both hands tucked together, Wang Qin smiled. No need to be afraid. The surgery was very successful. The cyst has already been completely stripped away. It was a minimally invasive surgery. After the wound heals, you might not even be able to see a scar. Thank you. Dr. Annie, you really work hard. Go thank your Uncle Shen Siyuan instead. Without that machine of his, I wouldn't have been able to treat your mother's illness. Uncle Shen Siyuan, thank you so much. I absolutely won't forget this kindness. Aya's gratitude came from the heart. She had already completely changed her opinion of Shen Siyuan. Shen Siyuan, however, did not care about what she thought. Human hearts were the most unreliable thing. If he wanted to maintain a long-term and stable relationship, he still had to rely on relations of production and cultural influence. Of course, blood ties were also a truly effective bond. You call my wife big sister. And call me uncle. It always feels like we're off by a generation. Shun Siyun teased. Everyone present laughed. When Nara laughed, she accidentally tugged at the wound and frowned. Aya quickly held her mother's right hand in distress. The first night will be harder to get through. If conditions were good, I'd put you on a pain pump. But unfortunately, we don't have that option. Thank you, doctor. I already feel much better. Compared to before, this little bit of pain is already far better. Nara raised her left hand and gave a thumbs up. Just rest well today. Tomorrow morning, after your belly has passed gas, press the call button by the bed, and I'll bring you some liquid food. Depending on the situation, I'll remove the catheter for you. And after that, you'll be able to get out of bed and move around. Afraid the other party might not remember. Wang Qin wrote a note and stuck it by the bedside. Aya, come here. Shen Siyuan gave her a look. As soon as Aya heard him, she immediately walked to the other side of the hospital bed. Tonight, you're in charge of taking care of your mom. You need to keep an eye on a urine bag hanging here at all times. When you see it's about to fill up, press the switch like this. Let it drain out, then pour into the toilet. When Jinlin had her C-section, Shun Siyuan had accompanied her the entire time, so he was already very familiar with post-op care. He demonstrated it on the spot. Okay, I remember. Aya quickly reached out to take the bedpan, then walked into the bathroom. This child is just too sensible. Looking at her really makes your heart ache. Jinlin's nose felt a little sour. By the time Aya came back out, Shun Siyuan was already waiting for her in front of the console. Before he could even speak, the little girl had already moved closer on her own. For the next 6 hours, your mom can't drink water. If she's so thirsty, she really can't take it. Use the electric kettle to warm a little water in a cup, then use a straw to let her moisten her throat. Remember, she can't drink too much at one time. I understand. Aya nodded obediently. You all go eat first. I'll stay and observe a while longer. Wang Qin waved her hand. Everyone present headed for the dining room. Jinlin took Aya's little hand, and the girl kept turning back to look at her mother. Because her mind was entirely on her mother, Aya had no appetite at all. Even so, she was still stunned by the extravagance of Shun Siyuan's family's meal. Come, Aya. Start with a bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall to whet your appetite. Wow, it's so good. Aya, have a drumstick. Later I'll pack up some ginseng chicken soup for you. Tomorrow you can heat it up for your mom to help her recover. Thank you. You guys are too much. This is way too greasy. Aya, eat more vegetables. Okay, don't just eat vegetables. Little girls need to grow. Come, Annie will get you a bowl of rice. Under everyone's feeding, Aya still fell in the end. Shen Siyuan watched the scene with a smile and nodded in satisfaction. The plan had gone very successfully. It was easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go from luxury back to frugality. As long as she got used to the food here, then he occasionally let her go back to her parents' place, under that sharp contrast. The girl would naturally begin to develop different thoughts bit by bit. At the side, Shenmu was a little unhappy. He seemed to feel that the family's affection for him had been divided away quite a bit. Shen Siyuan could see obvious hostility in his eyes. That was a good sign. Love and hate were both intense emotional experiences, standing at two ends of the emotional spectrum. When people had extremely strong emotional investment in a person or a thing, whether it was love or hate, the intensity of that emotion would lead to a profound psychological impact. Human emotions were complex and multidimensional. Love and hate often intertwined together, especially in complicated interpersonal relationships and emotional entanglements. Both love and hate stem from strong attention and expectations toward others. Many times, hate was very likely just the other side of love, showing how much importance an individual placed on a certain person or a certain matter. A person can simultaneously harbor the complex emotions of both love and hate toward another person. In some cases, love and hate can also transform into each other. When a relationship or an emotional state changes, former hatred may turn into love and vice versa. Everyone experiences and expresses love and hate in a unique way. Understanding the complexity of these emotions would help Shun Mu better manage his interpersonal relationships and emotional life. Although Shun Siyuan opposed arranged marriage, if it was free love, then of course he had no reason to oppose it. Shin Mu's peaceful life had already been completely shattered. After 2 years without change, the shelter had finally gained some fresh blood. No matter the outcome, his son would grow through this change. Living together long-term with peers, especially those of the opposite sex, would at the very least help dispel his fantasies about women and keep him from falling into an even deeper pit in the future. Back in the isolation ward, Aya took out the walkie-talkie and began a deep conversation with her father. On the other end, Shun Siyuan also put on his headphones and began his usual monitoring work. The father and daughter were still speaking in Avinki. Fortunately, quite a few proper nouns could only be expressed in Chinese, which gave Shun Siyuan plenty of clues. Most of their conversation seemed to revolve around the surgery. As they talked, they almost started crying. Judging from the camera feed, Aya's tears were probably tears of joy and gratitude. Saren had already discovered the camera near the duty room. He pulled over a piece of animal hide to use as a bed curtain, blocking the area where he was. At this point, Shin Siyuan could no longer see his condition. That was not a good sign. Shin Siyuan had already decided that when he renovated the duty room later, he would install some pinhole cameras. As for why he had such illegal stuff, that had to start with the guest house Shanghai and Wang Qin had bought in Bamboo Village. Before the disaster, the Silk Nation had an extremely massive hidden camera industry chain. According to incomplete statistics, on average, more than 200 secretly filmed videos were uploaded every day to various pornographic websites for profit. All kinds of ghost houses were disaster zones for hidden filming, second only to those special hotels. At first, voyeurs would check into ghost houses, install pinhole cameras, and return periodically to retrieve the memory cards. Later, it evolved into hidden filming devices discreetly connected to power and the internet, starting online live streams. In the end, voyeurs even built ghost houses themselves, installing countless hidden recording devices with 360-degree coverage and no blind spots. Then they attracted customers with low prices and profited from secretly filming them. These ghost houses were often sold off cheaply after operating for half a year. After that, the voyeurs could continue profiting long-term at virtually no cost, and the income was astonishingly high. They would then move somewhere else and repeat the same process. Like opening chain stores. The guest house Shanghai and Wang Qin bought had gone through a period of commercial management, so it got hit too. Shen Siyuan had removed a huge pile of pinhole cameras for various rooms. He found them in outlets, TVs, hanging paintings, set-top boxes, air conditioning vents, ventilation ducts, and fire smoke detectors. The most concealed camera had simply been installed behind a one-way mirror. If the mirror wasn't smashed, there was no way to detect it. Shen Siyuan ultimately discovered it by analyzing abnormal power consumption and completely redoing the wiring. After going through that, he only dared stay in large brand-name hotels from then on. Even when traveling with his wife, he never had married couple relations, afraid that one day it would end up uploaded onto some bizarre website. Early the next morning, Aya woke up groggily from sleep. Turning her head to look at her mother, she saw that her mother was smiling at her from the hospital bed. "Mom, how'd you sleep last night? Does it still hurt?" Aya rubbed her eyes, got out of bed at once, and skillfully began cleaning the urine bag. "I slept a little. My waist just feels a bit uncomfortable. Did you pass gas this morning? I farted once. Does that count?" "Yes." Aya pressed the call button by the bed. After a while, Jean Lin came in carrying breakfast. "Chicken soup S here." In addition to the chicken soup and plain porridge for Nala, there were also the secret mini burgers made for Aya. "Sorry to trouble you again, sister. It's nothing. Helping others is also a kind of happiness." Jean Lin's radiant smile made Aya feel dizzy. After breakfast, Dr. Wang Qin came right on time for rounds. She took Nala's temperature and checked the incision. "You're recovering well. No fever, and there's no bleeding from the wound." Hearing this news, Aya and her mother were overjoyed and started thanking her over and over again. "The catheter can be removed now. After that, she can get out of bed. Support your mother when she goes to the bathroom, and let her walk around a little to avoid deep vein thrombosis. Starting tomorrow, let her try taking care of herself in daily life. Be careful not to let the incision get wet to avoid infection. If there is scabbing or discharge from the wound, wipe it with an alcohol swab. The torsion was delayed too long, so just in case, I'll prescribe some oral anti-inflammatory medicine for you as well." After saying that, Wang Qin removed the catheter with Jean Lin's help. On the first day after surgery, Nala still walked rather slowly. By the second day, her pace had noticeably quickened. By the third day, she had already recovered enough to walk normally. On the fifth day, the wound started itching. After checking it, Wang Qin removed her stitches. "You can be discharged tomorrow. Today, just eat and drink normally, rest, and do moderate activity. You can stop the anti-inflammatory medicine starting tomorrow." After serving as the attending physician for several days, Wang Qin had completely settled into the role. "Doctor, how'd I get this illness?" Nala asked about the cause. "The environmental pollution outside is too severe now. Pollutants and radiation can both have toxic effects on the female reproductive system, affect its functions, and also interfere with hormone secretion." "I see. Your diet structure is also a problem. Excessive cholesterol intake can induce abnormal hyperplasia in ovarian tissue and lead to the formation of cysts. From now on, you should also eat more vegetables, fruits, and grains. Don't eat meat for now." After hearing this, Nala looked worriedly at Aya. But when she realized that Aya would be living with Shen Siyuan's family from now on, she suddenly felt a kind of relief. "You were living in the wild before, and your hygiene conditions were far too poor. I don't know how you handled female hygiene issues, but judging from the result, it was obviously incorrect. Pelvic infections also have a significant impact on the occurrence of ovarian cysts. They can easily cause the wall of the fallopian tube to thicken, leading to inflammatory exudation, which in turn affects normal ovarian function. This causes the surface of the ovary to harden, and when egg cells can't be discharged normally, cysts eventually form." Although Nala didn't fully understand, because of her low education level, she already understood what Wang Qin was trying to say. Of course, this illness also has hereditary factors. If a mother has ovarian cysts, then her daughter is also more likely to develop the disease. Wang Qin calmly threw out her trump card. Out of professional ethics, she would not deceive a patient. Everything she said was scientifically grounded truth. The effect was naturally excellent. Nala's face changed drastically when she heard it. as if she had recalled something. There aren't many preventive measures for this illness. Just get a physical examination and a B ultrasound every year for observation. If it's discovered in time, it's easy to treat. And don't put too much psychological pressure on yourself. Seeing that the timing was about right, Wang Qin said no more. If she kept going, it would have the opposite effect. If she left time for them to think it over slowly, they would arrive at the correct answer themselves. Wang Qin pulled along Jean Lin, who looked reluctant to leave, and left the room. Aya and Nala both fell silent. A long while later, Nala spoke. Aya, I believe now that it was Ao Jiaori, the sun god, who guided us here. In the Evenki spiritual system, Ao Jiaori, the sun god, was the ancestral deity of all Evenki people. At the same time, he was also the ancestral god of shamans, representing the first and most important shaman ancestor within a clan or family. There is no such thing. It was just a coincidence. Aya shook her head. Before the disaster, she had gone to elementary school for a while after all. She had no real faith in shamanism and only saw it as a kind of folk culture. Can there really be that many coincidences? The deer just happened to run here and lead us over, and the three of us just happened to come out unhurt. There also just happened to be doctors and machines here that could treat me. The doctor said that if it had been delayed by a few more days, I might have been in danger. As she spoke, Nala was already starting to convince herself. At this moment, she became more devout than ever before and began thanking the gods. Meanwhile, Shun Cun, who had also received the bedside call alert, was already in the central control room observing the mother and daughter. What a mortal saved you. It was clearly modern medical technology and us medical workers. I have been trained in mysticism. I am very certain about some things I know nothing about. Shanhai had recently become addicted to playing Civilization 7. Hearing Shun Cun's words, he casually blurted out a famous quote. Haha. The only reason they ran into us was because that reindeer was practically starving to madness and was even trying to chew through the camouflage net. As for why there was treatment equipment here, that is because I prepared thoroughly enough. Cut the crap. If your father-in-law and I hadn't insisted on going out to look around, where would you have gotten a B ultrasound machine from? All you do all day is show off. The two burst into laughter. With dark circles under his eyes, Shun Cun was tapping away at the keyboard. The computer screen was densely packed with lines of code. He was using an Android integrated development tool called Android Studio to develop a custom app. After running one final test, he generated the sign package and packed the app into an APK installation file. As the installation package named Unknown Name was dragged into a phone, Shun Cun began device testing. Once the installation was complete, a new app appeared on the screen. The icon was a gear symbol, somewhat similar to the system settings icon, except it was red. The app was called Doomsday Survival System. Shun Cun tapped it open, and the phone officially entered the software activation interface. With a ding, an emotionless AI electronic voice began speaking. Detected that the host has entered the shelter. The Doomsday Survival System is now online. Binding in progress. Because the phone had already been root unlocked with the highest permissions enabled and had entered developer mode after installation, the Doomsday Survival System app aggressively seized all system permissions. That meant the app administrator could freely access and view all information, and could even remotely control the phone. If Shun Cun had not already deleted the security detection tools, the phone should have already issued a virus warning by now. Ding! System binding complete. Beginner gift pack awarded. Current phone ×1. After the software finished initializing, the screen entered the main interface. This system will periodically issue tasks. After completing tasks, the protagonist can obtain experience points, or material rewards. At the bottom of the screen appeared different modules one after another. Task release, reward settlement, upgrade enhancement, material exchange, achievement collection. Besides that, there were many other selectable sections at the top. For example, in the welfare section, daily sign-ins could accumulate coins. There were also quite a few mini-games inside that could be used to earn coins, all of them motion-sensing fitness, meditation, and relaxation games. They could both consume time and energy and empty the mind, bringing calm to body and spirit. Once enough coins were accumulated, they could be used to exchange for entertainment options. Through the entertainment section beside it, users could connect to the Shelter SNAS server. Then they could read books and watch videos online, or download local apps and offline mobile games. Shun Cun had specifically set up a resource database. What users could watch and what they could play all had to go through his personal review. The resources inside now had all been heavily filtered and harmonized by him. The content was full of love and peace, and at a glance there were quite a few melodramatic, brainless dramas. The app also had functions for adding friends and chatting, and could even make video calls. If coins were not enough, users could contact friends for help and ask them to chip away one cut, or form teams to claim extra rewards. There was a huge amount of open source code and shell templates for this kind of app. With a bit of integration, anyone could make one themselves. Those overseas porn and gambling apps were developed the same way. Shun Cun tapped open the entertainment section and tested the video playback. After watching for 30 seconds, a prompt immediately popped up saying there were insufficient coins. The software has too many functions. It's a bit too bloated, so it lags a little. The rest doesn't seem to have any major problems. I'll slowly optimize it later when I have time. Naturally, he had developed this app to make it easier to control IA's family from here on. As for the app's name and the strange activation effects, that was nothing more than one of Shun Cun's little bad tastes. As a survivalist, the thing he used to enjoy most was reading apocalypse novels. It was just that most of the ones on the rankings were really fantasy novels, superpower novels, and underworld novels wearing an apocalyptic skin. And in the sci-fi apocalypse section, most of them were system flow stories. Whenever he read this kind of power fantasy, he always felt like he was watching someone live stream themselves cheating in an online game. After seeing too much of it, it started to feel unpleasant. Still, it did give him some inspiration. Since all those crippled war gods in system novels trusted and relied on the system so much, willingly acting as the system's pawns. Then looking at it from another angle, the system really was a useful tool. Seriously speaking, he planned to use entertainment methods to break IA family's legs, then install the wheelchair called the system onto them. And by manipulating the tasks and rewards released through the system, he would guide them into making choices. Humans naturally dislike facing complicated problems. Compared to answering short answer questions, most people would rather answer multiple choice questions. And whenever a lord faced upper, middle, and lower strategies, he would unconsciously choose the lower strategy. Therefore, most of the time, multiple choice questions were not essentially different from commands. The moment a person gave up thinking, it meant he was walking down the road toward enslavement. What era was this? Using whips, blades, and guns to manage other people was far too low class. Modern civilized people had to remain elegant at all times and use entertainment to numb others. Over the past few days, Shun Cun had stayed up through the nights to finish launching the Doomsday Survival System app, and he had installed this app into 3 phones of the same model. Next, he would try using this app to subtly change and control the new members who had joined the shelter. Today was the 6th day after Nala's surgery, and also the day she had recovered enough to be discharged. Aside from Yang Fun, who was on duty in the central control room, everyone else in Shun Cun's family had gathered to see her off as she left the shelter and returned to the city gate. The group passed through the planting area. There were several more layers of planting racks inside, and large white planting trays had been placed on them. The trays were already filled with upright growing barley grass. Hydroponic barley grass had an extremely short growth cycle. It only needed 7 days to grow to around 20 centimeters. It quickly completed the entire process from sprouting to harvest and was then used to feed livestock. But this batch of hydroponic forage grass couldn't produce seeds again. It was a one-time harvest. The livestock would eat it together with the roots, so it couldn't be harvested batch after batch like chives. If they wanted a steady supply of forage grass, they would have to wait about 2 months for it to head and set seed, so they could get new seeds again. After harvesting a large amount of seeds, they could use the method of continuously soaking and planting seeds to produce forage grass over the long term. The specific method was to sow a new batch of forage seeds every day while harvesting a batch of mature forage grass every day, forming a continuous production cycle. So in the short term, the reindeer would still remain hungry, and that was exactly what Shun Cun was happy to see. Everyone escorted Nara to the city gate. Saren was already waiting at the inner gate. When he saw his wife, whose complexion was rosy and health restored, and his daughter, who had put on a noticeable amount of weight, he rushed over and hugged them, while Aya's family was still sharing their reunion. Shun Cun and Shanhai decisively walked through the gate. The open space in the middle was piled high with all kinds of renovation materials. During the days Nara had spent recovering after the surgery, all the materials needed to renovate the guard room had already been prepared. Yesterday, he had already notified Saren to pack up and move his personal belongings. The two of them began the renovation work directly. First, they added more outlets inside the guard room to meet the greater electricity demand. Among the many outlets were also USB charging outlets, specially meant for mobile devices, with both USB-A and USB-C ports. What made it interesting was that all the mobile devices Shun Cun would provide for the two of them from here on would uniformly come with USB-A charging cables. That meant the USB-C ports would remain permanently redundant, and that was exactly how Shun Cun had designed it on purpose, because he had already installed a pinhole camera inside the USB-C outlet, and the camera would also draw power directly from that port. The transmission line used the Ethernet cable from the outdoor surveillance cameras, allowing the video and audio to be secretly sent back to the shelter 24 hours a day without interruption. Since the wiring was surface-mounted, Shun Cun added another layer of insulation material to the wall of the guard room and covered it with wooden decorative panels. That way, it concealed things from view while also reducing heat loss inside the room. The key part of the guard room renovation was the water supply system. During this time, Saren had been using heating equipment to melt snow for fresh water. It had been 2 years since the disaster began, and the acidity of the snowfall had now clearly dropped. Aside from the high content of particulate impurities, which still required layer after layer of filtration before use, the other data was already not much different from normal times. In particular, the nuclear radiation level had already dropped to near the safe range, below 1 microsievert per hour. Using the house in Yuzhou as a reference, Shun Siyuan added several indoor water storage barrels and a booster pump inside the city gate. He set up 3 filter canisters to provide domestic water and installed an RO reverse osmosis purifier to provide drinking water. As for the water source, Saren still needed to carry in snow from outside. That way, Shun Siyuan's family could also free themselves from the daily job of clearing snow in the future. Thanks to the cruise ship's generous gift, the diesel needed for the heating units was more abundant than ever before. Anyway, if this batch of diesel was left sitting around, it would eventually degrade and expire, so it could be traded in large quantities to Saren and Nara. The household wastewater was discharged into a seepage well located near the gate building. This kind of well was common in rural areas without sewer infrastructure. It had originally been set up so that during heavy rain, water that drainage ditches couldn't carry away could seep down into underground permeable layers. The principle was to dig a vertical shaft into the ground, fill it with coarse materials such as crushed stone and gravel, and guide surface water underground. It had previously been part of the drainage system in the outer area of the shelter, and now it could also handle the guardroom as household wastewater discharge. Because the guardroom had only ever been a temporary stopping place from the very beginning and had never been intended for long-term residents, the issue of human waste disposal became unsolvable. Before this disaster happened, according to the original plan, the many trees along the path to the shelter could all serve as toilets for the duty staff. In the end, Shun Siyuan only set up a simple toilet inside the city gate and equipped it with the same kind of portable toilet used in RVs. Now the entire mountain was frozen ground, so there was no way to dig out a septic tank anymore. Shun Siyuan had no good solution, and even less motivation to solve it. The simple renovation was completed quickly. Shun Siyuan reopened the inner lifting door, and everyone else walked in. I connected your drain pipe to the seepage well. Right now it's cold, so infiltration is very slow. Don't discharge too much wastewater at one time, or I'm afraid it'll overflow. From now on, you and T need to dump wastewater outside every time. Thanks a lot, Brother Shin. Sarah nodded in thanks. As for human waste, there's no solution for that. When the black water tank is full, just find a place outside to dump it. Shun Siyuan demonstrated how to use the portable toilet. Got it. I understand now. These 2 phones, you 2 take them. I've already connected Wi-Fi in the guardroom. From now on, you can use the phone app to contact each other. Aya, go over there and teach your parents. Before coming out, Aya had already received the phone that belonged to her and had become the first user of that app. He had just spent enormous effort saving Nara, so her trust in him was higher than ever at this moment. But as time passed, that feeling would fade sooner or later. He had to seize the opportunity and use economic means to keep the other party under control, taking advantage of this chance. Shun Siyuan also retrieved the 2 walkie-talkies he had previously given to Aya and her family. Walkie-talkies that could communicate independently carried a huge risk of slipping out of control. Not only could they be used to contact other people, but it was also very inconvenient to monitor the information exchanged through them. Saren and his wife picked up the phones in confusion and, under Aya's guidance, tapped open the red gear icon. Nara, next you still need to focus on recovering and take good care of your body. While you're resting, you can use this app to pass the time. Also, from now on, material trades will also be completed through it. The 2 of them sat down and picked up the phones, studying this stitched-together monstrosity of an app with puzzled expressions. At this moment, Shun Siyuan had already released the first batch of reward tasks and material exchange items on the server side. Daily tasks: clear snow, receive 5 bottle caps, clean reindeer manure, receive 5 bottle caps. Challenge task: build a deer shed, receive 50 bottle caps. Saren looked at the task page in confusion. He didn't quite understand why the pricing unit was all red cola bottle caps. Rice, 5 bottle caps per gene. Vegetables, 5 bottle caps per pack, limited. Fruit, 10 bottle caps per pack, limited. Diesel, 2 bottle caps per liter. Nara read aloud the densely packed material exchange page. Dad, look, you can also sell things here. Aya tapped open the selling page next to it. Antler velvet, 20 bottle caps per gene. Venison, 10 bottle caps per gene. Deerskin, 50 bottle caps per piece. Adult live deer, 800 bottle caps each. Saren did a quick calculation and felt the prices were fairly reasonable. After all, the forage grass would all be supplied by the other party from now on. He only needed to handle the feeding, so the labor pressure would be greatly reduced, especially the daily tasks. They were basically free benefits. Brother Shun, I've also got some wild beast pelts. Do you take those? Saren had accumulated quite a few beast hides from his past hunts, including some very valuable sable pelts. I do. Just tap self-sell, then tap submit. I'll come over and appraise them. Although Shun Siyuan didn't know the exact value of beast hides, once the disaster ended in the future, this kind of non-renewable resource would probably become impossible to find again. Some supplies were labeled self-service, which meant the goods were already here on the shelves. After placing your order, you just had to pick them up yourself according to the number above. I could see it all through the cameras. Curtains had already been installed on the glass window of the duty room, so you wouldn't need to worry about privacy anymore. Shin the Great Swindler smiled as he promoted his goods. Most of the items on the shelves inside the city gate were things the shelter had phased out. The gains from the cruise ship trip, while fully upgrading the shelter S facilities, had also produced a massive surplus of supplies and equipment. Most of them were furniture and appliances. Aside from having been used for 2 years and showing some signs of wear, all of them still worked perfectly fine. To Shun Siyun's family, these things were basically chicken ribs, useless to keep, but a shame to throw away. He wouldn't even mind giving them away to Saren's family for free, but Shun Siyun understood the saying well: a liter of kindness earns gratitude. A bushel earns resentment. Human greed could expand without limit. When people were in hardship and you lent them a hand, they would be grateful to you. But if you kept helping for a long time, the other side would instead grow dependent on your help. Once you suddenly stopped, they would resent and blame you for no longer helping them, and that resentment would last a long time. Kindness without bottom lines could also make the other side suspicious that you were plotting something bigger, while at the same time making them feel the humiliation of being pitted. Once suspicion and humiliation mixed together, only time remained before it turned into hatred. There were countless negative examples of this throughout history and all around him. Naturally, he wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. Besides second-hand furniture and appliances, there were also many cheap consumables on the shelves that Shun Siyun's family no longer had any use for. For example, low-end small goods, home textiles and clothing, daily chemical products, sanitary supplies, and so on. They were all clearly priced, waiting to consume the precious bottle caps in the hands of Saren and his wife. Most sinister of all, Shun Siyun had moved the cheap baijiu he had stockpiled earlier onto the most eye-catching third shelf, and he had set the price quite high. He could already imagine Saren staring at the Yanglichen cartons, placing an order only after repeatedly struggling with himself. As long as Saren opened that first bottle in the future, he would inevitably fall into the trap of consumerism and be unable to free himself. The pricing of all the supplies was extremely calculated, fully taking into account the other side's total potential wealth. Under normal circumstances, they would be able to gradually improve their quality of life while still maintaining their daily living expenses. But if they became addicted to the enjoyment of luxury goods, they would quickly fall into a low-income trap and end up drained dry. In Evenki family structures, authority over the household was traditionally held by paternal elders, and men occupied the dominant position economically. Yet Shun Siyun had deliberately given one account each to Saren and Nala, and both could buy and sell goods. He had even made it so that daily tasks could only be claimed once, meaning they had to rely on hand speed to snatch them first. This, of course, was also a major hidden mine he had deliberately planted, one that would deeply test the couple's relationship in the years to come. As for arranging two accounts with identical authority, no one could find fault with it. Their daughter, Aya, might even feel that Shun Siyun respected her mother very much. After all, as long as the couple stayed united, it was just a matter of moving things from the left hand to the right. But as the saying went, a poor couple suffers 100 hardships. Since the stage had already been set, those petty daily quarrels of family life appearing was only a matter of sooner or later. From this period of contact, Nala was quite a traditional woman. She always maintained hope for a better life, could endure hardship and work hard, and was diligent and frugal, a typical everyday person. Saren, on the other hand, clearly had the traits of a fun seeker, with hedonistic tendencies of enjoying the moment and living one day at a time. Shun Siyun did not really mean to sow discord. What he wanted was simply to give the husband and wife something to do. That way, they wouldn't remain a solid iron plate in the future and ultimately turn their spear point toward his side. To break up lower-class unity, the two most important methods were bread and circuses and vertical social division. By funding all kinds of non-governmental organizations, NGOs, they firmly occupied the social niche that originally belonged to the red camp, suppressing the traditional left so that they could never gain momentum. White left, female boxing, 97 genders. The root of all those past absurd phenomena lay here. These bizarre topics drew most of the public's attention and covered up the deeper social contradictions. Of course, if you want to be even more vicious, Shun Siyun could even add gambling games to the app. By giving the other side a certain credit limit, he could make them completely fall into debt slavery. But this was the apocalypse, and doing that now would make his intentions too obvious. So Shun Siyun only placed the gambling function within the virtual gold coin system, and he set the win rate to guarantee profit without loss, making it part of the bread and circuses instead. He did not want to provoke Aya's baseless dislike, and as long as the other side accepted his trading system, then under this monopolized operation and exclusive sales system, they had in fact already become herders he could manipulate as he pleased. Take the gene merchants in history, for example. During the Ming and Qing periods, they played a uniquely important role in trade with Mongolia and dominated the business world for more than 300 years. During the Guangxu era of the late Qing, the Qing court's annual fiscal revenue remained at around 90 million taels of silver. Yet the assets of Dashenki alone reached half of that yearly revenue. The gene merchants could truly be said to be rich enough to rival a nation. They monopolized the supply channels for brick tea, silk, furniture, and other daily necessities for the herders, while the purchasing channels for locally produced fur, beef, and mutton were also entirely monopolized by the gene merchants. From this they seized enormous wealth. And with that, as their foundation, they established all kinds of piaohao and accounting bureaus, becoming the de facto financial institutions of the North. It was said that during the Jiaqing and Xianfeng years of the Qing dynasty, even the iron-capped Prince Seng Rinchen, who once held immense power, still owed the Jin merchant Deshenki no less than 100,000 taels of silver in stamped note debt when he died. By the start of the 20th century, the private debt of each herder household in Outer Mongolia had already reached as high as 500 to 1,000 taels of silver. The so-called public debt owed by feudal princes, nobles, and upper-ranking lamas was even as high as 11 million taels. In Kobdo alone in Outer Mongolia, by 1913, livestock worth 20 million rubles was already owed to the Jin merchants. And in 1918, the entire annual fiscal revenue of the puppet autonomous government of Outer Mongolia was only 1,770,000 rubles. As the saying went, when things reached an extreme, they reversed. The later anti-foreign tide in Outer Mongolia and even its independence were, in essence, a nationwide debt default movement meant to completely escape economic colonization. In view of the historical tragedy, Shen Siyuan did not intend to squeeze Saren and his wife the way the Jin merchants had. Those with permanent property have permanent hearts. Sustainable overfishing was the scientific and rational economic method. If Saren really turned out to be useless mud that couldn't be stuck to a wall, then he would just arrange more reward tasks for Aya to help subsidize the family income. Ever since her mother Nala was discharged from the hospital, Aya had officially begun her life inside the shelter. To her, her current life felt a bit like attending a boarding school. Her daily schedule over the past half-month was about the same as when she had been in elementary school. The only difference was that she had only one classmate, Shin Mu, while the teachers were Jean Lin and Shun Siyuan taking turns. Although emotionally she liked teacher Jean a little more, she also had to admit that most of the time teacher Shun's classes were much more lively and interesting. At this moment, Aya was looking up at the blue sky lamp on the ceiling. Ever since the first day she arrived in the leisure area, she had wanted to take one of the blue sky lamps down and figure out why that kind of lamp could simulate the effect of the sky. Class, today we're going to learn how to make a bottle of cola. Shin Siyuan fiddled with the bottles and jars on the table. Yay, Dad. I haven't had Coke in so long, Shinmu cheered. After more than 2 years, the shelter's stockpile of Coke had already been completely exhausted. In order to make it last as long as possible, all the Coke stored in the shelter before had been canned. Because of differences in the container and manufacturing process, canned Coke kept far better than bottled Coke. Aluminum cans were usually made from aluminum alloy. The metal atoms were packed tightly together, making it hard for carbon dioxide to leak out, so their seal was far better than plastic bottles. Plastic bottles, on the other hand, had a looser material structure, so carbon dioxide could escape much more easily. During transport and storage, plastic bottles could also deform and cause the internal pressure to drop, while cans were better at maintaining pressure. Cans were opaque, so they could effectively block light and reduce the effect of light exposure on the stability of carbon dioxide. Plastic bottles were usually transparent, easily affected by light and heat, which sped up the loss of carbon dioxide. With all these factors combined, canned Coke generally retained more carbonation. That was why canned Coke was often considered tastier than bottled Coke. Most of the carbonated drinks found on the cruise ship were the bulk-style big bottles in 2-liter sizes. After thawing, they had basically lost all their fizz and tasted no different for sugar water. So, using the opportunity of class, he began demonstrating the process of making Coke to the 2 children. Focus. If you keep breaking classroom discipline, you'll be sent to stand under the light therapy lamp as punishment. And during class, no calling me Dad. You are to address me as Teacher Shun. Shin Siyuan spoke sternly. After both children snapped back to attention, he took out 2 bottles. To make Coke, the first thing we need is carbon dioxide. This is the foundation of all carbonated beverages. Shin Siyuan wrote a chemical formula on the whiteboard. HCO to produce carbon dioxide. We need 2 ingredients here, citric acid and sodium bicarbonate. Shin Siyuan picked up an old glass bottle that had already been cleaned and poured in purified water until it filled about 80% of the bottle. Then he added edible sodium bicarbonate at a ratio of 100:2 and gently stirred it with chopsticks. After the sodium bicarbonate dissolved, he added citric acid again at a ratio of 80:2, then immediately screwed the cap on tight. Before long, a large amount of bubbles began rising in the water inside the bottle. Shin Siyuan wrote another chemical formula on the whiteboard. CHO3 NiCO. Citric acid reacts with sodium bicarbonate to produce sodium citrate, water, and carbon dioxide. And carbon dioxide is the source of the bubbles in carbonated drinks. Since sodium bicarbonate is also called baking soda, the bottle of water in front of you now is what is called soda water. You too can give it a try. After saying that, Shin Siyuan handed the bottle to Aya. Aya opened the cap and took a sip, then passed it to Shinmu. It doesn't really taste like anything. It's just plain boiled water with a little fizz, Shinmu commented after drinking it, and Aya nodded along. The invention of soda water can be traced back to the 18th century. It imitated the bubbly characteristics of natural mineral water and was once believed to cure scurvy. Although that was wrong, it didn't stop people from using it to cool off in the heat. When carbon dioxide evaporates, it can carry away heat from the body and create a cooling effect. And carbonic acid also has a certain sterilizing and disinfecting effect. In times when sanitary conditions were poor, that could also be considered a way of purifying water. Then drinking boiled hot water is still more convenient, I said, looking up. Foreigners don't really like drinking hot water. As for the Silk Nation people's habit of drinking boiled water, that goes back to the patriotic health campaign. I'll talk to you about that in history class later. With that, Shen Siyuan picked up the cola syrup at his side. Before the disaster, he had already considered the need to make carbonated drinks himself. As long as high-concentration syrup was properly sealed, it could be stored for quite a long time. Originally, cola syrup was sold as a medicinal tonic, and its sales were pretty bad. Shen Siyuan paused. That was until a pharmacist mixed it with soda water. As he spoke, Shen Siyuan poured the syrup into the water, shook it evenly, then added citric acid and sodium bicarbonate. After a while, he handed the finished Coke to Shenmu. Wow, it tastes exactly the same as what I used to drink. Shenmu took a sip from the glass bottle, then handed it to Aya. Aya hesitated for a moment, but still accepted the bottle and drank from it. Seeing this, an almost imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of Shen Siyuan's mouth. If it's so simple to make, then why don't we usually make Coke ourselves instead of buying the finished product? Aya voiced her doubt. Good question. In the beginning, Coke was chemically speaking a true happy water. Its formula included coca leaf extract containing cocaine and cola nut extract containing caffeine, making it highly addictive. Because of that, the formula for cola syrup was kept secret. Aya and Shenmu exchanged a look and set the glass bottle back on the table. Haha, don't be scared. That was back in the 19th century. The formula was changed long ago. Seeing the two children visibly relax, Shen Siyuan continued the lesson. Later, although the improved Coke formula was still kept secret, it was no longer hard to analyze. After entering the modern era, cola companies switched to maintaining their market competitiveness through low prices. The homemade Coke you're drinking now actually costs much more than directly buying the finished product. You too need to remember this. As long as the scale of production is large enough, the cost of any product can be lowered to an astonishing degree. Whether the two children could understand or not, Shen Siyuan first demonstrated this kind of divergent thinking to them. Next, the two of you will follow the method I taught, and try making a few bottles of Coke yourselves. After saying that, Shen Siyuan sat off to the side and watched his son and Aya happily start their experiment. Half a year had already passed since Aya's family came to the shelter, and the third spring festival since the disaster was gradually approaching. From Shen Siyuan's observations during this period, Aya and her family had already begun getting used to life settled here. After drifting for more than 2 years, they had in fact long since reached their physical and mental limits. Because the reindeer herd had migrated for so long, they had no time or strength to reproduce. The average age of the deer was getting higher and higher, and their numbers were steadily declining. If they continued their nomadic hunting life, what awaited the family might be nothing but death. At least for Nala, that would certainly be the case. If there had been a reliable shelter willing to take them in back then, they probably would have gladly accepted the invitation and even been willing to pay a certain price for it. It was only because their first meeting with Shen Siyuan had been too intense that it led to some misunderstandings and unpleasantness. But after Nala's surgery and a long period of contact, Aya's family had gradually come to feel the goodwill of Shen Siyuan's family, and their original thoughts of escaping had slowly faded away. To make it easier for Saren to care for the deer herd, Shen Siyuan had already allowed him to operate the inner lift door. Only the outer door still remained without power. Now Saren and his wife had evolved from hunters traversing the White Mountains and Black Waters into modern people who spent all day with their heads lowered, staring at their phones. With an extreme lack of entertainment, the two of them had fallen with ease into the joy brought by cheap dopamine. Sometimes during class hours, Aya would also get called over to help her daughter slash coins so she could earn more viewing time, to watch shows more comfortably. Saren also exchanged the precious bottle caps he had earned from selling pelts for a television. Nala used the mission rewards she got from building the deer pen to exchange for a tablet as well. During the first month, Shen Siyuan often saw the two of them arguing in the videos recorded by the pinhole cameras, each complaining that the other's volume was too loud and affecting her own drama watching. Later, Aya used the bottle caps she earned from her study missions to exchange for 2 pairs of Bluetooth earbuds, and that finally solved the problem. The mission rewards Shen Siyuan gave Aya in the system were not high. She only got 4 bottle caps a day, but because the little girl normally had no living expenses, her disposable income was actually higher than her parents'. That was also by Shen Siyuan's deliberate design. Income level determined family status and the right to speak. He hoped the girl would become more independent in the life ahead and avoid relying too much on her original family. The schedule Shen Siyuan arranged for Aya was for her to stay inside the shelter from Monday to Friday and attend school there, then return to the city gate on Saturday and Sunday to reunite with her parents and rest. At the very beginning, every Monday morning, she would still hug her parents goodbye with obvious reluctance. Recently, though, she had even started returning to the shelter ahead of time. As for the reason, it was nothing more than the food not being tasty enough, there being no place to bathe, going to the bathroom being inconvenient, and most importantly, not having a room of her own. The duty room was only a little over a dozen square meters. Squeezing a family of 3 into it was definitely not a pleasant experience, and every time they had to sleep on floor bedding. Especially since Aya was already 10 years old and had developed a certain sense of independence. Even if the conditions in the isolation ward could not compare to the shelter's residential area, it still completely crushed the duty room. Although there were still 2 empty bedrooms in the residential area, Shun Si-Yuen still had Aya live in the isolation ward for easier monitoring and control. Letting an outsider live right next to his family, even if it was a child, was still too risky. Unless Aya really married Shenmue. Shun Si-Yuen would never allow that to happen. Still, interestingly enough, he noticed that every time Aya snuck back into the shelter, it was always Shenmue who opened the door for her. As for that, he always turned a blind eye. Sometimes he would even pretend to catch them by accident, then play the villain and sternly lecture the 2 children, helping them strengthen their bond. Starting from the 21st day of the 12th lunar month, Saren and Nala began cleaning the rooms and washing clothes and utensils in preparation for the coming spring festival. The Awenki also celebrated Spring Festival. It was one of their most important holidays, and the date fully matched the traditional Han Spring Festival. In Awenki, Spring Festival was called Enibai, carrying the meaning of a month of revelry or a month of joy. To welcome the new year, they rarely slaughtered an old reindeer. They also sold 2 reindeer in exchange for a batch of bottle caps to use on holiday goods. Recently, the supply of pasture grass had been getting more and more stable. After eating and drinking their fill, the reindeer had finally recovered their vitality. Now several does were already pregnant, and the herd was about to welcome new life. On the night of the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, they began the traditional Iwenki ritual of worshipping the fire god. For safety reasons, after helping set up the site, Shun Si-Yuen's family stood to the side and watched. Saren's whole family stood in the open space and lit a rack made of stacked wooden slats. Venison was placed on a fire pile, and strips of cloth in 5 colors were draped across the middle and around the frame. Directly south of the fire pile stood a dining table serving as an altar table, and various offerings had already been placed on it. Saren threw the prepared offerings into the fire while chanting, "Huri, Huri," then led the whole family in kowtowing toward the fire. After the ritual ended, Saren warmly invited Shun Si-Yuen over to enjoy a full reindeer feast. Unable to refuse such hospitality, he had no choice but to bring a few bottles of good liquor and take Jinshi and Shenmue over for the meal, while the others returned to the shelter to stand watch. That way, both families would have 2 adults and 1 child, and neither side would feel too pressured. When they entered the room, the table was filled with abundant food, most of it dishes made from venison, such as hand-grabbed meat, roasted deer ribs, and venison stewed with potatoes. Saren smiled and invited everyone to sit. During the meal, he repeatedly raised his glass to thank Shun Si-Yuen's family for taking them in and helping them. Shun Si-Yuen responded simply, and everyone began chatting freely. "Brother Shun, try this plate of food. It's crazy fragrant." Saren used a small knife to cut the meat from the deer's brisket into several pieces and gave 1 portion to everyone present. When Awenki people entertained guests, the host had to use a knife to cut off deer brisket and offer it to each guest. This was also part of their custom for receiving guests, expressing respect and good wishes. Shun Si-Yuen felt a little tense looking at the knife, but to avoid causing misunderstanding, he still smiled and grabbed the meat with his hand and ate it. It's my first time eating venison. It really is good. The meat was delicate, more tender than beef, and the flavor was lighter than beef too. It had a unique wild taste that was very appealing. This brisket has to be eaten together by everyone. Only then can our hearts think as one and our strength work in one direction. Saren laughed too. "Well said. In this apocalypse, we gotta help each other if we want to survive." Jinshi took big bites of meat while gulping down liquor. Then Saren used his knife to cut open a stomach pouch that had already been roasted to a scorched golden yellow color, and several richly fragrant pieces of shoulder blade meat fell out along with the juices. Come, that shoulder blade piece has divine power and good fortune in it. Every one of us has to take a bite, so don't miss out." Shun Si-Yuen bit down on it. The meat was rich without being greasy, and it even carried a faint grassy fragrance. "This meat is incredible. It's absolutely a human world delicacy." He kept nodding as he spoke. At present, the only fresh meat left in the shelter was chicken. As for other large animal meat, it was all frozen meat or jerky, and the taste was nowhere near as good as this fresh venison. By the end of the meal, as expected, Jinshi and Saren were both completely drunk again. It took a great deal of effort from Shun Si-Yuen and Nala to separate the 2 drinking buddies, calling each other brothers, and bring them back to their rooms to rest. The next morning, since Saren was still in a drunken stupor and had not sobered up yet, Shun Si-Yuen took the 2 children with him and came to the burned-out fire rack left after last night's fire god ritual. After an entire night, the originally blazing flames had long since gone out, leaving behind only a pile of cold ashes. But when Shun Si-Yuen walked closer, he could still sense the ashes giving off the faintest trace of lingering warmth. Plant ash is a very useful resource. For this morning's lesson, we'll first collect these ashes. Shen Siyuan smiled at the two children and carefully helped them put on goggles, masks, aprons, and thick gloves. Maybe it was because they had finally escaped the usual dull and boring routine of sitting at desks and listening to lectures. Or maybe they simply found this kind of labor fresh and fun. The two children worked with growing enthusiasm. Bright smiles spread across their faces. They happily waved the tools in their hands, and for a while dust filled the air, because their movements were far too bold. The whole area became a whirlwind of dirt and ash, as if a miniature sandstorm had blown through. Dad, there are some sticky lumps in the ashes too. Like rubber clay. Should we collect those too? Shenmu asked, picking up a black, gelatinous lump. Shun Siyuan took the blob and kneaded it a few times, roughly figuring out what it was. Pay attention here. What you just discovered is the birth process of primitive soap. What turns into soap when it burns? Aya asked in confusion. It's not that simple. This was formed last night during the ritual to the fire god, when fat from the venison dripped into the scorching plant ash below and created a compound. To be more precise, it was actually grease balls containing soap components. And those grease balls were the precursor to soap. Shen Siyuan smiled and began to explain. The circumstances under which ancient people obtained soap-making formulas can be traced back to multiple ancient civilizations. It is generally believed that the earliest soap formula originated in Mesopotamia in West Asia. The exact process of its invention can no longer be verified, but the rough process was probably more or less the same. When ancient people offered raw beast meat on sacred altars to roast in honor of the gods, they discovered that the grease balls formed from fat and plant ash had a cleaning effect. After collecting all the plant ash into an iron bucket, Shun Siyuan took the students back into the shelter. After simply selecting the equipment needed for the lesson, the three of them sat back down at the desk. Plant ash is the residue left after plants are burned, so nearly all the mineral elements contained in plants are present in it. Its main components are potassium carbonate, calcium oxide, and magnesium oxide. Shen Siyuan wrote two formulas on the whiteboard. K2CO, 3H2OKHCO3. HCO, 3H2OH2CO, 3OH. Plant ash can play a role in both agricultural production and daily healthcare. It is weakly alkaline, can effectively remove grease and stains, and neutralize soil acidity. It can also improve soil fertility, repel pests, and effectively remove odors. Because it has such a wide range of uses, it is called universal ash. After saying that, Shen Siyuan took out a bucket of cooking oil that had been stored for 2.5 years and had already expired, preparing to demonstrate the soap-making process. Around 3000 BCE, people were already mixing oil and alkaline plant ash to make soap. The formula later spread widely along the Mediterranean coast and gradually spread across the world. At the time, people who lacked scientific knowledge even believed this was magical earth, something the gods had taught humanity to use for washing clothes and bodies. In the Silk Nation, during the Wei and Jin periods, people also began using pig pancreas mixed with lard and plant ash to make zao dough. So that is how it is. No wonder we call soap yitzi where I'm from, Aya said in sudden realization. The three of them then began the formal production process. First, they used a fine mesh sieve to filter out the charcoal that had not completely turned to ash. Then they poured pure water into a large amount of plant ash and stirred it evenly, allowing the various compounds in the ash to fully dissolve into the water. The ratio of plant ash to water was 1:3. Originally, this step required long soaking and settling, usually more than 24 hours. To save time, Shen Siyuan used boiling hot water to flush through it here. Then Shen Siyuan found gauze and old cloth and made a filter layer by hand, starting the process of filtering out the residue. He then poured the repeatedly filtered, diluted potassium carbonate water into a stainless steel pot. He moved the pot onto the portable gas stove to boil and concentrate it, and during this process continued adding more plant ash to soak. Then he kept filtering it to obtain a more concentrated alkaline solution. Dad, how much longer until we can make soap? Shenmu asked a little irritably. It needs to be concentrated a bit more. When the pH value of the lye reaches around 12.6, it can be used to make soap. Shen Siyuan picked up a pH test strip and checked it. Ancient people didn't have pH test strips. How do they figure it out? Aya asked. Usually through repeated trial and error by experienced craftsmen, building up from experience. But some people in history also came up with more intuitive ways to judge it. After saying that, Shen Siyuan had Shenmu go to the breeding area to fetch a chicken feather and an egg, then toss them into the lye water. When the egg can float in the lye water, neither sinking completely to the bottom nor floating fully above the surface, it indicates that the concentration of the lye water is suitable. That is because the density of an egg is about 1 gram per cubic centimeter. When the density of the lye water exceeds that of the egg will float. Also, when the pH value of the lye water is greater than around 12.4, the feather will be dissolved by the lye water. That is because at this pH level, the alkalinity of the lye water is strong enough to break down the protein in the feather. These two methods use physical or chemical changes respectively to directly determine whether the concentration of the lye water is suitable. They are also common techniques in traditional handmade soap production, Shun Cun concluded. After that, Shun Cun mixed the grease and the plant ash lye at a ratio of 1:5. After the grease and lye water were mixed together, under low heat and continuous stirring, the saponification reaction immediately began. The saponification reaction produces glycerin and sodium stearate. Sodium stearate is the main component that forms soap. Glycerin, meanwhile, can be used as a skincare product and has a moisturizing effect. After saying that, Shun Cun sprinkled a handful of salt into the pot. Adding salt can separate out the glycerin mixed inside, and it can also make the soap harder and more durable after it forms. Without this step, the soap would end up like those gelatinous lumps in the ash pile just now. The next step was long-term stirring. Shun Cun handed that task to his son and Aya, and took out some fragrance essences. Separate these mixtures and keep stirring. Now you can pick whatever scent you like and add it in. Another half-hour passed, as the solution turned into a white paste. Shun Cun directed the children to pour the paste into molds. That's it. After ventilating and drying it for about a month, the soap will be finished. Traditional soap is all-purpose. It can be used for washing the body and washing clothes. When the time comes, you can try using it yourselves, and you'll know. Shun Cun smiled and rubbed the two children's heads. Anticipation appeared on Shun Mu and Aya's faces. Rongqing, Bashu Province, deep in the Longquan mountain range. Shelter number 5101-2-1-008. Wang Jie pressed his palm against the lead glass of the observation window, feeling the faint vibrations coming from the molten salt core. The dark red liquid fluoride salt slowly churned inside the pressure vessel, like hellfire imprisoned within. At this moment, the real-time temperature outside the shelter was only minus 41 degrees, while the indoor temperature here was above 35 degrees. Wang Jie's gaze was fixed on the countless interwoven pipeline systems, now covered in brown rust like diseased blood vessels. 3 days ago, the reactor's primary circulation pump had suffered a serious leak. The radioactive molten salt vapor not only completely scrapped the 2 maintenance robots he had personally designed, but also caused severe injuries to multiple staff members at the site. Those corroded pipes would form black, tumor-like lumps while enduring high temperatures, like one-time bomb after another. Why do new-type nuclear reactors choose to use thorium? The newly arrived intern asked tremblingly. The cuff of this material's science PhD's protective suit still had a Tsinghua school emblem pinned to it, making Wang Jie think of the fallen ginkgo leaves he had once seen in Wadayaku. Our country's confirmed uranium reserves account for less than 6% of the global total. We're a typical uranium-poor nation. The few uranium mines we do have are scattered, making extraction difficult. Before this disaster happened, more than 70% of uranium had to be imported. The old academician at the side answered, his aged voice carrying a metallic quality inside the protective mask. Thorium is different. The thorium reserves in the Haiyun OBO mine alone account for 30% of the world's reserves. These thorium resources are enough to meet the Silk Nation's energy needs for the next 20,000 years. The old academician spoke steadily. The light of the reactor core reflected in his calm eyes. A thorium-based molten salt reactor, ISNT, some new concept. Back in 1946, Oak Ridge Laboratory in the beautiful nation built the first experimental thorium reactor. The old academician gave the intern's back a firm pat. It's just that back then. Nickel-based alloys couldn't last more than 400 hours in fluoride salt at 700 degrees Celsius, and our job is to solve that problem. Molten salt reactors use fluoride salts as both coolant and fuel carrier. At high temperatures, the corrosion rate on ordinary nickel-based alloys can reach as high as 0.5 millimeters per year. Although the nation of Silk has already developed GH3535 alloy and a bio-nano composite coating, BNCT, the combined effects of high-temperature molten salt and neutron irradiation still accelerate intergranular corrosion in the material, leading to pipeline rupture. This made it difficult for the reactor to achieve long-term stable operation. The demonstration reactor in front of them, with a power output of 300 megawatts, was far more difficult to engineer than the experimental reactor, which had a power output of only 2 megawatts. After coming from Jiangnan Province to Basha Province, Wang Jie was assigned by the authorities to this underground shelter, where he threw himself into the development of the thorium reactor power station. A thorium-based molten salt reactor uses high-temperature molten salt as coolant, giving it characteristics such as high temperature, low pressure, high chemical stability, and high heat capacity. In the current post-apocalyptic environment, it had unmatched advantages. First, a thorium reactor does not require a heavy and expensive pressure vessel. Because of that, it can be built into a compact, lightweight, and low-cost small modular reactor. Since it uses liquid fluoride salt as both fuel and coolant, it can operate at normal pressure and remain stable even at high temperatures, reducing the risk of pressure vessel rupture. Second, it does not require massive water resources for cooling, freeing it from the inherent flaw of pressurized water reactors, which must be built near water. Its thermal conversion efficiency reached as high as around 50%. far above the 33% of traditional reactors. The high-temperature nuclear heat output of a molten salt reactor could be used not only for power generation, but also directly for industrial heat applications, high-temperature hydrogen production, and hydrogen-based carbon dioxide absorption from methanol synthesis. Finally, in terms of nuclear waste treatment, the half-life of thorium reactor nuclear waste was only around 300 years, far lower than the 10,000-year scale of uranium reactors. Not only did this significantly reduce the difficulty of waste disposal, but the process of converting thorium into uranium-233 also produced uranium-232, whose decay released intense radiation. This characteristic ensured that such nuclear material would require heavy shielding facilities before it could be used for military purposes. The cost of weaponization increased by more than tenfold, reducing the danger of civilian thorium reactor applications. Even though the project had the full support of the authorities, the disaster caused by the asteroid impact had destroyed a huge number of upstream and downstream factories. The original industrial chain had almost been completely cut off. A massive amount of supporting equipment was in extremely short supply, seriously slowing the progress of the project. And the prerequisite for fully restarting a complete industrial system was precisely solving the energy supply problem. It was like a nesting doll version of the chicken or the egg problem. Engineering progress had fallen into a dead loop. Wang Jie kept sorting through the key issues in his mind, trying to find a way to solve the neutron radiation-driven acceleration of intergranular corrosion. However, just as he was racking his brains, a shrill alarm sounded on site again. Not good. Something happened again. Wang Jie's expression changed, and he immediately ran toward the source of the alarm. Sure enough, a fault had appeared in the reactor's circulation pipeline, causing the local temperature to spike instantly. Parts of the coating on some sections of pipe were already showing signs of peeling off. Under the old academician's command, the staff on site quickly took emergency measures. After shutdown, the molten salt would solidify below 640 degrees Celsius. Through freeze plug burnout, the fuel could automatically drain into a critical safety tank, forming physical isolation. In principle, the safety advantages of a molten salt reactor far surpassed those of a pressurized water reactor. But the accident happening again made Wang Jie's mood extremely heavy. He knew very well that if these problems could not be solved as soon as possible, similar incidents would keep happening. At this time, 4 years had already passed since the asteroid impact, and the environment on Blue Star's surface had gradually stabilized. If the energy supply problem could not be solved, the nation of Silk's post-disaster reconstruction would remain forever out of reach. After the accident was dealt with, Wang Jie examined the bio-nano composite coating that had flaked off the pipeline surface. Dark red molten salt residue gave off an eerie glow under the searchlights. He observed that the corrosion cracks showed a unique fractal structure. This was a typical sign of grain boundary dislocation accumulation caused by neutron irradiation. Pull up the transmission electron microscopy data for the BNCT coating. Wang Jie suddenly shouted at the intern. He seemed to have gotten an idea. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Wang Jie rushed out of the materials lab, still wearing protective gear stained with molten salt crystals. He grabbed the newly developed max-phase ceramic sample and vacuum diffusion welded it to the nickel-based alloy substrate. When a scanning electron microscope showed a perfect transition layer, the old academician said in surprise, "This is a phase transition gradient structure? Defects produced by neutron irradiation can be captured by the layered structure of the max phase." Wang Jie brought up the simulation data. In the three-dimensional stress field, the molybdenum carbide interlayer absorbed dislocation loops like a sponge. We can deposit a 0.5 mm T3 SiC2 ceramic layer on the surface of the GH3535 alloy, then cover it with an amorphous nickel-niobium alloy as a buffer layer. Next, the three-dimensional printing workshop in the deepest part of the shelter lit up with red light. A nanoscale electron beam built the composite coating at a speed of 30 layers per second, and the crystal orientation of every alloy layer was topologically optimized. A few days later, when the first modified main circulation pipe was completed, Wang Jie personally connected it into the reactor core loop. During the 72-hour full power operation test, the new composite pipeline withstood the enormous neutron flux. Metallographic analysis showed that the amorphous buffer layer effectively suppressed the intergranular penetration of fluoride ions, while the max-phase ceramic dispersed thermal stress into nanoscale shear bands. When the core temperature stabilized at 700 degrees Celsius, shear suppressed for many years erupted inside the control room. The post-disaster reconstruction of the nation of Silk was about to sweep forward like the chain reaction inside the reactor. At dawn, Shun Siyuan pushed a cart full of foraged grass to the outer perimeter of the shelter. Before he even reached the deer shed, the young reindeer came running over one after another, unable to wait any longer. By now, the number of reindeer had increased to more than 20, but most of them were fawns born after arriving at the shelter. Only 3 adult deer remained. Under the influence of Shun Siyuan's malicious acquisition, the herd SH structure had become badly unbalanced. Shen Siyuan had also ended his protective control over Saren and his wife after more than a year. When the reindeer once again stepped out through the city gate, the herd, lacking prime-age deer, had completely lost even its ability to break trail through the snow. After getting used to delicious, highly nutritious forage, the younger generation of reindeer now turned up their noses even at lichen balls delivered right to their mouths. At present, the only reindeer still capable of independently foraging in the wild was that aged white lead stag. In reality, this herd had already lost the ability to migrate freely and had completely degenerated into penned livestock. Not far away, Saren and Nala were clearing snow off the roof above the city gate. After tossing the forage grass to the reindeer, Shen Siyuan walked over and casually greeted them. My mom is organizing a group physical exam. Want to join? Sure. Isn't that a great thing? Saren's face lit up with delight. Then remember to keep your diet light and don't drink alcohol these next few days. Shen Siyuan nodded. Absolutely. Nala chimed in from the side. On the way back to the shelter, Shen Siyuan also ran into Aya, who had come out to help her parents clean up reindeer droppings. Hurry up. Chemistry class will start in a bit. He patted the girl on the head. Got it, Uncle Shen. I'm quick. Aya replied with a smile. Recently, while checking the shelter's supplies, Shen Siyuan discovered that in the Molotov cocktails he had stockpiled before the disaster, the gasoline had already evaporated completely. In this crisis-ridden, post-apocalyptic world, Molotov cocktails were one of the most important means of defense. Losing them was like losing a solid line of defense. Shen Siyuan knew very well that he had to find a solution as soon as possible. Reproducing gasoline was an urgent matter. After some thought, Shen Siyuan decided to use an old gas cylinder and modify it into a reaction kettle. Using firewood as fuel, he planned to refine the collected waste plastic into petroleum compounds through thermal cracking, then process it further into gasoline. He had been busy with the preparation work these past few days, and he also intended to use this oil refining opportunity to give Shunmu and Aya a vivid chemistry lesson. He felt that, in the apocalypse, mastering one more survival skill meant one more guarantee of staying alive. And if the children learned this knowledge, it might even prove useful during the rebuilding of civilization. Students, today's lesson is how to refine petroleum from waste plastic and then turn it into gasoline, Shen Siyuan said with a serious expression. Dad, Teacher Shen, plastic can actually be turned into oil? That's way too amazing. Isn't it? Shenmu couldn't help asking. Shen Siyuan smiled and patiently explained, to understand that, we have to start with how petroleum is formed. We generally believe petroleum was formed from the remains of ancient organisms under long geological processes. As for plastic, most of it is made from chemical substances refined from petroleum. So in a sense, plastic can be seen as a transformed form of petroleum. What we're going to do today is turn plastic back into something similar to petroleum. The key to that is thermal cracking technology. Shen Siyuan brought the children to the modified reaction kettle and said, this is our oil refinery. The reason we chose to modify a gas cylinder is because it can withstand relatively high pressure, which makes it suitable for this extraction work. Then Shen Siyuan wrote several chemical formulas on the whiteboard and began explaining the principle of thermal cracking in detail. Thermal cracking is when organic compounds undergo decomposition reactions in a high-temperature, oxygen-free, or oxygen-deficient environment. Plastic is made up of polymer compounds. Take common polyethylene, for example. Its chemical formula is CHN. During thermal cracking, the long chains of these polymer compounds break apart. Using polyethylene as an example, the chemical reaction can be simply represented as CHNCXI, small molecule hydrocarbon mixture, other products. The CXI here refers to the small molecule hydrocarbon compounds produced by thermal cracking. When these hydrocarbons are mixed together, they form the crude petroleum-like substance we initially obtain. Different types of plastic will produce somewhat different cracking products, but broadly speaking, they all involve breaking plastic polymers down into small hydrocarbon molecules. Then why does it have to be done in an oxygen-free or oxygen-deficient environment? I asked. Good question. If there is a large amount of oxygen present, the plastic will burn instead, and what happens then is an oxidation reaction, producing substances like carbon dioxide and water. That is not the result we want. What we need is for the plastic to decompose under high heat, not burn. So we have to reduce the influence of oxygen as much as possible, Shen Siyuan patiently answered. After explaining the principle, Shen Siyuan began demonstrating the actual oil refining process. First, he sorted the collected waste plastic and put it into the reaction kettle. All this waste plastic had been accumulated in the shelter over the past 4 years as plastic trash, and it had already been processed by the garbage shredder into block-like pieces. Next, Shen Siyuan lit the stove, fueled by firewood, and began heating the reaction kettle. As the wood burned, the flames gradually grew stronger, and the temperature around the reaction kettle slowly rose. As the temperature rises, the plastic will gradually soften, melt, and then begin undergoing thermal cracking. This process takes a certain amount of time, and temperature control is extremely important. If the temperature is too low, the reaction proceeds very slowly, or may not happen at all. But if the temperature is too high, the products may decompose too much, affecting the quality of the petroleum. Shun Siyuan explained to the two children while watching the thermometer. This method of extracting petroleum through thermal cracking is fairly common in some poor and underdeveloped countries. Because Western developed countries often export all kinds of garbage in the name of so-called environmental protection, and waste plastic makes up a large part of that. Through this simple method, waste plastic can be converted into petroleum to meet some basic energy needs. Although this method is rather crude and causes serious air pollution, it can be very useful in an apocalyptic environment. After some time, gas began to form inside the reaction kettle. Pointing at the output gas pipe, Shun Siyuan said, "These gases are produced by thermal cracking. They contain hydrocarbon compounds as well as some other gaseous impurities. We need to collect these gases and process them further before we can get the petroleum we want." Shun Siyuan guided the extracted gas through a series of condensation devices. The gas gradually cooled, turned into liquid, and flowed into the collection container. Looking at the dark brown liquid slowly accumulating inside the container, Aya said excitedly, "Wow, it really turned into oil. This is only the preliminary petroleum-like substance. It still contains a lot of impurities and needs further processing," Shun Siyuan said. Then Shun Siyuan led the children through the next stage of processing. He distilled the preliminary liquid, using the differences in boiling points among substances to remove impurities and further improve the purity of the petroleum. Distillation is a very important step in oil refining. By controlling the temperature, we let substances with different boiling points evaporate into gas at different temperatures, then cool them back in a liquid for collection. That way, we can obtain pure petroleum products. If we control the temperature within gasoline's boiling point range, we can separate the gasoline from a mixture, Shun Siyuan explained while working. After a round of distillation, he finally obtained relatively pure gasoline. What we have now is gasoline. Let us see how well it works. Shun Siyuan shook the bottle in his hand. Then he led Shenmu and Aya to the garage and poured the gasoline into the fuel tank of Jinlin's purple hybrid sedan. With the roar of the engine starting up, the morning lesson came to a successful end. Inside the shelter, Shun Siyuan rubbed his throbbing temples and swiped past the cooking oil section on the tablet screen. Behind him, between the shelves, two nimble figures were darting back and forth among the mountain-like stacks of supply crates. "Shorty, help me pass the cereal from the bottom shelf. Call me that one more time, and I'll dump mealworms into your bedding." The boy and girl were like young beasts fighting over territory in the jungle, chasing each other through the warehouse packed with supply boxes. The soles of their canvas shoes scraped across the anti-static flooring with squeaking sounds. Shun Siyuan continued checking the shelter's supply consumption. The nonstop chatter from Shunmu and Aya behind him made his ears ache. Without even turning around, he could picture Aya's puffed-up, angry face. Time flew by. It had now been Aya's third year here. In his memory, that little girl who had once curled up inside her clothes and trembled was now swinging a vacuum-sealed ham thicker than her arm, chasing Shunmu through the shelves until he fled in panic with his head in his hands. Compared to when Shun Siyuan had first tied her up and brought her to the shelter, the little girl had clearly grown much taller. Whenever she turned, the straps of her denim overalls would always slip down, revealing the faint, emerging line of her collarbones. The cuffs of her athletic socks pressed against her slender calves, making her ankles look even more delicate. Girls usually enter puberty 1 to 2 years earlier than boys, generally beginning their growth spurt around the age of 10 to 11. Their height growth rate accelerates, accompanied by secondary sexual characteristics such as breast development. I was exactly like that. Clothes that had fit her last year now had sleeves that had shrunk to 3 finger widths above her wrist bone. At this moment, when she bent over to move cargo, the outline of her bra clasp could already be faintly seen through the wisps of hair at the back of her neck. Boys usually hit puberty later, typically entering a rapid growth phase between the ages of 12 and 14. Their testicles developed, their voices changed, and other sexual characteristics gradually became more apparent. Their height growth rate also increased noticeably. The clear voice of a young boy would start to pick up a rough edge, just like how little sister was shouting while running right now. Her final syllable suddenly cracked into 2 tones. After entering puberty, boys could grow 8 to 10 centimeters per year, while girls slowed down to 6 to 8 centimeters. The boy's height would gradually overtake the girl's. This change showed up in the supply lists as constantly revised clothing size records. Aya's growth curve was a steadily rising broken line, while Shunmu's was a steep parabola. Shunmu's growth trajectory was like a spring bamboo shoot breaking through the soil. A year ago, he had still been half a head shorter than Aya. Now, he could already rest his chin on the crown of the girl's head and make faces. By this year, both children had already celebrated their 13th birthdays. Aya was 3 months older than Shunmu by birth date, and before. Shunmu had still been willing to call her big sister. Back then, the way he looked up at people had been like a drenched little puppy. Ever since he had grown taller than the girl, he had started putting a little in front of sister. Because of that, the two of them bickered noisily every single day, turning the shelter upside down. At this point, Nearly 5 years had already passed since the asteroid impact event. Even though they had stockpiled an enormous amount of supplies before the disaster, after long-term use and natural deterioration, many important materials were still gradually running out or becoming unusable due to expiration, spoilage, or being non-renewable. The 2 refrigerated containers in front of Shun Siyuan had already been repurposed as ordinary storage containers. The fruits, meat, and seafood bought before the disaster had all been used up 2 years ago. What remained now were only some canned fruit, jerky, and dried seafood. At present, the only animal protein the shelter could steadily and continuously supply was eggs, chicken, tilapia, river snails, and mealworms that no one was willing to eat for the time being. Originally, the breeding area had also had some rabbits and looting chickens as supplements, but because they had been excessively frightened during the previous disaster, they had all died. What had gone extinct along with them were the river shrimp that had been completely wiped out because of water quality problems. Fortunately, after taking an Aya's family, they had gained a herd of reindeer, which solved the shelter supply problem for fresh red meat. Shun Siyuan checked the freeze-dried food and canned food on the shelves, confirming the airtightness of the packaging. These durable foods were the shelter's emergency reserve stock, the final supplies at the bottom of the chest. They would not be used lightly unless it was absolutely necessary. But even something like white sugar, which did not really have a concept of expiration, could only be stored long-term under dry and sealed conditions. If it leaked and got damp, it would clump and spoil, so it needed frequent inspection. Stop messing around and help me move all this expired cooking oil onto the cart. Shun Siyuan stopped the children from fooling around and put the 2 of them to work as movers. Vegetable oil was prone to oxidation and spoilage. After opening, its storage period was only about 1 to 2 years. If left unopened and protected from light, it could at most be stored for around 3 years. After 4 years, it would start to go rancid. This was because vegetable oil was rich in unsaturated fatty acids, such as linoleic acid and linolenic acid. The carbon-carbon double bonds in their molecules easily underwent oxidation reactions with oxygen, generating harmful substances such as aldehydes, ketones, and acids. This caused the oil to go rancid and develop a stale, greasy smell. The oxidation process began the moment the oil was pressed out. Even if sealed and kept away from light, it could not be stopped. If cooking oil was not thoroughly refined, it could also retain moisture-free fatty acids, or metal ions. These impurities would further accelerate oxidation and hydrolysis reactions. These peroxides and free radicals could trigger cell damage and inflammation, and consuming them would increase the risk of cardiovascular disease, diabetes, and other conditions. By now, the shelter's daily cooking oil had all been switched over to freshly pressed rapeseed oil and peanut oil. The rapeseed and peanuts used as raw materials were grown through hydroponics and aeroponics respectively, although the efficiency of oil accumulation was far inferior to soil cultivation. The shelter population was small enough that it was still sufficient to meet their needs. During the previous stockpiling operation, Shun Siyuan had purchased a massive amount of oil products. Later, on the cruise ship, he had found an enormous quantity of various edible oils. Added together, the total had reached more than 50 tons, enough to fill an entire tank container. In comparison, the shelter's most important energy source, diesel, now had only about 70 tons left. That was only thanks to the supplies received from the cruise ship along the way. Otherwise, based on the shelter's rate of consumption, the diesel should have already run out by now. However, the remaining diesel had inevitably all developed deterioration problems. Recently, it had even indirectly caused one of the diesel generators to fail and shut down. Shun Siyuan and Jin Qi had spent a great deal of effort cleaning out carbon deposits and carrying out a complete overhaul before it was restored to operation. Deteriorated diesel would produce gum and sludge through oxidation. These sediments would clog precision components, such as fuel filters and injectors, leading to poor fuel delivery. The moisture in diesel would also promote microbial growth, forming biofilms and acidic metabolites. These substances not only corroded the fuel tank and pipelines, but also clogged filters and caused fuel pump damage. The drop in the calorific value of deteriorated diesel would also result in insufficient power output from the diesel generators, causing hard starts or sudden shutdowns during operation. The acid value of oxidized diesel would also increase, constantly corroding the fuel tank, fuel lines, and metal parts inside the engine, leading to leaks or seal failure. Because this batch of diesel had been mixed with various additives before leaving the factory and had been stored sealed for a long time, it could still barely continue to be used for now. But for the sake of the diesel generator service life, it would be safer to dilute it with fresh diesel before use. Because of that, Shun Siyuan started the planned work of producing biodiesel. The core of converting expired cooking oil into biodiesel was transesterification with methanol. Under the action of the catalyst sodium hydroxide, it would produce fatty acid methyl esters and the byproduct glycerol. Chemistry teacher Shun Siyuan skillfully wrote the chemical formula on the whiteboard. C3H5OCr, 33CH3OH3, or Kuch3C3H5OH3. The reason methanol was used was because the transesterification reaction was more efficient with it. If conditions did not allow for that, anhydrous ethanol, pure alcohol, could also be used as a substitute. The downside was that the water had to be removed repeatedly. Otherwise, severe saponification would occur, and in the end it would turn into a useless lump of paste. Shun Siyuan casually took out a large bottle of industrial methanol and poured some out. Teacher Shun, if we don't have methanol on hand, then what do we do? Aya asked. If it's the apocalypse and you didn't prepare anything, then just wait to die, Shun Mu said disdainfully. Aya shot Shin Mu a fierce glare and puffed up her little mouth. That's simple. You can get it through the dry distillation of wood. Since you asked, we'll start with preparing methanol. It just so happens we can reuse the reaction kettle from when we refined oil before. Then Shun Siyuan brought the two of them over to rummage through the woodpile for raw materials. All this would have been collected from the mountains in the early days of the apocalypse. After being stored for such a long time, it had all dried thoroughly by now. What we need is hardwood broadleaf timber, like camphor, beech, and elm. Their methoxy and acetyl group contents are relatively high, which can increase the yield of acetic acid and methanol. After feeding the wood through a garbage shredder and breaking it into small chunks, the three of them worked together to stuff it into a reaction kettle modified from a gas cylinder. After sealing off the air, Shun Siyuan heated it to around 400 degrees Celsius. After a while, the vapor mixture produced by the wood's decomposition vented out from the top of the kettle. What is appearing in the condenser now is wood vinegar and tar. The remaining non-condensable gas being discharged is wood gas. Rather than waste it, we're burning it directly to keep heating the reaction kettle, Shun Siyuan explained. Boiling beans with bean stalks as fuel, the beans weep inside the pot. Shun Mu recited a poem on the spot. Born of the same root, why torment each other so urgently? Aya reflexively continued. The two looked at each other and laughed. The main component of wood vinegar is acetic acid, making up about 5 to 10%. The methanol content is about 1 to 2%. It also contains some acetone, which is good stuff too. I'll explain that properly in a future dangerous materials class. Facing the burning looks in their eyes, Shun Siyuan set the collected wood vinegar on the table and let it stand. The wood vinegar gradually separated into layers. The upper layer was clarified wood vinegar, and the lower layer was wood tar. What comes next is simple. Methanol has a boiling point of 64.7 degrees, and acetic acid has a boiling point of 118 degrees. Using a distillation setup, we can keep the temperature between 64 and 65 degrees to purify and separate the methanol. From 1 cubic meter of wood, we can extract about 1 kilogram of methanol. As for the remaining liquid, if we keep distilling it at around 118 degrees, we can still obtain acetic acid. It can be used to make vinegar, and it can also be used to make descaling agents and cleaning products. After calculating the material ratio, Shun Siyuan mixed the 200 milliliters of methanol they had just obtained with 6 grams of sodium hydroxide. After stirring it thoroughly, he mixed it with 1 liter of expired cooking oil and poured all the raw materials into a new reaction kettle. During the reaction, the methanol will evaporate when heated. So for safety, I added an extra reflux setup. Shun Siyuan pointed at the condenser tube above. When the reaction kettle was heated to 55 degrees Celsius, Shun Siyuan turned on the electric stirring device. We need to stir it for 1 to 2 hours, then let it stand for another 12 hours. Let us go do some farm work first. We'll continue class tomorrow. The next day, Shun Siyuan poured out the clearly separated liquid from the reaction kettle. The upper pale yellow layer is crude biodiesel, while the lower dark yellow liquid is the crude glycerol layer. It also contains all kinds of impurities produced by side reactions. So next, we need to figure out how to remove those impurities. Only then can we get relatively clean biodiesel and glycerol. As he spoke, Shun Siyuan took out a pH test strip and dipped it into the upper layer. Purifying biodiesel is very simple, because the salts produced by the reaction and the sodium hydroxide are basically insoluble in biodiesel. The pH reading shows alkalinity because of contamination. We just need to add purified water to wash the diesel. Be careful. Each time, add the water as gently as possible, and don't use more than 20% of the diesel volume. Then stir slowly to prevent the oil and water from emulsifying. Under Shun Siyuan's guidance, the boy and the girl worked together to separate the biodiesel from the glycerol. After that, they carefully added water into the biodiesel, and the diesel gradually floated above the water. The two then slowly separated the diesel back out of the water. After repeating the process several times, the stirred water began to grow gradually clearer. You two worked together very well. The biodiesel is basically done being washed now. Smiling, Shun Siyuan placed the pH test strip into the water. The yellow strip showed that the water had already become neutral. Now we add in hydrosodium sulfate to remove the water, then filter it, and the biodiesel can be used directly as engine fuel. Compared to the vegetable oil from before, biodiesel has a higher heat of combustion and better lubricity. That makes it capable of compression ignition in a diesel engine. Nice. Shun Mu and Aya slapped hands. Teacher, is this dirty leftover glycerol still useful? Aya asked. This glycerol contains a large amount of soap-based impurities. After acidification, back extraction, and neutralization, it still needs to be decolorized with activated carbon. Then, after heating and fractionation, we can obtain crude glycerol, Shun Siyuan answered. With this much glycerol, What are we keeping it for? Shenmu asked in confusion. Shen Siyuan wrote down the chemical formula of glycerol, S main component, propane triol, CHO. Medical grade and food grade glycerol require a purity greater than 99.5%. If it can reach that standard, glycerol can be used to improve the elasticity and texture of food, remove bitterness and astringency, and enhance flavor. It can also be used in skincare products for moisturizing and lubrication. Of course, if we want refined glycerol, we do need industrial-grade vacuum distillation equipment. With what we have on hand right now, making that is basically impossible. But this glycerol is more than enough for nitration. I'll explain that together in the Dangerous Materials class too. Heh. Shen Siyuan gave a wicked smile, revealing a strange expression. Arise, arise. We are of one heart. The familiar melody suddenly tore across the bitter sky. Radio waves on the 98 MHz band carried the solemn, majestic singing to every corner of the nation of Silk. The emergency broadcast system, silent for years, started up without warning. One after another, the people curled up inside shelters suddenly straightened their hunched backs, their soot-covered fingers trembling as they twisted the knobs on their radios. Engineers wrapped in thermal blankets rushed out of the geothermal well control room, spreading the news through the crowd. Semiconductor components cracked by the brutal cold lit up red once more, sending the voice that pierced through space into tens of millions of frost-covered speakers. After the song had looped several times, Shen Siyuan's whole family had also gathered inside the central control room. Everyone waited quietly in front of the radio for the broadcast to begin. Beside them, Aya tapped on her phone screen, using an intranet app to notify her parents inside the city gates to turn on the radio. Zhongyang Citizen Radio Station. Zhongyang Citizen Radio Station. Dear listeners, we will now broadcast important information. The sudden global extreme disaster that broke out 6 years ago brought unprecedented challenges to human survival. The authorities have always upheld a people-centered development philosophy, organizing the nation's top scientific researchers to work day and night on breakthroughs. We have successfully established the world's first thorium-based molten salt nuclear reactor system, achieving independent power supply under extreme conditions. We have also established a thorium mine production base in Bashu, laying a solid foundation for the nation's strategic energy reserves. As of now, our country has opened the Qinba Mountain Cold Resistance Energy Transmission Corridor and completed the construction of a top-grade anti-freeze energy network across 6 provinces and 27 cities. This provides solid guarantees for the full restoration of production and daily life. In the near future, the authorities will coordinate and allocate all kinds of supplies, taking multiple measures to ensure the people's livelihood in all regions. When facing the complex situation of this special period, we must clearly recognize this. Fragmented management is not conducive to the unified coordination and allocation of resources, nor does it align with the fundamental interests of the broad citizenry. According to Article 27 of the National Security Law of the Nation of Silk and Article 8 of the Anti-Wind Rift Nation of Silk Law, we hereby solemnly announce that all local administrative bodies must reconnect their shelter command and management systems to the emergency command system within 72 hours. They must strictly follow the principle of the whole nation as one chessboard and fully transfer authority over material reserves, armed forces, and scientific research data. The authorities have already formed working groups to travel to various regions and guide post-disaster reconstruction, and will protect the lawful rights and interests of all citizens in accordance with the law. As for the very few groups that refuse to obey the nation's unified dispatch and command, the nation will take necessary measures in accordance with the law to firmly safeguard the authority of the Constitution and the smooth execution of government orders. History and practice have repeatedly proven that the greater the crisis, the more we must unite as one. Any act that undermines national unity or obstructs post-disaster reconstruction will be nailed to the pillar of historical shame. The hard-working and wise citizens of the Silk Nation will surely overcome these temporary difficulties and together welcome the dawn of a new era of civilization. After it was repeated 3 times, the melody of Sing of our nation began to play over the broadcast, and the transmission slowly came to an end. My God, are they really about to start post-disaster reconstruction? While everyone was still lost in thought, Yang Fun was the first to speak. We waited so long. We finally see a bit of hope. Jin Qi tightly gripped his wife's hand. But it's hard to tell how much of that was actually true. And is the publisher really the authorities? We have no way to verify that either. Wang Qin shook her head. Exactly. And so many people died all over the place before this. How is that debt supposed to be settled next? Jean Lin rested her hand on Shen Siyuan's shoulder. He was sitting in front of the computer, busy converting the recording file into text output. Shen Siyuan had no time to pay attention to the topic his family was arguing about. The massive flood of information had already occupied all of his thoughts. He repeatedly dragged the audio file's progress bar back and forth. The female announcer's standard broadcast tone sounded no different from before the disaster. There were no signs of artificial synthesis in her intonation or trailing sounds either. At least, he couldn't find any problems. This time, The broadcast had used the National Emergency Broadcast Channel at 98 MHz. The voice was extremely clear, without the slightest static. The transmission power was enormous, and the equipment was obviously high-grade. There was no longer any need to question the authenticity of the radio signal. The key issue was the authenticity of the content itself. This announcement was clearly an official show of strength. After searching through the archive files stored in the NAS, Shun Siyun confirmed that in 2023, the Silk Nation had built a 2-megawatt thorium-based experimental reactor in Gamlang province and had completed a critical reaction. Most of the prerequisite research projects had already been completed, so the credibility was very high. And Mian County, under the jurisdiction of Basha province where the authorities were located, possessed the second-largest thorium reserves in the country, second only to Heiyun Ibo, known as the Mountain of Abundant Riches. Shun Siyun opened a map and started playing a coloring game. Whoa! Looking at this situation, Qin unifies the realm, and the Han army marches east, Shenmu said, pointing at the screen. As long as the energy problem is solved, reconstruction won't be easy. Jin Shi laughed as well. Don't overlook the extreme complexity and cruelty of political struggle. In a world that has lost order, if you want to establish a unified regime again, there's absolutely no way to avoid fighting until corpses pile into mountains and blood flows into rivers. The current authorities may have already gone through multiple rounds of reshuffling internally. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had an announcer read out such an important message. Shen Siyun put down the mouse in his hand and looked at everyone. It's already come to this. Why keep killing? The population has already been reduced so much. The humans still alive now are all precious resources. I have voiced a question. If population is a kind of resource, then only under the premise of social stability can its value as a resource actually be brought out. Simply put, the people who are loyal to you and serve your resources. This broadcast is really just an ultimatum telling every region to make a choice. As always, Shen Siyun's words plunged the family into silence. The chaotic times are far from over. Let us quietly watch how the situation develops. We're in the eastern uninhabited zone. Even if reconstruction does come, it probably won't reach us until the dust in the atmosphere settles and the temperature rises again. After saying that, Shun Siyun turned the radio dial and began searching for news from other stations around the country. In the days that followed, the broadcast resumed daily news reports. Various regions also began carrying out their own propaganda campaigns. Since none of them want to accept rule, why don't these local powers just join together and resist? Aya, who was in the middle of a history lesson, raised her question. Good question. Shun Siyun laughed. On the contrary, I think those local powers will start fighting each other first. Why is that? Shenmu asked in confusion. The Silk Nation has a long history. What it brings isn't just a weighty culture. It has also accumulated an enormous amount of rotten baggage. It's like an ancient system upgrade, patching bugs over and over until in the end the bugs are layered on top of bugs. Paths that once worked well always get exploited by later generations and blocked off. After those later generations discover other advantageous paths, they keep blocking those off too. The Western Jin destroyed the contract of the aristocracy. The Southern Song destroyed the contract between ruler and ministers. The early Ming destroyed the contract of legitimacy. After that, when people wanted to wave those banners again, no one believed them anymore. By the end of it, you get that stretch of Southern Ming history. Ugh, just looking at Southern Ming history makes my blood pressure shoot up. Shenmu shook his head. In fact, every faction in the Southern Ming fully absorbed the lessons of history. On the rebel side, every last one of them thought he was Yuanzhang 2.0, because history felt so familiar. Was the Qing just the Mongol Yuan all over again? They'd just loot things for a while and would be driven out sooner or later. Nothing worth worrying about. The urgent thing was guarding against someone coming from behind to steal the fruits of victory. If necessary, they had to first get rid of a few Chan Yuliang 2.0s and Zhang Shicheng 2.0s. As for the regional warlords, every one of them thought he was Yu Fei 2.0 because history felt so familiar. Was the Qing just the Jin Kingdom all over again? They took the capital in one blow, but the core foundation was still there. I'm the loyal and devoted Yu Fei, and treacherous ministers have appeared at court. In this life, I'll definitely learn from Yu Wumu's lesson. If anyone dares send 12 gold plaques, I'll first purge the court as traitors and kill him. As for the Southern Ming civil officials, every one of them thought he was one of those great clans that cross south with court robes and caps. Was the Qing, just like the various northern regimes such as former Qin and Northern Wei, they could definitely be blocked by the natural barrier of the Yangtze River. I am the loyal and devoted civil official. In this life, to prevent disasters like Liu Yu or Ho Jing, I must strike hard against military generals and stop them from growing stronger. Even Chongjin learned the lessons of every doomed ruler since the late Tang, and also learned from how the ruler and ministers of the Song court were cursed from moving the capital. He refused to flee, refused to move the capital, and chose to hang himself. He didn't send the crown prince away, didn't designate an heir, and somehow managed to embody peak absurdity. When everyone thinks he has learned from history, made the right choice, and is certain to win, history ends up handing everyone a hellish joke. A local optimum will inevitably lead to the worst overall result. In game theory, that is called a Nash equilibrium. Shun Siyuan wrote down a technical term on the whiteboard. I get it now. The ones who managed to survive until now are all egoists. If everyone is smart, and everyone is well-read in history, then there is no way they can unite. I think that broadcast was an open scheme from the start. Shenmue began waving his arms around excitedly. The disaster happened so long ago, so many people died, and now they suddenly jump back out and announce all this. I think that is way too overbearing. Aya crossed her arms over her chest and complained. You all need to remember this. No matter what, even the worst order is better than no order at all. Shin Siyuan turned serious and opened a homemade courseware presentation. In the animal world, when a group of male chimpanzees on patrol encounters a solitary male from another group, they immediately use their numerical advantage to surround and kill him. Two of them pin down the target's arms, while several others pounce forward to bite off the target's toes and genitals, crush his windpipe, and even rip open his belly. This process of patrolling and encirclement killing keeps repeating between the two groups until every male in one group has been killed by the opposing side. In the end, a genocide in the jungle is complete. Aya glanced at Shenmue, and the two of them stuck out their tongues at each other. In fact, similar logic exists in human society as well. This is Otzi the Iceman, a corpse more than 5,000 years old, discovered in the snow and ice of the Albise Mountains in 1991. Scientific research has shown that Otzi was killed by other people. He had multiple unhealed wounds on his body, and an arrowhead was lodged in his shoulder. Two people's blood was found on the arrowhead he had used. A third person's blood was found on his dagger, and a fourth person's blood was on his cloak. Based on this, the most likely sequence was that Otzi first shot and killed one person, then pulled the arrowhead back out of the corpse and shot another person. After that, while carrying a companion and trying to escape, he was brought down by an arrow. His body was then frozen in ice for thousands of years. What happened to Otzi was nothing more than a small reflection of a normal state of violence throughout human history. Shen Siyuan pointed at the ice mummy in the picture as he spoke. In North America, within Inuit society, one tribe might launch a surprise attack while the men of a hostile camp were out hunting, killing all the women and children left behind. Then when the hunters returned and saw the rotting corpses of their wives and children, they would swear revenge, and eventually find a chance to strike the killer's tribe in return, likewise slaughtering all the women and children left behind there. In South America, the Yanomami would capture large numbers of women and children, then torture and kill the children right in front of their mothers. In their society, the more lives a man had taken, the more attractive he was to the opposite sex, and the more offspring he would leave behind. In Oceania, a chief's head might be hung up and dried as a trophy of war. Maori warriors from hostile groups would mock each other by saying, "I ate you. Your father was cooked. Your brothers were eaten too. Your wife is mine now. Your children are my slaves." A professor named Jared Diamond once spent many years doing field research on the island of New Guinea. According to him, violence and fear were everywhere in the local rainforests, and blood feuds between tribes never ended. Everyone there lived in constant fear. Once you left the core area of your tribe, running into strangers became something that demanded extreme caution. If you were alone and saw two strangers walking through the distant trees, your best choice was to immediately go around them. If there were 3 people on your side, then the 2 on the other side would also have the sense to avoid you. In a place where headhunting and cannibalism were common, nodding to a stranger in greeting was basically courting death through sheer stupidity. The reason things were like that was not because the natives of New Guinea were especially brutal or bloodthirsty. It was because before the local area was taken over by the Kangaroo Nation government, there had never been any authoritative force capable of maintaining order and breaking the cycle of vendettas. As long as violence was not monopolized, it would spread everywhere. That was true all over the world. This disaster was destined to leave not everyone alive, letting the people below optimize the population with their own hands, while still occupying the moral high ground, was the best choice for those at the top. The most important task was to gather resources, protect key technical personnel, and pave the way for post-disaster reconstruction. Judging from the results, thorium reactor energy development had succeeded, so they had already lived up to history's test. Thinking about it now, the previous contradictions had already piled up to the point where they could no longer be resolved anyway. Debt, social security, wealth disparity, aging population, none of those problems had any solution, and now all of them had been swept away by a single asteroid. Once the burden was cast off, the situation ahead might actually be a little better than it was before the disaster, Shun Siyuan said with a sigh. So next, we still need to keep up concealment and defense. We'll return to society only after order has been fully re-established. Shun Siyuan emphasized this once more to the 2 children. In the 6th year of the asteroid impact calendar, the atmospheric dust that blotted out the sky and sun was still far from gone. But after the northern hemisphere entered summer during the best weather, the sunlight at noon had already begun to show signs of piercing through the cloud layer. The biting cold winds gradually died down, and the snowfall slowly came to a stop as well. Shen Siyuan noticed that the output of the wind power system had been getting lower and lower lately, while the consumption of the diesel generator had been growing larger and larger. Even counting the biodiesel made from cooking oil, it was now only enough to supply the shelter-S electricity needs for another 4 to 5 years. These non-renewable resources would only keep dwindling the more they were used. After thinking it over, he felt that with no certainty yet about when this chaotic age would end, the shelter-S energy supply still had to rely as much as possible on renewable energy sources like wind and solar power. The problem was that these unstable power sources depended heavily on storage batteries for load balancing. And as time passed with cold indifference, the condition of those energy storage batteries was no longer anywhere near what it had been before. After discussing it with his family, Shen Siyuan decided to thoroughly service and maintain the shelter-S power storage equipment and make preparations for the future activation of the solar panels. First were the lithium iron phosphate battery packs located inside the Civil Defense Project. The equipment had originally come from the communications base station in Bama Village. Ever since diverting part of the wind power directly to hydrogen and oxygen production, Shen Siyuan had adjusted the settings of the BMS battery management system. He kept the maximum charge level of his battery pack below 80% in order to extend its service life. Because the load was not high, the capacity loss of this batch of batteries was minor, and their condition had remained quite good. But as time went on, the safety of lithium batteries would inevitably decline. As everyone knew, once a lithium battery caught fire, it was extremely hard to put out, and it would release a large amount of toxic gas. After the perfluorohexanone fire extinguishers and fine foam extinguishers expired and lost effectiveness, the lithium batteries had become the biggest fire safety hazard inside the shelter. After discussing it with his father-in-law, Jin Shi, the two decided to dismantle the entire unit. After spending several days on it, they removed 12 sets of rectangular standard cells from the cabinet and reconnected them with extended wiring. Then they used the area between the two blast doors in the main passage and fixed them to the walls on both sides with iron racks, keeping enough safety distance between each group. That way, even if a fire broke out, it would only burn up one group of cells. They could also use the car wash spray gun installed there to extinguish the fire and cool things down. After finishing all that, Shen Siyuan also took the opportunity to service the lead-acid batteries in the central control room. Compared to lithium batteries, which were basically impossible to repair, the big, dumb, rugged lead-acid batteries were much simpler to maintain. Shen Siyuan decided to dismantle and refurbish these lead-acid batteries himself, and, as usual, he dragged Shenmu and Aya along for another chemistry lesson. He neatly arranged the tools on the workbench. Besides wrenches, screwdrivers, protective gloves, and safety goggles, there are also some simple homemade tools. The principle behind a lead-acid battery actually isn't complicated. As he spoke, Shen Siyuan picked up an old battery. It's mainly made up of a positive plate, a negative plate, electrolyte, and separators. During discharge, the lead dioxide on the positive plate and the lead on the negative plate both react chemically with the sulfuric acid in the electrolyte, producing lead sulfate. In that process, chemical energy is converted into electrical energy. During charging, the process is exactly the opposite. Through an external power source, electrical energy is converted back into chemical energy, turning the lead sulfate back into lead dioxide and lead so the battery can store power again. But after long-term use, the lead sulfate on the battery plates crystallizes and becomes harder and harder to convert. That is the main reason the battery's performance declines. So when we refurbish a battery, what we need to do is find a way to turn the crystallized lead sulfate back into a reactive state. After all three had put on their masks, protective gloves, and safety goggles, Shen Siyuan began to dismantle the battery. Carefully, he used a screwdriver to pry open the cover on top of the battery, and the smell of sulfuric acid slowly spread out. After opening the lid, they could see that the plates inside the battery were covered with a thick layer of white material. That was crystallized lead sulfate. Using a dropper, Shen Siyuan drew out the remaining electrolyte from the battery and placed it into a glass container. By this point, the electrolyte had already become very cloudy, and its color was no longer the clear transparency it had originally been. Next, we need to clean the plates. Shen Siyuan picked up a soft bristle brush and gently scrubbed the plates. He first used distilled water to wash them, removing the lead sulfate crystals and other impurities from the surface. He couldn't use too much force, or the plates would be damaged. Watching Shenmu and Aya carefully cleaning them at the side, Shen Siyuan continued, "If you can't clean one completely, set aside first." After a round of busy work, only a small portion had been cleaned. Most of the plates had severe crystallization, and a brush alone couldn't deal with them at all. Shen Siyuan turned to the two children and said, "In the past, lead-acid batteries actually had a very long service life. You only needed to replenish the electrolyte regularly, and there was no need to clean the plates. The reason they've become so fragile now is because in 2014, after the implementation of a National Industrial Policy Notice on cadmium-containing and arsenic-containing lead-acid storage batteries, the state banned the use of cadmium. From that point on, the lifespan of lead-acid batteries dropped sharply. Cadmium can form a protective film on the surface of the lead plates, reducing the corrosion rate during charging and discharging and extending the service life of the plates. After cadmium was banned, the anti-corrosion protection of the lead plates dropped dramatically. Cadmium can also improve the conductivity inside the battery, lower internal resistance, reduce energy loss during charging and discharging, and thereby improve charging efficiency, discharging efficiency, and output current. Cadmium-free batteries have worse conductivity, so they lose power faster. Cadmium can also suppress self-discharge inside lead-acid batteries, slowing the self-discharge rate during storage and use, helping the battery maintain a better charge state and extending its shelf life. Cadmium-free batteries have obvious self-discharge issues, which also reduces the total amount of power they can output during use. Then why did the state ban cadmium? Shenmue asked. Cadmium is a heavy metal that causes serious harm to both the human body and the environment. In the human body, cadmium accumulates in the kidneys and bones. In the kidneys, it can damage the renal tubules and then affect kidney function. In severe cases, it can even cause kidney failure. As for bones, cadmium interferes with calcium metabolism, making bones porous and softened, increasing the risk of fractures. This bone disease caused by cadmium is called itai disease. If it's that harmful, then banning it was the right call, Aya said. Of course, but aside from policy, the manufacturers are also a major reason. The lead-acid battery industry in the nation of C has an alliance. Two leading manufacturers set the national standard for lead-acid batteries, causing the lifespan of all lead-acid batteries to decline severely. For example, they use environmentally friendly recycled lead with a high impurity content to replace primary lead. I've noticed that planned obsolescence always seems to show up under the banner of environmental protection. Shenmue frowned. Since physical cleaning doesn't work, does that mean we have to use a chemical method? Aya asked. That's right. Here, we need to use ethylenediamine tetraic acid and citric acid to make a citric acid EDTA solution. Ethylenediamine tetraic acid? I feel like I've seen that somewhere before. Shenmue started thinking. That's right. You should see it often in the planning area. Shin Siyuan smiled. Right? ISNT, that one of the raw materials for hydroponic nutrient solution. Shenmue became excited. Correct. Just mix the two ingredients at a ratio of 1:1. After cleaning the plates, Shenmue and Aya poured fresh electrolyte back into the battery. After recharging it and testing it again, they finally completed the refurbishment of the lead-acid battery. The next day was swimming class. With a mix of nerves and anticipation, Shenmue arrived by the infinity pool. The moment he came out of the men's shower room, he stared nervously at the exit of the women's shower room. When Aya appeared before him in a swimsuit, Shenmue's face instantly turned red. He felt his heart start beating faster beyond his control, and his gaze became evasive. He didn't dare look straight at Aya. Aya's cheeks were also slightly flushed. She lightly bit her lip, her fingers unconsciously tugging at the corner of her swimsuit. Every so often, her eyes drifted toward Shenmue, only to quickly move away just before their gazes met. The two of them stood by the pool, both somewhat at a loss. The air was filled with a youthful and ambiguous tension. Your swim cap ISNT on right. Summoning her courage. The girl rose on her tiptoes and pulled down the raised edge of the boy's cap. Aya's legs were straight and slender, and against the light blue swimsuit, her skin looked as white as snow. Shenmue's face turned even redder, and both his hands twisted awkwardly. At that moment, Shun Siyuan, who had deliberately come a little later, walked in and reached a hand into the pool. The water temperature is about right now. Before you get in, do some warm-up exercises first. Shin Siyuan smiled and urged them on. Watching the two children blush while absent-mindedly doing their stretches, the old father felt deeply gratified. He walked to the control console at the very front of the infinity pool. The screen showed that the current water depth was 1.2 meters. Shin Siyuan pressed a button and activated the hydraulic propulsion device. The outlet immediately began continuously spraying water, sending it all the way toward the rear return inlet and starting a repeating cycle. The resulting directional current allowed swimmers to swim against the flow. Using a principle similar to a treadmill, it achieved the effect of an endless pool. This machine was enormous, 6 meters long, 2.2 meters wide, and 1.4 meters above the ground. It was the most expensive piece of fitness equipment in the entire shelter. The setting currently displayed was Learning Mode Level 1, 0.8 ms. In this state, vortices were less likely to form, making it suitable for beginners. Today we're learning breaststroke. As the name suggests, it's like a frog swimming in the water. Shin Siyuan got into the pool and began demonstrating the movements. First, watch the arm movement. Extend both hands straight forward together, then sweep them outward. When they reach shoulder width, bend your arms and pull your hands inward. Then bring them together and extend them straight forward again. This whole set of movements needs to be smooth and connected like drawing a heart. As he spoke, Shun Siyuan repeated the motion. Next is the leg movement. First bend both legs and open the knees outward, then turn the lower legs outward. Then kick the water backward with force. After straightening them, quickly bring them together and return to the starting position. Coordination between hands and feet is also very important. When the arms pull through the water, the head can rise naturally to breathe. When the legs kick, the arms should be straight and together, gliding forward. Only then can you maintain balance and forward momentum. Shen Siyuan explained patiently. It feels like swimming this way is really slow, Aya said. You haven't even learned to walk yet, and you already want to run? Breaststroke is easier, so it's more suitable for beginners, Shen Siyuan said with a smile. If you ever end up being forced into the water, breaststroke is also the most practical stroke. Its movements are relatively gentle and don't require too much physical strength. So during long swims, it helps conserve energy. The breathing rhythm is also easier to control, so in a dangerous environment, you're less likely to end up in trouble because of oxygen deprivation. The speed may not be very fast, but its strength lies in stability. It lets you maintain good control even in moving water, so whether you're searching for supplies or avoiding danger, you can respond flexibly. Shen Siyuan laid out the advantages of breaststroke, trying to make Shen Mu and Aya understand its importance. Swimming was not just a sport, it was also a survival skill. He did not want the two children to be able to rely only on others to save them if they ever fell into the water by accident. The scenes in film and television where drowning people struggle violently and cry for help were extremely unrealistic and highly misleading. Real drowning was fast and silent, and people nearby often had a hard time noticing it in time. When a person is drowning, the brain prioritizes protecting the respiratory system. The body instinctively holds its breath, making it impossible to actively call for help or wave for rescue. A drowning person's mouth and nose repeatedly sink below the surface. Even if they briefly break above the water, there is no time to inhale, exhale, and speak, making it impossible to send out an effective distress signal. It usually shows as the head tilted back, the mouth open, the eyes blank or tightly shut, the body vertical with no kicking at all, looking like someone is just standing in the water in a daze. This state is extremely easy to mistake for playing or resting, and witnesses often miss the chance to rescue the person because they fail to notice anything is wrong. Towing a drowning person in the water requires tremendous strength and skill. If a non-professional rashly jumps in to help, it is easy for the drowning person to cling tightly to them and drag them down, putting both in danger. Experienced rescuers always approach a drowning person from the side or rear to avoid frontal contact. If the water surface is relatively calm, they may even wait until the drowning person loses consciousness before beginning the rescue. After the ice period ends, as the temperature rises, the massive amount of ice and snow accumulated over many years will gradually begin to melt. Across the shattered earth that had been thoroughly ravaged, large numbers of rivers, lakes, and wetlands would emerge. In the wild, without rescue equipment, once someone falls into an icy river, hypothermia will set in rapidly. When that happens, the only option is to try to save yourself. There is no time to wait for someone else to rescue you. The boy and girl soon began happily splashing around in the swimming pool, even throwing water at each other. After teaching for a while, Shenmu had basically gotten the hang of it. That was hardly surprising. Back when they had just moved into the shelter, Shen Siyuan often took his son swimming with him. Later, in preparation for the asteroid impact, they had drained and sealed up the pool. For Shenmu, this lesson was nothing more than reawakening the muscle memory from his childhood. By comparison, Aya had a much harder time learning, and Shen Siyuan had no choice but to have her start with a simple backstroke. After tossing the teaching task to his son, he made the excuse of preparing tomorrow's lesson and left the pool. There were handrails on both sides of the pool, and with Shunmu nearby, nothing should happen. With Shunmu taking over the instruction, Aya, holding a kickboard, gradually mastered some basic swimming techniques. Just as the two of them were gradually getting into rhythm and immersing themselves in this unusual atmosphere, an accident suddenly struck. Aya was kicking hard when her expression suddenly changed and pain appeared on her face. Her body instantly lost balance and began to sink, her hands flailing frantically in the water. Seeing this, Shenmu's heart clenched, and without a second thought, he quickly swam to Aya's side. He remembered his father's instruction, circled behind her, supported her chin with one hand, and used a one-armed side stroke to bring her to the edge of the pool. Aya was breathing rapidly, her eyes full of terror. As she struggled, she even pulled off her own swim cap, and her chestnut-colored long hair spread out across the water. "It hurts, hurts, hurts." My leg cramped. Aya straightened her left leg, trying to ease the pain. Seeing that, Shunmu hurriedly lifted the girl out of the pool, then used his knee to brace against her calf and helped stretch her gastrocnemius muscle. As the terror in Aya's eyes gradually faded, it was replaced by a different kind of gentleness. Shunmu's heart was still pounding violently. He did not know whether it was from the tense rescue just now, or because Aya was so close at this moment. The girl's wet hair clung to her cheeks, and droplets of water slid down from her chin. Unable to resist, the boy reached out and gently brushed the strands of hair away from her face. Aya did not avoid him. There was a trace of shyness in her gaze. The two of them quietly looked into each other's eyes like that. The air around them seemed to freeze, and time itself seemed to stop in that moment. Inside the shelter, the needle of the multimeter kept swinging back and forth as Shun Siyuan tested the voltage of the lead-acid batteries one by one. After spending more than a month on it, the refurbishment work on the old lead-acid batteries was finally completely finished. These 12-volt, 100-amp-hour standard storage batteries had all been dismantled from the wind-solar hybrid streetlights in Bama Village. After being thoroughly refurbished and fully charged, the multimeter showed that most of them had recovered to a resting voltage of between 12.6 volts and 13.2 volts. Inside each battery were 6 cells connected in series, with each cell having a nominal voltage of 2 volts. Under normal circumstances, the discharge cutoff voltage of a single lead-acid cell is 1.75 volts, so when the total voltage drops to 10.5 volts, discharge stops. As for severely aged batteries, even when fully charged, their voltage would still drop below 12.5 volts. Under high load, the discharge voltage would fall below 11 volts. However, the work of refurbishing lead-acid batteries had not gone completely smoothly. There were still some batteries that were damaged during disassembly and reassembly and ultimately could only be scrapped and thrown away. The reliability of refurbished batteries was inferior to that of brand new ones, so they were no longer suitable for remaining in the central control room as emergency power sources. For this reason, Shun Siyuan used 1/4 of the reserve batteries in the warehouse. He unpacked 50 brand new lead-acid batteries that had been dry-sealed in storage, filled them with diluted sulfuric acid electrolyte, activated them through charging, and installed them into the emergency power cabinet. Each lead-acid battery could store about 1.2 kilowatt-hours of electricity, and the entire emergency power cabinet could provide 60 kilowatt-hours. The 42 successfully refurbished batteries could store about 50 kilowatt-hours of electricity in total. Under Shun Siyuan's direction, Shun Mu and Aya moved all the batteries onto empty shells in the storage area and reconnected them to the circuit. After that, the three of them went to the garage and also connected the pure electric SUV with a capacity of 100 kilowatt-hours and the hybrid sedan with a capacity of 18 kilowatt-hours to the circuit. Together with the base station battery with a capacity of 20 kilowatt-hours, the shelter's total energy storage expanded to 240 kilowatt-hours. Once fully charged, it would be enough for the shelter to operate normally for 48 hours, and after switching to emergency mode, it could continue supplying power for about 6 days. After setting up the BMS battery management system, Shun Siyuan pressed several switches once everything was ready. The wind power system connected accordingly, and the charging status indicator lights of the distributed battery array lit up. He then shut down the diesel generator, and the shelter switched to battery power mode. With that, the battery bank was considered fully prepared and could be connected to the new photovoltaic panels at any time. The sunlight outside isn't very bright right now. Can the photovoltaic panels still work? Aya asked. The shelter is equipped with monocrystalline silicon photovoltaic panels. As long as the light intensity is greater than 200 lux, they can reach the threshold conditions for power generation. Even in the current low-light environment, they can still provide a certain amount of basic power supply. Got it. The next up is installing the photovoltaic panels. Shenmue stretched lazily. No rush. Rest for 2 days first. You've both worked hard during this time. Go have fun. Shun Siyuan waved his hand. Yay. The two kids cheered, threw down their insulated gloves, and ran off. Shun Siyuan, meanwhile, slowly walked to the changing room and changed into a set of anti-static clothing. While overhauling the power grid, he had temporarily shut down the perfluorosulfonic acid polymer membrane, PEM, water electrolysis hydrogen generator. This machine had recently been frequently triggering shutdown maintenance alerts. It was time for a full maintenance service. That was also why he had shut down the diesel generator. Next, the shelter's oxygen consumption needed to be reduced. When he arrived at the turbine room, a rectangular metal block covering an area of 15 square meters gleamed under the lights. This half-ton piece of equipment had been running steadily for more than 6 years and was the most important source of oxygen for the entire shelter. Its energy consumption was 4.5 kilowatt-hour nm, meaning that for every 1 standard cubic meter of hydrogen produced, it consumed 4.5 kilowatt-hours of electricity. At maximum power, it could electrolyze 3 cubic meters of hydrogen and 1.5 cubic meters of oxygen per hour. Opening the electrolyzer, Shun Siyuan inspected the inside. The core component, the perfluorosulfonic acid membrane, had already become brittle and needed to be replaced as soon as possible. The titanium mesh substrate used as the gas diffusion layer, or GDL, had also aged. Years of constant scouring by water vapor had caused its porosity to drop badly. Shun Siyuan dug out the repair spare parts and spent some time taking it apart and installing the replacements, changing out all the fluoro-rubber sealing rings along the way. Aside from that, the iridium oxide used as the anode catalyst layer also had a mild sulfurization issue. This kind of consumable had an annual wear rate of around 5%, and after 6 years, its color had changed noticeably. Following the operating manual, Shun Siyuan cleaned it with a nitric acid solution at a concentration of 0.1 moles per liter to restore its activity. After reassembly was complete, Shun Siyuan reconnected the machine to the power supply. When the self-check program finished, the hydrogen generator automatically restarted and entered activation mode. Over the next 24 hours, The equipment would run at low current for testing. The industrial control computer showed that the two key parameters, membrane electrode voltage balance and hydrogen permeability, were both normal. The machine would gradually raise the current over time and return to normal mode. On the operation screen, reminders had appeared to replace the water treatment filter core and the gas-activated carbon filter. Shen Siyuan chose to ignore them. The built-in water treatment filter core was tiny and had to be replaced once every 3 months, so he had directly connected an independent pure water machine to the inlet. As for the gas-activated carbon filter, it was even less necessary. The oxygen produced went straight into the shelter's air filtration system. After being mixed with outdoor air to raise the oxygen concentration to around 21%, it would enter the ventilation system. As for the hydrogen, the original design had been to use a hydrogen fuel cell or gas turbine to achieve grid-connected power generation. Considering how difficult fuel cell and gas turbine maintenance would be, Shen Siyuan decisively gave up on that idea. Whether it was those two systems or burning hydrogen to generate electricity with a steam engine, all of them required massive hydrogen storage equipment. That was no different from placing a time bomb inside the shelter. Hydrogen had an explosive concentration range of 4% to 75%. Even a tiny amount of hydrogen leaking into the air could very easily trigger an explosion. To avoid danger, Shen Siyuan ultimately chose to build a hydrogen-blended burner in the fan room and consume the hydrogen directly. He separately introduced a line of outdoor air and used a Venturi mixer to control the equivalence ratio of hydrogen and air between 0.5 and 1.0. In order to prevent flashback, the heat produced by combustion was then transferred through a heat exchanger into the hydronic heating system to provide warmth for the shelter. In Shen Siyuan's view, hydrogen energy had always been a crooked branch of the tech tree. Unless material science made a huge breakthrough, its safety problems would never truly be solved. After absorbing hydrogen atoms, metal materials would experience reduced mechanical performance and increased brittleness. From an engineering standpoint, solving hydrogen embrittlement was about as difficult as solving controlled nuclear fusion. And before the disaster, 70% of the world's hydrogen fuel vehicle patents had been controlled by one nation companies. Toyota alone held more than 6,000 patents, accounting for half of all related patents worldwide. Even something as small as the valve on an onboard hydrogen tank had dozens of patents filed around it, completely cutting off any possibility for other automakers to work around the patent barriers. The WA people had eaten up all the technological dividends for themselves and sat there waiting to harvest the fruit. But they left the technical problems in high-risk fields like hydrogen production, storage, and transport for others to solve. That sly, selfish way of monopolizing everything forced every other country to choose the electric vehicle route. It made an already crooked technological path become even more distorted. By the time he returned to the leisure area, it was already 4 in the afternoon. The rest of the family were either preparing dinner or passing the time in their own ways. In front of the TV, Shenmu was playing a game with Aya. "Come on, you're really not that smart," Shenmu complained. "Obviously, you're the one who doesn't know how to cooperate at all." Aya angrily put down the controller. Shen Siyuan walked over and looked at the game screen. Good grief. It was overcooked too. This was a multiplayer cooperative cooking simulator where players had to complete cooking tasks within a limited time. The gameplay relied heavily on coordination and teamwork. Because the cooking process was complicated and the time pressure intense, that kind of high-stress cooperation often brought no small amount of challenge. Friends playing this game could very easily get into arguments and accidentally wreck their relationship. Because of that, it was also known as breakup kitchen and friendship ender kitchen. What kind of fool picks this of all things? Out of everything to play, he just had to choose this blood pressure spiking game. Shen Siyuan silently cursed his son, then walked over without showing it. "How long have you two been sitting there playing? Get up and move around." He picked up a VR headset and plopped it onto Shenmu's head, then started up the desktop computer. For the sake of the children's eyesight, Shen Siyuan normally strictly forbade them from playing VR games. Seeing the budding romance between the two starting to crack, he moved fast. "Pick Beat Saber. That one's fun," Shenmu said excitedly. "Sure, you play one round first. Show Aya how it's done. She hasn't played before." After entering the boot password, Shen Siyuan connected the headset to the main unit and launched the local game library. As the motion controller swung, the TV screen at the side also displayed the game. Shenmu controlled 2 lightsabers, slashing block after block to the rhythm of the music. "Whoa, this is fun." Aya also became eager to try. When the song ended, Shenmu took off the headset and started teaching Aya step by step. The girl picked it up quickly and soon got hooked on VR games. Later, let Aya try extreme skiing too. Just treat it as simulation training. "We can go out skiing?" Shenmu asked. "Maybe. We'll see." The reason Shen Siyuan specifically picked that skiing game was not because he expected the two of them to learn skiing through a game. His real purpose was mainly to bring the two of them closer. After a while, when the TV screen switched to a snowy mountain, a trace of a sly smile appeared on Shen Siyuan's face. This game required players to swing the controllers hard to simulate ski poles, and the screen shook violently at high speed. There was no doubt about it. It was the easiest game in his VR library to get motion sickness from. Just as expected, when Aya flew off a jump, she lost her balance and screamed. Shinmu reacted quickly and caught Aya before she could fall. The moment he realized he was holding the girl's body, his face instantly grew hot. "Ah, hold me steady," just as the boy was about to let go. Aya swayed again. "TSK, TSK, TSK." A clicking sound came from behind them. Shin Si-yuen turned his head and saw Jean Lin smiling all over her face. When did these two get this close? She whispered into his ear. "Haha, both the pig and the cabbage were raised by my own hand. With her real dad helping things along. How could they not get close?" Shin Si-yuen chuckled softly and pulled his wife toward the dining area. The laughter behind them did not stop. The boy and girl were immersed in the game and did not notice anyone leaving at all. At noon a few days later, the sound of caution, vehicle reversing rang out from outside the shelter. Shin Si-yuen had picked a day with good weather and brought out panel after panel of 550-watt monocrystalline silicon photovoltaic modules. The photoelectric conversion efficiency of these solar panels was generally above 21%. Compared with polycrystalline silicon, they generated more electricity on the same area. Their service life could reach more than 30 years, and they also performed better under low-light conditions. Other than being more expensive, they completely crushed polycrystalline panels in every way. Shin Si-yuen and Saren assembled the main and secondary beams of the aluminum alloy frame and fixed them onto the concrete foundation with expansion bolts. Then the two of them worked together to place the panel, which weighed over 30 kilograms, onto it. Shinmu and Aya helped from the side, connecting cables and running them through protective tubing. Jinshi and Shanhai operated the laser level, directing the work while breathing oxygen. The two old men were getting older and older, and their strength was nowhere near what it used to be. So, Shin Si-yuen tactfully declined their participation in heavy labor. He directly posted a reward task on the internal network app, pulled Saren in as the main worker, and had the two kids join in as helpers. Even though the peak summer temperature had already risen to around minus 15 degrees, everyone present wrapped themselves up even more tightly than before. They also put on snow goggles. And the UV 400 marking on the temples was especially eye-catching. This was because as the outdoor light intensity rose, ultraviolet radiation was also rapidly increasing. Although cloud cover could reduce the amount of ultraviolet rays reaching the ground, it could not completely block all types of UV. According to the latest official broadcast, the gases and particulates released into the atmosphere by the supervolcano eruption contained large amounts of sulfides and halogens. These substances had severely damaged the ozone layer, causing the global average ozone layer to decrease by 80%. An ozone depletion on this scale caused UV intensity to surge by 550%. Direct exposure to such high-intensity ultraviolet radiation could increase the incidence of skin cancer by dozens of times. Combined with reflection from snow, failing to wear protective goggles could easily lead to eye diseases. For example, acute photokeratitis, cataracts, and macular degeneration. Under the shelter's current conditions, these illnesses were very difficult to treat, so proper protection was essential. To maximize sunlight reception, all the photovoltaic panels were oriented due south. Their positions avoided the shadows of the surrounding peaks, and the tilt angle was fixed at 40 degrees. The general method for calculating tilt angle was the local latitude plus 5 to 10 degrees. Tiamu Mountain was at around 30 degrees latitude, so the optimal tilt angle was between 35 and 40 degrees. Since the ice age had not yet ended, Shin Si-yuen chose the maximum tilt angle to reduce snow and ice accumulation. After spending 1 week, all 30 large photovoltaic panels, each rated at 550 watts, were installed in place. As for the 40 photovoltaic panels removed from the hybrid wind-solar streetlights, Shin Si-yuen had not forgotten to make use of them either. Since they were very light, he chose to install them all on the roof of the deer shed. These small photovoltaic panels each had a power output of only 75 watts. Fortunately, they were also made of monocrystalline silicon, so they could still generate power in the current environment. Added together, the shelter's installed solar generation capacity reached 19.5 kilowatts. Even though there were only around 2 hours of effective generation time per day right now, it was still enough to make up for the power shortfall caused by reduced wind. And as the atmospheric dust gradually dissipated, photovoltaic output would also gradually increase, becoming an important power source for the shelter. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A muffled noise came from the maintenance hatch in the ventilation duct. Shin Si-yuen pressed the control handle in his hand, remotely operating a robot. The video feed showed that the machine was stuck at the right angle elbow in the shelter's third section of ventilation duct. He adjusted the 2 sets of hydraulic support legs and raised the body by 5 centimeters. As its center of gravity shifted, the robot finally got free after repeatedly moving forward and backward. Once normal operation resumed, the machine's 6 omnidirectional wheels continued turning inside the ventilation duct. 4 sets of high-speed rotating brushes continuously stripped deposits from the duct walls, while the high-power vacuum behind them sucked the fallen contaminants into the dust box. This device had originally been a maintenance robot developed by Shin Si-yuen's company. Before the disaster, when he was scavenging supplies, He had brought it into the shelter along with everything else. Since its size was suitable, he modified it by hand into a ventilation duct cleaning machine. Long-term use of ventilation ducts would lead to the accumulation of dust, hair, volatile substances, and other pollutants, reducing air filtration efficiency and causing secondary contamination. These pollutants significantly increased the equipment load, resulting in lower ventilation efficiency. Domestically, ventilation ducts in ordinary buildings generally needed cleaning once every 1 to 2 years. Considering that the shelter required a higher level of airtightness and also contained planting and breeding areas, Shen Siyuan increased the cleaning frequency to once every half year. Contamination in the ventilation system was one of the main sources of indoor allergens. Duct dust contained dust mite droppings, pollen, animal dander, and more. With long-term exposure, it could cause diseases such as allergic rhinitis and atopic dermatitis. Microorganisms and particulates could spread in aerosol form, worsening skin problems such as eczema and hives, and causing irritation to the eyes and mucous membranes. Bacteria accumulating on the duct walls, such as Legionella and Streptococcus, could easily trigger respiratory infections like pneumonia and bronchitis, posing an especially great threat to people with weak immunity, such as the elderly and children. In the most serious cases, fungi such as aspergillus and black mold could also breed there, and the spores they release could trigger allergic pneumonia and asthma. Among them, the highly carcinogenic aflatoxin was the most dangerous, and long-term contact with it would greatly increase the risk of lung cancer. At this moment, the visible spots of various sizes on the duct wall surface were precisely a layer of biofilm formed by Streptomyces colonies. Living long-term in a closed environment meant survival threats were everywhere, and maintaining it required enormous time and effort. After cleaning the ventilation ducts all the way through, Shen Siyuan put on protective gear and came to the fan room. Since the ventilation system had been temporarily shut down, the originally noisy room had become much quieter. Continuing forward, he opened an airtight door and entered the filtration room. Inside was a filter absorber, the core device of the filtration and ventilation system used in civil defense engineering. It consisted of a biological inactivation unit, ozone generator, a toxic filtration unit, a fine filtration unit, and inlet and outlet air diffusers. It was specially designed for protection against nuclear, biological, and chemical contamination, with functions including filtering toxic vapor agents, aerosolized toxic smoke, radioactive dust, biological warfare agents, and sterilization. Shen Siyuan took out a testing device and began checking the machine's DMMP performance. DMMP referred to dimethyl methylphosphonate, which was specifically used to determine the protective breakthrough time of activated carbon materials. The standard was generally a protective dosage of no less than 400 mg/min per liter. To ensure antitoxic effectiveness, the test results showed that the air resistance was greater than 700 pascals. It had already reached the point where replacement was necessary. Shen Siyuan opened the machine casing, took out the aged antitoxic filter paper, activated carbon filter canister, and HEPA filter screen, and threw them into the large trash bin nearby. The normal service life of these consumables was all more than 5 years, and their storage life was even over 30 years. With proper routine inspection and maintenance, they could remain in long-term operation. Just as he was about to install the new consumables back in, the voices of a young man and woman came from the dust removal room. The diffusion room is already clean. How's your side going? I've cleaned the electrostatic dust collector plates. Sweep the floor again, and I'll go down and dig out the sludge from the adsorption pool. Now already skilled workers, Shenmu and Aya were hard at work cleaning with great enthusiasm. By the time the two of them came out, the plastic bags on the small cart were already filled with dust and sludge. Dad, there wasn't much dust this time. It wasn't satisfying at all, Shenmu complained. Haha, the reduction in volcanic ash deposition means we can spend more time outdoors. You should be happy instead, Shen Siyuan said with a laugh. Are we collecting this stuff to use as fertilizer later? Aya asked. Every time he cleaned the ventilation system, Shen Siyuan would specifically remind everyone not to throw away the volcanic ash. Over the years, sealed bags filled with volcanic ash had already packed more than a dozen shelves. Volcanic ash was indeed a high-quality fertilizer, but now it had an even more important use. After changing clothes, Shen Siyuan took the two of them to grab some raw materials from the shelves. With the volcanic ash in hand, they came to the processing area, and he began the day's lesson. Class, today's lesson is how to make volcanic ash concrete bricks. Concrete? Are we building a house? Aya said excitedly. Blue Star's environment is gradually recovering. Sooner or later, humanity will return to the surface to live, so we have to start preparing. Looking at the two cheering children, Shen Siyuan, however, fell into inner conflict. Making bricks really was for construction work, but not for building houses. They were meant for the outer defensive fortifications of a shelter. The climate was gradually stabilizing, and both the temperature and oxygen levels were starting to rise. Naturally, that was a good thing. But as survivors gradually returned to the surface, danger would come with them. In recent radio broadcasts, the authorities had already officially announced that they were deploying force to suppress the bandit armies. Before the apocalypse truly ended, the darkest and most chaotic moment was about to arrive. As for how long that state would last, no one could give an answer in advance. If a shelter was discovered by the regular army, then the problem would not be too serious. Shen Siyuan was not so irrational that he would clash with a military force equipped with heavy weapons. Taking the initiative to contact official personnel and then rejoin society had always been part of his plan. In the worst-case scenario, the shelter would simply be requisitioned. As long as they laid down their weapons, no one in his family would be in personal danger. But if they ran into routed soldiers turned bandits, the situation would become extremely perilous. In the eyes of armed personnel from those separatist forces, human life was probably the cheapest thing in the world. As the saying went, when thieves come, they strip you like a comb. When soldiers come, they strip you like a fine-toothed comb. When officials come, they shave you clean. Even if there was only a tiny chance the shelter would be exposed, he still had to make thorough preparations. After thinking for a while, he decided not to explain too much for now and directly began the work of making construction materials. Once the defensive fortifications were finished, the children would naturally understand. After sorting out his thoughts, Shen Siyuan continued the lesson. The main component of ordinary cement is silicate. It is made by mixing limestone, clay, sandstone, gypsum, and iron or powder, then forging them at high temperature. The main components in clinker are calcium oxide, silicon dioxide, aluminum oxide, and iron oxide. It must be strictly sealed against moisture. Once it gets damp and cakes up, it can't be used anymore. That is why cement has a very short shelf life, usually only 3 months after leaving the factory, and it performs best when used within 30 days. The longer it sits, the more obvious the drop in strength becomes. That is also why the shelter does not store finished cement. After saying that, Shen Siyuan picked up a bag of white powder. This is calcium oxide, commonly known as quicklime. The raw material used to make it is the very common limestone. The Taihu area north of where we are produces it. Its main component is calcium carbonate. Because it is easily eroded by running water, it forms a unique porous and wrinkled shape. The good-looking ones are picked out and called Taihu stones, used as landscaping stone in gardens. The plain-looking ones become raw materials for the construction industry. Shen Siyuan wrote a chemical equation on the whiteboard. Senta 3 Chao Siatwo, high-temperature conditions. Beside him, Shun Mu and Aya, as expected, started reciting Song of Lime. Quicklime produced by heating limestone can be stored for more than 10 years, as long as it is properly sealed and strictly kept from moisture. If it doesn't absorb moisture and cake up, then in theory it can be stored long-term, so it's very suitable for stockpiling. If you don't have any on hand, you can also make it yourself by directly heating limestone in a wood fire pile. He added a small amount of water to the quicklime and stirred it evenly into a muddy paste. In a metal bucket, a violent slaking exothermic reaction began. Shen Siyuan wrote another equation. Chao 2O CaOH. 2 After quicklime is mixed with water, it releases a large amount of heat and forms calcium hydroxide. Here, we get slake lime. Once it cools down, what's in the bucket is half-cooked, half-slake lime powder. Next, we should originally mix in fired clay and loess. But here we could directly use volcanic ash as a substitute. After mixing them in a 1-to-1 ratio and then continuing to add salt water, we get the historically famous Roman cement. As early as about 2,000 years ago, relying on the ejecta from Mount Vesuvius, the Romans had already invented this ancient concrete. The color is this grayish-white that you can see now. Its compressive strength can reach 20 to 30 megapascals, comparable to modern medium-grade concrete. One of ancient Rome's iconic buildings, the Pantheon with its massive dome, used this material. Compared to modern concrete, this cement skips high-temperature sintering, so it can save a large amount of energy. After seawater seeps in, it dissolves components in the volcanic ash, forming aluminum tobermorite and philipsite crystals, which fill cracks and strengthen the overall structure. This self-healing mechanism is also one of the reasons so many ancient Roman buildings have survived to this day. However, the drawback is also obvious. Because it uses seawater, it has a certain degree of corrosiveness, so it can't be paired with steel reinforcement. The enormous buildings of ancient Rome all relied on semicircular arches and barrel vault structures to convert vertical loads into lateral thrust, then offset that force through thick walls or buttresses. A typical example is the 3-tier arcade system of the Roman Colosseum. To reduce engineering difficulty, we can use bamboo reinforcement here, as long as we control the building height. Bamboo that has undergone waterproofing and anti-corrosion treatment can replace the strengthening function of steel bars. As he spoke, Shen Siyuan poured the Roman cement into a rectangular molding form, then tamped and leveled it. And that's it. Once it air dries naturally, it becomes usable cement bricks. Over the next half year, Shen Siyuan led his family in mass-producing Roman cement according to the standard process. Then they collected all kinds of stones from the mountain and used the garbage crusher to break them into pumice. After pumice was mixed into the cement, it improved the density and compressive performance of the concrete, and the finished concrete was directly poured into wooden molds for casting. Because construction was being done under low-temperature conditions. Under Shun Hai's guidance, Shen Siyuan used scaffolding to build a heated enclosure. The interior was warmed with diesel heaters. keeping the temperature inside the enclosure above 5 degrees Celsius. They also chose to pour during the warmer part of the daytime and avoided the low temperatures at night. After pouring, they would also cover it with plastic film to improve heat retention. When casting the structure in layers, they inserted horizontal brick bands to strengthen the overall integrity and control shrinkage cracks. As the project kept advancing, strange long strip-shaped structures slowly appeared on the open ground between the shelter entrance and the city gate. Shinmu and Aya also came to understand that what they had been helping build was not some house at all, but an entire complete set of military defensive facilities. Referring to Chapter 8, Earthwork Operations, of the 1976 edition of Militia Training Manual, Shun Siyuan designed the shelter's permanent fortifications. On the road leading from the shelter to the city gate, he built multiple firing bunkers and one-man shelters. During defensive combat, they could organize interlocking fields of fire, support one another, and eliminate dead zones. The various shelters were connected by covered works built from cement, making it easier for personnel to maneuver. These covered works took on a zigzag shape with 90-degree corners. In order to prevent enemy fire from sweeping down the trench line and to reduce the effective damage range of enemy grenades. After the defensive works were completed, they enclosed the deer sheds, wind turbines, and solar panels, and even the road leading to the shelter was turned into an S shape. Whether it was people or vehicles, they had to make a turn every 20 meters as they advanced. And at the far end of every bend was a firing bunker aimed directly at it. The pitch-black firing ports used a stepped opening design that gradually widened from the inside outward. The inner opening was narrow, only 15 centimeters, while the outer side expanded to 35 centimeters. This structure gave the defenders a 270-degree field of view and firing arc, while making it difficult for outside attackers to aim at the people inside through the narrow inner opening. The walls were 30 centimeters thick, enough to withstand ordinary bullets and artillery fragments. Steel plates were also installed around the edges of the firing ports to further strengthen their resistance to damage. At the end of the road was the vehicle entrance to the shelter. The last bunker on the left led directly to the personnel entrance, and it was also the only passage into the bunker fortifications. Before reaching this point, the enemy would have to face a total of 3 bunkers and 2 reverse fire points. The 2 rifles and 1 hunting shotgun in Shun Siyuan's hands were just enough for 3 people to carry out layer resistance and achieve alternating cover during retreat. Once the enemy invaded, every step forward would be met with overlapping fire coverage, unless they used heavy firepower to blast apart the fortifications. Advancing with individual weapons alone was basically no different from courting death. In addition, to defend against heavily armored enemies and armored vehicles. Several demolition points had already been dug into the ground. In an emergency, explosives could be quickly buried into them. By producing biodiesel, Shun Siyuan had obtained a large amount of glycerin. After nitration treatment, he mixed the glycerin into diatomaceous earth to form a stable solid compound. Using homemade mercury fulminate as the detonator, it could be remotely triggered through electric wires. After finishing all this, the shelter welcomed the 7th year since the apocalypse descended. Jiangyu Province, shelter number 5001-202, Southwest United University Underground City. Scientists pointed at the data on the screen as they discussed it. On the display, the curved outline of blue star could be seen clearly. The horizon showed obvious curvature, and the sky in the background displayed a gradient from pale blue to nearly black. This was footage transmitted back by an unmanned probe balloon from an altitude of 40,000 meters. It was now the 7th year after the asteroid impact event, and the Blue Star Environment Research Institute under the Silk Nation Academy of Sciences had already launched a total of 9 meteorological observation balloons. These balloons, tasked with scientific reconnaissance missions, had already been quite famous before the disaster. They had once dominated news headlines in both the Silk Nation and Migwa, and had even sparked diplomatic conflict for a time, because they had no propulsion system of their own, aside from being remotely controlled to lower their altitude. They could only drift along with atmospheric circulation. These balloons wandered in the sky for a very long time before finally dispersing across the world. Observation results showed that the sulfate reflective layer in the stratosphere had already begun to collapse in some areas. Global solar radiation had recovered to 13% of normal levels. And in the equatorial regions, areas had appeared for the first time where daytime summer temperatures had risen above 5 degrees. But the albedo positive feedback caused by polar ice cap expansion was still ongoing, and the global average temperature remained more than 10 degrees lower than before the impact. The leading edge of Arctic glaciers had already advanced to around 45 degrees north latitude, and the average thickness of the Antarctic ice sheet had exceeded 3,000 meters. The massive accumulation of ice and snow had caused global sea level to drop by more than 20 meters. At this time, atmospheric circulation had also finished restructuring. The number of semi-permanent cyclone centers had increased from the original 3 to 5. The activity of these newly added cyclone centers directly affected the global weather system, changing precipitation distribution and storm paths. At present, global annual precipitation was estimated to be only 40% of pre-disaster levels. And most of it came in the form of snowfall, with all kinds of extreme climate events occurring frequently. Because of the settling of volcanic clouds in the stratosphere, a dust storm corridor with wind speeds of 200 kilometers per hour had also appeared in Southeast Asia. Fortunately, the frequency of global seismic activity had already dropped significantly, and the strongest earthquake in the last 6 months had fallen to magnitude 6 on the Richter scale. As for volcanic ash deposition, it had fallen to 10% of what it was in the initial stage after the impact, and the Yellowstone caldera had finally ended its secondary eruption cycle. The transmitted images showed that the enormous magma lake on the western side of the North American continent had lost its reddish-gold halo. Only dark purple sulfur gas remained, continuously seeping from the cracks in the cooled and solidified basalt. This supervolcano that had devoured half of North America had finally begun to show signs of exhaustion after repeated eruptions. As more and more data was sent back, the people present began analyzing blue star's condition. There are signs that primary productivity is recovering in the marine ecosystem. The photic zone is beginning to move downward. Spectral analysis shows that cyanobacteria and diatoms are increasing rapidly, and the dissolved oxygen concentration in seawater has risen back to 5 milliliters per liter. Plankton biomass in the Antarctic circumpolar current region is expected to recover to 15% of pre-disaster levels. This is a good sign. After finishing the calculations, a marine ecologist gave his judgment. On land, it's still just as bad as last year. Global vegetation coverage has shrunk to 3% of pre-impact levels, and 85% of wild mammals are expected to be extinct. The terrestrial biologist pushed up his glasses with one hand. How was the domestic situation now? Is there any sign that the habitable surface zone is expanding? An official asked the meteorologist. The leading edge of the Inshan Glacier is still pushing south at a rate of 12 kilometers per month. The environment in the north is too harsh. The shelters that can maintain long-term operations are all south of the Great River. Even in the southernmost Liangwang region, the average annual temperature is now only -8 degrees Celsius. If we want to rebuild the surface, do we still need to wait a few more years? The official frowned. Don't just stare at the domestic situation. I think this area in the northwest of the Kangaroo Nation is already enough to support open-air production. It's located between the Antarctic low-pressure belt and the equatorial low-pressure belt, with a stable surface climate and an average annual temperature of around -2 degrees. It has a vast vegetation-covered area, and the cold-resistant lichen communities have already expanded to more than 200,000 square kilometers. A young researcher broke the silence in the room and pointed at a continent in the southern hemisphere. Sort the detailed situation into a scientific expedition report and submit it to the higher authorities as soon as possible. The officials' eyes grew heated. A month later, in an entirely ordinary room, the clock pointed to 2 in the morning. The closed-door meeting had already lasted 5 hours, and the 7 teacups on the conference table had long since gone cold. The miniaturization of the thorium-based nuclear reactor has succeeded. Yesterday, the first tracked mobile power generation vehicle officially rolled off the line and is being prepared for transport to the eastern region. The administrative head reported on the domestic situation item by item. I suggest issuing a commendation by telegram to the RD team and submitting the project for the National Science and Technology Progress Award. Amid a chorus of agreement, the proposal was passed by vote. The Ministry of Agriculture has activated the Southwest Wild Biological Germplasm Resource Bank in Kunmi City and is organizing research into ecological restoration projects. The climate hasn't recovered yet. Instruct them to prioritize research into cold-resistant crops. Next item. Liaobei has been completely covered by glaciers, and all surviving personnel there have now been relocated inland. The situation in the northwest is about the same. The Bingtuan is organizing personnel to withdraw toward Ganlong. Hearing this, the Supreme Certification Officer slowly removed his reading glasses. He gently placed the temple arms on the conference table, producing a crisp sound. You've all read that Academy of Sciences paper on ecological niche replacement in Aozhou? Seeing everyone nod, he turned his gaze to the military head on his left. Talk about the difficulties. The integrity rate of the pre-disaster mothballed landing fleet is less than 10%. Only 3 usable icebreakers remain, even counting the airborne troops. At most, we can deploy the strength of 2 divisions in a single operation, as long as fuel and supplies are sufficient. We're confident we can completely seize that place. There is no need to worry about fuel. All the coal-to-oil plants in Hedong province have already been fully restarted. This year's output can double. The chief administrator nodded. Judging from the reports sent back by the advanced survey team, local order has completely collapsed. All survivors have concentrated in western Aozhou. The former government forces have split into multiple factions, fighting each other over the habitable zone. Right now, the largest force is a white supremacist group with only several tens of thousands of people, the Speaker of Parliament added. The country is waiting to be rebuilt from ruins. Is it really necessary to drain national strength and launch a large-scale migration campaign? The Deputy Executive Officer asked. This is currently the closest habitable surface zone to us. The report says agriculture can be developed directly just by setting up greenhouses. The area is vast, the population is sparse, and the mineral resources are abundant. It was smashed in a blank land by an asteroid. If we don't seize it now, how will future generations judge us? The personnel chief said excitedly. This is colonial aggression against another country. It severely undermines international order. How are the local natives supposed to be handled? A standing committee member objected. Migwa already seized Central and South Migwa and has pushed troops to Yamaxon. Oyen is also occupying huge areas in West Fei and Central Fei. Who still cares about the pre-disaster international order? The military chief said heatedly. That's right. The North was destroyed by glaciers. We need to obtain new living space in the South. The Speaker of Parliament nodded in agreement. In the meeting that followed, both sides began fiercely exchanging views. Let me say a few words. The executive officer spoke and stopped the pointless argument. The operation has continued for half a year, and order is gradually recovering. However, among the survivors, there are many criminals and war criminals. Whether actively or passively, their hands are stained with the blood of their compatriots. Grassroots reports show that even though material supply has been restored, bloody vendettas inside the shelters are still continuing nonstop. The wounds caused by this disaster are simply too deep. The hostility between citizens is severe, and society has already been torn apart. If we punish them strictly according to law, there may never be peace. But if we simply pardon them, the victims will be impossible to appease. The executive officer let out a sigh. C Nation has already shed enough blood. So I propose replacing punishment with exile. The location will be Aozhou. Let space and time wear away the hatred. Let them fight for living space with their own lives. The meeting room fell silent for a moment, and everyone sank into thought. Recently, the prison system has continuously advised me to execute a batch of prisoners as soon as possible. Grassroots personnel report that keeping these utterly vicious criminals is nothing but a waste of resources. They have no possibility of labor reform, and absolutely no chance of returning to society. The chief of judicial enforcement said in a deep voice, I believe that rather than shooting them, it would be better to exile them among the enemy and let them wreak havoc there. Agreed. Any non-key area can be used for exile. As for key areas, we can refer to the model of the Production and Construction Corps. The experience of 50 years of Northwest reclamation can be fully transplanted. Aozhou Production and Construction Corps? That sounds pretty good. As the discussion in the meeting room deepened, a consensus was ultimately reached. A plan codenamed Operation Southern Cross gradually took shape and was finally passed by vote. A few days later, the official broadcast announced the scientific survey report and, at the same time, published a declaration titled, Using Expanded Living Space to Promote a Great National Reconciliation. The authorities promised to replace punishment with migration and provided a comprehensive solution for all criminal offenders, economic offenders, and political offenders. They marked out vast areas on the map and announced that special settlement zones would be established. They would enjoy a high degree of internal autonomy and would not be under direct control. Everyone was urged to give up meaningless resistance and choose to head to the new continent to build a home of their own. Those who accepted exile first would even get priority in choosing settlement locations. One stone stirred 1,000 waves. The declaration quickly triggered intense unrest in various places. After the first landing force announced that it had established a forward base in Aozhou, most people chose to accept the migration plan and surrender where they stood. In several previous operations, the authorities had deployed huge numbers of robot dogs and swarm drones. With the battlefield situation completely one-sided, the bandit forces, whose morale was already low, rapidly collapsed once they saw a new way out. At the same time, the tracked vehicle Wang Jie was riding and arrived at the foot of Yubi Mountain. This place was already close to the edge of the yellow line zone and was about to enter the uninhabited area within the red line zone. As the chief designer of the mobile small-scale thorium reactor, he was responsible for leading the team in operation and maintenance work while following along to collect related data. Wang Jie looked out the window, thinking about the development direction of the next generation of equipment. Around him were fully armed security personnel belonging to the elite 3rd Capital Garrison Division. The Capital Garrison Force had a total of 3 divisions, and each of the 3 had a different role. Under the previous defense plans, if war broke out and the capital had to be fully evacuated, these 3 forces would serve as the backbone. The 1st Garrison Division was responsible for cooperating with the Guard Regiment to cover the evacuation of the Zhongyang organs, research institutes, colleges and universities, important documents and archives, movable cultural relics, and so on. The 2nd Garrison Division was responsible for organizing the capital's militia and other armed personnel, building fortifications, and holding the city to buy time for the evacuation. The 3rd Garrison Division was a tank division with heavy equipment. Its role was to launch a death charge against the northern enemy and buy time for the 2nd Division to construct fortifications. Before the great disaster struck, it was also these 3 forces that protected the authorities all the way as they relocated to the Bashu region. Because the army had only just entered the eastern region, the local situation was still extremely chaotic. Chief Engineer, we're almost at Lewin ahead. The brother unit stationed here says the enemy inside Yubi Mountain Shelter is still putting up stubborn resistance. Tonight we may need to set up camp in the city ruins and rest in place first. The military liaison's voice sounded over the radio. Received. Wang Jie. His thoughts interrupted, answered aloud. He took out his notebook and adjusted the timeline in the work plan. The convoy's final destination was Yuzhou, and that was also the reason he had volunteered for this mission. The government planned to rebuild part of the facilities there and use it as a springboard to gradually restore the ports and shipbuilding industry in the eastern coastal region. I wonder what Yuzhou looks like now. Wang Jie muttered to himself as the figure of a man, surnamed Shin, surfaced in his mind. He had clearly warned him before the disaster to head to Bashu as soon as possible, but he seemed to have ignored the advice. Wang Jie had originally planned to recommend Shin Siyuan to join the thorium reactor design team, but he had been completely unable to find him anywhere within the central government control zone. But when Wang Jie thought of the severely wounded from the molten salt leak incident, he felt relieved again. Now, all he hoped was that, after the disaster ended, he would see the name of his junior schoolmate on the survivor list. Suddenly, a burst of cheering broke out in the convoy, and Wang Jie got out to ask a nearby soldier. What happened? The enemy in Yubi Mountain Shelter announced their surrender. We want to have to sleep out in the wild tonight, the soldier replied. And just as the troops victoriously liberated the shelter, several armored vehicles quietly escaped from a concealed exit of the shelter and drove off in an unknown direction. Many years later, facing the dart gun barrels in front of him, Fatty Lin thought back to that distant afternoon. At the time, inside Yubi Mountain Shelter, a shocking upheaval suddenly erupted. At first, someone used unequal supply distribution as an excuse to incite the crowd in the unbearably packed shelter. Right after that, all kinds of acts of group sabotage began appearing inside the shelter. In the end, the person in charge of Yubi Mountain Shelter gave a deadly order. Live ammunition was forbidden. Only blank rounds could be issued. From the perspective of history, long-term stability is not necessarily a good thing. Society needs all kinds of forces to struggle against each other so they can drive each other to improve. After long years of peace, the civil side grows complacent and the military side grows lax. Not only does the level of the revolutionaries get worse, the level of the anti-revolutionaries gets worse too. For example, when the Great Revolution of Fa Lancy first began, the government troops were stuck in an impossible position when facing protesting crowds. Shooting was wrong too, and not shooting was wrong too. But by the period of the Directorate, Napoleon had become very experienced in how to suppress protesting crowds. The first round of volley fire had to use live ammunition. Only after 3 rounds could blanks be used. This was how Napoleon explained it. At the time, many people demanded that the army use blank rounds to scare off the crowd and reduce deaths. But practice proved that this was absolutely wrong. The sound of a volley of blanks really could frighten the demonstrators for a short time. But after the shots rang out, if they saw that nobody beside them was bleeding and nobody had fallen, the crowd would instead become even more unrestrained and even braver. At that point, even if the army switched to real bullets, it would no longer be able to scare anyone. So the first round had to be live ammunition. Only when people saw others around them get shot dead would they feel fear. That way, the greatest effect could be achieved at the lowest cost. After the wrong order was issued, the shelter army had no choice but to brace themselves and go out. The soldiers held fire sticks that could only make loud bangs as they faced off against the surging crowd. As expected, a tragedy happened. The rioters attacked the army with homemade firearms and explosives. After leaving behind more than a dozen fallen comrades, the army withdrew from the scene. The rioters then hung up the soldiers' corpses and cheered to celebrate their victory. And after witnessing the weak performance of the government troops, a large number of ordinary civilians were instantly stirred up as well, scrambling to join the resistance. They actually had no real concept of so-called revolutionary ideals. Their choice of sides came purely from fear and greed. They were afraid that during the rebuilding of order, if they could not get a share of the fruits of victory, they would become the fruit themselves. To borrow a line from a certain piece of humanity's intangible cultural heritage cinema, whoever wins, they help that side. After that, an even greater conflict broke out. Taking advantage of their momentum, the rebels charged into the armory and tried to seize heavy weapons. The army commander was forced to order a counterattack without authorization. Only after killing and wounding several hundred people did they drive back the rioting crowd. Only then did the shelter's person in charge finally issue the order to use force to suppress the chaos, and the riot was temporarily put down. However, both the military and the civilians had already forged a blood feud. In the sealed shelter, acts of revenge began to appear in the form of horrific assassinations. Suspicion and fear had already formed a vortex of conflict, trapping everyone inside. After that, all kinds of attacks emerged one after another. Civilians drowned in public toilet bowls. Soldiers struck by mass food poisoning. Case after case happened without pause, and the people inside the shelter were left in an extreme state of tension. To calm the conflict and dispute, government officials ordered the leaders of both sides to be imprisoned, preparing to thoroughly settle accounts and assign responsibility. The shelter's person in charge tried to smooth things over by punishing both sides equally, But in reality, he lost the support of both factions at the same time. The situation completely rotted away and became impossible to stop. Once reason was lost, the rage was fully ignited. The two factions joined hands and overthrew the ruling authorities. Then another battle for power broke out. The army, which held an overwhelming advantage in force, won the final victory after paying a terrible price. With no hope of victory, the revolutionary side chose to destroy production facilities and ruin supplies, dragging the army down with them. The shelter had originally only been short on supplies. By this point, it could no longer support the remaining survivors at all. After regaining his freedom, the military leader became the new chief under the acclaim of the crowd. The chief decisively issued the order to reduce the population. Planned atrocities mercilessly crushed the silent masses, who were utterly unprepared. When Lin Pengzi and more than a dozen civilians were thrown into a corner to await execution by gunfire, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and shouted that he had crucial intelligence to confess. Relying on that one sentence, he became the only survivor at the scene and barely clung to life until today. When a government army arrived, he had originally thought this place would accept the immigration exile plan and surrender on the spot. He had finally thought he would be able to live without fear and survive successfully in the apocalypse. He had never expected that the secret which saved his life back then would now become the boomerang that might kill him. Lin, I'll give you one last chance. Is what you're saying real or not? In the snowy ground below Tianmu Mountain, the chief stuffed one bullet into the revolver cylinder, spun it once, and pulled the trigger at Lin Pengzi's head. There was a click, but no gunshot followed. Kneeling on the ground, cold sweat instantly blurred Lin Pengzi's vision. It's absolutely real. A full 120 modified containers. All of them came out of my factory. That Shen Siyuan definitely knew in advance that a disaster was coming. He signed a contract with me under the name of building an Arctic research station. That private shelter must be piled full of supplies. As long as I take you there, you can get a ready-made stronghold. You'd better remember this. Back then, it was me who saved your rotten life from the muzzle of a gun. Over all these years, if not 10 of your brothers wanted to eat you, then at least 8 did, and I was the one who protected you. If we can't find the shelter you're talking about, just wait to be sliced into meat rolls. Lin Pengzi's real name was Lin Peng. After putting on middle-aged weight, the nickname Pengzi had gradually turned into Pengzi, meaning fatty. Only, the enormous belly he once had was now long gone, leaving behind only a face swollen from hunger. 7 years ago, when Shen Siyuan's second batch of modified containers had been completed, shipped out, and loaded for transport, Lin Pengzi had already vaguely sensed Shen Siyuan's true intentions. But at the time, he had not cared. After investigating, he discovered that the containers had been transported to Anji County below Tianmu Mountain. The one that had signed the agreement with the transport company was an ecological farming enterprise, apparently called something like Dong CI to CI. After confirming that the other party was not engaged in illegal activities, he went off to deal with other matters. As a businessman, he had only ever cared about whether the client paid promptly and cleanly. As for what the product was actually used for, as long as it was not illegal, of course it was none of his business. At this very moment, Lin Pengzi only regretted that he had not gone to find the truck driver back then and carefully asked about the container's exact destination. Before him stretched crossing mountain ridges and a boundless snowy wilderness. Trying to find a shelter in such a place was easier said than done. Even if he clearly knew the real address, the surface, having already been plowed over once by shockwaves and a tsunami, had long since shattered beyond recognition. After taking the bandits around Anji County several times, Lin Pengzi finally exhausted the bandit chief's patience. Sensing that things had gone wrong, he seized an opportunity and tried to run. But because his body was far too weak, he was still caught and dragged back by the bandits. When the sound of the trigger being pulled above his head came for the third time, he fell into despair. Filled with monstrous hatred, his hands began uncontrollably clawing at the snow beneath him. His instinct for survival drove him, wanting to dig a hole and escape this terrifying reality. Ha ha! The bandits burst into laughter, as if they were looking at an ostrich. As Lin Pengzi dug deeper and deeper, an orange rope abruptly appeared before his eyes. He grabbed the life-saving cable in one motion and shouted loudly, "Wait! Wait!" As the tracked armored carrier dragged up the cable, a tattered orange life raft appeared in front of the bandit group. The bandit leader put away the revolver in his hand and began directing his men to carefully search the stranded ship in the distance. Lin Pengzi gulped down the freezing air, trembling as he climbed back to his feet. Inwardly, he began to pray. President Shun, your private shelter better have a radio in it. The government troops are right behind them. My life is counting on you. In the Achu shelter, Shen Siyuan let out an explosive sneeze. Whoa, that scared me. Shenhai beside him spoke in dissatisfaction. It wasn't he that Shen Siyuan's father was timid. It was that the two of them were making dangerous items, and their nerves were stretched taut. In a small room inside the civil defense facility, some old tires, pressure cookers, and metal trash cans were neatly arranged on the table. Drawing on guerrilla warfare experience from Tokhara, Babylon, Suristan, and other places, Shen Siyuan was making some simple explosive devices. Improvised explosive devices, Put simply, roadside bombs, abbreviated as IEDs, full name, improvised explosive devices. These easy-to-make yet highly powerful explosives were usually a method of asymmetric warfare. Using tightly sealed civilian goods, the inside would be packed with explosives, nails, steel balls, and other metal fragments. Because their appearance was inconspicuous, they had once caused major casualties to the military of the beautiful nation. But these things could only be used as landmines for ambushing enemies in fixed positions. As for moving targets, Sun Siyuan had other long-range weapons for firepower coverage. For example, the one right in front of him, a timeless masterpiece replicated from the Yumni Civil War period, the Hell Cannon converted from a gas cylinder. This purely handmade Middle Eastern version of a conscience-free cannon had a body that was big and round. By welding on tail fins and filling it with explosives and metal fragments, it could be launched together with a homemade barrel. The caliber was pretty arbitrary, determined by the size of the gas cylinder, but its power was extremely impressive. It once had the solid record of flattening an apartment building with 3 shots. This weapon showed up at an extremely high frequency in conflicts across the Middle East. It was absolutely star-tier equipment. Compared with expensive military rockets and all kinds of artillery shells, the gas cylinder cannon was unbeatable in cost performance. After stuffing the round warhead with explosives, a seamless steel tube booster packed with fertilizer and sugar was welded onto its backside. Had an impact fuse on top, and a Middle Eastern best-selling Guerrilla Divine weapon that everyone praised after using was complete. Back then, a company from a nation of silk had exported millions upon millions of gas cylinders to improve the user gas experience. They had even deliberately stopped installing handles on the cylinder bodies. Sun Siyuan still remembered the scene of the company's executive being interviewed by reporters. This is a specially customized product for our clients. They have an endless market demand for gas cylinders. On average, 1 out of every 18 locals owns a gas cylinder. And our question is how to make the other 17 use gas cylinders too. The young boss had revealed an expression between his words that resembled Nicolas Cage. Don't worry. As long as the detonator fuse isn't inserted, these things 1T explode. Sun Siyuan wiped his nose as he reassured him. After finishing the roadside bombs, Sun Siyuan reached down and patted the gas cylinders on the floor. Then he walked over to the shelf and checked the long strips of metal placed on it. On the surface of these steel pipes, produced in Liang, a line of numbers was clearly printed, GBT 309193. This was a code from a nation of Silk S building material standard. The corresponding product type was galvanized welded steel pipe for low-pressure fluid transport. In other words, water pipes. When rich, rain metal. When poor, Liang steel pipes. These seamless steel pipes, a local specialty of Liang, ranged in price from dozens of yuan per meter to hundreds of yuan per meter. Before the disaster, even buying them from resellers, Sun Siyuan had not spent much. Yet the product had advantages such as high strength, pressure resistance, and corrosion resistance. Its metal toughness and machining precision were extremely high, allowing it to withstand the enormous pressure of rocket launch without the barrel exploding. This was another classic case of civilian industrial goods being warped by war, and they could be assembled into rockets with a maximum range of up to 40 kilometers. It was just that the farther the range, the lower the rocket's accuracy. Sun Siyuan had no need to strike the fish, so he only made a large number of small rockets, together with the simple launch racks already installed at the firing position. They were meant to make up for the Hell Cannon's flaw of excessive power but insufficient fire density. After finishing the work at hand, Sun Siyuan quietly returned to the shelter's central control room. He saw Shen Mu and Aya sitting on one chair, listening to the radio while chatting. When Aya suddenly saw someone enter, she was so startled that she hurriedly stood up, her little face turning red. The old father felt awkward for a moment and was just about to leave. Right then, the alarm from the low-altitude, security-active, phased array radar rang out. Beep, beep, beep. After the radar detected a low-altitude flying target, the continuous alarm sound triggered the emergency alert system. The red emergency lights in all areas of the shelter lit up, and the regular lights began flashing rapidly. After the reindeer at the door incident 5 years ago, Sun Siyuan had begun improving the alarm system. This was to prevent situations where family members failed to receive reminders because their phones or wristbands were not by their side. This was also the first time the new system had been triggered outside of test drills. Shen Mu, who had just been grinning foolishly at Aya, abruptly stood up. The two of them were both frozen in place, not knowing what to do. Don't panic. Follow the steps from the last drill. After speaking, Sun Siyuan enlarged the radar display on the screen, then immediately led the two children into the weapons room. The screen showed a small drone flying in the sky 45 kilometers away at an altitude of 500 meters. The phased array antenna adjusted the phase of its radiating elements, rapidly changing the beam direction to lock onto the drone in the air. The computing chip began using beamforming algorithms to continuously track the target's positional data. At the same time, it controlled the gimbal of the drone communication link jammer to begin rotating, aiming the parabolic antenna toward the direction of the target. The jammer's omnidirectional countermeasure range was only 2 kilometers. It had to be aimed at the target to achieve its maximum directional countermeasure performance of 5 kilometers. Shin Se-yuen put on his body armor and ballistic helmet, then walked out of the neighboring weapons room wearing a powered mechanical exoskeleton. At this moment, the jamming signal had already started automatically. The jammer's transmission power kept rising, yet the target drone still maintained high-speed flight. 2.4 GHz remote control jamming and 5.8 GHz video transmission jamming are ineffective. This is a military drone. Looking at the screen, Shin Se-yuen frowned. Before the disaster, military drones mainly relied on satellite communication and encrypted data links. With the power of civilian equipment, it would originally have been impossible to jam them. But now, with all satellites destroyed and no relay equipment left, the difficulty of jamming dropped drastically. Shin Se-yuen immediately activated a hidden function he had long since cracked and began broad-spectrum coverage across the range from 300 MHz to 6 GHz. This jamming mode could carry out continuous suppression against drones using frequency-hopping communication. But if the other side was using a large drone with millimeter wave communication or laser communication, then he would be completely out of options. Because of atmospheric absorption characteristics, 60 GHz millimeter waves were difficult to jam over long distances. As for laser communication, its side lobe signals were extremely weak, making jamming conditions close to requiring physical destruction. Fortunately, the jamming seemed to be taking effect. The drone's speed began to decrease, and in the end, it came to a hover in midair. Just then, the family had all arrived at the central control room. Shun Hai and Jin Chi skillfully began stuffing fully loaded magazines into their tactical gear. The visitors mean trouble. Squad-level, small, military drones. They're bandits. Shin Se-yuen said to the family in the briefest terms. He had several reasons for making that judgment. First, the official broadcast had just said that the government forces had entered one province. They had not yet announced the completion of the local cleanup operation, so it was impossible for them to have reached Jiangnan province this quickly. Second, if it were a Red Line Zone advance team responsible for post-disaster reconstruction, they would not have come all the way to Anji County. Before the disaster, the local secondary industry had been dominated by 2 major light industries, chair manufacturing and bamboo products. Other than that, the only things worth mentioning were white tea and tourism, part of the primary and tertiary sectors. There were no important sealed facilities or strategic nodes here either. Lastly, Bamboo Village was deep in the mountains, far from major transportation routes like national highways and provincial roads. Under normal circumstances, no one heading east would pass through this place. Even now, with all transportation infrastructure destroyed, no idiot would skip the plains and detour through the mountains instead. Although he did not know how the other side had learned the shelter's location. Since they had appeared within a range of 5 kilometers, they were definitely coming for him. No one present had time to talk. After the weapons were handed out, everyone busied themselves testing their communication earpieces. After syncing the electronic watches on their wrists, they immediately began acting according to the combat plan. Once the enemy realized the drone had been jammed, they would quickly understand that the shelter was somewhere nearby. As long as they started searching outward from the point where contact was lost, their position being exposed would only be a matter of time. And what Shin Se-yuen wanted was exactly that time gap. In a stronghold attack and defense battle between forces of equal strength, the defenders usually had the advantage. The defending side could occupy favorable terrain in advance and use high ground, cover, or narrow passages to create overlapping fields of fire over the attacker's routes. Fixed weapons placed at prepared positions could further strengthen firepower output, while the pressure of ammunition resupply and physical exhaustion would also be lighter. In actual war, the moment when the attacking side was most likely to succeed was often the very instant they launched a surprise raid or multi-pronged infiltration. Once the warning signal had been sent, if the defender's response time was extended, the difficulty of breaking through would grow exponentially. If a surprise assault failed, the attacker's tactical margin for error would be greatly reduced. A prolonged failure to capture the objective could easily crush the attacker's morale, while defenders relying on solid fortifications could maintain their will to fight more easily. The defenders could also use delaying tactics to wear down the enemy's patience and force them to abandon their strategic objective. During the simulation training of the past few years, Shin Se-yuen had repeatedly emphasized the importance of response time to his family. War is a matter of vital importance to the state, the ground of death and life, the Tao of survival and extinction. It must not be left unexamined. In the most recent drill, the people in the shelter had already compressed their deployment time to under 10 minutes, pushing 2 electric assist 4-wheeled carts loaded with weapons and ammunition. The group rushed out of the shelter. When they reached the area in front of the main entrance, the nearby defensive fortifications already had their firing positions preset. Shin Se-yuen and Shun Hai mounted all the rockets onto the slide rails of 6 iron racks, while the Hell Cannon was stuffed into a black steel tube. These simple launch racks were distributed in a fan shape, with a massive cannon barrel occupying the center position. All of them relied on cement blocks at the base as counterweights for added stability. There were no mechanical sights or steering wheel assemblies installed above, but they did have elevation adjusters and graduated angle gauges, allowing the firing angle to be adjusted between 45 and 60 degrees. Since they were only meant to attack fixed targets in front of the city gate, the firing calculations could be simplified while accuracy was improved. This was the optimal solution Shin Si-yuen had arrived at after multiple rounds of testing. No enemies visible on the surveillance feed for now. Over. Wang Qin's voice came through the earpiece. She had the poorest stamina, so she was responsible for staying in the central control room and relaying information. Roger, over. Leaving Jin Lin, Yang Fun, and Shun Mu behind as launch operators, Shin Si-yuen took the others and continued forward, planting roadside bombs at preset demolition points along the way. By the time they reached the city gate, Saren and Nala had already driven the entire reindeer herd into the deer shed and packed up their personal belongings. The two of them were trying to use shelves and miscellaneous items to block up the city gate, and their normally neat living quarters had become a complete mess. Although they had also taken part in previous drills, Shin Si-yuen had never assigned them any important tasks. He had only had them practice emergency evacuation and do carrying and odd jobs. There was no time to explain. Shin Si-yuen went straight up above the city gate. Because of the daily reward mission, the place had been clean spotless. He carefully observed the surroundings through a telescope. Other than the endless white snow, he could see nothing. So he returned inside the city gate. The enemy hasn't arrived yet. There is still a chance. Saren, Nala, the two of you take Aya and run for your lives while you still can. After saying that, Shin Si-yuen watched the two of them for a reaction, his fingers slowly reaching toward the rifle S trigger. Brother Shun, that S way too damn much bullshit from you. Saren's face was full of anger. Exactly. Back then, it was you and Dr. Wong who saved me. Even if I repay that debt with my life now, that is only right. Nala started choking up. I'm really not joking. No one knows how many are coming. I'm not confident I can definitely hold this place. Even if you don't care about yourself, you should think about your daughter. Shin Si-yuen pretended to sigh. Teacher Shun, are you trying to drive us away now? Aya grabbed Shin Si-yuen with red eyes. If it really comes down to it, then we'll go up to heaven together with the enemy. One more head means one more pair of hands. If it really doesn't work, you can have us carry explosive packs. What is the difference between leaving now and going to our deaths? Saren became more and more agitated. Fine. I didn't think it through. I apologize. It's all snowfields outside. If you run out now, you just be live targets. And after listening to the broadcasts all these years, you all know perfectly well what kind of scum those bandits are. Shin Si-yuen's finger slowly moved away from the trigger, and he extended his left hand to pass over a communication earpiece. Aya, help your mother take the personal belongings and go join up with Shun Mu and the others. Assist them with loading the rockets. Don't bring any living supplies. If we survive, then just move directly into the shelter. There's still 2 rooms reserved for your family there. The probing was over. Shin Si-yuen had named his price. All right, be careful. Aya and Nala picked up the luggage and left the city gate. I suggest the shotgun be returned to its original owner. If the bullets can't hit anyone, they're meaningless. At that moment, Jin Shi had already started helping Saren put on a bulletproof vest and helmet. All right, Dad. Then you'll be responsible for helping carry weapons and ammunition and evacuating the wounded. Shinmu handed over the pistol and ammo pouch from his body. After Jin Shi took them, she picked up a medical backpack. Fully armed now, Saren was in high spirits. He volunteered to take the telescope and went up above the city gate to keep watch. The other 3 began using the structures and equipment inside the gate to set up trip mines and booby traps. The nitroglycerin bombs that had just been made were mixed in among many everyday items, disguised as rice cookers, pressure cookers, and metal trash cans. They were equipped with a wide variety of trigger methods. Aside from the most common transparent fishing line used as tripwire, there were also pressure plates modified from the pressure sensors of electronic weighing scales. The doorknob of the duty room and the drawer tracks were fitted with loose pin fuses. Once opened, they would detonate after a delay of several seconds, setting off the ammonium nitrate explosives hidden behind the door and beneath the desk. Magnetic strips had been glued to the bottoms of wine bottles and beverage bottles. Moving them would break the magnetic contact switch. Then the electronic igniter was triggered, detonating the liquid bomb inside. Using the notorious Forbidden Book KB Molecule Handbook as a reference, Shin Si-yuen made this big toy. It was made from wood vinegar extract and disinfectant concentrate, and in the past it had often been used in terrorist attacks. Its power was enormous, and it was extremely well concealed. The direct reason security inspectors always said, take a sip, to block the enemy's line of sight. Shin Si-yuen also strung up several extra clotheslines inside the city gate and hung bedsheets and clothing on them. After confirming that the enemy had not appeared yet, he had Jin Shi and Saren continue keeping watch from the rooftop. He and Shanhai entered the defensive fortifications in the rear and took out a wooden box stored inside. When they opened it, the box was filled with cylindrical pieces that Shin Si-yuen had made and assembled with a 3D printer. They were perfect replicas of the classic bullet mine from the Yan'an War. This was a simple anti-personnel device designed around the structural characteristics of a bullet. It would trigger when an enemy stepped on it and could pierce an infantryman's leg or foot, achieving the purpose of injuring or killing enemy infantry. Its mechanical structure was extremely simple, easy to make, and very cheap. Because of that, it had been widely used. Back then, C Nation had mass-produced this kind of weapon to aid Anon against Me Nation. The bullet mine was designed based on the sensitivity of a bullet primer. An iron nail was fixed at the bottom of a metal tube, with the primer of the cartridge case facing the nail tip. A spring was installed above the bullet to ensure that when stepped on, the bullet would be pressed down and trigger the primer. When the iron nail struck the primer, it ignited the propellant and caused an explosion, propelling the bullet out at high speed. As the core damaging component, all the bullets were made from reloads. Earlier, in order to improve his family's shooting skills, Shun Siyuan had organized several live-fire training sessions. Since ammunition was limited after the training ended, he immediately tried using spent casings to make reloaded rounds. After solving the material issues involving primers and propellant, he discovered that homemade reloads simply had far too many problems. That was because after the 1990s, the ammunition used by C Nation's military and police was basically all steel cases coated with paint. Although the cost was much lower than brass cases, steel cases rusted easily, had poor ductility, and were especially hard. They caused around the chamber during use and were completely unsuitable for reloading. The steel casings picked up after shooting practice usually could only be recycled and treated as scrap. Shin Siyuan tested a few reloaded rounds and found that the misfire rate was as high as over 10%. On top of that, the homemade bullets had limited accuracy, and poor fitting with the cases easily caused jams. In serious cases, there could even be bullet separation or failure to chamber. Even when they barely managed to fire, the bullet's effective range dropped drastically. Their flight paths became unpredictable, and they were accompanied by heavy gun smoke that blocked vision. But after finally unlocking the nitrocellulose branch on the tech tree, Shun Siyuan did not want to waste it for nothing. After carefully reviewing some more history, he discovered the anti-personnel miracle weapon known as the bullet mine. Because it was ultra-close range firing, the shortcomings of reloaded ammunition could be perfectly overcome. Shin Siyuan had even deliberately made the bullet tips hollow at the front. This kind of bullet was called a dum-dum bullet. After hitting a target, the copper jacket would expand, creating a pedal effect. It could increase the wound area, and its lethality was astonishing. Because it was too brutal, its use had been strictly restricted by international conventions before the disaster. One step on it, and in a light case a leg would be crippled. In a severe case, it would punch into the abdominal cavity and kill on the spot. While building the defensive fortifications, aside from the demolition points, Shin Siyuan had also dug a batch of small traps along the way. After opening the thin plastic covers on top, the Shin father and son stuffed the bullet mines inside, then covered them back up and smeared snow over them again. There were a huge number of these preset traps. In the end, even after using up all the bullet mines, they only filled 2/3 of them. 3 armored vehicles are coming up the mountain. They're approaching the village entrance. Over. Jin Chi's voice rang out. Received. Continue observing. Ignition team, be ready to fire at any time. Shin Siyuan's heart began pounding violently. Accompanied by the massive roar of turbocharged diesel engines, metal tracks crushed 2 deep ruts into the icy snow. A ZB-04A infantry fighting vehicle slowly drove into the area where the original Bama village had once stood. With protection in the 25-ton class and mobility of 75 kilometers per hour, this equipment had been designed to work alongside the 99A main battle tank to rapidly break through enemy defenses. From the front, it could resist 30mm armor-piercing incendiary rounds at a distance of 500 meters. From the sides, it could defend against 14.5mm armor-piercing rounds at 200 meters. The 100mm rifled gun on the turret was raised high, ready at any moment to fire a deadly shell. In addition, it was equipped with a 30mm coaxial autocannon and a 7.62 2mm coaxial machine gun. Its firepower was extremely fierce. Behind it, 2 ZSD-89A armored personnel carriers were also following, maintaining a safety distance of roughly 200 meters between one another. Armored personnel carriers were mainly used for battlefield transport and logistical support. Their protection and firepower were both weaker than those of infantry fighting vehicles. They could only resist 7.62 2mm armor-piercing rounds from the front, and their only weapon was a 12.7mm heavy machine gun. However, because their internal space was larger, they could carry more infantry. The terrain in the valley was complicated, and after the disaster the ground had become badly shattered. So all 3 armor vehicles were moving extremely slowly. Some of the bandits had gotten out and were walking in front to scout the route, constantly using hand signals to indicate where to drive. At the very front was an unarmed man. Shin Siyuan felt he looked somewhat familiar, but could not remember exactly who he was. He observed carefully and unconsciously frowned. There were a lot of bandits in this group, and even after all these years, they still maintained relatively high military discipline and skill. They were clearly not easy to deal with. The 3 vehicles are too far apart. We can't cover them all in one strike. Take out the biggest threat, the IFV, first. Shin Siyuan had no time to hesitate and quickly made his decision. Calling the firing team. All launchers, fire. Elevation angle 45, over. Firing team received. All launchers, elevation angle 45 confirmed. Over, Shun Mu replied loudly. Prepare for one volley. 3, 2, 1, fire. As soon as the infantry fighting vehicle entered range, Shun Cun gave the order. At once, 6 rockets mixed with 1 Hell cannon shell tore through the sky and flew toward the enemy 2 kilometers away. After hearing the sharp whistling sound, the bandits outside the vehicles immediately scattered and threw themselves prone into the snow. With a huge explosion, the infantry fighting vehicle came to a stop. Shun Cun gripped the binoculars tightly in his hand, watching the battlefield. The homemade rockets had limited accuracy and power, and failed to hit the vehicle directly or cause direct damage. Fortunately, the Hell cannon had an enormous blast radius and successfully blew off one of the vehicle S-tracks. The infantry fighting vehicle launched its onboard smoke grenades and began spinning in place, while smoke and dust gradually shrouded the surrounding area. Just as the 4-man combat team led by Shun Cun was preparing to retreat, a thunderous boom came from within the smoke. A high explosive shell hit the mountainside beside the city gate, and the shockwave sent shattered stones skimming past Shun Cun's head. At the same time, the autocannon and machine gun on the infantry fighting vehicle also began suppressive fire, with a barrage pouring over like a rainstorm. Sharp whistling mixed with the grating noise of metal impacts and concrete shattering, and together with the blast waves, ravaged everyone's eardrums. Retreat now. Calling the firing team. Number 4 launcher, fire. Elevation angle 45, over. Feeling the threat of death, Shun Cun immediately ordered a withdrawal. Firing team received. Number 4 launcher, fire. Elevation angle 45, over. As the second Hell cannon round was fired, the battlefield briefly fell into a short silence. Calling the surveillance team, report the target damage assessment, over. Shun Cun ran away from the city gate and shut the inner gate behind him. He was extremely anxious. Hell cannon ammunition was scarce. There were only 3 rounds in total. Surveillance team received. The lead vehicle has been blown over. Wang Qin's voice trembled slightly. The underside of the vehicle had no snow camouflage. The pitch-black belly of the armored vehicle stood out clearly in the smoke and dust. Received. Continue observation, over. Shun Cun let out a long breath. Their position had already been completely exposed. They could no longer stay on top of the city gate. They had to move straight into the defensive fortifications. The 4 of them carefully avoided the various traps and returned all the way to the shelter's launch position. The rockets are all loaded. What do we do next? Seeing their family return safely, everyone in the launch team let out a long sigh of relief. Remain on standby, according to plan. Adjust the elevation angle to 60 degrees. Be ready to attack the city gate position at any time. There was no time for small talk. The combat team immediately ran into the entrance of the defensive works. After passing through the winding, lengthy passageway, they returned to the forward position once more and spread out among the various pillbox bunkers and shelters. Calling the combat team, the enemy is pushing up. Over. Received. Maintain watch. Over. Shun Cun tightened his grip on the rifle in his hands and aimed toward the city gate through the firing slit. He opened his mouth wide and breathed deeply, using the rare lull to recover his strength, trying to ease the panic and dizziness brought on by the shelling. On the surveillance feed, all the bandits in the rear had already dismounted and were advancing on foot in dispersed 3-man formations. The distance between the 2 armored personnel carriers had widened to 500 meters, and they began tactical maneuvering, weaving in a zigzag route to avoid preset fire zones. The lead vehicle and the rear vehicle continuously fired smoke grenades, forming a screened corridor across the battlefield. The vehicle-mounted electro-optical targeting systems kept scanning the city gate, while the 12.7mm heavy machine gun on the unmanned weapon station fired continuously in suppression, forcing the defenders to abandon the outer fire points. Armor-piercing incendiary rounds blasted bowl-sized craters into the concrete surface of the battlements, and the lift gate became riddled with holes as well. The bandits' assault squad advanced in bounds along a zigzag attack route and quickly reached the base of the city gate. One bandit raised his gun and picked off the cameras one by one. Although the bulletproof glass blocked the bullets, nothing could be seen clearly anymore inside the monitoring room. 2 other bandits swiftly attached flexible detonation cord to the lift gate. As the TNT charge was detonated, the gate blew apart on impact. After throwing in 2 grenades, the bandits pressed against the walls on both sides and extended their gun barrels inside. I'm shifting left. You watch the right. The 2 bandits checked the interior situation, then entered the city gate under mutual cover with crossing fire. The middle shelves are clear. I'm behind you. The 3rd bandit also walked in. You clear the corner. I'll watch the rear. Move in fast. Left side clear. Corner clear. Passage extending left front to the left. Nothing found in the other positions. As the bandits advanced cautiously, they continued shooting the cameras on the ceiling. Surveillance cleared. Reloading. Stay alert. Door ahead closed. Got it. Slow clear. Check for tripwires. The bandit assault squad turned on the tactical lights mounted on their guns, cleared the booby-trap tripwires in the passage, and slowly approached the duty room. Watch the window. Recommend crouching. I'll handle the door. Received. Door cracked open. No tripwire. Can open. Prepare to breach. Flashbang out. 3, 2, 1 in. Nothing found inside. Just as one bandit entered the room with his gun raised, there was a booming explosion. The charges had detonated. 5, 6, 7 Shin Siyuin counted the continuous explosions echoing from inside the city gate, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In a military system, the troops rushing at the very front to carry out assault missions were usually elite forces. This kind of mission placed extremely high demands on a unit's rapid response, coordinated combat ability, and individual soldier quality, and was often carried out by specially trained soldiers. If it came to a head-on clash, his side had almost no chance of winning. But now these people had become cannon fodder for consuming cheap booby traps. Without question, that would deal a heavy blow to the enemy's morale. In the past, when faced with a building full of traps like this, military commanders would usually order their forces to bypass it or find a way to level it directly. But the enemy's precious heavy firepower had just been destroyed by the Hell Cannon, and the city gate was stuck right on the only route forward. That left only one choice: storm the strong point and use soldiers' lives to probe for mines and traps. However, in Shun Siyuin's plan, the city gate itself was a giant trap. Even if the enemy chose to seize it by force, he would personally destroy this commanding height in front of the fortifications. The ruins left by the city gate would effectively slow the enemy's advance and give his side an advantage in the defensive battle. As large numbers of bandits poured into the city gate, the booby traps were being steadily consumed, and before long the enemy would completely occupy the place. With a muffled bang, the inner lift gate was blown into 2 pieces. Immediately after, several smoke grenades were thrown out. Shun Siyuin immediately fired several shots above the city gate, and a Molotov cocktail fell and shattered in response. He had to hold them off as long as possible and pin the enemy at the city gate position. That way, the coming rocket attack could achieve maximum killing effect. Just as he had expected, after feeling the fire blockade, the bandits did not rush out directly. As long as they had basic combat sense, after observing the environment, they would definitely climb to the top of the city gate and use high ground to suppress him from above. Very soon, Shin Siyuin and the bandits were engaged in a fierce exchange of fire. One side had the advantage of high ground, while the other had the advantage of cover. Neither side could do anything to the other. Suddenly, a thick, pitch-black tube extended from above the city gate, shattering the balance on the battlefield. Fuck! Shin Siyuin dropped his rifle and ran, rolling out of the firing bunker. A wave of scorching heat slammed into him from behind and hurled his whole body into the cover trench. A single 82mm PBW-001 recoilless gun round almost completely blasted the bunker apart. The barrel of this man-portable shoulder-fired tube weapon used carbon fiber, composite material, and a titanium alloy liner. Its full combat weight was less than 7 kilograms. It required only one gunner and one assistant carrying ammunition to operate, and could even be fired standing without support by a single person. As the core, platoon-level firepower of the Silk Nation military, it filled the firepower gap between single-soldier rocket launchers and heavy anti-tank missiles, balancing mobility and power at the same time. It was highly suited for complex environments such as mountains and urban street fighting, especially effective against light armored vehicles, fixed fortifications, and cluster targets. Historically, the Silk Nation military suffered from a severe firepower deficiency phobia, to the point that the later development of its military equipment could almost be described as pathological. This time, Shun Siyuin had truly experienced that for himself. Ha! Calling a surveillance team, blow the city gate stairs now. Shun Siyuin did not even care to check his injuries. Spitting sand and dirt out of his mouth, he shouted at the top of his lungs. In the monitoring room, Wang Qin immediately pressed a button and blew apart the stairs, trapping the enemy on top of the city gate. Are you okay? Jin Shi rushed over, grabbed Shun Siyuin off the ground, and pulled him into retreat toward the rear. Cough calling the launch team. Full rocket salvo, elevation angle 60. Shun Siyuin's ears were ringing so badly he could hardly hear anything anymore, but he kept issuing orders nonstop. As 6 rockets slammed into the top of the city gate, another batch of bandits fell into permanent silence. Jin Shi dragged Shin Siyuin through Saren and Shun Hai, who were still firing nonstop to hold the enemy back, and the two of them returned to the launch position together. Looking at Shun Siyuin, his face covered in dust and dirt, everyone present almost failed to recognize him. Jin Lin was the first to react. She immediately rushed forward in tears, helping Shun Siyuin take off the damaged, powered mechanical exoskeleton while checking his injuries in distress. I'm fine. Dad, take my gear and get back there to help. Jin Shi did not hesitate. He put on the tactical vest, picked up a gun, and returned to the defensive fortifications. Shin Siyuin had been extremely lucky to escape death. The exoskeleton, bulletproof vest, and bulletproof helmet had helped block the fatal shrapnel and flying debris, but the shockwave had still caused him some internal injuries. For a short time, he would be unable to return to the front line of battle. After this round of fighting, Both commanders realized they had seriously underestimated the other side's combat strength, especially the attacking bandits. After paying a heavy price, their offensive momentum weakened considerably. Over the next hour, the bandits pushed forward with great difficulty, braving roadside bombs, stepping through bullet mines, and relying on individual firepower to launch their assault. After destroying the third bunker, they seemed to have exhausted their supply of recoilless guns. This kind of individual heavy firepower, unable to determine how many more individual fortifications they still had to face, their morale completely collapsed, and they cursed loudly as they retreated. When one of the armored personnel carriers pushed forward in an attempt to force them back into battle, Shun Siyuan decisively ordered the firing of the last Hell cannon. The city gate, whose load-bearing pillars had already been blown apart by booby traps, completely collapsed, turning into a pile of rubble that buried the enemy along with it. The tense battlefield now fell into a terrifying silence, seeing that the enemy had finally been driven back. Shun Siyuan immediately had Aya launch a small drone to scout the front line. Nearby, Shun Mu and Yang Fun were carefully injecting two kinds of dangerous liquid into an agricultural protection drone. The drone jammer had already been destroyed. Without electromagnetic suppression, terrifying attack drones could dominate the battlefield at any moment. It looks like they're retreating. Every last one of them is running toward the armored vehicles. Aya reported on the bandits' movements. Good. We have to move fast. We need to destroy that last armored vehicle. Shin Siyuan put on the FPV headset and shoved the control stick forward hard. The agricultural protection drone shot toward the enemy at high speed. In the image feed, the armored personnel carrier's ramp-style hatch was open, and the remaining bandits were climbing in through the rear. After hearing the noise of the quadcopter, they raised their guns in panic and opened fire. At the same time, the 12.7mm machine gun on the roof-mounted weapon station also started turning. Shin Siyuan had originally planned to crash directly into the front engine cover, but a new idea immediately came to mind. He at once guided the drone over the armored vehicle, adjusted its posture, and lowered its altitude. Then he pushed the throttle all the way and slammed the drone straight into the troop compartment. The liquid bomb exploded instantly, sending the armored vehicle and everyone inside it flying into the air. The large-scale battle had finally ended, and Aya used the drone to observe the bandits' condition. As far as the eye could see, most of the attacking bandits were already lying on the ground, either dead or wounded. But a few scattered bandits could still be seen retreating on foot. They had spread out and were fleeing downhill. Calling the combat team, pursue the remaining bandits immediately. Not a single one can be let off, or I won't be able to sleep tonight. Shin Siyuan said this with a savage expression. After resting for a while, he had finally managed to catch his breath. Jin Chi's been shot. Save him first, Shun Hai replied through the comm earpiece, making all the family members' faces change drastically. The anxious group hurriedly brought over a stretcher and carried Jin Chi, who was lying on the ground, out of the defensive fortifications. Fortunately, after opening his bulletproof vest, they found no bleeding. A bullet had struck Jin Chi in the chest. Only after piercing through the stainless steel flask hanging on his tactical vest had it been stopped by the Kevlar fibers of the bulletproof vest. Although its size made it clear that it was a 5.8mm rifle round, Shun Siyuan recognized the bullet's unusual shape at a glance. It was most likely a sniper round used specifically for precision rifles. If the steel flask had not happened to act like a ballistic plate, this bullet would have almost certainly pierced through Jin Chi's chest. Although he had survived under the muzzle, Jin Chi had still suffered terrifying blunt force trauma from the bullet's impact. A large patch of bluish bruising had appeared on the skin of his chest. His ribs are fractured. Can't tell about the sternum for now. Looks like he's having some trouble breathing. I suspect pulmonary contusion. Get him to the medical room now and give him a painkiller shot first. Wang Qin, who had rushed over from the monitoring room, calmly directed the family to move the softly groaning Jin Chi. Meanwhile, Shin Siyuan called over Shun Hai and Saren and began hunting down the surviving bandits. Because of the battle just now, the ground was in complete disorder. While changing into snow camouflage ghillie suits, the three of them also put on outdoor snowshoes. This would not only help prevent them from stepping on bullet mines, but also speed up their movement across the snow. Don't touch the corpses on the ground. Finish them off and move on. On the battlefield, casually rummaging through enemy corpses was an extremely dangerous act. This was a lesson paid for in blood and lives by countless soldiers. During World War II, Japanese troops often used piles of corpses as cover, suddenly opening fire or detonating grenades in mutual destruction when American troops approached. Similar cases also appeared on the Soviet-German front, where German soldiers would hide beneath corpses and launch counterattacks. This kind of feigned death tactic took advantage of the psychological tendency of victorious soldiers to relax their guard after battle. When clearing the battlefield, soldiers' attention would often focus on collecting supplies, making them more vulnerable to ambush. In addition, enemy forces often planted grenades, landmines, and other explosive devices beneath corpses. Japanese troops would fasten grenade pins to corpses so that moving them would trigger an explosion. German troops also frequently planted pressure-release mines beneath corpses on the Soviet-German battlefield, so moving a body would trigger a blast. By the modern era, Militaries in every country had established strict battlefield clearing procedures. The rule against casually moving corpses had been written into combat regulations and had become an iron law for staying alive. When cleaning a battlefield, the usual process was to first sweep the corpses with gunfire, then use explosive ordnance disposal equipment to inspect them, and finally have professionals clear them away. Shen Siyuan and the other two bent forward carefully as they advanced, occasionally firing 3 shots from a distance at every bandit they saw. Whether corpse or wounded man, none were spared. They thoroughly carried out a battlefield saying, 2 shots to the body, 1 shot to the head. Even the king of hell would shake his head. At this point, all the bandits still capable of moving on their own had already fled. Those left behind were either dead or had already lost the ability to move. All of them had become target practice. When they reached the foot of the city gate, the pile of rubble before them was still pouring out thick clouds of smoke. It was probably because the cheap baijiu on the shelves had ignited the wooden furniture and plastic goods, causing the inside to keep burning. Shoo, someone's there. Saren made a silencing gesture. He had heard movement from the armored vehicle buried under the ruins. Some bandits were trapped inside and couldn't get out. Because his eardrums had been damaged, Shen Siyuan's hearing had still not fully recovered. But from Saren's mouth movements and hand signals, he immediately understood what he meant. He then returned to the defensive fortifications, brought over all the remaining Molotov cocktails, and tossed them in through the gaps to help feed the fire. Not long after, a burst of agonized screams rang out. This time, Shen Siyuan finally heard the bandits' shouts clearly, along with the chain explosions of ignited bullets, crackling like firecrackers. There was no time to stop. The combat team continued pressing forward in pursuit. The troop carrier that had just been blown apart from the inside sat quietly in the snow, still frozen in the posture trying to retreat. The ground was covered in charred black chunks of human remains blasted outward in all directions, and a thick smell of blood drifted across the surrounding snowfield. In its original design, the crop protection drone could spray 50 liters of pesticide. After the tank was filled with triacetone triperoxide, TATP, known as the mother of Satan, its power was equivalent to more than 50 kilograms of TNT. Like an aerial bomb, it blasted the lightly armored, tightly packed troop carrier and everyone inside into pieces. The raw materials for TATP were very easy to obtain, but the synthesis process was extremely dangerous. Even slight friction or impact could trigger an explosion. Special handling techniques were needed to keep it stable, which made it especially suitable for a suicide attack weapon like a drone. Seeing there was no need for finishing shots, the 3 of them forced down the urge to vomit and moved away from the troop carrier. After advancing for more than 1 kilometer, the overturned infantry fighting vehicle appeared at the place where Yuanbamu village had once stood. The bandits who had been walking in front were all lying nearby in shell craters blasted out by rockets. It looked like after being wounded, they had either crawled into them themselves or been dragged in by their companions to avoid further attacks. Most of them had already died from blood loss. The rest only had a breath left. Those with lighter injuries had either already escaped on foot or they had turned into minced meat inside the troop carrier. The 3 of them did not hesitate and carried the finishing shots through to the end. At that moment, someone suddenly rolled over and shouted, "Don't shoot. I'm not the enemy." Startled to see someone still able to move, Shen Siyuan raised his hand and fired 2 shots on reflex. The bullets hit the man in the abdomen. Shun Hai and Saren also sped up their gunfire, shooting every corpse they could see once more. Only after they had practically plowed the whole area with bullets did they stop. After changing magazines, Shen Siyuan bent low and carefully walked over. "Boss Lin?" He finally recognized the man's identity and understood how the shelter-S location had been exposed. "President Shun, save me." Fatty Lin coughed up bloody foam as he begged with difficulty. A glaring shard of shrapnel was still embedded in his thigh. "Sorry, you are beyond saving. I'll help end your pain." Frowning, Shen Siyuan fired one last shot into Fatty Lin's head. "You know this guy?" Saren asked in confusion. "Yeah, he asked the one who led the enemy here." Shen Siyuan wiped the blood off his face, without spending even a moment mourning Fatty Lin's death. The 3-man combat team immediately spread out across the battlefield. Saren and Shun Hai moved in from the left and right to flank the overturned infantry fighting vehicle, while Shen Siyuan lay prone in the snow, holding his gun in a ready position and keeping watch. Saren moved faster and was the first to get close to the IFV. There was no movement inside. He carefully observed the overturned steel beast. The rear door was open, and it looked empty inside. No one in the vehicle. "It's safe." Relieved, Saren walked to the front of the vehicle and waved at Shen Siyuan. At that moment, he saw in horror that Shen Siyuan was aiming his gun at him, and then the shots rang out. For an instant, Saren felt as if time itself had slowed down. Scenes began flashing through his mind like a rapid montage, starting from his childhood all the way to that afternoon 5 years ago when he first met Shen Siyuan. He suddenly realized that the scene that day was almost exactly the same as this one now. As another bullet grazed past his head, he dropped the snow at once. In his despair, Saren found himself thankful that Shen Siyuan's marksmanship had not improved. Just as he angrily prepared to fire back with the shotgun in his hand, A scream came from behind him. When he turned around, he saw that the hatch on the IFVS turret had somehow been thrown open, and a bandit had been hit by Shan Siyuan and collapsed. Finally snapping back to his senses, Saren immediately turned and fired 2 finishing shots. Be careful. There might still be people inside. Open the hatches and check again. Shan Siyuan's voice came through the earpiece. The Type 04A infantry fighting vehicle had a total of 5 hatches. 1 for the driver's compartment, 2 on the turret, and 2 on top of the troop compartment. That sneaky bastard just now had popped out from the commander's hatch on the right side of the turret. Shanhai also rushed over from the other side. Only after the 2 of them nervously checked the vehicle over once did they finally confirm that no one was left inside. Shanhai made a safe gesture, and Shun Siyuan climbed up from the snow. Who damn, Brother Shun, that stunt just now had cold sweat running down my spine. Good thing you were here, holding things down, Saren said loudly in relief. Yeah, that was too dangerous just now. We still need to be more careful. Shun Siyuan patted Saren on the shoulder and reminded him. Neither of them realized that the one who had just died under their gunfire was actually the leader. After passing the IFV, the 3 of them began tracking the fleeing bandits by the footprints in the snow. Following the bloodstains, they took out 4 more bandits. These wounded bandits had already thrown away even their weapons. With their backs to the enemy, they trudged slowly through the snow, 1 deep step and 1 shallow step, looking like nothing more than living targets. If Aya didn't team miss see things while flying the drone, then there should still be about 2 left. But around here, the traces and everything have already been cleaned up nicely. Most likely they've already slipped off without a trace. Professional hunter Saren shook his head helplessly. Those 2 escaped fish with some awareness of counter-reconnaissance had already disappeared into the vast mountains. Don't chase cornered enemies. Let us head back, Shanhai said, trying to comfort his son when he saw the conflict on his face. No, if we let them get away, there'll be endless trouble later. After thinking for a while, Shun Siyuan pressed the transmit button on the radio, calling the launch team. Aya, are you there? Uncle Shun, I'm here. Did the drone find where the enemy went? Can't find them. The drone's out of battery, and it's getting darker and darker now. Even if it flies again, it won't be able to see the ground clearly. Shun Siyuan glanced at his watch. It was already 5:40 in the afternoon, and both the temperature and visibility were dropping fast. Left with no choice, he could only decide to withdraw to the shelter. After a simple meal and a brief rest, Shan Siyuan still couldn't sit still. He went to find Saren, and after the 2 discussed it, they decided to continue the pursuit overnight. Since the city gate had turned into ruins and blocked the way out, the snow vehicle could not be used for the time being. So Saren brought out a sled from his old nomadic hunting days, picked a few reindeer as draft animals, and set off with the hunting dog Aogo and Anrin. The 2 changed into warmer, more cold-resistant snow gear, and also brought along the fully charged drone and a thermal imager. In the end, using human waste as a clue and led by the hunting dog, they spent more than 2 hours tracking the fugitives all the way to the vicinity of Anji County at the foot of the mountain. After detecting warm smoke with the thermal imager, they finally found the last 2 bandits on a stranded fishing boat. After taking out the sleeping bandits under cover of darkness, the utterly exhausted pair finally returned to the shelter with their spoils. Over the next week, everyone in the shelter finished cleaning up the battlefield. Under Shun Siyuan's command, they used lasso tools modified from fishing rods to drag the bandits' corpses. This was not some morbid hobby of insulting the dead. It was purely to guard against booby traps. In the end, they cleared a total of 17 intact bandit corpses, along with a pile of fragments that could only be moved with shovels. Shun Siyuan had originally wanted to feed all of them to the mealworms, but his horrified family unanimously vetoed the idea. Everyone spent enormous effort clearing a passage through the ruins of the city gate. Then they loaded all the corpses onto life rafts and, racing against the clock, dragged them down the mountain with snow vehicles and buried them. Afraid Shan Siyuan would really make full use of everything. This battle had nearly exhausted all the weapons and ammunition in the shelter. Fortunately, while cleaning up the battlefield, they still recovered quite a lot of supplies from the bandits. First were the light weapons. In total, they seized more than 10 basically intact rifles, plus some damaged guns that could be used for parts. They all belonged to the Type 191 firearm family, the successor to the Type 95 family. They included the QB-191 standard assault rifle, the QB-192 carbine, and the QB-191 designated marksman rifle. Some of the guns even had MLOK interfaces integrated into the sides of the handguards, already fitted with accessories such as laser designators, laser rangefinders, tactical lights, and foregrips. On the full-length Picatinny rails on top, there were also some expensive sighting devices, such as the 3x magnified QMK152 prism scope, the adjustable 4 to 15 times C-0A white light optic, and the IR5118 thermal imaging sight. Next was ammunition. They found more than 800 rounds of D91 5.8 by 4.2 mm ammunition, dozens of high-precision sniper rounds, as well as matching magazines and drum magazines. As for thrown weapons, they found more than 10 each of Type 86 steel ball grenades, Type 91 35mm flashbangs, and Type 91 35mm smoke grenades. Last came the heavy weapons. The recoilless gun had completely run out of ammunition, leaving only the useless launcher tube behind. The two armored personnel carriers were basically total losses, but fortunately, one of the 12.7mm heavy machine guns remained largely intact. Other than carrying a slight roasted meat smell, it did not affect normal use. Because of the protection from the ammo boxes, most of the bullets had not cooked off. Combined, the machine gun ammunition from both sides came to more than 1,200 rounds. The best preserved vehicle was the infantry fighting vehicle. Aside from severe armor damage and one broken track, its exterior was basically intact. Its main weapon, a 100mm low-pressure rifle gun, was lightly damaged. It still had 31 high-explosive shells and 5 gun-launched missiles left. The 30mm coaxial autocannon was intact, with more than 430 rounds remaining. The 7.62mm coaxial machine gun was also intact, with more than 1,500 rounds left. Since the IFV was simply too heavy, the snow vehicle could not move it at all. After unloading all the ammunition, Sun Siyuan had no choice but to leave it there for the time being. He planned to wait until Jin Shi recovered, then see whether it could be repaired. Besides those, they also obtained more than a dozen single-soldier tactical terminals. These devices integrated Beidou navigation, friend or foe identification, and battlefield situational awareness, and also supported encrypted communication. Most of the Bandits Type 2-1 body armor had been badly damaged, looking like they were wearing soul rings. After removing the intact ceramic ballistic plates, Sun Siyuan threw the rest away. Fortunately, there was an unexpected gain inside the IFV. They found 5 completely intact, unworn body armor vests. There were slightly more intact QGF-11 helmets, but only 7 in total. As for the remaining field rations and medical kits, they all looked long expired. Sun Siyuan fed the expired food to the mealworms and kept the emergency gear, such as ratcheting tourniquets, triangular bandages, and wraps. In the shelter's medical area, Jin Shi was doing lung re-expansion training under Wang Qin's guidance. Several elastic chest straps fixed the dressings over his chest, covering the area of his ribs. Still recovering from his injuries, he now had to do diaphragmatic, deep breathing exercises every day, combined with blowing up balloons 3 times a day for 5 minutes each time. It could help promote alveolar re-expansion. You're recovering well. Starting today, you can try some shoulder joint mobility training to prevent thoracic adhesions and muscle atrophy. After giving her instructions, Wang Qin recorded it in the medical chart. Dad, have lunch first. Jin Lin brought over a bowl of fish head tofu soup. Jin Shi frowned slightly, then immediately returned to smiling. This was the healthiest period of life he had lived since entering the shelter. Every day he ate light, healthy food that was easy to digest without even a trace of spicy or greasy dishes. The hardest part was that he had not touched a drop of alcohol for 2 whole weeks. That was because alcohol suppressed bone metabolism and delayed healing. Until he fully recovered, his daughter Jin Lin strictly forbade him from drinking. Lately, even when he smelled alcohol disinfectant, he would unconsciously stick out his tongue. The bullet that had hit him had been stopped by his body armor. But the impact was still equivalent to taking a brutal punch to the chest from a heavyweight boxer. It had left him with 2 fractured ribs, along with a mild contusion of the right lung. Fortunately, the fractures had no major displacement, and the lung contusion had not caused a persistent air leak. Otherwise, he would have needed thoracic surgery to realign and repair it. Because elderly people were in poorer physical condition and recovered more slowly, according to Wang Qin, he still had to live like this for another 1 to 2 weeks. Just thinking about it made Jin Shi miserable all over. The psychological withdrawal was far greater than the physical pain. The various painkillers stockpiled in the shelter had long since expired. Unopened injectables usually only had a shelf life of 2 to 3 years. Tablets lasted a little longer, generally 2 to 5 years. The only usable analgesic left was lidocaine hydrochloride that Sun Siyuan had chemically synthesized himself. After he was shot, Wang Qin had injected 1% lidocaine along the upper and lower edges of the fractured ribs. By blocking pain transmission and improving respiratory function, it had helped him endure those first most painful days. You're done eating, so take your calcium tablets and vitamin tablets too. Beside him, Sun Siyuan stood up, pulled open a drawer, and poured a glass of water. Once the family had finally left, Jin Shi immediately picked up his phone and started typing. A while later, the room's door was gently pushed open, and a shadow slipped inside. This stuff won't be obvious, right? What if people can tell a glance? That'd be way too obvious. Saren pulled a small bottle from his pocket and handed it over. Forget it. It's already been 2 weeks. I'm about to die from holding back. The moment he took one sip after opening the cap, Jin Shi showed a complicated expression. Why does it taste so fishy? Uncle Gene, if you ain't used to drinking this, just dump in some rock sugar, honey, whatever. Stir it up and it'll definitely do the trick. The flavor will come right up. Deer Antler liquor is awesome for building up the body. It's super good for your health. As he spoke, Saren pulled another bottle from his pocket and started drinking too. Let's just go with it. Slightly bitter with a sweet finish. It kind of has that bitter base note of Matai. Cheers. Just as the 2 booze hounds were busy savoring it, Jin Lin came storming in with her eyes wide in fury. So you really were sneaking drinks. I could already smell alcohol in the hallway. Dad, why won't you listen? The moment he saw they had been caught red-handed, Saren turned and ran, abandoning his comrade behind him. At lunchtime, seeing his wife still sulking and Saren's face full of embarrassment, Shun Siyuan fell into thought. For the sake of unity and harmony in the shelter, he temporarily decided to revise the two children's schedule and change their academic lessons into home economics class. After the lunch break, Shun Siyuan brought Jinlin along, and the four of them started making pastries. Why are we suddenly doing baking? Jinlin asked while eating bread. The shelter had just gone through a life-and-death battle, and they had been busy dealing with the aftermath this whole time. Dad looked like he was basically fine now. It was about time to make something good to celebrate the victory. Shun Siyuan smiled. That works too. Aya's parents just moved in, and we still haven't had time to hold a welcome banquet. We could do both together. Jinlin looked at Aya beside her. Are your parents getting used to living here? Shamu poked Aya with a finger. They're doing great. Just like when I first came. Life has been way too comfortable, and they've both put on quite a bit of weight. All right, Uncle Shun, you'd better lock up all that expensive alcohol. Every time my dad walks past the bar, he can barely move on. I'm scared he won't be able to resist sneaking a drink. Aya's words made everyone burst into laughter. It's fine. With a true friend, 1,000 cups are never enough. Once my father-in-law recovers, I'll definitely drag your dad along for a drink. But for now, we still need to find a way to help him get through this period. Shun Siyuan shook the bread in his hand. I get now, Uncle Shun. You're going to make kvass, right? Aya was the first to realize it. Kvass was a fermented drink with a long history. Its unique flavor and nutritional value had made it a popular beverage in Eastern Europe and some parts of China. It was brewed through the fermentation of dry bread. Its color was similar to beer, but with a slight reddish tint. Kvass was mainly sweet and sour. The sweetness mostly came from maltose and fructose produced during fermentation, while the sourness came from lactic acid bacteria metabolism. The carbon dioxide produced by the yeast during fermentation gave it dense bubbles similar to beer, making it refreshing and stimulating to drink. Because of its rich wheat aroma and caramel-like baked fragrance, it was often called liquid bread. Its alcohol content was usually only 0.5 to 1.5%. Drinking it in moderation could help relax the nerves. Adults could use it as a healthy substitute for alcoholic beverages, and children could also drink a small amount. The method of making it was also extremely simple. Soak toasted bread chunks in hot water. Let them cool, then add yeast and sugar. In an environment of 35 to 40 degrees, ferment it for 6 to 12 hours until the liquid became bubbly. Then strain and bottle it. Leaving some space to prevent the bottles from bursting, add dried fruit. Then let it go through a second fermentation and refrigerate it for 24 hours before drinking. Besides making kvass according to the traditional bear-style method, Shun Siyuan also made kavas with added honey and syrup at Aya's suggestion. 3 days later, the 12-person dining table in the shelter's dining area was covered with all kinds of delicious food. Sitting in the very center was a cake, already coated in cream and covered in jam hearts. The cream was made by mixing milk powder and butter, while the butter had been extracted from reindeer milk. The fat content of reindeer milk was about 3 to 4 times that of cow's milk, reaching around 12 to 15%, while ordinary milk only had a fat content of 3.5 to 4%. High fat content was the key to whipping cream, because the fat globules could form a stable foam structure during whipping. However, because of the fat characteristics of cold region animals, reindeer milk fat had a very low melting point and had to be handled at low temperatures. Otherwise, oil and water would separate very easily. At this moment, the reindeer cream was continuously dripping because of the heat. Shun Siyuan had originally wanted to say a few ceremonial words, but seeing the cake getting cut away piece by piece, he couldn't be bothered with nonsense anymore and jumped straight into the battle for the cake. Laughter rang out everywhere. Clang, clang. The sound of metal striking metal echoed through the shelter garage. Shun Siyuan was hammering hard on a long track. In front of him lay an open repair manual, and the subtitle on the page read, Track System. Beside him were the specialized repair tools found in the rear compartment of the 048 infantry fighting vehicle, including hydraulic pliers, heavy-duty socket wrenches, and a track tension gauge. Other than that, spare track plates and track pins recovered from inside the vehicle's side skirts were scattered across the floor. These onboard spare parts and tools carried with the vehicle made it convenient for the crew to replace minor damaged parts themselves in emergencies. On the battlefield, valuable recovery vehicles were generally only dispatched when an armored vehicle suffered serious damage. How is it going? Jinlin, who had just finished teaching class, walked over, with Shenmu following behind her. The 3rd and 4th track plates are broken, and 2 track pins are missing. I just took them off and replaced them. I'm exhausted. Shun Siyuan pressed his shoulder a few times with his hand. A single track plate weighed as much as 18 kilograms. Repairing them was heavy manual labor through and through. If you ask me, we might as well just use the IFV as a fixed turret. That'd save us all the trouble of repairing it. Shamu handed over a bottle of cola. The vehicle weighs at least over 20 tons empty. If we don't fix it, there's no way the snow vehicle can drag it back by itself. Shun Siyuan took the cola and gulped it down. After resting for a while, He went back to using the hydraulic cutter to clear out the metal fragments jammed inside the track, and had Shenmue help clean the foreign debris off the surface of the drive sprocket teeth. Just as the track repair work was about to be finished, Jinshi, Shinhai, and Saren showed up pushing a four-wheeled assisted cart. Brother Shun, I'm telling you, this damn wheel was way too hard to fix. Placed on the cart was the second road wheel from the right side of the IFE. In a previous battle, its rubber rim had been blasted open with a crack 15 centimeters long. You've worked hard. Looks pretty good. How do you do it? We embedded strips of automobile inner tube rubber into the crack, then cut a 2mm thick steel plate into a curved pressure plate for the outside layer, and fixed it in place with bolts through drilled holes. Jinshi pointed at the repaired section. Its service life is nowhere near the original part. It can only serve as a temporary emergency fix. It's enough. As long as it can move around near the shelter and serve as a defensive weapon. That's fine. It's not like we're going to drive this thing out for a picnic. Shun Siyuan laughed. So in a bit, we just bam shove all the parts back onto it, and the war vehicle LL be good to go? Saren asked. Not even close. The toothed surface of a drive sprocket also has slight deformation. We still need to use an angle grinder to trim the deformed areas. Shun Siyuan shook his head. After the track is installed, you'll still need the tensioner to adjust it. How are you planning to handle that? Jinshi pointed at the track on the ground. That part is easy. Use a hydraulic jack to lift the vehicle body. Insert a crowbar into the gaps between the track plates. Then use leverage to pry the idler wheel into position and adjust the tension. I've seen excavator masters at construction sites do it like that. Shinhai answered from the side. The next day, after all the parts had been fully prepared, the men in the shelter all mobilized and officially began trying to repair the IFE. 2 kilometers outside the shelter. The place where the IFE sat was now covered by a huge shed. It had been built from scaffolding and covered on the outside with a layer of waterproof tarp. Inside the shed were 2 massive shell craters, and their bottoms had already been leveled with concrete rubble. While clearing the ruins of the city gate, all unusable construction debris had been dumped directly into the craters. The IFE that had originally been lying on its side had already been righted with steel cables. Concrete bases and jacks supported the reinforcing ribs at the 4 corners of the hull for below. After injecting grease and rust inhibitor into the hub bearing cavity, Shun Siyuan pushed the road wheel back onto the axle. After checking that the hub was flush with the axle end face, he tightened the bolts in stages in a diagonal sequence until they reached the standard torque. Next came the installation of the new track. Everyone laid the new track out on the ground, making sure the links stayed in a straight line. After using the jack to adjust the vehicle body height a little, they aligned the drive sprocket teeth with the hinge holes in the track plates. Using crowbars, they gradually guided the track around the road wheel assembly. And every time 4 track plates were connected, they inserted temporary pins to hold them in place. When the track made a full loop and returned to the idler wheel, Shun Siyuan connected the last track plate to the first, inserted the track pin, and hammered it in until it was fully seated. This should be about enough. Start the vehicle and test it, Jinshi said, glancing at the track tension gauge in his hand. After everyone lowered the jack, they began dismantling the canopy and scaffolding. Shinhai slowly climbed into the driver's compartment. The onboard lead-acid battery had already been preheated and fully charged using an external power source. After the power was switched on, the coolant circulation heater in the engine compartment gradually raised the antifreeze temperature to above 10 degrees. As the hydraulic pumps started, engine oil began flowing toward key parts such as the crankshaft and pistons. There was an electronic operations manual in the navigation terminal. Shun Siyuan opened the hatch and climbed in as well, dropping into the commander's seat and excitedly working the screen in front of him. After the onboard computer booted up, it began automatically checking the sensors. The real-time fault diagnosis showed that the drive shaft had a concentricity deviation and needed recalibration. This armored vehicle really is different from an excavator. Why doesn't it have gear settings? Shinhai asked, puzzled as he looked at the steering wheel in front of him. According to the operations manual, this vehicle uses a fully hydraulic integrated transmission system. It can achieve continuously variable speed change, so there are no fixed gears like in a mechanical gearbox. Then it should be pretty simple to operate. Not much different from an automatic. Starting it up was still far more troublesome than starting a car. Following the operations manual, the two began carrying out the step-by-step startup procedure. First, they started it briefly for 3 seconds and immediately shut it off, using the compressed air backflush system to clear carbon buildup inside the cylinders. After waiting 30 seconds, they started it a second time and lightly pressed the accelerator, stabilizing the speed at 800 RPM to avoid knocking caused by poor fuel atomization. Finally, they kept the engine idling for 15 minutes, waiting for the coolant temperature to continue rising. Cylinder pressure normal, exhaust temperature normal, coolant at 60 degrees, oil pressure 0.4 megapascals. We can load up and drive now. After studying the multifunction instrument display for a bit, Shinhai switched the driving mode from road mode to off-road mode. As the infantry fighting vehicle slowly moved over broken concrete, the hull began climbing along the edge of a shell crater. Careful not to get bogged down. Keep the throttle steady and maintain traction, Shun Siyuan reminded him. Got it. Shinhai tapped the brakes in short bursts to prevent the tracks from slipping while gripping the steering wheel tightly to keep the vehicle from sliding sideways. The roar of the six-cylinder, turbocharged water-cooled diesel engine rang out, and the front of the vehicle lifted as it burst out of the shell crater. At a power output of 441 kilowatts, this engine could deliver a maximum of 600 horsepower. It had extremely strong cross-country performance in complex terrain, with a maximum climbing angle of 35 degrees and a maximum side slope angle of 30 degrees. After the vehicle came to a stop, Shin Si-yuen opened the commander's hatch, stood up, and called out to the others. "No time to explain. Get in quick." Shin Mu cheered as he climbed onto the roof of the vehicle and entered the gunner's position through the hatch on the left side of the turret. The three-man crew was now complete. Jin Shi and Saren smiled as they packed up the tools, opened the rear compartment door, and bent over to enter the troop compartment. This area was separated from the front power compartment and driver's compartment by a fireproof bulkhead, making it an independent functional section. Above the rear door were an auxiliary observation window and firing ports, allowing soldiers to observe outside or return fire in emergencies. It could carry 7 fully armed infantrymen, with seats arranged longitudinally in a suspended structure. Through the elastic suspension system, jolts and impacts were reduced, improving ride comfort. The two sat down, and the warm air from the air conditioning vent drove away the chill on their bodies. The infantry fighting vehicle was equipped with an overpressure collective NBC protection system. Air was purified through the filtration unit on the roof, creating a positive pressure environment inside the cabin. This prevented radioactive dust or toxic gas from seeping in, allowing the crew to breathe normally without wearing gas masks. The vehicle is turning. Passengers boarding, please hold on and stand steady. Next stop, Timu Mountain Shelter. Shin Si-yuen's voice came from the vehicle speaker as the 5 of them set out on the road home. Beep beep do. It is now 12 noon, Yinjing time. Next is the midday news broadcast. As the voice came from the onboard radio, Shin Si-yuen adjusted the time on his phone and watched accordingly. Because the long-wave signal transmitted by the National Time Service Center had not yet been restored. The radio clocks that had once been the most accurate had all become useless in the apocalypse. Even quartz clocks, the most precise among ordinary civilian timepieces, could have an error of as much as 5 to 10 seconds per month. As for electronic devices that heavily relied on network synchronization, their drift became even worse after the network went down. That was also why the radio still announced the time. Only state institutions possessed cesium atomic clocks, with laboratory-level precision. Even after thousands of years, their error would still be under 1 second. These massive devices, worth millions, were also essential equipment for scientific research and navigation systems. Shin Si-yuen opened the glove compartment of the snow vehicle, pulled out an artificial horizon sextant, and got out. He adjusted the index arm to around 35 degrees and checked whether the reflected image of the graduated arc in the index mirror connected with the direct image. If the mirror plane and the plane of the graduated arc were not perpendicular, errors would be produced, so the perpendicularity error needed to be checked. After using the bubble level to simulate a horizontal reference, he aimed the sextant at the sun. He adjusted the horizon mirror so that the direct and reflected images overlapped, eliminating the horizontal offset. Even with the filter-S protection, the sunlight was still a little dazzling. It was now the 8th year since the asteroid impact event, and the thick volcanic clouds were continuing to dissipate. Although the temperature was rising extremely slowly, the light intensity had already recovered to 1/3 of its pre-disaster level. After calibrating the sextant, Shin Si-yuen called over Shin Mu and Aya, who were exploring not far away. Use the method I taught you before and calculate our current position. Take 3 measurements and use the average. Remember to subtract the altitude correction error from the measured angle of elevation. Uncle Shun, why are we using something this troublesome to determine direction? Wouldn't a compass be more convenient? Aya asked in confusion. If we're just messing around, then sure. A compass can roughly tell direction. But just like most people don't know that even a tape measure needs temperature calibration, calibrating a compass is actually much more complicated than most people imagine. If you want to determine direction accurately, it's far harder to use than a sextant. Before the world figured out the distribution of Earth's magnetic field, a compass might not even have been more useful than dolphins or seagulls. It wasn't until the Halley map came out in 1700, with the help of various magnetic declination calibration charts, that the reliability of the compass finally had at least some guarantee. Shin Si-yuen sighed and continued. And the most important thing is that magnetic declination isn't fixed. In just the past 120 years, the magnetic North Pole has moved nearly 20 degrees northward. Do you know what that means? At that speed, your position would need updating almost every single day. Then hasn't the great significance of the compass in history books been exaggerated? Aya showed a complicated expression. You can't say that either. The invention of the compass was still very meaningful. It filled the gap when celestial bodies couldn't be observed on cloudy or rainy days. But in the age of sail, long-range navigation still mainly relied on celestial navigation and marine chronometers. I understand now. Aya nodded. Angle of elevation, 71 degrees and 4 minutes. Declination, north 30 degrees and 14 minutes. What time is it now? Shenmue asked, sextant in hand. Let me see. It's now 12:11, Yinjing time. I'll calculate the longitude. Aya began calculating the time difference between their current location and their point of departure. 119 degrees, 41 minutes east longitude. We're already within Yuzhou now. We should be somewhere near Lang Mountain in Linen District. After entering the coordinates into the phone, Aya roughly confirmed the trio's current location. Shin Siyuan looked at the vast snowfield before him, unable to find even the slightest trace of what used to be there. His heart was filled with emotion. The phrase seas turned to mulberry fields was nothing more than this. Recently, the authorities had officially announced the completion of the nationwide purge. As large numbers of people were sent to Aozhou, bandit groups of any real scale had completely disappeared. With the surface environment gradually improving, post-disaster reconstruction across various regions was accelerating as well. Taking advantage of the rising summer temperatures, Shun Siyuan had begun surveying the surrounding terrain and drawing up rough topographic maps. At the same time, he brought the two kids outside to get some air and do outdoor exercise to prevent nearsightedness. I'm starving. Let us eat lunch first. After marking the point with his pen, Shun Siyuan put away the map. He took down a small pot from the vehicle and pulled out a few packs of compressed biscuits. We can't keep eating freeze-dried fried rice all the time. Let us switch things up today and have some compressed biscuit porridge instead. This stuff tastes awful dry, but if you cook it into porridge, it's actually pretty decent. Shin Siyuan said this with a smile. He skillfully broke the compressed biscuits into pieces, dropped them into the folding outdoor pot, added some water, and stirred. After opening a canister of solid fuel, Shenmue took out a magnesium fire starter and scraped it with his dagger. Amid a spray of sparks, a blue flame flickered to life. Aya helped from the side, taking out a can of luncheon meat from the vehicle. After slicing it, she started frying it in a small flat pan. As a wisp of smoke rose, the aroma spread through the vehicle. The three sat inside the snow vehicle, eating steaming hot food and enjoying a rare bit of warmth in the middle of the snowfield. After lunch, Shenmue and Aya began cleaning and organizing the cookware. Shin Siyuan climbed into the front passenger seat and switched on the vehicle radio mounted above the center console. The Yaesu FTM200DR in front of him had been a fairly common outdoor communication device before the disaster. It could carry out monitoring tasks in multiple scenarios. With a reception range from 108 MHz to 999.995 MHz, including aviation bands and various civilian broadcast bands. Its RF output range covered 144 to 148 MHz, VHF, and 430 to 440 MHz, UHF. At its usual output of 25 watts, its theoretical maximum communication distance in open terrain could reach 8 to 15 kilometers. Shin Siyuan turned on the radio's high-speed spectrum scanning function and began checking the signal conditions in the surrounding area. With the PMGSR monitoring function, it could monitor multiple channels at the same time and automatically lock on its signal sources. May, SHHH. Day, this is Sha. Located at, requesting. The noisy sound coming from a speaker made Shun Siyuan sit up straight. A sharp spike suddenly burst onto the spectrum scan display, flashing continuously at 145 MHz. But the signal strength was only minus 120 dBm. This was the simplex calling frequency for the unified emergency communications of the amateur radio network in Suziguo. It was suitable for mountain regions and open wilderness, with weak penetration but strong diffraction capability. Someone nearby was calling for help. As Shun Siyuan rolled over into the driver's seat, he spoke to remind the two in the back. Hearing that, Shenmue and Aya immediately set down their bowls and chopsticks. Following the old training plan, they grabbed their rifles and began keeping watch outside the windows. Shun Siyuan released the handbrake and drove the snow vehicle along the side and rear of the ridgeline, heading up a nearby hill. Using the slope of the mountain to conceal the vehicle, he reduced their exposed profile as much as possible. After parking the vehicle in a low depression near the summit, the three got out. This position naturally formed reverse slope cover, creating a dead angle for enemy fire. At the same time, it made it easier for their side to counterattack from multiple angles and to withdraw under cover or reorganize their defensive line. Parking in a shadowed area also reduced reflection off the vehicle's body and helped avoid exposing their position. Remember this. Before parking, make sure you leave room to reverse. After getting out, check the ground conditions to avoid getting stuck in mud or soft terrain, and make sure you can pull out quickly in an emergency. While checking the area around where the vehicle was parked, Shun Siyuan still did not forget to teach the two kids. The signal they had just received was very weak, so it should be coming from quite a distance away. Since the danger level was not high for the time being, he remained quite calm. After finding a huge natural boulder at the high point to use as cover, Shun Siyuan used his binoculars to observe the surroundings. Seeing no sign whatsoever of human activity nearby, he left Aya on watch and took Shenmue back to the vehicle. He rummaged out a set of Yagi antennas from the trunk and assembled them, then unplugged the feed line from the vehicle antenna and connected it again. Adjust the antenna a bit and turn it in all directions. Shin Siyuan handed the antenna to his son beside him. when the director pointed southeast. The signal strength began to rise to minus 71 dBm. Mayday, mayday, mayday. This is Off-Road Vehicle Wizard. Call sign BG5XYZ. We are stuck at north latitude 30 degrees 15 minutes. East longitude 119 degrees 45 minutes. Requesting rescue. Over. The cry for help from the speaker finally became clear. All right, this direction. Fix it in place for now. Hearing his father's instruction, Shunmu opened the bracket at the base of the antenna and planted it in the snow. Repeating, requesting rescue, requesting rescue, requesting rescue. This is BG5XYZ. Position north latitude 30 degrees 15 minutes. East longitude 119 degrees 46 minutes. Vehicle is stuck. Requesting rescue. Over. Since there was no response at all, the distress signal continued afterward at a frequency of one call every 2 minutes. Dad, could this be a trap? Doesn't T sound like it? The distress phrasing is very standard, and I logged this call sign before the disaster. Shun Siyuan handed over his phone, which displayed the communication records for that call sign. The audio files recorded by the shelter radio over the years had all been converted into text and archived. So that means he's an amateur radio enthusiast. Shinmu glanced over it a few times and let out a breath of relief. Find the other side as coordinates on the map and see how far they are from us. Shinmu measured the map with a ruler and began calculating according to the scale. Our current position should be what used to be Langshan Mountain Park, and the coordinates they reported should be northeast of what used to be Olshan Lake before the disaster. It's about 12 kilometers from us. The two got out of the vehicle and returned to the boulder, then used binoculars to scout toward the southeast. No good. Can't see anything. Another mountain is blocking it. Shinmu frowned. Let us send the drone over to search. After saying that, Shin Siyuan took the two kids back to the snow vehicle. After a while, an off-road vehicle appeared on the drone feed. Its orange-red shell was extremely conspicuous against the snow, so it really is an accident. The front end of that vehicle has sunk down below. I pointed at the screen. Shin Siyuan took the controller and zoomed in for a careful look. The wheels are huge, and judging by the color, this should be an all-terrain vehicle used by forest fire services before the disaster. Then doesn't that mean we ran into official personnel? Should we go over and help? Shinmu sounded excited. Shin Siyuan said nothing and fell into thought. From the information they currently had, there was an obvious contradiction surrounding the other party. It was a little strange. The vehicle clearly did not look like a civilian model, yet the distress signal had been sent on an amateur radio call sign and frequency. Under normal circumstances, official personnel should be using the Silk Nation Emergency Management Department as dedicated 370 MHz band. Better to avoid trouble if we can. We could just pretend we didn't hear it and head back, Aya said nervously. They're stuck anyway. No way they can catch up to us. We can at least talk for a bit. Just as Shin Siyuan was about to press the transmit key, another voice came over the channel. Mayday received. This is Yuzhou City Post-Disaster Reconstruction Command Center, call sign BH5RES. BG5XYZ, report your exact distress situation, personnel status, and type of assistance needed. Over. There are 7 people in the vehicle, no casualties. The vehicle is trapped and unable to get out. The surrounding terrain is complex. The weather is clear, but the nighttime temperature is expected to drop to minus 15 degrees Celsius. Supplies are sufficient, but we cannot free ourselves. Requesting towing support. BG5XYZ. Maintain watch on this frequency and report status on the hour, every hour. A notified patrol team is dispatching personnel. Rescue vehicles are expected to arrive within 12 hours. Over. Hearing the official reply, Shun Siyuan thought for a moment, then decisively pressed the transmit key. Break, requesting to cut in. This is BA5ABC. Located at 30 degrees 14 minutes north latitude, 119 degrees 41 minutes east longitude, approximately 12 kilometers from BG5XYZ. We can join the rescue. Over. BA5ABC. This is BH5RES. Please confirm vehicle model and towing capability. Over. The Command Center's response came very quickly. Modified off-road vehicle. Equipped with wheel tracks and an electric trailer winch. Over. Shun Siyuan replied into the radio handset. BG5XYZ. Attention. BA5ABC will assist with towing. Keep your hazard lights on and use your horn to mark your position. Over. BG5XYZ received. Many thanks. The surface at the stuck point is ice. Recommend approaching from the southwest side for towing to avoid secondary entrapment. Over. Setting down the radio handset, Shun Siyuan gave a look. Shinmu immediately got the hint, sat in the driver's seat, and started heading southeast. Shun Siyuan checked the magazine of the Type 92 pistol and stuffed the gun into his pants pocket. Half an hour later, the snow vehicle reached the south side of Lushan Lake. The vast frozen lake was surrounded by white mountains. On the map, the south side of the lake had once been the Yurue Expressway. The bridge across the lake had already collapsed. It looked like those two trapped vehicles had gotten into the accident because they had risked driving across the lake surface. As the snow vehicle slowly approached, the other side sounded their horn, and 3 long blasts echoed across the lake. Turn left and stop broadside. Don't pull the handbrake. Be ready to retreat at any moment Shun Siyuan instructed when they were about 300 meters away. The front engine compartment and tires were the only parts of the vehicle that could effectively stop bullets. Their heavy and complex metal structure could reduce bullet penetration. Parking the vehicle sideways also made it easier for the driver to get in safely and withdraw. At the same time, it kept the vulnerable fuel port facing away from the enemy, reducing the risk of the fuel tank being punctured. Uncle Shun, I don't see any weapons in their hands for now, Aya said from the side, looking at the drone controller. They're all dressed pretty thick, so we still need to watch out for American-style Iaido. Shinmu, take position at the front of the vehicle with your gun up and stay on alert. Watch their reactions. If they make any sudden big moves, don't hesitate. Open fire immediately. Shin Siyuan handed a Type 191 rifle to Shinmu and Aya respectively, then got out of the vehicle himself. Got it. I'll cover you. Dad, be careful. If there's danger, get down right away. It's fine. Don't be scared. There's probably no danger. Better safe than sorry, that's all. As Shun Siyuan comforted the two of them, he slipped a smoke grenade into his left pocket. Before the disaster, there had been a huge number of American police body cam videos online. They recorded the entire process of all kinds of street gunfights in detail and were excellent educational material. Shin Siyuan had often gone through them frame by frame with the two kids, explaining the lessons and experience in each case. After being tempered by a large number of real-world examples, both of them now had a basic understanding of how to properly respond to an unexpected firefight. Shun Siyuan intended to use this opportunity to let them get some practical training. While the three of them were setting up their defenses, someone was already walking over on the ice. Seeing that the other party had empty hands, Shun Siyuan walked forward slowly with one hand in his pocket. Sorry about this. In chaotic times, a few precautions are just in case. Shin Siyuan pointed at the two guns behind him. Understandable. In the middle of nowhere. You can never be too careful. The fact that you were willing to lend a hand at all already makes us very grateful. The man who had come over was an elderly male. He took off his goggles and extended his right hand. If I may ask, why are you here? After hesitating for a moment, Shun Siyuan took his right hand out of his pocket and shook it. We got in touch with the Yuzhou City Post-Disaster Reconstruction Command Department and were planning to move to the official base. There was too much stuff in the vehicle, and we ended up getting stuck. I see. My name is Shun Siyuan. Elder, may I ask your surname? Shin Siyuan? The old man showed an expression of disbelief. After looking him over carefully, he continued, what a coincidence. I know who you are. I'm Qin Yu's father. Father Qian took out the walkie-talkie from his pocket and said a few words. Another man quickly walked over as well. Mr. Shun, we meet again. Qian Yu removed his goggles and smiled. Boss Qian, hope you've been well. Shun Siyuan smiled and gave a thumbs up toward the snow vehicle, waving it to signal that the danger had passed. The group immediately began checking the ice surface and helping plan a route for the snow vehicle. Generally speaking, you could roughly judge the stability of ice by observing its color. Blue-white ice was usually relatively strong, while gray or honeycomb-like ice had to be avoided. It was clear that as the daytime temperature kept rising, the ice had already started melting and was gradually becoming dangerous. When they reached the spot where the vehicle was stuck, the other 5 people had already gotten out and the rear cabin door was open. Qin Yu's family was unloading the things from the vehicle to reduce its weight. This was an all-terrain vehicle over 6 meters long, 2.5 meters wide, and close to 3 meters tall. Its size was close to that of a small truck, with a fully enclosed design that made it look like a land-armored vehicle. The most eye-catching feature was its enormous tires, 1.3 meters in diameter. Combined with the compact wheel spacing, they created an intense visual impact. Damn, how many wheel drive is this? Shun Siyuan exclaimed in amazement. 8-wheel drive. A shaman-wheeled all-terrain vehicle imported from the Great Bear Nation. Judging by the paint job, active-duty equipment for forest firefighting? That's right. Bought it before the disaster. Cost me quite a bit. Shun Siyuan looked at the huge hole in the ice. At this point, the 8-wheel drive beast was practically floating on the water, with only the last 2 wheels barely still exposed. This thing is too big. Hard to tow. Shun Siyuan said awkwardly. The engine S still running. As long as you pull 4 wheels back up, it can get free. Qian Yu pointed at the snorkel in front of the vehicle, which rose higher than the hood. After directing the snow vehicle into a safe position, Shun Siyuan started the 12-volt winch motor at the rear. The motor had a power output of 2 kilowatts and was equipped with a 14-meter steel cable with a diameter of 7.7 millimeters. It could provide a horizontal pulling force of 2,700 kilograms and a vertical lifting capacity of 600 kilograms. The original purpose of mounting this equipment on the vehicle had been wilderness self-rescue, but now it could also be used to help other vehicles. After the steel cable came out through the fair lead, Shun Siyuan connected a D-shackle to the all-terrain vehicle S tow hook. Spread out a bit. If the cable snaps under tension, getting whipped by it is no joke. After securing the tracks with snow chains, Shun Siyuan began driving away Qin Yu's family, who were standing around and watching. As the winch cable tightened, and with the snow vehicle swaying left and right, the all-terrain vehicle was gradually dragged back onto the ice. Qin Yu, who had already returned to his vehicle, also stepped on the gas and reversed with all his might. amid the deafening roar of the engine. The all-terrain vehicle finally got free. After the rescue succeeded, Chen Yu's father sent out a message over the vehicle radio. Mayday, attention all stations. At 2:18 p.m. Yinjing time, BG5XYZ has been rescued. Emergency status lifted. Kung. After thanking them profusely, the Qian family began moving all their supplies back onto the vehicle. So you've given up on your private shelter? Shen Siyuan walked over to Chen Yu's side and asked. Yeah, to be honest, we really couldn't stay there any longer. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for all the materials you left in the NAS. Without those tutorials, my private shelter probably would suffered a total system collapse long ago. Seriously, thank you. Yeah, social division of labor is the key to improving productivity. Trying to do everything yourself is just too hard. A self-sufficient smallholder economy only looks good on the surface. Without an industrial system backing it up, life will only get more and more miserable. How about it? Want to come with us to the Yuzhou base? I've got a relative there who made it into management. Chen Yu turned to him and spoke sincerely. As expected of a 1,000-year family. You never put all your eggs in one basket. Shen Siyuan left. Ha! Spreading the bets is the only way for a big family to survive in the long run. Qian Yu waved his hand. For now, I have no plans to move to Yuzhou. Without the protection of political power, economic power is bound to be lost quickly as well. I'm sure Brother Qian understands that logic. Got it. I owe you one this time. If you ever need help with anything, just say the word. I'm running low on quite a few chemical materials, and my energy supply isn't stable enough. I need a trade channel for supplies, Shun Siyuan said calmly. After some discussion, Shun Siyuan and Qian Yu privately reached an agreement. Soon after, the two families waved goodbye and set off on their separate roads home. By the time the snow vehicle entered Bamboo Village, it was almost dark. Under the headlights, it was clear that the area outside the shelter had already been completely cleared out. The traces of the battle from 1 year ago were now completely invisible. The rebuilt city gate had shrunk quite a bit in scale, but it still blocked the only route leading to the shelter. Shen Siyuan looked at the back seat. The two children were leaning against each other, dozing off, so he lowered his voice and called the family inside the shelter over the walkie-talkie. Accompanied by the metallic clanging of chains turning on the winch, a giant iron gate with a strong wasteland style slowly rose up. The gate's raw materials came from 2 destroyed armored personnel carriers. It had been welded together from dismantled armor plates, making it a true armored gate. After driving past the fully repaired defensive fortifications, Shun Siyuan parked the snow vehicle in the garage. The garage was now extremely crowded, with a massive infantry fighting vehicle taking up several parking spaces. But it was also because of its presence that the shelter's armed strength had become stronger than ever, so strong that it was almost a bit excessive in firepower. After returning to the living area, Shun Siyuan gathered everyone in the shelter and briefed them on the gains from this trip, then brought the busy day to an end. Another 2 weeks passed. After multiple radio contacts with Qian Yu, Shen Siyuan brought trade goods and headed for the reconstruction base officially established in Yuzhou. According to the rules, flammable and explosive items are forbidden inside the base. These rocket signal launchers need to be left with me for storage. You can only get them back when you leave. The base sheriff, wearing a complicated expression, placed the 2 rocket signal launchers into a basket. All right, Shen Siyuan, who had just finished registering his personal information, smiled and nodded. Even after the disaster, the Silk Nation still enforced a strict gun ban. So before entering the city, Shen Siyuan had boxed up and buried all the less harmonious firearms and ammunition outside the city. For self-defense, and because he lacked any real sense of security, he had carried 2 launchers modified from flare guns, only for them to be confiscated anyway. The core of a flare round was pyrotechnic composition, including an oxidizer, barium nitrate, combustible metal powders such as magnesium and aluminum powder and binders. When burning, the temperature could exceed 2,500 degrees, accompanied by intense light and heat. Its vertical range exceeded 300 meters, and at close range, firing it at a person had considerable lethality. It could cause severe burns and quickly ignite nearby objects, making it basically a civilian version of a thermite bomb. After confirming his identity and passing security inspection, Shen Siyuan and Saren got back into the snow vehicle and drove into the base. The base had only been established for a little over a year. Most of the people inside were engineering troops, while the rest of the civilians were various technical personnel, mainly workers involved in shipbuilding and ship repair. After getting into the vehicle, Qian Yu acted as a guide and directed Shen Siyuan and Saren around the area. This used to be Shaoshan District, right? Shen Siyuan asked as he looked at the airplane, descending not far away. That's right. With Kuaiji Mountain shielding the southwest side, the level of destruction here was relatively lower. Qian Yu nodded. When they reached the center of the base, the road ahead had been temporarily blocked off, and Shen Siyuan quickly slowed down. I forgot to mention it. Some people from above came down today for commendations and inspections, so security checks are a lot tighter than usual. Qian Yu pointed at a building in the distance. A big leader will be visiting the energy center later. That's the key to the entire base's operation. The complete mobile thorium-based nuclear power generation unit is parked in there. The trading market is on the west side, right? Then I'll just loop around to the left. Shen Siyuan turned the wheel. This time, the trade goods he had brought were mainly entertainment products. At the official base, supplies of all kinds were currently abundant, but entertainment and cultural products were in desperately short supply. The goods Shen Siyuan brought were open-source handheld gaming devices he had stockpiled before the disaster, along with hard drives filled with high-definition Japanese study materials. Besides that, there were entire boxes of poker cards, mahjong, and various kinds of chess and board games, traditional entertainment tools. Because demand was so high, Shen Siyuan quickly obtained a large amount of supply vouchers, and with Qianyu helping make connections, he swiftly exchanged them for the medicines, supplies, and consumables the shelter urgently needed. After leaving the trading market loaded with gains, the temporary roadblocks in the center of the base had already been removed. The big leader who had come for inspection seemed to have already left. Shen Siyuan parked the vehicle outside the energy center and looked it over curiously. A thorium reactor really is a good thing. If you had one, you could get nearly infinite energy. You can stop dreaming about that. Even though this thing has already been miniaturized, it's not going to be civilianized anytime soon. Qianyu shook his head while counting the supply vouchers in his hand. This time, Shen Siyuan had given him quite a bit of commission as thanks, letting him earn a sizable broker's fee. Can you get us inside to take a look? Open our eyes a little? Sarah in the back seat asked curiously. You can try convincing the soldiers at the entrance. Shen Siyuan pointed at the armed guards by the door. Just as he released the brake and was about to leave, several staff members walked out from the entrance. The person in front looked a little familiar. Brother Jiejia. After getting out of the vehicle to confirm it again, Shen Siyuan shouted in surprise. Ah, Siyuan? What did you get here? Wang Jia was first full of astonishment, then broke into a grin. Shen Siyuan and Chief Engineer Wang are actually old acquaintances? Judging by this, they're probably from the same university or something. Seems like you worked under him before. In the staff cafeteria of the energy center, Qianyu and Saren exchanged looks as they sat there accompanying Shen Siyuan and Wang Jia while the two caught up. There was tea, even a restaurant in the base. Good thing I ran into you, senior. Shen Siyuan picked up his glass and clinked it against Wang Jia's. It's already past mealtime. This is just some leftover food. Sorry for the poor hospitality. It hardly matches your liquor. The base doesn't tea supply alcohol now? Shen Siyuan asked curiously. Blended liquor made from synthetic ethanol. How could that compare to your pre-disaster aged grain brew? After dinner, since it was already dark, Wang Jia arranged for Shen Siyuan and Saren to stay the night in the Energy Center's staff dormitory. After saying goodbye to Qianyu and settling in the drunk and woozy Saren, a knock came at the door. Come on, I'll show you what I've been working on all these years. Wang Jia hung an access pass around Shen Siyuan's neck. After swiping through one security door after another, the two finally entered the Energy Center's core zone. Several colossal machines, each as tall as a two-story building, gave off a low-frequency hum. Dark red warning lights flashed rhythmically across their deep gray shells, like the pulse of sleeping beasts. Zhulong number 3 unit. Modular trailer design. It consists of 4 heavy mobile platforms, integrating the reactor and generators. Wang Jia stepped up the stairs and climbed onto the main control platform. Good name. Zhulong had a human face and a serpent body, and was crimson red. When it closed its eyes, it was night. When it opened them, it was day. Its breath brought winter cold, and its exhalation brought summer heat. It really suits this machine. Shen Siyuan immediately recalled the description from the classic of Mountains and Seas. The screen displayed real-time molten salt flow rates and radiation dosage. Liquid fluoride salt fuels surge through the ring-shaped pipes under the drive of electromagnetic pumps. Operating temperature, 700 under normal pressure. Thermal efficiency is 45% higher than the old-era pressurized water reactors. The energy released by every ton of thorium is equivalent to 3,500,000 tons of coal. Wang Jia lifted his chin proudly. Can it be further miniaturized? Shen Siyuan asked. The marine small reactor has already finalized its design. The next generation core diameter can be controlled within 3 meters. After full modularization, the total volume can get close to standard shipping container size. The moment he heard that, Shen Siyuan's eyes lit up. It's still a nuclear reactor. No matter how much you miniaturize it, it's not something non-professionals can handle. Wang Jia couldn't help but pour a little cold water on his excitement. Who knows what the future holds? 8 years ago, humanity also never imagined an asteroid would smash down on its head. Shen Siyuan sounded non-committal. If you want to install something like this in your own shelter, you could join my team first. Being close to the water, one gets the moon first. The Design Institute is badly short on frontline personnel right now. Hopefully you haven't forgotten all the skills you used to make a living with. Wang Jia gave his junior a complicated look. I'll have to return to society sooner or later. If I've got you looking out for me, senior, that couldn't be better. After leaving the core zone, the two went to Wang Jia's office. By the way, how old is your son this year? After this year, Mumu will be 18 and officially an adult. How are his studies? You're not just free-ranging him the whole time, are you? Wang Jia put tea leaves into the teapot and started boiling water. I teach the sciences, my wife teaches the humanities. And we even found him a classmate, the daughter of the man who came with me. That friend of yours, with that white face of his. I almost thought he was a foreigner. He is a Winky, one of the northern ethnic minorities. That is a long story. If I get the chance, I'll write a book for you to read. It's pretty interesting. Then I'll look forward to your masterpiece. Wang Jie handed over teacup. Where are sister-in-law and the others? They're still in Basha province. I'm planning to bring the mother and son over once the facilities at the Yuzhou base are more complete. That is good. So what is the real situation in the country now? Drinking the black tea, Shen Siyuan felt the taste wasn't tea very good. Population losses reached 2/3, better than the situation overseas. Of the remaining 1/3, nearly a small half has also been sent to Aozhou in the south. Everywhere is short on people. If manpower is so scarce, why are they still sending people to migrate? Didn't the news say so? To promote a grand reconciliation of all the people. I want to hear the real reason. Shen Siyuan waved his hand. Then I'll give you my own view. You still remember the surgical robots we helped design before the disaster, right? I already moved one into my shelter. It's pretty useful. Shen Siyuan smiled. Then you should already have a concrete understanding of how much AI technology has advanced. Large-scale neural network models and artificial intelligence really are revolutionary technology. It's already been 8 years. You don't think this technology has made no progress at all, do you? Wang Jie stared into Shen Siyuan's eyes. You mean artificial intelligence has developed to the point where it can completely replace human labor? Not quite that far. But inside the authorities' controlled zones, in unmanned factories, manufacturing jobs have already all been replaced by AI robots. That has some black humor. This disaster ended up solving the employment problem. Shen Siyuan let out a sigh. There is a counterintuitive phenomenon here. In reality, the emergence of automated unmanned factories will drastically compress the profits of capitalists. After all, exploiting surplus labor value has a prerequisite. Someone has to be laboring. If there is no one left to exploit, capital can no longer achieve appreciation. I know, bringing in AI can provide a competitive advantage. But in order to fight over the remaining purchasing power, every industry will slash prices like crazy. In the end, it'll reach the limit of near zero profit. This was one of the arguments Marcos used to prove that humanity would inevitably move toward public ownership. Shen Siyuan nodded. Exactly. Capital's first priority is seeking appreciation. Since it can no longer appreciate, it will naturally leave. But these industries can't just disappear, so the state will take them over. Basic living supplies will gradually become free. Most people won't need to do repetitive labor anymore. Only a small number of elite engineers will be needed to keep things running. The disaster actually greatly reduced the resistance to transforming production relations, pushing this process far ahead of schedule. That means we're about to enter the next stage of civilization. Without exaggeration, whoever completes this model first will lead human society. Shen Siyuan had already started imagining the future, but AI alone isn't enough. 2 more prerequisite conditions are needed. Wang Jie set down his teacup. I get it. Resources and the industrial chain. Those are the other 2 key factors for stepping into the next era. After thinking it over, Shen Siyuan spoke. That is right. If you want to achieve unmanned operation across the entire industrial chain, you first have to possess the entire industrial chain. That is also C nation's greatest competitive advantage. Before this disaster happened, do you understand King and Me Nation kept stirring up trouble and wanted manufacturing to return home for exactly this reason. No wonder the nation wanted to seize the post-disaster window of opportunity to take Aozhou. The farms, ranches, mineral resources, and key maritime routes, there are enough to make up for every resource shortcoming C Nation has. After discussing several possible directions for the future form of society with Wang Jie, Shen Siyuan returned to the dormitory, still not fully satisfied. Bringing this fireside night talk to an end. Click-clack, click-clack. Shen Siyuan tapped the mouse, and file after file on the computer screen was deleted. Then he launched the professional data erasure tool, Disk Genius. He overwrote the data on the already formatted hard drive to ensure it could not be recovered. The files being erased were all videos once recorded by pinhole cameras, since the old duty room had already been completely blown up along with the city gate. As long as this data was wiped away, there would no longer be any evidence left of certain dark things that had happened. As for the footage recorded by the outer perimeter surveillance system, Shen Siyuan chose not to delete it. The real records from before and after the disaster could not only leave behind precious visual documentation for future generations, but could also become important raw material for developing AI models and all kinds of digital products. Now that the 10-year ice age had ended, it had become a valuable data asset. But just to be safe, Shen Siyuan still saved all the surveillance footage related to combat onto a separate hard drive and used BitLocker to encrypt the entire drive. This special data was tied to the source of a large batch of weapons inside an important secret shelter. At this time, the nation of Silk had already established a newly structured public ownership economic system, but currency still existed. After the economic automation neural network system officially went online, on-demand distribution of basic materials had become a reality. The cybernetic planned economy that Big Brother had failed to realize decades ago had finally been brought to life with the support of artificial intelligence. Class contradictions still existed, but the gap between rich and poor had already narrowed significantly. With the arrival of the post-disaster baby boom, the form of social organization was undergoing rapid change, and the post-apocalyptic era was about to arrive. What are you still busy with? The wedding S about to start. Jean Lynn walked over with a pout and looped the tie around her husband's neck. Everything S ready. Let us go now. After closing the shelter door, the two got into the snow vehicle and drove away from the shelter. Loaded down with supplies, the snow vehicle struggled forward over the uneven road. After the frozen ground thawed, it was now in the muddy thaw season, even though it had already been manually leveled once. The road was still a complete mess of mud. After a bumpy ride, the vehicle finally arrived at the location of New Bama Village. Because of changes in the geological conditions, the rebuilt village had been moved several kilometers east. None of the surviving villagers had chosen to move back. Nowadays, the nation of Silk was full of unclaimed land. Most of them had chosen to settle in the plains below the mountains for the sake of convenience in daily life. Because of that, the only villagers here for now were still Shun, CUNS group. After Saren and Nala performed divine prayer divination, they chose to stay here. The northern climate was still extremely harsh, and glacial melting would take a very long time. That place was still an uninhabited zone, and the environment was not suitable for survival. As the climate warmed, vegetation gradually recovered, and Mount Tianmu instead became a perfect pasture for the reindeer. So the two of them contracted several nearby mountains and returned to their old herding life. Shunhai, Wangqin, Jinqi, and Yangfun had lived with Shun Cun in Sinew City for a while, but they also chose to return to the mountain. The reason was rather special. They could not stand the strange looks from the people around them and the eerie atmosphere. The apocalyptic disaster had profoundly changed the population structure and social consensus of the nation of Silk. In society now, it was already very hard to see elderly people of advanced age. A family like Shun Cuns, where the whole family had survived intact, was extremely rare. Unless they were important personnel, almost all elderly people had failed to survive the apocalypse-s ice age under the butcher-s blade of earlier social Darwinism. Two elderly couples were extremely conspicuous wherever they went. Getting dirty looks was already the lighter end of it. Sometimes people would even come over and ask all sorts of questions. Before long, they said they would rather move back into the shelter than continue staying in the city. After learning about the situation, Shun Cun bought two prefabricated houses and made them the first residents of the new village. After getting out of the vehicle, a wide stretch of lawn appeared before them, and a few reindeer were wandering nearby. Not far away, the wedding venue had already been set up with a canopy and sunshades, and music was playing from mobile speakers. A tracked RV was also parked beside it. This was the betrothal gift Shun Cun had given to Saren's family. By reselling all kinds of pre-apocalypse luxury goods, he had traded with other survivors for quite a few good things. Shun Cun carried whole boxes of fine liquor and candy off the vehicle and moved them onto the table. The wedding was naturally being held for Shun Mu and Aya. The two of them were both second-year college students now. Originally, they had planned to get married after graduation, but Aya had gotten pregnant unexpectedly, so they had no choice but to marry early because of the child. Shun Cun remembered that when the two had just started college, they had even had conflicts and nearly broken up for a time. Yet after going in circles, they still ended up together in the end. He was not surprised by that at all. Compared with the other young people around them, these two were practically not from the same era. In essence, both Shun Mu and Aya were truants from this great apocalyptic test. Although they had gone through a few dangerous situations, they had all been protected under their parents' wings and had never truly been baptized and tempered. It did not show on the surface. But once they had deeper contact with the goo kings of their own age, the incompatibility in life views and values became obvious. In the end, this young man and young woman still thought back on the beauty of the past and threw themselves into each other's embrace. There were not many people attending the wedding. Shun Cun had only invited close friends. The best man and bridesmaid were, respectively, Wang Jie's son and Xin Yu's daughter. As fellow truants of the apocalypse, the three families had maintained a pretty good relationship over the past 2 years. The family member Saren was able to contact could not come due to the long distance and inconvenient transportation, and could only send their blessings from afar. As the wedding procession began, Shun Cun pulled the trigger on the orange smoke canister obtained from a life raft, adding a festive atmosphere to the scene. After going through the Han-style bowing and tea-serving ceremony, Shun Mu and Aya kissed the shamanic idol. According to a Venki tradition, Aya gave Shun Mu a birch bark box symbolizing good fortune, while Shun Mu gave her a handkerchief in return. After that, the two each led a reindeer and circled the bonfire 3 times, praying for eternal happiness. Saren filled a birch bark cup with wine and handed it to the newlyweds, then splashed it into the fire as an offering to the fire god. After the newlyweds toasted both sets of parents, all the guests formed a circle around the fire and began to dance. As the sky gradually darkened, the climax of the lawn wedding arrived as well. One flaming signal flare after another was fired into the sky, and and the red flares filling the heavens formed a magnificent fireworks show. Young men and women waved flaming signal sticks one after another, laughing and playing as they lit the nearby hills in red. What should have been a signal for help had, at this moment, turned into celebratory blossoms of new life, giving off a different kind of apocalyptic aesthetic. The story is over. Thank you for watching. See you in the next story.